In 1998, I discovered that the 50,000 yuan my family had painstakingly saved over the years had vanished without a trace. Frantic, I rushed into the police station. "Call the police right now." Unexpectedly, while the officers were still investigating, a childish voice suddenly shouted, "The money wasn't stolen, I took it." Everyone was stunned. This child was only 8 years old. But his next words left everyone present even more shocked. "My name is Tan Jiayi, an 8-year-old prodigy." My mother, Lu Jiali, rushed into the Jiangcheng East Lake Police Station in a panic, claiming that 50,000 yuan had been stolen from our home. This sum of money is a huge amount for our family, with 30,000 being our parents' savings over the years and 20,000 borrowed through gritted teeth. I originally planned to invest in my uncle's business. Upon hearing this, the police expressed sympathy and launched an investigation. Officers Xiao Jia and Xiao Zhan comforted my mother and asked her about the whereabouts of the money. My mom cried, saying there were no signs of forced entry on the doors or windows, and the money had always been hidden deep in the cabinet. She suspected whether someone in the family had taken it, then suddenly remembered my unusual behavior these past few days. My mom told me that I once said my cousin was a fraud, and investing in him was worse than investing in me. My dad even wanted to beat me for this, but my mom stopped him. Officer Xiao Jia showed a surprised expression upon hearing these words. How could an 8-year-old child say something like that? My mom explained that I had fallen a few days ago and became mysteriously secretive after waking up, even talking about opening an internet cafe, buying a house, and purchasing land. Just as the police were about to inspect my home, I came bouncing into the police station, shouting, "Mom, you're really here." My mother looked at me in astonishment, and before she could ask how I knew she was at the police station, I turned to the officer and said, "The money wasn't stolen, I took it." This statement exploded like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. Officer Lao Wang widened his eyes and asked me what I had done with the 50,000 yuan. With a contemptuous expression, I said, "I haven't eaten candy since I was 3. I used the money for investments." My mom froze instantly and roared, asking me what I had invested in. I puffed out my chest and proudly declared, "I've bought 5 computers, rented a storefront at the street corner, and opened an internet cafe." Hearing this, everyone was stunned speechless. They didn't believe an 8-year-old child could do such a thing. They all thought I'd been deceived. But I shook my head seriously, citing ancient examples to prove my point. Limi impressed Emperor Xuanzong of Tang at the age of 6, and Gon Luo became prime minister at 12. Do you look down on children? This speech made the police burst into laughter, while my mother nearly collapsed to the ground. My mother pointed at me with trembling fingers, urging me to return the money immediately. But I calmly replied, "The money's already spent, it can't be taken back. But don't worry, my internet cafe is definitely going to make money, it's 1998 after all. There's a saying in the future, if you want to get rich, open an internet cafe." My mom was so angry she grabbed me by the collar, yelling loudly about taking me home to wait for my dad to come back and beat me. I struggled and muttered, "Don't I have any dignity?" What I got in return were a few unceremonious slaps from my mom, which sent the police officers into fits of laughter. My mother dragged me along, my toes barely touching the ground, with people staring the whole way, and I was thoroughly annoyed. Who gets their ass spanked by their own mom upon being reborn? I was just an ordinary office worker in my 30s, living a plain and uneventful life. Unexpectedly, after a drunken night, I was reborn back to the age of 8, on July 3, 1998. I can't figure out why it's me, but I can't be bothered to think about it. I just want to enjoy this second life to the fullest. My mother pulled me to the street corner, where I saw the Jiali Internet Café that I had named after her. The crooked red-lettered sign, trendy computers, and the handwritten new store opening, 3 yuan per hour promotional slogan I wrote on the cashier's counter. It left her utterly astonished. She asked me how I got the business license, and I casually replied, "I got my cousin to do it, and he even became my assistant. I pay him $500 a month." My mother's eyes widened in shock. 500 yuan was a huge sum in her time, equivalent to what she could earn in an entire month of backbreaking labor. Annoyed and helpless, she pinched my ear and dragged me to the public phone to call my dad, Tan Jiayi. She urgently told my dad, "Your precious son took 50,000 yuan from us and opened an internet cafe." On the other end of the phone, my dad clearly thought she was talking nonsense. At that moment, my cousin Tan Lunwen, a tall boy with dyed blonde hair, appeared humming a little tune. My mother questioned him why he was fooling around with me, but he said with admiration, "Aunt, my cousin is like an immortal descended from heaven. I truly admire him and will follow him for the rest of my life." My mother asked him why in confusion, and he scratched his head shyly. "He taught me how to pick up girls." I did as he said, and within just 2 days, I managed to win over a girl. Hearing this, my mother's eyes widened even more, turning from shock to a mix of amusement and exasperation. She looked at me, a mix of complex emotions swirling in her heart, unable to understand how this little guy of hers had suddenly become so mature. I gently tugged at the hem of her clothes. "Mom, since the money's already spent, just trust me on this. Wait until my internet cafe is open and I make money, then you can hit me all you want." My mom looked at my determined eyes and finally chose to believe me once. Before long, my dad, Tan Jiayi, hurried over on his bicycle. He looked at everything in the shop, listened to my mom's story, his mouth wide open, and the shock on his face was no less than my mom's. He was stunned for a long time before he managed to blurt out a sentence. How much did you pay for this computer? Chapter 4, Persuading Mom and Dad. Funny enough, I took my cousin to the computer market. I haggled with the seller and didn't spend much at all. Tan Jiayi waved his small hand. Though his petite frame stood before the crowd, he spoke with great authority. I got an Intel 350 CPU for $1,700, a motherboard with an Intel chipset for around $1,300, a top-of-the-line 17-inch CRT monitor for $2,000, PC 100 memory, a Quantum Fireball 7 hard drive, plus the case, graphics card, and other bits altogether came to $8,000. This barrage of technical jargon left Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali utterly dumbfounded. I checked around, this spec would normally cost nearly 10 grand anywhere else. But thanks to my connections and my cousin's silver tongue, we nailed it down. Don't underestimate my cousin just because he's young, his future is limitless. Tan Lunwen chimed in enthusiastically, his eyes brimming with admiration for the youngster. Tan Jiayi grew more animated as he spoke, kicking his short legs up onto a chair. Standing on it, he exclaimed with great excitement. I even bragged to the shop owner that within 3 months I'd open an internet cafe with 100 computers and I'd buy them all from him. He was so happy he gave me 10 sets of mouse and keyboard for free. How about that, son? Pretty impressive, huh? Wow. This kid 8 years old. He actually sat down with a computer store owner to negotiate business, brazenly bragging about opening a 100-computer internet cafe in 3 months? Holy crap! 100 computers at 8,000 each, that's 800,000 yuan. Back in 1998, the average worker only made $500 or $600 a month. To save up 800,000, you'd have to live on air and water for a solid 133 years. My son. He sure can talk big. Lu Jiali stared blankly at Tan Jiayi, only to find her usually dull, rigid, and rule-abiding husband now gazing at her with eyes aglow, his face beaming with pride like, my son is the best. After a moment's thought, Lu Jiali frowned and said, son, you make it sound so easy, but will anyone actually play at this internet cafe? Charging 3 yuan an hour from the start? That's not exactly cheap. Tan Jiayi responded with brimming confidence, Mom, you can rest easy. Times have changed, this is the age of internet technology. Arcade games are always the same few titles, with outdated graphics and gameplay. But an internet cafe is different. You can play all kinds of games, browse the web, and chat with people far away. He paused, his face flushing bright red as he continued excitedly, a lot of people are already getting online. It's not widespread yet, but the trend is clear. In the future, the internet will change the world. I just need one day to prove it all. Tan Jiayi nodded frequently beside him, his eyes brimming with pride for his son. Lu Jiali remained hesitant, frowning as she said, that may be true, but 50,000 yuan is no small sum. 2,000 of that came from a bank loan. What if we lose it all? Lose? Tan Jiayi suddenly grew serious. So what if we lose it? As your father, I can afford to lose it for my son. Turning to Tan Jiayi, Tan Jiayi gave him a thumbs up. Son, you're amazing. I knew it. My son, Tan Jiayi's son, would never be destined to be just an ordinary person like us. Since the money's already spent and the shop's up and running, I'll take the hit for this 50 grand. Worst case, we go broke. Dad'll grit his teeth and work hard for a few years to pay it back. Tan Jiayi, who usually kept quiet on major matters and never voiced opinions on minor ones, found himself unexpectedly stirred by Tan Jiayi's few words today. His mood soared, and he reached out, pulling Tan Jiayi into his arms. He pinched his little nose affectionately. Honey, but my cousin is coming tonight to collect the money. Lu Jiali tugged at Tan Jiayi's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Tan Jiayi took a deep breath and declared firmly, tonight, I'll refuse him. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to say no. Lu Jiali sighed helplessly, nodding softly as a complex expression flickered in her eyes. After settling the internet cafe arrangements, Tan Jiayi excitedly perched on the front bar of his father's bicycle, his face radiating uncontrollable excitement. Lu Jiali sat on the back seat, her arms gently wrapped around Tan Jiayi's waist. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed them in light, as if gilding this family with a golden halo. Along the way, the city streets of 1998 bustled with life. A torrent of bicycles filled the streets, their bells ringing in waves. Street food stalls, restaurants, and clothing shops bustled with customers. Long-tailed trolleybuses glided slowly by, and at each stop, crowds of people swarmed onto the vehicles. Come on, meet in 98. Come on, meet in 1998. Pop music blared from the street-side music halls, while sewing machines in tailor shops hummed dee-dee-dee. The world of 1998 came vividly alive once more before my eyes. The family rode their double-deck bicycles and soon arrived at the building where they lived. Tan Jiayi's home was a cylindrical building constructed in the 1950s with Soviet aid. 5 stories tall, its exterior looked aged, with paint peeling off the walls to reveal patches of mottled cement. As soon as they stepped into the hallway, the aroma of cooking wafted toward them. Like many such old cylinder-shaped buildings in 1998, there were no private kitchens here. Every household cooked right in the stairwell. It was dinner time, and the hallway buzzed with activity. The clatter of pots and pans mingled with the chatter and laughter of people. Tan Jiayi bounded up the stairs, cheerfully greeting uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas as he passed their doorways. Some neighbors were stir-frying over coal stoves, flames licking the pot bottoms. Others were simmering soup over honeycomb coal stoves, steam rising thickly. As soon as he reached his own door, he saw a group of children, big and small, clutching rice bowls. They ran from house to house, laughing and shouting. "Try our braised pork. Come try my mom's stir-fried green beans." The children, enjoying dishes from every household, wore pure, innocent smiles. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali also smiled and exchanged pleasantries with neighbors, the warmth and closeness between households palpable. Tan Jiayi dashed into the house first. This small two-room cottage had the living room serving as Tan Jiayi's bedroom, with his parents' room beyond. Both cramped spaces held simple furniture, though the television purchased just a couple of years ago still looked quite new. Though their living conditions were modest, the family's happiest moments were spent gathered around the table together. They were in the middle of their meal when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Lu Jiali called out. "Sis, it's me, Jiadeju," came a voice from outside that sounded honest and down to earth. "Sis, brother-in-law, I'm here." "Damn it. He's here. That guy finally here." Chapter 5, The Hypocritical Relative. The moment Tan Jiayi heard that name, the smile that had lit up her face instantly vanished. Rage flared up inside her like a sudden spark. It was Jiadeju, the very man who had exploited his family connection to sweet-talk her parents out of their hard-earned savings. She hadn't forgotten that debt. The door swung open quickly. Jiadeju entered with a broad, beaming smile, one that looked utterly fake and sickening to Tan Jiayi. He entered without a hint of hesitation, carrying a bag of fruit in his left hand and holding his son, Jiangcheng, by the right. Jiadeju greeted them warmly. "Sis, brother-in-law, I just saw these apples on the street, they're so sweet. I bought a bag for Jiayi to try." "Oh, you should have just come over." "No need to buy fruit," Lu Jiali said politely, placing the fruit on the table with practiced ease. Jiangcheng was also 8 this year, though a few months younger than Tan Jiayi. Yet now he stood slightly taller than Tan Jiayi. Following behind Jiadeju, his little eyes darted around, curiously examining every corner of the room, not missing a single detail. Every time this kid came over, the house would inevitably be missing a toy or two. "Daiju, come sit down. My wife will fetch some glasses. I'll have a couple of drinks with you," Tan Jiayi instructed, glancing at the awkward Lu Jiali. Though usually timid and awkward, when it was his turn to shine, he didn't hesitate. Jiadeju, unaware that his sure thing, the 50,000 yuan, had flown away, plopped down and beamed. "Sure thing. I'll have a couple with my brother-in-law. We gotta get this party started." Lu Jiali brought over the wine glasses, but Jiadeju snatched one away, pouring himself a drink before raising it to Tan Jiayi. His gaze swept over Tan Jiayi and Jiangcheng. "These two kids are just sitting here bored. Let them go play in the inner room." Tan Jiayi heard this and felt deeply displeased, muttering under his breath, "I don't want to play with that little brat." Lu Jiali heard this and immediately turned her head, glaring at him sharply. Her tone carried a hint of reproach. "Young man, how dare you speak like that? Look at Jiangcheng, he excels in his studies, is always diligent and sensible, and even won the 3 Good Student Award this year. Can't you learn a thing or two from him?" Tan Jiayi felt utterly wronged by his mother's scolding. His lips puckered so tightly he could have hung an oil bottle from them. He muttered under his breath, "Learn from him? Learn my ass." Though his voice was low, it brimmed with defiance. Jiangcheng and Tan Jiayi entered the inner room one after the other. The moment they entered, Jiangcheng lifted his head, a hint of arrogance on his face, and declared loudly, "I heard what you said. You actually said learn my ass? With your test scores never reaching 100, you think it's an insult to suggest you learn from me?" Tan Jiayi rolled her eyes in exasperation, turning her head away, refusing to utter another word. This guy was just like his father, a complete show-off, always looking for chances to flaunt himself. In his previous life, Jiangcheng had spent his entire childhood stepping on Tan Jiayi to shine in front of relatives, costing him at least dozens of extra bamboo shoot and pork stir-fry meals. Seeing Tan Jiayi's indifference, Jiangcheng's small eyes darted about. He quickly pulled a brand new Dragon Ball comic book from his pocket and waved it in front of Tan Jiayi. He declared triumphantly, "Look! This is the hottest Japanese manga right now. It's absolutely amazing. Look at you showing off. Dragon Ball? What's so great about that?" Tan Jiayi snorted dismissively. "Hey kid, you think showing off Dragon Ball is gonna impress me? Don't you know I'm the guy who's watched One Piece and Naruto 8 times each? Call me bro and I'll let you borrow it." Jiangcheng's eyes narrowed to slits, his lips curled up in a smug grin. His face radiated self-satisfaction, his head swaying slightly with that childish arrogance unique to youngsters. This kid. Just because I'm a few months older than him, he refuses to acknowledge me as his older brother. Now he's trying to bribe me with comics to call him big brother? Too bad. In my eyes, you'll always be the little brother. Tan Jiayi shot back with utter disdain, "You want to be my brother? In your next life? No, even in the next life, you wouldn't have the right." Jiangcheng flushed crimson with anger. I get good grades. That makes me worthy of being the older brother. As the saying goes, the most accomplished becomes the teacher. Not only can I recite countless Tang poems, can you? Sunlight bathes the incense burner in purple smoke from afar, the waterfall hangs like a curtain over the river. A waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. That's Li Bai's viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. Can you recite it? Can you? I know it my ass. Tan Jiayi was utterly annoyed. Just as he was about to give the kid a sharp flick on the head, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the outer room. Bam! First came the sound of a table being slammed, followed by the clatter of teacups and plates crashing onto it. Then came Zhao Deju's furious roar, "Sis! Brother-in-law! This is totally unfair. We agreed this 50,000 yuan was for me. How could you take my money and give it to your 8-year-old son? And open an internet cafe? This is ridiculous." Tan Huigan hurriedly explained, "Deju, calm down. The money's already spent. We really had no choice. We saw the kid had this dream, and we thought there might actually be a chance. That's why we gritted our teeth and made the decision." Lu Jiali nodded repeatedly beside him, offering a forced smile. "Yes, Deju, we're so sorry. Truly, we are." But Zhao Deju wouldn't listen. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he hurled a string of vile insults. Tan Jiayi, listening from the inner room, was boiling with rage. He couldn't take it anymore. His eyes blazing red like an enraged young lion, he burst out, "What business were you planning with all that money you asked my parents for? When my parents asked you before, you kept stammering. Is your lousy business some kind of secret you're afraid to reveal?" Zhao Deju stared at the enraged 8-year-old before him, momentarily stunned. Then a cold smile spread across his face as he sneered, "Humph. What could a little brat like you possibly understand? If I told you what business I'm planning, it would scare the living daylights out of you." Tan Jiayi didn't back down. He stuck out his chin and shouted back, "Then tell us." Zhao Deju paused, a flicker of smugness in his eyes. Raising his voice, he declared, "Fine, since you insist. I have a venture in Guangdong province. The risks are high, but the profits are enormous. As they say, fortune favors the bold. After it's done, you get 7, I get 3. Remember, 7 for you, 3 for me. Hey, it's not that I can't handle it myself. The only reason I'm asking you to invest is because we're family." Lu Jiali shuddered involuntarily at the words, stammering, "Deju, you wouldn't be talking about buying arms, would you?" Chapter 6, Up the Stakes. Is your son up for it? Zhao Deju's eyes widened at Lu Jiali's words. He retorted loudly, "Sis, don't jump to conclusions. Zhao Deju, would never get involved in such a life-threatening business." Lowering his voice mysteriously, his eyes sparkling with cunning and excitement, he continued, "I know the manager of a pager factory we're as thick as thieves. He's got a batch of the best Chinese character pagers on the market, full features, crystal clear display, and rock-solid quality. If we can just get this shipment back to Jiangcheng and find the right channels to flip it, we'll hit the jackpot. Countless people are scrambling for this opportunity. I had to drink several rounds of heavy liquor with that manager and guarantee it with my life to secure this deal. So naturally, my first thought was to bring you two into this fortune. We're family, after all." Lu Jiali and Tan Huigan exchanged glances, both eyes flickering with a hint of excitement. In today's world, pagers were selling like hotcakes. Walk down any street, and you'd see anyone with a bit of status or means sporting one on their belt. When it beeped, they looked like they owned the world. If they could really get their hands on a batch, the profits would be unimaginable. Poof. A frog in a well, utterly clueless about how the world has changed. Tan Jiayi, who had been observing coldly all along, sneered. He folded his arms across his chest, his youthful face brimming with disdain. "Pagers? What era are we in? Thinking you can get rich off these things? It's 1998 now, not 1995. Pagers are outdated technology. They'll soon be replaced by cheaper and cheaper cell phones. If we buy a huge batch, whether we can even sell them is a big question mark. Besides, if it were really that easy to make money, why would anyone hand this opportunity to someone like you with no connections and no capital? I say, they're just digging a hole for you to fall into." Zhao Deju's temper flared at these words. He glared impatiently at Tan Jiayi and shouted angrily, "What do you know, you 8-year-old brat? You're still wet behind the ears. What business do you have speaking up? Go on, go play somewhere. Stop messing around here." Tan Huigan, however, ignored Zhao Deju's fury. He reached out and patted Tan Jiayi's little head affectionately, a gentle smile on his face. "Son, take your time. Daddy's listening." Turning to Zhao Deju, Tan Huigan added, "Though my son is young, what he said earlier was well-reasoned. He is a member of this family. Both in reason and in sentiment, I must hear my son's thoughts." Zhao Mingxing, standing nearby, couldn't help but snort coldly, her face twisted with scorn. "Him? Uncle, don't let him fool you. He's always at the bottom of the class, sleeping through lessons, teasing girls during breaks, and can't even score 100 points. How could he possibly have the insight of my father?" Tan Jiayi, hearing this, lifted his head defiantly, stiffened his neck, and retorted loudly, "I sleep all day, and I still do better than you. Don't think you're so great just because your grades are a bit better. Zhao Mingxing sneered even more coldly, still talking big. Just now when I challenged you to a Tang poetry recitation contest, you didn't even dare to accept. Yet you claim to study better than me? You're just spouting nonsense. If you're so confident, why don't we have a contest? Right here in front of everyone? Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward in a confident smile. Meeting Zhao Mingxing's gaze without flinching, he crossed his arms and declared, "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" "Fine." Before Zhao Mingxing could finish, Tan Jiayi cut in, "Just competing is boring. Let's add a wager." "What kind of stakes?" Zhao Mingxing pressed. "If I lose, I'll sell the internet cafe to your dad for 50 grand. If you lose, you're out of my house, no more contact, ever." Tan Jiayi threw his head back and declared with unwavering resolve. "Holy! Are you trying to cut ties?" Everyone present froze in shock. Zhao Mingxing, after all, was only 8 years old. Hearing this, he was startled and immediately looked to his father. Zhao Dezhu felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. He knew his son's academic prowess well. He was renowned for excellence at school, consistently ranking at the top of every exam. Even teachers never stopped praising his son as sensible, sharp, well-behaved, and knowledgeable. Now look at Tan Jiayi, a complete underachiever at school, sleeping through classes and causing trouble during breaks. How could he possibly be a match for his son? A smug smile spread across his face. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Fine. It's settled. I refuse to believe my son can't beat you." At these words, Zhao Mingxing stepped forward first. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming with pride. With clear enunciation, he recited, seeing off Yuan air on his mission to Wanxi by Wang Wei. "Morning rain in Weicheng wets the dust, green willows by the inn, fresh and new. I urge you to drink one more cup of wine, for west of Yang Pass, there'll be no old friends." The young man's voice rang out crisp and clear as he recited, each word delivered with unwavering conviction. When he reached "I urge you to drink one more cup," he deliberately raised his hand in a toast, as if he were truly present at that farewell scene. After finishing the recitation in one breath, Zhao Mingxing shot Tan Jiayi a sideways glance, his eyes brimming with challenge. "This poem isn't taught until 4th grade. You're only in 2nd grade, you wouldn't know it, would you?" Tan Jiayi was utterly speechless. If it weren't for his rebirth, Zhao Mingxing would have totally pulled off this act. But alas, rebirth is the ultimate cheat code. So-called prodigies and child geniuses? They're nothing but stepping stones for those who've been reborn. Brother Jiayi, don't lose too badly, okay? Seeing Tan Jiayi silent, Zhao Mingxing thought he was feeling guilty. Smugly, he returned to his father's embrace, his face beaming with pride. "Ah, my son's only in 2nd grade, yet he can recite Tang poetry from 4th grade. Son, you're your father's pride." Zhao Dezhu couldn't contain his pride, hugging Zhao Mingxing and showering him with kisses. Meanwhile, Lu Jiali and Tan Huigan instinctively slumped in dejection. After all, Tan Jiayi had been mischievous since childhood, with no interest in studying whatsoever. He'd barely glance at his textbooks for 10 minutes before his eyelids started drooping. How could he possibly compare to Zhao Mingxing, who'd been class monitor since kindergarten? But Tan Jiayi remained unflappable, launching his counterattack without hesitation. The ancient prefecture of Yuzhong, the new capital of Hongdu. The stars divide the constellations of Yi and Jun, while the land connects to Hong and Lu. It embraces the 3 rivers and encircles the 5 lakes, controlling the lands of Man and Jing while extending to O and Yu. Blessed with natural treasures, its splendor shines upon the constellations of the Ox and the Dipper, a land of outstanding talents, where Su Ru descended from Chen Fan's bed. At first, Zhao Mingxing listened with a look of disdain on his face. But as Tan Jiayi's recitation progressed, his complexion gradually turned pale, his eyes widened, and the confidence on his face was slowly replaced by terror. Chapter 7, The Internet Café opens. What Tang poem is this? The kid frantically searched his memory, yet the lines were utterly unfamiliar. Abundant natural treasures, a land of outstanding talents? Tan Huigan listened with a blank expression. After a long string of words, only these 2 phrases sounded familiar. Adorned with embroidered doors, gazing upon carved eaves, mountains and plains stretch vast before the eye, rivers and lakes wind their way, astonishing to behold. Tan Jiayi's clear, childlike voice echoed through the room. Zhao Dezhu's previously smirking expression froze instantly. His eyes widened, his face etched with utter disbelief. What on earth was that? This 8-year-old had rattled off several lines, yet he couldn't understand a single word and didn't even know how to write most of them. This is ing 8 years old? Is this really the same nephew I know, the one who sleeps through class, flirts with girls during breaks, and has abysmal grades? What the hell was he reciting? Where now are the imperial sons of the pavilion? Beyond the railings, the Yangtze flows on in vain. The preface to the Pavilion of Prince Teng, Tang Dynasty, Wang Bo. I finished reciting it. Tan Jiayi delivered the 600-plus character preface with perfect cadence and emphasis, as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxing bit his lower lip, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as terror washed over him. He never imagined Tan Jiayi, the academic failure he'd always dismissed, could recite such breathtaking poetry. This is way too long. Zhao Dezhu's face alternated between pale and flushed, his thoughts hidden. Son, you're amazing. How did you memorize such a long poem? Lu Jiali cheered, scooping Tan Jiayi into her arms and kissing him repeatedly in sheer delight. It's not a poem, it's parallel prose. The preface to the Pavilion of Prince Teng is hailed as the greatest parallel prose piece of all time, packed with dozens of idioms and allusions. Son, you're so talented. Mommy is so happy. One more kiss, moi moi moi. Zhao Mingxing stared wide-eyed at Tan Jiayi, who was being showered with endless affection. Her eyes filled with mist, and suddenly, she burst into tears. Tears streamed down his face, and a long string of snot shot out. Dad, I want to go home. I want to go home. Zhao Mingxing threw herself into Zhao Deju's arms, sobbing and sniffling, rubbing her tear-streaked face against her father's chest. Damn it, this kid. Seeing she couldn't win the argument, she was about to run. Fine, the sooner he leaves, the better. Tan Jiayi jumped straight out of Lu Jiali's arms without a word, ran over to open the door, and said to Zhao Deju, Uncle Zhao, please. Zhao Deju's lips trembled, wanting to protest but finding no grounds to do so. Filled with resentment, he gritted his teeth and shot Tan Jiayi a fierce glare, as if etching this humiliation into his memory. Then he scooped up Zhao Mingxing and whispered, let's go home. Tan Huigan stood up. Deju, this is just kids playing. Come visit often in the future. Your son's made something of himself. I'd be afraid to set foot in your house from now on. Zhao Deju snorted coldly, clutching Zhao Mingxing tightly as he strode away without a backward glance. Tan Jiayi watched his retreating figure and finally felt a little relieved. Mom and Dad's 50,000 yuan was safe. The next morning, Tan Jiayi woke up at 7 sharp and scrambled out of bed. The internet cafe was opening today, the starting point that would change everything. How could he possibly sleep? Watching her son rush through washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lu Jiali felt a pang of concern. Son, it's only 7 o'clock. Why not sleep a little longer? No way. Today at 10:18 is an auspicious time we're setting off firecrackers for the grand opening. As the owner, I absolutely have to be there. Tan Jiayi answered while glancing at his reflection in the mirror. With his delicate, youthful features, he was every inch a handsome young man. Son, Mom and Dad will go with you. Tan Huigan couldn't bear to leave his son alone and also wanted to see how the internet cafe business was doing. Unable to sleep either, he climbed out of bed. The family happily finished their morning routine and rode their bicycles to the internet cafe. It was summer vacation and a weekend. As soon as the three arrived at the door, they heard a clamor of voices. A dozen or so teenagers, all around 15 or 16, were crowded together, chattering excitedly. A teenage boy wearing a cap frowned, glancing around anxiously. We've been waiting forever. Why isn't this new internet cafe open yet? Didn't they say it was opening today? A lanky teenager beside him chimed in, exactly. Hope they're not standing us up. If we can't play today, it'll totally ruin our mood. A chubby teenager beside them licked his lips excitedly and shouted, we're way too early. It's only 8:30. Yeah, we're a bit early. How could we not be? Where else can you snag a seat? I waited 3 hours yesterday just to get online. Yeah, don't even get me started. I finally got a seat, played 2 rounds of Red Alert, and ran out of money. This place charges only $3 an hour. Everywhere else is 5. Today I'm playing my heart out. Back in those early days of the internet boom, internet cafes were still a novelty for most people. There were no restrictions on minors like today, they truly welcomed everyone. Here it comes, everyone. Don't rush, official opening isn't until 10:18. Tan Jiayi hopped off his bicycle and announced to the crowd. Who are you? The group of teenagers stared blankly at the tiny 8-year-old. I'm the boss. Tan Jiayi declared proudly, twirling the keys in his fingers. Holy crap, you're the boss? A boss this young? Cut the crap, his dad's the real boss. He's just a little boss. Never mind that. Boss, hurry up and open the door, I need to get online. Yeah, hurry up and open the door. The crowd couldn't care less whether Tan Jiayi was the boss, they just kept yelling for him to open the door. With customers already crowding the door, might as well open early. Tan Jiayi lit a string of firecrackers. The crackling explosions announced the official opening of Jiali Internet Café. Amidst the deafening crackle of firecrackers, the teenagers burst through the open doors like caged birds set free, their excitement nearly knocking the door off its hinges. These kids, is this game really that much fun? Lu Jiali was genuinely baffled. Boss, do you have Red Alert? What about Half-Life? StarCraft must be here, right? What about Quake and Age of Empires? Do you have those? The teenagers rushed inside, shouting loudly as they went. Tan Jiayi dashed behind the counter, a confident smile on his face, and quickly replied, we've got it all. We have the most complete selection of games here: StarCraft, Half-Life, Red Alert, even Beachhead, Tomb Raider, and Diablo. We guarantee you'll have a blast. Wow, Diablo 2? Awesome. I've been wanting to play that forever. Boss, I'll take 5 hours. I'll take 3 hours. Give me 2 hours. The teenagers waved their bills excitedly, as if they were tickets to a world of joy, eager to start the game. Chapter 8, Dad's Business Sense. Tan Jiayi collected the money while swiftly flipping open a notebook. His small hand held a ballpoint pen as he meticulously recorded each person's rental time. Though his handwriting was a bit messy and clearly childish, every stroke showed genuine diligence. In no time, all 6 computers in the internet cafe were occupied. Each machine was surrounded by a cluster of friends. Some craned their necks, eyes glued to the screens, occasionally letting out gasps of surprise. Others gestured wildly with excitement, offering strategies to their gaming companions. The red alert player was completely absorbed in commanding his troops, while the person beside him excitedly pounded the table. Quick, send the tanks around the back for a surprise attack. Players of Half-Life were sweating profusely, frantically responding to the action, while their teammates shouted warnings, "Watch your back! Enemy approaching!" Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali stood nearby, watching the lively scene with astonishment. Their son was right, this internet cafe really was this popular. Lu Jiali's mind raced with thoughts. Finally unable to resist, she tugged at Tan Jiayi's sleeve and began calculating the numbers. Wajen, look, if a computer runs non-stop for 24 hours, at $3 an hour, that's $72 a day. 30 days a month means $2,160. 6 computers, that's $12,960. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredibly profitable, it's like running a money printing factory. Lu Jiali's monthly salary was only 500 yuan. This so-called computer, with its big head and big brain, earned in 7 days what she made in a month. How could she not be stunned? Tan Jiayi was also stunned by the figures, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He sighed with emotion, my son really has an eye for this. It seems we trusted him, and we were right to do so. The July heat was unbearable. The internet cafe wasn't large, and with over 20 people crammed inside, the air became stiflingly hot and humid. Tan Jiayi sat there drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead. The others were equally sweltering. Some fanned themselves constantly with their hands, while others simply took off their shirts, sitting bare-chested. Seeing this scene, Tan Jiayi felt a pang of concern. He turned to Lu Jiali and said, "It's so hot, someone's bound to get heatstroke this afternoon. I'll go buy a big fan to cool everyone down." With that, he hurried out of the internet cafe, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled toward the appliance store. Lu Jiali pulled up a stool and happily sat down beside Tan Jiayi, her heart brimming with joy. Heaven bless her womb had truly been generous, bearing such a money-making little treasure. "Boss, I'm done." A young guy played for just an hour before running out of money. He dragged his 3 friends over to Tan Jiayi, all of them looking disappointed. "Alright, come back anytime. Oh, and starting tomorrow, we're back to the regular rate of $5 an hour. But after midnight, our Lee's internet cafe offers half-price overnight passes, $20 for 8 hours. Tan Jiayi waved to the kid. The kid's ears perked up at that. Half-price for all-nighters? $20 for 8 hours? Yes, that's how it'll be from now on. Wow, that's even cheaper than the grand opening special of $3 an hour. Awesome. I'll scrape together $20 tomorrow and play all night. I'm coming tomorrow too." The group of kids chattered excitedly. "Remember to spread the word for me." Tan Jiayi wouldn't miss any chance for promotion, handing out a piece of big bubblegum to each of them. "Big bubblegum. You're so generous, little boss. You're a real pal, kid. I'll definitely spread the word." "Yeah, we'll all spread the word for you." The kids quickly popped the bubblegum into their mouths, blowing bubbles as they walked away. Their vacant seats were immediately filled by newcomers. "Boss, turn it on, I'll take 2 hours. Alright, machine 5, go ahead." Lu Jiali gazed at Tan Jiayi's earnest little face, itching to pull him back into her arms for a few more kisses. "You little rascal, you even know tricks like half-price overnight rates? What's the big deal? Internet cafes are packed these days, but nighttime business always slows down. This way, we can make more money. Later, I'll launch membership recharge promotions with free internet time, host gaming tournaments, and hire attractive female staff, aiming to make our Jiali Internet Café the top spot in all of Jiangcheng." "Hold on, son, I don't understand any of this. But what do you mean by beautiful female staff?" "Well, since most customers are male, it's all about attraction, right? Hiring a few pretty girls as cashiers will naturally draw in guys who like to look at beautiful women. If they want to see my beauties, they'll have to come spend money at my place." "Got it, Mom? You little rascal. You're only 8 and already know about attraction between the sexes?" "Ahem, my cousin told me that. I just remembered it and thought of it. Beautiful female internet cafe manager. My aunt's daughter is really pretty. She just graduated high school this year, didn't get into college, and has nothing to do. She's just sitting around at home. Why don't I ask her to come over?" "Sure thing. I'll pay her 500 a month, same as my cousin. She can take the morning shift while he handles the evening shift." "Perfect. Alright, I'll talk to my aunt about it when I get home." Tan Jiayi excitedly hugged his mom, then pulled out 5 yuan from the drawer. "Mom, watch this for me while I go buy some popsicles for us to share." Without waiting for Lu Jiali's reply, the little rascal hopped off the stool and dashed out the door. "You little glutton, slow down." Lu Jiali watched her son disappear through the doorway, smiling and shaking her head. Soon, Tan Jiayi came running back, carrying a large industrial fan on his shoulder. Honey, you bought such a huge fan. Lu Jiali hurried over to help Tan Jiayi set it up. If you're going to buy one, buy a big one, bigger is better. Tan Jiayi plugged it in and flipped the switch. The fan whirred to life, sending a wave of cool air through the room. Wow, so refreshing. Having a fan is so awesome. Man, I was sweating buckets earlier from the heat. Now I'm gonna take down this boss. The cool breeze made the boys play even more enthusiastically. Tan Jiayi looked excitedly around the room and said to Lu Jiali, Honey, I think this place has a great location by the dock, but it's too small. If our son wants to expand the business, this spot just won't cut it. We just opened, and you're already thinking about expanding? Lu Jiali chuckled, gently tapping Tan Jiayi's forehead. Just as Tan Jiayi was about to respond, Tan Jiayi burst in with an ice pop. Dad, ice pop. Feeling the cool breeze on his face, Tan Jiayi turned to see the industrial-sized fan and widened his eyes. Dad, did you buy this? Yep. Your dad thought it was too crowded and hot in here, so he ran out and got you a fan. Lu Jiali said cheerfully. So Dad actually has a knack for business after all. Chapter 9, The Role of a Beauty. It seemed that if Zhao Deju hadn't swindled the family out of 50,000 yuan in his previous life, causing Dad to never recover, perhaps he could have carved out his own path. Tan Jiayi mused inwardly as she ate ice pops with her parents. Watching the room fill with customers and the cash pile up in the drawer, the smile on her little face wouldn't fade. 6 computers ran from morning till night, barely taking a minute's rest. The moment someone logged off, another would immediately take their place. And even those who couldn't play themselves stood behind others, watching intently with rapt attention. It wasn't until after midnight that a few computers finally became available. Dad, Mom, we operated 14 hours today. 6 computers earned us 252 yuan. Tan Jiayi counted the money and handed it all to his mother. 252 yuan. That's half a month's salary for me. Even though she'd braced herself, Lu Jiali was still utterly thrilled. Not a full day, just half a day. This internet cafe is really profitable. And I think the market can sustain it today. So many people couldn't even get a seat. They just stood behind others watching them play all afternoon. Tan Jiayi couldn't help but marvel. He had only known to bury his head in work before, never imagining the world had transformed beyond his wildest dreams. Thankfully, heaven had blessed him with a clever son. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Cousin, tonight's all on you. Tan Jiayi grinned, slapping his cousin's backside. Got it, don't worry. His cousin Tan Lunwen arrived at 8 o'clock sharp. He was on the night shift, scheduled to work until 8 the next morning. Let's go home. Holding his parents' hands, Tan Jiayi returned once more to that carefree era. An era of rapid progress, where every industry was undergoing fierce transformation and advancing by leaps and bounds. On the third day, Tan Jiayi was still accompanied by his parents, keeping watch at the internet cafe. Business remained booming, with even more people than before. Before noon, the cramped space was already packed. Young gamers huddled around computers, eyes glued to screens, excited shouts mingling with the clatter of keyboards, clicks of mice, and chatter. The air buzzed with youthful energy and the scent of sweat. Around 2 in the afternoon, the door creaked open with a soft squeak. A gentle breeze slipped in, dispelling some of the stifling heat. A girl appeared in the doorway, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She wore a white floral dress, its hem falling with perfect lightness and grace, showcasing the sweet innocence of a young girl. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few playful strands clinging to her fair cheeks, accentuating her delicate features. What drew particular attention, however, were her eyes clear and bright like a spring, carrying the shy innocence of someone new to the world. In the noisy, chaotic internet cafe, she seemed utterly out of place. Lu Jiali, ever observant, spotted her immediately. A warm smile instantly lit up her face as she hurried forward. Xiao Yun. I've been waiting for you. I've been needing your help. Lu Jiali took her hand affectionately, then turned to Tan Jiayi and said, Son, this is your Aunt Yang Xiaoyun. Several young men who had been intensely focused on watching others play games were drawn by Lu Jiali's words and turned their heads to look. The moment they saw Yang Xiaoyun, their eyes widened like copper bells, their mouths slightly agape, and their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbed up and down. Holy! She's absolutely stunning. The young men, all around 17 or 18, swallowed hard, frozen in place as if under a spell, unable to snap out of it for quite some time. Auntie? I don't have such a young, pretty aunt, she's clearly my sister. Tan Jiayi hurried forward, a bright smile lighting up his face as he enthusiastically called out, Sis, you're here. Come sit over here. Saying this, he pulled Yang Xiaoyun to the chairs near the counter and thoughtfully adjusted one for her. Thank you. Yang Xiaoyun sat down shyly. Lu Jiali chatted with her for a bit before getting to the point. This morning I spoke with your mom. You weren't home at the time, but I figured since you're not working right now, why not come help out at our internet cafe? Tan Jiayi cleared her throat and said earnestly, Sis, you'll be working here from now on. The work at the internet cafe isn't difficult. Mainly, you'll record players' login times, ask how long they plan to play, collect payment in advance, and remind them to log off when their time is up. That's all there is to it. Yang Xiaoyun lowered her head slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she spoke softly. I can do that. I've been to an internet cafe before and have a general idea of the process. Her voice was as soft as a spring breeze, exceptionally soothing to the ear. Tan Jiayi nodded with a smile and continued, that's great. Sister, I'll pay you 500 yuan a month. How does that sound? In 1998, for a young person fresh out of school and just entering society, a monthly salary of 500 yuan was indeed a very decent income. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded eagerly, her face beaming with delight. Yes, absolutely. That's a great salary. I'd be happy to do it. But, is there anything else I need to be aware of? She looked up, surveying the small yet bustling internet cafe before her. Tan Jiayi scratched his head thoughtfully before replying earnestly, when you're working behind the counter, remember to wear light makeup, put on some lipstick or something. Dress nicely to attract more customers. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Lipstick? My mom never lets me wear makeup. She instinctively bit her soft pink lips, a look of hesitation crossing her face. Lu Jiali quickly chimed in from the side, you're old enough now, you've graduated high school, and you're about to enter society. Wearing a little makeup is perfectly normal. Don't worry, I'll talk to your mom about it. It'll be fine. She gave Yang Xiaoyun a gentle pat on the shoulder for reassurance. Yang Xiaoyun hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding shyly in agreement. After all, she secretly longed to look pretty, but she was afraid her mom would scold her. Seeing this, Tan Jiayi promptly pulled a bottle of Coke from under the counter and handed it to Yang Xiaoyun with a hearty smile. Here you go, sis. From now on, you can have a free bottle of Coke every day, it's your special perk. Yang Xiaoyun took the Coke, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with delight. In 1998, cola was a luxury drink priced at 3 yuan per bottle, something most people couldn't afford. Yang Xiaoyun smiled warmly at Tan Jiayi, her heart brimming with gratitude. Little brother, you're such a generous little boss. No problem, we're family. From now on, we'll make money together and get rich together. Tan Jiayi was brimming with confidence. Chapter 10, if we're going to do it, let's go big. 2 weeks later, after observing for a full 15 days, Tan Huagin was finally convinced from the bottom of his heart. For those 2 weeks, Jiali Internet Café was packed from morning till night non-stop, 24 hours a day. While other internet cafes had sparse crowds at night, just a handful of customers, Tan Jiayi launched a half-price overnight package promotion. By midnight, Jiali Internet Café already had people lining up to book overnight sessions. In just half a month, Tan Jiayi's precious son had raked in a whopping 9,000 yuan. Damn it, it was like they'd opened a money printing machine at home, churning out cash by the bucketful. Just as he was about to discuss things with his son, Tan Jiayi bounded over excitedly. Dad, the internet cafe made 9,000 in 2 weeks, but that's way too slow. I need to talk to you. Tan Jiayi's face was flushed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he rattled off his words like a machine gun. Tan Huagin sat sipping tea on an old chair. Hearing this, he froze slightly, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled. You're making that much and still think it's too slow? What on earth is going through your head, kid? Lu Jiali emerged from the back room holding a rag. 9,000 is little? That's a year and a half's wages for me. Mom and Dad, think about it, our internet cafe is booming right now. If we could expand, wouldn't we rake in even more money? I think we should add 20 more computers. 20 computers. 8,000 each? That's 16,000 yuan. At the mention of 20, Lu Jiali's eyes widened instantly, and the rag in her hand clattered to the floor. She blurted out, 20 computers? That's a fortune. Isn't it too risky? What if business turns bad later? How will we ever pay this back? Tan Huagin frowned as well. That's no small sum, son. I know it's not a small amount. I'm only 8 years old now and can't think of a way to handle it. I have to rely on you guys. Tan Jiayi walked over to his mother, gently took her hand, and patiently explained, Mom, don't worry. Look at our business over the past 2 weeks, it's been booming. People are getting more and more interested in going online. As long as we expand our operations, we'll definitely get more and more customers. Tan Huagin stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Son, you do have a point. But the problem is, where would we get such a large sum of money? We don't have that much savings. Tan Jiayi flashed a mysterious smile, straightened his back, and declared with confidence, Dad, I've already looked into it. Bank loan interest rates are very low right now. We can take out a loan. A loan? Lu Jiali's voice shot up sharply, her face flushing with alarm. We still owe 20,000 on our current loan. No way, absolutely not. If something goes wrong, our family will be completely ruined. In 1998, ordinary people avoided loans like the plague. Traditional thinking held that being debt-free meant freedom, and borrowing money was considered shameful, let alone taking on a massive 160,000 yuan loan. Tan Jiayi looked at his mother and said firmly, Mom, we'll use our house and our current internet cafe as collateral. Look how well our cafe is doing now, what's a little loan interest compared to that? Besides, banks are scrambling to meet their lending quotas now. Getting a loan will be easy, an opportunity like this won't come again. Even if the bank doesn't give us the full amount, we can ask our cousin's family or Yang Xiaoyan's family. They know how profitable the internet cafe is, we can borrow from them. Tan Huigan stared at his son, silent for a long moment. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face. I believe in my son. Over the past 2 weeks, I've seen firsthand how popular the internet cafe is. I've been thinking about expanding it too. We can give it a try. Lu Jiali looked from her husband to her son, her face resigned. If you two are so determined, then let's give it a shot. Things progressed smoothly. Tan Huigan secured a full 150,000 yuan loan using his house and the internet cafe as collateral. The bank staff treated him like royalty, attending to him with more care than they would their own father. Within 2 days, the full 150,000 yuan was deposited into Tan Huigan's account. When Tan Huigan left the bank, the staff member slipped away faster than a monkey, terrified Tan Huigan might change his mind and cancel the loan. His cousin Tan Lunwen and sister Yang Xiaoyun had also witnessed the internet cafe's popularity firsthand. At their urging, both families contributed a significant portion of their savings, pooling together 50,000 yuan for Tan Huigan. However, they didn't dare treat this money as equity to buy shares. Instead, they gave it to Tan Huigan as a loan, hoping to earn just a little interest. Such were the limitations of the times. Even when a path to wealth lay before them, most people lacked the boldness to stake everything on it and pursue big money. With 200,000 yuan in hand, Tan Jiayi was itching to get started. Accompanied by his father, Tan Jiayi navigated the Jiangcheng computer market with practiced ease. Chapter 11, You Say Stealing the Young Master? Hey, Mr. Tan, the young boss is here. It's only been a few days, and you're back to buy another computer? As Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan entered a computer shop, the middle-aged owner immediately greeted them warmly. The shop owner was Qin Yue, from whom Tan Jiayi had purchased inventory just half a month prior. Though 6 computers didn't seem like a huge order. But this was 1998. Computers had only been developing in Longwei for a few years, and this year was still considered the nascent stage of the computer industry. A decent computer configuration cost 8,000 yuan per unit, meaning 99% of households couldn't actually afford one. After all, the average worker only earned 400 or 500 yuan a month. It would take more than a year and a half of income to buy a single computer. Unless you were wealthy, who would buy so many? Tan Jiayi was different. At just 8 years old, he'd bought 6 computers without batting an eye half a month ago, netting several thousand yuan in profit. Therefore, upon seeing Tan Jiayi arrive, Qin Yue was incredibly enthusiastic. Business was coming his way. Mr. Qin, this is my dad. We're here today to discuss a big business deal. Tan Jiayi's baby's soft voice contrasted with his pretentious, grown-up demeanor, making Qin Yue chuckle. Mr. Tan, no need to mention it. You've truly raised an exceptional son, a young man of promise with such foresight. His future is boundless. Qin Yue extended both hands and shook Tan Huigan's firmly, as if he were praising his own son rather than someone else's. Tan Huigan's face glowed with pride. Being called a big boss by a fellow businessman naturally felt good. Come in and sit down. I'll brew some tea for you both. With that, Qin Yue led the 2 men inside and seated them. The shop wasn't large, perhaps 50 or 60 square meters, but in this part of the computer mall, it was considered a decent-sized store. Some computer monitors and accessories were displayed on counters for customers to browse and reference. Tan Huigan was seeing this for the first time. It all seemed novel yet incomprehensible to him. Soon after, Qin Yue poured 2 cups of hot tea, and the 3 sat down at the tea table. Tan Jiayi hopped onto a chair, picked up his teacup, blew on it to cool it, then took a small sip. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Not bad, top-grade Longjing. Probably 100 yuan per pound. 100 yuan per pound? Tan Huigan's hand nearly trembled as he lifted his cup. Was tea this extravagant during the new year? You know your tea, young Mr. Tan. This is my Westlake Longjing, reserved for honored guests, not something ordinary visitors get to taste. Qin Yue praised in surprise, astonished that an 8-year-old could discern his treasured tea. Remarkable. Tan Huigan was puzzled. He glanced at his son, whose eyes were narrowed in concentration. When exactly had his son become so knowledgeable about tea? Last New Year, the family hadn't had any good tea either. This Westlake Longjing was Tan Huigan's first taste too. Dad, why are you staring at me? Let's get down to business. Tan Jiayi swung his legs, reminding them. Tan Huigan quickly set down his teacup. Right, I almost forgot. Mr. Qin, is that correct? My son and I came here today to discuss a major business opportunity with you. Oh? What might Mr. Tan wish to discuss? At the mention of a major deal, Qin Yue perked up and asked earnestly. Tan Huigan took a deep sip of tea to moisten his throat before saying, Mr. Qin, I won't beat around the bush. Last time my son bought 6 computers from you, 8,000 yuan each, totaling 48,000 yuan, correct? That's correct. Qin Yue nodded. He remembered it clearly. Tan Jiayi had brought a high school student around 10 years old at the time. The CPU was an Intel 350, the motherboard also used an Intel chipset, we topped it off with the highest-end 17-inch CRT monitor, PC100 memory, a Quantum Fireball 7th generation hard drive, and other components. Assembled, each came to 8,000 yuan. Like Tan Jiayi, Xin Yuwei rattled off a string of technical terms that Tan Huigan couldn't begin to understand. Dad, the specs he mentioned are correct. Tan Jiayi chimed in from the side. Seeing this, Tan Huigan nodded, immediately grasping his son's meaning. He continued, well then, no doubt about it, this machine is indeed quite good. But as for the price, Mr. Qin is a big-time businessman himself. Could we perhaps discuss it a bit more? This machine really isn't profitable. Last time, if it weren't for young boss Tan buying 6 units at once, you absolutely couldn't get a computer with the same specs for 8,000. I'm barely making any money on this. Business is tough these days. At the mention of a discount, Xin Yuwei instantly adopted a pained expression, his acting so vivid it seemed utterly convincing. Tan Huigan didn't quite grasp the nuances, but Tan Jiayi understood perfectly. Computers were expensive back in '98, that was just the reality of the times, with high production costs. But 8,000 yuan per unit was already steep. Xin Yuwei was definitely making a profit, if not 1,000 yuan per unit, then at least 800. If he couldn't even make a 10% profit, why bother doing business at all? Tan Huigan looked troubled. He assumed Xin Yuwei barely made any profit, especially since he heard other computer shops sold decent machines for over 10,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan was indeed a significant discount. Unable to find the words, Tan Huigan, a naturally honest and straightforward man, found the offer of haggling stuck in his throat. At the same moment, Tan Jiayi sighed and discreetly tugged at his father's sleeve. This was the secret signal they'd agreed upon before coming. When in doubt, stay silent and let Tan Jiayi speak. Feeling the tug at his sleeve, Tan Huigan immediately fell silent. He picked up his teacup and sipped his tea, keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, letting his son handle the conversation. Admittedly, this 100 yuan per pound tea was truly delicious. Tan Huigan couldn't help but take a few extra sips. Watching Tan Huigan sip tea without uttering a word, Xin Yuwei grew impatient. Wait, why stop mid-sentence? He had a lot of goods piled up and was actually eager to sell them. Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, just tell me how much you're willing to pay. Business deals naturally require negotiation, don't they? Xin Yuwei promptly refilled their teacups and tentatively suggested. Shaking his head, Tan Jiayi said earnestly, 7,500 per unit. 7,500? No way, no way. That's far too low, I'd be selling at a loss. I simply can't accept that price. If it's truly unacceptable, you'd better go buy your computers elsewhere. My small operation can't withstand such a loss-leading sale. Xin Yuwei sprang to his feet, flustered like a ruffled rooster, shaking his head like a bobblehead. The profit margin was simply too low. Making only 100 or 2 per unit? He'd rather not sell at all. Seeing Xin Yuwei practically giving him the boot, Tan Jiayi but didn't budge an inch. He tapped the tea table a few times with his small hand, feigning maturity and composure as he asked. If it were 100 units, would you still consider the deal, Mr. Qin? The words fell. Xin Yuwei instantly exploded like he'd been struck by lightning. How many units did you just say? Chapter 12, the deal sealed. 100 units? Mr. Tan, you can't be joking with me. Xin Yuwei's jaw dropped and he nearly jumped out of his skin. His eyes locked onto Tan Jiayi, searching his face for any sign of jest. After all, he was only an 8-year-old child. It would be perfectly normal for him to blurt things out carelessly. But there was none. Tan Jiayi's expression was utterly serious, as if telling him this was real. He intended to buy 100 computers. This was 1,998. How much would 100 computers cost? It was an amount that could bankrupt countless families. The crucial point was that his current stockpile contained exactly 100 units, not a single one more or less. If he sold them all at once, the capital would be recouped instantly, and he'd make a hefty profit. Uncle Qin, I even brought my dad along. Does this look like a joke to you? Tan Jiayi said with a smile, tugging at Tan Huigan's arm beside him. The message was clear, it was time to speak. Exactly. What my son says is what I say. We're here to buy 100 computers. You know Jiali Internet Café, right? That's my son's place. He said if he's going to open a cafe, it has to be the biggest one in Jiangcheng. From now on, he'll be sourcing all his supplies from you, Mr. Qin. Tan Huigan set down his teacup, his face beaming with pride, as if saying, how about that? Pretty awesome son I've got, huh? Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Xin Yuwei was genuinely stunned. He could barely stand his ground and plopped down onto a chair. Tan Jiayi had only bought 6 computers from him earlier, yet he treated it with such importance. Clearly, computers weren't selling well. At least, the money wasn't rolling in easily. A bulk order like this, 100 units at once, he'd never encountered anything like it before. In the 3+ years since he started dealing in computers back in '95, he'd never seen such a big deal. Suddenly, Xin Yuwei's mind began racing. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. 100 computers, even at 7,500 yuan each, he'd make 300 per unit. 100 units meant 30,000 yuan. Was 30,000 yuan a small sum? Not at all. That was equivalent to earning 5 years' wages of an ordinary worker in one fell swoop, while also clearing out the backlog of inventory. With the cash in hand, he could restock and keep selling. Making 10 or 20,000 a year? It couldn't be easier. The computer industry in '98 was incredibly lucrative. Even though Tan Jiayi had squeezed prices to the absolute limit, Xin Yue still made a hefty profit. This was the trend of the times. The nation was vigorously developing the computer industry. With a profit of 30,000 yuan just from flipping the goods, Xin Yue naturally had no hesitation. He said, "Alright, 7,500 per unit is fine. I trust Tan, the young boss. We have stock available in the warehouse right now. You can pick them up anytime. Just pay half as a deposit and settle the remaining balance with me in a month." Half the deposit meant 37,500 yuan. Tan Huigen's expression darkened. He didn't have that much cash on hand. Tan Jiayi noticed her father's expression and quickly signaled him not to panic, continuing, "Uncle Qin, please don't worry. Have you ever seen anyone pay nearly 400,000 in cash for a purchase? Here's what I suggest, we'll give you 200,000 today. You arrange for the computers to be assembled and delivered to Jiali Internet Café. The remaining balance will be settled within 3 months. Don't worry, I'll pay you over 180,000 every month. That way, the 550,000 balance will be covered in exactly 3 months. Uncle Qin, is that okay?" Frankly, the 200,000 yuan deposit was already a bit low, and Xin Yue was actually somewhat reluctant. Upon hearing the final payment would take 3 months to settle, he nearly refused outright. After all, business isn't done this way. Most transactions require cash on delivery. Unless the volume was substantial, payment delays were unheard of. But when Tan Jiayi added that they could pay 180,000 yuan monthly, Xin Yue hesitated again. 18,000 yuan per month would cover his restocking and final payment, allowing him to continue purchasing and selling without disruption while still securing a steady 3,000 yuan profit. With that thought, Xin Yue felt much more at ease. This deal was worth pursuing. Still, the Tan Jiayi kid had outmaneuvered him, snatching all the computers away ahead of schedule. Probably because he didn't have much cash on hand. Impressive. Tan Jiayi, this little kid, had somehow unknowingly seized the initiative in the negotiations and played on his psychology. Is he really only 8 years old? Xin Yue thought of his own child, 2 years older than Tan Jiayi, who couldn't even understand textbooks, let alone speak so eloquently. Putting aside his thoughts, Xin Yue enthusiastically extended both hands to grasp Tan Huigen's, giving it a firm shake. "We'll do exactly as young boss Tan says. I'll arrange for assembly right now. Once the deposit is paid, we'll load it up and deliver it to your internet cafe." Tan Huigen finally snapped out of it, rising stiffly with an awkward smile. "Wait, wasn't the deposit still short by 175,000? How did this even get settled? What kind of magic potion did my son feed Xin Yue? This was too impressive. Buying 100 computers for 200,000? Who would believe that?" Meanwhile, Tan Jiayi sat there as if nothing had happened, looking completely unfazed. It was as though he hadn't just closed a major deal, but merely handled some trivial matter. He's just sitting there, swinging his legs and sipping tea as if nothing happened. How does Mr. Tan plan to settle this? Cash or bank transfer? Faced with Xin Yue's question, Tan Huigen quickly pulled a check from his pocket. "No need. I brought a check. Let's just do the transaction directly." Great. Let's make this a pleasant collaboration." Xin Yue grew even more enthusiastic, immediately instructing his assistant to begin assembling the computer. After Tan Huigen filled out the check and both parties verified it, Xin Yue praised him with genuine admiration. "Big Boss Tan, you're truly blessed. Your son is incredibly talented, a real prodigy. His future is bound to be bright." "Haha, you flatter me. My boy just has a knack for coming up with clever ideas. I never noticed this talent in him before, but now it's clear he's got a real knack for business." The two men's flattery made Tan Jiayi roll his eyes. Enough with the mutual business flattery. "Uncle Qin, shouldn't you verify the check?" "Right, I almost forgot." Xin Yue immediately clasped his hands in a bow. "Big Boss Tan, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." No problem. Soon, Xin Yue dashed to a nearby bank to verify the check. After confirming it was valid, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Jiayi and Tanhua, father and son, pedaled their bicycles back to the internet cafe. That same afternoon, the computer technicians began delivering the machines one by one. The internet cafe closed early today, announcing renovations and stating it would resume normal operations tomorrow. Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali stood at the entrance supervising the work. They were anxious that the technicians might bump or knock the computers. After all, this was a high-stakes gamble where they'd bet their entire livelihood. Chapter 13, This is Heaven. The next morning, Tan Huigen and his wife dragged their son to the internet cafe. Mom and Dad, even if there are 100 computers in the internet cafe now, you don't have to be this excited, do you? Tan Jiayi yawned, his face still half asleep. It was barely 5 in the morning. His parents hadn't slept all night and dragged him to the internet cafe before dawn. He was only 8 years old, still growing, and so sleepy. Son, this is 200,000 yuan. Who could sleep through that? Lu Jiali was a bit impatient by nature. To her, 200,000 yuan was an astronomical sum. Tan Jiayi was a bit more composed. He pulled out a Hongmei cigarette from his pocket, lit it silently, and took a deep drag. Dad, why aren't you smoking Hontishan anymore? Smoking 5 yuan Hongmei cigarettes is so beneath you. Tan Jiayi, sharp-eyed, asked with narrowed eyes. Get lost. Hontishan costs $10. We just shelled out 200,000 like I can afford that now? No big deal, Dad. Don't worry. In a few days, Hua can smoke whatever he wants. Tan Jiayi patted his chest in assurance. This slightly reassured Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali. Their son was reliable and exceptionally clever, maybe he really could pull it off. But they'd need to see it with their own eyes before they could be sure. The 6 computers had indeed been a thriving business before, but now they had 106 computers. Would there really be enough people coming to play games? Deep down, Tan Jiayi and his wife weren't entirely sure. If 1/3 of them play, they'd break even, no profit, but no loss either. That might delay paying off the supplier. If 2/3 of them play, we can break even and easily cover the monthly 180,000 yuan in payments. After 3 months, they'd turn a profit. As for the internet cafe being packed, the couple dared not even imagine it. Before long, the 3 arrived at the internet cafe entrance. What stunned Tan Jiayi was that someone had arrived even earlier than them. Yang Xiaoyun, radiant in her white floral dress, stood out vividly at the entrance. Sis, you're here so early. I thought the morning shift started at 8. Tan Jiayi greeted her with a smile. The internet cafe closed yesterday for expansion. I wanted to see how it turned out sooner. Yang Xiaoyun still had that innocent look about her. Her soft, gentle voice was soothing, adding a touch of coolness to the summer day. Speaking of which, Yang Xiaoyun was also one of the internet cafe's investors. After all, she and her cousin had borrowed 50,000 yuan from their family. Without that money, they never could have scaled up to 100 computers so quickly. Tan Jiayi walked up to Yang Xiaoyun, gave her a serious look, and said, Your makeup looks lovely today. With your natural beauty, this subtle look is like a lotus blossom in clear water. You're as beautiful as a fairy. Ah, really? Yang Xiaoyun covered her mouth slightly. Was she really that beautiful today? Tan Jiayi's praise made her want to find a mirror to check. Of course it's true. Once the internet cafe is fully established, we'll make you our brand ambassador. You'll be just as effective as any celebrity, and the place will be packed. Hee. Nephew, you're such a sweet talker. I'll be waiting for that day. Don't worry, it won't be long. The two chatted idly, leaving Tan Jiayi's parents hanging on the sidelines. Look at your son. Who does he take after? He's only 8 and already so skilled at chatting up girls? Lu Jiali pinched Tan Jiayi's ear, her tone tinged with displeasure. Tan Jiayi grimaced in pain, yet he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. I wasn't like this when I was little. Don't tell me this kid takes after me. Then who could he take after? Me? Lu Jiali's expression turned stern, and she tightened her grip. Ow. Honey, can't you spare me some face in public? No one's around. Wishful thinking. Amidst the grimacing and wincing, a voice suddenly called out from the corner. All right. Can you two stop arguing? I've been waiting forever. Just open the door already. As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 turned their heads toward the corner. Holy crap. The sky wasn't quite bright yet, and they hadn't noticed someone hiding in the corner. Cousin Tan Lunwen yawned as he stood up. Dressed entirely in black with skin that was also somewhat dark, he was practically invisible unless you looked closely. Open up. Tan Jiayi pulled the key from his pocket and pulled up the rolling door, revealing the internet cafe's interior in full view. Cousin Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun were instantly stunned. Where once only 6 computers had stood, the hall was now crammed with over 100 machines. Light blue plastic cases stood in neat rows, their cold, technological glow flickering under the dim lighting. These were the popular founder computers of the time, their signature brand logos on the cases radiating a sense of simplicity and solidity. Suddenly, no one felt the internet cafe was short on computers. Instead, they felt there were too many. Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but the space is a bit tight. It feels a little cramped. Cousin and sister, when people come to use the computers later, remind them to be careful not to bump into the cases. No problem. The two nodded. They knew full well how precious each of these computers was. They turned on the lights, cleaned up, and then had breakfast together. It was almost 7 o'clock. Cousin Tan Lunwen had been scheduled for the night shift, but he hadn't worked yesterday, so he was wide awake. Tan Jiayi urged him several times to go home and sleep, then come back later that night. He waved it off, insisting he wanted to see how many people came to play today first. He could catch up on sleep later after working night shifts for the past 2 weeks, his body clock hadn't adjusted yet. That's why Tan Lunwen was the first to arrive at the internet cafe, showing up before 3 o'clock. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he waited at the entrance. Seeing this, Tan Jiayi didn't press him. It was only natural for everyone to feel uncertain since this was the first time the internet cafe had expanded to 100 computers. They probably assumed other internet cafes only had a few computers, maybe 10 at most. Whether Jiangcheng had enough people to fill it was still uncertain. But Tan Jiayi knew perfectly well that 100 computers was nothing to panic about. Even if they opened several more branches, the customers would still come in a steady stream. Seeing Tan Jiayi so confident, the others, though anxious, could only wait silently. Soon, the clock struck 7:30 a.m. 3 teenagers suddenly appeared at the internet cafe's entrance. They walked over arm in arm, and the moment they saw Jiali Internet Cafe's doors wide open with lights on, their eyes lit up instantly. "It's open. Let's go." The 3 rushed inside excitedly, only to freeze in unison the moment they stepped into the internet cafe. Holy crap, what's going on? There are so many computers? There must be over 100 of them. This many? Finally, no more fighting over machines. Wow, boss, hurry up and activate my card, $30 worth. For a moment, the 3 teenagers were overjoyed. They'd come so early to avoid the rush. At other internet cafes, they'd have to stand around for ages watching others play. But Jiali Internet Café? Pure heaven. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Computer Availability Rate. These 3 had become regulars lately, and Yang Xiaoyun recognized them immediately, swiping their cards to log them in. Then she smiled and said, "If any of your friends want to use the internet, remember to spread the word for us." Yang Xiaoyun's voice, as soothing as spring breeze, sent ripples through the 3 youths' hearts. They nodded repeatedly. Gaming and beautiful women. Homing Beauty Internet Cafe was truly worth every penny. Great. You guys keep playing. I'll go tell my friends. One of the boys turned and dashed out, eager to share the good news with his other friends. This was when Yang Xiaoyun's value truly shone. Where else in Jiangcheng could you find such a stunning attendant joining you online? Jiali Internet Cafe is the only one, no other branches. Honey, does having a pretty face really help with promotions? Lu Jelly beamed as she watched the excited teenagers. You bet. Our customers are all 17 or 18-year-old boys. Before, with only 6 computers, we didn't need advertising. But now we have 106 computers. The impact of this promotion is immediately apparent. Tan Huigan smiled as he watched 2 teenagers dash toward their seats. Look at you, acting all proud. Like it was your idea. This was all our son's brilliant plan. Lu Jelly shot Tan Huigan a glare, and he instantly fell silent. So you ask the questions, but when I answer, I'm the one who's wrong. Anyway, it always comes down to the son being brilliant, the son being awesome, that's all there is to it. Tan Huigan decided that next time his wife asked about it, it would all be his son's doing, not a single penny's worth of his own contribution. Less than 10 minutes later, the teenager who had bolted from the internet cafe earlier came running back. Trailing behind him were 4 or 5 other teens his age. As they burst into the internet cafe, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they shouted in unison, "Hooray! No more crowding into other internet cafes." Jiali Internet Café had plenty of space, no need to fight for seats. The teenagers quickly pulled out money to purchase cards. Yang Xiaoyun immediately announced, "The internet cafe is running a new promotion. You can enjoy the opening price of 3 yuan per hour again for the next half month." This was what Tan Jiayi had instructed her to say. Having a beautiful girl promoted was one thing, but adding a discount made the promotion even more effective. The moment she said this, the teenagers went wild, erupting in excited shouts. "That's awesome. 3 yuan an hour for 2 weeks?" Yang Xiaoyun smiled sweetly again. "That's right. And if you go for an all-night session, you get a discount too, just 15 yuan for 8 hours of playtime." "Seriously? That's insane. I'll come back after class tonight. This is so fair. Other internet cafes charge $5 an hour, and even their all-night deals are $25 and you can't even get a seat. Jiali Internet Cafe, this is where I'll be gaming from now on. Haha, hurry up and log in. I'm playing Diablo tonight. Let's play online together. I'm clearing the game today." For a moment, the internet cafe buzzed with non-stop chatter. And it was barely past 8 in the morning. Tan Huigan and Lu Jelly exchanged a glance, their hearts racing along with the teenagers. Their son might actually be right. Who knows? This internet cafe with 100 computers might just fill to capacity. Just think about how much money that could bring in a day. I'm stepping out for a moment. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Tan Huigan slapped his forehead and hurriedly exited the internet cafe. "Hey, honey, where are you going?" Lu Jelly hurried after him, her face full of confusion. "I'm going to buy more industrial fans. With so many computers and people crowding in, plus this scorching heat, we'll suffocate them all." Right, honey. I'll go with you. If you don't have enough cash, I've got some here." Lu Jiali instantly pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket, shoved it into Tan Huigen's hands, and hopped onto the tandem bicycle. In Lu Jiali's eyes, these young people were little money trees. She couldn't let them get overheated. Time flew by. When Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali returned, each carrying 2 industrial fans. Both of them were stunned. It was only 9 in the morning. Yet over a third of the seats in the internet cafe were already occupied. Business was booming. Charge. I'm gonna blow your base to smithereens today. Pfft, you're playing Terran, how dare you try to outspam my Zerg? Watch my puppy rush crush your base. Haha, you two fight it out. I'll just farm and farm with my Protoss. Once my high-tier units drop in, you'll both be my little brothers. Several teenagers playing StarCraft excitedly manipulated their mice and keyboards while shouting with abandon. Beads of sweat drenched their bodies, yet they remained oblivious, utterly immersed in the captivating game world. Such scenes were not confined to this single location. Similar sounds echoed throughout every corner of the internet cafe. Seeing this, Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali didn't even have time to feel pleased. They hurriedly placed the electric fans they were holding in the corners of the internet cafe. Once plugged in, the industrial fan's powerful airflow brought a welcome coolness to the soon-to-be sweltering space. Wow, this feels so much better. The owner is really kind. I was just saying one fan wasn't enough. Now the airflow is great, so comfortable. An ice pop right now while gaming? Pure bliss. This place is amazing. I'm not leaving today, I'm battling it out till dawn. They have Tomb Raider here. I was worried I'd have nowhere to play. No way I'm leaving, nothing can make me go. Cheers and praise echoed throughout the internet cafe. As time passed, by noon, over 80 of the internet cafe's 106 computers were in use. An 80% utilization rate. Business was absolutely booming. Yang Xiaoyun was so busy collecting payments and booting up computers that her hands were numb. She truly hadn't expected business to be this good. And this was only the first day after the expansion. Many people still didn't know that Jiali Internet Café now had so many computers. Once a few more days passed and word spread about the new setup. It wouldn't be long before people started scrambling for computers again. After all, Jiangcheng is a big city, and not everyone can afford computers costing 8 or 9,000 yuan each. But an internet cafe charging just 3 or 5 yuan per hour? That's affordable for many. Before long, Tan Lunwen left. He feared that if he didn't leave soon, he wouldn't be able to work the night shift. This internet cafe's business was booming, practically like snatching money, yet customers kept streaming in non-stop. He had a feeling tonight would be packed. After all, he'd been here all morning, his ears practically calloused from listening. Overnight discounts, $15 for 8 hours. Such a low-priced Jiangcheng Net Cafe was the only place offering it. During the day, the computer occupancy rate was already at 80%. So by nightfall, Tan Lunwen's body trembled as he turned to leave, not daring to think about it any further. Chapter 15, Holding the Reins. Soon, the next day arrived. Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali arrived early at the internet cafe to settle accounts with Tan Lunwen, who was working the night shift. Tan Jiayi also arrived, eager to know the exact revenue from the first day of expansion. Before long, they had meticulously recounted and verified the cash register's contents. Red and green bills combined. A full 7,000 yuan in cash lay before them. 7,000. Lu Jiali gasped in disbelief, unable to trust her eyes. After counting it over and over to confirm the amount, her hand holding the thick stack of bills began to tremble uncontrollably. 1998. That was 2 months' salary for an ordinary worker. And the internet cafe had raked it in a single day. And that was during the current discount promotion. In half a month, prices would return to normal 5 yuan per hour, 20 yuan for an all-night session. That means they're raking in at least 10 grand a day. After factoring in inventory costs, this means tens of thousands in profit this month alone. And after 3 months, monthly profits would hit 300,000 yuan. As for expenses, they'd already crunched the numbers. Rent, electricity, taxes, and the salaries for Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun altogether, they only amounted to about 3,000 yuan per month. As for cleaning, Lu Jiali handles it after finishing her household chores each day, so no additional costs are incurred. This amount of money was insignificant compared to the internet cafe's current revenue. Tan Jiayi finally nodded in satisfaction. Now, his family was earning over 300,000 yuan a month. In 1998, earning hundreds of thousands a month was a dream ordinary people dared not even imagine. If only I'd known, I would have had our family invest that money as equity. Tan Lunwen now regretted it bitterly. They borrowed over 20,000 yuan from their cousin's family, yet only received 2,000 yuan in interest. What a terrible loss. Investing would have been so much better. By now, they might be getting dividends, maybe even 10,000 yuan a month. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyun arrived to take over the morning shift. When she learned yesterday's sales had hit 7,000 yuan, her cherry red lips instantly formed an O shape. She instantly regretted it, just like Tan Lunwen had. Why hadn't she persuaded her family to invest? This internet cafe was truly a money-making machine. A huge business. Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit helpless. Fortunately, both families had excellent relationships with the Tan family and Tan Jiayi's household, so this wouldn't cause any arguments. Cousin, sis, don't worry. Tan Jiayi had somehow ended up sitting on the cashier's chair, speaking in a babyish voice. You two think you missed out by not buying any shares this time, right? At this remark, Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun instantly felt embarrassed. Tan Lunwen chuckled. What are you talking about, cousin? Is that the kind of person your cousin is? When we borrowed money from your family, we made it clear we'd only take interest, no equity stake. We're all adults now. It's your choice, and we won't say anything. Yang Xiaoyun nodded in agreement, her clear voice chiming in, that's right. My family won't say anything either. Don't worry. Seeing this, Tan Huigan and his wife smiled. This was the mark of close relatives, unlike Zhao Dizhu's family, who would never let the matter rest until they got their way. Tan Jiayi shook his head and continued, that's true, but our family isn't ungrateful either. Both of you helped us in a crisis. Without that 50,000 yuan, the internet cafe wouldn't have expanded so quickly. I'll tell you this today, Jiali Internet Café won't stop at just this one location. I plan to open branches soon, though it won't happen overnight. But once you do open them, the funding gap won't be small. Cousin, sister, you've thought this through this time. I'll approach you again about investing later. If you're willing, we'll grow together, build something strong, and create something brilliant. If you're not interested, just pretend I never said any of this. How about it? As his words fell, Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun were both stunned. They never expected Tan Jiayi to say such things. He was openly offering them an opportunity. I'm fine with it. I'll discuss it with my family when I get home. My parents will definitely be happy about it. Yang Xiaoyun immediately agreed, her mind quick as ever. Then I'm all set too, just waiting for you to ask, cousin. Tan Lunwen snapped to attention, slapping his chest emphatically. All right, then. Time to get to work when it's time to work, and time to clock out when it's time to clock out. Mom, Dad, let's grab some breakfast first, I'm starving. With that, Tan Jiayi hopped up from his chair, dusted off his seat, and took his parents' hands, leading them out the door. Nearby steamed bun shop. Tan Huigan smiled at his son while eating breakfast. Son, were those words you just spoke your true feelings? Of course it was. Without my cousin and sister, our internet cafe wouldn't have gotten off the ground this quickly. Tan Jiayi said contentedly, taking a bite of his bun. The breakfast in 1998 was still quite generous, with substantial fillings and thin wrappers very hearty. Back then, technology wasn't as advanced, so everything was handmade fresh. They were just like the buns my mom used to make. Tan Jiayi loved them, easily polishing off 2 big meat buns in one morning. My son's right. Xiaoyun and Lunwen have been a huge help. Even though we pay them wages, that's a different matter altogether. Since our two families get along so well, and we've already gotten our business on track and found a way to make a fortune, it wouldn't hurt to help them out a bit. Lu Jiali spoke up at this moment. It must be said that though mom didn't have much education, she only finished elementary school. She was far more adept at navigating social dynamics than her husband, Tan Huigan. At the very least, Lu Jiali could tell the difference between good and bad, unlike Tan Huigan, who was too honest and easily taken advantage of by some unscrupulous relatives. Take Zhao Dezhu as an example. In her previous life, Lu Jiali had at least hesitated and tried to dissuade Tan Huigan from lending him money. But Tan Huigan, without much thought, lent Zhao Dezhu 50,000 yuan of hard-earned savings, guided by the belief that family comes before outsiders. That's why, in the previous life, the family languished for so long, struggling to make ends meet. Fine, I never said our son did anything wrong. Honey, could you please stop giving me that look? Son, even though you're still young, after this incident, your parents have realized how extraordinary you are. From now on, if anything comes up, you just make the call. Your mom and I never got much schooling, our minds might not be as sharp as yours. Tan Huigan ruffled Tan Jiayi's hair with his broad palm, while Lu Jiali nodded with a smile. Tan Jiayi smiled too. This was for the best. From now on, he wouldn't have to hold back or feel constrained in his actions. This wonderful life in this lifetime, here I come, Tan Jiayi. Chapter 16, Making a Game. Half a month later, on a weekend day. At the front desk of Jiali Internet Café. Tan Jiayi sat perched on Yang Xiaoyun's lap, slurping away at an ice pop. The sight of that little face and expression was enough to make anyone green with envy. Being an 8-year-old sure had its perks. Sitting there on Yang Xiaoyun's soft, snow-white thighs, the teenage boys who came to buy internet cards stared wide-eyed. Each of them fantasized how wonderful it would be if that person sitting on the lap were me. But it was just a fantasy. Regulars knew that while Yang Xiaoyun looked innocent and pretty on the surface, she had a fiery temper. Newcomers hadn't grasped this yet. Until one day, when 2 young punks tried to tease her. Yang Xiaoyun first gave them a sweet smile, then instantly turned her expression cold. She crossed her arms, glared at them, and unleashed a torrent of scolding like a lioness roaring. It was a torrent of scathing insults. Everyone online at the time was stunned. After all these days online, it was the first time they'd ever seen Yang Xiaoyun display such fierce intensity. From that day on, Yang Xiaoyun became a legend at the local internet cafe. The dagger-wielding warrior. The nickname stuck because behind that sweet smile, she clearly hid a sharp edge. Anyone who dared to tease Yang Xiaoyun would be utterly humiliated, their face completely wiped off, never daring to show their face online again. But there was one exception, Tan Jiayi. While others cautiously tested the waters, Tan Jiayi openly flirted with her. "Sis, I'm hungry. Feed me. Sis, I'm thirsty. I want to drink that soda in your mouth. Sis, I'm a bit tired. Hold me." That pretty much summed up Tan Jiayi's daily routine with Yang Xiaoyun at the internet cafe during the day. Yet Yang Xiaoyun remained remarkably patient and gentle in response, granting every request. How could anyone not be envious? But back to the point, today was the first day after the internet cafe's discount promotion ended, returning to regular pricing. Daytime internet access was 5 yuan per hour, while the nighttime package offered 8 hours for 20 yuan. These prices seem to be on par with other internet cafes now. Yet customers still streamed into our home-based internet cafe. The reasons are simple: plenty of computers, attractive staff, and bonus services unimaginable at other cafes. In short, even with prices back to normal, Jiali Internet Café's business hasn't suffered a bit. This finally put Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali completely at ease, putting their worries about their precious son's decisions to rest. Just a week ago, Tan Huigan finally quit his job to focus entirely on the internet cafe business. "Dad, another ice pop, please." "Sure thing." The next second, Tan Huigan pulled a chocolate-flavored ice pop from the second-hand freezer and handed it to Tan Jiayi. "Son, even though it's hot out, you shouldn't eat too many popsicles. They'll upset your stomach." "Got it, Dad. This one's for my sister. I already had mine." Saying this, Tan Jiayi took the ice pop and handed it to Yang Xiaoyun. "You're such a sweet brother." "Thank you." Yang Xiaoyun wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with her delicate, pale hands before accepting the chocolate ice pop Tan Jiayi offered. These popsicles weren't cheap, they sold for a whole yuan each at the internet cafe. Working the day shift, she'd been craving chocolate ice pops but usually settled for red bean ones. Chocolate was too expensive. This was already considered one of the pricier varieties. There were many others like a common old-fashioned ice pops, red bean ice pops, milk ice pops, and so on. Tan Huigan had stocked up on quite a few, specifically to sell at the internet cafe. Profits ranged from 30 to 50 cents per stick. On average, he made 4 cents profit per ice pop sold. It might not seem like much, but there were hundreds of people in the internet cafe. On sweltering summer days, those who came to surf the web were young people with money to spare. So as soon as the ice pops hit the counter, customers lined up non-stop. Almost everyone grabbed one. Some customers even bought 2 or 3 popsicles a day. Adding it all up, the gross profit during the day alone was 30 or 40 yuan. With evening sales included, 50 yuan a day from ice pops alone was no problem. Over the course of a month, that added up to 1,500 yuan. That's way faster money than working a regular job. Tan Huigan was overjoyed. He had previously been reluctant to give up his 500 yuan a month job. He'd come to the internet cafe in the morning, then dash off to work later. Tan Jiayi was amazed. After a heartfelt talk, Tan Huigan finally came to his senses. He spent a little money on a second-hand refrigerator, stocked up on a large batch of ice pops, and started his little business right there in the internet cafe. And now, with his tobacco license finally approved these past couple of days, Tan Huigan has also started peddling cigarettes. Brands like Hongmei, Pontishan, Yunyan, and others, he'd stocked up on quite a few. Cigarettes didn't bring in huge profits, but they were solid hard currency. Most of the young folks coming to surf the web were over 18, so there were plenty of smokers among them. Selling popsicles and cigarettes together easily netted him 100 yuan a day. His monthly income hit 3,000 yuan, 6 times what he made at his old job. That kid's got a sharp mind. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Who needs that crappy job anyway? Tan Huigan sat on a low stool, puffing on a 10 yuan Hontishan cigarette. He'd switched back to selling cigarettes. Money wasn't tight anymore. What did a few Hontishan cigarettes matter? He was sure it wouldn't be long before he could afford Huazi cigarettes. Just thinking about those Huazi cigarettes, 40-something yuan a pack, made Tan Huigan's heart leap with joy. Back in the day, he'd only ever seen big bosses and businessmen smoking Huazis. He'd tried one during the New Year once. That taste? Pure heaven. Soon enough, I'll be a big boss and businessman myself. Just as Tan Huigan was lost in his daydream, Lu Jiali rushed out carrying a tray. She stopped by Tan Huigan's freezer, her usually kind face instantly turning stern. Her eyes widened as she snapped. "What are you standing around for? Deliver the takeout to machine number 33. Aye, coming, boss." Tan Huigan scrambled to his feet, grabbed the tray, and carried the meal over. Moments later, he returned clutching 5 yuan, which he handed to Lu Jiali. Lu Jiali ignored Tan Huigan entirely. After taking the money and giving her husband a stern look, she hurried back to the kitchen to continue her work. Like Tan Huigan, Mom didn't want to sit idle either. Since she couldn't operate the front desk computer, Tan Jiayi suggested they could sell boxed meals. It's just a way to kill time. For a housewife, stir-frying boxed meals is practically second nature. Earning 2 yuan per boxed meal, selling dozens a day, her income wasn't much lower than Tan Huygen's. In less than a month, Jiali Internet Café had already taken on the rudimentary form of a modern-day cyber cafe. And across the entire city of Jiangcheng, Tan Jiayi was the only one who could pull it off. Mom and Dad are only doing this temporarily. Once the payment is settled, our focus will shift back to expanding the shop. Tan Jiayi leaned against the soft thigh, watching the bustling internet cafe as he pondered. For now, this would have to suffice. Selling boxed meals and snacks would definitely require hiring staff later on. Once the internet cafe's profits stabilize, Mom and Dad won't be short on cash anymore. They'll be able to free up resources to open several more branches. Of course, you have to take things one step at a time. Tan Jiayi watched the teenagers inside the internet cafe, all engrossed in single-player games, and frowned in thought. While the internet cafe was profitable, it only brought in small, quick money. What if he developed some games on the side? Chapter 17, Little Brother, I'm here for the interview. Why were internet cafes so profitable? Tan Jiayi knew the answer better than anyone. Games. Exactly. Without games at their core, internet cafes would be nothing but empty shells. Only when popular games flood the market do internet cafes see a steady stream of customers, a never-ending flow of business. This even led to the development of later-generation internet cafe alliances, esports hotels, and more. All of this hinges on the gaming industry's rapid evolution and generational shifts in the years to come. From the NES consoles of the 70s and 80s to today's computers. The ultimate medium for these consoles remains games. Tan Jiayi took out a sheet of paper and began scribbling with a pen. His neat handwriting was hard to believe came from an 8-year-old. Wow, little brother, your handwriting is so beautiful. It doesn't look like a primary school student's at all. What does legend mean? Yang Xiaoyun shifted her hips slightly and leaned forward to examine the paper. This subtle movement was quite ordinary, something one would do after sitting for a long time. But keep in mind, Yang Xiaoyun was currently holding Tan Jiayi. The distinct sensation was unmistakable, and Tan Jiayi felt it. At 8 years old, what reaction could he possibly have? None, of course. Yet the sensation sent a flutter through Tan Jiayi's heart, prompting him to blurt out, so soft and squishy. Ha? What did you say, little brother? Sis, I meant this legend is a game. Oh, so it's a game. Yang Xiaoyun's expression turned slightly disappointed upon hearing this. Truth be told, she wasn't very interested in games. She'd been working at Jiali Internet Café for nearly a month now, yet she hadn't played many games. Tan Jiayi glanced at her with a look that seemed to see right through her. Sis, you probably think these games are all about fighting and killing, and they're not very appealing to girls, right? Yes, you're so sharp, little brother. You figured it out right away. Yang Xiaoyun didn't hide her thoughts and nodded earnestly. Actually, games come in many different types. What you see them playing now are mostly action games and strategy games. There are also casual games, music games, social games, shooters, and so on. Tan Jiayi nodded his head vigorously, writing on the paper as he spoke. So many different types? Music games too? Yang Xiaoyun looked genuinely surprised. She might not enjoy playing games, but that didn't mean she didn't love listening to music. She absolutely loved listening to music. If such a game existed, it might actually be pretty fun to play. Exactly, music games definitely exist. Tell me, if there were a game where you could interact with other players, listen to music and dance, plus get those thrilling high scores, would you still think games aren't fun? Tan Jiayi asked with a smile. If there really was a game that fun, I'd definitely give it a try. Hehe, don't worry, sis. It'll be here soon. The game Tan Jiayi was referring to was Audition. Like Legend, it was another hit game soon to be produced by the Korean developers. This game also shattered the notion that girls don't like playing games. Once we finish Legend, we'll consider other games. Tan Jiayi's large, dark eyes darted around as he pondered internally. In my previous life, I was a programmer at a game company. I've essentially studied the underlying code of most major games, so recreating them shouldn't be too difficult. But I'm only 8 years old. It's not really appropriate for me to be working on code right now. I need to find some people who know how to code. Creating a game similar to Legend wasn't particularly difficult for someone like Tan Jiayi, who had decades of experience in the gaming industry. The real challenge was his current age. It simply wasn't suitable for such an endeavor. 4 months left. I wonder if I can finish it before WeMade does. If Tan Jiayi remembered correctly, the earliest version of Legend had emerged just 4 months later. To overtake them, he had to get the game out within 4 months. Honestly, if someone knows the code, it could be done in half a month. The game's code is too simple. Tan Jiayi was brimming with confidence, the confidence born of decades in the gaming industry. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Tan Wenwen's voice from the internet cafe entrance. Uncle Tan, I brought a friend. Remember what we discussed about rotating night shifts? Tan Lunwen arrived at the entrance with a young woman around 20. Tan Huygen smiled. Come on in. Just talk to Jiayi about it, he handles the big decisions. Delhi. Tan Lunwen didn't stand on ceremony, pulling the person along toward the front desk. He'd been working too many night shifts lately. The internet cafe was booming, and he couldn't keep up with night shifts every single day. Besides, he needed rest, and Yang Xiaoyun needed rest too. So instead of just the two of them working, it made more sense for 3 people to rotate shifts. But they couldn't cover shifts for many days, so their pay wouldn't be calculated the same way as Yang Xiaoyun's group. Sis, allow me to introduce myself. Tan Lunwen smiled at the girl, who was just coming to her senses from the shock. This was too chaotic, too outrageous. So many computers. How much must that have cost? My name is Wang Xiaoya. You can just call me Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her face dotted with freckles, yet her complexion was naturally fair, giving her an indescribable air of spirited charm. Her ponytail was pulled high, she wore casual jeans, and she was chewing a big bubble gum. She wasn't unattractive, in fact, she was quite pretty. It was those freckles that might make someone with trypophobia feel a bit queasy. Hey kid, you're the boss? This internet cafe is yours? I've been listening to Tan Lunwen talk about you non-stop, my ears are practically calloused. I just couldn't believe an 8-year-old could accomplish so much. I heard your name is Tan Jiayi, call me Sister Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya was naturally outgoing and had a cheerful personality. Seeing Tan Jiayi's adorable little face, she almost reached out to pinch his cheeks. But she didn't actually do it after all, her arms weren't that long. Tan Jiayi smiled, choosing not to explain her questions. Instead, she asked with a serious expression. Sis, what made you decide to take a part-time job as a cybercafe manager? Oh, never mind. I couldn't afford a computer, and I happened to run into Tan Lunwen looking for a part-time network administrator, so I thought I'd give it a shot. I studied computer programming in school, but now that it's vacation, I don't have a computer to practice on. Honestly, internet cafes are way too expensive, $5 an hour? I just can't bring myself to spend that much. Wang Xiaoya chattered away non-stop, as if she'd just opened a floodgate of words. But none of that mattered. What mattered was what Tan Jiayi had overheard. This girl actually studied computer programming? Just moments ago, he'd been fretting about where to find someone who understood code. And now he'd stumbled upon one applying for the job. It was like searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. Chapter 18, Little Boss, don't regret this. So, how many programming languages do you know? Do you know C? Do you know basic programming? Tan Jiayi slammed his hand on the table, nearly jumping up from Yang Xiaoyun's lap. Of course I do. I've studied C, and I know a little J language too, though I'm not very proficient yet. I may only have a college diploma, but I'm pretty awesome, okay? Careful, little brother, don't fall off. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's words, Tan Jiayi froze for a moment. So he's a junior college student, no wonder he knows so much. If it were an undergraduate, they might not be as impressive as Wang Xiaoya. This was a product of the times vocational college students genuinely possess stronger overall capabilities than their undergraduate counterparts. However, it was now 1998. Even though Wang Xiaoya was studying computer programming, the relevant education in China lagged significantly behind international standards. Given Wang Xiaoya's skill level, she'd probably be lucky to build a personal homepage. Complex projects would be out of her league. But no worries, whatever Wang Xiaoya couldn't do, he could. All it takes is a little guidance at the crucial moments, and the game will be made, right? Alright, you're on. You'll work 10 days a month, rotating between morning and evening shifts. 200 yuan a month. You can use the front desk computer for free, but only under my supervision. Tan Jiayi immediately sealed the deal. After all, it was just a part-time gig. Paying too much wouldn't be appropriate. 200 yuan for 10 days of work was actually quite generous. After all, Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen only earned 500 yuan a month. These 10 days of work conveniently filled the gaps in Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun's schedules. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, no, 3 birds with 1 stone. This girl can even write code. How could he not let her practice? Tan Jiayi's mind was already racing with 800 ways to use Wang Xiaoya to replicate the legend game. Upon hearing she'd get $200 in free computer access, Wang Xiaoya lit up instantly. No problem. I can start tomorrow. But little brother. Call me boss. Boss, can I come surf the web when I'm not working? Do you offer employee discounts? With only 10 days a month, Wang Xiaoya felt it wasn't enough. The school projects were quite challenging, and much of what she learned required repeated practice. Her family couldn't afford a computer. Naturally, she wanted to spend more time at the internet cafe to master the skills. Sure. Employee rate is 2 yuan per hour, can't go any lower. We barely break even. Tan Jiayi tapped the table as he spoke. He couldn't be too accommodating, or Wang Xiaoya might start treating the internet cafe's computers as her own. 2 yuan an hour. Wang Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Though it was already cheap, she was genuinely broke. That meant her 200 yuan salary would only cover 100 hours. After deducting the 10 free days, she'd only get 5 hours a day. That didn't seem quite enough. What about an all-night pass? Can you make it cheaper? Wang Xiaoya pressed. As a girl studying computer programming, she'd already made a huge commitment. 99% of her competitors were boys. As a girl, if she didn't master this skill thoroughly, how could she ever compete with the boys in the future? $10 for an all-night session, that's the absolute lowest price. Tan Jiayi seemed to notice Wang Xiaoya's predicament and offered a friend's discount. 10 yuan. Wang Xiaoya's face lit up. With 10 days free, her 200 yuan salary would cover exactly 20 days of internet fees. Great. I'll come online every night then. Young boss, don't regret this. No regrets. Let's start counting from today. Tan Jiayi flashed two little fangs and nodded earnestly. Regret? You're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? A part-time job paying $200 a month and you want to come in every night for overnight shifts? That means I'm getting free labor without spending a dime. What exactly do I have to regret? Of course, Tan Jiayi did spend money he had to free up a computer. At $5 an hour, he was actually losing thousands a month. But that's assuming full-time use every day. In reality, the loss wasn't that significant. After all, I still had to coax that girl Wang Xiaoya into helping me with my Legend of Mir game. In the end, it wasn't a matter of who lost or gained. Wang Xiaoya learned the skills for free, while Tan Jiayi found a coder to cover for him. Happy collaboration. Tan Jiayi extended his small hand in a cheerful gesture. Though Wang Xiaoya wasn't quite sure what they collaborated on, she flashed a sweet smile and extended her slender, bare hand to clasp Tan Jiayi's. Happy collaboration, young boss. With that, she took her leave. She had to hurry home and catch up on sleep, or she'd be exhausted by nightfall. Watching Wang Xiaoya's excited figure disappear into the distance, Tan Jiayi let out a slight sigh of relief. Cousin, sister, from now on, your monthly salary will be raised to 600. At these words, Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun both lit up with joy. Tan Jiayi really knew how to take care of people. Not only had he arranged 5 days off for them this month, but he'd also bumped their pay by 100 yuan. How could they not be happy? Alright then, cousin. Looks like I'll have to start calling you boss from now on. Tan Lunwen quipped. You know what? The way Tan Jiayi just interviewed Wang Xiaoya really did give off that boss vibe. Go get some sleep. You've got the night shift tonight. Alrighty, cousin, wait, no, little boss is taking his leave. Tan Lunwen yawned contentedly as he walked away. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyun cradled Tan Jiayi's adorable little face and planted a kiss on it, her cheeks flushing as she said, Little brother, you still know how to care for your big sister. I'm so happy. TSK TSK. Tan Jiayi touched his left cheek and smiled, Sis, if you really want to be happy, give the right one a kiss too. Alright, one kiss. Soon after, Yang Xiaoyun planted another kiss on Tan Jiayi's right cheek. Tan Jiayi froze slightly. He'd only been joking around, never expecting Yang Xiaoyun to treat him like family already. Then again, what kind of mischief could an 8-year-old possibly have? With that thought, Tan Jiayi hopped down from Yang Xiaoyun's lap and wobbled over toward the computer. Little brother, where are you going? Yang Xiaoyun asked, puzzled. Watch some cartoons. Go ahead then. Yang Xiaoyun smiled faintly and nodded. Now that was more like an 8-year-old. Tan Jiayi usually acted far too mature. If not for knowing her inside out, Yang Xiaoyun might even have doubted Tan Jiayi was a child at all. What child acts so old and serious? Watching cartoons is perfectly normal. Other people's kids all love watching cartoons. Tan Jiayi, retreating to the farthest corner, gave a wry smile. He'd have to tackle it himself. The core code and modeling issues, he'd have to solve them himself. Chapter 19, Jiali Internet Café, I love you. That night. Around midnight. Wang Xiaoya jogged to the internet cafe with a backpack slung over her shoulder. You actually showed up. Tan Lunwen yawned, then gestured with his chin. Here, the computer in the farthest corner is yours. Don't touch any of the other computers, that's what the boss instructed. The all-night session runs from midnight to 8 a.m. Don't overstay, the boss will be here too. Got it, no problem. Wang Xiaoya replied with a smile, then pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to Tan Lunwen. Tan Lunwen glanced at it briefly before tucking it into the counter and continuing. Oh, and the boss mentioned new employees get 1 free soda per day. Help yourself from the fridge. It's free even when you're not working, he called it an employee perk. Really? That's amazing. Wang Xiaoya was stunned. Coming here to surf the web and getting free soda too? Back in college, she could only afford 1 bottle of 3 yuan cola a month just to savor the taste. This employee perk was too good to be true. Jiali Internet Café, I love you. Just for this free Coke every day, I'll never miss a single day. Wang Xiaoya dashed excitedly toward the computer in the farthest corner. Seriously, $3 a day? That's $90 free every month. Only a fool wouldn't come. Watching Wang Xiaoya's delighted expression, Tan Lunwen couldn't help but admire his cousin. Just like Tan Jiayi said the moment this girl heard about free Coke. She'd be back every single night. Tan Jiayi had chosen a spot for her that was least likely to be disturbed by other customers. He pulled out the school materials and a small notebook from his backpack. He opened his laptop, just about to flip through the materials, when a prominent document caught his eye. Wang Xiaoya's programming study materials. Wang Xiaoya? Who made this? They even got the name wrong. Wang Xiaoya, as if driven by OCD, corrected the typo before clicking on it with a surge of curiosity. The moment she glanced at it, she froze. See programming learning materials compiled by Tan Jiayi. The little boss did this. No way, he's only 8 years old. Wang Xiaoya continued reading, astonished. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Xiaoya suddenly tossed aside the introductory computer programming textbook issued by her school. She grabbed her own notebook and began frantically copying down the contents. Holy cow, this looks like a game framework. Core code, various foundational code, and all the logic is self-consistent? Wang Xiaoya copied furiously, her heart pounding. Hundreds, even thousands of lines of operational logic code, much of it incomprehensible to her, requiring testing by typing it out. These were all learning materials Tan Jiayi had specially prepared for her. It contained nearly all the foundational code for game operations, enough to keep Wang Xiaoya studying for a long time. In fact, if Wang Xiaoya could understand it, copy and paste it, combine it, find bugs, she could even build a simple game from scratch. Goodness, this is far more detailed than anything the teacher covered in class. Who exactly is this young boss? Some kind of child prodigy? Otherwise, how could an 8-year-old possibly know so much? Wait, can an 8-year-old even understand ABCD? C programming requires a foundation in English. Wang Xiaoya was utterly captivated. Her mind raced with thoughts, yet she couldn't resist the allure of knowledge. She was completely immersed. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Tan Jiayi arrived at the Internet Café after breakfast. As soon as he arrived, he headed straight for a corner. In the corner, Wang Xiaoya sat with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. The blue glow of the computer screen cast a pallid light on her face, making her look utterly exhausted. She was furiously tapping away at the keyboard, muttering to herself under her breath. No, this line of code shouldn't run like this. This combination isn't right either. Where did I mess up? Ah, I missed a line of code. That explains it. Tan Jiayi glanced at Wang Xiaoya's appearance and nodded. This is how a programmer should be. He said nothing, just stood silently beside Wang Xiaoya, quietly watching her write code. No, perhaps it should be called copying code. After watching for about 5 minutes, Tan Jiayi smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. At least it runs now. Yeah, it runs. I'm a genius, haha. It took Wang Xiaoya a while to realize someone was standing beside her. Young boss, when did you get here? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't disturb others while they're gaming. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoya froze, glanced around, then lowered her voice slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young boss, were you watching the whole time? You really understand this? Did you write these study materials? Wang Xiaoya was still the same chatterbox, firing off questions one after another. But you couldn't blame her. After pulling an all-nighter, she was completely numb. This seemingly simple set of study materials actually contained the entire essence of the gaming industry. It was far more complex than any school lecture notes. Of course, this was also partly because Wang Xiaoya wasn't particularly skilled at game development. Still, the actual operations were quite similar, she just lacked experience. Faced with so many questions, Tan Jiayi didn't know where to begin answering. He simply opted for a once-and-for-all solution. That's right, I'm a child prodigy. I've been studying programming lately and read quite a few books, so I just wrote it off the top of my head. Oh, a child prodigy, I see. Wang Xiaoya turned her head, and the questions vanished instantly. The biggest piece of the puzzle had been revealed. Since Tan Jiayi was a child prodigy, why should she overthink things? After all, he was a child prodigy. It made perfect sense he'd know some amazing stuff. As for other logical points like Tan Jiayi being only 8 years old, meaning even as a child prodigy he couldn't possibly outshine a university professor, or even top professionals in the field. Wang Xiaoya simply brushed aside such questions. A few plot holes are perfectly normal, right? She studies programming, so focusing on the underlying logic is sufficient. Child prodigies are simply inexplicable. Tan Jiayi had considered this very point, which is why he phrased it that way. He couldn't very well claim to be a reincarnated coding genius with decades of expertise stored in his head. That would be illogical. Rebirth? How did you reincarnate? Why can you reincarnate, but others can't? In short, not only would it raise a ton of questions, but people would think you're crazy. You might even get rounded up for dissection and research. 1998. What does the concept of rebirth even mean in this day and age? I'd wager 99% of people have no clue. Chapter 20. Hang in there, Ollie. This part needs editing. Don't just copy it verbatim. Seriously, sis, how clueless can you be? How could you not understand a simple auto pathfinding code? Sis, I think you should figure out the coordinates first. This part's right, but it could actually be optimized. No need to make it so complicated. From the corner, a childish voice occasionally chimed in, drawing the occasional glance from some gaming teens. But even if they looked, it was pointless, they couldn't understand what was being said. But not understanding didn't mean they weren't stunned. An 8-year-old child was scolding a 20-year-old woman as if she were a primary school student. And the older sister kept nodding in agreement. As if she truly were being scolded by a teacher. What on earth is wrong with this world? Wait, who's the elementary school kid here? No one explained these questions to them, but soon enough, they forgot all about it. Why overthink it? The all-nighter was almost over. One more monster run. When Yang Xiaoyun came to relieve her, Tan Jiayi finally left Wang Xiaoya's seat with a satisfied smile and headed toward the front desk. Progress was going well so far. Wang Xiaoya might not be very skilled yet, but her fundamentals were solid. With his guidance, she should be able to produce something worth showing him soon. He could do it himself. But there was no need. The core concepts have already been shared, so it's better to leave these tedious tasks to the younger generation. Otherwise, at only 8 years old, such heavy work would be exhausting for him. He should be watching cartoons and chatting with Yang Xiaoyun instead. For now, there's only Wang Xiaoya, but this is only temporary. Once Legend was finished, he'd find an opportunity to register a studio. Hiring a few college students under his father's name would be perfectly fine. Tan Jiayi knew exactly how profitable Legend was. Back when Shanda was the distributor, at its peak, monthly revenue from game cards reached tens of millions. By 2004, Shanda's boss had even surged to become China's richest man. And he had acquired the distribution rights for a mere $300,000. For Tan Jiayi, however, he could create this game without spending a single penny. A deal where one investment yields 10,000 returns. There was no need to wait until 2001 to compete with Shanda for the licensing rights. Instead, the Koreans should have come knocking on Tan Jiayi's door to negotiate distribution rights. As the saying goes, walk the path others have trodden, leaving them no way forward. After all, that Korean company, made a game that became wildly popular a few years later. If not you, then who else would they copy? Little brother, are you still watching cartoons today? Yang Xiaoyun hugged Tan Jiayi and asked with a smile. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Are you jealous, sis? Tan Jiayi looked like he was enjoying it, but inside he felt a bit helpless. He didn't want to either, but who else could handle it? There was no other way, modeling still had to be done by himself, and finding a modeler was simply impossible at the moment. Outsourcing this to another company would add costs. The internet cafe wasn't profitable yet. The supplier hadn't been paid yet, so he had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Not at all. I'm worried your eyes will get strained from staring at the computer too much. Yang Xiaoyun pinched Tan Jiayi's chubby little cheeks, her face full of concern. Tan Jiayi said nothing in response. A little eye strain? Compared to billions upon billions, it's nothing. Believe it or not, if word got out about this, people would be lining up to damage their eyes. Even going blind from staring at screens would be worth it. Of course, that was just a joking thought. The money had to be earned through their own efforts. Yang Xiaoyun didn't know any of this, and Tan Jiayi didn't elaborate. Before long, Wang Xiaoya left with her small backpack. Though her appearance was somewhat unkempt, her spirits were sky high. She lingered with lingering affection toward the computer in the corner. The gains from this one night were immense. This was invaluable knowledge that years of schooling couldn't impart. Boss, I'm off. I'll complete the task you assigned me as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoya patted her chest in assurance. Go for it, you got this. Tan Jiayi pumped his fist in a symbolic show of encouragement. Got it, got it. Though she didn't understand what it meant, Wang Xiaoya felt like she was doing something truly remarkable. So happy to be encouraged by the little boss. Then she skipped off happily. Truth be told, she'd been dying to plant a kiss on Tan Jiayi's little face. But since Yang Xiaoyun was holding her, she felt a bit shy. Thank goodness Wang Xiaoya didn't do it. Otherwise, if Tan Jiayi really got kissed by Wang Xiaoya, Tan Jiayi would surely have nightmares for days on end, and then he'd fire Wang Xiaoya himself, even if it meant writing code to do it. Crazy women couldn't be kept around, how dare she covet the young boss's body? Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, half a month had passed. It was now mid-August, with just another half month until the start of the new school year in September. During these 2 weeks, Tan Jiayi arrived around 7 o'clock every day. After guiding Wang Xiaoya for an hour, he would watch cartoons once she left. By the end of the fortnight, all the character models were essentially complete. Back in '98, pixel art was still the dominant style. The character models were quite rough, no need for excessive detail, and the environments were sparse, with only a handful of reused backgrounds. This was constrained by the hardware available at the time. Even with his skills, Tan Jiayi found it difficult to fully showcase his abilities. Around 2002, once computer technology matured and hardware caught up, further optimization became possible. Thus, a fortnight was sufficient for Tan Jiayi to complete all character models and maps. Warrior, Mage, Taoist. That's it. It's enough. Swinging his legs, Tan Jiayi saved all the assets before strutting toward the front desk. Yang Xiaoyun smiled at the sight, ruffling Tan Jiayi's hair. Little brother, you've been enjoying those cartoons for the past 2 weeks. What's so great about them? Want me to watch with you? Faced with Yang Xiaoyun's concern, Tan Jiayi sighed, feeling a bit down. If only he were really watching cartoons. He arrived early every morning and didn't leave until 7 or 8 at night, working incredibly hard. He just wanted to finish the game as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected complications. After all, he still didn't know how things were progressing over in Korea. If you don't seize the initiative, you're likely to get caught up in disputes like infringement cases. No thanks, sis. I've seen enough of that stuff. Besides, school starts soon, time to focus on my studies. Tan Jiayi climbed onto Yang Xiaoyun's lap, changing the subject. True. School starts in less than 2 weeks. You're bright, little brother, but you can't neglect your studies. I won't neglect them. Tan Jiayi shrugged indifferently. If he couldn't handle 3rd grade material, he'd truly have lived a wasted life. Chapter 21, Spend 1,000, get 300 free. It was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Today was Wang Xiaoya's night shift. Good evening, young boss. The moment she stepped through the door, Wang Xiaoya bowed respectfully toward Tan Jiayi. She truly admired Tan Jiayi immensely. A child prodigy is a child prodigy. What she'd learned over the past half-month far surpassed 2 years of schooling. Not to mention, her programming skills had grown remarkably proficient. She could now tackle and complete a small project in under a day. She sent the program she'd written in her spare time to her school mentor, who exclaimed that Wang Xiaoya was a genius. He even promised to help her land a job right after graduation. So how could Wang Xiaoya not treat Tan Jiayi with utmost respect? He was practically her guardian angel. Wait, actually, I have something I need your help with. Build me a system. Tan Jiayi hurriedly called out to Wang Xiaoya, who stopped and turned to look at him. Young boss, what is it? Facing Wang Xiaoya's puzzled look, Tan Jiayi explained with a smile. Here's the thing. I need you to write a software program that lets customers log in directly to their accounts when they come online. It should also manage the membership recharge system. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun paused for a moment, then smiled and said, That's a great feature. If we can actually make it happen, we won't have to record each transaction manually anymore, and it'll be much less prone to errors. Exactly. Handwritten logs are such a hassle. So I really hope you can build this. You can put the game project on hold for now, finish this first, then get back to the game. Let's call it the Internet Café Management System. Tan Jiayi nodded, his expression turning serious. The Internet Café Management System would later become indispensable software for internet cafes everywhere. It would handle functions like user login, account top-ups, fee deductions, and service requests. If Wang Xiaoya could pull it off, it would save a ton of effort. While handwritten notes worked for short periods, they became cumbersome over time and made reconciliation difficult. Tan Jiayi thought to himself that since they were already investing in the internet cafe industry, they had to aim to grow and strengthen their business. Therefore, the Internet Café Management System must be arranged in advance. After hearing Tan Jiayi's requirements, Wang Xiaoya paused briefly before responding. Boss, the features you mentioned don't sound overly complex, but I'll need to test whether they can actually be implemented. Alright, you have 3 days to test it. If it works, I'll give you a bonus 200 yuan. Got it, boss. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly. 200 yuan. That was equivalent to her entire monthly salary. She'd definitely give it her all, working overtime if necessary to get it done. That's just how programming goes. Overtime was practically the norm. Tan Jiayi's gaze softened with concern. He couldn't help but wonder what Wang Xiaoya would look like after years in this field, losing handfuls of hair and ending up bald. She'd go bald. Tan Jiayi shuddered at the terrifying image. A few days later, Wang Xiaoya rushed excitedly to Tan Jiayi. She had actually developed the Internet Café Management System. Tan Jiayi found an empty computer to test the software Wang Xiaoya had built. Not bad. The interface could be a bit simpler, though. Just get the recharge interface working properly. Tan Jiayi looked at Wang Xiaoya with satisfaction. He thought to himself that these past 2 weeks hadn't been wasted under his guidance. Wang Xiaoya's skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. She actually finished it in just 3 days. Though a bit rudimentary, it was perfectly adequate for the year 1998. So Tan Jiayi didn't ask Wang Xiaoya to make many changes. After a few minor tweaks, it went live. That night, several teenagers came in, yawning, to stay overnight. One of them pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to Wang Xiaoya at the front desk. Here you go, overnight stay for 3. Sure thing. Wang Xiaoya took the money, then pulled 3 cards from the drawer. Here, these are your login credentials. Don't lose them, you'll need them to log in whenever you use the computers. After logging in, you can also check your computer time. Once the all-night session ends, if you don't renew, the system will automatically log you out. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's explanation, the 3 exchanged wide-eyed glances. Seriously? Has Jiali Internet Café gotten this advanced? Sounds so high-tech. Wow, I gotta try it out. Seriously? I just logged in and saw 20 bucks in my wallet for internet fees, with the all-night period marked. It'll log me out automatically at 8 a.m. This feature is great, it even reminds you of the time. The teenagers excitedly logged in, entered their passwords, and gazed at the brand new computer interface with wonder. Wang Xiaoya watched the scene with a satisfied smile, a hint of triumph on her face. Hee hee, pretty impressive, huh? If you knew I built this system, wouldn't your jaws drop? Keep it low-key, low-key. Wang Xiaoya turned back to continue refining the Internet Café management system. The top-up function was almost complete, it would be updated and perfected soon. By the next day, when Tan Jiayi and Yang Xiaoyun came to take over the shift, the recharge function was also completed. After confirming everything worked smoothly, Tan Jiayi had Yang Xiaoyun write a sign to display at the front desk. Jiali Internet Café new member top-up promotion, long-term offer. Top up 100 yuan, get 10 yuan in free internet credit. Top up 200 yuan, get 30 yuan in free internet credit. Top up 500 yuan, get 100 yuan in free internet time. It happened to be the weekend, and the place was packed with internet users. A few young internet addicts who had eaten breakfast and arrived early at Jiali Internet Café walked up to the front desk. Seeing the sign, they couldn't help but ask, "Hey boss, is this for real? Top up and get free internet time?" These young folks were already on friendly terms with Tan Jiayi, coming almost every day and often pulling all-nighters. They often heard Wang Xiaoya call Tan Jiayi boss, so they started calling him that too. They all worked at nearby factories. Day shifts were relatively easy, so they often came online at night. Today must have been a day off, so they came as a group. Facing their inquiries, Tan Jiayi tilted her little face upward and smiled. Of course. Isn't it all clearly written here, guys? So, how about it? Want to sign up for membership? Just $100 gets you in, and if you pay 500, we'll throw in 100 worth of internet credit. That's almost like getting an 80% discount, about 4 yuan per hour. Faced with Tan Jiayi's persuasive pitch, the three young guys got pretty excited. They were regulars at the internet cafe, and this would save them a lot of money, enough for many more meals instead of relying on instant noodles every night. The three huddled together for a quiet discussion. Then one of them stepped forward and asked, "Hey boss, if we top up 1,000, how much do we get for free?" 1,000? Tan Jiayi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected these guys to have deep pockets. He quickly calculated everything in his head and replied decisively, "If you top up 1,000, I'll give you 300 in internet credit." Chapter 22, earning 600,000 in less than a month and a half. 300 yuan for internet fees. That's a huge discount, almost 40% off. The three young men lit up at the news. Previously, 1,000 yuan only got you 200 hours excluding all-nighters. Now, 1,000 yuan gets you 260 hours, 60 extra hours. Hey, boss, does the overnight package also deduct 20 yuan per hour? That's correct. The same deduction applies for overnight packages. Tan Jiayi replied with a serious expression. For long-term customers like this, he couldn't care less if they topped up more and came more often. After all, idle computers don't earn a single penny. These top-up bonuses were the most direct marketing tactic. It allowed him to secure a large sum of capital in the short term, enough not only to pay off suppliers but even to fund the opening of a branch location. Moreover, customers who frequent Jiali Internet Café long-term also benefit other small businesses. Take beverages, snacks, cigarettes, or even fast food, for example. These elements complement each other, forming a perfect closed-loop ecosystem. Why earn $1 when you can earn 10? Look at all the internet cafes today. Which one doesn't have a mini-mart or dedicated counter for secondary product sales? Great. Hold on, boss, we'll go get the money. Upon hearing Tan Jiayi would cover 300 yuan and only deduct 20 for the all-night session, the three young men went wild. That meant an extra 2 weeks of all-nighters. No wonder they were going wild. About 10 minutes later, the three young men burst back into the front desk area, each clutching a wad of cash they shoved forward. Young boss, no backing out. Business requires integrity. Integrity is a must. Sister, count the money first. Once confirmed, we'll process your membership. Tan Jiayi patted Yang Xiaoyun's small hand. Ah. Alright, I'll count it right now. Yang Xiaoyun had been completely dumbfounded just now. She never imagined internet cafes could operate this way. Collecting payment in advance, offering membership perks and free internet time, and customers were actually paying up one after another. And it was a hefty some 3,000 yuan. Quickly regaining her composure, Yang Xiaoyun counted the money and stowed it in the cabinet. Tan Jiayi wasted no time, issuing each customer a membership card with 300 yuan in free internet credit, while also explaining how to use the new internet cafe management system. The username and password are for logging in. You can change the password yourself. Your balance is in the wallet, and you can check your usage and charges. Got it, got it. The three young people beamed with delight, unable to wait for Tan Jiayi to finish speaking. They eagerly grabbed their cards and headed straight for the computers. They checked their wallet balances, a full 1,300 yuan in internet credit. A burst of excited squeals erupted. Jiali Internet Café, we love you to bits. This is amazing. Better than opening day deals, and it's permanent. Hey buddy, still charging $5 an hour? Sign up for membership now, get free time with 100 yuan top up. It's so good it'll blow your mind. After Tan Jiayi launched the membership recharge bonus campaign, sign-ups skyrocketed like a rocket launch. The growth exceeded his wildest expectations. On Saturday alone, Jiali Internet Café added over 100 new members. While most topped up with 100 or 200 yuan, some well-off customers went straight for 500 yuan top-ups. Yang Xiaoyun also added the recharge 1000, get 300 bonus promotion. Following Tan Jiayi's instructions, what if there were more loyal customers like those three young men? The result? Customers topping up 1000 yuan far outnumbered those topping up 500 yuan. After all, if someone could afford to top up 500, would they hesitate to add another 100 to reach 1000? When Tan Jiayi came to take inventory the next day, the front desk cabinet was already packed to the brim with cash. A full 50,000 yuan. Tan Jiayi had made it all in a single day. Tan Huagin and Lu Jiali stared dumbfounded at the thick stacks of cash. Their son was truly brilliant. Just from this one membership recharge promotion, he'd raked in 50,000 yuan in a single day. What about a whole month? Tan Huagin and his wife were completely stunned. This was practically robbing people. Son, Xiaoyun, you two watch the counter. Wife, let's go deposit this money. Tan Huagin acted decisively, grabbing a burlap bag to pack up the cash on the table. 50,000 yuan better deposited in the bank for safety. Otherwise, money tempts people who could guarantee that the internet cafe patrons wouldn't get any funny ideas. So the couple rushed out of the internet cafe and dashed straight to the nearest bank. When Tan Huagin and Lu Jiali returned, both their faces glowed with a rosy flush. What a rush! Withdrawing 50,000 yuan at the bank in one go, they drew envious stares from all the other depositors. That was the savings many people couldn't accumulate in years. Yet they had earned it in just a single day. Son, this strategy is brilliant. I reckon we'll clear the final payment on that computer way ahead of schedule. Tan Huagin happily scooped up his son and planted a big kiss on him, much to Tan Jiayi's disgust. Do you even know you have bad breath and your stubble is super prickly? Lu Jiali rushed over too, scooping up her son for a hearty kiss. Tan Jiayi rolled his eyes helplessly, seeking a glance of sympathy from Yang Xiaoyun. But Yang Xiaoyun just shook her head with a wry smile, signaling she couldn't help. She was actually quite excited too. Although the Tan family had made the money this time. But if they opened a branch store next, wouldn't her family also profit from it? 10 days passed quickly. After those 10 days, Tan Jiayi had already earned 500,000 yuan in cash through membership recharges. That's right, averaging roughly 50,000 yuan per day. During these 10 days, Tan Huagin and his wife arrived at the store early each morning to withdraw and deposit money. That afternoon, Tan Huagin brought Tan Jiayi back to Qingyue's store. Well, if it isn't Mr. Tan and his son. Are you here to buy another computer? Qingyue greeted them with a smile as he ushered them into his office. Tan Huagin remained silent, while Tan Jiayi plopped down at the tea table and declared in a childish yet exaggerated tone. Uncle Qin, don't ask so many questions. Just bring out your most expensive tea. Qingyue froze for a moment, initially reluctant. But considering how many computers Tan Jiayi had bought from him, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a pack of his most expensive tea from the cabinet. Premium Biluokun 200 yuan per pound. As he spoke, Qingyue brewed tea for both of them, his expression still pained. Biluokun. That's the good stuff. Tan Jiayi chuckled at the sight and gave his father a nod. The next moment, Tan Huagin gritted his teeth and pulled a check from his coat pocket, handing it to Qin. Mr. Qin, here's the remaining 40,000 yuan balance. Please verify it. The words fell. Qingyue stared wide-eyed at the check in his hand. No way. In less than a month and a half. You've already earned 600,000 yuan? Chapter 23, the opportunity is finally here. Tan Huagin didn't say much either. He plopped down and joined in drinking tea. A rare treasure, Biluokun tea. He'd never tasted tea this fine in his entire life. But that was before. From now on, tea of this caliber would be available whenever he desired. Qingyue immediately dashed to the bank to verify the amount. After confirming it was correct, he returned, panting slightly from the sprint. Gentlemen, the funds are in order. We're even. Saying this, Qingyue pulled out the previously signed contract and handed it to Tan Huagin. I hope you'll continue to favor us in the future. Earning 30,000 yuan proved easier than he'd imagined, leaving Qingyue beaming with delight. Father and son exchanged a knowing smile. After finishing their tea, they left without further ado. Before departing, Tan Jiayi casually took the jar of premium Biluokun tea with him. Qingyue chuckled at the sight. It's yours, young boss. After they departed, Qingyue watched their retreating figures with a thoughtful expression. Could running an internet cafe really be this profitable? Should he consider opening one himself? Over the next few days, the internet cafe remained bustling with business, especially as the stream of customers signing up for memberships showed no sign of slowing. Though not as many as at the beginning, there were still about 50 people signing up for memberships every day. The reason for such high demand was simply that Jiangcheng's internet cafe market was too small. The high cost of opening an internet cafe meant there weren't many to begin with, let alone large ones like Jiali Internet Café with over 100 computers. In fact, it was the only one of its kind in the entire city. Thus, after over a month of pent-up demand, those unable to find internet access had largely flooded into Jiali Internet Café. Business was now booming daily, and the scramble for computers had returned. Wang Xiaoyao's computer was now stationed at the front desk to avoid disrupting others' access. It was unavoidable. Jiali Internet Café was simply too popular. Today was August 31st, the last day of the month. Tan Jiayi watched the bustling scene inside the internet cafe and furrowed his brow slightly. "Dad, how much cash do we have on hand now?" "About another 100,000 or so." Tan Huigan replied with a smile. "All right then. The branch store is about to get started. I start school tomorrow, so I'll basically be leaving the daytime operations to you guys," Tan Jiayi said with a hint of resignation. He didn't want to go to elementary school, but his parents were stubborn. He had no choice but to study. "Don't worry, son. We've got this covered while you're away. The job postings are out, and I'm already negotiating with the landlords for the store locations you picked out these past few days." Tan Huigan now had more responsibilities, so the front desk staff took over selling snacks and cigarettes. This increased the workload for Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen. But this was only temporary. According to Tan Jiayi's plan, an internet cafe must have one manager, one front desk staff member, and one attendant handling cleaning and deliveries. Adding night shifts and excluding the manager, that required at least 5 people. Add a cook, and that makes 6 people. Mom and Dad would definitely need to help expand the branches, so they had to be available. Tan Jiayi nodded and said to Wang Xiaoya, "You'll have to work a bit harder today and help out at the front desk. We're going out for a meal and we'll bring you back a portion." As he spoke, Tan Jiayi handed Wang Xiaoya her 200 yuan bonus in advance. The moment she saw the money, Wang Xiaoya happily plopped down at the front desk to guard the shop. With that, Tan Huigan waved his hand and led the others out to grab a bite. This marked the first time the entire team had gathered for a meal since the internet cafe opened. Soon, they hailed a taxi and arrived at one of Jiangcheng's pricier restaurants, the Grand Fortune Hotel. Inside, the group of 5 entered a spacious and bright private room. The room was elegantly and grandly decorated, with a solid wood round table placed in the center, surrounded by comfortable chairs. Several exquisite landscape paintings hung on the walls, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Tan Huigan plopped down in the head seat and smiled as he welcomed everyone. "Don't be shy, just sit wherever you like." After Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen took their seats, Tan Huigan pushed the menu toward Tan Jiayi. "Son, order whatever you fancy. Money's no object in our family now. Of course the son can order whatever he wants. This whole business was built by the son, after all." Lu Jelly shot back with a playful scolding. She thought Tan Huigan was getting too cocky and needed a gentle reminder. Yes, dear. We're all out to eat, could you give me a little face?" Tan Huigan cleared his throat awkwardly, drawing chuckles from the others. After ordering, Tan Huigan poured juice for everyone, raised his glass, and stood up. "Here, let's all clink glasses together. Here's to our internet cafe thriving and getting better and better." Everyone stood, raised their glasses, and clinked them together with a crisp sound. Soon, the dishes were served. Standing on a chair, Tan Jiayi spoke while eating. "The expansion of the internet cafe can't continue like this. The storefront must be larger, preferably 2 stories. As he finished speaking, Tan Huigan set down his chopsticks and nodded. "My son's right. The current internet cafe is a bit small. Not only are they small, but the environment isn't great either. When we have time, we should renovate Jiali Internet Café and expand the space." Tan Jiayi interrupted his father and continued. No one minded. They all listened attentively, especially Yang Xiaoyun, who took out a notebook and jotted down every word Tan Jiayi said. Internet use already involves some radiation, and prolonged sessions can be uncomfortable. I suggest adding more green plants. They'll beautify the space and purify the air. Seeing this, Tan Huigan quickly interjected. "That's easy to handle. I'll head to the flower and bird market soon and buy plenty of green plants." Tan Jiayi nodded with a smile and added, "The newly renovated internet cafe should have designated zones. For instance, the main area of the lobby should be accessible to both members and non-members. Then we need to set up VIP private booths. Ideally, create multi-station rooms like 3-person or 5-person booths so friends browsing together can stay in the same space. However, VIP booths will be reserved exclusively for members for now." At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Brilliant! How did Tan Jiayi's little brain come up with such a brilliant idea? Since internet users typically come in groups of 3 or 5 anyway, this VIP booth concept would prevent arguments among customers who couldn't sit together. It also potentially reduced safety hazards in the internet cafe. Seeing everyone listening intently, Tan Jiayi took a sip of juice and continued. "The last matter concerns my sister and cousin joining the venture. I've decided that my sister's family and my cousin's family will each contribute 50,000 yuan, securing a 20% stake in the new store and a 1% stake in all branches. At these words, Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen immediately stood up, their faces filled with gratitude as they looked at Tan Jiayi. Their chance had finally arrived. Chapter 24, Is there anyone in charge here? Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun were their own people. Giving them some benefits wasn't a big deal. 50,000 yuan for a 20% stake in the company, plus 1% of all store's profits. This was an incredible deal. Over the past month, Jiali Internet Café has raked in at least 800,000 yuan. Over the course of a year, it would easily amount to several million. A 20% stake meant their family could potentially earn 1 million yuan annually. Back in 1998, a family with 100,000 yuan in savings was already considered quite wealthy. Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen couldn't even begin to imagine what a family earning 1 million a year would be like. And that's not even counting the 1% stake in every branch. It might not seem like much, but the more branches opened, the more each family stood to gain. The cost was merely the initial investment of 50,000 yuan. It was an absolute steal. Oh my gosh, cousin, I'm tempted to call you big bro. Brother, thank you so much. Sis absolutely loves you. Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen were so overcome with emotion they practically lunged forward to hug Tan Jiayi. Yang Xiaoyun is fine, but Tan Lunwen? Forget it. Mom and Dad, do you have any objections? Tan Jiayi turned his gaze toward Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali. Son, we've told you before you make the big decisions. We have no objections. The couple nodded repeatedly, clearly having no objections. Alright then, it's settled. Once the branch is ready, my sister and cousin won't be staying at the current store. You'll both become branch managers and train your own staff. Store managers. Train staff? Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun felt as though happiness had come too suddenly. In just over a month, they'd gone from being lowly front desk cashiers to seemingly becoming important figures. And all of this was thanks to the 8-year-old Tan Jiayi standing before them. Otherwise, people like them high school graduates with no special skills would have ended up factory workers or stuck in dead-end jobs with no prospects. Don't worry, cousin. We'll get the job done. Tan Lunwen pounded his chest solemnly while Yang Xiaoyun nodded vigorously in agreement, vowing to do their best. At this point, Tan Jiayi really had nothing more to say, so he went back to eating. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink. Everything that lay ahead depended on their own efforts. After all, he was only 8. How much could he really handle? The meal was a feast of mutual enjoyment, filled with warmth and laughter. Everyone was in high spirits. Tan Lunwen, especially, was only in his second year of high school. He hadn't even graduated yet and was already the head of a store. The sense of accomplishment was absolutely overwhelming. Tonight, he'd go home and explain everything to his family. Tomorrow, when school started, he wouldn't be going to register. Why bother with school when being a restaurant manager was so much more satisfying? So, as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, Tan Lunwen gave a quick wave and dashed home. Mom and Dad, I've decided to quit school and follow my cousin's lead. If he'd said that before, Tan Lunwen's parents would have beaten him senseless with a stick. But now? They were overjoyed. They'd been terrified of poverty. Both his parents were honest laborers with little savings. This might be their family's only chance to make big money. As they were leaving, Yang Xiaoyun embraced Tan Jiayi with extraordinary tenderness, then gave him a soft smack on his little cheek. Little brother, I have a small request. I wonder if I can share it. Yang Xiaoyun adopted a humble tone, as if negotiating. Sis, we're family now. Just say it. Tan Jiayi rubbed his cheek and grinned. Here's the thing. My younger sister was supposed to start high school this year, but she just can't focus on her studies. No matter how much mom and dad try to persuade her, it doesn't work. As her older sister, I don't want her to end up working in a factory if she can't study. If we open a branch store, could she come and learn from me first? Don't worry, the pay doesn't need to be high, she's not even an adult yet. Tan Huigan interjected, Xiao Shui? Quitting school so young. Oh, that child really keeps us on our toes. Son, don't you dare follow in Xiao Shui's footsteps. Lu Jiali shot Tan Huigan a glare. Our son is so bright, how could he ever be like that girl Xiao Shui? Right, I was just saying. Tan Jiayi was a bit speechless with his parents, but he still nodded to Yang Xiaoyun. Sis, I didn't make you manager so you'd ask me about every little thing. For minor matters like this, you can decide on your own. That's wonderful, little brother. Thank you so much. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Xiaoyun planted another kiss on Tan Jiayi's cheek. Left cheek, right cheek. Tan Jiayi was utterly helpless. Damn it, picking on me just 'cause I'm little. Just wait till I'm older, see if you dare kiss me like that then. Sis, brother-in-law, I'll be off then. Yang Xiaoyun beamed as she departed, just like Tan Lunwen, eager to share the news with her family. This was their family's chance to change their fate. Tan Huigan had silently approached Tan Jiayi from behind. Before she could protest, he swept her up and hoisted her onto his shoulders. The broad shoulders felt reassuring. Tan Jiayi smiled and didn't resist. Son, I don't know how to express this after all, I never had much schooling. But I still want to say this, having a son like you makes me feel incredibly fortunate and truly happy. Tan Huigan trailed off mid-sentence. Seeing this, Tan Jiayi chuckled. Dad, if you're not good at being sentimental, don't force it. You're right. I'm just happy. Tan Huigan's hearty laughter faded into the wind as the happy family of three walked home together. At the front desk of Jiali Internet Café, Wang Xiaoya rested her head on the table, rubbing her stomach. She glanced weakly at the time displayed on the computer screen. Seriously, what time is it? What about the food you promised to bring? A wail like a wolf's howl erupted from within the internet cafe. She was absolutely starving. Is there anyone in charge here? Chapter 25, Zhao Deju and his son, eyes burning with envy. As evening fell, the sky darkened, and dim light filtered through the internet cafe's grimy windows. Wang Xiaoya had been sitting here for ages, her stomach growling like a drum, her hunger unbearable. It felt like her front was about to stick to her back. Her eyes fixed on the doorway, her heart filled with anxiety as she muttered to herself. What the hell is going on with Tan Jiayi and the others? Why aren't they back yet? Just as Wang Xiaoya was growing dizzy with hunger, a burst of laughter suddenly echoed from outside the door. Tan Jiayi and the others soon walked into the internet cafe, arms linked, chatting and laughing. Brother E, you're finally back. Wang Xiaoya felt as if she'd been injected with a shot of adrenaline, instantly perking up. Pushing through her weakness, she called out to Tan Jiayi in a faint, hopeful voice, Did you bring me anything to eat? I'm so hungry I can barely see straight. Tan Jiayi waved his hand casually, brimming with confidence. Hey, what are you talking about? With Brother E around, how could you ever go hungry? Huigan, where's the food? Get it out. Tan Huigan grinned, pulling 5 or 6 takeout boxes from behind his back as if by magic. Here you go, Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly reached out to catch them and eagerly opened one box. Wow! Wang Xiaoya exclaimed in delight. It was pot-roasted pork. Golden brown, crispy pork slices coated in a tempting sweet and sour sauce glistened under the dim light, their aroma filling the air and making Wang Xiaoya's mouth water. She hurriedly opened another box. Oh, it's fish-flavored shredded pork. The aroma instantly filled the air. In this era of extreme scarcity, these were rare delicacies indeed. Brother E, these dishes haven't even been touched. Wang Xiaoya's eyes instantly welled up. Tan Jiayi waved it off casually, laughing heartily, Of course not. When we go out to eat, how could I possibly bring you leftovers from someone else's meal? A wave of warmth washed over Wang Xiaoya. Any resentment she'd felt earlier about Tan Jiayi's late return vanished instantly. Her voice trembled with emotion. Brother Tan, thank you so much. In all my years, I've never met a boss as kind as you. Meanwhile, Zhao Deju was lounging comfortably in his own room. He sat sprawled out, legs crossed high, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the ember flickering on and off. He was flipping through a magazine so worn it was barely recognizable, the pages yellowed, curled at the edges, and riddled with holes, yet he seemed utterly engrossed. Suddenly, a clatter of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Before Zhao Deju could snap out of his bored stupor, his buddy Wang Maizi burst through the door, panting and flustered. Brother Deju! Wang Maizi bellowed at the top of his raucous voice, spittle flying uncontrollably as he spoke. You know what? That Tan Jiayi kid is something else. He's only been running that internet cafe for a month or so, but holy cow, it's ballooned like crazy, expanded over 20 times its original size. He caught his breath, eyes wide, then bellowed again. Heard he raked in hundreds of thousands overnight. At this, Zhao Deju's half-closed eyes instantly widened like copper bells, and the cigarette dangling from his mouth nearly fell to the ground. What the hell? Made hundreds of thousands? His voice rose involuntarily, brimming with disbelief and deep envy. How's that kid so damn lucky? As he spoke, he abruptly raised his hand and slammed the cigarette into the ashtray. The force sent ash flying, leaving a small patch of residue on the tabletop. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Deju's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, as if electrified. Then, a slow, sinuous curve formed at the corners of his mouth, a curve dripping with greed, like a wolf that had spotted its prey. Damn it! What gives that little bastard Tan Jiayi the right? Zhao Deju gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws, each syllable dripping with venom. His jaw clenched so hard his cheeks bulged. Wang Maizi stood nearby, shaking his head dramatically while letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. Brother Deju, why can't we get that kind of enviable luck? Look at Tan Jiayi, he rakes in the cash like it's child's play, living it up in luxury. Now look at us, penniless as a church mouse, eating nothing but thin air day in and day out. Our lives are nothing but misery. At these words, Zhao Deju exploded like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, his anger flaring instantly. With a sharp smack, he slammed his hand hard against his thigh, the sound crisp and loud. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, Luck? Oomph. That Tan Jiayi must have stumbled into this fortune by sheer blind luck. What real talent? It's pure blind luck. Recalling past events, Zhao Deju seethed with rage. Last time, he'd meticulously crafted a project, completely dazzling Tan Huigan and nearly swindled the money out of him. But then Tan Jiayi had swooped in and ruined everything. Otherwise, that money would have been in his pocket long ago, free for him to spend however he pleased. How could he let Tan Jiayi bask in such glory now? Zhao Deju's anger boiled over. Finally unable to contain himself, he kicked the nearby stool with all his might. The stool clattered loudly as it flew across the room, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. But the rage in his heart hadn't diminished one bit. Brother Deju, calm down, calm down. Wang Meizi offered feigned consolation, though his eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint of schadenfreude. Zhao Deju rubbed his chin, his eyes darting around restlessly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He whipped his head around and bellowed at Zhao Mingxing, who was playing marbles nearby. Mingxing, get your ass over here this instant. After the shout, he switched to a coaxing fake smile and said, Daddy's asking you, do you want some tasty treats and new toys? Zhao Mingxing's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly, he bounced over to Zhao Deju, his small hand clutching tightly at the hem of his father's clothes, urgently chattering, I do. Dad, how do we buy it? Tell me, tell me. A sly smile curled the corners of Zhao Deju's mouth, hiding countless schemes. He slowly bent down, gave Zhao Mingxing a light pat on the head, and said in a sarcastic tone that stinker Tan Jiayi made a fortune running his internet cafe. Perfect timing. We'll go find Tan Huigan and make him pay up that money he promised to lend us last time. Once we get our hands on that cash, we can buy whatever we want, eat and drink to our heart's content. Though young, Zhao Mingxing's small eyes brimmed with envy at the mention of Tan Jiayi's fortune. His head nodded vigorously like a garlic press. Dad, let's not dawdle, let's go now. Chapter 26, You'll lend whether you want to or not. That evening, the Tan family hummed cheerfully as they stepped lightly through their front door. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali sat on the sofa, their eyes still brimming with unmistakable excitement and a dazed look. It felt like they were still dreaming. Tan Huigan's face was beaming. He placed his large hand firmly on Tan Jiayi's shoulder, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Son, today feels like a dream come true. We never dared to imagine having this much money before, and now it's all come true. Lu Jiali nodded vigorously beside him, her eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. All thanks to my son. Jiayi, you're truly the hero of our family. With that, she pulled Tan Jiayi into her arms and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Tan Jiayi chuckled as he gently pushed her away, waving his hand with feigned maturity. Mom and Dad, this is nothing. The best days for our family are still ahead. Tan Huigan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Son, tell Dad what's our next move? Dad, I'll follow your lead. Tan Jiayi stood up straight and declared earnestly, Dad, with our internet cafe doing so well, we absolutely have to open a branch. And we need to keep expanding, become the biggest internet cafe chain in Jiangcheng. Lu Jiali was so astonished she couldn't close her mouth. Son, that's an incredible idea. Tan Huigan beamed with pride, giving him a thumbs up. Excellent. You're truly my son. I believe in you, whatever you decide, I'm right behind you. Tan Jiayi lifted his little head, hands on his hips, looking every bit the little adult, full of pride. Mom and Dad, you can rest easy. At the rate our internet cafe is raking in money, it won't be long before buying a big house and driving a fancy car is no big deal. From now on, we'll eat out every meal, wear new clothes every day, and live the enviable life of abundance. Tan Huigan's eyes crinkled into slits at the words. He reached out and gently poked Tan Jiayi's cheek. Well now, son, you sure talk big. But Dad believes in you. But tell me, when exactly will we get that big house and fancy car? Tan Jiayi tilted his head, seriously counting on his fingers. 6 months tops. Once our branch store opens, we'll buy anything without batting an eye. Lu Jiali laughed so hard she doubled over, scooping Tan Jiayi into her arms and showering his face with kisses. My precious son is so amazing. Only half a year? Even Mom dares not dream it could happen so fast. As long as I can live a good life with my son, Mom is content. Tan Jiayi squirmed in Lu Jiali's embrace. Mom, just wait and enjoy the good life. I'll make sure you become the most respected people in Jiangcheng everywhere we go, people will look up to us. Tan Huigan roared with laughter, nodding vigorously. Yes. Yes. We're counting on that day. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Lu Jiali rose in confusion to answer it. The door swung open to reveal Zhao Deju and his son standing there. She froze in surprise. Deju, what brings you here? Zhao Deju's face was plastered with a smile. He strode into the room, his eyes darting around the space. His tone was oddly sarcastic as he spoke. Sis-in-law, I hear Jiayi opened an internet cafe and is raking in the cash. Didn't you guys promise to lend me 50,000 yuan for my business? I need that money to get this project started. When are you going to give it to me? Lu Jiali's expression darkened instantly. Deju, she snapped, how dare you bring that up? That business idea you pitched last time was sketchy enough. Now you're asking for money? Zhao Deju paid no heed to Lu Jiali's attitude. He chuckled thick-skinnedly, sis-in-law, you shouldn't talk like that. Jiayi's raking in big bucks now. Helping out his uncle-in-law is only right, isn't it? Besides, we're family. We agreed to this from the start. At that moment, Zhao Mingxing, who had been hiding behind Zhao Deju, poked her head out. Yeah, auntie. I haven't gotten any new toys in ages. If you guys lend Dad the money, he'll make a profit and buy me tons and tons of toys. Tan Jiayi stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhao Dezhu. Dezhu, stop making a fuss. Jiali's Internet Café has made some money, but it's not as easy to get as you think. Zhao Dezhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Making money and still crying poverty? Tan Jiayi, you're just not willing to lend it, aren't you? Tan Jiayi's face flushed crimson with anger as he raised his voice. How dare you say that? Am I the kind of person who would do that? Do you have any idea how much effort we put into opening this internet cafe? Most of the money for the computers was borrowed. Now we have to pay back a huge sum every month, and we still haven't settled the supplier's bill. Tan Jiayi continued, plus, Jiali's Internet Café is doing better and better. We're planning to expand and open a branch. All that requires more investment. We really can't spare a single penny. Hearing Tan Jiayi's words, Zhao Dezhu instantly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Tan Jiayi, what kind of talk is this? Zhao Dezhu stomped his feet, pointed his finger right at Tan Jiayi's nose, and bellowed. Who was it who pounded his chest and assured me the money was definitely coming, telling me to go ahead and prepare for the business? Now look at you, made a few stinking bucks and turned your back on me. Don't you have any sense of honor left? His voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. I treated you like my own brother-in-law, consulting you on everything, hoping we could get rich together. And now you claim you have no money? You're pulling my leg. It's only been a few days, and you've already gone back on your word. How can you justify this to me? How can you justify this to our family ties? Zhao Dezhu grew angrier by the second, the flesh on his neck trembling with rage. Tan Jiayi lunged forward in a single stride, undaunted by Zhao Dezhu's fury. Pointing a finger at his nose, he shouted back. Zhao Dezhu. Stop playing games. You're just using business as an excuse to swindle my family out of money, aren't you? Zhao Dezhu's face darkened, still trying to justify himself. What do you know, you little brat? Stop spouting nonsense. Tan Jiayi snorted coldly, hands on his hips, his voice full of conviction. Zhao Dezhu. Stop pretending. I know exactly what you're up to, using business as a cover to swindle us out of our money. He straightened his chest, his tone unwavering. Let me tell you, every penny I have was earned through sheer hard work. I refuse to lend it out, not even the heavens themselves could change my mind. Give up that idea right now. Zhao Dezhu trembled with rage at Tan Jiayi's sharp retort. He glared at Tan Jiayi with malice, then suddenly turned. Clang! A kitchen knife slammed down hard on the table. Oomph! You little bastard, don't push your luck. Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ferocity. You're borrowing this money whether you want to or not. Chapter 27, if you have anything to say, tell the police. Tan Jiayi's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu. Have you no shame? All those promises you made earlier? They're worthless now. Why should we still lend you money? Lu Jiali stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Dezhu, we're family. How can you push us like this? Things aren't easy for us either. Zhao Dezhu, however, seemed deaf to her pleas. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he snapped, cut the crap. You agreed to this before, now you've got to cough up the cash. Don't waste my time with nonsense. I only recognize money. Tan Jiayi trembled with rage, his voice cracking. Don't push it too far. Look at yourself, where's the slightest trace of kinship left? Zhao Dezhu roared back with righteous indignation, me over the top? You're the ones over the top for not honoring your promise. If you won't lend me the money today, I'm staying right here. Zhao Dezhu continued his tantrum, his face flushed and neck strained as he yelled. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali were both furious and anxious, yet utterly helpless against him. No one noticed that Tan Jiayi, who had been there moments ago, had quietly slipped away. Tan Jiayi's face flushed crimson. Faced with Zhao Dezhu's brutality, his normally honest and gentle nature was suddenly intimidated. His lips trembled as he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You, don't push it too far. How dare you bully people like this? Lu Jiali was flustered too, tears welling up in her eyes. What on earth were they to do now? Where was Jiayi? Where had Jiayi gone? Her mind was set on finding Tan Jiayi to discuss this, but he was nowhere to be seen. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali exchanged a glance, both eyes flashing a hint of helplessness. Tan Jiayi gritted his teeth, forcing back his anger, and broke the deadlock first. Dezhu, don't get so worked up. Let's talk this through calmly. Zhao Dezhu wouldn't let it go, his eyes widening angrily. What's there to talk about? Just hand over the money. Lu Jiali quickly put on a conciliatory smile, her tone as gentle as possible. Dezhu, look at you losing your temper right off the bat. You've scared us all. It's not that we won't help you, but you have to give us some time. Tan Jiayi quickly chimed in, that's right. Jiali's Internet Café has made some money, but expenses are everywhere now. We really can't come up with that much all at once. Give us some time to figure something out. Zhao Dezhu eyed them suspiciously. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm telling you, I'm getting that money. Tan Jiayi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Dezhu, rest assured we wouldn't deceive you. Jiayi said he values family ties and won't abandon you. But times are tough right now. Just help us out and wait a little longer, okay? Lu Jiali nodded repeatedly beside him. That's right, that's right. Daju, just trust us this once. Once this period passes, we won't shortchange you. Seeing Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali soften their stance, Zhao Diju immediately puffed up like a triumphant rooster, his head held high with an air of smug arrogance. He sneered coldly, demanding exorbitantly, "Humph, so you've finally come to your senses. Let me tell you, I've discussed this thoroughly with the business owner. 50,000 yuan is nowhere near enough startup capital. We need at least 100,000 now." Tan Jiayi's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000? Daju, you can't be serious. We just told you, we really don't have that much cash on hand right now. Stop putting us on the spot. Zhao Diju's eyes narrowed menacingly. Give me a couple more days? I can't wait that long. Stop pretending to be broke, give me whatever you've got now. It's not enough. I'll come back in a few days to collect the rest. If you dare to play games with me, you'll see. Just as Zhao Diju was waving his arms wildly, cornering Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali into a tight spot. Bang bang bang. A series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed through the room. The sound felt jarringly out of place in the tense atmosphere. It sent a jolt through everyone inside. Lu Jiali flinched in fright. After a moment's hesitation, she hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, four stern-faced police officers stood outside. The lead officer, his eyes piercing like torches, scanned the room and asked sternly, "Excuse me, is this the Tan residence?" Someone called the police, reporting that someone here is threatening others with a knife. Lu Jiali clutched at this lifeline, her eyes instantly reddening. Pointing at Zhao Diju, who still gripped the kitchen knife, she choked out, "Officer, it's him. He threatened us with that knife, demanding we lend him money." Zhao Diju's face instantly drained of color. He frantically hid the knife behind his back, still trying to justify himself. "Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. I just got flustered. I didn't mean to threaten them." But the officers weren't fooled by his excuses. Two officers flanked him, precisely restraining Zhao Diju's arms. Another officer swiftly snatched the kitchen knife from his grasp. Zhao Diju tried to struggle, but the officers held him tightly, leaving him unable to move. "Calm down. Come with us to the station and explain what happened," the lead officer said sternly. Even as he was restrained, Zhao Diju continued to struggle fiercely, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Officer, you can't frame me. I just came to borrow some money from a relative. What law did I break?" At that moment, Zhao Mingxing, standing nearby, turned pale with fright at the scene unfolding before her. "What?" She burst into tears, wailing, "Daddy, Daddy. I'm scared." Just then, Tan Jiayi emerged from the room. He strode up to the officers and declared loudly, "Officer, he's lying. This isn't a normal loan. He's been trying to scam my parents out of money before, making up some vague business story. Today he came causing trouble again, slamming a kitchen knife on the table to threaten us, saying we had to lend him money whether we wanted to or not." Zhao Diju's face flushed with anger at the accusation. He shouted at Tan Jiayi, "You little brat, don't talk nonsense." Tan Jiayi ignored him completely and continued, "Officer, look at him. Just a moment ago he was so arrogant and aggressive, but now that he's been caught, he's trying to wriggle out of it. We really had no choice but to call the police." Several police officers listened as Tan Jiayi recounted the incident with clear logic. Seeing how concise and logically coherent his speech was despite his young age, they couldn't help but express their admiration. "This kid, how old is he? He speaks with such clarity and conviction. He's no ordinary child." Zhao Diju saw the situation turning increasingly unfavorable for him. The fleshy lines on his face twitched a few times before instantly shifting into a pitiful expression. He turned to Lu Jiali and Tan Jiayi, his voice trembling with feigned sorrow as he pleaded, "Brother-in-law, sis, I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed this time. I made a foolish mistake. Please give me one more chance. I promise it won't happen again. Please talk to the police officers and let me off this time." Tan Jiayi wasn't buying it. His eyes narrowed as he cut him off sharply. "Zhao Diju, when you were threatening us just now, why weren't you this submissive? If you have anything to say, tell the officers." Chapter 28, Step on that sewing machine inside. After Zhao Diju was escorted away by the officers, the door slammed shut, plunging the Tan household into sudden silence. The lingering tension from the confrontation. It made one's heart tremble. Lu Jiali plopped down on the sofa, her hand pressed to her chest, still shaken. Today was so close to disaster. I can't even imagine what would have happened if Jiayi hadn't called the police. That Zhao Diju, how come we never noticed he was this kind of person before? Tan Jiayi sat beside her, his face still pale with fear, his brow deeply furrowed. "Yeah, I never imagined he'd go this far for money, threatening us with a kitchen knife? That's just outrageous. Even though he went too far, he's still family." Lu Jiali sighed softly, a hint of regret flickering across her face. "I wonder how the police will handle him after taking him away." Sigh. Tan Jiayi frowned and retorted, "He brought this on himself. We treated him with kindness and generosity, but he didn't appreciate it. Now look at him, who's to blame? I know. Lu Jiali shook her head helplessly. It just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. We've had so much interaction with him before. I never imagined it would come to this. Tan Jiayi approached his parents. He gently guided Lu Jiali to sit down, then patted Tan Huigan, who was still standing nearby, motioning for his father to sit as well. Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Tan Jiayi's eyes held a maturity far beyond his years. Lu Jiali's eyes were slightly reddened. Jiayi, you really scared your mother today. I never imagined Zhao Deju would turn out like this. Tan Huigan sighed, his face full of resignation. Yes, how did this family relationship come to this? Tan Jiayi declared firmly, Dad, Mom, this isn't our fault. Zhao Deju himself had ulterior motives. He tried to swindle our money time and again, even threatening us with a knife. He got what he deserved. He continued, the police have taken him away now. The law will judge him, and he'll pay for his crimes. Tan Huigan nodded in agreement. Jiayi is right. He brought this on himself. Our Jiayi sees things more clearly than his father, even at his young age. Lu Jiali wiped away her tears and smiled, ruffling Tan Jiayi's hair. Yes, with my son around, I have nothing to fear. Let's live well from now on. Day after day passed. Tan Jiayi's days were filled with purpose. Early in the morning, he scrambled out of bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he muttered to himself. A new day is about to begin. Hearing the commotion, Tan Huigan entered the room and asked with a smile, Jiayi, up so early? Off to the internet cafe again? Tan Jiayi nodded vigorously. You bet, Dad. I need to check how much the internet cafe made yesterday and make sure the machines are running smoothly. Seeing his son's energetic demeanor, Tan Huigan felt both pleased and somewhat amazed. All you ever think about is making money, you little rascal. Alright, go ahead. Stay safe. Tan Jiayi rushed to the internet cafe. The manager spotted him from afar and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Tan, you're here. Tan Jiayi replied with a straight face, how's business today? Quick, hand me the ledger. Taking the ledger, Tan Jiayi's eyes darted over each line of numbers. Seeing the revenue hit a new high, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, we'll be opening a branch soon. After a busy day, night fell, and Tan Jiayi returned home. Lu Jiali was cooking in the kitchen and asked, Jiayi, how was business at the internet cafe today? Tan Jiayi answered loudly while washing his hands, Mom, it's going great. Made a lot of money again. Oh, Mom, I want to watch cartoons. I'll head to my room after dinner. Lu Jiali smiled and replied, sure thing. I knew you'd be thinking about cartoons. But Tan Jiayi wasn't really going to watch cartoons. The moment he entered his room, he eagerly fired up his computer, eyes glued to the legend code on the screen. He muttered to himself, I need to optimize this skill further. Players will definitely love it more. Only when the game gets more and more fun can our internet cafe's business thrive. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Lines of code danced across the screen. As the start of the school term drew near, Wang Xiaoya frequented the internet cafe more and more often. She practically wanted to glue herself to the place. Xiaoya, you're here every day, you're practically treating this place like your own home, Tan Jiayi teased with a smile. Wang Xiaoya flushed and retorted, mind your own business. I just love hanging out here, and with school starting soon, I need to make the most of my time. By the way, when is your family's internet cafe opening a branch? It'd be great if it were closer to my place. Tan Jiayi raised an eyebrow, his voice brimming with confidence. Soon. My dad's already scouting locations. Meanwhile, Tan Huigan was following Tan Jiayi's instructions. He pedaled his old-school bicycle through the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. He wasn't missing a single potential storefront. Meanwhile, inside the internet cafe, Lu Jiali was busy as a bee. Standing at the cash register, she watched the income figures jump and jump, unable to hide the smile on her face. Her mouth stretched almost to her ears. With only a few days left before school started, Tan Jiayi felt utterly gloomy. He was calculating the internet cafe's profits. He was 100% reluctant to go back to school. But he knew. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali would never agree to him dropping out. So he could only wait for the first day of school to arrive, his heart filled with resistance. The day before school started, a knock on the door shattered the quiet. Tan Huigan opened the door to find two police officers in uniform standing there, his expression instantly tensing. Is this the residence of Mr. Tan Huigan? The lead officer asked politely. Tan Huigan nodded quickly. Yes, this is my home. Officers, what can I do for you? The two officers stepped inside, and Lu Jiali came out to greet them, her eyes filled with confusion. The officers scanned the room before speaking. Mr. Tan, Mrs. Tan, we're here today regarding the Zhao Deju case. His case has been finalized. It's extortion, and the nature of the crime is particularly egregious. The court has sentenced him to 7 years in prison. 7 years. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali exclaimed in unison. Tan Huigan snapped back to reality and sighed. I never imagined he'd end up like this. If only he'd been more grounded back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The officer continued, considering your relatives, we've come to ask a few questions. Is there anything you'd like to convey to Zhao Dazhu? We can pass it along. Tan Jiayi strode out of the room, a sly grin on his face, and called out loudly, Officer, please give Zhao Dazhu a message from me. Tell him to keep working that sewing machine in there. He'll be out in no time. The moment those words left his mouth, Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali froze in surprise. The two officers paused, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is too funny. One officer laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes, chuckling as he said, that line so witty and... He paused, unable to find a more fitting word. He could only burst into laughter again. The other officer was doubled over, nodding and giving Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali a thumbs up. You two have truly raised an extraordinary son. Chapter 29, Has Tan Jiayi changed his ways? Morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Tan Jiayi's face. It roused him from his slumber. He opened his eyes groggily, stretched with a big yawn, and mumbled, a new day. But before he could finish, his body froze abruptly, as if he'd seen a ghost. Oh no, oh no. Tan Jiayi leaped straight out of bed. School starts tomorrow. The sudden shout startled Lu Jiali, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She quickly dropped the spatula and hurried to Tan Jiayi's room. Jiayi, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tan Jiayi paced anxiously around the room, patting his head in frustration. He'd completely forgotten about his homework. The entire summer break had been consumed by making money and managing the internet cafe. He hadn't touched a single assignment. The Tan Jiayi of the past wouldn't have batted an eye at unfinished homework. He was as thick-skinned as a dead pig in boiling water. After all, he was used to getting scolded. But now, things were different. Even though he was only 8 years old, inside him lived the soul of a man in his 30s. He had pride. The thought of being scolded by a teacher who was actually younger than him for not finishing his homework. Tan Jiayi felt his face burning like it was on fire. He had no choice but to cram. As night fell, Tan Jiayi paced back and forth in the living room. In his mind, he was strategizing how to handle the unfinished assignments. Dad, Mom, I'm exhausted today. I want to go to bed early so I'll have energy for school tomorrow. Tan Jiayi approached his parents, who were watching TV, feigning utter exhaustion. Lu Jiali looked at him with concern and said, Alright, Jiayi. Then get some rest early. You need to focus on school tomorrow. Tan Huigan nodded in agreement. Go on, don't stay up late. Get some rest. Tan Jiayi suppressed his inner excitement, gave a quick reply, and hurried into his bedroom. The door slammed shut. He swiftly drew the curtains, turned the desk lamp to its brightest setting, and rummaged through his backpack to retrieve several blank notebooks. Good thing I came prepared. Tonight, I'll finish you off. Meanwhile, in the living room, Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were chatting. This kid, why is he being so self-motivated today? Tan Huigan asked, sounding puzzled. Lu Jiali smiled. Maybe he's growing up and realizing he needs to study hard. In the bedroom, Tan Jiayi sat at his desk. Glancing at her first-grade homework, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a dismissive smile. This level of difficulty? Trying to stump me? Piece of cake. His pen flew across the page, the tip gliding swiftly over the notebook as neat lines of writing appeared in an instant. When he encountered math problems, he solved them in his head with ease. The answers came effortlessly. Hours passed before Tan Jiayi finally completed the last problem. He stretched his arms wide, flinging the notebook onto his bed. Done. Then, satisfied, he turned off the light, crawled under the covers, and prepared to face the first day of school. The next morning, Tan Huigan pushed his clanking old bicycle through the courtyard, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Jiayi, hurry up. Stop dawdling, you'll be late for school. Tan Jiayi dashed out of the house with his backpack slung over his shoulder. He scrambled onto the back seat, gripped the handlebars tightly, and shouted, Let's go. Tan Huigan gave the pedal a hard push, and the bike sped off into the morning light. At the school gate, Tan Jiayi hopped off the bike and waved to Tan Huigan. Dad, you better get back to work. Find a great spot for that new branch soon. Tan Huigan nodded and reminded him, behave yourself at school and don't get into trouble. Tan Jiayi patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Dad, I'll be good. With that, he dashed toward the school. Tan Huigan watched his son's retreating figure and smiled. Then he mounted his old school bicycle, adjusted its direction, and pedaled off through the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. Tan Jiayi hummed a tune as he walked into the classroom. The classroom was buzzing with noise. Well, if it isn't Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi turned to see Zhao Mingxing glaring at him with a face twisted in rage, his eyes seeming to shoot flames. You sent my dad to prison, I'll never let you off the hook. Zhao Mingxing gritted his teeth. Tan Jiayi shot him a dismissive glance, a mocking smile curling his lips. Your father brought it upon himself. Who else is to blame? With that, he ignored Zhao Mingxing entirely, striding straight to his seat and settling in with his back straight as an arrow. Zhao Mingxing shot Tan Jiayi resentful glances from time to time, muttering under his breath. Just you wait. I'll show you what I'm made of. Tan Jiayi seemed oblivious. No sooner had he sat down than a crisp, light chuckle sounded beside him. Tan Jiayi turned to see his desk partner, Lilei the class beauty and little cutie universally acknowledged by everyone. She blinked her large, watery eyes at him, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. Tan Jiayi, why are you sitting so stiffly today? Could it be you haven't finished your homework and are nervous about getting scolded by the teacher? Li Lei's lips curved slightly upward, tinged with a hint of teasing. Hearing Li Lei's words, Tan Jiayi felt deeply provoked. His short temper flared instantly. His eyes widened, his face brimming with defiance. Li Lei, don't judge people by their appearance. With that, he yanked open his backpack zipper with a loud rattle. With a swift motion, he grabbed the stack of summer homework assignments, raised his arm high, and then slammed it down with force. With a loud thud, the book slammed down on the desk. Li Lei raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. She reached out to flip through Tan Jiayi's workbook. Seriously? I've got to check this out. Li Lei reached out and flipped open his workbook. The moment she opened it, she couldn't help but gasp. Her eyes, previously filled with skepticism, whitened instantly. This handwriting, Li Lei murmured to herself. The characters in the notebook were written with meticulous care, stroke by stroke. It looked as if it had been printed. There was no trace of Tan Jiayi's usual messy scrawl. Her fingers unconsciously traced the paper lightly, as if to confirm its authenticity. Then, Li Lei began checking the answers. With each question, her eyebrows shot up a notch. These answers are outrageous. She couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Those problems. Whether simple arithmetic or slightly more challenging word problems, Tan Jiayi's solutions were not only logically sound but also entirely correct. Tan Jiayi, you. Li Lei looked up at her, her mouth agape in disbelief. Your homework was never like this before. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, as if Tan Jiayi before her were a complete stranger. What kind of magic potion did you take? You've completely changed. Chapter 30, Special Praise for a Classmate Desperately Seeking Gold Tickets. Soon, Teacher Wang began checking the homework, reaching Zhao Mingxing's desk. With a gentle smile on her face, Teacher Wang said softly, Zhao Mingxing, please show me your summer homework. Jiangcheng wasn't a big city. Teacher Wang had heard about the changes in Zhao Mingxing's family. He thought to himself, if Zhao Mingxing's work isn't too bad, he would encourage the isolated boy to regain his confidence. Zhao Mingxing lifted his head slightly, then quickly pulled out his homework notebook from his backpack and handed it to Teacher Wang with both hands. Teacher Wang flipped open the notebook. The look of concern on his face was instantly replaced by surprise. The handwriting in the notebook was neat and forceful, the pages clean and spotless, without a single trace of erasure. The answers to the problems were precise and correct. Zhao Mingxing, this homework is absolutely outstanding. Ms. Wang exclaimed spontaneously, her voice brimming with praise. She looked up, her eyes brimming with relief, and said to Zhao Mingxing, I thought the situation at home might affect your studies. But you've shown such resilience, completing your work so excellently it truly surprised me. Hearing Teacher Wang's praise, the surrounding classmates turned to look at her with surprised and envious eyes, whispering among themselves. Zhao Mingxing is actually this capable? I never would have guessed. Yeah, with what happened at home, he still managed to do such great work. Teacher Wang gently ruffled Zhao Mingxing's hair, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Zhao Mingxing, keep up this attitude toward learning. I believe you can overcome any difficulty that comes your way. You're an outstanding student. Zhao Mingxing's tense body instantly relaxed. He straightened his back, chest puffed out proudly, and beamed with satisfaction as he exclaimed, Thank you, teacher. After receiving Teacher Wang's praise, Zhao Mingxing felt as though he were floating on air. He shot a sidelong glance toward Tan Jiayi, a mocking smirk curling his lips. Inside, he was bursting with satisfaction. Let's see how Tan Jiayi embarrasses himself this time. With those crooked, messy handwriting and his utterly disastrous grades, he thought he could compete with him? Not a chance. Zhao Mingxing mentally replayed the scene of Tan Jiayi being scolded by the teacher until he was red-faced and humiliated. He nearly burst out laughing. Just then, his desk mate nudged him. Zhao Mingxing, what are you laughing at? Zhao Mingxing quickly stifled his grin. You'll see soon enough. It's going to be a show. He schemed inwardly that once Tan Jiayi made a fool of himself, he'd mock him mercilessly. Let Tan Jiayi taste the humiliation of being humiliated. Teacher Wang soon arrived at Li Lei and Tan Jiayi's desks. She first turned her gaze to Li Lei and said softly, Li Lei, your summer homework. Li Lei flashed a sweet smile, responded with a crisp yes, ma'am, and pulled out her homework notebook from her backpack. Teacher Wang flipped open the notebook. Li Lei, your work is absolutely outstanding. Ms. Wang couldn't help but exclaim, her voice brimming with unreserved admiration. Your handwriting is neat and elegant, a pleasure to behold, and all your answers are correct. I'm truly delighted. Ms. Wang nodded gently as she spoke, her smile growing broader. Hearing the praise, classmates nearby shot envious glances her way, and a murmur instantly filled the classroom. Li Lei is so amazing, her homework is always this excellent. Yeah, no wonder she's the class beauty, she's such a top student too. Li Lei blushed slightly at the teacher's praise, her lips curving upward into a shy yet delighted smile. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Wang ruffled Li Lei's hair encouragingly. Keep up the good work. After that, Teacher Wang's gaze shifted to Tan Jiayi. With a somewhat routine demeanor, Teacher Wang addressed Tan Jiayi, her tone carrying a hint of gentleness. Tan Jiayi. In her memory, Tan Jiayi's grades had never been particularly impressive. She didn't expect this summer's homework to bring any pleasant surprises either. Tan Jiayi calmly handed over his workbook. The moment Ms. Wang opened the book, her eyes widened abruptly. Her expression shifted instantly from neutrality to utter astonishment. This is your work? Tan Jiayi. Ms. Wang's voice rose involuntarily. The handwriting in the notebook was bold and forceful, stroke by stroke, completely unlike that of a first or second grader. She flipped through the pages, and when she reached the solutions to the challenging math problems, the complex calculations were clear and well organized, with every answer precise and correct. Tan Jiayi, you've truly surprised your teacher. The classroom erupted in an instant, with students whispering and murmuring among themselves. How did Tan Jiayi suddenly become so talented? Teacher Wang stared intently at Tan Jiayi's notebook, her brow slightly furrowed. She looked up and couldn't help but ask, Tan Jiayi, tell me honestly, did you really complete all this work by yourself? A hint of doubt colored Teacher Wang's tone. After all, the level of completion before her eyes far exceeded what a first-grade student should be capable of. Tan Jiayi met Teacher Wang's gaze with unwavering determination and declared loudly, Teacher Wang, I did this all by myself. His words were unequivocal, his earnest expression leaving no room for doubt. Teacher Wang observed Tan Jiayi's confident demeanor. Though doubts lingered in her heart, she sensed the child's sincerity and felt it inappropriate to question him outright. She nodded slightly, a smile of encouragement touching her lips. Very well, Tan Jiayi. I believe you. You've done an excellent job with this assignment. I'm proud of you. Despite her words, Teacher Wang remained inwardly skeptical and resolved to observe him discreetly for a while. She thought to herself, this child has changed so much. If he can truly keep this up, it would be remarkable. But we must remain vigilant, we can't let him develop a habit of deceit. With that, she smiled and addressed the entire class, everyone, take Tan Jiayi as your role model. With hard work, there's nothing you can't achieve. A round of enthusiastic applause filled the classroom. Zhao Mingxing sat at his desk, his face sour. He never imagined that Tan Jiayi, whom he had always looked down upon, would be praised for his homework this time. His plan to outshine him had instantly gone up in smoke. Teacher Wang closed the last homework book and returned to the podium. Resting her hands lightly on the desk, she scanned the classroom with her gaze before clearing her throat. Students, today I want to give special praise to one student. At these words, the students began whispering among themselves, speculating who it could be. Zhao Mingxing's heart leapt with joy at the words, practically wearing praise me on his sleeve. It has to be me, I did such a great job on this assignment, and the teacher praised me before. Who else could it be? As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. He'd even rehearsed in his mind how he'd act modestly in front of everyone after being praised. How he would feign modesty before his classmates while secretly basking in the glory. At that moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. For the moment when Teacher Wang would call out his name. Chapter 31, Zhao Mingxing's defenses crumble? Desperately seeking gold tickets. As Teacher Wang finished speaking, the classroom fell silent as if it were the dead of night, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Teacher Wang, wide and round, brimming with anticipation. Not a single breath dared to be taken. Teacher Wang deliberately built suspense, pausing for a long moment before clearing his throat slowly. Then came the words, Tan Jiayi. What? Did I hear that right? Tan Jiayi? That's impossible. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos. One by one, the students were stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the floor, their faces frozen in disbelief. We've been classmates with Tan Jiayi for a whole year, don't we all know what he's like? An impatient classmate couldn't hold back, shouting at the top of his lungs. His handwriting was all crooked and messy, like chicken scratch. He always half-assed his homework, he was a total underachiever. Exactly. We just missed him for one summer break, did he really get possessed by a genius's soul? This change is just too crazy. Mr. Wang, you didn't misjudge him, did you? There must be a mistake. How could Tan Jiayi ever be praised? Impossible. The waves of skepticism rolled in, one after another. Li Lei was utterly stunned. Her beautiful, wide eyes fixed on Tan Jiayi, her face etched with utter disbelief. She jumped to her feet. Teacher Wang, did you misread the results? Tan Jiayi's homework has never been like this before. How could his summer assignments suddenly be outstanding? Tan Jiayi, however, remained perfectly calm, sitting steadily in his seat with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He slowly scanned the astonished faces around him, his tone tinged with playful teasing. What's the matter? Only you guys can make progress? Can't I put in some effort too? Teacher Wang waved her hand with a smile, signaling for everyone to quiet down, then announced loudly. Class. Quiet down. Tan Jiayi's summer homework was completed exceptionally well, neat handwriting, every single problem answered correctly, perfect scores across the board. Listen up, everyone. With dedication, anyone can achieve remarkable progress. Tan Jiayi is a living example for all of you. Though the students fell silent after hearing Teacher Wang's words, their eyes still brimmed with deep confusion. They seemed unable to accept the sudden transformation of Tan Jiayi. Teacher Wang declared loudly, "The student who deserves praise for completing this summer assignment so outstandingly is Tan Jiayi." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxing's eyes instantly reddened. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Why her? Zhao Mingxing couldn't hold back any longer. She leapt to her feet and shouted, "I worked just as hard on my assignments. Teacher Wang, I did my homework very well too. Why aren't you praising me?" Teacher Wang frowned slightly, his gaze turning to Zhao Mingxing, though his expression remained relatively gentle. "Zhao Mingxing, I know you did well on your homework too. But Tan Jiayi's progress this time was truly remarkable. His performance is more worthy of everyone's learning." Zhao Mingxing's face flushed crimson. He tried to argue back, but Teacher Wang's expression turned serious. She waved her hand sternly, cutting him off. "Zhao Mingxing, the purpose of learning isn't to earn praise, but to improve yourself. Stop focusing all your energy on comparing yourself to others." With that, Teacher Wang clapped her hands firmly and raised her voice. "Alright, everyone. Stop spacing out, let's get started. Today, we'll be covering the multiplication tables. Pay close attention." Mr. Wang's gaze swept across the entire class, instantly silencing everyone. The multiplication tables we're covering today are the absolute core of second grade math, the most challenging part. They'll be with you throughout your entire academic journey, absolute fundamentals. No one is to take this lightly. With that, Teacher Wang began patiently explaining, writing on the blackboard while elaborating. "Look, 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2. These multiplication tables are like the foundation stones for building a house. If you don't master them, you won't be able to construct the entire edifice of mathematics later on." The students listened intently, their eyes wide with focus. But when it came to practical application and solving problems, all sorts of issues arose. Ugh! What kind of stupid problem is this? One student slammed his desk, wailing at the bright red X on his notebook. "How could I get this wrong again? I'm so frustrated." Mr. Wang strode over, peered at the paper, frowned, and raised his voice. "Look at this. How could you write 3 times 6 as 3 times 7? Multiplication tables are the foundation of math. You must memorize them. If you can't even remember these, how will you study math in the future?" the teacher said with frustration. Just then, another student shot their hand up, face twisted in frustration, and cried out, "Teacher, I know my multiplication tables like the back of my hand, but when it comes to problems, I just freeze up. I have no idea how to use them. What should I do?" Teacher Wang quickly walked over, gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, and comforted him in a louder voice. "You second graders are still building your learning skills. Making mistakes is perfectly normal. But you can't let mistakes discourage you." Mr. Wang grabbed the notebook, pointed at the problem, and declared, "Alright, look at this one. Let's break it down together. With practice, you'll master it. You won't be confused anymore. Now, show some confidence." Yet, staring at the red X on his homework, Zhao Mingxing felt both frustrated and anxious, muttering under his breath, It's just multiplication tables, what's so hard about that?" Tan Jiayi must have cheated somehow to get praised by the teacher. These words were overheard by Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi turned his head and shot him a dismissive glance. Instead of complaining, why not do a few more problems? Save yourself from getting left behind by me again next time. Teacher Wang was in the middle of his lecture when his gaze happened to fall on Tan Jiayi. A sudden thought struck him. Had Tan Jiayi truly grasped the concepts, given how flawlessly he'd completed his homework? No, I must test him. "Tan Jiayi, stand up." Tan Jiayi calmly stood up. Teacher Wang's eyes burned as he asked directly, "Tan Jiayi, what's 37? Tan Jiayi answered without hesitation, 21. Teacher Wang raised an eyebrow and pressed on, "What about 5 times 9? Tan Jiayi didn't even blink, blurting out, 45. "And 99? Tan Jiayi's lips turned up slightly. 81. Teacher Wang asked several more in quick succession, and Tan Jiayi answered them all flawlessly, without a single mistake. The entire class was stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Zhao Mingxing's eyes widened like copper bells. This kid? How is that even possible? Chapter 32, haven't you heard the saying, look at someone with new eyes after 3 days apart? Teacher Wang fired off a series of multiplication table questions. Tan Jiayi answered them all with ease. Teacher Wang's eyes widened instantly, inwardly gasping, this is too fluent. She'd taught for years and seen all kinds of students. But someone like Tan Jiayi who could recite multiplication tables so effortlessly on the very first day? This was truly a first. Ms. Wang couldn't hide the delight in her eyes. Tan Jiayi, you're amazing. In all my years of teaching, I've never seen anyone as talented as you. To master the multiplication tables so smoothly on your very first day, just imagine how much hard work that must have taken. Tan Jiayi smiled and replied, Teacher, I started preparing over the summer. I know how important the multiplication tables are. Teacher Wang clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, Excellent. You're the star of our class, a rare gem of a student. I believe that if you keep up this drive, your math skills will only get better. Tan Jiayi's flawless, rapid-fire responses effortlessly solved the multiplication tables challenge. The other students watched in stunned silence, their eyes instantly lighting up with envy. Wow, Tan Jiayi, you're so awesome. I've been racking my brain over these multiplication tables, how come you know them so well? Yeah. Tan Jiayi, do you have some secret trick? Please teach us. At that moment, Li Lei's eyes lit up. She stood up and said boldly, Tan Jiayi, since you're so good at this, could you come to my house tonight and teach me the multiplication tables? I promise to treat you to something delicious. If this had been before, Tan Jiayi would have agreed without hesitation. But now, Tan Jiayi couldn't help but inwardly groan, this is way too childish. Treating me to good food? Does she think I'm a kid? A faint smile touched Tan Jiayi's lips. Li Lei, I have other plans tonight. I'm afraid I won't have time. If you have any questions, just ask me during school hours. Li Lei flashed a hint of disappointment across her face, but still pleaded, Tan Jiayi, please just help me out. Evenings are more convenient for you to teach me. Tan Jiayi shook his head firmly. Mastering multiplication tables really comes down to practicing on your own. If you don't understand something, come ask me anytime, I'll definitely help you out. But I really don't have time tonight. Tan Jiayi looked at Li Lei, his expression calm. I have to go home to mind the store tonight. I really can't make it to your place. How about another day? Li Lei deflated instantly, her face etched with disappointment. She bit her lip, her voice full of hurt as she said, all right. Li Lei reluctantly nodded, a lingering trace of hope still visible in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxing, who already seethed with hatred toward Tan Jiayi, seeing Tan Jiayi steal the spotlight in front of everyone, now felt worse than killing him. Zhao Mingxing couldn't help but sneer sarcastically, humph, Tan Jiayi, so what if he can recite the multiplication tables? What's so great about that? Acting all high and mighty, you just don't want to teach Li Lei, you cheapskate. Tan Jiayi turned his head, shot Zhao Mingxing a dismissive glance, and retorted coldly, Zhao Mingxing, instead of wasting your time here making snide remarks, why don't you spend more time studying yourself? Stop being jealous all the time. If you're so capable, why don't you be as quick-witted as me? Zhao Mingxing clenched her fists in anger at Tan Jiayi's sharp retort. Tan Jiayi, don't get too cocky. We'll see about that. Zhao Mingxing gritted his teeth, silently determined to outdo Tan Jiayi in the multiplication tables. But multiplication tables were a tough nut to crack for second graders. He strained every muscle, his little face flushed crimson. Yet he couldn't even match half of Tan Jiayi's earlier performance. 4 times 7, what was 4 times 7 again? Zhao Mingxing muttered under his breath, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Just as Zhao Mingxing was at his wit's end, the bell chimed, signaling the end of class. Teacher Wang glanced at her watch, only a few minutes remained. Her gaze drifted involuntarily to Tan Jiayi, and she couldn't help but praise him again. Everyone, you've all seen Tan Jiayi's performance in this class. Tan Jiayi's academic performance used to be nearly average, but after this summer break, he's clearly hit a breakthrough. Ms. Wang's face beamed with satisfaction. Tan Jiayi's spirit of diligence and ambition is something every student should learn from. If he keeps this up, Tan Jiayi will only get better and better. Zhao Mingxing felt as if needles were piercing her heart upon hearing this. He shot Tan Jiayi a fierce glare and muttered under his breath, humph, so what if he got praised by the teacher? What's there to be so smug about? Tan Jiayi, however, remained completely unfazed. He stood up gracefully and responded with a smile, Teacher Wang, I'll gladly accept all your praise. As the saying goes, when you meet someone after 3 days, you should look at them with new eyes. 3 days apart, and you should look at him with new eyes? Teacher Wang's eyes widened instantly. In all her years of teaching, she had never encountered a second grader who could fluently quote a classical allusion typically taught in middle school. Ms. Wang asked in astonishment, Tan Jiayi, you actually know this saying? This isn't in the second grade textbook. Tan Jiayi blinked, a mischievous look on his face. Ms. Wang, I picked it up while reading books at home over summer break. I felt this saying perfectly suited me right now, so I just remembered it. Teacher Wang was both surprised and delighted, giving him a thumbs up. Tan Jiayi, you've truly surprised your teacher. To take the initiative to learn knowledge beyond the textbook. Everyone, did you hear that? This is how you should study, read widely and keep learning. Teacher Wang looked at Tan Jiayi and couldn't help but think to himself, this kid. After just one summer break, has he really become smarter? How could the change be so dramatic? But more than anything, she felt delighted to be teaching such a gifted child. Teacher Wang gazed at Tan Jiayi with hopeful eyes. After a pause, she emphasized, your talent is truly one of a kind in our class. Then, with heartfelt encouragement, she continued. Tan Jiayi, you must work hard and never disappoint the expectations I have for you. If you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to come ask me. Tan Jiayi replied with confidence, Teacher Wang, rest assured. I'll definitely work hard and won't let you down. Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Chapter 33 What good can ye possibly be? Begging for gold tickets. After class, Teacher Wang was in high spirits. She walked back to her office with a spring in her step, humming a tune. The moment she entered, she excitedly dashed to her chair, sat down, and eagerly launched into praise mode. Oh my goodness, you guys didn't see it. Tan Jiayi's performance in my class today was absolutely incredible. His summer homework was outstanding, and the best part? He rattled off the multiplication tables without a single stutter. This isn't the same Tan Jiayi we knew before. It's like she's been completely transformed. Teacher Zhao, at the desk next to hers, was buried in grading assignments. Hearing this, she snorted through her nose without looking up. Tan Jiayi? Give me a break. I don't buy it. She pushed her glasses up her nose impatiently and continued her tirade. Don't I know that kid? He's just a little smart aleck who never puts in any real effort. His handwriting's as messy as gibberish, his homework's half-assed, and his grades hover around the bottom half of the class. How can you make him sound so amazing? I think you're seeing things. Ms. Zhao paused here, her expression softening instantly as her tone brimmed with affection. If we're talking about low-maintenance students, Zhao Mingxing is the one. He never gives his teachers any trouble with his studies. He's self-motivated, hardworking, and excels academically. That's what you call a model student. Teacher Wang merely smiled wryly at this, offering no reply. She knew full well that Tan Jiayi had a strong dislike for Teacher Zhao. She thought Ms. Zhao was too rigid, too dogmatic, and particularly fond of lecturing people. Seeing Teacher Wang's silence, Teacher Zhao assumed she'd hit the nail on the head and grew even more animated. Raising her voice, she declared, "My Chinese class is next period. I'll see for myself what this Tan Jiayi is like, whether he's truly transformed as you claim." Seeing this, Teacher Wang knew Teacher Zhao was stubborn as a mule. Arguing further was pointless. So she shrugged and quipped, "Fine, go see for yourself. Mark my words, after you see it, your jaw will drop. Don't dare doubt your own eyes then." Teacher Wang chuckled inwardly. Just you wait, you'll be gaping in astonishment soon enough. The moment the bell rang. In an instant, Tan Jiayi's desk was swamped by a crowd of classmates. Tan Jiayi, spill it. What's your secret to mastering multiplication tables so flawlessly? Eyes wide with admiration. The chatter grew into a cacophony. Tan Jiayi, these multiplication tables are driving me crazy. My head feels like it's about to explode, and I still can't get them right. One classmate looked utterly miserable, on the verge of tears. Exactly. Look at you, you recite them so smoothly and get every problem right. Hurry up and share your secret tricks with us, or else I'll be burning the midnight oil studying again tonight. Surrounded by the crowd, Tan Jiayi remained unflustered, smiling as he waved his hand. Calm down, everyone. Listen up. He cleared his throat deliberately and announced loudly, actually, these multiplication tables aren't nearly as hard as you think. Just treat them like fun little stories. Take 2, 5, 10 for example. Think about it, we all have 2 hands, and each hand has 5 fingers, right? Put the fingers from both hands together, and that makes 10. See? Once you make that connection, it sticks in your mind and it's actually kind of fun, right? Whoa! You can interpret it that way? One classmate's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he jumped up excitedly. Oh man, why am I so dumb? How did I not think of such a simple solution? Another student slapped his head in frustration. Seeing this, Tan Jiayi continued, memorizing isn't enough, you need to practice more problems. After finishing the problems, you need to really think about where you went wrong and why. Once you understand all that, you'll never make the same mistake again when encountering similar problems. The students listened to Tan Jiayi's explanation. The confusion in their eyes gradually faded. Got it. Got it. Tan Jiayi, you're a genius. Yeah, all those things I couldn't figure out before suddenly make perfect sense now. Tan Jiayi, you're amazing. The students' admiration for Tan Jiayi was practically overflowing. They looked at him as if he were a superhero. Tan Jiayi, you're our class's study guru. You gotta mentor us more from now on, or we'll be clinging to you. One student grabbed Tan Jiayi's arm tightly, speaking excitedly. Tan Jiayi nodded with a confident smile, don't worry. Let's work hard together, we'll all master the multiplication tables. The thought filled him with renewed energy. Clearing his throat, his voice rose a few decibels. He continued explaining to his classmates. It was as if he wanted to pour out every bit of knowledge he possessed onto his classmates. Tan Jiayi stood in the center, radiating confidence, looking every bit the part of a professional little teacher. His explanation was utterly convincing. Li Lei sat beside Tan Jiayi, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared intently at him. The admiration in her eyes was practically overflowing. She thought to herself, how did Tan Jiayi suddenly become so amazing? He explains the multiplication tables so thoroughly. If only I could be like him, that would be fantastic. As she thought this, she couldn't help but lean closer toward Tan Jiayi. Her head practically pressed against his as she perked up her ears, listening intently. Tan Jiayi was explaining with passion, his words flying as he spoke. Suddenly, he caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent. He instinctively turned his head. There, mere inches away, was Li Lei's rosy little face, filled with nothing but admiration. This sight instantly flooded Tan Jiayi's heart with overwhelming satisfaction. A smile spread across Tan Jiayi's lips, and he deliberately adopted a helpless expression, half-jokingly remarking, Whoa, you're so close I feel like I'm going to get too nervous to speak. Li Lei's face flushed bright red. But instead of pulling away, she declared with righteous indignation, Tan Jiayi, you explain things so clearly and thoroughly I just want to listen more carefully. Go on, I promise to be quiet and won't interrupt you at all. As he spoke, he even made a convincing zipping up his mouth gesture. Tan Jiayi watched Li Lei's adorable expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Rebirth, it really was wonderful. Chapter 34, Test him to see if it's true. Ding dong. The class bell suddenly rang. The moment the students heard it, they instantly recalled Teacher Zhao's usual strictness, each of them snapping to attention as if a switch had been flipped. They instantly straightened their backs, sat up straight, and held their breath. Teacher Zhao entered the classroom. She pushed her black-rimmed glasses up her nose, her sharp gaze sweeping across the entire class before heading straight toward Tan Jiayi's desk. Tan Jiayi, bring me your homework. In Teacher Zhao's mind, Tan Jiayi was still that student with messy handwriting and half-hearted homework. She expected this assignment to be another mess, riddled with elementary mistakes. But when she opened Tan Jiayi's notebook, she froze in place. This is Tan Jiayi's work? Ms. Zhao blurted out, her face etched with disbelief. The notebook displayed neat, meticulous handwriting, each stroke executed with remarkable care. The answers to the problems were precise and correct, far surpassing the level of her classmates. Tan Jiayi, did you really complete this homework yourself? Teacher Zhao stared at Tan Jiayi, her eyes like two sharp hooks. He tried to hook even the slightest hint of panic from his face. Tan Jiayi, tell me the truth, did you really do this homework yourself? Her voice was icy, carrying an oppressive weight. Tan Jiayi understood Teacher Zhao's suspicion, yet he remained utterly unflustered. His expression calm, he met her gaze directly and replied plainly. Teacher Zhao, this is indeed my own work. Every single problem was solved through my own thinking. Seeing Tan Jiayi so composed, Teacher Zhao's doubts not only failed to dissipate but grew even stronger. She snorted coldly, thinking to herself, still trying to talk your way out of it. Just wait until I expose you. Then, deliberately drawing out her words, she said coldly, fine, Tan Jiayi. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. But after checking the assignments, I'll give you a proper test to see if you're really that capable, not just having an adult do it for you. Tan Jiayi chuckled inwardly, yet his face remained composed with a smile. Teacher Zhao, go ahead and test me. I'm ready anytime. He knew these elementary school concepts were child's play for him. He had no fear of Teacher Zhao's test. After checking the assignments, Teacher Zhao turned and walked to the front of the classroom. Clearing her throat, she began the lesson. Students, open your textbooks. Her voice echoed through the classroom. But for Tan Jiayi, second-grade Chinese was as easy as entering a cheat code in a video game. So simple it barely held his interest. Tan Jiayi sat upright with his back straight, but his mind had long since drifted off to the clouds, scheming about the next steps for his internet cafe. The branch needs a prime location, stylish decor, and some unique events. He calculated in his mind. Teacher Zhao was delivering her lecture vividly at the podium when her eyes inadvertently swept over Tan Jiayi. With years of teaching experience, she instantly recognized Tan Jiayi's distraction. Her brow furrowed with displeasure. She thought to herself, Tan Jiayi, her homework looks solid enough, but why is she zoning out in class? Clearly, her focus isn't on her studies. Tan Jiayi. Ms. Zhao suddenly raised her voice. The sharp command rang like thunder in Tan Jiayi's ears. The previously quiet classroom shattered instantly, every body jerking in surprise. Then, in unison, they turned their heads to look at Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi was blissfully lost in his own thoughts, mentally designing his internet cafe. He was pondering how to open branches and run promotions to attract more customers. Suddenly, the loud shout startled him so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. His heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly cursed his luck. Slowly rising from his seat, he looked at Teacher Zhao with a touch of embarrassment. Teacher Zhao pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses scrutinizing Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi, where did your mind wander off to? Since you have so much free time to daydream, fine. Come up here and translate the first few lines of the three-character classic for everyone. At birth, human nature is inherently good. Nature is similar, but habits diverge. Without proper teaching, nature will change. The way of teaching lies in specialization. The moment these words left his mouth, the surrounding students instantly gasped in unison. You see, for these second graders, the three-character classic might as well be alien gibberish. Its profundity defies description. Usually, even after Teacher Zhao breaks it down bit by bit and explains it over and over, we only grasp bits and pieces. They could barely grasp the general meaning. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Teacher Zhao's lips as he felt a quiet sense of triumph. I bet you can't answer this. This was the perfect chance to test whether this student was truly as formidable as rumored. A good lesson was in order to make it clear that paying attention in class was non-negotiable. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. The students stared wide-eyed at Tan Jiayi, their hearts pounding with anxiety. What's Tan Jiayi gonna do now? Can he even answer this? Tan Jiayi rose slowly, his expression calm. He took a deep breath, composed and unflappable. Then, a clear, resonant voice suddenly filled the classroom. When people are born, their nature is inherently kind. The translation flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, smooth and natural. Each word and phrase was as precise as a model answer, as if copied and pasted directly. Not a single flaw could be found. Teacher Zhao's face, which had been wearing a look of satisfaction and scrutiny, froze solid the instant Tan Jiayi began translating. As if time itself had paused. Her mouth opened slightly in an involuntary gesture, her face etched with disbelief, clearly frozen in place, unable to move. As for the students? Their jaws nearly hit the floor. The classroom erupted in an instant, a roar of astonishment filling the air. Holy crap, Tan Jiayi must be cheating. That's insane. Is this really the same Tan Jiayi we know? This is insane. How did he pull this off? Good heavens, did he cram all the new semester's material over summer break? This transformation is just too dramatic. It took Teacher Zhao quite a while to finally snap back to reality. She shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the unbelievable scene before her, muttering to herself. This can't be possible. The skepticism that had filled her heart toward Tan Jiayi instantly melted away without a trace. Instead, shock and confusion took their place. In her memory, Tan Jiayi had never been the type of student who worked hard or strived for improvement. Yet now, this earth-shattering transformation left her utterly baffled, unable to stop herself from wondering. How did this child suddenly become like a completely different person? Chapter 35. Was it too aggressive? Ding dong! The school bell finally rang cheerfully. Tan Jiayi had waited for this moment as if it had lasted an eternity. Under the gaze of the little girl Li Lei, filled with disappointment and on the verge of tears, he dashed out of the school in a flash. As soon as he reached the school gate, Tan Jiayi's sharp gaze swept the area. He immediately spotted Tan Huigan straddling his signature 28-inch bicycle, the frame tilted slightly under his weight. Tan Huigan spotted Tan Jiayi from a distance. He instantly broke into a wide grin, flashing a row of pearly whites, waving his arms vigorously and bellowing at the top of his lungs. Son, over here. His voice boomed so loudly it seemed to echo down the entire street. Tan Jiayi ran excitedly toward him. With a swift motion, he slid onto the back seat and eagerly asked, Dad, how'd it go? Did you find a spot for the new branch? Tell me now. Tan Huigan beamed with pride, giving the handlebars a firm pat. Son, you've asked the right question. These past few days, your old man has been up at dawn and working late into the night, non-stop, searching for a location for the branch store. We've made significant progress. He deliberately paused for dramatic effect before continuing. There are 3 or 4 locations, all quite promising. Each has distinct advantages. I'm really torn between them, can't make up my mind. Tan Jiayi was completely absorbed in his father's story. In his mind, he swiftly weighed the pros and cons of each location. The street noise, the crowd's clamor, all were automatically blocked out. The entire world seemed to shrink to just his father's voice. Before long, father and son arrived at the Internet Café. The moment they pushed open the door, the bustling noise instantly washed over them. In the corner's makeshift food area, Lu Jelly was bustling about, her hands deftly packing boxed meals. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyun stood behind the counter, fingers flying as she took payments and handed out change. Her eyes darted back and forth between computer screens and customers, never resting for a moment. It was evening rush hour. Wave after wave of young people poured into the Internet Café like a relentless tide. In an instant, the entire space filled with waves of chatter and the steady clatter of keyboards. Tan Jiayi strained to raise her voice as high as she could, shouting, Xiaoyun, take a break. Come eat with us. After shouting, he impatiently pulled Tan Huigan over. In the noisy environment, Tan Jiayi finally found a slightly quieter corner and urgently said, Dad, tell me in detail what the situation is like in those places. Tan Huigan grabbed a chair and plopped down heavily. Clearing his throat, Tan Huigan sat upright, a thoughtful expression on his face, and began to analyze the situation for Tan Jiayi. Son, the first place is next to the technical school. Think about it, vocational school students are mostly teenagers. They're at that age where they're full of energy, love to have fun, and are always online. While individual spending power might not be high, sheer numbers make up for it. Customer traffic is guaranteed. He paused, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and continued, now look at the second location in the industrial zone. After a hard day's work, those factory workers just want to unwind somewhere, play some games or whatever. Tan Jiayi listened intently, his eyes fixed on his father. Tan Huigan continued, then there's a spot near the university town. College students have huge demand for internet access, and their spending habits are progressive, they're willing to shell out. If we open a branch there, business is bound to be good. Son, which location do you think is best? Tan Jiayi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, Dad, why can't we open branches in all 3 locations at the same time? At that moment, Tan Huigan was leisurely lifting his teacup, a contented expression on his face as he brought the tea to his lips. The warm liquid had already touched his lips. Suddenly hearing Tan Jiayi's words, his hand froze mid-air, and the tea in his mouth nearly spilled out uncontrollably. Put! He froze in shock. Lu Jiali was deftly packing a boxed meal when Tan Jiayi's words suddenly reached her ears. She froze as if struck by lightning, then whirled around in utter shock. Her hands froze mid-motion, the boxed meal suspended mid-air. Tan Jiayi struggled to recover from the shock. His mouth opened and closed uncontrollably, yet he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long while. Finally, he stammered out, "Son. Son, you really don't know what this means?" His voice cracked with emotion, as if something had lodged in his throat. 3 branches. Based on the scale of this one store, we'd need over 300 computers. This isn't a joke, just the computers alone would cost over 2 million yuan. Lu Jiali snapped out of her daze, her words tumbling out rapidly, laced with urgency. "Yes, son. And that's just for the computers. How much will the rent cost? How much will the renovations eat up? Then there's utilities, equipment maintenance. All those miscellaneous expenses, doesn't every single one cost money? All told, it won't come in under 3 million. At this point, she suddenly stopped. She stared intently at Tan Jiayi, words on the tip of her tongue. Investing such a large sum carries enormous risk. What if? She didn't finish the sentence, but her worried expression spoke volumes. Tan Jiayi's eyes widened in shock. "Son, have you lost your mind?" He slammed his hand on his thigh, his voice heavy with emphasis. "Even if our internet cafe is raking in money now, 3 million yuan? How long would it take to earn that much?" This was 1998. It wasn't like decades later, when people recklessly borrowed money to spend like there was no tomorrow. Back then, someone who could pull out 3 million yuan was rarer than a giant panda. Lu Jiali shook her head frantically beside him, urgently pleading, "Jiayi, my dear, you absolutely mustn't be so impulsive." Her voice trembled with tears. "This is no child's play. We don't have that kind of money. Opening 3 branches at once is a huge risk, it could swallow our entire family whole. If something goes wrong, our whole family will be ruined." Yang Xiaoyun also looked worried as she spoke softly. "Jiayi, we all know internet cafes are booming now, but opening 3 branches at once? The financial pressure is immense." She sighed softly and urged earnestly. "We should play it safe and steady, take it step by step." Chapter 36, You've raised a good son kneeling for gold tickets. Tan Jiayi remained calm and composed. His eyes held a level of composure and experience far beyond his years. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Let me lay out the facts for you. Once you hear it, you'll see this plan is feasible." Tan Jiayi stood ramrod straight, his expression brimming with confidence. Then, with a confident air, he began to speak at length. "Our relationship with Mr. Qin from the computer mall isn't something that developed overnight. When we did business with him before and owed him money, have we ever been vague about it?" He lifted his chin slightly, his eyes radiating certainty. "Once people taste success, who wouldn't want to keep working with us? That's just human nature. This time, I'm placing a massive order for 300 computers. For Mr. Qin, that's like a huge pie falling from the sky, isn't it?" Tan Jiayi emphasized. "Do the math, just this one deal, how much could he make? A whopping 100,000 yuan. That's no small change. Ordinary folks would have to work their fingers to the bone for nearly a decade to earn that much. If he isn't tempted by such a huge opportunity, he must have a screw loose." Tan Jiayi folded his arms. "We should consider his situation too. We could negotiate with him to pay the goods in 6 installments. That way, his cash flow remains unaffected, his capital stays liquid, and he still pockets a hefty profit. Tell me, with such a surefire deal where he stands to gain nothing but profit, how could Boss Qin possibly refuse us? Unless he's an idiot." Tan Jiayi's gaze swept across each face as he spoke. Seeing everyone deep in thought, he pressed his advantage and continued. "Now look at our own internet cafe. Its current business is absolutely booming. We're consistently pulling in over 100,000 yuan in net profit every month. With our proven earning power, if we mortgage the internet cafe to the bank, wouldn't they be eager to lend? We'd definitely secure a substantial loan. All things considered, our cash flow is more than sufficient. Opening 3 branches simultaneously isn't some far-fetched fantasy. We absolutely have the capability." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tan Jiayi abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Xiaoyun as he asked, "Xiaoyun, don't you want to be the store manager?" Yang Xiaoyun instinctively nodded vigorously. But before the excitement could fully settle, a look of worry quickly spread across her face. She frowned slightly and murmured softly, "Jiayi, of course I want to. I dream of it. But I can't help but worry, what if something goes wrong?" Seeing this, Tan Jiayi smiled and turned to Tan Jiayi. "Dad, I'll ask you to make the effort this weekend and take me to visit these 3 locations for an on-site inspection. If the locations meet all our requirements, we'll rent them all without hesitation." Weekend. Tan Jiayi straddled the creaking old bicycle, Tan Jiayi sitting securely on the back seat. Father and son sped off toward the first location. The bicycle bell rang out crisply along the way. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood a slightly worn building. It had once been a club, undoubtedly bustling with activity in its heyday. Alas, fate was cruel, and unable to keep pace with the rapid changes of the times, it had closed its doors long ago. The space had since lain idle. Tan Jiayi jumped out of the car. After just a moment's observation, Tan Jiayi quickly turned to Tan Huigan and said, "Dad, contact the owner immediately." Before long, the landlord ambled over at a leisurely pace. Spotting the child standing beside Tan Huigan, he paused in surprise for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Bringing your son to business negotiations? This is a first." Tan Huigan grinned, his expression serious as he replied, "Well, today I'm just the driver and errand boy for my son. The real decision maker here is my boy." The landlord dismissed this as Tan Huigan's jest, shaking his head with a dismissive smile. However, when the negotiations began in earnest, his smile instantly froze on his face. He was utterly dumbfounded. Because the one who spoke up was actually Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi's small face was tense, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness utterly incongruous with his youthful age. "Boss, let's be perfectly clear." He took a deep breath and launched into a rapid-fire barrage. "Now, about this property at first glance, the location seems advantageous. But scratch the surface, and the problems? Let me tell you, they're piled high." As he spoke, he strode quickly to the window, pointed outside, and raised his voice. "Look at this orientation, it's completely shaded. How much sunlight do you think gets in from morning till night? How could anyone feel good staying in such a gloomy environment for long?" Tan Jiayi then turned around, strode up to the homeowner, and continued with a stern expression. "And look at the surroundings, it's miles away from any residential area. Just buying toothpaste, toothbrushes, or daily necessities like rice and oil requires a long trek. How inconvenient is that? Residents here would be constantly bogged down by these trivial hassles. Who could endure that?" Tan Jiayi fixed his gaze on the homeowner and declared with unwavering conviction, "Given these very real issues, the price you initially quoted is simply outrageous. Wouldn't you agree?" Tan Jiayi's analysis was well-reasoned and logically sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. The homeowner was left speechless, his jaw practically dropping in astonishment. Still reeling from the shock of Tan Jiayi's incisive critique. Struck as if by lightning, he stood frozen in place. His brain was still struggling to process the mature insights coming from this 8-year-old child. Just then, Tan Jiayi narrowed his eyes slightly before decisively declaring, "Boss, in my opinion, this price needs to come down by at least 30%. Any less than that, and this deal simply can't proceed." His voice wasn't loud, but the homeowner was now completely stunned and at a loss. He never imagined that an 8-year-old child could negotiate with adults with such seasoned toughness. His reasoning was meticulous, his words sharp. Surpassed many adults who had spent years navigating the cutthroat world of commerce. He stood frozen in place for a long moment before finally snapping back to reality. His face lit up with astonishment as he gave Tan Huigan a thumbs up, his admiration genuine. "Old Tan, you must have done something good in a past life to have such a remarkable son. This kid's future prospects are absolutely limitless." In the end, the homeowner was thoroughly impressed by Tan Jiayi's professionalism and seasoned expertise. He was thoroughly convinced. He gladly signed the contract with Tan Huigan. Chapter 37, What Kind of Monster Have I Given Birth To? After signing the contract, Tan Huigan hopped onto his 28-inch bicycle. Tan Jiayi hopped onto the back seat, and father and son pedaled toward home. The wind howled, blowing freely into their collars. But Tan Huigan couldn't care less about the wind. His entire being was filled with shock, his mind replaying the scenes from the negotiation. Just days prior, Tan Huigan had come alone to meet with this homeowner. The whole scene had given him a headache. The landlord was as stubborn as a mule, a tightwad who wouldn't budge an inch. Tan Huigan talked himself hoarse trying to negotiate even a slight discount, but in the end, he didn't get a single penny off the price. He'd been completely rebuffed. But today, his 8-year-old son stood there. With just a few words, he managed to knock a full 30% off the price. And what's more, the homeowner actually accepted it willingly. That turnaround was faster than flipping a book. Tan Huigan couldn't contain his bewilderment. Pedaling hard while shouting over his shoulder to Tan Jiayi in the back seat, he yelled, "Son, I'm completely blown away by you this time. How did you even spot all those problems with the place? And why did we end up renting it anyway, with all those problems?" Tan Jiayi's lips suddenly curved upward, revealing a sly grin. "Dad, it's dead simple." He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice cutting through the howling wind, addressing Tan Huigan. "Before coming here this morning, I deliberately took a thorough walk around the neighborhood. That's how I discovered all those problems. It was a piece of cake." Tan Huigan stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. Tan Jiayi, acting like a little adult, eagerly continued, "Dad, think about it. Why did we rent that place knowing it had so many problems? The reason is simple, it's right next to the technical school." Tan Jiayi's face lit up with excitement, as if he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. "I know those technical school students inside out, I've got them figured out completely. Not a single one of them cares about studying. But they're absolutely obsessed with gaming online. If we open an internet cafe there, even with 100 computers, I bet it wouldn't be enough to satisfy their craving. Any other business in this spot would probably fail, but an internet cafe? That's a different story, we'd make a killing. Tan Jiayi flashed a sly grin. And there's one more crucial factor. The landlord has been kept completely in the dark the whole time. He has no clue about our background or what we're really planning to do with this place. Without any crucial information, he's got no choice but to play ball with us and let us drive a hard bargain. Tan Jiayi spoke, tilting his head back smugly and giving it a vigorous shake. The little guy looked incredibly smug. Listening to Tan Jiayi's methodical explanation, Tan Huigan nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. The bike swayed violently. That keen observational skill, that meticulous thinking, and those formidable negotiation abilities. Could it truly be a gift from heaven, something innate? Just what kind of prodigy incarnate was this son? After the initial shock subsided, Tan Huigan's gaze toward Tan Jiayi held not only profound admiration but also an uncontrollable surge of pride. Without delay, Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan rushed without pause toward the other two venues. Soon, they arrived at the second site. It was an abandoned building near an industrial zone. Surrounded by factories, the distant hum of machinery filled the air. As soon as Tan Jiayi arrived, he began inspecting the area. He peered here, felt there. His eyes scanned every corner, while he muttered to himself. Before long, the property owner arrived. Tan Jiayi didn't beat around the bush with the owner. He stepped forward in one swift motion and got straight to the point. His expression instantly turned serious as he looked at the owner and said, "Let's be completely honest here." As he spoke, he pointed at the wall. "Take a look at this building, it's clearly seen better days. There are cracks all over the walls. If any natural disaster strikes, the safety risks would be enormous." Tan Jiayi paused, emphasizing his words. "Given these issues, your asking price is really a bit high." The homeowner's expression shifted noticeably upon hearing this, and he immediately began to protest. "What do you know, kid?" But Tan Jiayi cut him off without a second thought. "In my opinion, the price needs to come down. You know how fierce the market competition is these days. Running a business isn't easy for any of us." Tan Jiayi's expression was resolute, leaving the landlord no room to breathe. "If you won't budge, I'll have to look elsewhere." The homeowner was momentarily stunned by Tan Jiayi's relentless barrage. After a moment's thought, weighing the pros and cons, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed to the price reduction. Seizing the moment, Tan Jiayi swiftly finalized the contract details, successfully securing the venue. With the second location secured, father and son rushed off to the third venue, a commercial building near the university town. Tan Jiayi employed the same tactic. After a careful inspection, he addressed the arriving landlord. "Sir, your building's location is excellent right next to the university town with plenty of students. But you know students have limited spending power, and there are plenty of similar venues nearby. Competition is fierce. So, you'll need to lower the price a bit." Tan Jiayi's sharp tongue fired each remark like a well-aimed shot at the owner's psychological defenses. The surrounding environment isn't great either. It's dusty, which can really wear down computer equipment. That just means higher maintenance costs. The landlord initially stubbornly insisted on the original price, snapping, "This place has always been priced like this. No one else has complained." Tan Jiayi remained unflappable, continuing calmly, "Sir, times have changed. If you're serious about renting, you need to consider these practical realities." Seeing the landlord begin to waver, Tan Jiayi pressed his advantage. "There are plenty of similar spaces around the industrial zone, some even freshly renovated. If you don't keep pace with the market, this place might sit vacant for a while. Every day it sits empty is a day you lose income." In the end, the landlord couldn't resist Tan Jiayi's persistence and reluctantly agreed to lower the rent. Once again, Tan Jiayi successfully secured the third property through his sharp negotiation skills. Tan Huigan stared at his son, who was only 8 years old. At that moment, he had no strength left to express his astonishment. He felt as though he had lived decades only to be surpassed by a mere child. His son's abilities kept shattering his expectations. Tan Jiayi turned to Tan Huigan, his expression serious. "Dad, let's head back to the internet cafe. We've got a ton of work waiting for us tomorrow." Tan Huigan nodded mechanically. He asked instinctively, "Son, what's so urgent?" A flicker of excitement danced in Tan Jiayi's eyes. "The sooner we open, the sooner we start making money." Chapter 38, Boss Chin was shocked. "How much do you want?" Tan Jiayi captured 3 consecutive venues. Tan Huigan walked back with his son, his hands still trembling slightly the entire way. It wasn't from the exhaustion of cycling, but from the shock of Tan Jiayi's series of moves. "Son, what you've done these past 2 days still feels like a dream to me." Tan Huigan shouted at the top of his lungs while pedaling. The wind scattered his words into fragments. "How did you manage to talk those homeowners into agreeing so readily?" "When I talked to them, I talked myself hoarse and it didn't work." Tan Jiayi sat on the back seat, looking smug. "Dad, didn't I tell you? You have to understand the situation before you act. Besides, I figured out those landlords respond better to reason than pressure. I explained the situation clearly and applied a little pressure, then they gave in." Tan Huigan listened, feeling both pride and worry. proud of his son's sharp wit, yet troubled by the challenges ahead. The next step was the most crucial one. How to handle Mr. Chin, the computer shop owner. All the computers for the internet cafe had been purchased from him before, making him a long-time customer. But Tan knew that even if he mortgaged the internet cafe, he could only secure a loan of at most 5 or 60,000 yuan. That left a huge gap compared to the minimum 2 million yuan needed for the computers. The biggest question was, would Mr. Chin even trust them? Tan and Tan Jiayi returned from their outing, and all the way back, Tan mind was in turmoil. After all, this venture was too big. Opening 3 branches at once meant there was no room for error at any step. Stepping into the internet cafe during closing time, the place was bustling like a boiling pot. Tan Jiayi watched the bustling scene, filled with a sense of accomplishment. But Tan had no time to appreciate it. He was still fretting over what lay ahead. Lu Jelly was running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Spotting father and son return, she hurried out from the dining area, 2 takeout boxes in hand. Jiayi, grab something to eat. It's been too hectic today, no time to cook properly. Tan Jiayi took the boxed meal and smiled. This is perfect. Our internet cafe's boxed meals taste pretty good, and it lets customers know we offer food service, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that, he began eating heartily. Tan watched his son, shook his head helplessly, and began eating as well. After finishing their meal, Tan Jiayi remembered that tomorrow was Monday and he had to go to school. He turned to Tan and said, "Dad, the loan is all on you. I believe you can handle it." Tan patted his chest. "Son, don't worry. Leave it to Dad." Though he spoke confidently, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. Early the next morning, Tan arrived at the bank. Having dealt with the bank before, the mortgage process went relatively smoothly this time. When the bank clerk informed him that he could secure a loan of 700,000 yuan, Tan nearly jumped for joy. Really? 700,000 yuan? That's fantastic. His hands trembled slightly as he took the documents. He felt he was 1 step closer to success. After leaving the bank, Tan jogged back to the internet cafe, eager to share the good news with Tan Jiayi. But Tan Jiayi had already left for school. He could only silently hope Tan Jiayi would get a break soon. Then they could go to the electronics mall together, find Mr. Chin, and finalize the computer deal. During his days at school, Tan Jiayi seemed to be on fire. In class, he was always the first to raise his hand to answer questions, earning the teacher's constant nods of approval. Even classmates who once found studying tedious were drawn in by Tan Jiayi's impressive classroom performance. They gathered around him to ask questions. "Tan Jiayi, did you secretly study over summer break? How did you get so good?" Tan Jiayi waved his hand with a smile. "Not at all. I just read some books at home and thought things through more." The teacher praised Tan Jiayi in front of the whole class. Tan Jiayi has made remarkable progress this summer. Tan Jiayi felt a warm glow of satisfaction at the teacher's praise. But he was even more eager for the weekend to arrive. This week dragged on like an eternity for Tan Jiayi. Every night, lying in bed, his mind was filled with thoughts of discussing computer purchases with Mr. Chin and envisioning the bustling scenes after the 3 new branches opened. Finally, after waiting and waiting, early Saturday morning, before dawn had even broken, Tan Jiayi scrambled out of bed. He dashed to Tan room and shook him vigorously while he was still asleep. "Dad, get up. Today we're going to the electronics mall to meet Mr. Chin." Tan Jiayi exclaimed excitedly. Tan sat up bleary-eyed, still half asleep. "So early, son? Let Dad sleep a little longer." "No way. We need to get there early. Who knows if Mr. Chin has other business to attend to." Tan Jiayi didn't care about that. He grabbed Tan clothes and shoved them into his hands. Unable to resist his son's persistence, Tan yawned, quickly washed up, and headed out with Tan Jiayi. All the way there, Tan Jiayi chattered nonstop, one moment outlining future plans for the internet cafe, the next instructing his father on what to say when they met Mr. Chin. Watching his son's excited demeanor, Tan found himself infected by the enthusiasm. His earlier drowsiness vanished, replaced by renewed vigor. The electronics mall had just opened, and it was still quiet inside with few customers. Mr. Chin hummed a tune as he slowly unlocked the shop door, preparing to welcome the day's business. Just then, Tan Jiayi and Tan burst in. The moment he spotted them, Mr. Chin's face lit up with a broad smile as he warmly stepped forward. Well, Mr. Tan and young Mr. Tan. What brings you here so early today? Are you adding more computers to the internet cafe?" Tan Jiayi didn't speak. He simply held up 3 fingers and looked at Mr. Chin. "Computers. 300 units." Mr. Chin thought he'd misheard. His smile instantly froze on his face as he asked incredulously, "What? 300? Young Mr. Tan, you can't be joking. That's no laughing matter." Tan Jiayi looked serious and nodded firmly again. Mr. Chin still couldn't believe it and turned to Tan "Old Tan, is this for real?" Tan felt slightly uncomfortable under Mr. Chin's gaze, but steeled himself to say, "Mr. Chin, it's true. My son has it all planned out. We came here specifically to discuss this with you. Now completely convinced, Boss Chin couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, 300 units. That's no small number. You're going all out here. As he spoke, Boss Chin was already mentally calculating the profits from this deal. A smile blossomed on his face once more, even brighter than before. Chapter 39, Are you really only 8 years old? Kneeling for gold tickets. Seeing the Tan family father and son looking utterly serious. There wasn't a hint of jest in their expressions, sending shockwaves through his mind. But he was, after all, a seasoned veteran of the business world. He quickly regained his composure and warmly ushered them inside. Goodness gracious, Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, please come in. Right this way. He hurriedly retrieved his treasured top-grade tea leaves from the cabinet and deftly brewed the tea. His warmth was practically enough to make the Tan family worship them like gods of wealth. Here, try this fine tea I just got tasted. Mr. Chin's face was plastered with smiles, yet his eyes kept darting back and forth over Tan Jiayi and his son. His curiosity was unbearable. No sooner had they sat down than Mr. Chin couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He tentatively asked, Young Mr. Tan, I'm truly curious, what exactly do you plan to do with so many computers? That's no small sum, most people wouldn't dare make such a large purchase. Tan Jiayi lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Mr. Chin, to be honest, I plan to open 3 new internet cafes. With all 3 locations launching simultaneously, the demand for computers is naturally high. What? 3 new branches? Mr. Chin nearly spit out the tea he'd just taken a sip of, his face practically bursting with shock. Mr. Tan, you're not joking, are you? Your last internet cafe just opened not too long ago, how come you're already thinking about expanding? And opening 3 at once? That's incredible speed. That kind of boldness isn't something just anyone possesses. Mr. Chin shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. It was hard to fathom where this 8-year-old boy got such audacity and ambition. Mr. Chin, you know our internet cafe business has always been thriving. I saw this opportunity and wanted to strike while the iron is hot. Tan Jiayi explained calmly. Mr. Chin looked at Tan Jiayi, inwardly amazed. The child before him spoke with remarkable clarity and logic. Young Mr. Tan, you've truly made me look at you with new respect. With that kind of boldness, I think this business has real potential. Mr. Chin gave him a thumbs up, showering Tan Jiayi with praise. Though Mr. Chin was stunned by Tan Jiayi's plan to open 3 branches at once. But he understood clearly. This was a major venture. Why turn down business that comes knocking? So he quickly composed his astonished expression, replaced it with a business-like smile, and said to Tan Jiayi, Young Mr. Tan, since you're so earnest, I'll give you this batch of computers at the same price as last time. Mr. Chin, that won't do. Tan Jiayi shook his head without hesitation, his gaze fixed firmly on Mr. Chin. This time I need 300 units. For such a large order, the price must be reduced by 150 per unit from the previous rate. What? Mr. Chin's eyes widened, his previously smiling face instantly flushing crimson. Mr. Tan, you're being too ruthless. Another 150 yuan cut per unit, how am I supposed to make any profit? This deal just isn't viable. Mr. Chin stood up in anger, ready to argue his point to the end. Mr. Chin, please calm down. Tan Jiayi remained unhurried. A faint smile still lingered on his face. Let's break it down. I have a rough idea of your cost price for these computers. Add in shipping costs, after-sales service costs, and after deducting those, if you sell each computer at the price I suggested, you'd still make about 150 yuan per unit. He extended his hand, beginning to calculate for Mr. Chin. I want 300 units, that's about 45,000. Think about it, many people work their fingers to the bone for years and still can't earn that much. Tan Jiayi spoke with such conviction, every figure precise and calculated. As Chin listened to Tan's analysis, his mouth gaped wider and wider, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never imagined a child could calculate costs and profits with such clarity. That arithmetic ability was even sharper than his own, despite years of grinding it out in the business world. Even more impressive. Mr. Chin stood frozen in place, speechless for a long while. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and sighed helplessly. Though he still felt some reluctance deep down. But considering the over 40,000 yuan in profit, it was certainly no small sum. Gritting his teeth and steeled his resolve, he finally bit the bullet and agreed. Fine, Mr. Tan, you've got me beat. We'll do it your way. I've got to hand it to you. Mr. Chin muttered, inwardly marveling. This Tan Jiayi, he's bound to be something special in the future. Doing business with someone like him might feel a bit like getting the short end of the stick, but who knows? It could lead to even bigger opportunities down the road. Mr. Chin had just gritted his teeth and agreed to Tan Jiayi's demand for a lower price. Before he could catch his breath, Tan Jiayi dropped another bombshell. Tan Jiayi looked at Mr. Chin with an unflappable expression, speaking slowly and deliberately. Mr. Chin, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. As you know, opening 3 branches requires a huge upfront investment. I simply don't have that kind of money right now, so I can only pay 20% of the goods upfront. The remainder, I propose to pay in installments, 6 equal payments. What do you think? What? Mr. Chin was already seething over the price reduction. Hearing Tan Jiayi's request now sent him into a rage. Mr. Tan, this is outrageous. Paying only 20% up front? That means I have to cover 80% of the cost out of my own pocket. That's no small sum. Are you trying to kill me? No way. Absolutely not. Veins bulged on Boss Chin's neck as he nearly jumped up and down. Tan Jiayi, however, showed no sign of being intimidated by Mr. Chin's fury. He offered a faint smile, his tone as steady as ever. Mr. Chin, please calm down and hear me out. The reason I sought you out this time is precisely because of our previous pleasant cooperation and the mutual trust we've built. Tan Jiayi spoke while carefully observing Mr. Chin's expression. This large order for 300 computers, if it were anyone else, they'd jump at the chance even if I offered to pay later. But you were the first person I thought of. Mr. Chin sighed deeply and waved his hand helplessly. Alright, Mr. Tan, we'll do it your way. After finalizing the deal, Mr. Chin personally escorted Tan Jiayi and his son to the door. All the way out, his eyes never left Tan Jiayi, his curiosity growing stronger by the moment. Reaching the shop entrance, Mr. Chin finally couldn't contain himself. Bending down, he stared intently at Tan Jiayi, his face etched with astonishment. Young Mr. Tan, I really can't hold back any longer. Tell me the truth, are you really only 8 years old? Chapter 40, 3 internet cafes opened simultaneously, causing a sensation in Jiangcheng. Tan Jiayi smiled and nodded at Mr. Chin, then took Tan Huigen's hand and left the electronics mall. They hadn't gone far from the storefront. Tan Jiayi was still basking in the joy of successfully closing the deal, humming a tune. But Tan Huigen's steps grew heavier and heavier, his face turning deathly pale. Suddenly, as if unable to bear the immense pressure, he stopped abruptly. Tan Huigen clutched his head with both hands, letting out a pained groan. Tan Jiayi sensed something was wrong and turned back immediately. Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tan Huigen slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair. His voice trembled as he said, Son, do you know what that contract we just signed means? That's over 1 million yuan in debt. It was a sum he'd never dared imagine before, yet now it was a tangible debt. But the contract was signed. What could be done now? In the days that followed, Tan Jiayi embarked on a busy life. On weekdays, he was a model student at school, attentive in class and eager to answer questions. After school, he rushed nonstop to 3 internet cafes and the renovation site of a branch store. His first visit to the construction site. The construction workers couldn't help but smile fondly at Tan Jiayi. Who's this little kid? He's not even as tall as the counter. What's he doing here? Tan Jiayi paid no mind to these remarks. He strode straight to the center of the site and announced loudly, Guys, hold it there for a moment. I need to talk to you about this renovation. The workers froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Tan Jiayi cleared his throat. This internet cafe needs to be divided into smoking and non-smoking sections. The smoking area needs proper ventilation. Pointing around the space, he continued, the area by the windows will be the smoking section. The well-lit area over here will be the non-smoking section. As they listened, the disdain on the workers' faces gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. This kid talks like he knows what he's talking about, one worker muttered under his breath. Tan Jiayi continued, also, we need to install partitions to create private booths. The soundproofing must be top-notch, no noise should bleed between them. Hearing this, an experienced master craftsman couldn't help but speak up. Young man, that's quite an innovative idea. Partition booths aren't cheap to build, and no internet cafe in Jiangcheng has ever done this before. Tan Jiayi smiled confidently. Master, don't worry about the cost. Just do as I say. The workers labored energetically, occasionally startled by Tan Jiayi's novel yet practical ideas. During a break, a young worker grinned at Tan Jiayi. Young boss, how do you come up with so many great ideas? Once your internet cafe opens, we'll all come support you. Make sure to give us a discount then. A place this interesting? We've gotta come try it out. Tan Jiayi's eyes twinkled as he replied with a smile, you bet. As he spoke, he pulled a stack of pre-prepared membership cards from his pocket. He handed one to each worker. Guys, these are membership cards for our internet cafe. I've loaded 100 yuan onto each one for you. The workers' eyes widened in surprise as they waved their hands in refusal. How can we possibly accept this, young boss? You're too generous. Tan Jiayi, however, looked serious as he said, Guys, please just take these cards. But there's a catch, the money inside can only be used for overnight gaming sessions. You work so hard every day. Come to the internet cafe at night to relax and play some games. Besides, you've done such a great job renovating the place, this is just a small token of my appreciation. After some polite refusal, the workers finally accepted the cards with smiles and thanks. Alright, we'll take them. Rest assured, we'll make this internet cafe look absolutely stunning. With this unexpected treat, the workers' enthusiasm for the job soared. What would normally take several more days to complete? They worked overtime and finished ahead of schedule. During this period, Tan Jiayi spent every day on the construction site. His eyes were fixed on every construction detail, fearing any slip-ups. Under his strict supervision and the workers' diligence, the renovation of the 3 internet cafes progressed rapidly. Finally, to Tan Jiayi's anticipation, the renovations for all 3 internet cafes were nearly complete. Only the final preparations for opening remained. Tan Jiayi excitedly flipped through the calendar, searching for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed to a date on the calendar. "Dad, this is the day. It's an auspicious date. Let's open all 3 internet cafes simultaneously on this day." Seeing his son's excitement, Tan Jiayi was infected by his enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. To spread the word about the grand opening, Tan Jiayi began brainstorming promotional ideas. An idea popped into his head: distributing flyers. "Dad, we need to print some flyers to spread the word about the grand opening. Handing these out will definitely draw a crowd," Tan Jiayi declared confidently. Tan Jiayi hesitated. "Son, will handing out flyers really work?" Tan Jiayi patted his chest and assured him, "Dad, you can count on me. This money will be well spent. We'll design eye-catching flyers and have people distribute them in bustling areas. I guarantee everyone in Jiangcheng will know our internet cafe is opening." No sooner said than done. Tan Jiayi immediately contacted the printing shop and meticulously designed the flyer content. Soon, the flyers were printed. Tan Jiayi recruited a group of student part-timers and gave them detailed instructions on distribution locations and precautions. "Guys, head to malls, schools, factories, anywhere with crowds. Hand them out to anyone you see. Make sure word gets out about our internet cafe opening." In the days that followed, flyer distributors could be seen throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. The sheer volume of flyers ensured the entire city knew about it. On a certain morning soon after, 3 internet cafes would open their doors simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, the talk on every street corner in Jiangcheng had turned to Tan Jiayi. "Have you heard? An 8-year-old kid is opening 3 internet cafes. They're launching any day now." "Really? An 8-year-old can pull this off?" "You bet. My kid just plays with toys and watches cartoons all day, glued to the remote. Compared to him, it's like night and day." Sigh, people really shouldn't compare themselves to others. That's just someone else's kid. No use envying them. The whole city of Jiangcheng was stunned. Is this what they mean by other people's kids? My own kid can't even grasp basic arithmetic, yet someone else's child is opening internet cafes, 3 of them, no less? Chapter 41, The Boss is an 8-year-old? Tan Jiayi stood in the newly renovated internet cafe. As he surveyed the brand new computer desks and chairs, he mentally planned the grand opening. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He slapped his forehead and hurried back home. "Dad!" Tan Jiayi shouted the moment he entered the door. "I've set the opening date for the internet cafe. It'll be the first Saturday after the place is finished." Tan Jiayi was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing his son's words, he hurried out, a puzzled look on his face. "Why Saturday, son?" Tan Jiayi replied with righteous indignation. "Dad, I still have to go to school. When else would we have time for the opening? Everyone's off on Saturdays, so there'll be plenty of customers, and I can make time too." Tan Jiayi nodded in sudden understanding. My son really thinks things through. "So what time exactly?" Tan Jiayi chuckled. He said mysteriously, "I've set the opening times for 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock. Why set 3 different times? That's such a hassle." "Dad, you just don't get it," Tan Jiayi explained smugly. "I have to attend the opening ceremony for each branch. If they all start at the same time, how could I possibly make it to all of them? By staggering the times, I can cover every location." Then Tan Jiayi added, "Dad, there's one more thing. I plan to appoint my cousin, Yang Xiaoyun, and you as managers of the 3 internet cafes." "Me?" Tan Jiayi panicked at the suggestion. "Am I up to it? Son, I've never managed a store before." Tan Jiayi patted Tan Jiayi's shoulder, speaking like a little adult. "Dad, you absolutely can. You've been running around with me every day and know the ins and outs of the internet cafes better than anyone. Plus, with me around, if you run into any problems, just ask me anytime." Tan Jiayi still hesitated, but Tan Jiayi cut him off. "No buts. Dad. Just trust me. My cousin and Yang Xiaoyun are both dependable. If our family works together, we'll definitely run this internet cafe successfully." Tan Jiayi looked into his son's determined eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right. Son, I'll listen to you." During the renovation of the internet cafe, Tan Jiayi was as busy as a spinning top. For the internet cafe to run smoothly, the staff were crucial. So, he had a flash of inspiration and posted recruitment ads at the entrance of the internet cafe and in nearby high-traffic areas. The highly attractive salary listed on the ads, along with the bold words "easy work," drew quite a few applicants. Such high pay and easy work? Where else can you find a job like this? Yeah, I've got to give it a shot. If I can get hired, that'd be great. Applicants came in a steady stream. Tan Jiayi and Yang Xiaoyun were swamped with work. After rigorous screening, they finally selected suitable candidates. Afterward, Yang Xiaoyun began intensive training for these new employees. Every day, she patiently taught them how to serve customers and handle unexpected situations, even demonstrating the procedures herself. Everyone, pay attention. When customers enter, greet them warmly and guide them to their seats. If you encounter computer issues, don't panic, just troubleshoot using the steps I taught you. Under Yang Xiaoyun's careful guidance. Before long, these new employees were nearly fully trained, each brimming with confidence. They were now fully capable of working independently. Before they knew it, the grand opening day of the internet cafe arrived. Before dawn, Tan Jiayi was so excited he couldn't sleep, rolling right out of bed. After washing up, he headed straight for the first internet cafe to open. By then, Yang Xiaoyun was already standing at the entrance, dressed in a sharp business suit, her face beaming with a smile. Seeing the long line of people already forming, her heart swelled with joy. Grabbing a megaphone, she announced loudly, "Everyone, today is our grand opening. We're offering super deals on membership sign-ups. Top up 100, get 100 free. Top up 200, get 300 free. The more you top up, the more you get. Plus, as a member, you'll enjoy priority access to computers and exclusive private room reservations." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Deposit 100, get 100? Sounds like a great deal. It's tempting, but I wonder how this internet cafe actually is. However, despite Yang Xiaoyun shouting herself hoarse, few people actually signed up for membership. Tan Jiayi stood beside Yang Xiaoyun, observing the sparse crowd signing up. He understood perfectly. In this era, wages were generally only a few hundred yuan. Asking someone to shell out half a month's or even a whole month's wages for an internet cafe membership was no small matter. If the internet cafe's conditions weren't satisfactory, that money would just go down the drain. If he were in their shoes, he'd definitely want to observe first. Just then, someone in the queue shouted at the top of their lungs, "Where's the boss? Where's the boss gone?" Yang Xiaoyun heard this and smiled, pointing to Tan Jiayi standing beside her. "There he is, that's our boss." The crowd followed Yang Xiaoyun's pointing finger. They all froze in place instantly. Internet cafes were a rarity in those days. Everyone knew deep down that running one wasn't something just anyone could manage. It was a realm only those with real clout dared to enter. Today, those who had rushed over were filled with curiosity. They all wondered, just who was this extraordinary figure who could open 3 internet cafes at once? What incredible talent that must take. That's why everyone lined up early, eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious owner. But when Yang Xiaoyun pointed to Tan Jiayi and announced he was the owner of the internet cafes, everyone was stunned. How could that be? An 8-year-old kid is the owner of 3 internet cafes? Yeah, I always imagine some big shot, but it's just a kid. Is running internet cafes something kids this age should be doing? Is this kid some kind of genius? Born so much smarter and more talented than the rest of us? Though stunned, everyone found the situation novel and amusing. They gathered around Tan Jiayi, teasing him playfully. "Kid, you're amazing. When I was your age, I was still playing in the mud, and you're already a boss. At this rate, you'll surely become a tycoon someday, maybe even the richest person in the country." Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward as he replied with a crisp smile, "Thanks for the good wishes. My internet cafe will need everyone's continued support. Please keep coming by to show your support." Oh my, what a sensible child. Such talent at such a young age, his future is limitless. Truly endearing. Tan Jiayi took all the compliments in stride and invited everyone inside the internet cafe. "Since you're all here, no need to stand outside. Come on in and check out our place." Chapter 42. This internet cafe is so awesome. Kneeling for gold tickets. Before long, the people waiting in line poured into the internet cafe one after another. The moment they stepped inside, everyone was instantly stunned by the scene before them. Their mouths gaped wide open, unable to close for ages. Holy crap! A young man wearing glasses couldn't help but exclaim. "The decor in this internet cafe is way too fancy," he muttered, glancing around in all directions, his eyes darting everywhere. "Check out these computers." Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's attention instantly turned to the computers. In those days, computers were rare commodities. Many internet cafes, to cut costs, mostly bought second-hand computers to pass off as new. Playing games on them was excruciatingly laggy, resulting in a terrible gaming experience. These computers look brand new. Could they actually be brand new? "They definitely are," exclaimed a tech-savvy young man who'd already fired up one machine. "I used to work at a computer mall, I can tell at a glance. This spec? Absolutely top of the line right now. Wow, this owner really splurged. Gaming on these machines must be amazing. Yeah, at other internet cafes, I wanted to smash the computers after just a few minutes. Never imagined I'd see such high-end specs here today." They never imagined. This internet cafe had actually splurged so much on computer equipment. As the crowd continued touring the place, someone suddenly spotted an even more surprising feature. This place even has designated smoking and non-smoking areas. What? They designed that? How considerate. Everyone crowded around to take a look. And that's not all, there are private booths over there. Another sharp-eyed observer spotted the booths, and everyone immediately swarmed toward them. The privacy in these booths is incredible. You can play games here without worrying about being disturbed at all. A young man excitedly looked around the private booth, unable to contain his admiration. I've been in Jiangcheng for years and visited countless internet cafes, but I've never seen such meticulous zoning. This owner really knows how to run a business. You bet. This is absolutely one of a kind in all of Jiangcheng. The group grew increasingly satisfied with what they saw. Those who had been hesitating about topping up their accounts were now completely won over. In an instant, the crowd surged toward the counter like a tidal wave. I want to top up my membership. Get me one too. A long line instantly formed at the counter. Yang Xiaoyun was swamped with work, yet her face beamed with a radiant smile. She handled payments and top-ups with practiced ease. Right away, please hold on. Thank you for your business, and have a great time. She spoke while deftly handling transactions. Watching the red bills pile up one after another in the cash drawer, growing taller and taller. Tan Jiayi stood nearby, his eyes crinkling with delight. He thought to himself with quiet delight, this isn't just an internet cafe, it's practically a money printing machine. It took a full half hour before the line for top-ups finally dissipated. The counter area finally regained its quiet. Looking around the entire internet cafe, every seat was now occupied. Every computer was occupied by an excited customer. This place is amazing. The decor, the computers, it's absolutely incredible. Yeah, and they even have designated smoking areas, so consider it. Back in the day at other internet cafes, it was always so smoky that after a little while, you'd feel totally miserable. The service is so thoughtful too. I casually asked if there were any special offers, and the staff patiently explained everything to me for ages. Growl. Suddenly, someone's stomach growled. Oh man, I got so caught up in the game I forgot I was hungry. A young guy called out toward the counter, hey, do you have any instant noodles or drinks? We do. Just a moment. Yang Xiaoyun responded while swiftly heading toward the food storage area. Holding several buckets of instant noodles and bottles of drinks, she weaved through the crowd. Though busy, her face was lit up with an unstoppable smile. Here you go, your instant noodles and drinks. Yang Xiaoyun handed the items to the customer and said warmly, if you need anything else, just call me anytime. Sure thing, thanks. This internet cafe is really great, I'll definitely be back often, the customer replied with a smile. Watching the bustling scene inside the internet cafe, Yang Xiaoyun felt overjoyed. After all, she had a stake in this place. Having just witnessed the bustling opening scene at the first internet cafe, Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan were flushed with excitement. Without a moment's delay, they rushed to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, to the new internet cafe on Daoming Road, please hurry. Tan Jiayi plopped into the backseat and urged loudly. The taxi driver glanced at Tan Jiayi through the rearview mirror and couldn't resist teasing, kid, you're too young to go to an internet cafe. Internet cafes don't allow minors these days. Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a slight smile. Driver, you've got the wrong idea. I'm not going to surf the web, I'm opening the place. I'm the owner. The driver froze upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words. Then, he burst into a hearty laugh. He shook his head while laughing, kid, you sure know how to crack jokes. He glanced at Tan Jiayi through the rearview mirror again and continued, there's no such thing as an internet cafe owner that young. Have you been watching too many cartoons? Oh, come on. Opening an internet cafe? I don't buy it, kid. Before Tan Jiayi could respond, Tan Huigan nodded beside him, his tone as serious as could be. Master, my son really isn't joking. He really is the owner. He set up all three of our internet cafes himself. They're opening today. The driver nearly thought he misheard and raised his voice to ask, what? What did you say? This kid is a cyber cafe owner? He turned his head in disbelief, eyeing Tan Huigan with skepticism. Brother, you sure know how to crack jokes. Tan Huigan gave a helpless smile. Driver, I'm not lying to you. My son may be young, but he's sharp. These internet cafes were all his idea. From site selection and renovations to hiring staff, he handled everything personally. Tan Huigan rambled on, his face glowing with pride. The driver was utterly dumbfounded. His hand gripping the steering wheel twitched involuntarily. He quickly steadied the wheel and peered intently at Tan Jiayi again through the rearview mirror. This can't be possible? His face was etched with disbelief, his voice thick with shock and confusion as he muttered. This kid, he can't even be 10 years old. And he's the owner of an internet cafe? Chapter 43, listening to him was the right call. When Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan arrived at the second internet cafe, a long line stretched out the door. Yang Xiaoyun was swamped at the first shop, while Tan Jiayi's cousin handled the opening arrangements here. The cousin spotted them and immediately came over. You guys finally made it. Tan Jiayi responded with a smile, cousin, you've worked hard. Let's get this place open. The cousin grabbed a megaphone and announced loudly, everyone, our internet cafe is now open. Sign up for membership, top up 100 get 100 free, top up 200 get 300 free, plus exclusive member perks. Just like the first internet cafe, not many people signed up for membership right away. Then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Where's the owner? Get the owner out here to tell us about it." Tan Jiayi stepped forward and declared, "Hello everyone, I'm Tan Jiayi, the owner of this internet cafe. I know some of you still have reservations about internet cafes, but rest assured our environment and equipment are absolutely top-notch." Seeing Tan Jiayi, the crowd was stunned once more. The owner is really just a kid. Unbelievable, running a business at 8 years old. Amidst the murmurs, Tan Jiayi led everyone inside for a tour. The moment they stepped inside, the guests were instantly captivated by the scene before them. Wow, this decor is so stylish. Check out these computers, brand new, must be top of the line specs. And private booths? The privacy is absolutely perfect. The guests' doubts vanished instantly as they swarmed toward the counter. "I want to sign up for a membership. Get me 1-2 top up 200. A young guy fumbled in his pocket, realizing he didn't have enough cash. Frantically, he turned to his friend, "Bro, lend me some money. I've gotta get a membership here, this place is amazing." His friend pulled out his wallet without hesitation. "Sure, I think this place is worth it too. Let's play together later." Watching the enthusiastic rush to top up, Tan Jiayi's eyes widened in amazement. He whispered to Tan Jiayi, "Son, this is crazy." Tan Jiayi smiled and replied, "Dad, this is just the beginning." The recharge frenzy at the second internet cafe lasted a long time, until the line gradually dispersed. Tan Jiayi and Tan Jiayi then rushed straight to the third internet cafe. The third internet cafe mirrored the first two exactly. The moment customers saw the internet cafe's furnishings, decor, and computers, they were completely won over. This place is a breath of fresh air in the industry. From now on, we're only coming here to surf the web, no other places. Customers went on a recharge frenzy, filling the place with an electric buzz. As night fell, Tan Jiayi and Tan Jiayi emerged from the third internet cafe. Tan Jiayi's hands were still trembling slightly. He stammered to Tan Jiayi, "Son, I couldn't even count all the money we took in today." On opening day alone, Tan Jiayi had received a staggering 250,000 yuan. Stepping out of the third internet cafe, Tan Jiayi could scarcely believe his eyes. He never imagined money could be this easy to make. That evening, when dinner time arrived, the warm yellow light filled the house, but instead of the usual spread of food on the table, 25 neat stacks of cash lay neatly arranged. Lu Jiali and Tan Jiayi stood frozen before the table, eyes glued to the money, their mouths agape for what felt like an eternity. They stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Only their rapidly heaving chests betrayed the turbulent emotions churning within them. After a long while, Lu Jiali finally seemed to find her voice. "Hagen, look at this. Is this really what we earned today? It feels like I'm dreaming. This is too unreal. I can't believe my own eyes." Tan Jiayi swallowed hard, his throat parched, finally managing to squeeze out a reply. "I can't believe it either, Jiali. Before, we only made 500 a month. Even if we didn't eat or drink for a year, that's only 12,000. It would take 20 years to save up 25,000. Our son, he actually did it in just one day." Tan Jiayi bounced out of the room humming a tune that was anything but melodious. The moment he stepped into the living room, he spotted his parents standing frozen before the dining table. Their eyes were glued to the neatly stacked bills on the table. Seeing this, Tan Jiayi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Dad, Mom, you two look so surprised. Don't be so shocked." Lu Jiali had been lost in shock. Hearing her son's words, she snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling. She practically flew over to Tan Jiayi, wrapping her arms tightly around him in an instant. Her passion was so intense, it felt like she was trying to merge Tan Jiayi into her very being. Next, she planted a series of passionate kisses on Tan Jiayi's cheeks. "Oh my goodness, my dear son, you've done me proud." Lu Jiali murmured excitedly as she kissed him. "I always knew my precious son was extraordinary from the start. You're the hero of our family." Tan Jiayi's face flushed crimson as he squirmed awkwardly. "Mom, stop kissing me. I'm not a kid anymore." Tan Jiayi stepped in front of Tan Jiayi, his gaze fixed on him. The pride in his eyes was almost overflowing. He bent down slightly, gently ruffling Tan Jiayi's hair as his voice grew hoarse. "Son, you have no idea, back then, just thinking about that 2 million yuan debt kept me tossing and turning all night." He paused, took a deep breath, and a blissful smile spread across his face. "But things are different now. Just look at how fast our internet cafe is raking in money today. I've finally realized that debt is nothing. At this rate, it won't be long before we pay off every last cent. We'll even live comfortably." Tan Jiayi declared confidently, "Dad, don't worry. This is just the beginning. Our internet cafe business will only get better and better. We'll definitely earn way more than this." As he spoke, Tan Jiayi waved his small hand in the air and said earnestly, "Dad, once we make big money, you won't have to ride that old clunker anymore. Every time I see you riding it, your butt gets so sore, it breaks my heart. Then I'll buy you a car. Just step on the gas and you'll be there in no time. How impressive." He tilted his head, grinning as he continued, "And Dad, you won't have to smoke those Hauntishan cigarettes anymore either. From now on, I'll get you Huaji cigarettes as many as you want. What others have, we'll have too." What others don't have, we'll have as well. Looking at Tan Jiayi's earnest little face, Tan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He had once worried about the risks and hesitated to take out such a large loan. But now it seemed clear listening to Tan Jiayi was the right choice. Chapter 44. Did you two rob a bank? The family of three sat around the dining table. Steam rose from the steaming dishes, yet their minds were elsewhere entirely. Their eyes kept drifting to the neatly stacked pile of 25,000 yuan sitting nearby. Tan face glowed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he waved his hand dramatically. Jelly, son, his voice brimming with unchecked excitement. Look at this. With 3 internet cafes opening today and business booming like this, it's a golden opportunity. I think we should strike while the iron's hot and open another new internet cafe. Then we'll definitely earn even more money. Maybe we can pay off the 2 million yuan debt quickly and even make a huge profit. Lu Jelly heard this, furrowed her brow slightly, and shook her head gently. She replied earnestly, Hagen, I understand your thinking, but I believe we should proceed cautiously. Think about it, that bank loan is sitting there, racking up interest every single day. Compound interest adds up to a hefty sum. We should pay off the loan first. The two argued back and forth, neither able to sway the other, their faces flushed with heated debate. Suddenly, they both seemed to remember something. Simultaneously, they stopped arguing and turned their gaze toward Tan Jiayi, who was sitting nearby, buried in his meal. Tan cleared his throat and smiled. Son, what do you think? You're the most level-headed one in the family now. Whatever you say, we'll do. Lu Jelly chimed in, yes, son. Think carefully about how best to allocate this money. Dad, Mom, please stop arguing for now, Tan Jiayi said, lifting his head with his mouth still full of rice, his words muffled. Let me finish this bite, then I'll give it some serious thought. With that, he shoveled down a few more mouthfuls and settled into a solemn contemplation. Tan Jiayi slowly sipped his soup, set down his bowl, wiped his mouth with his hand, and then spoke at a leisurely pace. I think we should pay back Mr. Qin first. Tan and Lu Jelly froze. Before they could respond, Tan Jiayi continued speaking to himself. Think about it, we'll definitely have plenty of opportunities to work with Mr. Qin in the future. If we repay him early and build up a solid reputation with him, won't he think of us first when any good projects come up in the future? Lu Jelly nodded slightly, deep in thought, yet still hesitant. That's true, but we've just opened and aren't exactly flush with cash. Tan Jiayi waves dismissively and continued, Mom, hear me out. The deposit we gave Mr. Qin wasn't much. I suspect he might be tight on cash flow right now. Paying him back now would be a huge help. If we ever face real hardship, wouldn't he help us? Tan frowned, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, Son, you have a point. But we've opened 3 internet cafes at once. If we pay him back now, we'll have less capital for future expansion. Tan Jiayi straightened his back, his expression turning serious. Dad, that's exactly what I wanted to say, the most crucial point. We opened 3 internet cafes at once. Jiangcheng isn't that big, and the market needs time to absorb them. Let's not rush to expand now. Steady and solid growth is key. Repay Mr. Qin, and we'll be free of debt pressure. Then we can focus on running the existing internet cafes. Once we've maximized the potential of these 3 locations, it won't be too late to consider opening new ones. Tan and Lu Jelly exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Tan Jiayi's words far surpassed those of many adults. This wasn't the speech of an 8-year-old, it was the words of a seasoned veteran who'd spent years navigating the business world. Tan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Son, you're amazing. We'll do exactly as you say. I'm listening to you. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, Tan rose early. He skillfully rolled out the somewhat worn-out 28-inch bicycle. He then securely fastened a large canvas bag to the rear seat and slung another smaller bag over his shoulder. By then, Tan Jiayi had quickly finished washing up and rushed out. Dad, let's get going. All right, son, hold on tight. Tan said as he helped Tan Jiayi onto the back seat before mounting the bicycle himself. With a powerful kick, the bicycle sped off toward the electronics mall. Mr. Qin's shop was located in the heart of the electronics mall and had always been bustling with customers. Tan parked his bike and walked toward the shop with Tan Jiayi. Oh my goodness, Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, you finally arrived. Mr. Qin spotted Tan Jiayi and his father from afar with his sharp eyes. A bright smile instantly lit up his face as he hurried out of the shop to greet them. I've been waiting for you every single day. Mr. Qin greeted them warmly while reaching out to take the bag from Tan back. Tan waved his hands hastily. Mr. Qin, no need, no need. We can manage ourselves. Please come in, please come in. Mr. Qin beamed with joy, ushering Tan Jiayi and his son into the shop before promptly instructing his staff to brew tea. You're my honored guests. In just a few months, you've bought 400 computers from me. That kind of spending power is rare even in the entire electronics mall. You're VIPs through and through. Mr. Qin said, handing Tan Jiayi and his son freshly brewed tea. Mr. Qin, you're too kind. Tan Jiayi replied with a smile. We've actually come to discuss some good news with you. No sooner had they sat down. Mr. Chen's face lit up with curiosity. He leaned forward eagerly and asked, Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, what big business brings you to my shop today? Let me tell you, I just got a new shipment in top-notch quality, guaranteed to satisfy. Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a slight smile as he waved his small hand with a flourish. Tan Huigan understood immediately, quickly standing up and snatching the large canvas bag from his back. His hands gripped the bag's zipper tightly. The zipper opened swiftly. Then, Tan Huigan flung his arm upward, violently shaking the canvas bag onto the table. With a clatter, 25 bundles of dazzling red bills piled up like a small mountain on the table, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Mr. Chen had been enthusiastically describing the new merchandise. Witnessing this scene, he froze instantly. His eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Just days ago, this father and son owed him over $1 million in unpaid goods. What was going on? It took a long while before Mr. Chen finally snapped back to reality. Stammering, he pointed at the money on the table and half-jokingly asked Tan Jiayi and his son. You too, did you rob a bank? Chapter 45, is this F-King 8 years old? Desperately seeking gold tickets. Mr. Chen's jaw-dropping expression was practically carved into his face in 4 huge characters, unbelievable. Tan Jiayi, however, remained calm. Mr. Chen, look at you, so surprised. Truth be told, my 3 internet cafes just opened a few days ago. Business has been incredibly booming. This money is all the membership fees we just collected. Mr. Chen's mouth hung open, speechless. Tan Huigan grinned and continued, you wouldn't believe the scene on opening day. The place was packed, people nearly wore out the doorstep. Everyone loves the place. People are lining up to sign up for memberships one after another. Money's pouring in like water. As he spoke, Tan Huigan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face beaming with pride. Working with you has always been a pleasure. You helped me out so much before by giving me all those computers. Now that I've got the money, I'll definitely pay you back first. Tan Jiayi looked at Boss Chen earnestly, his tone sincere. I was thinking, with your business booming like this, you might be struggling with working capital. I couldn't bear to cause you any worry because of me. Mr. Chen listened to Tan Jiayi's words, his heart trembling with shock. Having navigated the business world for so many years, he'd encountered all kinds of clients. But a father and son like Tan Jiayi, who rushed to repay the moment they had the money. This was truly a first. He couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, your integrity truly earns my deepest respect. For your integrity alone, if you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. I'll definitely give you my full support. Mr. Chen's face beamed with smiles, his attitude toward the Tan family father and son as warm as fire. He practically skipped into the back room. Moments later, he emerged carrying an exquisite wooden box and a fresh pack of cigarettes. Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, today I'll treat you properly. As he spoke, he carefully arranged the tea set, his hands moving with practiced ease as he began brewing the tea. This is a rare tea I've treasured for years, I usually never bring it out. The aroma of tea instantly filled the entire room, intoxicating to the senses. Next, he picked up the cigarette pack. With a sharp tear, he opened the pack, pulled out a soft Wazi cigarette, and offered it to Tan Huigan. Mr. Tan, have one and try it. This cigarette is truly a masterpiece among cigarettes. Tan Huigan felt a bit overwhelmed by the generosity and quickly accepted the cigarette. Mr. Chen smoothly produced a lighter, flicked it open, and lit Tan Huigan's cigarette. Tan Huigan took a deep drag. The rich, mellow flavor spread across his palate, and he couldn't help but think to himself, wow, these soft Huaji really are smoother than Hongtashan. Red Tower Mountain was harsh and overpowering before. This soft Huazi goes down smooth with a subtle fragrance. Recalling Tan Jiayi's earlier promise to supply him with unlimited soft Huazi, Tan Huigan's heart swelled with delight. He looked at Tan Jiayi, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Son, it's all thanks to you that Dad gets to enjoy such fine cigarettes. If things keep going like this, our future will only get brighter. Mr. Chen, listening nearby, interjected with a smile. Mr. Tan, your son is truly something else. In just these past few months, I've earned more from you than I did in the previous year or two. You're my lucky charms. Whatever you need in the future, computers or anything else, just let me know. I'll give you the best prices and service guaranteed. Tan Jiayi chuckled, Mr. Chen, you're too kind. We'll definitely have many more opportunities to work together in the future. The group chatted casually over tea and cigarettes. Mr. Chen grew increasingly curious about Tan Jiayi and couldn't help asking, young Mr. Tan, you seem to have a knack for business. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Tan Jiayi set his teacup on the table. I'm going to expand my internet cafe business across the entire province and eventually nationwide. My internet cafes will be everywhere across Xia. One membership card, valid nationwide. Mr. Chen, who had been leisurely puffing on his cigarette, nearly dropped it upon hearing Tan Jiayi's declaration. His eyes widened as he stared at Tan Jiayi, struggling to form words for a long moment. What? Open internet cafes nationwide? You really came up with this as an 8-year-old? Mr. Chen's face was etched with utter disbelief. He never imagined an 8-year-old could harbor such grand ambitions. Young Tan, don't joke with your uncle, this idea is absolutely crazy. Mr. Qin said with a wry smile. Tan Jiayi, however, replied with complete seriousness, Mr. Qin, I'm not joking. Just wait and see. My internet cafes will definitely become the hottest chain in the country. Mr. Qin looked at the boy standing before him, barely over 5 feet tall, not even reaching his chest. The shock in his heart simply wouldn't subside. Yet he knew this youngster possessed business acumen far beyond his years. He dared not underestimate him in the slightest. A smile spread across Mr. Qin's face as he replied, half jokingly yet with genuine sincerity, young Mr. Tan, after hearing you speak like that, I'm truly impressed. If you truly plan to open internet cafes nationwide, just let me know. I'll personally handle all the computers for your chain. I guarantee you the highest quality equipment. Tan Jiayi understood immediately. Mr. Qin was seeking a long-term partnership, aiming to hitch his wagon to the fast-growing success of Tan's internet cafes. Mr. Qin, I'll keep your offer in mind. Tan Jiayi smiled. As long as the computers are top-notch and the prices are fair, I'd be happy to work with you. Hearing Tan Jiayi's response, Boss Qin inwardly marveled. Having navigated the business world for so many years, he'd encountered countless shrewd merchants. But someone as young as Tan Jiayi, who could speak so eloquently and negotiate terms with such precision. This was truly a first. Mr. Qin quickly responded, young Mr. Tan, rest assured. Quality and pricing, I'll handle it. In all my years in business, reputation is what I value most. I'd never take advantage of you. Let's build a solid partnership and make big money together. Tan Jiayi nodded with a smile, his expression earnest. Excellent. It's settled then. Mr. Qin, whenever I have new needs in the future, you'll be the first person I come to. Tan Huigan watched his son negotiate with Mr. Qin from the sidelines, his heart brimming with pride. He thought his son was truly remarkable. This isn't just a kid. Qin boss thought to himself, even the shrewdest old hands I've dealt with couldn't match this. Chapter 46, Enhancing Service, Building a Brand. After leaving the electronics mall, Tan Jiayi sat on the back of the bicycle, excitedly calling out to Tan Huigan, Dad, let's go check out the internet cafe again. I'm kinda curious how business is going today. Tan Huigan chuckled in response, sure thing, son. Hold on tight. With that, he gave the pedal a hard kick and the bicycle sped off toward the internet cafe. The father and son arrived at the first internet cafe. Before they even entered, they heard bursts of laughter and the clatter of keyboards from inside. Pushing open the door, they found the place packed to the rafters. Yang Xiaoyun was swamped at the front desk, processing customers' internet access while fielding various questions. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but a smile never left her face. Lu Jiali darted around the shop, helping customers with minor issues while tidying up desks, keeping the place organized and orderly. Spotting Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan enter, Lu Jiali's eyes lit up instantly. She hurried over, grabbed Tan Jiayi's small hand, and exclaimed excitedly, Son, you finally made it. Look at all these customers today, even more than yesterday. It's been non-stop since morning, and sometimes people even have to wait in line. Tan Jiayi looked around at the bustling internet cafe and smiled. Mom, I knew our place would be popular. We're just getting started, business will only get better. Saying this, he walked over to a computer and struck up a conversation with a customer who was online. Uncle, what do you think of our internet cafe? The customer gave a thumbs up while playing his game. This place is awesome. The computers are top-notch, no lag at all when gaming, and the environment is clean and tidy. I'll definitely be back often. Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Afterward, they visited 2 more internet cafes. The situation was the same as the first one, both were bustling with customers. Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan toured each internet cafe. Seeing the rooms packed with customers, they were overjoyed. Yang Xiaoyun deftly processed new customers' internet access while smiling warmly throughout the process. Her energy seemed boundless, as if she possessed inexhaustible strength. She couldn't have been happier. Her previous job had been exhausting and poorly paid. Now working at this internet cafe, not only was the job easier, but she earned far more than before. More importantly, working under Tan Jiayi, she felt genuinely hopeful about her future. Her future looked bright. Tan Jiayi made his rounds through the internet cafe and noticed Yang Xiaoyun working so diligently. He walked over to her and patted her shoulder. Sis Xiaoyun, you've worked hard today. Yang Xiaoyun waved her hand quickly, smiling as she replied, not at all, not at all. Boss Tan, I'm so happy working here. Tan Jiayi smiled and raised his voice. Sister Xiaoyun, Mom, let's grab dinner together tonight. We'll have the staff keep an eye on the internet cafe while we catch up properly. We can also hold a meeting to discuss the cafe's future plans. Lu Jiali's eyes crinkled into slits at the suggestion. Sounds great, son. Yang Xiaoyun also chimed in excitedly, sounds great, Boss Tan. I've actually been meaning to share some ideas with you all. Tan Jiayi nodded. Alright, then we'll have a good chat tonight. I believe we can figure this out together. After saying that, he took another look around the internet cafe, checking the equipment one last time before leaving with Tan Jiayi. 6 o'clock in the evening, a private room at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Tan Jiayi sat at the head of the table like a little adult, chest puffed out proudly, with a notebook placed before him as if it were of utmost importance. Tan Jiayi, Lu Jiali, and Yang Xiaoyun sat around him. Tan Jiayi cleared his throat and began solemnly. Mom, Dad, Sister Xiaoyun, I called everyone here today to discuss our internet cafes. As you've all seen, our 3 internet cafes are doing exceptionally well now, bringing in a lot of money every day. His eyes sparkled as he spoke. But Tan Jiayi's smile faded as his expression turned serious. Don't let the current success go to your heads. We need to understand that this internet cafe model is easily replicated. If others see our success, they could open a similar one in no time. This is both our greatest strength and our biggest weakness. Tan Jiayi frowned, his voice tinged with worry. Son, what are we supposed to do about that? If everyone copies us, won't our business become harder to run? Tan Jiayi waved his hand dismissively. Dad, don't worry. If we want to establish a long-term foothold in the internet cafe industry, we need something that sets us apart. Take the machines and environment here while everyone praises ours now, that's just the basics. What truly matters is brand and service. Lu Jiali looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, brand and service? Tan Jiayi patiently explained, Mom, brand is like our internet cafe's signature. We need to make sure that when people mention our place, they think it's exceptional and reliable. Service means making sure every customer feels comfortable and satisfied. For example, if someone wants water, we bring it promptly. If their computer malfunctions, we fix it immediately. With these 2 things in place, no matter how many internet cafes we open in the future, each one will be a hit. Yang Xiaoyun and Lu Jiali exchanged glances upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words. What? Open more internet cafes? Lu Jiali couldn't help raising her voice. Son, you've already opened 4 internet cafes in just a few months. You want to open more? How much money do you think you'll make? Her voice carried surprise, but more than that, it held uncontrollable excitement. How could she not be thrilled that her son was so successful, raking in money faster than a rocket? Tan Jiayi stood nearby, grinning from ear to ear. Son, I believe in you. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Tan Jiayi watched the 2 of them, their faces lit up with excitement, and said with a smile, so we really need to think carefully about how to build our brand and improve our service. If we nail those 2 things, opening 100 internet cafes won't be a problem. Yang Xiaoyun was equally stunned into silence. It took her a moment to recover, but then a bright smile instantly lit up her face. Mr. Tan, you're amazing. Yang Xiaoyun pounded the table excitedly. I knew following you was the right choice. Go ahead and open as many as you want, I'll back you all the way. She had invested in the venture. The better the internet cafe business did, the more she'd earn. Just thinking about it. If Tan Jiayi really opened 100 internet cafes, wouldn't that be like running her own internet cafe? Chapter 47 Boss, I've missed you so much. Tan Jiayi looked at the 3 of them, their faces full of anticipation, and cleared his throat. A brand isn't just a simple name or a sign. It's like when we go shopping for clothes. Why do some people insist on buying those designer labels? It's because those brands carry stories and quality guarantees. Our internet cafes are no different. We need to make people feel that coming here to surf the web is a pleasure, a symbol of status. Tan Jiayi frowned, trying to digest Tan Jiayi's words. Son, that sounds pretty far-fetched. How can you turn an internet cafe into a status symbol? Tan Jiayi chuckled. That's where service comes in. We have to take service to the extreme. For example, the moment a customer walks in, we greet them with a smile, proactively help them find a seat, and set up their computer. If they want drinks or snacks, we'll bring them right to their seats. Plus, we need to host regular events like gaming tournaments or exclusive member perks. That way, customers will have a great time at our place and feel like they're getting special treatment. They'll remember our brand naturally. Son, where on earth did you come up with all these ideas? Lu Jiali listened, wide-eyed. Mom, I've lived this long and never heard anything so innovative. Yang Xiaoyun also looked astonished. Mr. Tan, I thought I'd seen quite a bit of the world after graduating high school. But compared to you, I'm just a novice. What on earth is going on in your head? How do you come up with all these bizarre yet brilliant ideas? Tan Jiayi shook his head with feigned profundity. That's none of your business. Just do as I say, and you won't go wrong. We need to make sure that when people talk about our internet cafe, they give it a thumbs up and say it's the best around. The 3 of them listened to Tan Jiayi's words, utterly stunned. They had always considered themselves adults with plenty of experience. But now they realized that this little kid's ideas. It was like opening the door to a whole new world. Tan Jiayi stood up straight, waved his little hand, and declared loudly, I've got another idea. Let's link all the internet cafe's membership cards together, one card for all. No matter which of our cafes you visit, you can use this single card. What? One card for all? Tan Jiayi's eyes widened in disbelief. Son, is that even feasible? Won't it be too complicated? Tan Jiayi explained with a smile, Dad, it's not complicated at all, it's actually full of benefits. Think about it, if a customer gets a card at one of our cafes but can't use it at another, that's such an inconvenience. They might just stop coming to us altogether. But with universal cards, they can use them at any of our internet cafes wherever they go. How convenient. It'll definitely attract more customers. Lu Jiali nodded slightly, finding her son's reasoning somewhat convincing. That makes sense, but how many people will it actually attract? Tan Jiayi gave a mysterious smile, that's just the first step. We'll launch a points for rewards program. Customers earn points with every internet session, which they can redeem for extra time, priority access to computers, or even small gifts. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Wow, Boss Tan, that's an amazing idea. If I were a customer, I'd definitely come more often to earn points and enjoy these perks. Tan Jiayi grew more and more excited as he spoke. Exactly. With these perk programs, our internet cafe will stand out from the rest. What others don't have, we do. Customers will naturally choose us. Soon, our internet cafes will thrive, every new location will be a hit. After a hearty meal, outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the Tan family and Yang Xiaoyun emerged, chatting and laughing. Tan Jiayi tugged at Tan Huagen's sleeve, shaking it eagerly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Dad! I can't stop thinking about that first internet cafe we opened. I want to take a peek before heading home just to see how crazy busy it is right now. Tan Huagen now trusted his son implicitly, believing everything he said to be sound. Without hesitation, he replied, Sure thing, son. Hop on the bike, Dad'll take you right now. With that, he walked briskly to the bicycle, deftly unlocked the chain, and pushed out the sturdy 28-inch frame bike. Tan Jiayi swiftly hopped onto the back seat, wrapping his arms tightly around Tan Huagen's waist. Let's go! Tan Huagen shouted, pushing hard on the pedals as he sped toward the internet cafe. Before long, father and son arrived at the internet cafe entrance. Tan Jiayi had barely dismounted and steadied himself. Suddenly, a dark figure shot forward with a whoosh. It collided directly into his arms. Tan Jiayi felt only a soft, fluffy mass press tightly against his chest. His entire body froze, his mind going blank in an instant. Just then, Wang Xiaoya's voice rang out beside him, shrill with delight. Boss! You finally came. I've been dying to see you. Tan Jiayi's face flushed crimson, the color spreading from his ears all the way down to his neck. He cleared his throat twice, feigning composure, and said sternly, Ahem, ahem. You girl, can't you be a little more steady? You're a grown woman now, yet you're still so flustered. You scared me half to death. I've been swamped with the internet cafe stuff. I couldn't just drop everything and come over. Wang Xiaoya let go of Tan Jiayi, folded her arms across her waist, and puffed out her cheeks so wide she could hang an oil bottle from them. Oomph. Look who's talking. You haven't visited us in ages. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. Tan Lunwen walked over with a smile, playfully nudging Tan Jiayi's shoulder. Hey, cousin, you wouldn't believe it, but Wang Xiaoya's practically a regular at our internet cafe now. She's pulled 2 all-nighters in a row here, sleeps during the day, then comes right back at night. She's got more stamina than this old worker. Tan Jiayi raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting toward Wang Xiaoya as he let a faint smile touch his lips. Wang Xiaoya felt a bit flustered under his gaze. She fidgeted nervously with her shirt hem and whispered, Well, school's on break and I didn't have much to do at home. I just really missed you, Boss Tan, so I came back to see you. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Tan Jiayi, her eyes holding a hint of hope. Tan Jiayi understood perfectly. He knew exactly what Wang Xiaoya was thinking. This girl was undoubtedly itching to learn programming. But he didn't call her out on it. Even if Wang Xiaoya hadn't come, he was planning to ask his cousin to help find her. After all, the legend game was still waiting for Wang Xiaoya to develop it. Chapter 48, Legend Game, done. Desperately seeking gold tickets. Tan Jiayi looked at the vibrant Wang Xiaoya before him and teased. Xiaoya, how's school going lately? Not slacking off, are you? At those words, Wang Xiaoya instantly straightened her back. You bet. I've been making huge strides. It's like I've been on a cheat code. All thanks to the study methods you taught me earlier. Now even my teachers look at me differently, like I'm some kind of genius. My classmates are all swarming around me now, asking me questions left and right. They're totally in awe of me. She finished with a triumphant toss of her head. And you know what? Wang Xiaoya's smile grew even brighter as she placed her hands on her hips. I even got elected as the class study representative. Now I'm in charge of guiding my classmates in their studies. It feels so awesome. But that smile didn't last 2 seconds. Her expression suddenly turned a bit downcast and she sighed. There's just one downside. Ever since becoming class monitor, I've got so much on my plate. I can't come to the internet cafe for practice as often as I used to. It's driving me crazy. I feel like I've got all this energy with nowhere to put it. Tan Jiayi listened, then cleared his throat awkwardly. Only then did Wang Xiaoya snap out of it, inwardly cursing her own carelessness. She'd nearly let slip about learning programming with Tan Jiayi. Panic seized her as her mind raced. Suddenly inspired, she blurted out, Hey boss, wanna watch some cartoons? I've found so many amazing animated series lately. I can watch them with you. Tan Jiayi nodded eagerly. Sure. I love watching cartoons. Tan Lunwen watched from the side, shaking his head helplessly with a faint smile. Ah, kids will be kids. Just mention cartoons and they perk right up. In the farthest corner of the internet cafe sat an empty computer. Wang Xiaoya had been itching to get her hands on it for ages. She tugged at Tan Jiayi, her voice brimming with excitement. Boss, come quick. I've been learning some new coding stuff lately and my fingers are itching to try it out. Today's the day to put it all into practice. Before Tan Jiayi could react to being dragged to the computer, Wang Xiaoya promptly pushed him into the chair and positioned herself behind him. Boss, you sit here. This way we both fit, and you can guide me directly how convenient. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoya eagerly sat down, her body pressed tightly against Tan Jiayi's back. Tan Jiayi instantly felt a wave of softness against his back. He shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat awkwardly. Xiaoya, this. Wang Xiaoya, however, remained oblivious to Tan Jiayi's discomfort. Her eyes were glued to the computer screen as her hands danced swiftly across the keyboard, clacking away at the code while she muttered to herself. Boss, look at this code. I'm trying to implement a new feature, but it keeps throwing errors when I run it. Can you quickly help me figure out what's wrong? Tan Jiayi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he looked at the screen with feigned composure. Look here, this variable definition seems off. Try changing it. As he reached out to point at the code on the screen, his hand accidentally brushed against Wang Xiaoya's. Both hands jerked back as if electrocuted. Tan Jiayi's face flushed even redder. Wang Xiaoya, unusually shy for once, flushed slightly. But she quickly refocused on the code. Oh, so it's here. How did I miss that? Boss, you're amazing. Wang Xiaoya marveled as she modified the code according to Tan Jiayi's instructions. Watching her focused expression, Tan Jiayi gradually relaxed and began explaining the code's issues to her in detail. Unnoticed, the internet cafe gradually emptied. Time slipped away unnoticed until the early hours of the morning. The entire internet cafe fell silent, with only the faint hum of computer processors filling the air. Wang Xiaoya stared intently at the screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as excitement sparkled in her eyes. Suddenly, her hands stopped moving. A look of relief washed over her face, followed by a sigh of pure satisfaction. Wow, I finally did it! She exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. Tan Jiayi had been watching beside her, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Xiaoya turned around and exclaimed excitedly to Tan Jiayi, Boss! The legend game is officially complete. All that's left is the final testing. After saying this, she couldn't wait to reach out and click to start testing the game. But just then, Tan Jiayi acted swiftly, grabbing her hand and saying, Hold on, don't rush into testing. Wang Xiaoya looked at Tan Jiayi with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? We're at the final step. Just finish testing, and we can go live. I can't wait to see how the game looks. Tan Jiayi patiently explained to Wang Xiaoya, who looked completely baffled. Xiaoya, think about it, if you were testing the game alone, many hidden issues would never be found. With so many people in our internet cafe, it'd be such a waste not to put them to use. Wang Xiaoya's eyes darted around. She felt Tan Jiayi had a point, but her impatience remained. I get that, she muttered, but how exactly do we get them to help with testing? Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a faint smile. Don't worry about that. I've got a plan. Now listen to me. Add a module to track gameplay duration within the legend game code. Though puzzled, Wang Xiaoya trusted Tan Jiayi unconditionally and immediately got to work. She muttered under her breath as she worked. Boss, what's the deal here? What's the point of adding this module? Tan Jiayi patted her shoulder, his voice brimming with confidence. Once this module is in place, the rest of the work will be a breeze. You'll see the benefits soon enough. Once Wang Xiaoya finished adding the module and Tan Jiayi verified it was working, he finally let out a sigh of relief. By now, he was utterly exhausted, his eyes bloodshot. Alright, that's it for today. Tan Jiayi stretched lazily as he spoke, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Wang Xiaoya wanted to ask more questions. Tan Jiayi waved her off, his voice weak. Let's call it a day. I need to go home and sleep. I'm so tired my eyes are barely staying open. With that, Tan Jiayi dragged his heavy feet, stepping slowly out of the internet cafe. Outside, the night was deep and dark. The streets were cold and deserted, not a soul in sight. Back home, he didn't even have the strength to take off his clothes. He collapsed onto the bed and instantly drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 49, Play Games, Free Soda. The next morning. As sunlight began to spill onto the streets, the entrance of Jiali Internet Café gradually came alive. A group of customers ready to go online were about to push open the door. Suddenly, someone's eyes widened. Pointing at the glass door, they exclaimed, Look! There's a notice posted. Everyone crowded around to see. It read, Play Legend of Nier, get a free can of Coke. What? Playing the game gets you a Coke? Seriously? That's crazy. Back then, a single bottle of Coke cost 3 yuan. In an era where the average monthly wage barely reached 500 yuan, that was a fortune. Many people, even when thirsty, couldn't bring themselves to drink Coke and chose tap water instead. Now, playing games could actually get you free Coke? Who wouldn't be blown away by such a deal? This internet cafe owner is way too generous. Playing a game gets you a free bottle of Coke, where else would you find such a deal? Come on, don't just stand there, let's go try it. Someone shouted impatiently, and the crowd immediately surged into the internet cafe. Playing games gets you free Coke? This can't be real. A young man stared wide-eyed, tugging Tan Lunwen's arm as he asked skeptically. Others gathered around, asking questions all at once. Yeah, dude, don't mess with us. Is this for real? Come on, tell us what's going on. Squeezed in the middle of the crowd, Tan Lunwen laughed and announced loudly, of course it's true. Look at that game icon on the table labeled Legend, it's a new game our boss just got. Play for a full hour, and you get a free bottle of Coke. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Playing games to earn money for Coke? That sounds too good to be true. Is there some kind of catch? Tan Lunwen quickly waved his hands and explained, Sir, don't worry. Our internet cafe has a great reputation around here. There's absolutely no catch. Think about it, there aren't many games out there these days, and everyone's struggling to find something fun. Now you can play a new game and get a Coke too. What a deal. A young woman chimed in from the side, yeah, I don't usually play games much, but hearing there's Coke involved? I'm tempted. The crowd nodded in agreement. The thought of playing new games and getting a free bottle of Coke something they'd normally hesitate to buy. Everyone was eager to give it a shot. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Can't lose either way. The lanky young man was the first to dash toward a computer and quickly power it on. Seeing this, the others weren't about to be outdone. They found empty machines and sat down. Before long, most screens in the internet cafe flickered with the Legend game interface. Even the girls who usually didn't play games got caught up in the lively atmosphere as they watched everyone else playing with such enthusiasm. Guided by those beside them, they curiously began trying the game. With hopes of free cola, everyone clicked to launch the Legend game. As the game interface slowly loaded, the visuals gradually sharpened. A wave of gasps and exclamations erupted throughout the internet cafe. Holy cow! The graphics are unreal. A middle-aged man in a tank top beside him couldn't help but exclaim, games have gotten this advanced now? Compared to the ones we used to play, this is next-level stuff. When the character creation screen appeared, revealing a wide variety of classes, everyone became even more excited. Wow, there's a warrior, mage, and Taoist, so many classes to choose from. How cool is that? The class design is really interesting. Each one feels like it offers a completely different playstyle. A guy in glasses marveled as he browsed through the options. At first, many people thought they'd play for an hour, grab their Coke, and leave. But once they actually entered the game, stepped onto that vast in-game map, and saw the intricate models, they were instantly hooked. That lanky young man had originally planned to log off as soon as the time was up. But now he was completely immersed, muttering to himself. This game is way too fun. I just can't stop playing. His hands flew across the keyboard as his eyes remained glued to the screen, completely oblivious to the passing time. The girl beside him was equally engrossed, controlling her character to battle monsters while exclaiming, this game is so much fun, I want to play a little longer. Coke? That doesn't matter anymore. For a moment, the entire internet cafe was filled only with the tense, thrilling game sound effects and the excited shouts of the players. Everyone seemed spellbound, completely immersed in the world of Legend. The task of fetching the cola had long been cast to the winds. Tan Lunwen weaved through the rows of computers. A small notebook clutched in his hand, his eyes darted across the players' screens. He carefully captured every word spoken by the players. Man, the still effects look awesome, but why does it lag so badly when I cast them? A player complained, frowning in frustration. Tan Lunwen perked up instantly. His pen flew across the notebook like a storm, rapidly jotting down notes while muttering, skill lag, skill lag. I think the monsters are a bit too easy. Fighting them is way too simple, another player chimed in. Tan Lunwen practically took 3 steps in 2 as he rushed over, urgently asking, bro, could you elaborate? Specifically, what aspects make you feel the difficulty is too low? The player glanced at him and continued, look, this monster has low HP and its attacks aren't strong either. Tan Lunwen listened intently while furiously scribbling notes in his notebook, nodding and agreeing along the way. Oh, low health, weak attacks. Got it. Thanks for the tip, bro. For several days straight, right after school let out, Tan Jiayi would dash toward the internet cafe with his backpack slung over his shoulder. The moment he stepped through the door, his eyes locked onto Tan Lunwen, and he dashed over as if his feet were on wings. Bro! How's the player feedback been these past few days? Tell me everything. Tan Lunwen smiled as he handed over the notebook in his hand. Look, little cousin, there are quite a few questions people have raised. Tan Jiayi snatched the notebook, his eyes darting over the densely packed handwriting. As he read, he muttered to himself, skill lag like this is probably caused by a glitch in the code algorithm. Adjusting the logic parameters should fix it. With that, Tan Jiayi walked over to an empty computer, sat down, and powered it on. His fingers immediately began tapping the keyboard with practiced ease. The speed was dizzyingly fast. Watching from the side, Tan Lunwen couldn't help but marvel. Cousin, your skills are absolutely incredible. Standing here watching you do this feels like deciphering ancient scriptures. Tan Jiayi didn't even look up as he replied, bro, once this game officially launches, our internet cafe is going to be huge. By then, gamers across the country will know about our Jiali Internet Café. As the days passed, Tan Jiayi's modified code grew more extensive and the game became increasingly polished. He sensed that the day Legend would officially launch was drawing near. Chapter 50, Legend launches, sending shockwaves across the nation. Amidst Tan Jiayi's frantic efforts to debug Legend, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. That morning, Tan Jiayi woke up early and excitedly shook his still sleeping father, Tan Jiayi, awake. Dad, wake up. It's the weekend, we've got big business to handle in the Magic City. Tan Jiayi, his eyes still heavy with sleep, mumbled, what big deal? Why the rush? Tan Jiayi gave a mysterious smile. You'll see when we get there. I promise it'll be a huge surprise. Hurry up and get ready, we're catching the early train. Father and son rushed to the station and boarded the train bound for the metropolis. After several hours of bumpy travel, they finally arrived in the metropolis. Tan Jiayi, familiar with the way, led Tan Jiayi to Yunli & Company. As soon as they entered the company gates, Tan Jiayi strode straight to the service counter and announced loudly, hello, I'd like to rent a server. The clerk, who had been bent over organizing documents, instinctively looked up at the sound of his voice. His eyes widened instantly at the sight of Tan Jiayi's youthful face. Young man, what did you say? Thinking he must have misheard, the staffer asked again. I said, I want to rent a server. Tan Jiayi frowned and repeated himself, a hint of irritation in his tone. How could this person not understand? The staff member was now utterly stunned. He scrutinized Tan Jiayi from head to toe, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Young man, do you even know what a server is? Renting one isn't something to joke about. Tan Jiayi, standing nearby, was also a bit bewildered. He tugged at Tan Jiayi's sleeve and whispered, son, what are you up to? Tan Jiayi patted Tan Jiayi's hand, signaling him not to worry. Then, looking straight at the staff member, he said with complete seriousness. Of course I know what a server is. I have a game about to launch that needs server support, so I'm here to rent one. The staff member could hardly believe his ears. In this era, server rental was beyond the reach of most ordinary people. Many had never even heard of such a thing. Yet here stood a child who looked no older than 8 or 9, demanding to rent a server? This was utterly absurd. Young man, are you pulling a prank on uncle here? Don't cause any trouble, okay? The staff member said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The staff member was about to dismiss Tan Jiayi as a mischievous child and send him away. At that very moment, Tan Jiayi slammed a thick stack of cash onto the counter with a loud thud. His gaze fixed firmly on the staff member. The staff member, who had been wearing a perfunctory smile, instantly turned serious, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He dropped his previous condescending attitude, cleared his throat, and said, young man, no, young entrepreneur, since you're serious, I'll give you a detailed introduction to our company's server leasing services. We offer servers with various configurations, differing in price and performance. But before the staff member could finish, Tan Jiayi cut him off with a decisive tone. No need for all that. I'll take your Cloud Friend server. I've done the math, it's the best value for money. And the price I'm offering is. The staff member's face registered utter shock upon hearing Tan Jiayi's quoted price. He silently calculated in his head. This price was indeed their absolute bottom line. There was profit, but not much. How did this kid know the market so well? The staff member tried to negotiate further, attempting to raise the offer. Just as he opened his mouth to say, this price, well, it might be a bit. Tan Jiayi immediately saw through his thoughts. Before he could finish, Tan Jiayi cut him off bluntly. Let me tell you this, I'm in game operations. Our demand for servers is going to be huge going forward. If we can get a lower price this time, we could establish a long-term partnership. If you don't think it's right, I'll just go find someone else. As Tan Jiayi spoke, he made a move to gather the money back from the table. Seeing this, the staff member quickly weighed his options. He knew this kid might be young, but he was definitely no pushover. Securing this long-term client could yield substantial future profits. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, young boss. For your straightforwardness and sincerity, we'll honor your price. Here's to a fruitful partnership. The staff member looked at the tiny figure before him, still harboring doubts. Could this child really create a game that required server rental services? But with the deal already sealed, the contract drafted, and the payment received, he gritted his teeth and rented the server to Tan Jiayi at the discounted rate. Young boss, we've got a deal here. If any issues arise later, we'll handle it strictly by the contract, the staff member cautioned uneasily. Tan Jiayi looked utterly confident, pounding his chest as he assured them, rest assured, there won't be any problems. The moment he returned to Jiangcheng, Tan Jiayi was like a wound-up clock, not stopping for a second. He rushed to find the internet cafe technicians and directed them to upload the meticulously crafted legend game onto the newly rented server. Hurry! Our game is about to go live. Tan Jiayi urged from the sidelines, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After completing the upload, Tan Jiayi raced straight to the advertising department of the television station. I want to run ads on your station. Promote my game. Tan Jiayi declared loudly before the advertising manager. The manager looked at the kid who had suddenly barged in, his face full of confusion. Young man, have you come to the wrong place? Advertising isn't something to be taken lightly. Without a word, Tan Jiayi pulled out a stack of materials from his bag. It detailed the gameplay and unique features of the legend game. Take a look. My game absolutely has market potential. If you promote it on your station, it's guaranteed to be a huge hit. The manager took the materials with a skeptical look, flipping through them casually at first, not taking it seriously. But as he read on, his expression gradually turned serious. This game actually looks quite interesting. But advertising costs aren't cheap, the manager remarked. Tan Jiayi had come prepared. He quoted a price. Though not exorbitant, it fell within the station's acceptable range. I know this price isn't exceptionally high, but I guarantee that once the game takes off, your station will reap the benefits too. The manager pondered for a moment, meeting Tan Jiayi's determined gaze before finally nodding. Alright, I'll take the ad. After securing the TV station ad, Tan Jiayi dialed the newspaper reporter's number. Hello, this is Tan Jiayi, owner of Jiali Internet Café. I've developed a brand new game and would like to invite you to cover it. Tan Jiayi spoke politely yet confidently. The reporter sounded intrigued. You're an internet cafe owner? And you're just a kid? You developed a new game? Now that's something new. Tell me more. Tan Jiayi proceeded to explain the game's highlights, gameplay mechanics, and the story behind its creation in one breath. The reporter grew increasingly intrigued and immediately decided to cover the story. Tan Jiayi was swamped with work, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. He believed the story of an 8-year-old running an internet cafe and creating games would soon spread across the nation. This was the best advertisement legend could ever hope for. As Tan Jiayi had anticipated, within mere days, the entire nation of Xia was sent into an uproar by this news. Chapter 51, the entire Xia nation is abuzz. Desperately seeking gold tickets. Tan Jiayi's name exploded locally. Not only did it stir up neighboring provinces, but even the media in the capital city, with their keen sense of news. They could no longer sit idly by. Reporters from all over the country traveled thousands of miles to Jiangcheng, eager to interview this child prodigy who had shot to fame overnight. Carrying cameras on their shoulders and clutching recorders in their hands, they rushed headlong toward Tan Jiayi's home. The moment they stepped through the Tan family's door and saw the 8-year-old child before them, the journalists were so stunned their jaws nearly hit the floor. Facing a sea of cameras all pointed at him, Tan Jiayi remained remarkably composed, a smile never leaving his face. Little Tan Jiayi, hello. A reporter from Beijing broke the silence first, asking with genuine curiosity. We're all dying to know, how did an 8-year-old like you even think of opening an internet cafe and developing a game? It's simply unbelievable. Tan Jiayi blinked, his explanation clear and logical. Hello, Sister Wang. Actually, I first thought of opening an internet cafe because I noticed so many people around me loved playing games, but there weren't many decent internet cafes nearby. Later, I got into programming and was instantly hooked. I started wondering if I could make a super fun game. At that moment, a young reporter from a neighboring province eagerly chimed in. Wow, that sounds like quite an adventure. But making games must have been full of challenges, right? What kind of difficulties did you run into? Tan Jiayi tilted his head, paused to think, and looked serious. There were so many difficulties. Take coding, for instance, it kept throwing errors. Sister Xiaoya and I strained our eyes searching for those bugs. Then there's all the game mechanics, we had to make them fun but not too easy, or it would lose its appeal. Reporters listened intently, furiously taking notes. Their eyes widened periodically, expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. They never imagined that an 8-year-old kid could explain such complex matters with such clarity. The interview continued in full swing. Tan Jiayi recounted his entire entrepreneurial journey. From the opportunity to open his first internet cafe, to meeting Wang Xiaoya, and then step-by-step developing the legend game, he recounted everything in detail without holding back. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Finally, the interview concluded. Sister Wang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Jiayi, you're a true genius. At the same age when other kids were still playing in the mud, he had already opened 4 internet cafes and created a game. This achievement was beyond imagination. Tan Jiayi scratched his head with a smile, modestly replying, thanks for the compliment, Sister Wang. I'm just really interested in this stuff. It's so much fun to work on. Before long, these interview videos and reports spread like wildfire across major media platforms, circulating rapidly. Audiences who saw them were universally stunned by Tan Jiayi. This kid is a once-in-a-century genius. His future is limitless. Unbelievable. So talented at just 8 years old, we adults can't hold a candle to him. Tan Jiayi felt a quiet thrill of joy. This overwhelming media coverage was the best advertisement for legend. His youthful appearance belied his mature mindset. This striking contrast led many parents to hold Tan Jiayi up as a model for their own children. Look at Tan Jiayi, only 8 years old, yet he runs an internet cafe and develops games. And you? All you do is play. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were interviewed by numerous media outlets and journalists, becoming celebrities themselves. Ever since Tan Jiayi appeared on TV and in newspapers, he had become an absolute sensation at school. That day, Tan Jiayi walked into school as usual. Before he could even step onto the school building steps, he was surrounded by a crowd of classmates. Tan Jiayi, you're finally here. You're a big celebrity now. Exactly. Tell us how you managed to open an internet cafe and develop games. A few mischievous boys egged him on from the sidelines. They pushed Tan Jiayi so hard he nearly lost his balance. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, walked over and said with a smile, "Jiayi, since everyone's so curious, why don't you share your story with the class?" Tan Jiayi looked around at the eager faces surrounding him and cleared his throat. It's really not that complicated. I just loved playing computer games at first. Later, I found some games in internet cafes weren't that fun, so I thought, could I make a better one myself? Ha! That's it? But how did you learn to code and all that? A classmate gasped in surprise, "Mafagape." Tan Jiayi smiled. I read a lot of books on the subject and learned alongside Sister Xiaoya. I gradually picked it up. When I hit a snag, I'd look up resources or ask others. After a few tries, I'd figure it out. Wow, that's amazing, a classmate couldn't help but exclaim. I give up on homework problems I find hard, but you managed to solve so many challenges on your own. Teacher Li nodded approvingly. Jiayi's spirit of not backing down when faced with difficulties, actively learning to solve problems, that's something everyone should learn from. But what about opening the internet cafe? That must cost a fortune. Where did you get the money? Another classmate pressed. Tan Jiayi scratched his head and said, I borrowed the money to open the internet cafe from my parents. And part of it came from helping others solve computer problems online. The students listened intently, their eyes brimming with admiration. In the classroom, Li Lei watched Tan Jiayi packing his backpack, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. Her gaze seemed glued to him, radiating pure admiration. She cleared her throat and mustered her courage. Tan Jiayi, you've been doing amazing lately. My parents keep talking about you. Would you come over to my place this weekend? You could help me with my homework. I'm stuck on so many problems. Li Lei spoke while gently tugging at Tan Jiayi's arm. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Tan Jiayi smiled helplessly, pausing his movements. I'd love to, but the internet cafe's been crazy busy lately. I have to help out and just can't find the time. Li Lei's lips turned down at the corners, her expression turning pouty. Good thing I brought this today. Tan Jiayi pulled a beautifully wrapped chocolate bar from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Lei. Though she'd been wallowing in disappointment, Li Lei's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the chocolate. Still, she put on a brave front. I'm not upset just because I want chocolate. But her small hand reached out involuntarily. Tan Jiayi smiled as he handed her the chocolate. I know, our Li Lei isn't a glutton. But this chocolate is magical, it'll make you feel better. Try it. Li Lei eagerly tore open the wrapper, popped the chocolate into her mouth, and a sweet smile spread across her face, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Wow, it's really delicious. Tan Jiayi, you're so kind. Chapter 52, a game developed by kids? Early morning. Old Wang sat at his usual breakfast stall, munching on fried dough sticks while flipping through the newspaper in his hands. Suddenly, a striking headline caught his eye. 8-year-old prodigy Tan Jiayi, opening an internet cafe, creating games, forging a legend. Old Wang's eyes widened instantly. He set down his fried dough stick and eagerly began reading. Wow, this kid is amazing. Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, drawing old Zhang's curious attention from nearby. What's up? What's got you so surprised? Old Zhang asked. Old Wang handed the newspaper to old Zhang, pointing at the article. Look at this. He's only 8 years old, and he's already opened 4 internet cafes and developed a game. Old Zhang took the paper, skimmed it quickly, and his face lit up with envy. This kid's a genius. If my son could be half as talented, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Sister Li was watching TV at home. The television happened to be airing an interview with Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi calmly and composedly recounted his entrepreneurial journey. Sister Li was completely engrossed and couldn't help but say to her husband beside her, look at that kid, only 8 years old, yet he speaks and acts with such maturity. Her husband smiled helplessly. Yeah, this kid's got a bright future ahead of him. If only we had a son like that, we'd be so lucky. In no time, Tan Jiayi's story spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xia kingdom. Parents gathered together, unable to resist sighing. Why isn't he my own son? What a source of pride for any parents to have such a child. On a popular online forum, netizens were passionately discussing various gaming topics as usual. Suddenly, a post titled "A game made by an 8-year-old Is It Really That Amazing" appeared quietly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Everyone's talking about that 8-year-old Tan Jiayi. What's his game really like? Is it as amazing as the media claims? The comments section erupted with activity. What could a game made by an 8-year-old possibly be good? Is CS 1.5 no longer appealing? Or is Red Alert no longer fun? Why bother researching a game developed by a child? Probably just like those Russian blocks, simpler than simple, childish, only fooling those who haven't seen the world. As these mocking comments multiplied, the entire thread was drowned in negativity. Netizens skeptical of Tan Jiayi seemed convinced his game was nothing but a joke, utterly unworthy of mention. In their eyes, a game developed by an 8-year-old was destined to be unworthy of serious consideration. It was nothing more than a fleeting gimmick. Tan Jiayi's popularity is just because he's young. People are only interested in the novelty, no one actually thinks his game is good. This sentiment instantly resonated with the vast majority of forum users. I totally agree. How could a kid's game possibly be better than what professional game companies make? I don't buy it. Exactly. There are tons of games out there now. Any major title has a development team of hundreds working on it for years. What could an 8-year-old possibly create? Legend? The name alone sounds so outdated. The gameplay is probably just the same old tired stuff. You'll probably get bored after a few minutes. I'll bet 50 cents this game will crash and burn within days of launch. Just wait and see. Amidst the barrage of sarcastic comments from netizens targeting Tan Jiayi's game, a few curious gamers entered Jiali Internet Café with a "let's just laugh at this" attitude. How fun could a game made by an 8-year-old possibly be? A young man muttered as he and his friend walked toward a computer. I'm warning you now, if it sucks, we're outta here. Fine, we're already here. Might as well give it a shot, replied another young man wearing glasses. They booted up the computer, located the Legend game icon, and clicked it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. As the game interface slowly loaded, the exquisite opening animation instantly filled their vision, making them stare in wide-eyed amazement. Whoa, this intro looks pretty legit, the young man remarked, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Upon entering the game, the character creation interface appeared first. Each character model was exquisitely crafted, with meticulous attention to detail. The bespectacled youth couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this modeling is way better than I imagined." This was really made by an 8-year-old? They guided their characters into the game world, where a vast and fantastical map unfolded before their eyes. The architecture and monster designs were uniquely ingenious. The graphics are incredibly polished. This scene is breathtaking. As they explored the game, they discovered the game's storyline was incredibly engaging, with each twist leading to the next, full of surprises. The bespectacled young man, busy battling monsters, remarked, "This storyline is incredibly engaging. I'd say it holds its own against those popular games." As they delved deeper into the experience, they increasingly appreciated the game's well-crafted architecture. The skill system, equipment system, and quest system all worked together seamlessly, greatly enhancing the game's playability. The young man's hands flew across the keyboard as he exclaimed, "This game is amazing. Anyone who said it wasn't good clearly hasn't played it." The two were so engrossed in the game they completely lost track of time. When they finally snapped back to reality, they exchanged stunned glances. One of them blurted out impatiently, "This is crazy. I gotta rush back to the forum and post about this. Everyone needs to try this game. It's an absolute hidden gem." Yeah, look at them now. They used to laugh at this game, but now they're eating their words. The players who had just experienced Legend at the Internet Café burst out of the place, buzzing with excitement. They jogged home, not even bothering to change their shoes, and rushed straight to their computers. The forum was still buzzing with complaints about Tan Jiayi's game when suddenly, a new post appeared. The title read, "Folks, I've been proven wrong. Tan Jiayi's Legend is absolutely incredible." He snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself, "Another shill. Let's see what kind of hype they can whip up." But when he clicked on the thread and saw the screenshots and detailed gameplay descriptions posted by other players, his heart skipped a beat and panic began to set in. The original poster wrote, "Folks, I used to think like you, how good could a game made by an 8-year-old be? Today I tried it out, and holy moly, the graphics, the models, the storyline, it's absolutely incredible. After playing it, I realized we've all been wrong about Tan Jiayi." Accompanying the post were several screenshots showcasing the game's exquisite scenes and cool characters. "Seriously? Are you pulling our leg?" The poster immediately replied, "If you don't believe me, go play it yourself and see. I can't stop thinking about the game's visuals, I'm totally hooked." This completely piqued the curiosity of netizens. Is it really that good? I'll have to try it myself. If it sucks, I'll tear them apart. So, a whole bunch of netizens, though still grumbling, they couldn't resist heading to the Internet Café. Chapter 53. Holy crap, you know what? It's actually fun. From that day on, the forums once dominated by discussions about popular games suddenly had a new king. Legend. From the day Tan Jiayi's game exploded in popularity, posts related to Legend began sprouting like mushrooms after rain, sweeping across the forums like a tidal wave. Every day, players passionately shared their gaming experiences. Folks, I'm telling you, Legend is hands down the best game I've played this year. He even attached a screenshot of his top-tier gear in the game. The story is so rich and addictive. Plus, teaming up with other players to take down monsters is pure bliss. Exactly. I thought it was just some kid's game and wouldn't be that great, but playing it totally proved me wrong. The graphics and gameplay are absolutely amazing. Blows away so many big-name studio games. These glowing posts spread like wildfire, multiplying rapidly as the hype remained sky-high. Even veteran players who had previously dismissed Legend with disdain remained on the sidelines and clung to their preconceptions began to feel restless. Is it really as good as they say? I don't think it's that simple. This game might just be hyped up. How could it possibly be better than those big-name studio titles? Trying it out won't cost much. If it wastes some time, at least it kills boredom. If it's really not fun, I'll just rant about it properly, still not a loss. With that, he immediately got up and headed to the nearest internet cafe. Ready to personally meet this. The game everyone was raving about. I don't buy this game as anything special. Meanwhile, a group of gamers gathered around in an internet cafe, playing Counter-Strike while chatting. But since so many people say it's fun, I'll check it out myself. If it doesn't meet my expectations, just wait till I tear it apart. Man, I'm getting bored with CS lately. Every match feels the same, no freshness left. One player sighed in frustration. Another player complained, yeah, red alert too. Playing single player for too long gets really boring. Even when you play online against others, the lag is unbearable. It's just not fun at all. They had to admit that the currently popular games, like CS and Red Alert, are single-player games, so it's easy to get bored. Even with online platforms enabling player interaction, issues like lag and weak gameplay remained. They longed for a game that could break through these limitations. I heard that Legend game supposedly allows free player interaction. Plus, it's said to have tons of gameplay options so you won't get bored easily. Why don't we give it a try? Sure, we're just hanging around anyway. Let's give it a shot. After all, giving it a shot won't cost much or take much time. Might as well give it a shot, better not to miss out on a potentially fun game, right? A group of players gathered around the computer, ready to try out the recently hyped Legend. As the game interface slowly appeared, the exquisite opening animation instantly captured everyone's attention. Vibrant colors and fluid animations. It felt like they'd been transported to a whole new world. Holy cow! Is this graphics quality really what we're supposed to expect in this day and age? This is mind-blowing. Way better than any game I've ever played. A young player beside him was so excited his hands were trembling slightly. Once inside the game, they were greeted by a rich array of character classes, a complex skill system, and an expansive game map. A seasoned gamer couldn't help but exclaim, this game system is leagues ahead of Counter-Strike and Red Alert. The design is absolutely brilliant. The creator of this game is undoubtedly a genius. Even the world's top game developers couldn't do better than this, right? Just then, someone nearby blurted out, you know what? This game was made by an 8-year-old kid. What? You mean he's only 8? The group fell silent once more, utterly stunned by the revelation. After a brief silence, the player waved it off with a laugh. No big deal, as long as the game is fun, that's all that matters. Who cares how old he is? I'm playing this game no matter what. Inside the internet cafe, a player was completely engrossed in Legend. Fingers hammered furiously on the keyboard as his character skillfully battled monsters on the screen. Just then, his friend rushed over, face aglow with excitement. So you're hooked on Legend too? I told you this game is seriously awesome. His friend exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. Without turning his head, the player kept his eyes glued to the screen and replied, I was blind before, underestimated this game. Now I finally get it, this game is seriously addictive. After saying this, he successfully defeated a major boss with his character and slammed the table in excitement. You bet, his friend chimed in, pulling up a nearby chair. I play for hours every day now, can't stop. Another player, who had stepped away to grab a drink, strolled back over and chuckled. I used to think, how good could a game made by an 8-year-old be? Turns out I was way off. The game updates so quickly too, there's always new content. It never gets boring. Yeah, thinking back now, all that mockery we used to throw at this game really bites. The player scratched his head sheepishly. His companion waved it off nonchalantly, who cares? As long as we're all loyal fans of Legend now. Time flew by as the players engaged in lively discussions about Legend and immersed themselves in the game. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. At an offline gathering of gamers, the topic of conversation remained Legend. Have you guys tried that new dungeon in Legend lately? It's insanely hard, but so thrilling, one player exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, we did it. My friends and I teamed up and spent ages clearing it, the rewards were totally worth it, another player replied. This game just keeps getting more and more fun. Honestly, I feel like I can't live without it anymore. No one could have imagined that they once doubted this game. Now, it had become an indispensable part of everyone's lives. At Jiali Internet Café, the place was packed with a constant buzz of noise. Tan Jiayi finally pushed his way to the innermost office of the Internet Café and eagerly fired up the computer. He logged into the game's backend. When he saw the number of active players displayed on the backend, Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up instantly. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. In just half a month, Legend's concurrent online players had already surpassed 100,000. Chapter 54, Legend Game sweeps the nation desperately seeking gold tickets. Tan Jiayi stared intently at the game backend data on the computer screen. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Tan Lunwen entered the office. Noticing the smile on Tan Jiayi's face, he curiously leaned in. "Jiayi, you look thrilled, the numbers must be great?" Tan Lunwen asked with a smile. Tan Jiayi pointed at the screen. Concurrent players have already surpassed 100,000. But this is nowhere near Legend's ceiling. In his previous life, this game had become wildly popular beyond imagination. Now, they just had to wait for it to break through mainstream popularity and rake in the profits. Really? Tan Lunwen gaped in astonishment. What should we do next? Tan Jiayi replied with confidence, "We don't need to do anything right now. Word of mouth is the best advertising. The players will spread the word for us." Just as Tan Jiayi had predicted. In internet cafes across the nation, word of mouth about Legend was spreading like wildfire. At a large internet cafe in the capital city, a group of players gathered together, passionately discussing the game. "Hey, have you guys tried Legend? It's crazy popular lately." "Not yet," a newbie player asked curiously. "Is it really that fun?" "You bet. Let me tell you. Plus, you can team up with tons of players to fight monsters, it's a blast. Come on, I'll show you around." In another internet cafe in Jiangcheng, the same scene was playing out. "Bro, ditch that old game and try Legend. This game was made by an 8-year-old kid. I didn't believe it at first, but once I started playing, I got hooked," a player said, patting his friend on the shoulder. "What? Made by an 8-year-old? How good could it be?" His friend looked skeptical. "Stop doubting it. Just play it and see. If it's not fun, I'll treat you to the internet time." At the same time, in internet cafes across the country, word of mouth became the most powerful form of advertising. In nearly every internet cafe, seasoned players invited newcomers who hadn't tried it yet to experience this game that had blown up beyond its original audience. On gaming forums, discussions about Legend continued to surge in popularity. Countless new posts appeared daily, sharing amusing in-game stories and strategies. "Guys, you won't believe it, I scored some top-tier gear in Legend yesterday. The stats are insane. This game is seriously addictive." The comments section instantly flooded with likes and replies. "Gotta try my luck too. Need a party. Need a party," such messages flooded the screen. Meanwhile, outside Jiali Internet Café, a long line formed, stretching as far as the eye could see. People in the line grumbled about the long wait while excitedly discussing the game. "I heard Jiali Net Café is where Legend originated, maybe playing here will bring better luck. Yeah, I can't wait to get in and dominate." The internet cafe was packed to the rafters. Quick, quick. Cast your skills, the boss is about to unleash its ultimate attack. "Don't worry, I'll heal you." Everyone was immersed in the game world, playing with great enthusiasm. Tan Jiayi stood at the front desk of the internet cafe, observing the lively scene. He turned to Tan Lunwen and said, "Bro, so many people love playing Legend. We can start selling game cards." Tan Lunwen hesitated. "Jiayi, will this work? 50 cents an hour, isn't that too cheap?" "Bro, trust me. With so many gamers now, small amounts add up, this could be a decent income." And so, Jiali Internet Café began selling Legend game cards. The news spread quickly, and players rushed to buy them. 10 cards for me. I'll take 20. The front desk staff were swamped. Before long, Tan Jiayi noticed that daily revenue was skyrocketing like a rocket. That evening, in the internet cafe's office, Tan Jiayi and Tan Lunwen stared at the financial statements, both stunned. At 50 cents per hour, the price wasn't high, but with massive data accumulation, it had turned into a substantial figure. Tan Jiayi's daily earnings reached a staggering amount, tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Jiali and Tan Huigan leaned in. Their expressions had been filled with doubt. Froze instantly upon seeing that string of numbers. Is this real? "Jiayi, are you sure you didn't misread it?" Lu Jiali couldn't believe her eyes. Her hand trembled slightly as she pointed at the daily income figures in the tens of thousands on the report. Tan Huigan was equally stunned, stammering. "Son, this game of yours is actually making more money than the internet cafe? And so quickly." Tan Jiayi smiled and nodded. "Mom and Dad, this is just the beginning. Legend is only starting to gain traction now. Once it truly takes the country by storm, the profits will be even greater." Lu Jiali still found it hard to believe. She murmured to herself, "I always knew you loved playing computer games and I supported you, but I never imagined you could create such an amazing game and make this much money." They couldn't even begin to imagine. Once this game truly swept the nation, Just how astronomical Tan Jiayi's income would become. Early weekend morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, hitting Tan Huigen's face directly. Tan Jiayi leapt to Tan Huigen's bedside, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Dad! Dad! Wake up! Something big is happening today. Tan Huigen felt dizzy from the shaking. With great effort, he opened his eyes just a crack. Blinking sleepily at Tan Jiayi, he mumbled, "You little rascal, so excited this early in the morning. What is it?" Tan Jiayi's eyes sparkled, his mouth stretched into a wide grin as he leaned in close to Tan Huigen with a mysterious look. "Dad, I promise it's something amazing you wouldn't even dare to imagine. Hurry up, stop dawdling." With that, he tugged Tan Huigen toward the edge of the bed. Tan Huigen had no choice but to groggily get up and wash up. By the time father and son arrived at the bank, it was already bustling with customers conducting transactions. Tan Jiayi led Tan Huigen to the counter and smoothly coordinated with the staff. Before long, the paperwork was complete. The bank clerk smiled as she handed over a check, saying, "Here you are. This is the check you exchanged. Please keep it safe." Tan Huigen instinctively reached out to take it. The moment his eyes fell upon the figures on the check, he froze in place. He couldn't recover for a long while. Tan Jiayi patted Tan Huigen's arm. "Dad, look. This is what we earned this week from Legend, a full $500,000. Tan Huigen's hand began trembling uncontrollably, causing the check to shake violently. His voice trembled. "Jiayi, this is unbelievable. I've worked my fingers to the bone my entire life and never seen this much money, let alone imagined earning it. Is this real?" "Of course it's real." Tan Jiayi nodded vigorously, his face beaming with pride. "Dad, this is just the beginning. We'll earn even more in the future." With that, Tan Jiayi pulled his still-stunned father out of the bank, heading toward the electronics mall. Chapter 55, Tencent can't sit still anymore. Just as Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigen were heading straight for the electronics mall with their checks in hand. Xinjiang, Goose Factory headquarters. The overhead lights blazed brightly overhead. Yet they couldn't dispel the dark clouds gathering over Brother Ma's face. The senior executives sat stiffly in their chairs, not daring to breathe a word. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Thud. Xiaoma suddenly slammed the report detailing the game business data down on the conference table with all his might. The thunderous crash made everyone's hearts skip a beat. "Look at this." Xiaoma Ji's eyes were bloodshot. He jabbed his finger forcefully at the sharply declining figures on the report, his roar tinged with hoarseness. "This is the report you've delivered? When did our company become such a bunch of losers?" Xiaomao grew increasingly agitated, leaping to his feet with a sharp snap. "We built our empire on instant messaging, then made a fortune with our gaming business. And now?" He braced his hands on the conference table, leaning forward with an imposing presence that made everyone around him instinctively shrink back. All because of some random legend game that popped out of nowhere and turned everything upside down. "We're losing players by the thousands, our online numbers are plummeting, and revenue is taking a nosedive. Don't you people have any idea? This means our company is about to plummet from the clouds straight into an abyss." Xiaoma roared, his furious gaze shifting. At the head of the game development department seated nearby. Under that intense stare, beads of sweat instantly formed on Chen's forehead. His voice trembled with unease as he stammered, "Mr. Ma, this legend game is truly bizarre. Its gameplay is unprecedented and exceptionally unique. Compared to it, our traditional games just seem so outdated and stale. Players are bored with them." Seeing the situation turn sour, Mr. Wang from the marketing department quickly chimed in, "Mr. Ma, the game's promotional tactics are also incredibly effective. They didn't spend huge sums on advertising like we did. It's purely through player-to-player word of mouth that its popularity keeps skyrocketing." Before we could react, they'd already captured a huge chunk of the market. "Oomph. Word of mouth?" Xiaoma angrily flung his sleeve. "We've poured so much money into marketing, keeping all of you on the payroll, and now we get beaten by a few words from their players? What the hell have you all been doing?" Brother Ma paced furiously in the conference room. "A measly little legend game actually pushed our company to this point?" Little Ma suddenly halted in his tracks. His gaze, sharp as knives, swept over every person present. "Let me make this clear, don't even think about passing the buck. This issue must be resolved." Tencent's executives fell silent, staring at the furious Manhwa Teng, not daring to utter a word. They feared that one wrong word might draw his wrath upon them. Everyone kept their heads bowed, unable to meet the fiery glare in his eyes. Finally, Xiaomage could no longer contain his rage. He slammed his fist hard on the conference table. He pointed his finger directly at the head of the game development team and roared, "Old Zhang. Explain to me what the hell is going on with the game you're developing? The online numbers have plummeted this past period, didn't any of you notice? Or are you simply not concerned about the company's survival?" Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down old Zhang's forehead. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Before old Zhang could gather his thoughts, Little Ma suddenly turned to the head of the promotion team, his eyes blazing with fury. "Don't play dumb over there either. The game promotion has hit a snag and we're losing players by the bucketful. Tell me, what exactly are you lot doing every day? Are you just coasting along, wasting the company's money? Why can another company's game steal our players away, while you can't even make a peep? The promotion manager shuddered in fear and quickly explained, Mr. Ma, we've been working tirelessly on promotions. But the word of mouth for Legend is spreading too fast. Our promotional efforts are being severely overshadowed. Word of mouth? Oomph. That's just your excuse. Xiaomai didn't give the manager a chance to defend himself, continuing to roar, if you were truly capable, this wouldn't have happened. Both the development and marketing teams were thoroughly berated. Mr. Ma, please calm down. Old Zhang gritted his teeth, mustering his courage to look up. We didn't want it to turn out this way. But that Legend game developed by Tan Jiayi, it's not that we weren't putting in the effort. It's just that it's genuinely so much better than our product. Little Ma snorted coldly, his face twisted with disdain. A game made by an 8-year-old could be better than what all these professionals produced? All excuses. Old Zhang's forehead veins bulged with frustration as he hurriedly explained, Mr. Ma, I'm not lying. Legend's playability is just absurdly strong. Its quest system is rich, each quest feels like its own little story. Players just can't stop playing. Plus, the class balance is both fair and engaging. Warriors, mages, and Taoists each have their own unique traits and counter each other. Players can choose based on their preferences and develop all kinds of different playstyles and approaches. The head of the promotion team chimed in from the side, that's right, Mr. Ma. Take player interaction. Legend takes it to the next level. It features a seamless team-up system and a robust trading system for buying and selling gear and items. Player interactions are incredibly frequent, which massively boosts the game's social appeal and fun factor. It's simply the pinnacle of what's available on the market today, no contest. Our game falls far short in this regard. After hearing this, Xiaoma sat frozen in his chair, his eyes staring straight ahead. He was plunged into deep shock. An 8-year-old kid? How is that even possible? Xiaoma muttered to himself as if questioning the fact, yet also challenging himself. To gain a foothold in Xia's fiercely competitive gaming industry, he led his team in relentless day and night battles, battling one opponent after another in a fight to the death. Countless all-nighters, countless failures, before finally achieving today's success. Yet now, the one challenging him was a mere 8-year-old child. He fell deep in thought. Chapter 56, copy this down immediately. Xiao Ma's face darkened. The entire space fell into an eerie silence, broken only by his heavy breathing. The heads of the game development and marketing teams hung their heads, not daring to breathe. Mr. Zhang stole a glance at Brother Ma, his lips twitching as if to speak but holding back. After much hesitation, he finally broke the silence in a low voice, Mr. Ma, to be perfectly honest, we've truly been backed into a corner. The design concepts behind Legend were just too ahead of their time. We simply can't figure out how to develop a game that can hold a candle to it. With that, Mr. Zhang shook his head helplessly. Mr. Li chimed in, yes, Mr. Ma. Take player interaction, for instance. Legend's teaming and trading systems are brilliantly designed. But our game feels like an unfinished product in this area, it's simply no comparison. Little Ma frowned and glared at them fiercely. What's the point of all this? Can't you two come up with a solution? A company our size can't be held back by a game made by some kid? Mr. Zhang gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Mr. Ma, it's not that we aren't trying. Many of Legend's core concepts, its game economy design, the random dungeon mechanics. These were things we hadn't anticipated before. It's really hard to catch up in such a short time. President Li continued, plus, their word of mouth is overwhelming. Our promotional tactics are useless against it. Players are now spontaneously promoting Legend. Even if we ramp up our promotions, the impact would be negligible. As he listened, Ma clenched his fists tighter and tighter. All eyes focused on Xiaomage, filled with anxiety. They waited for his next instructions. After a long moment, Xiao Ma, who had been deep in thought, suddenly looked up. Listen up, everyone! Little Ma bellowed at the top of his lungs, his gaze sweeping menacingly over every person present. Game Promotion Department, you have my immediate order to contact Tan Jiayi. No matter what it takes, dig to the ends of the earth if you must, find every possible way to have a proper conversation with him. His tone was unyielding, brooking no argument. The palpable aura of authority radiating from him made everyone instinctively straighten their posture. The head of the Game Promotion Department flinched at the sudden outburst, a flicker of panic crossing his face. After a moment's pause, he quickly replied in a meek tone. Mr. Ma, what exactly are you suggesting? Cut the crap. Xiao Ma impatiently cut him off. Go ask him if he's willing to transfer the rights to the game Legend. Our company is willing to pay a hefty price for it. Such generous terms, that's sincerity through and through. He's just an 8-year-old kid. What has he seen of the world? Has he ever seen that much money? At this point, Brother Ma's lips curled into a smug grin. That smile was brimming with contempt for Tan Jiayi. And after the purchase, we can even give him a share of Legend's profits. I don't believe he won't be tempted. Xiao Ma crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair with an air of arrogance. But the manager's mind began to race. Hesitating, he mustered his courage and said, "Mr. Ma, what if he refuses? After all, this kid created such an amazing game. Maybe his mindset isn't like that of ordinary kids." "Refuse?" Xiaomago snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. He snorted coldly. What could a kid possibly understand? We're offering such generous terms. If he refuses, he's turning down a gift and choosing punishment purely short-sighted. But I'm certain he'll accept. You lot better handle this flawlessly. If you screw it up, you know the consequences. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he glared at the person in charge. The threat in that gaze was unmistakable. The manager shuddered at the glare and quickly nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Ma, we'll do our utmost. Even if it costs us our lives, we'll get this done. Not try, you must succeed." Little Ma emphasized. "Cut the vague talk." A flash of certainty just as I thought darted across the promotion department head's eyes. Flashed a look of certainty, as if to say, just as I thought. He knew all too well that Brother Ma's tactic of acquiring small companies and repurposing their products had proven effective time and again. Immediately after, Little Ma's gaze shifted to the head of the development department. "Old Wang." Little Ma roared, "Look at the mess we're in now, it's all that legend's doing." He slammed his fist on the table as he spoke. "Get to work immediately. Copy that legend game for me, the sooner, the better." The development department head nodded frantically. "Rest assured, Mr. Ma. We'll get it started right away." Xiaoma snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Mr. Ma is absolutely right," the marketing department chimed in from the side. "Those previous successful cases are the best proof. Once our game is ready, we'll leverage our strong financial resources for promotion. We'll definitely win back the market." The legal department nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Ma. With our legal team on board, any issues that arise will be handled properly." Another thing Tencent is famous for is their near-perfect ability to copy any quality product that appears on the market. It won't take long before Tencent copies it down to the last detail. Once the copying is complete, Tencent leverages its formidable financial resources, exceptional legal team, and seemingly omnipresent marketing capabilities to make these products their own. They've already had countless successful examples of this. Old Wang hurriedly assured him, "Mr. Ma, we'll finish the new game as quickly as possible. We guarantee it will be identical to Legend or even better." Xiaoma stood before the conference table, scanning the assembled team. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Look at us stumped by an 8-year-old. What a joke. What kind of company is Tencent? We have the most professional teams, the most robust funding, and the most powerful marketing channels." Xiaoma shook his head, still laughing. "How could a mere child possibly compete with us?" "Mr. Ma is absolutely right," chimed in the head of the development department. "That kid just got lucky. With a little maneuvering, we can crush his game." Xiaoma snorted coldly, "Exactly. Have the marketing department contact him immediately to discuss an acquisition. If he refuses? We'll just take it over. I don't believe he can make any big waves." Chapter 57, Opening an Internet Café? You must be printing money. Begging for gold tickets. Electronics Mall. Mr. Qin hummed a slightly off-key tune, fully engrossed in handling the expensive tea set before him. With practiced ease, he poured hot water over the tea leaves. Instantly, wispy strands of rich tea aroma rose, exuding an indescribable sense of comfort and tranquility. Just then, something caught the corner of his eye. A familiar figure entered his vision. Holy crap! His heart jolted. A smile instantly spread across his face, the wrinkles practically climbing up to his forehead. Well, if it isn't Mr. Tan and young Master Tan. What a rare treat indeed. Mr. Qin bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice booming as if he wanted the entire electronics mall to hear him. Before he could finish speaking, he was already dashing forward. "Mr. Tan, young Master Tan. Good heavens! What wind has blown these two great figures this way? Please, come in. Come in." Mr. Qin nodded vigorously, exaggeratedly gesturing for them to enter. "Young Master Tan. Your popularity right now is off the charts. You're practically setting the sky on fire." Mr. Qin beamed, practically spitting as he spoke. "TV, newspapers everywhere is buzzing with news about your game development. Let me tell you, with your fame, even if that game didn't make a single penny, just riding on that reputation alone, you could just flick your fingers and money would pour into your pockets like water. You're like the god of wealth incarnate in our industry." Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan had barely stepped into the shop when Mr. Qin, as if injected with adrenaline, shot straight to the tea table. His hands trembled as he grabbed the freshly brewed teapot. With a loud splash, he emptied the steaming contents of the pot into the waste bucket. His exaggerated movements made it seem as though the pot contained not tea, but deadly poison. Goodness gracious, ordinary tea leaves? How could they possibly be worthy of entertaining Mr. Tan and young Master Tan? Mr. Qin bellowed loudly. He crouched low and plunged headfirst into the depths of the cabinet. "This is sheer waste. I must replace it with my shop's most treasured reserve." Moments later, he slowly straightened up, hands cradling an exquisitely crafted tea caddy. Next, Mr. Qin performed a quick transformation. He spun around, reached into a drawer. In the blink of an eye, a stack of luxurious Emperor Supreme cigarettes appeared in his hands. Mr. Tan, take a look, these are treasures I usually hide away, too precious even for me to smoke a single puff. His face stretched into a wide grin, almost splitting his cheeks, as he offered the cigarettes to Tan Huigan. I've been waiting for distinguished guests like you two to grace us with your presence. You must try them. But Tan Jiayi had no time for such pleasantries. He extended his arm, palm flat and decisive in the air, getting straight to the point. Mr. Qin, let's get straight to the point. Business comes first. Tan Huigan was a man of few words. Hearing his son's words, he reached into his pocket without a second thought and pulled out a check. With a sharp slap, it landed on the table in front of Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin's gaze locked onto the check, his entire body stiffening in place. His hands began trembling uncontrollably as they slowly reached for the check. Finally, he grasped it. His mouth gaped wide open, as if something had lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. This. Mr. Qin stammered, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. His mind went completely blank. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just a week ago, Tan Jiayi and his son had rushed over, delivering 250,000 yuan. Only 7 short days had passed. Another check for 500,000 yuan landed before him like gold raining from the sky. Half a month, 750,000 yuan. This money came faster than a tornado, utterly unbelievable. Good heavens! Mr. Qin snapped back to reality, bellowing at the top of his lungs, what kind of business is this? Even a money printing machine couldn't churn out cash this fast. You two, father and son, must have descended straight from the god of wealth's temple. As he spoke, he dramatically pounded his chest with both hands. Eyes wide with astonishment. His face was etched with disbelief, as if he were dreaming. Tan Jiayi watched Boss Qin's stunned expression and chuckled inwardly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, beyond his control. He neither confirmed Mr. Qin's words nor deliberately refuted them, simply letting the smile bloom freely across his face. After all, back in his previous life when the game legend had taken the world by storm, its money-making speed was so staggering that calling it comparable to a cash printing machine would be a conservative estimate. Now, just as legend was beginning to make waves in the domestic market, it had already stirred up such a storm. Just contemplating it, Tan Jiayi knew the figures would be terrifying beyond ordinary imagination. Mr. Qin's hands were clamped to his chest as if welded there, tightly guarding the spot where the check was tucked. At that moment, his eyes flashed with a wild, frenzied excitement. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it might burst through his ribcage. It was an outburst of his uncontrollable excitement. He recalled the moment when Tan Jiayi proposed purchasing 300 computers on an installment plan. Mr. Qin felt as though Lady Luck had smiled upon him. By sheer luck, he'd bet on the long shot and won big. Barely half a month had passed, and that 75,000 yuan check was already safely tucked in his pocket, its warmth still palpable. It brought him a deep sense of security and satisfaction. Nearly half of the previous payment had already been recovered. At this crazy, almost absurd pace, it wouldn't be long before all the previous payments were settled. In just a few short months, he'd effortlessly netted tens of thousands of yuan. Though I can't hold a candle to Tan Jiayi, that money-making machine who earns cash as easily as drinking water, this achievement is still pretty damn impressive for our times. With results like ours, won't our competitors be green with envy, their eyes popping out of their heads in fury? Boss Qin grew more and more pleased with himself, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. He could already picture the twisted, envious faces of his rivals, and the thought filled him with pure delight. My luck is absolutely incredible. Tan Jiayi, you're truly my god of wealth. Just as Boss Qin was basking in his blissful euphoria, lifting his teacup with a light-hearted air to take a sip and calm his still racing heart, Tan Jiayi spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice clear and distinct. It struck like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Put. Mr. Qin's mouth opened wide, and a stream of tea shot out in an uncontrollable arc, spraying everywhere. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Tan Jiayi. The expression on his face shifted instantly from rapture to utter astonishment. Chapter 58, Tan Jiayi strikes again, another 500 units. Mr. Qin, this is the deposit for the next batch of computers, not your final payment. Tan Jiayi sat firmly in his chair, leaning back casually with an air of nonchalance. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered on his face. Tan Jiayi spoke, his tone as relaxed and casual as if chatting about everyday matters. He wasn't discussing a potentially massive business deal, but rather whether today's meal had been to his liking. What? Mr. Qin had been immersed in the extreme excitement of just receiving a check for 500,000, his smile stretching almost to his ears. But Tan Jiayi's offhand remark left him completely dumbfounded. Good heavens! It's only been half a month, why do we need to buy computers again? Inside, Boss Qin was screaming hysterically, but outwardly, he froze in place. His face screamed utter disbelief. Still, Mr. Qin had been in the business world for years, what storms hadn't he weathered? The brief shock vanished in an instant. In an instant, his expression did a complete 180-degree turn. The astonishment vanished, replaced by a smile so bright it bordered on exaggeration. The smile was fake, yet brimming with genuine enthusiasm. Haha, Mr. Tan, you're too kind. You're the big spender in our industry, bringing business right to our doorstep. If I didn't take it, wouldn't that be foolish? Mr. Chin grinned broadly, his hands rubbing together rapidly. His eyes glinted with greed, as if he could see mountains of cash piled behind Tan Jiayi. How many more machines are you planning to buy? Tell me quickly, let me share in your fortune. Tan Jiayi heard this. He slowly tilted his head, solemnly counting on his fingers. Mr. Chin's heart leapt to his throat. He stared fixedly at Tan Jiayi's hand, not daring to breathe. Finally, Tan Jiayi raised his hand, waving his 5 fingers vigorously in the air. 500 units. Tan Jiayi's voice wasn't loud, but in the eerily quiet atmosphere. Each syllable landed like a heavy blow on Chin's heart. The words echoed relentlessly in his ears. 500 units? You? Mr. Chin's eyes widened like copper bells, and he sprang straight up from his chair. He stared at Tan Jiayi as if he were a monster, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He wanted to see right through Tan Jiayi's face, searching for any hint of "I'm just messing with you." Tan Jiayi crossed his legs, leaned back, and nodded lightly. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing eating a steamed bun. That's right, 500 units. Same specs as before. If there's any quality issues, Mr. Chin, you know the consequences. Good heavens. Boss Chin felt a buzzing in his head, the world spinning. Combined with the previous 300 units, Tan Jiayi was now planning a massive order of over 1,000 computers in just a few short months. He'd been rooted in this electronics market for years, weathering every storm. But so far this year, the combined orders from all his other clients didn't even amount to a fraction of Tan Jiayi's. It was insane, utterly unbelievable. Take it. I'm definitely taking this deal. Mr. Chin slammed his fist on the table so hard that the teacups on it started dancing. A wide grin instantly spread across his face, his enthusiasm bordering on exaggeration. Mr. Tan, rest assured. I'll rally the team immediately. We'll assemble non-stop and guarantee early delivery. Payment terms will be the same as always, right? He rubbed his hands together as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with the promise of profit. Tan Jiayi rose calmly, waving his hand with a composed tone. Mr. Chin, hold off for now. I still need to consider the delivery timeline for these 500 computers. Start production only after I give the go-ahead. With that, he turned with a flourish and strode purposefully toward the door, Tan Huigan following close behind. Mr. Chin stood frozen, his mouth agape. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality. All right, Mr. Tan. I'll be waiting for your word. Watching the receding figures of Tan Jiayi and his son, Mr. Chin's heart swelled with envy. Raising sons, how could the difference be so absurdly vast? Tan Jiayi, so young yet already wielding immense influence, guiding his father to the pinnacle of success. My own little brat just stays cooped up at home playing video games day in and day out. Compared to Tan Jiayi, it's like heaven and earth. He sighed heavily, turned dejectedly, and headed back to his shop. The shocking scene kept replaying in his mind, leaving him unsettled for a long time. Jiali Internet Café headquarters. Lu Jiali lounged lazily in her plush executive chair, eyes half closed. As the Internet Café's business flourished like the sun at its zenith, Tan Jiayi thoughtfully hired a cook, completely freeing her from tedious kitchen duties. Lu Jiali had come to terms with it all. With her son doing so well and earning a solid income, she truly saw no need to keep working herself to death. Ring ring ring. A crisp ringtone sounded. Lu Jiali slowly opened her eyes and reached for the phone. Seeing the caller ID her precious son, Tan Jiayi, a smile instantly spread across her lips. She answered the call, her voice brimming with affection. Hello, son, what's up? Mom, I'll be home for dinner tonight. I have something really important to discuss with you. Tan Jiayi's voice came through the receiver. Lu Jiali's heart tightened slightly. She sat up straight and asked, what is it? Why so mysterious? Can't you tell me now? Oh, Mom, it's hard to explain over the phone. You'll see when you get home tonight. I promise it'll be a surprise. Tan Jiayi deliberately kept her guessing, a hint of smugness in his tone. All right, I'll be home tonight. You little rascal. Lu Jiali laughed helplessly. Meanwhile, at the Jiali Internet Café branch, Yang Xiaoyun was efficiently processing a customer's internet registration when her phone suddenly began vibrating wildly in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw Tan Jiayi's name flashing on the screen. She pressed the answer button immediately. Hello, Mr. Tan, what's up? At the shop, everyone habitually addressed Tan Jiayi as Mr. Tan, even close relatives were no exception. Xiaoyun, come home for dinner tonight. We need to discuss something important. Tell Yunwan to be there too, Tan Jiayi said concisely. Like Lu Jiali, Yang Xiaoyun was filled with questions. Mr. Tan, what's so urgent? The shop is pretty busy right now. Don't worry, I've got everything covered at the shop. Tonight's matter concerns our future growth. You two absolutely must come back. Tan Jiayi was firm. Alright, we'll be back tonight. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoyun turned to Tan Yunwen, who was organizing computer equipment nearby. She held up her phone and called out. Yunwen, Tan called and asked us to come home for dinner tonight. He says there's something important to discuss. Tan Yunwen paused his work, scratched his head, and looked utterly bewildered. What's so important? Why all the secrecy? How should I know? Mr. Tan didn't say. He just mentioned it's extremely important and crucial for our future development. Yang Xiaoyun shrugged, her face brimming with curiosity. The two exchanged glances, each silently speculating in their minds. Chapter 59, I'm planning to open a few more branches. That evening, at 7 o'clock. The city was enveloped in night. Lu Jiali, Yang Xiaoyun, and Tan Yunwen arrived precisely on time, filing into Tan Jiayi's home. Tan Jiayi had already instructed Tan Huigan to order a feast from the restaurant. Steaming heat carried rich aromas, filling the entire space and making everyone's mouths water. Tan Huigan beamed with joy as he cheerfully ushered everyone to their seats. No sooner had everyone settled in. Tan Jiayi cleared his throat. Alright, everyone, dig in first. We can chat while we eat. Though his face bore a smile, the excitement hidden beneath it was keenly noticed by Lu Jiali. Jiayi, stop beating around the bush. Lu Jiali couldn't contain her impatience. Setting down her chopsticks, she fixed her gaze firmly on Tan Jiayi. We all know you called everyone back for something important. Stop stalling and just tell us already. Tan Jiayi sat upright, his posture steady. I gathered everyone here today to announce earth-shattering news. The game we developed is raking in big bucks. And the profit figures? They're absolutely staggering. Compared to the internet cafe's income? That place would have to bow down in defeat. It's not even in the same league. Tan Jiayi slammed his fist on the table as he spoke. Now is the perfect time to strike while the iron is hot, expand our operations, and open several more internet cafes. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened instantly. The chopsticks in her hand clattered to the floor, but she didn't even notice. What the hell? Are you serious? Tan Yunwen froze in shock, his hand mid-reach for the serving dish, his face etched with utter disbelief. Jiayi, don't pull our leg. How long has this game even been out? How could you possibly make that much money? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Tan Jiayi nodded emphatically, his tone unwavering. Absolutely true. When have I ever joked about something like this? Lately, the number of players has exploded like crazy, and the recharge turnover has skyrocketed. I've calculated it carefully. The profit figures are quite substantial. Lu Jiali's eyes brimmed with delight and pride. Yet her brows furrowed slightly as she asked with concern, if the game is so profitable, why bother opening an internet cafe? Wouldn't it be better to pour all our energy into the game? Tan Jiayi patiently explained, Mom, think about it. The game and the internet cafes are complementary. Opening more internet cafes serves two purposes. First, it advertises the game, letting more people know about our masterpiece, which will rapidly expand our player base. Second, the income from the internet cafes can provide ample funding for the game's future development. It's a classic win-win situation. This opportunity is right in front of us. Missing it would be downright foolish. Lu Xiaoli and the other two froze in place after hearing Tan Jiayi's words, their faces practically bursting with shock. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, mouths agape. They couldn't believe it. The game Tan Jiayi had tinkered with in his spare time could generate such staggering wealth? Jiayi, are you sure this isn't a dream? Can this game really make us a fortune? Lu Xiaoli was the first to snap out of it, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Xiaoyun nodded frantically, her voice urgent. Yes, Jiayi. We've only opened 3 internet cafes this month, and now we're expanding again. Isn't this step too big, too fast? Jiangcheng isn't exactly small, but can it really handle so many internet cafes crowding together? Tan Yunwen frowned, his expression worried. I agree. This leap is too big. We need to be extremely cautious. The three of them spoke in rapid succession, pouring out their doubts one after another. Then, their gazes turned to Tan Jiayi in unison, awaiting his response. Tan Jiayi met his family's skeptical gazes with a smile that seemed to light up the entire room. Don't be fooled by Jiangcheng's ordinary appearance. Its population size and internet user base are solid, hard currency. Tan Jiayi slammed his hand on the table, sending the teacups dancing. I've crunched the numbers. This city alone can easily support over 30 internet cafes. He stood up as he spoke. Just look at most of these so-called internet cafes on the market today. Half of them are downright shabby. They've got 10 or 8 beat-up computers sitting there, practically indistinguishable from a pile of scrap metal. Yang Xiaoyun's already furrowed brow knotted into a tight knot. Unable to contain her doubts any longer, she interjected. That may be true, but Jiangcheng is only a handful of square miles. It's packed with streets and alleys. How could it possibly fit so many internet cafes? Tan Jiayi's tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. Sis, you need to really think this through. The internet cafe business works just like convenience stores. Each has its own catchment area. Put yourself in our shoes. Who'd be so bored they'd skip the internet cafe right outside their door and trek all the way to some other place just to suffer? Public transportation is terrible these days. Taking a taxi to get online? That'd cost a fortune. Only someone with water in their brain would do that. So, most people will naturally choose the nearest internet cafe. Because of this, do you have any idea how much customer traffic our internet cafe has lost? That customer traffic? That's cold, hard cash. So what do you suggest we do about it? Tan Huygen, who had been listening silently, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up in his deep, rumbling voice. Are you seriously suggesting we buy out every single other internet cafe? That's no small sum. Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up as if he discovered a new continent. He slapped his thigh. Dad, you've hit the nail on the head. My plan is to first consolidate the entire internet cafe market in Jiangcheng. He spoke deliberately, his expression unwavering. We hold the ultimate trump card gaming. As long as we make the internet cafes look sleek and equip them with top-of-the-line hardware, why would we worry about attracting customers? Once we're firmly established in Jiangcheng, we'll use it as our base to expand into surrounding cities. We'll plant the Internet Cafe banner in every corner. Tan Jiayi's plan was to first consolidate all internet cafes in Jiangcheng, then use Jiangcheng as a base to expand into surrounding cities. The moment he voiced this plan, Tan Jiayi saw the three across from him stare at him wide-eyed, as if he were some kind of monster. Chapter 60, Geniuses are truly different from ordinary people. Lu Jiali was the first to snap out of her daze, staring at Tan Jiayi. Jiayi, internet cafes might seem profitable now, but who knows how long this trend will last? It's just a novelty, people might lose interest tomorrow. You're actually pouring all that money into it? What if you lose it all? Yang Xiaoyuan also snapped out of it, her face clouded with worry. We've only opened 3 internet cafes this month. That expansion pace is already fast enough. Now you're talking about unifying the internet cafe market in Jiangcheng and expanding into surrounding cities. That's a huge leap with terrifyingly high risks. The hard-earned savings we've built up can't withstand this kind of recklessness. Tan Yunwan's expression turned stern, his voice tinged with urgency. Jiayi, you can't be so impulsive. Business demands steady, methodical steps. We can't make such risky decisions on a whim. This isn't a joke. If we fail, we'll all be left out in the cold. Tan Jiayi listened to their concerns. He chuckled inwardly, yet his expression remained calm and composed. After all, it was only 1998. Their caution was perfectly understandable. I understand your concerns. Tan Jiayi's eyes flashed with conviction. But you must understand, internet cafes are booming right now. This is the most profitable time. You think internet cafes are just a passing fad that won't last long. But let me tell you, over the next decade, the internet cafe market will only keep growing. Lu Jiali's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you be so sure? You're no prophet with foresight. Tan Jiayi chuckled. Mom, I may not be a prophet, but I have foresight. Think about it. As people's living standards gradually improve, their demand for entertainment grows too. Computer games are so much fun, but not everyone has a computer at home. Where do people go to play? Of course, to internet cafes. Plus, as time goes on, games will get more and more diverse, and the number of gamers will only keep growing. Yang Xiaoyuan remained hesitant. That may be true, but what if everyone starts playing games at home instead? Who would still come to the internet cafe then? Tan Jiayi shook his head and patiently explained, even if home computers become widespread in the future, internet cafes won't disappear. Around the turn of the decade, computer hardware prices dropped and home computers did become more common. But at that time, internet cafes offering premium services would emerge and remain popular among young people. Tan Jiayi spoke with conviction. Right now, we need to seize the opportunity, scale up our operations, and build the reputation of our Li'in Internet Cafe. When the market shifts later, we can adapt and keep making money. Tan Yunwan frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, but even if internet cafes still have a market in the future, is it really feasible for us to invest so much money all at once right now? The competition in Jiangcheng's internet cafe market is pretty fierce too. Tan Jiayi's eyes sharpened as he replied firmly, Brother Yunwan, you needn't worry about that. While Jiangcheng has many internet cafes, most are run down and can't meet customer demands. We've got the trump card of gaming. As long as we spruce up the environment, upgrade the computer specs, and offer top-notch service, why wouldn't customers flock to us? First, we'll consolidate the market in Jiangcheng, accumulate sufficient capital and experience, then expand into surrounding cities. This is a surefire money-making venture. The three exchanged glances after hearing Tan Jiayi's words. Their doubts gradually dissipated. Yet hesitation lingered. Think about it, Tan Jiayi urged, knowing he needed to push harder. If we hesitate now and fail to seize this opportunity, others will dominate the market. Then it'll be much harder for us to grow later. This is a golden chance to change our family's fate. Once it's gone forever. Tan Jiayi's gaze was unwavering, his expression commanding certainty as he addressed Lu Jiali and the others. He declared emphatically, I've already placed an order for 500 computers. Opening the new store is like an arrow on the string, we have to shoot it now. What? 500 units? Lu Jiali jumped straight up from her chair. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiayi, you're being reckless. How much will all these computers cost? Yang Xiaoyun looked equally stunned. Jiayi, ordering this many computers all at once? We don't even have a new store yet, and you're already making such a huge investment. Tan Yunwen frowned, nearly fainting at Tan Jiayi's extravagant proposal. Don't be impulsive. This isn't a small sum. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to handle it. Tan Jiayi waved it off nonchalantly, brimming with confidence. Don't panic. I've got this covered. These 500 computers are for the new store. Once it's up and running, they'll pay for themselves and start turning a profit in no time. Seeing the three still looked worried, Tan Jiayi continued, moving forward, you need to intensify training for our current staff and identify those capable of taking on independent responsibilities. Once the new internet cafe opens, these people will be put to good use, filling positions across the board. More training? More talent hunting? Tan Yunwen's eyes widened, feeling his mind struggling to keep pace with Tan Jiayi's thinking. Jiayi, aren't you thinking too far ahead? Yang Xiaoyun looked utterly perplexed and couldn't help asking. It's only 1998 now. How can you know what will happen in the future? Tan Jiayi smiled, his eyes sparkling. Why wouldn't I know? Don't underestimate this internet cafe business, it has huge potential for growth. I've studied it thoroughly. Over the next decade or so, the internet cafe industry will experience massive growth. We need to position ourselves ahead of the curve. Lu Jiali looked at Tan Jiayi, feeling both stunned and impressed. Jiayi, how does your mind even work? While we're still worrying about whether we'll make money or lose it, you've already mapped out the entire path ahead. Tan Yunwen shook his head helplessly. Yeah, Jiayi, you're a genius. You're just different from us ordinary folks. While we were still hesitating, you were already gearing up for a big push. Don't put me on such a pedestal, Tan Jiayi said with a laugh. As long as we all work together and follow my plan, we'll be counting our money in no time. Hearing Tan Jiayi's words, their worries gradually gave way to confidence. They knew that by following Tan Jiayi's lead, as long as they followed his lead diligently, they were sure to make money. After the three had left, Tan Jiayi sat alone on the sofa, once again lost in thought. Chapter 61, Played for Fools? Little Brother Ma's Rage. Tan Jiayi sat alone in his room, brooding. Seated at his desk, his brow furrowed, he tapped a pen relentlessly on the paper. The tap-tap sound echoed distinctly in the quiet room. This is a real mess. Tan Jiayi tossed the pen aside in frustration, buried his face in his hands, and sighed heavily. The 4 internet cafes he had previously managed. The managers were all his relatives. Though they had their minor flaws, he could generally trust them. But now, opening a new store on such a large scale had brought all sorts of complications. Running an internet cafe was nothing like other businesses. In a regular business, missing inventory is obvious at a glance. But an internet cafe? It relies on computer services. If you can't keep an eye on every single machine, who knows if those managers might secretly turn on computers to make a quick buck? At this thought, Tan Jiayi's expression instantly clouded with worry. His eyes were filled with worry. Even though we sent only the best staff from the original shop to the new location, and they underwent extensive vetting, you never know what's in someone's heart. Who can guarantee they won't get blinded by greed once they become managers? He'd poured money and effort into this venture, only to end up doing someone else's bidding. Then he'd truly be the sucker. After pacing the room several times, after deep thought, Tan Jiayi suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes lighting up. Got it. Build software. With software that can monitor computers, it won't be so easy for those people to mess things up. Tan Jiayi was burning with impatience, his fingers dancing across the phone keys. The moment the call connected, he blurted out impatiently, Xiaoya, it's me, Tan Jiayi. Jiayi. Is it really you? On the other end, Wang Xiaoya's delighted shriek nearly burst Tan Jiayi's eardrums. I've been waiting for your call every single day, counting down the days. You have no idea how down I've been lately. Every time the phone rang, I thought it was you, but it never was. I'd been waiting myself to death. Today, I finally got what I'd been waiting for. Wang Xiaoya's voice trembled with excitement. Her overflowing joy poured through the phone line. Tan Jiayi had no patience for her outpouring. His voice was urgent. Xiaoya, I have something to tell you. It's extremely urgent. The internet cafe is absolutely booming right now. Business is through the roof. Every day, people line up out the door to get online, they're practically wearing out the threshold. I'm planning to ride this wave and open several more branches. Tan Jiayi paused mid-sentence. But who could have predicted this trouble would follow right behind? Tan Jiayi suddenly lowered his voice, his tone filled with helplessness. Once the internet cafe grows large, management becomes a major headache. I seriously suspect some of those employees are pulling shady stuff behind the scenes. Without a way to monitor every single computer, there's no telling if they're secretly booting up machines on their own. That's why I need you to help me develop some software. Software? What kind of software? Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly at the mention, her energy surging. Hurry up and tell me. Whatever I can do, I'll go through fire and water for you. Tan Jiayi spoke rapidly. I need internal computer monitoring software with 2 core functions, not 1 less. First, no one can turn on a computer without my permission. Second, the system can't be accessed without my authorization. Just these two requirements, can you handle it? Hearing Tan Jiayi's demands, Wang Xiaoya's grip on the phone tightened sharply and the smile on her face instantly froze. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she inwardly groaned, this software is way too demanding. The difficulty level. She had never worked on similar software before. Now that Tan Jiayi brought it up, her mind was a tangled mess, completely at a loss. Jiayi, this. Wang Xiaoya was about to say it was too difficult, but the words stopped at her lips. The image of Tan Jiayi's anxious expression flashed through her mind. Wang Xiaoya instinctively bit her lip, her brow furrowing. Xiaoya, you absolutely have to help me. Tan Jiayi's voice came through the receiver. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, as if making a resolution, and declared loudly, all right. I'll try. Jiayi, rest assured, I won't let you down. Though she still felt uncertain inside, she decided to give it her all for Tan Jiayi's sake. You're this desperate, so I absolutely can't let you down. If need be, I'll go without eating, drinking, or sleeping for days. I'll pour my heart and soul into getting this software done for you. Tan Jiayi had been raking in big bucks lately from gaming in internet cafes, so he was feeling pretty flush right now. He made the promise without hesitation. Xiaoya, if you can deliver this software flawlessly, I'll give you 500 yuan right now. This software is crucial for my internet cafe's future growth. You absolutely must finish it on time. If you deliver, the money is yours. If you don't, I'll be in serious trouble. 500 yuan? Wang Xiaoya nearly jumped out of her chair in shock. To her, that sum felt like an astronomical fortune. Happiness came too suddenly. Her heart nearly stopped, and she felt like she was floating to the heavens. She blurted out, Jiayi, you can count on me. Don't you know me by now? After your training, my skills have improved so much. I'm totally confident I can build this software. You can relax completely. I can't wait to get started on that software. Tan Jiayi hummed with satisfaction. I knew you could do it. Xiaoya, I'm in a mad rush right now. I can't wait another second. Get started immediately. The sooner, the better. Deliver it to the internet cafe the moment it's done, not a minute to spare. Wang Xiaoya pounded her chest, vowing solemnly, no problem. I'll start right now. I'll skip eating, drinking, and sleeping to get it done ASAP. I promise not to hold you up. If I mess this up, I won't even have the face to see you. My word is my bond. Tan Jiayi hung up with a smile, a faint grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Xincheng, Goose Factory. Xiaoma sat in the main seat, his face dark. Across from him, the head of the game development department stood with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stood there trembling, his eyes filled with terror. Mr. Ma. He managed to squeeze out a few words. Little Ma frowned, impatiently barking, what's on your mind? Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush this late at night. Gritting his teeth, the head gathered his courage and blurted out, Mr. Ma, we've been screwed over. What? At those words, Brother Ma instantly flew into a rage. Explain yourself clearly. How exactly were we screwed over? And why did it happen? Chapter 62, New Store Layout begins. Desperately seeking gold tickets. The head of the game development department stood before Ma. His voice trembled as he stammered, Mr. Ma. We followed your instructions to copy the legend game. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He didn't dare lift his eyes to look at Xiao Ma Gu. At these words, Ma's already sullen face darkened instantly. His eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, what did you say? Repeat that. Who gave you the order to copy? The manager trembled in fear, his voice breaking as he stammered. Mr. Ma, didn't you say earlier that legend was too popular, and that we should study it and figure out how to make something similar? We thought you meant to copy it outright. Little Ma clenched his fists in rage, pacing back and forth in the conference room. Thud. He slammed his fist onto the table, sending papers scattering everywhere. He roared, I told you to research it, not to copy it. What good does it do to say that now? Continue, what exactly went wrong? The project lead quickly wiped sweat from his face and nervously continued, at first, everything went smoothly. The code copied over without a hitch. But who could have imagined that when we ran it, it turned out to be nothing like that. That copied code was like it was possessed. It kept generating new code on its own line after line, endlessly, and it started spreading into the normal code. His face was etched with terror as he spoke. If we'd reacted even a moment later, the entire company's code base would have been destroyed. The manager nearly broke down in tears as he spoke. He was filled with regret, wishing he'd never been so reckless with the plagiarism. At these words, Xiaoma's face twisted into a cold sneer. Mockery and fury nearly spilled from his eyes. Oomph. You guys are quite the bunch. He bellowed, his voice dripping with contempt. At this rate, should I go all out and throw you an awards ceremony with celebratory banquets? The head of the game development department turned ashen pale at the remark, his lips turning blue. He froze in place, unable to move. His mouth was tightly shut, teeth clenched so hard he dared not even breathe. Head down, wishing he could bury his head in the ground, he could only endure the storm of fury with silence. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence. So quiet, in fact, that the heavy breathing of every person present could be heard distinctly. After a long, drawn-out pause, Brother Ma finally spoke again. Gritting his teeth, he forced back the rage threatening to erupt, squeezing the words out through clenched jaws. I don't have time for your useless excuses or explanations. I'm asking you what the hell happened. His gaze was fierce, fixed intently on the manager as if he wanted to devour him whole. The manager slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. After a long, hesitant pause, he mustered what little courage remained and stammered, Mr. Ma. This really isn't because we're lazy or careless. The designer of legendary game is nothing short of a genius among geniuses. He shook his head involuntarily as he spoke. Beyond fear, his tone carried genuine admiration. You should have seen the code he wrote. The entire game was built with concise, efficient code. Every single character was used perfectly. We figured we could just copy it, tweak it a bit, and easily whip up a similar game. But who knew it was full of pitfalls? The manager swallowed nervously at this point. What's worse, he hid the game's defense code so cleverly. Buried deep within the game's code, it's practically impossible for anyone to spot. We only realized after running it the moment anyone dared to tamper with this code, whether to copy or modify it, those defense mechanisms instantly went berserk, wreaking havoc. Mr. Ma, this time, we've really been screwed over badly. The manager finished, his face etched with bitter regret. He wished he could turn back time and never have made such a foolish mistake. The cold smile on Brother Ma's face grew even more intense. Glaring at the head of the game development department, he gritted his teeth and said, after all these years of fighting tooth and nail in the business world, playing the hawk all my life, I've been pecked in the eye by a hawk. The head of the game development department kept his head bowed. He knew that any attempt to defend himself now would only fuel Brother Ma's rage. Listen up. Xiao Ma Go abruptly stood up, his finger jabbing fiercely at the head of the department. No matter what it takes, you must crack that code immediately and deliver a game that blows legend out of the water. The head of the department timidly raised his head, looking at Xiao Ma with eyes full of helplessness. Mr. Ma, Shut up. Little Horse rudely cut him off. I don't want to hear about any difficulties. I only care about results. If you can't even handle this, what good are you to me? The manager gritted his teeth and replied, Mr. Ma, rest assured we'll do our utmost. Though he felt utterly unconfident, he knew there was no turning back now. Xiao Ma snorted coldly, turned, and strode toward the door. At the threshold, he halted and called back over his shoulder, I'm giving you 1 month. If you still can't deliver something satisfactory by then, you'll be in for a world of trouble. With that, he slammed the door shut and stormed out. Saturday. Sunshine poured generously across the campus grounds. But Tan Jiayi had no heart to appreciate the beautiful scenery. The bell rang. He hastily packed his backpack, eager to escape this prison. This week, Tan Jiayi had certainly made a name for himself at school. In class, he answered every question the teacher posed with ease. His grades excelled in every subject, and his outstanding performance even earned him a position as a class officer. Every day, he was surrounded by classmates seeking help with studies and class affairs. Most would have reveled in such adulation, but Tan Jiayi felt nothing but frustration. In Tan Jiayi's mind, the children's thoughts and actions seemed far too immature. With memories of his past life and entrepreneurial ambitions weighing on his mind, he had no desire to waste his days dealing with these youngsters. Finally over. Tan Jiayi muttered under his breath. I can't waste these next 2 days. There's so much to handle at the internet cafe and with the game. He strode briskly out of the classroom, his steps light as if he were about to take flight. Finally on break. He dragged Tan Huagin across the city, searching for locations suitable for opening a new branch. Chapter 63, New Location Secured, Business Training. Soon, Tan Jiayi and Tan Huagin discovered several suitable locations. Tan Jiayi was primarily responsible for selecting the locations. These spots were either near factories or schools. They were all places where internet users gathered. The existing internet cafes in these areas were often packed to capacity, unable to meet the growing demand for internet access. After Tan Jiayi finalized the locations and paid the deposits, he gathered several key staff members from Jiali Internet Café. Preparing to conduct a business training session. The main hall of Jiali Internet Café. A brand new large round table gleamed with a cold, hard light under the lamps. Tan Jiayi sat down at the head of the table with a flourish, his back straight as an arrow. Tan Huagin and Lu Jiali stood flanking him on either side, looking every bit the imposing bodyguards. Squeak! The training room door swung open as several new employees filed in. The moment they looked up and saw the scene, they froze in place. Their mouths dropped open. Holy crap! One young employee blurted out in shock. His voice trembled slightly from sheer shock. Is that our boss? He's actually just a kid. He rubbed his eyes hard as he spoke, as if doubting his own vision. The people beside him wore equally incredulous expressions. He blinked repeatedly, muttering under his breath, I heard rumors before that the boss was an 8-year-old kid, but I thought they were just messing with me. Who would have thought it was true? But look at this whole scene, it's just too absurd. Tan Jiayi took in every movement and expression. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corners of his mouth. He deliberately cleared his throat loudly, the sound echoing distinctly in the quiet hall. Stop standing around. Sit down. I didn't call you all here today to stand around like zombies. This is training. Pay attention and listen carefully. The young employees, still brimming with disdain, couldn't help but whisper complaints to those beside them. Him? An 8-year-old kid? What could he possibly know? What could he possibly teach us? This can't be some kind of joke, right? But he underestimated Tan Jiayi's hearing. Every word of their conversation reached the ears of the three men. Tan Huigen's eyes instantly sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the new employee, his tone icy. What's your name? What? Think you're too young to be taught? Not capable enough to earn your respect? The young employee shuddered at the glare. He scrambled to stand straight, stammering, Boss, I really didn't mean it that way. I just spoke too quickly. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Jiali watched Tan Jiayi from the side, her eyes brimming with pride. Jiayi may be young, but he's proven his ability by running this internet cafe so well. He's qualified to teach you how to do this job properly. Tan Huigen also frowned and said sternly, everyone listen to Jiayi. No more nonsense. The new employees exchanged glances, then glanced at Tan Jiayi's stern-faced parents. Though still somewhat skeptical, they dared not speak out of turn. They slunk back to their seats, waiting for Tan Jiayi to begin the training. Surrounded by skeptical stares, Tan Jiayi rose calmly to his feet. Now, listen up every single one of you. Tan Jiayi waved his hand. Our Jiali Internet Café is about to undergo major expansion. We'll grow bigger and bigger, and business will get hotter and hotter. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over each face in turn. He observed the employees' expressions, their initial skepticism now replaced by slightly widened eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of you. Tan Jiayi raised his voice. A smile spread across his face. If you perform exceptionally well in the coming period, you'll have the chance to become store manager at the new location. What? Store manager? The new employee jumped up from his chair. The skepticism in their eyes instantly gave way to excitement. Boss, you're not joking, right? You really mean we could become store managers? He spoke while rubbing his hands together excitedly. That's right, store manager. Tan Jiayi nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. But don't get too excited just yet. Being a good store manager isn't just about talking the talk. Next, I'll thoroughly explain the key points to keep in mind at work. Tan Jiayi cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Running an internet cafe means understanding what customers want. These days, people don't just come to the internet cafe to surf the web. They want a comfortable environment that feels like home, lightning-fast internet speeds, and attentive service. So remember, our internet cafe must be spotless, equipped with top-of-the-line computers, and offer service so impeccable it leaves no room for complaint. And understanding customer psychology is a whole science in itself. Tan Jiayi narrowed his eyes slightly. For example, when a customer gets tired from gaming, we need to be quick on our feet and proactively offer them a steaming cup of water. If a customer encounters any issue, whether a computer malfunction or a game challenge, we must resolve it immediately. These seemingly minor details can significantly boost customer goodwill toward our internet cafe, and they'll bring their friends and family back next time. The employees listened to Tan Jiayi's words. Their expressions shifted from initial skepticism to growing astonishment. Their mouths gaped wider and wider. A new employee couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaim, Boss, I never even thought about these things before. I always thought managing the internet cafe was enough, never imagined there were so many intricacies involved. Tan Jiayi smiled faintly. This is just the tip of the iceberg. When it comes to internet cafe operations, we absolutely need our own strategy. For instance, introducing a membership program. Offering members more discounts and privileges like discounted internet access, exclusive game bundles, priority access to computers, and so on. Upon hearing this, the employees felt as though a whole new world had opened up before them. What Tan Jiayi proposed was beyond the comprehension of people in this era. Not only did he grasp customer psychology perfectly, but he also possessed unique insights into internet cafe operations. They exchanged glances. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. Boss, you're absolutely right. We were so narrow-minded and short-sighted before. Rest assured, I'll work my hardest from now on. Yes, boss, we'll follow your guidance and give our all at the new location. Hearing this, the employees felt as if a light bulb had gone off in their heads. They rubbed their hands together, eager to prove themselves at the new location. Chapter 64, Bring Them Down. Xinjiang, Goose Factory Headquarters. Xiaoma sat in the main seat with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the conference room door. His eyes betrayed irritation and impatience. The head of the R&D department entered nervously. He kept his head bowed, unable to meet little Ma's gaze, and said, Mr. Ma, I'm truly sorry about this. Our RD team has been working day and night, trying every possible method, but those codes seem cursed. We simply can't fully restore them. Those defensive codes are too sophisticated, they keep interfering with our efforts. We're truly powerless. Xiaoma Ji's expression darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he said slowly, is this the best you can do? So many people, so much time, and you can't even handle a piece of code? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an oppressive weight. The head of RD couldn't help but shrink a little more. Just then, members of the marketing department hurried into the conference room. Mr. Ma, we've got a major problem. Before he could steady himself, he blurted out, we've recently learned that the Legend game is getting insanely popular. The online numbers are going crazy, constantly breaking new records. At this rate, it won't be long before it outshines any of our company's games. What? Xiao Mao leapt to his feet. His eyes widened, blazing with fury. They're just a game, how dare they try to ride roughshod over us? Little Horse trembled with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. He paced back and forth in the conference room. Suddenly, he halted, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. By any means necessary, hire hackers, spread negative rumors. In short, we can't let them run rampant like this. His voice was icy cold, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Destroy them. Jiali Internet Café headquarters. Tan Jiayi, fresh out of school, his backpack swinging behind him, dashed into the internet cafe with purpose. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he sped toward the back office. Dad! Tan Jiayi bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying before he even reached the back room. Let me see the back-end data for Legend. His words hadn't even finished echoing. He was already at the computer, his small hands flying expertly across the keyboard. His demeanor was every bit as professional as that of a seasoned technician. Hearing the commotion, Tan Huigan hurried out of the adjacent office, curiosity etched on his face. Coming. Look how impatient you are. He chuckled as he walked behind Tan Jiayi, craning his neck to peer at the screen. Data slowly loaded onto the computer screen. Tan Jiayi's eyes instantly widened, sparkling with delight. He then exclaimed excitedly. Dad! Look at this! Tan Huigan hurried closer. The moment his eyes landed on the numbers displayed on the screen, he froze in place. What? Over 200,000 concurrent users? His voice shot up several octaves in sheer astonishment, almost breaking. This can't be possible. It's just too unbelievable. Jiayi, are you sure you didn't misread that? As he spoke, Tan Huigan rubbed his eyes, as if afraid he was dreaming. Dad, I knew this game would be a hit. I told you so. And now it's turned out even better than I ever imagined. Tan Jiayi spoke while smugly shaking his head. He couldn't have looked more smug. Tan Huigan's gaze shifted back to the daily revenue column. Seeing the figure 200,000. His voice began to tremble, his speech faltering. T20,000? 200,000 in a single day? Jiayi, you, don't scare me like this. This is beyond belief. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he were witnessing some fantastical tale. Tan Jiayi chuckled and patted Tan Huigan's arm, explaining, Dad, you better believe it. Legend is absolutely huge right now. The internet cafes are packed to the rafters. How could our income not be high? And this is just the beginning, it's only going to get more popular. He spoke with great enthusiasm. Tan Huigan still looked utterly incredulous, muttering repeatedly, good heavens. 200,000. That's equivalent to 400 people's monthly wages. And Tan Jiayi's game could earn that much in a single day. This was 1,998. 200,000 yuan could buy a whole bunch of apartments in Jiangcheng. Jiayi, you're absolutely incredible. I never dreamed your game could make this much money. What on earth is going on in your head? Tan Huigan said. Tan Huigan spoke while gently tapping Jiayi's head. Finally recovering from his shock, Tan Huigan asked, Jiayi, tell Dad, how did this game become so profitable? I've lived half a lifetime and never seen a business make 200,000 in a single day. Tan Jiayi watched his father's astonished expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. People's lives are getting better, and they all want some fun. Multiplayer games like Legend are exactly what they're looking for. Plus, our game has tons of fun features. Quests, gear, PvP, players just can't put it down. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his face glowing with confidence. Tan Huigan nodded, seeming to grasp the gist yet still finding it hard to believe. Before he could ask more questions, Tan Jiayi continued, Dad, that's nothing compared to what's coming. What? That's not a lot? Tan Huigan's eyes widened. 20,000 a day isn't enough? Could you possibly earn more? Tan Jiayi nodded emphatically, his tone unwavering. Of course. Once we get more players, raking in 1 million a day will be a piece of cake, he declared with unwavering certainty. 1 million? Tan Huigan nearly lost his balance, swaying unsteadily. Had Tan Jiayi not caught him with lightning reflexes, he would have plopped right onto the floor. Jiayi, you're serious? That sounds crazy. Disbelief spread across his face. Tan Jiayi patted Tan Huigan's shoulder with a smile. Our internet cafe's games are booming now, and more people are coming to play. Once we expand our operations even further, the profits will definitely keep growing. Tan Huigen's eyes widened as he silently marveled. He really had a good son. Chapter 65, Grand Opening Approaches. Tan Jiayi's Ambition. Another weekend arrived quickly. Early in the morning, Tan Jiayi burst into Tan Huigen's room. His small hands gripped Tan Huigen's shirt collar tightly, pulling him out of bed while muttering incessantly. Dad! Dad! Get up quick! It's the weekend! We need to hurry to the bank and withdraw this week's earnings. Tan Huigen had been dozing off, but Tan Jiayi's commotion instantly woke him up. Seeing his son's eager, monkey-like excitement, he smiled and said, "All right, son. Dad's already just waiting for you." These days, Tan Huigen, having gained experience over time, he was now well versed in matters like withdrawing money from the bank, completely unfazed. Father and son rushed to the bank. Inside the bank lobby, the staff had already received their appointment notice and swiftly arranged stacks of crisp red bills neatly on the counter. The scene was a sea of red, nearly covering the entire surface. If this had happened in the past, Tan Huigen would have been stunned speechless at the sight of so much cash. But now, he merely gave it a casual glance, his face showing no trace of surprise, his heart utterly unruffled. His son's capabilities extended far beyond this. The road ahead was long. Tan Jiayi watched this unfold, her mind racing with doubts. He gently nudged Tan Huigen's side with his little finger, looking utterly bewildered. "Dad, what's up with you? All this money right here, and you don't even react?" Tan Huigen couldn't help but burst into laughter, reaching out to ruffle Tan Jiayi's hair. "Son, your old man's gotten used to it by now. Lately, it's been like raking in gold by the bucketful every single day. Seeing all this money just feels ordinary now. Nothing to be surprised about." "Haha, that's true." Tan Jiayi laughed along. "Dad, just wait and see, we'll be making even more money from now on." After withdrawing the money, Tan Jiayi wasted no time, dragging Tan Huigen straight to the newly leased premises. He hired an experienced renovation crew to start work on the newly leased spaces. Before they even arrived, from a distance, he could already see the renovation crew waiting there. "Guys, thanks for coming in." Tan Jiayi greeted them warmly as soon as he arrived, then quickly pulled out the renovation blueprints from his bag and handed them to the foreman with a serious look. "Master, these are the renovation blueprints for our internet cafe. The design here is crucial. You must follow the specifications meticulously and do a thorough job." The foreman took the blueprints. The moment he opened it and glanced at the plans, his eyes widened instantly, his face etched with shock. This design is incredible. Young boss, your vision is incredibly forward-thinking. In all my years in this business, I've never seen such a unique design. Tan Huigen leaned in curiously to take a look. One glance was enough to leave him bewildered by the intricate zoning. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked, "Son, what exactly did you design here? With so many zones, I'm completely overwhelmed just looking at it." Tan Jiayi straightened up proudly and began explaining enthusiastically. "Dad, look. This area is designated as the smoking section, specifically for customers who enjoy smoking. Over there is the non-smoking section. Customers who dislike smoke can surf the web there. And then there are these private booth areas. This central area is the waiting zone. If customers come to use the computers and none are available, they can wait here. We can also put a drink machine and some magazines in this area." The construction team leader listened intently, nodding repeatedly and giving him a thumbs up. "Young boss, you wouldn't believe it these days, most internet cafe owners just cram every inch of space with computers to squeeze in more machines and make more money. But someone like you, thinking about providing customers with so many different experience zones? That's a first for me." Tan Jiayi beamed with confidence, patting his chest and declaring, "That's exactly what sets us apart. We need to give customers the best possible internet experience. That's how we'll make them love coming to our place, and that's how business will keep booming. Guys, if you finish this renovation to my satisfaction, I won't shortchange you when it's done. Big bonuses are coming." The construction crew perked up at the promise. "Got it, boss. You can count on us." The renovation work proceeded in an orderly fashion. At the site, the sounds of electric saws, hammering, and shouts echoed in succession. Under their hands, the fresh walls gradually took shape. The floors gleamed after being polished, while various network cables and wires were neatly and skillfully laid out. Tan Jiayi visited the site every day. His small figure darted through every corner, leaving no detail unchecked. Whenever he spots an issue, he immediately points it out sternly, demanding the workers fix it right away. His earnest demeanor was every bit as professional as that of a seasoned supervisor. The training for the new store manager, led by Tan Jiayi, yielded remarkable results. Standing at the podium, Tan Jiayi's resonant voice carried as he imparted the secrets of internet cafe management. Below the podium, the selected store managers listened with rapt attention. Their eyes fixed on Tan Jiayi, pens flying across notebooks as they frantically took notes, afraid to miss a single word. They knew deep down that this was an opportunity to change their fate. Mastering this knowledge would empower them to run new stores independently, rake in big bucks, and finally live the life they'd always dreamed of. Thus, they studied with exceptional diligence. When they encountered something they didn't understand, they eagerly raised their hands to ask questions. Tan Jiayi patiently answered each one, sharing everything he knew. As the days passed, the new store's renovation neared completion. The spacious, bright lobby, the thoughtfully arranged sections, and the comfortable seating, every detail was a delight to behold. Seeing the nearly finished new store, Tan Jiayi's heart swelled with excitement. Legendary Games had become the Internet Café's flagship attraction, drawing crowds of players daily. With consistently high online numbers, a steady stream of revenue followed. The Internet Café business flourished, with new branches sprouting up like mushrooms after rain throughout Jiangcheng. Jiali Internet Café's reputation grew ever larger. This was only the beginning. Beyond expanding the Internet Café's scale, diverse new ventures could be launched. Those games that had exploded in popularity in his past life now lay before him like piles of glittering treasures, waiting for him to unearth them. He planned to introduce these games to the Internet Café years ahead of schedule. With their undeniable appeal, they were sure to attract more players and earn him unimaginable wealth. Reborn this time, he was determined to make a fortune and provide his family with a better, more prosperous life. Chapter 66, TV interview. Tan Jiayi's shocking remarks. Early Monday morning. Tan Jiayi walked into school with his backpack slung over his shoulder. The moment he stepped through the school gates, he felt all eyes focused on him. Those gazes were filled with curiosity. "Wow, that's Tan Jiayi," a younger student exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he pointed at Tan Jiayi and excitedly told his friend beside him. "I heard the game he developed is super popular. He makes a ton of money every day." "Yeah, he's opened a bunch of internet cafes too," another student chimed in, their voice dripping with envy. "Lots of students from our school have played at his internet cafes." Tan Jiayi walked along, the whispers of his classmates buzzing in his ears. But he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Just then, the principal approached him. Seeing Tan Jiayi, he immediately broke into a warm smile and enthusiastically raised his hand to greet him. "Good morning, Tan Jiayi. How's business at the internet cafe lately?" Tan Jiayi smiled politely. "Good morning, principal. Business has been quite good. We're about to open a new branch of our internet cafe." "That's truly impressive." A hint of surprise flashed in the principal's eyes. "Not only are your academic results outstanding, but you're also excelling in business." Hearing the principal's words, the surrounding students looked at Tan Jiayi with even more admiration in their eyes. "Even the principal is praising him. Tan Jiayi is just too amazing," one student whispered under his breath. As soon as Tan Jiayi stepped into the classroom, he was immediately surrounded by classmates. "Tan Jiayi, tell us, is developing games really that hard?" Yeah. "And the new games at your family's internet cafe, are they super fun?" Another student joined in. Seeing their enthusiasm, Tan Jiayi smiled and said, "Developing games is a bit challenging, but it's definitely doable. As for the new game? Just wait until the new internet cafe opens, and you'll see for yourselves." "Wow, can't wait. Tan Jiayi, you're our idol. If we ever run into problems with our studies or anything else, could we ask you for help?" one student asked hopefully. Tan Jiayi nodded without hesitation. "Of course. We're all classmates, just let me know if you need anything." Hearing this, the students cheered happily. Their admiration for Tan Jiayi grew even stronger. In the classroom, the math teacher stood at the front of the classroom, explaining a complex problem. "Does everyone understand this question? Who can explain the solution process?" The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom before settling on Tan Jiayi. "Tan Jiayi, give it a try." Tan Jiayi rose calmly and spoke with clear logic. "Teacher, for this problem, we can first set up an unknown variable, use the given conditions to form an equation, and then solve it by rearranging terms and simplifying." His voice was clear and resonant. Students below nodded frequently in agreement. "Excellent." The math teacher smiled with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with approval. "Tan Jiayi, your reasoning is clear, and your answer is completely correct." The students turned envious glances toward Tan Jiayi, murmuring among themselves. "Tan Jiayi is so impressive, running the internet cafe and still excelling in his studies. Yeah, I'm exhausted just doing homework every day, and he still manages to ace tests? He's a genius." Just then, a knock sounded at the classroom door. The principal entered with a broad smile. The math teacher immediately asked, "Principal, what brings you here?" "Well," the principal glanced at Tan Jiayi and smiled at the math teacher. "Reporters from Jiangcheng TV Station have come to the school and specifically requested an interview with Tan Jiayi. They've heard that Tan Jiayi isn't just a child prodigy, but also a thriving entrepreneur. They want to do a special feature on him." The math teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I see. Tan Jiayi truly is outstanding and deserves to be highlighted." The principal turned to Tan Jiayi and asked gently, "Tan Jiayi, would you be willing to do the interview?" Tan Jiayi nodded and replied, "Principal, I'm willing." The principal smiled with satisfaction and addressed the class, "Students, this is an honor for our school. Let's all learn from Tan Jiayi." Amidst applause, Tan Jiayi followed the principal out of the classroom. Principal's office. The TV reporter, camera in hand, was flushed with excitement, rubbing his hands together incessantly. His eyes fixed intently on the doorway as he muttered under his breath, "This kid is truly legendary. I can't wait to see just how amazing he really is." Beside him, the camera assistant looked equally expectant, adjusting the camera ready to start filming at any moment. Squeak! The principal's office door slowly creaked open. Tan Jiayi entered, dressed neatly in his school uniform. His eyes sparkled brightly, showing none of the nervousness or shyness he usually displayed before cameras. Instead, he smiled warmly and greeted the TV crew present with polite courtesy. "Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting." The reporter's eyes lit up. They were secretly impressed by the child's calm composure. He stepped forward eagerly and said warmly, "Hello, Tan Jiayi. We've been waiting for you. I'm a reporter from Jiangcheng TV. Today we'd like to do an exclusive interview with you. Don't be nervous, okay?" Tan Jiayi smiled and waved his hand. "Uncle Wang, I'm not nervous at all. Just ask away." The reporter nodded and gave the camera assistant a nod. The camera assistant immediately turned on the camera, the lens steadily focused on Tan Jiayi. The TV reporter and camera assistant hadn't held out much hope at first. After all, Tan Jiayi was just a child. Even if he had some achievements, they thought it was just childish antics. The reporter pressed the record button, wearing a professional smile, but inwardly thinking, just get through a few questions and call it a day. "Tan Jiayi, you've achieved so much at such a young age. What are your thoughts about the future?" But when Tan Jiayi spoke, he declared, "The future will be the era of the internet. In this era, those who can't keep up with the times will be ruthlessly left behind." The reporter and camera assistant froze instantly. Their previously casual expressions instantly turned serious. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before they could recover, Tan Jiayi continued passionately, "I refuse to be left behind by the times. I aim to be a trendsetter. Opening an internet cafe and developing games are just my first steps. Next, I'll develop all kinds of internet projects. I'll build my business to stand at the pinnacle of Xiao Nation, so the whole world knows how powerful Xiao Nation's internet is." Chapter 67, Tencent's response: the legendary game. Tencent headquarters. Leaning back in his expensive leather chair, Manhwa wore a faint smile. Across from him, the head of the game development department sat with two dark circles under his eyes as prominent as those of a national treasure panda, looking utterly exhausted. Yet the gleam of excitement in his eyes burned so intensely it was impossible to ignore. "Mr. Ma. This time, the legend we're bringing is an absolute masterpiece that will send shockwaves through the entire gaming industry." On the large screen, the demo footage of Legends slowly unfolded. At first, little Ma watched with keen interest. But within moments, the smile on his face froze solid, vanishing without a trace. In its place were tightly furrowed brows. His eyes betrayed a look of intense scrutiny and unmistakable displeasure. "Everyone, stop." Xiao Ma slammed his fist on the table. The thunderous crash startled everyone present. Brother Ma shot to his feet, his finger pointing straight at the screen as he roared, "What the hell are you guys doing? Look at this mess you've created. How is this any different from Legend? Do you think I'm blind?" The project lead trembled under the storm of accusations, his face, flushed with excitement moments before, now turning pale. Then an awkward flush washed over him, and he could only offer an embarrassed, nervous chuckle. He hung his head like a scolded schoolboy, eyes fixed stubbornly on the floor. Unable to meet Xiao Ma's gaze, he stammered, "Mr. Ma, please calm down. You have no idea, the design of that game, Legend, is absolutely mind-blowing. Our team has been working day and night studying it, and we're all exhausted to the point of collapse, losing hair by the handful. But honestly, we just couldn't come up with a better setup than theirs. We were truly at a dead end, so we could only borrow a tiny bit of inspiration." "Draw inspiration?" Little Horse's rage turned to laughter, his mocking chuckle ringing out. "You've got some nerve. You call this drawing inspiration? This is outright plagiarism. I've poured so much money into keeping you lot around, is it just so you can copy someone else's work verbatim? What the hell are you even doing?" Xiao Ma was so furious he paced back and forth in the conference room. Each step was heavy and urgent. As if the plush carpet beneath his feet were actually the skulls of these idiots. The project lead was completely flustered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Frantically pointing at the screen, he pleaded, "Mr. Ma, please calm down. You see, while the game framework does share some similarities with Legend, we've truly poured immense effort into the details and added numerous new elements. Look here, and here." He gestured frantically at the screen, highlighting the so-called modifications. "Modifications? Just these trivial tweaks?" Xiao Ma's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing the manager. "What kind of company do you think Tencent is? We demand innovation. We aim to lead the entire gaming industry into the future. Not produce this kind of embarrassing knockoff. Do you have any idea how much trouble this will cause the company if it gets exposed? We'll become the laughingstock of the entire industry." The manager's face flushed crimson, his head bowed so low it nearly touched the floor. Just then, the head of the promotion department gathered his courage and spoke up. Straightening his back slightly, he declared loudly, "Mr. Ma, please don't let this upset you. While this game shares some similarities with Legend, our company has unmatched advantages others can't rival. We have abundant resources and the largest user base in Xia Nation. With effective promotion, even if the game is somewhat similar, we can fully leverage our powerful promotional capabilities. We can turn Legend into a smash hit, surpassing Legend of Mir to become the absolute top-tier game in the market. His eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence, as if he could already envision Legend's explosive success. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's already sullen expression darkened further, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat. The fire of anger in his eyes flared up even more intensely. He whipped his head around, his gaze sweeping toward the head of the promotion department as he roared, "What kind of nonsense is that? Our company values creating great games through real skill and innovation, not by picking up scraps from others." His chest heaved violently with rage. He paced back and forth a few times before stopping, his teeth clenched as he ground out, "I spent a fortune poaching the industry's top talent to build this formidable team. And what do we get? A game called Legend, developed by an 8-year-old, is pushing us back step by step. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you ever stop to think? Why can't we, with all these people, match up to an 8-year-old? Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to utter a word. They all knew the truth. This time, Brother Ma was truly enraged. His face flushed crimson with rage, his fists clenched so tightly it seemed like the next second. Smash everything in sight to smithereens. He glared fiercely at everyone present, his eyes blazing with rage, as if he could burn these good-for-nothings right through. "You bunch of good-for-nothings!" Little Brother Ma roared. "I poured so much effort and money into this, only to get such garbage in return?" After a long moment, Little Horse calmed down slightly, though his gaze remained as cold as frost. He knew that even if he fired everyone and hired new people, it wouldn't solve the problem at hand. This whole mess was his to clean up. He gritted his teeth. Could he really push this knockoff product into the market? His eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance, yet also a touch of resignation. "Mr. Ma," the head of RD ventured cautiously, "what if we give it another shot? It might just work." Little Ma snapped his head around, his gaze piercing like a knife. "Try? Do you have any idea what consequences our company would face if this got discovered? Our reputation would be ruined. How could we ever operate in the gaming industry again?" Mr. Ma, the head of the marketing department, quickly added, "But we've invested so much already. If we don't release it now, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Xiao Ma frowned. This was a high-stakes gamble. Success might salvage some losses. But if it failed, Tencent's reputation would be ruined. A few days later, a bombshell hit the gaming world. Tencent, one of Xia Nation's largest game developers, was about to launch a completely self-developed online game. This news sent shockwaves rippling through the entire gaming industry. Chapter 68, A Trivial Skill: How Dare You Show Off in Front of the Master? Across the gaming industry, from industry titans to casual gamers, is buzzing about Tencent's upcoming new game. Have you heard? Tencent's working on a new game. In the break room of a game company, several employees gathered around. One young man wearing glasses exclaimed excitedly, "You bet. Ever since Legend went viral, Tencent's been losing players left and right. They've taken a huge hit." It was obvious to anyone with eyes. This was all aimed at that 8-year-old kid, Tan Jiayi. Heh, Little Ma is notorious for holding grudges. Just wait and see how much of a storm this new game will stir up when it launches. Netizens were buzzing with excitement. Heard Tencent's about to drop a bombshell? They're launching a game to directly compete with Legend. Really? That'll be something to watch. Legend is so popular right now, can Tencent pull off a comeback? Doubtful, but Tencent's deep pockets might just pull it off and push Legend down. Tencent's move this time has me genuinely curious. That Tan Jiayi is formidable, but Tencent isn't exactly a pushover either. Exactly. It all depends on how Little Ma plays this hand. Success could see Tencent reclaim market dominance, but failure would make them a laughingstock. For a moment, everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the launch of Tencent's new game. Tencent. Every department was bustling with activity, preparing for the launch of Legend. The head of the marketing department stood at the front, addressing the team. Everyone were pulling out all the stops for Legend's promotion. Leveraging Tencent's powerful instant messaging platform, nearly every user receives multiple game notifications daily. Right now, the entire internet is flooded with Legend ads. Hearing this, the crowd reacted with astonished expressions. That's an insane amount of money. Yeah, with this level of promotion, it's practically impossible for it not to go viral. At that moment, the employee in charge of celebrity endorsements stood up. We've invested heavily to secure several top-tier celebrities to endorse the game. These celebrities have incredibly strong influence among their fan bases. With them backing us, the game's popularity is bound to skyrocket. Xiao Ma, seated at the head of the table, finally relaxed his expression slightly and gave a small nod. Good. Everyone, give it your absolute all this time. We've invested so much money and effort precisely to make Legend a smash hit. Crush Legend's momentum for me. Meanwhile, Legend ads flooded every computer screen across the internet. Damn, Legend's ads are everywhere. Every time I open my chat app or browse a webpage, it's all I see. Wow, and my favorite celebrity is endorsing it, exclaimed an excited fangirl. This game seems pretty interesting, I'll definitely give it a try. Inside an internet cafe. A few young people surfing the web were also chatting about it. Legend ads are everywhere lately. They look pretty flashy. Wonder how it actually plays. Who cares? With celebrity endorsements and such a massive marketing push, it can't be bad. We'll see once it launches. Tencent's promotional campaign successfully captured the attention of countless people. Inside Jiali Internet Café. The hum of machines mingled with the shouts of gamers. Yet Tan Jiayi remained utterly unaffected by the chaotic surroundings. Seated in a corner chair, his gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. The moment a message from the Penguin software popped up, Tan Jiayi's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He saw the overwhelming flood of advertisements for the game Legend. Tan Jiayi paused for a moment, then a slow, mocking smile spread across his lips. The smile carried disdain. Trivial tricks, how dare they show off in front of the master? He snorted softly. As a time traveler, Tan Jiayi knew Tencent's tricks inside out. He knew the scheme behind it all too well. It was obvious without even thinking, Tencent had undoubtedly cloned his Legend game and was brazenly promoting it as their own in-house creation. They were simply trying to leverage their deep pockets and powerful marketing muscle. In a desperate attempt to crush Legend. He'd witnessed this playbook countless times in his previous life. Those giant corporations. Leveraging their resource advantages, they plagiarized the innovations of pioneers, attempting to use the power of capital. Monopolize the market. Tan Jiayi's gaze grew increasingly sharp. A surge of anger welled up inside him, but it was overshadowed by a burning determination. Seated in the internet cafe chair, his eyes fixed intently on the promotional message for the game Legend on the computer screen. The mocking smile on his face grew more pronounced. Despite Tencent's aggressive approach, he felt not a shred of fear in his heart, only a faint tinge of excitement. Because he had already devised his counter-strategy. They think they can beat me with such blatant plagiarism? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Tan Jiayi sneered inwardly. His mind raced. His gaze swept around the internet cafe, observing every customer. He realized that nearly all existing games on the market were designed around male players' preferences. Their appeal to female players was negligible. Most girls who came to the internet cafe just chatted or watched movies, rarely initiating gameplay themselves. If we could develop a game that girls would absolutely love, the whole situation would change dramatically. Tan Jiayi's eyes suddenly lit up. This idea struck him like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating his thinking. He knew deep down that the female gamer demographic held immense market potential. Once tapped into, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm in the gaming industry. Tan Jiayi fell deep in thought. Images of the various games he had played in his past life flashed through his mind. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze instantly hardened with resolve. His target was firmly locked in. He would bring the game Audition to this era. Yes, that's the one. Audition's music, rhythm, dance elements, and social interaction features. Little brother Ma, you think copying will beat me? This time, I'll make you taste the sting of being overtaken. Tan Jiayi's eyes flashed with determination. A faint smile curved his lips, revealing a look of absolute confidence. In his mind, he was already envisioning the explosive success of Audition upon its launch. This showdown with Tencent. He couldn't wait to get started. Chapter 69, Legend game launches, met with a storm of criticism. Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, Tencent's Legend game officially launched. The moment the news broke, countless players rushed to the game interface. However, less than an hour later, new posts kept flooding in, and the buzz kept soaring. Players seemed to have found an outlet for their frustrations, unleashing a torrent of complaints. Holy crap! Who else feels this, folks? I just logged into Legend, and man, I thought I'd time traveled back to Legend of Mir. The skill effects, gameplay mechanics, and those monsters, they're practically cut from the same mold. Tencent, this is way too much. Players fiercely voiced their opinions in posts. They even included several comparison screenshots. Exactly. I always trusted Tencent, thought their games were guaranteed quality. And what do we get? They're treating us players like monkeys. I even dragged my buddies into this game, and now we've all been humiliated. Wah, I only played because my idol endorsed it, and this is what I get? My idol has really let me down this time. I feel like I can never love them again. I'm speechless. I don't want to play this game for even a second longer. Uninstalling. I'll never believe Tencent's bull again. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, a group of young people sat together. Their faces had been beaming with excitement, ready to dive into Legend. But after just a few minutes, one of them slammed the table and shouted, "This is such a ripoff. After playing for so long, it feels like I'm playing Legend all over again? Isn't Tencent blatantly ripping this off?" The guy next to him was red-faced with anger. "Yeah, I even took the time to download it specially, and this is what I get? I might as well go back to playing Legend. At least that game was fun." "No way. I'm exposing them online so other players don't get scammed too. The young man opened a forum to post his complaint. We can't let Tencent get away with this. We need to let everyone know what this game is really like. The group grew increasingly heated as they traded angry words. Meanwhile, the official Tencent forum was flooded with angry comments. Tencent, is this the best you can do? You have the nerve to sell a game that's just a ripoff? Have some shame. They call this an original game? It's just a knockoff piece of junk. Negative comments kept flooding in, overwhelming the moderator who couldn't delete them fast enough. Some players even commented directly under Tencent's official Weibo, "Can you guys have some integrity when making games? Legend looks so much like Legend of Mir. Do you think we players are blind? I swear, even if I have no other games to play, I'll never touch Legend." This comment instantly garnered thousands of likes, with supporters flooding the comments section. As the backlash grew, Legend's reputation plummeted. Players who had anticipated its success now looked upon it with utter contempt. The game plunged into an unprecedented public relations crisis the moment it launched. Tencent. In the brightly lit conference room, the executives watched the flood of online criticism pouring in. The executives showed little panic, appearing instead as if they had anticipated this outcome. Xiaoma sat grim-faced at the head of the table. Yet his eyes flashed with a fierce resolve. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, "Humph. These player reactions were entirely within our expectations. But it's no problem, we have backup plans." The head of the promotion department immediately stood up and said, "Mr. Ma is absolutely right. Though we're currently at a disadvantage in public opinion, our formidable financial strength will absolutely turn the tide." At this point, Tencent hadn't yet amassed the formidable financial resources it would later possess, nor did it have the all-powerful Nanshan team. But when it came to throwing money at the problem, it was certainly far superior to Tan Jiayi, this 8-year-old child. That's right. Xiaoma's eyes flashed with determination as he made the final call. Now's the time to unleash our trump card. Get that prepared announcement out there. Soon, a bold announcement suddenly appeared on the Legend Games official website. No game cards required. No top-ups needed. Play now. The intent was clear: leverage the free-to-play hook to completely dethrone Legend from its pedestal. In an instant, players who had been fiercely criticizing the game across forums were instantly drawn in by the announcement. What? Legend is permanently free? No game cards, no top-ups required to play? One gamer stared wide-eyed at the screen, disbelief written across his face. Is this for real? Another player, though still hesitant, was clearly tempted. If it's true, I might give it another shot after all, it won't cost me anything. At the Internet Café, several young people who had just been cursing Legend were now huddled together discussing it. See, this announcement says permanently free. Seems pretty legit. One player scratched his head. So, should we jump back in and give it another shot? Sure, why not? It's free anyway. Worst case, we play for a bit and quit if it sucks. In the gaming community group, everyone was also buzzing with discussion about this announcement. Honestly, Tencent's playing a pretty bold move here. Free to play? Might just lure a ton of players back. Yeah, even though copying is annoying, the allure of free is pretty strong. Tencent's move successfully shifted players' attitudes. Amidst the previously unanimous backlash, some dissenting voices began to emerge. Legend is free now, so I've already switched over. Those Legend game cards really add up over time. Same here. I know Tencent's move isn't exactly above board, but the allure of free is just too strong. Let's just try it for now. If it doesn't work out later, we can always switch back. This was back in 1998. Legend's hourly card fee of 50 cents wasn't exorbitant, but it wasn't cheap either. Playing for a few hours a day, plus internet fees, added up to a significant expense. Tencent headquarters. Xiaoma watched the steadily rising registration numbers for Legend on the back-end data. A smug, cold smile spread across his face. Trying to take me on? An 8-year-old brat is still too green. Xiaoma sneered disdainfully, his eyes brimming with arrogance. The head of the marketing department flattered him with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Ma, that was a brilliant move. Once we rolled out that free gimmick, players swarmed over like cats smelling blood. Legend's pay-per-card model? It can't hold a candle to ours. A calculating gleam flashed in Little Ma's eyes. Right now, they all think they're getting a great deal. But once they play deeper, they'll realize that if they want a smooth experience, they'll have to obediently top up their accounts. By then, they'll have invested time and effort. Even if they realize it's a trap, they won't want to walk away easily. Chapter 70, Wang Xiaoya, you've got a new mission. Jiali Internet Café. The clatter of keyboards mingled with the boisterous chatter of gamers. Yet in the corner where Tan Jiayi sat, it felt as though she were isolated from the bustling scene. Tan Jiayi sat in his chair, eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. The promotional images for Legend on the screen kept assaulting his vision. His expression grew somber. Just then, Tan Huigan quietly pushed open the office door, his footsteps deliberate and soft. Spotting his son's tense expression, he hurried over and asked with concern, Jiayi, what's wrong? Look at that face, it's as dark as a pot bottom. Is it that thing with the goose factory that's got you so worked up? The internet cafes had been buzzing with chatter these past few days. Even though Tan Jiayi didn't know much about games, he'd picked up bits and pieces. After all, Legend of Mir was the money-making venture his son had created. Even if he couldn't help, he had to pay attention. Tan Jiayi lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and let out a heavy sigh. Dad, Tencent's actions this time are utterly shameless. Their Legend game copies every single gameplay mechanic from our Legend, it's just a reskin. At those words, Tan Jiayi's already thick eyebrows shot straight up. What? They dared to do this? Is there no law anymore? Stealing our stuff in broad daylight. Fuming, he paced back and forth, muttering under his breath, we can't just let this slide. We have to sue them. Let them know we're not pushovers. Tan Jiayi gave a wry smile, shook his head helplessly, and reached out to tug Tan Jiayi, gesturing for him to sit down first. Dad, it's not that simple. The current legal environment isn't favorable to us. Intellectual property laws are simply inadequate. Finding evidence strong enough to take them to court is incredibly difficult, let alone winning the case. His voice carried a deep sense of resignation. And think about it, Tencent is a massive corporation with deep pockets. Litigation isn't something that happens overnight. We can't afford to drag this out. All that back and forth, how much time and energy would it consume? Would we even be able to run our business anymore? Tan Jiayi's brow furrowed deeply. Tencent, at that time, although it hadn't yet formed the Nanshan pizza team that would later strike fear into the industry. But when it came to financial strength, they were still far more powerful than this little guy. If it came to a lawsuit, regardless of the outcome, he couldn't afford the time cost. Even if he somehow prevailed in the end, the heat around Legend would have long since faded by then, the opportunity would have gone cold. Tan Jiayi turned beet red with rage upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words, muttering curses under his breath. This is outrageous. Tencent's behavior is nothing short of thuggery. He planted his fists on his hips and paced the room several times, his anger growing with every step. Suddenly halting, he bellowed, are we just supposed to stand by and let them ride roughshod over us? I won't stand for this. Seeing his father trembling with rage, Tan Jiayi stood up. He approached Tan Jiayi and whispered, Dad, don't worry. I've got this. We're not soft targets to be pushed around. His eyes flashed with determination as he declared firmly, it's infuriating that the Goose Factory copied our game, but we can't act impulsively. Confronting them head-on now won't give us the upper hand. But they won't get away with this forever. Dad, just watch. I've already figured out a way. We'll make Tencent understand that plagiarism never ends well. He was certain that Little Horse had invested so much effort into promoting legendary games. It couldn't possibly be for charitable reasons. And knowing Little Horse, he was definitely planning to milk the players for cash. When that time comes, it would be Legend's time to rise. Now, what he needed to do was carve out a new battlefield. Tan Jiayi's voice resonated with conviction, echoing throughout the room. It also calmed Tan Jiayi's previously anxious state of mind, if only slightly. Tan Jiayi strode to his desk and spun his chair around. He grabbed the phone on the desk and his fingers danced swiftly across the buttons. The number, memorized long ago, was dialed swiftly. Beep beep. The sound of the call connecting echoed distinctly in the quiet room. Soon, Wang Xiaoda's lively voice came through on the other end of the line. Hello, Jiayi. It's you. I was just thinking about you. Wang Xiaoya was overjoyed to receive the call. Not only had she earned some money from Tan Jiayi, but she also used the computers at Jiali Internet Café to learn coding. Tan Jiayi's guidance had been immensely beneficial to her. Though she hadn't graduated yet, several major companies had already extended job offers to her, with very generous monthly salaries. All of this was thanks to Tan Jiayi's efforts. Tan Jiayi's brow remained furrowed, with no inclination for small talk. His tone was serious as he said, Xiaoya, I need to discuss something urgent with you. Tencent has launched Legend, and the situation is looking very unfavorable for us. I need you to handle something for me. This could be our chance to turn the tables. Wang Xiaoya tensed at once, but she immediately replied, what is it? Jiayi, just tell me. If it's within my power, I'll get it done. Her tone was firm, filled with unwavering trust in Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi paused briefly before saying, I have a new assignment for you. Develop a new game. I'll pay you 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Wang Xiaoya gasped at the figure, her eyes widening in shock. Her eyes widened instantly. To her, that was equivalent to a whole semester's worth of living expenses. Before Wang Xiaoya could recover, Tan Jiayi continued, I'll provide the game's code and underlying logic. You just need to handle the implementation. It's not overly difficult. So, are you up for it? Wang Xiaoya was so excited her voice trembled slightly. Clenching her fists, she declared loudly, of course I'm confident. Jiayi, rest assured I'll give it my all. Even if I face challenges, I'll overcome them. Alright, it's settled. Tan Jiayi said, a hint of relief in his tone. After school today, come find me at Jiali Internet Café. We'll talk in detail in person. Got it. I'll head straight over after school. Wang Xiaoya agreed without hesitation, her voice brimming with anticipation. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoya was filled with joy. She couldn't sit still in class, her eyes darting toward the clock on the wall every few moments. Hurry up and let out. Hurry up and let out. Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Wang Xiaoya shot out like an arrow, backpack slung over her shoulder, sprinting all the way to Jiali Internet Café. The moment she entered the Internet Café, Wang Xiaoya immediately spotted Tan Jiayi, who had also just gotten out of school. Chapter 71, Audition, in Production. Tan Jiayi grabbed Wang Xiaoya's arm and hurried them into a private booth. The moment they stepped inside, he waved his massive hand dramatically and declared with commanding presence, Xiaoya, this time, it's a life or death battle. You just focus on development in this booth. It's dead quiet in here. No one will disturb you. Focus solely on getting the job done. Wang Xiaoya stared at Tan Jiayi's face, so stern it seemed it could squeeze water out, her heart pounding wildly with both excitement and nervousness. She nodded vigorously, her voice rising several notches. Jiayi, you can count on me. If I don't do this job right, I'll change my name. Tan Jiayi swiftly pulled out a chair and plopped down. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Xiaoya. The fire in his eyes seemed capable of igniting a person. Xiaoya, listen up. This time, we're going to create a game that will shake the heavens and move the spirits. It's called Audition. The purpose behind developing this game is worlds apart from any other game. Wang Xiaoya dared not let her attention wander, staring at Tan Jiayi without blinking. Her ears were practically perked up to the heavens, afraid to miss a single word. Tan Jiayi paused dramatically, deliberately building suspense, then announced loudly. This game is specifically designed for female players. Huh? Wang Xiaoya's mouth dropped open wide, her face etched with utter shock. Female gamers are as rare as endangered species. Everyone thinks girls just don't care about gaming. Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward into a confident smile. But that's exactly why they're rare, and that's our opportunity. Just look at the games on the market now. It's either hack and slash or mind-bendingly complex strategy stuff. Girls get headaches just looking at them. But what if we could create one with visuals as beautiful as a fantasy wonderland, gameplay that's super fun and tailored specifically for girls? What do you think would happen? Wang Xiaoya froze in place, her mind playing a movie reel as vivid images began to flood her thoughts. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter as she exclaimed excitedly, Jiayi, are you saying a game like that would be especially popular with girls? Tan Jiayi nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Think about it, so many girls see boys having so much fun playing games, and they've been itching to try it themselves. They just haven't found a game they like yet. Once our Dance Dance Revolution launches, it'll absolutely set off a massive storm among female players. It'll be a huge hit. Wang Xiaoya was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Tan Jiayi, her eyes filled with nothing but admiration. Jiayi, your idea is just mind-blowing. I seriously doubt you have the brain of an 8-year-old. How did your brain even develop to come up with such an amazing idea? Tan Jiayi laughed heartily, stood up, and gave Wang Xiaoya a firm pat on the shoulder. Hold off on the amazement for now. The most important thing right now is to get this game made. Let's give it our all and show those who underestimate us that we're not to be messed with. We'll make their jaws drop. Without another word, Wang Xiaoya rolled up her sleeves and slammed her fist on the table. If I don't get this game framework up and running today, I'll change my last name. With that, she charged toward the computer, plopped down, and began flying her fingers across the keyboard at breakneck speed. Tan Jiayi sat calmly beside her, eyes fixed on the screen, his words coming in rapid succession. Xiaoya, you've got to be extra careful with the code logic here, don't mess it up. And this module has to connect seamlessly with that interface over there. If anything goes wrong, the whole framework will be thrown into chaos. As he spoke, his hands gestured constantly. His intense focus bore no resemblance to that of an 8-year-old child. Outside the private room, several players were strolling by when they suddenly heard the commotion inside. They froze in their tracks. Did I hear that right? Sounds like the little boss is teaching that college girl something. A chubby player beside them widened his eyes. Exactly. The kid's only 8, what could he possibly teach a college student? Could it be, this kid is actually a hidden genius? That's just too crazy. The group stood there, exchanging bewildered glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Time flew by second by second. Wang Xiaoya was practically glued to the screen, not blinking once. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but she didn't even think to wipe them away. Her entire focus was on the code displayed on the screen. Finally, after a night of frantic struggle, Wang Xiaoya stood up from her chair with a sigh. Her hands pounded fiercely against her aching, nearly broken back, her face beaming with pride. She shouted at the top of her lungs, Jiayi, come see this. I've got the basic framework almost all set up. Way to go, Xiaoya. I knew you could do it. Tan Jiayi rushed over upon hearing this. His eyes scanned the screen quickly, then he nodded firmly with satisfaction. Your efficiency is absolutely incredible. Next up is designing the character models and running the program. These are the tough nuts to crack. We'll need to push even harder. Tan Jiayi forced himself to stay alert, though he'd actually pulled an all-nighter. His eyes were bloodshot, red as a rabbit's. His entire being felt drained of vitality, utterly haggard. Waves of exhaustion washed over him relentlessly. Tan Jiayi couldn't hold it in any longer. A massive yawn erupted from him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. He raised his hand and rubbed his sore eyes hard, his voice thick with exhaustion as he said to Wang Xiaoya, you should go back and get some rest. You haven't slept a wink all night. You must be exhausted. Don't ruin your health. Your body is the foundation of everything. He paused, then sighed helplessly. I really should get to class soon. If I don't get going now, our teacher's temper will have him tearing me to shreds. Seeing Tan Jiayi's exhausted state, Wang Xiaoya felt a pang of pity and nodded quickly. Alright, Jiayi. Be careful on your way and don't rush. Once you get to school, find a chance to rest properly. Don't push yourself too hard. She clenched her fist, her eyes determined as she declared, once I've recharged, I'll be right back to keep working. We'll definitely make this game a success. Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a faint smile. Alright, I believe in you. I'll head out now. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the school. Chapter 72, Tencent, closing in. In a corner of the classroom. Warm sunlight spilled across the desks. Little lowly Lei sat intently following Teacher Wang's lesson, murmuring math formulas under her breath. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Tan Jiayi beside her tilt her head. He had slumped face down on the desk, and soon, faint snoring sounds drifted from him. Tan Jiayi. Lei's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly reached out and gave Tan Jiayi's shoulder a firm pat. Wake up! We're in class. But Tan Jiayi was fast asleep, showing no sign of waking. At the front of the classroom, Teacher Wang was explaining a complex math problem, his chalk flying through the air as he spoke eloquently. He glanced up casually. He caught sight of Tan Jiayi snoring away. His smile vanished instantly, and anger flared up inside him. Tan Jiayi had always been quite diligent in his studies. How had he come to this? Sleeping in class. Was this arrogance? Teacher Wang slammed the chalk down on the desk and strode to the blackboard. Scribble, scribble, scribble. He wrote an even more challenging extension problem, then stormed down from the podium and approached Tan Jiayi. His large hand slapped Tan Jiayi's shoulder hard as he bellowed, Tan Jiayi, stand up and answer the question. The force of the slap jolted Tan Jiayi awake. He lifted his head groggily, his eyes half closed and filled with confusion, still dazed from sleep. His gaze fell upon the densely packed problems on the blackboard. He froze for a second, then his eyes instantly sharpened. He seemed like a different person. He swiftly grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing rapidly on the blackboard, his solution unfolding step by step, each link seamlessly connecting to the next. The classroom, which had been filled with whispers and students waiting to see him fail, were suddenly dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's insane. He just woke up and he's already this good? I didn't even understand the question and he solved it that fast? Who wouldn't call him a genius? The students murmured in astonishment. The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Teacher Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising involuntarily. Tan Jiayi, how did you manage that? This was an extra extension problem I added, it's even harder than the last one. Tan Jiayi yawned widely, rubbing his sore eyes. Scratching his head sheepishly, his voice thick with sleepiness, he explained. Sorry, teacher. I was busy last night and stayed up late. I'm just so tired. But I'd studied similar problem-solving approaches before, so when I saw this one, inspiration just hit me. Teacher Wang scrutinized Tan Jiayi from head to toe, her eyes still brimming with skepticism. Yet, faced with the flawless solution on the blackboard, he couldn't help but concede defeat, waving his hand in resignation. Alright, I'll let you off this time. But no more sleeping in class. Take your seat. Lei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Excitedly, she leaned close to Tan Jiayi and whispered, Tan Jiayi, you're absolutely amazing. You've got to teach me more in the future, help me become this amazing too. Tan Jiayi nodded with a smile. No problem, count on me. If there's anything you don't understand, just come find me anytime. After all this commotion, the classmates in the classroom looked at Tan Jiayi with eyes full of admiration. After returning to his seat, Tan Jiayi fought off drowsiness, forcing himself to stay alert for the lesson. But his mind kept drifting back to the game he was developing with Wang Xiaoya. He couldn't wait for school to end so he could dive back into the game development. Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Tan Jiayi instantly perked up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and sprinted toward Jiali Internet Café. All the way there, game data and development ideas flashed through his mind non-stop, his feet never stopping. The moment he burst into Jiali Internet Café, Tan Jiayi frantically fired up a computer to check the game's data. When he saw that the concurrent players for Legend had skyrocketed to 200,000, his expression darkened instantly. Then he looked at Legend. Its market share was shrinking like it was sliding down a slide. This sent a sharp pang of pain through Tan Jiayi's heart. Get the concurrent online players to over 1 million within a month and make it permanently free? Tan Jiayi gritted his teeth and slammed his fist hard on the table. Tencent is pushing Legend to its death. Staring at the news on his screen, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, money talks, huh? With money, you can go all out on promotions and play these long-term, high-stakes games. He clenched his fists. If we want to turn things around, audition is our only hope now. Just then, a clear shout rang out from the internet cafe entrance. Jiayi. Tan Jiayi turned to see Wang Xiaoya panting as she dashed inside. Xiaoya, you finally made it. Tan Jiayi rushed over, grabbing his soda from the cooler and handing it to her. Quick, let's go to the private room and get back to it. The two entered the private room. Tan Jiayi slammed the door shut and pulled Wang Xiaoya to sit in front of the computer. Xiaoya, the situation is urgent. We have to step up our efforts. Tan Jiayi's eyes burned with determination, as if a flame were ignited within them. Wang Xiaoya nodded vigorously, opened the soda, took a big gulp, wiped her mouth, and said, Jiayi, don't worry. I've been ready for this. It's just a few more all-nighters, I can handle it. In the days that followed, Tan Jiayi and Wang Xiaoya worked like two tireless machines. During the day, Tan Jiayi made the most of his time catching up on sleep, conserving his energy. Come nightfall, the pair plunged headfirst into game development. Xiaoya, we need to optimize the smoothness of this character's movements, otherwise, it'll impact the player experience. Tan Jiayi said, his eyes glued to the screen. Got it, I'll fix it right away. Wang Xiaoya's fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes barely blinking. The music rhythm here also needs adjusting, it has to sync better with the dance moves. No problem, leave it to me. Wang Xiaoya replied intently, her head never lifting from her work. For days on end, they worked tirelessly in the private room, neglecting sleep and meals. Their faces grew increasingly haggard, eyes bloodshot. But they had no time to notice. Finally, the good news arrived. Wang Xiaoya jumped up excitedly and shouted, Jiayi, look. The game environment for audition is almost complete, just the final testing left. Tan Jiayi rushed to the screen, his heart pounding, scrutinizing every detail. Gazing at the completed game. A satisfied smile finally spread across his tense face as he clenched his fist tightly. Xiaoya, our hard work hasn't been in vain. Next, we just wait for audition to dazzle the entire scene and catch Tencent off guard. Chapter 73, That Genius Has a New Game Out? Tan Jiayi jogged all the way. With a loud slam, he pushed open the door to Tan Huigen's room and rushed straight to his father. Dad! I need your help with something big. Tan Huigen was sitting in his chair reading the newspaper. Startled by the sudden commotion, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the paper. He looked up at his son's anxious expression and hurriedly asked, What's wrong, son? Tan Jiayi took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. Dad, audition is about to launch. We need to rent another server immediately, there's not a second to lose. Hurry up and call the server provider, the sooner the better. Tan Huigen felt a tightening in his chest at his son's urgency. But seeing the utterly serious look in his son's eyes, he dared not hesitate. He immediately stood up. All right, son. Don't worry, Dad's on it. I won't let this slip through my fingers. Without even bothering to put down the newspaper, he rushed over to the phone and dialed the server provider's number. He strode over to the phone and swiftly dialed the number of the server provider. Meanwhile, Tan Huigen was busy arranging for the server. Tan Jiayi, meanwhile, wasted no time preparing for the next major task. He picked up the phone, scrolled through the contacts of journalists he'd worked with before, and called them one by one. Hello, reporter Zhang. It's Tan Jiayi here. Tan Jiayi's voice brimmed with confidence. You remember me, right? That exclusive interview you did with me last time had such great results. Now I have another news story to release. I'd like to invite you for another personal interview. Call after call went out, and just as Tan Jiayi had anticipated. The moment the reporters heard it was Tan Jiayi and that he had big news about a new game release. One by one, they perked up with interest. Before long, the entrance of Jiali Internet Café became bustling. A swarm of reporters carrying cameras, recorders, and notebooks swarmed in. Tan Jiayi stood in the center of the Internet Café. Facing the sea of cameras and reporters, he took a deep breath. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, Media friends. Today, I am here to announce a major piece of news. His voice rang out loud and clear, echoing far across the Internet Café hall. As you all know, most games on the market today are filled with violence and bloody scenes. Because the target audience for most of these games isn't girls. Tan Jiayi blinked, drawing out his words, for girls to find a game they actually enjoy playing is practically impossible. That's just not fair to female gamers. The journalists' eyes widened at this, exchanging stunned glances. Their expressions were filled with utter disbelief. So I decided to develop my own game. Tan Jiayi paused, then suddenly raised her voice, enunciating each word clearly. A game specifically designed for female players. Boom! The room erupted in an instant. Good heavens, he's only 8 years old, and he's already creating another new game? Legend was already incredible enough. Now this? What kind of prodigy is this kid? At that moment, a seasoned reporter pushed his way to the front, microphone in hand, asking, Young Tan Jiayi, you're only 8 years old, how did you come up with the idea to develop a game like this? Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied, because I saw a gap in the market and wanted to do something meaningful for female gamers. I'm confident this game will be a huge hit once it launches. Meanwhile, in a university girls' dormitory, several girls were gathered around the television, their eyes glued to the screen. The news was reporting on Tan Jiayi. Wow! Girls, we've finally made it! One girl jumped up from her chair in excitement. Before, if we wanted to play a game, it was either all about fighting and killing or so complicated it was impossible, nothing suitable for us girls. Now we finally have one designed just for us. Exactly. Tan Jiayi is so awesome. He's only 8 years old, yet he understands us girls so well. He's definitely a genius. I'm a fan. Another girl cupped her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I can't wait any longer. The moment this game launches, we're heading straight to the internet cafe to play it. Don't even try to stop me. Let's go. Who knows, maybe we'll bump into Tan Jiayi at the internet cafe. That'd be a total jackpot. The girls chattered excitedly, filling the dorm with a buzz of anticipation. Soon, news of Tan Jiayi developing a game exclusively for women spread like wildfire through every street and alley. At Jiali Internet Café, a group of girls chattered excitedly, crowding around the front desk. Leading the group was a girl with a high ponytail. Nervously tugging at her shirt hem, her fair face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she mustered her courage and addressed the staff. Hello? Is Tan Jiayi here? We came all this way just to meet him. The staff member offered a professional smile but shook his head helplessly. Sorry, young lady, he said. Tan Jiayi's been swamped lately with the new game launch. He's not at the internet cafe right now. Ah. The girl's face instantly fell. Her eyes, which had been sparkling moments ago, dimmed with disappointment. The girls beside her also wore disappointed expressions. But the girl with the high ponytail wasn't ready to give up. She leaned forward eagerly and asked, so when exactly is he coming? Just give us a hint. We can't wait to see him. The staff member patiently explained, I really can't say for sure. His schedule is packed. How about this, leave me your contact info. The moment he steps into the internet cafe, I'll notify you immediately. My word is my bond. At this, the girls' eyes lit up again, and smiles returned to their faces. The girl with the high ponytail exclaimed excitedly, Great! Great! Thank you so much. You're so kind. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out paper and pen from her bag, and the other girls followed suit. They wrote down their phone numbers carefully, stroke by stroke, then handed the notes to the staff with great care. Meanwhile, on the message board at the internet cafe entrance, what had once been a sparse, blank space was now completely covered with countless notes. Dense with all kinds of messages. 8-year-old Tan Jiayi had become a kindred spirit to many girls. Every day, many people made a special trip to Jiali Internet Café just to meet this legendary child prodigy. Chapter 74, Audition launches, female players go wild. Days flew by in the blink of an eye. The final testing phase of Audition proceeded with meticulous speed. Tan Jiayi stared intently at the constantly updating data on his computer screen. Every metric was racing toward perfection. His heart was filled with pure joy. He wanted to stand in the street and laugh to the heavens, letting the whole world know his triumph. Yet, lately, the entrance of Jiali Internet Café's flagship store had become a terrifying zone Tan Jiayi desperately avoided. Every morning, before the sun had fully illuminated the streets, a group of young girls would already be gathered in unison at the entrance. Their eyes blazing, they fixated on the door, poised as if awaiting some superstar's grand entrance. That day, Tan Jiayi hummed a tune as he rounded the corner. From afar, he spotted that familiar group of figures. His smile instantly froze on his face, and his scalp tingled. Oh crap, it's those crazy fans again. Girls, look. That's Tan Jiayi, a girl with sharp eyes screamed at the top of her lungs. Her shrill voice pierced the sky. It really is him. Charge, girls. The girls instantly erupted with excitement, screaming as they charged madly toward Tan Jiayi. Their momentum seemed poised to devour Tan Jiayi whole. Tan Jiayi turned ashen with fear. Without a second thought, he took off running, screaming at the top of his lungs as he fled. Help! Stop chasing me! I'm just a kid. His short legs scurried like a frightened little rabbit. After exerting every ounce of strength, Tan Jiayi finally managed to shake off the group. He hid in a dim corner, hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. His heart pounded like it would burst through his chest. If he were 18, he would have welcomed these girls with open arms. But he was only 8. He fully understood the feeling of watching others fish while merely envying the fish. Panting heavily, he shook his head helplessly inside. There was no other way. To successfully enter the internet cafe and meet up with Wang Xiaoya to complete the crucial final game test, Tan Jiayi had no choice but to take the long way around and enter through the internet cafe's hidden back door. Hunching over like a thief, he darted glances left and right, his eyes darting warily around the area. Only after confirming the coast was clear did he cautiously inch toward the back entrance. With every step, his heart pounded in his chest. Terrified of being spotted by those girls again. Phew, almost there. Tan Jiayi nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickening his pace as he silently prayed, please, no more mishaps. Just as he reached the back door, he bumped into an internet cafe employee arriving for work. Seeing Tan Jiayi's disheveled, bedraggled appearance, they froze for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, boss, what happened to you? You look like you're being chased by someone sneaking in through the back door? Tan Jiayi shot him a disgruntled look and replied listlessly, it's those crazy girls again. They're always blocking the entrance. They're driving me crazy. Running all the way here felt like I was about to lose my life. The staff member laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, chuckling, well, that's what happens when you're so popular. Those girls see you as their big brother confidant, their men's best friend. They just want to hug you and get close whenever they see you. Tan Jiayi sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Fame sure comes with a lot of headaches. Enough. I need to find Xiaoya right away. We can't delay the game testing any longer. With that, he hurried into the internet cafe, heading straight for Xiaoya's direction. Inside the internet cafe booth, computer equipment filled every available space. The cold glow of the screens illuminated Tan Jiayi and Wang Xiaoya's faces. Exhaustion was written all over their faces, yet they radiated an uncontrollable excitement. The clock had silently ticked past midnight, and the room was so quiet that only the low hum of the computer towers could be heard. Jiayi. Wang Xiaoya suddenly raised her voice. We finally did it. The light in her eyes shone brighter than the overhead lamp. The words barely left her lips before she could no longer contain her joy. With a sudden leap, she threw herself into Tan Jiayi's arms. Taken aback by the sudden embrace, Tan Jiayi froze, his body stiffening. His eyes widened instantly, and even his ears grew hot. After all, this was the first time Wang Xiaoya had ever initiated such a hug. The soft sensation against his face made his entire body tense. Xiaoya, you. Tan Jiayi stammered, his tongue tangled in his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. His hands hung awkwardly in midair, unsure where to place them. After a long moment, Wang Xiaoya seemed to snap back to reality. Realizing this embrace seemed a bit too intimate, her face flushed bright red in an instant. She quickly let go of Tan Jiayi, her eyes darting away. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoya seemed to muster tremendous courage, reaching out once more to embrace Tan Jiayi tightly. This time, she held him exceptionally tightly, her voice brimming with gratitude. Jiayi, thank you so much. If you hadn't guided me all along and taught me so much, I never could have pulled off such an amazing test. And through this experience, my skills have improved so much all thanks to you. Tan Jiayi was a bit taken aback by Wang Xiaoya's sudden outpouring. Yet hearing her sincere words, his heart warmed. He gently patted Wang Xiaoya on the back and smiled, saying, Don't say that, Xiaoya. We worked hard together. Without you, I couldn't have handled this alone. This is our joint achievement. The two slowly parted ways. Tan Jiayi sat back down in his chair, his eyes fixed on the prominent test passed message on the screen. After a moment of deep thought, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he declared decisively, Xiaoya, I've made my decision. Set the launch date for audition for the weekend. Weekends are when everyone has time off. With plenty of free time, we'll definitely attract more players to this game. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Launching on the weekend? Players will definitely flock to it. Our game is bound to be a huge hit. Soon, the news of Audition's weekend launch sent shockwaves through the player community. Female players, in particular, were absolutely ecstatic. Really? I've been waiting for this day forever. I've been counting down the days until this game launches. You bet. I'm dying to see it. What exactly does Tan Jiayi mean by a game totally geared toward girls? I wish I could jump into it this weekend. The news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting excitement among countless female gamers. They'd been anticipating this game for ages and were incredibly curious. Is it really all about the girls, just like Tan Jiayi said? Chapter 75. This game is absolutely too much fun. Amidst the female players' eager anticipation, time seemed to deliberately slow its pace, but Saturday finally arrived. Before dawn had fully broken, Tan Jiayi scrambled out of bed. After a quick wash, he rushed headlong toward Jiali Internet Café. His heart was pounding with excitement. After all, today was the big day, the official launch of Audition. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Tan Jiayi jogged all the way to Jiali Internet Café. Before he even reached the entrance, he spotted a large crowd gathered outside the Internet Café. His heart skipped a beat. He unconsciously quickened his pace, fearing something had gone wrong. As he drew nearer, he saw. Good heavens, it was all young girls. They gathered in small groups, many having come together, chattering excitedly with thrilled smiles on their faces. I heard Audition is so much fun. I'm definitely going to give it a try today. Yeah. I've been waiting forever, just for today. Tan Jiayi listened to their chatter, his heart bursting with joy. Looks like all that promotion paid off, it's working like a charm. Just then, one sharp-eyed girl spotted Tan Jiayi. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Hey, look! Isn't that Tan Jiayi? The genius who developed Audition. The moment those words left her lips, the girls around them were instantly drawn like magnets. Squealing, they swarmed toward Tan Jiayi all at once, completely surrounding him. Wow, it really is you, Tan Jiayi. You're so amazing, you made such a fun game. A few bold ones even reached out, gently touching Tan Jiayi's face and applying a layer of facial cleanser. Taken aback by this sudden outpouring of enthusiasm, Tan Jiayi was momentarily at a loss. His face flushed bright red, and though he wanted to escape, there was nowhere to hide. Everyone, please stop. Tan Jiayi stammered, his face flushed. No way, no way. We finally got to meet you, we have to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten to play this game we've been so excited about, a girl with twin ponytails said with a grin. Surrounded by a group of fiery-hearted girls, Tan Jiayi felt hands reaching out from every direction. The chatter filled his ears, threatening to make his head explode. He jostled left and right, desperately dodging. Finally, he managed to break free from the crowd, looking utterly disheveled. Tan Jiayi jogged over to Tan Lunwen, hands braced on his knees as he panted, Bro. Quick, open the doors early. There are so many players outside, all waiting eagerly. If we keep them waiting too long, who knows what might happen. Tan Lunwen looked at Tan Jiayi, covered in dust and disheveled. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, Oh my, look at you. Is it really necessary to be so frantic? Though he spoke lightly, his hands moved swiftly as he pulled out the key. He unlocked the internet cafe's front door. Standing at the doorway, he bellowed, Hey, ladies! No pushing. Everyone file in nicely. The girls couldn't care less about order. Screaming with excitement, they rushed headlong into the internet cafe. Tan Lunwen hurried to the front desk and grabbed the megaphone. Attention, all you lovely ladies. To celebrate the launch of Audition, our internet cafe has prepared tons of recharge promotions. The more you top up, the more you get, absolutely worth it. But instead of immediately pulling out their wallets, the girls huddled together, whispering among themselves. After a moment, a sweet-looking girl stepped forward and said, Hold off on recharging for now. We don't even know if this game is any good yet. Let's try it out first. The others nodded in agreement. Tan Lunwen and Tan Jiayi exchanged a glance, then smiled and nodded. Tan Jiayi warmly ushered the girls over. Follow me over here. Let's get the computers set up first. They led the girls to the computers, helped them start them up, and Tan Jiayi stood beside them, patiently explaining, Look, first click this icon on the screen to register your character. You can name your character anything, get creative and make it one of a kind. The girls operated the computers while firing off questions. Tan Jiayi answered each one patiently. After registering, you'll choose your favorite character design, and then you're ready to enter the game. After the characters were registered, Tan Jiayi walked to the computer, placing both hands steadily on the keyboard. Watch closely. The gameplay in Audition is absolutely mind-blowing. This is how you play games. No sooner had he spoken. His nimble fingers began dancing rapidly across the arrow keys. Under his command, the character on screen seemed to come alive, dancing freely to the upbeat rhythm of the music. The movements flowed as smoothly as flowing clouds in water, while dazzling light effects made it impossible to look away. It was as if the in-game character was Tan Jiayi's alter ego, shining brilliantly on stage. The girls, who had been whispering among themselves, fell instantly silent. Eyes fixed on the screen, not blinking once, their eyes lit up with countless little stars. Awe filled the air. Wow, that's just too amazing. Tan Jiayi, you're a gaming legend. Oh my gosh, this game looks so much fun. I think I'm already hooked. I want to play too. I want to play too. A short-haired girl's face flushed bright red with excitement, unable to contain her thrill any longer. Tan Jiayi smiled as he stood up and moved aside, letting the girl take over the character. She mimicked Tan Jiayi's movements, her hands flying over the keyboard. But after all, it was her first time playing this game. Her movements were downright clumsy. Either she hit the wrong directional key, sending her character into a bizarre, abrupt turn, or she couldn't keep up with the music's rhythm. While others had already started new dance moves, her character stood frozen in place, swaying drunkenly across the screen. One comical blunder followed another. But instead of getting annoyed, the girls burst into laughter at the sight. Ha, look at her character. She's twisting around like she's doing a wild folk dance. That's hilarious. It's just so funny. The short-haired girl herself was doubled over with laughter, yet she stubbornly declared between giggles, Stop laughing. I'll definitely master this. Tan Jiayi listened to the waves of laughter. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. It seemed this game was truly to their liking. A girl wearing glasses looked up at Tan Jiayi, her tone sincere. Young boss, this game of yours is absolutely hilarious. Chapter 76, Could he really be a genius? Tencent headquarters. Xiaoma's face darkened. Thud. He slammed his fist down on the table, the thunderous sound reverberating through the conference room. The impact sent papers scattering across the floor with a clatter. His voice, brimming with uncontrollable rage, reverberated through the room. Every single one of you tell me what the hell is going on? I meticulously planned this, cloning a legend, then pouring massive funds into promotion. I never doubted we could take down some 8-year-old brat. And now? He clenched his jaw so tightly his jaw muscles twitched slightly. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead. The marketing manager now looked like a frightened quail, his head bowed so low it nearly touched the floor. He silently cursed his luck there was no escaping today's scolding. After a long while, he finally raised his head, trembling. Ma, this is truly unexpected. That Tan Jiayi kid plays by his own rules. Our legend is aggressively taking market share from legend. He acts like nothing's wrong, not making a single move to fight back. Xiaoma snorted coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. He snarled, I bet he's just biding his time, cooking up some dirty trick. The marketing manager swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself to continue, Mr. Ma, it gets worse. Over the past few days, we've received intelligence. Tan Jiayi has developed another new game. What? Xiaoma Ge leaped from his seat as if hearing an Arabian Nights tale, his face etched with utter disbelief. He's just an 8-year-old kid, where does he get the energy? The marketing manager shuddered in fright, hastily wiping the cold sweat beading on his forehead as he explained rapidly. Mr. Ma, this game is specifically designed for girls. We checked it out, the art style is exquisite, the character and scene designs are absolutely amazing, and the controls are super simple. Players just press the arrow keys and spacebar on the keyboard, and the characters on screen dance to the music. Right now, tons of girls are absolutely obsessed with this game. Xiaoma's brows knitted tightly together, his eyes betraying obvious anxiety. He paced back and forth in the conference room, muttering under his breath, targeting girls? That kid really has some talent. Our legend game, while attracting many players with its free model, has been slammed with accusations of plagiarism. But he's taken a different path, playing the differentiation game. He abruptly stopped, glaring at the marketing manager and barking, what's the current reception for this game? The marketing manager sighed helplessly, his face etched with bitterness. Mr. Ma, according to our research, this game is absolutely exploding among female players, with word of mouth skyrocketing. Many internet cafes are packed to the brim because of it. Our market share is taking a serious hit again. Upon hearing the report, Ma's already gloomy expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. His brows knitted so tightly they could crush a fly. His eyes brimmed with skepticism as he snorted coldly, is it really as extraordinary as you make it sound? How much of a splash can a game targeting girls really make? Though he spoke these words. Deep down, however, he felt a nagging unease. After all, the female gamer market was a juicy piece of meat he'd been coveting for ages, dreaming of getting a slice of the pie. The marketing manager's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat as he nodded frantically, his voice urgent. Mr. Ma, how could I ever deceive you? You haven't seen the online buzz. Female players are buzzing about it non-stop. This game's popularity hasn't waned for a second. Many internet cafes have seen. Female customers have multiplied several times over. Xiaoma fell silent, his expression darkening. He was seething inside. The female player market represented a vast blue ocean for him. Yet this blue ocean left him utterly at a loss. Over the years, he'd poured in mountains of real money. He'd assembled so-called professional teams. Day and night, they studied and pondered, yet they could never find the key to unlocking this market. Now, an 8-year-old brat had beaten him to the punch. How could he possibly swallow his pride? That brat really has some skills. Little brother Ma gritted his teeth in fury. No way. I absolutely can't let him gloat like this. So what if Legend devours every last crumb of Legend's market share? And now this Dance revolution is coming to mess things up. He whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at the head of the game development department, his eyes practically shooting flames. His tone carried an unquestionable command, you lot get moving. Make me a similar game now. Get moving. No dawdling. We absolutely cannot let the Tan Jiayi kid steal all the glory in this field. The head of the game development department's face instantly turned sour. He sighed helplessly, his face grim as he explained, Mr. Ma, you see, this really isn't us shirking responsibility. Audition may look simple on the surface, and its code isn't overly complex, but the intricacies beneath are profound. Take the synchronization between music and dance moves. The rhythm is perfectly calibrated, making player interactions incredibly immersive. Then there's the feedback design for player inputs. When a player presses a key, the character's response is both immediate and natural. If we don't grasp these core design elements, our game will end up a complete mess. That would be even more embarrassing. Xiaoma turned green with rage upon hearing this. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pointed at the development lead and bellowed, I don't care about any intricacies. This is a direct order. No matter what it takes, you're going to deliver a game that can go toe-to-toe with Audition ASAP. Fail to deliver, and you'll all be packing your bags. Each of you has been in this industry for at least 7 or 8 years, and now you're telling me you can't figure out a game made by an 8-year-old? What good are you lot to me? The development department head felt utterly bitter inside. He bowed his head helplessly, unable to retort, and could only whisper, Mr. Ma, we'll certainly give it our all, but this really isn't something that can be accomplished in such a short time. Please give us a little more time. Upon hearing this, Xiaoma was stunned. He knew the manager's capabilities all too well. If he'd been stalling, it might have been because he genuinely had the skills. Yet after being berated relentlessly, he still looked utterly helpless. That meant the opponent was truly beyond their capabilities. Could it be that Tan Jiayi was actually a genius? Chapter 77, Yang Xiaoyun Falls. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a white horse galloping past. The frenzy sparked by audition in Jiangcheng had surged to its peak. Unsurprisingly, it became the undisputed choice for countless girls' leisure time. Inside Jiali Internet Café, the scene was absolutely bustling. The clatter of keyboards. Like a relentless drumbeat, it reverberated through the air, making your eardrums buzz. Simultaneously, the girls' excited, high-pitched cheers and the frustrated sighs from mistakes came in wave after wave. Wah! Girls, I just hit an insane P-score, I'm the queen of audition. A girl with a high ponytail nearly leaped out of her chair. Damn it! This rhythm is impossible to keep up with, I messed up again. The short-haired girl beside her slammed her keyboard in frustration. A sharp thud echoed. Her face was twisted with frustration. Tan Jiayi strolled through the internet cafe with his hands in his pockets, looking perfectly content. His eyes swept over the scene, which was buzzing with excitement bordering on chaos, and he couldn't help but think to himself. Ha! Back in my past life, I always heard that internet cafe owners feared Dance Dance Revolution players. He'd been skeptical. Today, seeing it with his own eyes, holy cow, it really is true. The sheer force of those keyboard strikes, no wonder they wore out so fast. It's practically like a demolition crew tearing down a building. He gave a helpless little scoff. A wry, mocking smile touched his lips. Just then, the internet cafe manager rushed over, face grim, voice trembling with distress. Boss, man, the rate we're burning through keyboards is insane. It's only been a few days, and we've already gone through several batches of new keyboards. If this keeps up, we won't be able to handle the costs. Tan Jiayi waved his hand dismissively, his expression unconcerned. Don't sweat the small stuff over keyboards, he declared with a flourish of bravado. Look at this place now, thanks to audition, we're packed to the rafters. Business has skyrocketed, multiplied several times over. With the money this game brings in, we'll be buying keyboards by the truckload. We'll recoup this cost in minutes and then some. We'll be making 10 times, 100 times that back. The network administrator's eyes widened instantly. He slapped his forehead in realization and exclaimed, "Oh, you're right. These days, girls come to our internet cafe to play audition in droves. This business is booming like crazy." Xiaoyun. A customer with twin ponytails called out excitedly to young Xiaoyun at the front desk. Audition is so much fun. You gotta try it, you'll regret it if you don't. Her eyes sparkled with pure gaming obsession. Yang Xiaoyun had been idly fiddling with items at the front desk. Stirred by this burst of enthusiasm, she thought to herself, everyone seems to be having such a blast. Maybe I should give it a shot, who knows, it might surprise me. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and walked toward the idle computer beside the front desk. At first, Yang Xiaoyun's movements were clumsy and awkward. Her character's movements on the screen looked downright comical. But after just a few rounds, she found herself completely hooked. Wow, this game is so much fun. The controls and music are a perfect match. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she couldn't help but exclaim aloud, her voice standing out distinctly in the noisy internet cafe. Once she started playing, Yang Xiaoyun was completely hooked. She completely forgot she was a front desk employee. Her eyes fixed on the screen, her fingers furiously pounding the keyboard, she muttered to herself, "Come on, keep up the rhythm. I'm going for a super high score. Excuse me, could you renew my session? I've been waiting forever." A male customer stood at the front desk, his brow furrowed. But Yang Xiaoyun was too engrossed in her game to notice the customer's call. "Yang Xiaoyun." Tan Jiayi happened to walk by and witnessed the scene. His brow instantly furrowed, his face a picture of helplessness and exasperation. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but in this noisy environment, it still reached Yang Xiaoyun's ears clearly. Yang Xiaoyun jolted in surprise, freezing in place. She scrambled to her feet, her eyes darting around nervously as she stammered, "Jiayi. I only played for a little while, really. I didn't mean to." Her voice betrayed obvious guilt. Tan Jiayi sighed helplessly, forcing a bitter smile. "A little while? The front desk is in complete chaos. This time, there has to be a penalty. 50 yuan deducted. Learn your lesson." His tone held reproach, but more so resignation. At the mention of a fine, Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened. She looked at Tan Jiayi pitifully, stepped forward, and gently tugged at the hem of his shirt, her voice thick with feigned sorrow. "Jiayi, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Please spare me this once. I absolutely won't do it again. This time, I was truly blinded by the game." Yang Xiaoyun's eyes reddened, her large, watery eyes brimming with tears of grievance. They seemed poised to spill over at any moment. At that moment, clutching Tan Jiayi's sleeve so tightly, she looked utterly pitiable. Tan Jiayi never truly intended to punish Yang Xiaoyun, he only wanted to teach her a lesson. Seeing her like this, his heart softened. He rolled his eyes helplessly. He deliberately raised his voice, feigning impatience as he barked, all right. Stop looking so miserable. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to do it again, I won't be so lenient. At his words, the dullness vanished from young Shoyun's eyes, replaced by a dazzling light. The gloom on her face swept away. In its place was a smile as radiant as sunshine. The pitiful look from moments before vanished without a trace. But greed took hold, and her eyes darted around. Like a sly little fox, she cautiously edged closer to Tan Jiayi and coaxed, Jiayi, you know when the guests are up all night, the internet cafe is pretty much dead, right? I'll just sneak in for a little while, okay? She clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly toward Tan Jiayi. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Tan Jiayi nearly choked on his own blood at her words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Xiaoyun. You're obsessed with gaming. Fine. Just during the all-night session with the guests tonight. Don't you dare pull any shenanigans. Know when to stop, got it? Yang Xiaoyun jumped up in excitement, shouting at the top of her lungs, Jiayi, you're my absolute savior. The best person in the whole world. I promise, I won't let it interfere with work. Just a little while. After saying that, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Tan Jiayi and made a funny face. Then she skipped back to the front desk. From that day on, almost every day, Yang Xiaoyun showed up with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, looking like some new breed of panda. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Money-Sucking Machine. The game world of Audition was packed to the gills. The excitement was about to burst the servers. The number of concurrent players skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed the 200,000 mark. Compared to the once wildly popular legend, it held its own in momentum and even showed signs of surpassing it. Holy cow! How can this game have so many people? I feel like I'm about to be crushed flat in the lobby. A player named Cute Girl Loves Dancing struggled to maneuver her character through the dense crowd while furiously typing in the chat channel. Her words radiated sheer astonishment. I've played so many games, but never seen anything this packed. Audition is absolutely insane. You bet, another player chimed in immediately, flooding the chat with several excited emojis. But you know, looking at our starter characters, they're decent, but kinda plain. Cute Girl Loves Dancing sent another message, adding a pouting emoji. It's like going out without makeup, not eye-catching at all. Plus, everyone looks exactly the same. Yeah. I was just about to complain about that. In the blink of an eye, both players almost simultaneously swiftly clicked to enter the game store. The moment they entered, the sight before them instantly made their eyes widen. Holy moly! This isn't a store, it's straight out of a fairy's magical wardrobe. These outfits and props are absolutely insane. I've never seen a game store like this. It's ridiculous. I didn't believe it when they said this game was designed for girls. Seeing this, I have to believe it. Who could resist this? Both girls were beyond excited, frantically clicking their mouse buttons to refresh the page while muttering to themselves. The screen dazzled them with an overwhelming array of fashion styles. From adorably puffy skirts to edgy street dance outfits, and evening gowns so elegant they seemed unreal. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This isn't a princess's wardrobe, it's a fairy's treasure trove. Cute Girl Loves to Dance spammed the chat channel again. I want that pink lace dress, and that winged headpiece too. It's tailor-made for my character, a perfect match. I want it too. Another player joined the frenzy, her screen flooded with her agonizing excitement. No way. I want everything. How am I supposed to choose? This is killing me. In an instant, the entire game chat channel was taken over by girls' heated discussions about the shop items. Everyone was utterly mesmerized by these exquisite outfits and accessories. Only one powerful thought remained in their minds: they must dress their game characters beautifully, becoming the most dazzling players in Audition. No one else could ever outshine them. Inside the back room of the internet cafe, Tan Jiayi sat steadily before the computer, his gaze fixed on the screen. The revenue figures for the Audition game store surged at a jaw-dropping pace. The numbers surged upward as if poised to burst through the screen, causing hearts to involuntarily contract violently. Boom! A deafening roar. The network administrator burst through the door, his face flushed crimson as if freshly steamed, bellowing, "Boss! You gotta see this mall revenue, it's off the charts. The numbers are jumping so fast, it's blinding my eyes. I can't keep up with the rhythm." Tan Jiayi turned his head slowly, unhurried. He lifted his chin slightly, the corners of his mouth curling upward. A confident, almost cocky grin instantly blossomed across his face. He spoke with casual nonchalance. "This little spectacle has you so shaken? What's all the fuss about? The costumes and props I designed with my own hands are one of a kind, absolutely unique in this era. With these alone, how could the game not be a smash hit?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, Tan Jiayi possessed an uncanny grasp of fashion and trends. When designing the costumes and props for Audition, Tan Jiayi effortlessly incorporated elements and concepts that would later define trends. His mind seemed to hold an inexhaustible treasure trove of creativity. In this era, it was nothing short of a game changer. The internet cafe manager listened, scratching his head. His voice trembled noticeably, filled with utter disbelief. You're absolutely right, boss. But the player's spending power is just insane. But let's be real, these outfits and items aren't cheap. One piece costs as much as several months of my salary. Yet the girls don't even blink, gritting their teeth to top up and buy them. This spending power is terrifying. Tan Jiayi nodded emphatically, a look of deep reflection crossing his face. You're still young. There are many things you don't understand yet. For girls, beauty is their lifeblood. To make their game characters stunningly beautiful and outshine everyone else, this kind of money is like a drizzle to them, no big deal. After speaking, Tan Jiayi turned his gaze back to the screen, watching the income figures climb wildly, nearly piercing the sky. Even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of astonishment, inwardly marveling at the sheer scale. Later generations joked that men's spending power couldn't even match that of their family dogs. Now it seems they weren't exaggerating at all. When it comes to pursuing beauty, girl spending power is simply unmatched. When Legend reached around 200,000 concurrent players, its daily revenue barely hovered around 100,000 yuan. While not bad by gaming industry standards at the time, it was merely average. Yet no one could have predicted. When Audition also hit the 200,000 concurrent player mark, its daily revenue skyrocketed to a staggering 200,000 yuan. This figure was a full 2 times that of Legend's, utterly staggering. Tan Jiayi stared intently at the back-end data, his heart pounding wildly. His eyes were filled with shock. This Audition wasn't just any ordinary game, it was a terrifying money-making machine. The relentless flow of funds showed no signs of stopping. At this insane pace, if it kept going, it wouldn't be long before Audition's daily revenue skyrocketed to an unprecedented, unparalleled, terrifying figure. Tan Jiayi couldn't help but start fantasizing about the day he'd be rolling in money, standing at the pinnacle of Xia Nation. Chapter 79, Little Lolita Plays Audition 2? Just as Tan Jiayi was blissfully lost in his future fantasies, a faint rustle of footsteps sounded at the doorway. He instinctively glanced up casually, only to see a mother and daughter gliding gracefully toward him. The mother appeared to be around 35 or 36. Though time had left faint traces on her face, it did nothing to diminish her graceful charm. Her posture was graceful, her demeanor elegant, each step carrying the charm of a mature woman. Beside her was a little girl dressed in a snow-white dress, its hem swaying gently with each step like a blooming white flower. Her hair was neatly tied into 2 ponytails, bouncing up and down with each skip, the ends swaying in rhythm. Pale white socks hugged her calves, which were as snow-white and tender as freshly peeled bamboo shoots. Tan Jiayi stared in surprise. Why, this little girl was none other than his deskmate, the adorable little girl Li Lei. The moment Li Lei spotted Tan Jiayi, her eyes lit up like 2 stars, her little face flushing with excitement. Waving her little hands, she shrieked at the top of her lungs, Tan Jiayi! Tan Jiayi! Like a joyful little rabbit, she hopped right up to Tan Jiayi, thrusting a crumpled 10 yuan note into his hand and announced in a clear, high-pitched voice. Tan Jiayi, I want to use the internet for 2 hours. Tan Jiayi took the money and asked curiously, Li Lei, why did you suddenly decide to go online? Li Lei pouted, tugging hard on Tan Jiayi's shirt hem as she whined. I heard Dance Dance Revolution is so much fun. I really want to play. Mom didn't want to at first, but I begged her for ages until she finally agreed to bring me. Just then, Li Lei's mother approached, smiling helplessly. This kid. I couldn't say no, so I brought her to try it out. Tan Jiayi smiled politely and said, Welcome, ma'am. Li Lei's mother glanced around the internet cafe, taking in the lively scene. Curious, she asked, Young man, is this internet cafe yours? Tan Jiayi straightened his back, his face beaming with pride. Auntie, I own this internet cafe, and I also developed Audition. What? Li Lei's mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Tan Jiayi from head to toe. You're such a prodigy. Running an internet cafe at such a young age and developing games too, truly a hero emerges in youth. I see you have a bright future ahead. Hearing her mother speak, Li Lei immediately chimed in loudly from the side. Mom, you have no idea. Tan Jiayi is in our class, and he's a total superstar. Everyone in our class knows he's amazing. Tan Jiayi, flustered by Li Lei's praise, scratched his head awkwardly and quickly responded with a smile. Auntie, please stop praising me, I'm getting embarrassed. These are just minor accomplishments, nothing to get excited about. Li Lei's mother, however, looked serious as she said earnestly, Don't be so modest, young man. These days, 9 out of 10 kids only know how to play around. Someone like you is truly rare. This isn't a small achievement, you have a bright future ahead. Turning to Li Lei, she added, Li Lei, you should learn more from Tan Jiayi. Stop fooling around all day long. Li Lei promptly nodded obediently and replied in a clear voice, Got it, Mom. Then, unable to contain her excitement any longer, she grabbed Tan Jiayi's arm and shook it playfully, coaxing. Tan Jiayi, stop chatting. Take me to play Audition already. I've been dying to try this super fun game. Tan Jiayi looked at the 10 yuan note Li Lei held out. A faint smile touched his lips as he gently pushed the money back. At the same time, he pulled a bottle of soda from the nearby cooler, handed it to Li Lei, and said with a smile, Li Lei, keep this money. Today's internet session is on me. Take this soda too. Li Lei's eyes widened in surprise. Her eyes narrowed into slits with excitement as she stared at the soda in Tan Jiayi's hand. Her little face lit up with a radiant smile as she clapped her hands happily. Wow, Tan Jiayi, you're so awesome. She took the soda, eagerly twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. Amidst the bustling crowd, she waited for a moment when no one was looking. Li Lei quickly stood on tiptoe and stole a kiss on Tan Jiayi's cheek. Then, her face flushed, she whispered softly yet firmly, Tan Jiayi, when I grow up, I want to marry someone just like you. Taken aback by the sudden kiss, Tan Jiayi was momentarily flustered. Looking at Li Lei, who still hadn't grown taller than the counter, he sighed inwardly. He thought to himself with resignation, this little girl certainly has the makings of a beauty, she'll definitely grow into a stunning woman. But she's only 8 years old, her psychological age is far too young. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was nearly 40 years old. How could he possibly harbor any other thoughts toward her? He had no interest in playing some lowly raising game, so he could only sigh wistfully. Li Lei happily hugged her soda and skipped over to the machine. Before long, she had the machine up and running, plopping down into the chair in front of the computer. But then, staring at the colorful game interface on the screen, she was instantly baffled. Her little brow furrowed tightly as her tiny hands cautiously explored the keyboard and mouse. She tapped here, clicked there. Her clumsy movements were almost comical. Tan Jiayi watched the scene from afar, a smile creeping onto his lips as he chuckled inwardly. This little girl really does seem a bit flustered. With that thought, he strode over. Li Lei. Tan Jiayi approached Li Lei, observing her anxious and clueless expression before speaking up. Looks like you're not quite sure how to play. How about I show you? Li Lei had been fretting, and upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words, her eyes lit up instantly. Her whole body straightened with excitement as she nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Sure. Tan Jiayi, you have to teach me quickly. I really want to learn fast so I can play with everyone else. She gazed at Tan Jiayi with pleading eyes. Tan Jiayi sat down in his chair, hands poised over the keyboard, instantly entering his zone. His fingers danced swiftly across the keys like a pianist playing a piece, executing complex maneuvers with effortless ease. The game character on the screen followed his commands, performing a dazzling, almost magical series of dance moves. Set to upbeat music, it was utterly breathtaking. Li Lei stared at the screen without blinking, her face radiating deep admiration. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Tan Jiayi, you're just too good. I wish I could be as good as you. Chapter 80, Audition hits new heights, Tencent gets jealous. In the blink of an eye, Audition had been live for a full month. Over this month, it swept through the gaming world like a storm, particularly among female players, igniting a wave of fervor. It had become their favorite game, one they couldn't put down. Every day, opening the game's backend revealed soaring online player numbers that never ceased to amaze. Initially, everyone had anticipated its popularity. But no one could have imagined its growth would be so explosive, repeatedly shattering previous records. Each time the numbers were refreshed, the leaping digits seemed to proclaim the game's unrivaled appeal. And the recharge amounts? Absurdly high, pouring in non-stop. Tan Jiayi has been grinning from ear to ear these past few days. Watching the ever-growing funds in his account, he felt nothing short of exhilaration. After all, he'd invested heavily in opening the internet cafe and developing the game. He had poured his heart and soul into it, even taking on debt. Now, these earnings not only allowed him to pay off Mr. Chin's computer bill ahead of schedule, but his account even held a substantial surplus. Standing before the internet cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, Tan Jiayi gazed out at the bustling street below, his heart filled with emotion. Recalling the hardships of his entrepreneurial journey and now surveying his achievements, he deeply realized how crucial it was to pinpoint the right market positioning. It wasn't until he focused on female gamers and developed Audition that his business truly blossomed. He couldn't help but marvel, those who can capture the female gamer market will rule the world. Meanwhile, in Shenzhen, at Tencent, Xiaoma sat upright in the main seat, his aura so cold it could freeze the air. His hands clenched the Audition market research report so tightly that the veins on his knuckles bulged. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the jarring figures on the report. With each line scanned, the gloom on his face deepened. Suddenly, thud! A thunderous crash. Xiaoma, like a raging lion, slammed the report down on the table. His entire being erupted in an instant. What the hell is going on with this Audition? He bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice reverberating so intensely it made everyone's eardrums buzz and ache. Its growth is absurdly fast. What about Legend, the game we poured so many resources and effort into? Compared to this, it's like a stagnant, stinking pool utterly lifeless. His chest heaved violently as his rage surged, his frustration palpable. Everyone hung their heads like wilted eggplants, barely daring to meet Brother Ma's fiery glare. The head of the game development department felt as if he were sitting on a boiling oil pot, squirming uncomfortably. His heart skipped a beat as he silently cursed his misfortune. He could feel Brother Ma's palpable fury surging toward him like a tidal wave. Xiaoma clenched his teeth, forcing out each word through gritted teeth. Can we draw inspiration from Audition again and make a similar game? Just like we did with Legend before. His tone carried an unmistakable command that brooked no defiance. It felt as though the head of development would be torn to shreds the moment he dared utter a single no. The head of development felt utterly helpless inside. He knew Brother Ma was currently blinded by jealousy, yet he dared not defy him. He steeled himself and cautiously began, "Mr. Ma, the production costs and difficulty level for audition aren't actually that high." He was about to continue explaining. Little Ma impatiently furrowed his brow, glared, and cut him off. "Design? Costumes? Props? How hard could that be? Stop making excuses." The head of development felt his heart tighten, nearly trembling with fear. He hurriedly continued. "Mr. Ma, you really have no idea. I've been working day and night on this for ages. The costume and prop designs are way ahead of their time." Mentioning this, the head practically groaned in frustration. "Just consider the fashion designs, every style imaginable. Each piece seems tailor-made for female players, hitting their preferences dead on. I've racked my brain trying to figure it out. Who is the mysterious genius behind Tan Jiayi capable of creating such incredible designs? That's the real reason audition exploded in popularity." Seeing that Brother Ma seemed to be listening, the manager pressed his advantage. "If we blindly copy them, our game will end up a mishmash. Players will flood us with complaints, making things even worse for the company." Hearing the development lead's words, Brother Ma didn't calm down. His rage only intensified. His eyes widened, facial muscles twitching with rage as he bellowed, "Oomph. It's just design. I refuse to believe I can't handle it. I've got money to burn. I've got cash power. There's nothing in this world money can't solve." A mad gleam flashed in Little Ma Ji's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I will find the best designers to create costumes and props that surpass audition in quality and appeal. Then, all those female players will come running to our game." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Little Horse suddenly spun around, jabbing his finger straight at the head of the development department and snarled. "Stop harping on the difficulties. Cut the excuses. All you need to do is lead your team to build the game framework as fast as possible. Leave all the design work to me. If you dare drop the ball, I'll make you regret it." The head of the development department watched Xiao Ma Ji's frenzied expression, filled with nothing but worry. But he dared not defy Little Ma's orders. He could only bow his head helplessly and murmur, "Mr. Ma, I understand. I'll complete the game framework as soon as possible. Rest assured." Once the head of the development department left the conference room, Little Ma couldn't wait to pick up the phone. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Tan Jiayi, you just wait. This time, I'll make you taste the consequences of crossing me. I'll make you understand who the real boss is in this gaming industry." Once the call connected, Xiao Ma shouted into the receiver. "Listen up. Contact the industry's top design team immediately. No matter the cost, no matter what it takes, get them here. I'm making a game that will completely crush audition underfoot. And it has to happen as fast as possible." Chapter 81, the design team arrives. Desperately seeking gold tickets. Inside Shenzhen Airport. A bustling crowd surged through the terminal, waves of clamor washing over the space. At that moment, a group radiating powerful presence emerged from the terminal entrance. Their steps were perfectly synchronized. Each member wore stylish, meticulously tailored attire, exuding an air of elite sophistication, clearly no ordinary team. This was the top-tier design team Brother Ma had spent a fortune to bring in. Little Ma had been waiting anxiously at the airport exit, his eyes fixed on the passageway entrance, afraid he might miss them. The moment the design team appeared, his previously stern face instantly broke into a smile so exaggerated it seemed ready to split his cheeks. He dashed forward, grabbed the lead designer Qian Yimin's hand, and shook it vigorously. "Mr. Qian! Mr. Qian," he kept exclaiming. "I've been waiting for you. You must be exhausted from the long journey." His enthusiasm was so palpable that an uninformed observer might have mistaken them for long-lost brothers. Qian Yimin gave a slight nod, his lips curving into a polite smile as he replied, "General Manager Ma, you're too kind. It's an honor for our team to be invited by Mr. Ma and to serve you." Little Ma slung his arm around Qian Yimin's shoulder, leading him out of the airport. All the way, he kept asking after his well-being and exchanging pleasantries, his words coming out like a rapid-fire barrage. As they walked, they arrived at a quiet corner with few people around. Little Ma's expression changed instantly. The warmth from moments before vanished without a trace, replaced by a face etched with gravity and anxiety. He sighed heavily, his face clouded with worry. "Mr. Qian, I summoned you here on the most urgent of matters. I'm facing a major crisis. In game design, we've encountered an incredibly formidable competitor who's pushing us back step by step." Qian Yimin's previously relaxed expression froze for a moment. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he remarked with a touch of teasing, "Well, it's rare to find an opponent that gives Mr. Ma such a headache. I'm curious which game company is so formidable. Could it be an overseas giant?" Xiao Ma sighed again, his helplessness growing more evident. "Mr. Qian, you probably won't believe it when I tell you. This rival isn't some big corporation, it's an 8-year-old kid. Because of a game he developed, the costumes and props are so breathtakingly beautiful that players are utterly enchanted, especially the female players. He's practically snatched them all away. Our market share is plummeting. If this keeps up, we're in big trouble. What? Xianyimin's eyes widened instantly, his face etched with utter disbelief. Mr. Ma, you can't be serious. An 8-year-old kid? That's impossible. Aren't 8-year-olds still playing in the mud? How could they possibly create game designs that even give Mr. Ma headaches? Xianyimin couldn't help but laugh out loud as he spoke. Clearly, he thought little Ma was pulling his leg. But seeing Brother Ma's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Xianyimin's smile faded. With a hint of disdain in his voice, he declared confidently. Mr. Ma, you know our team's capabilities. We're top tier in Xia's entire game design industry. We haven't faced a rival in all these years. I simply can't imagine anyone more professional than us, capable of designing better costumes and props. That's pure fantasy. His curiosity now fully piqued, he leaned closer to little Ma and asked urgently. Mr. Ma, you must tell me what's the background of this kid? Could it be some gaming tycoon backing him? Xiaoma shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. I've been investigating too, but I still haven't figured it out. All I know is that this kid is most likely being guided by someone highly skilled. Otherwise, there's no way an 8-year-old could pull off such an impressive design. Xianyimin couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. He laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Waving his hands as he laughed, he assured Ma, rest assured, Mr. Ma. Dealing with such a minor player is a piece of cake for our team. Within days, I guarantee I'll design costumes and props 100 times better than theirs. Hearing this, his previously gloomy face instantly broke into a brilliant smile, his eyes lighting up. He excitedly grabbed Xianyimin's hand and shook it vigorously. Mr. Qian, hearing that puts my mind at ease. You have no idea how much this has been bothering me lately. I've been counting on you guys to save the day. Come on, I'll treat you to a proper feast tonight. With that, Brother Ma personally escorted Xianyimin and his team to the most luxurious hotel in Shenzhen. Upon entering the private dining room, the gilded decor and top-tier tableware radiated opulence. After everyone took their seats, little Ma raised his wineglass, beaming as he said, Mr. Qian, and everyone here this time, it all depends on you. I'm counting on you to teach that arrogant rival a harsh lesson. Let them know that in this business, we're the ones calling the shots. Xianyimin, brimming with pride, raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the glass down on the table and declared loudly, Mr. Ma, you can rest assured. When it comes to design, our team fears no one within Xia Nation. This time, we will exceed your expectations. Throughout the banquet, glasses clinked and toasts flowed, the atmosphere electric. Little Ma kept toasting everyone, occasionally reminding Xianyimin. Mr. Qian, you absolutely must keep this project top of mind. Bring out your best work. Each time, Xianyimin patted his chest and responded, Mr. Ma, just watch and see. By the end of the meal, both hosts and guests were thoroughly delighted. Everyone had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Seeing Xianyimin slightly tipsy, little Ma smiled and said, Mr. Qian, everyone's tired today. Get some rest first. We'll discuss this in detail at the office tomorrow. Xianyimin's eyes were hazy with drunkenness, but he forced himself to stay alert, belching as he said, Mr. Ma, rest assured. I'll definitely handle this properly. I won't let you down. Watching Xianyimin stagger away, little Ma's face broke into a smug grin as he silently plotted, Tan Jiayi, let's see how you'll wriggle out of this one. With such a formidable design team backing me, I'll definitely turn the tables. I'll make sure that little punk gets his comeuppance. Chapter 82, Whose genius work is this? The next day, Tan Jiayi walked into school. The moment he entered the classroom, he felt a burning gaze fixed on him. No need to guess, he knew it had to be the little lowly Li Lei. Li Lei's eyes sparkled brightly, and the gaze she fixed on Tan Jiayi seemed to hold countless little stars. Her gaze was practically melting. Like a playful little rabbit, she hopped over to Tan Jiayi's desk, pulled out a large bag of snacks from her backpack, and dumped them all in front of him. Tan Jiayi, look. I brought so many yummy treats today, all your favorites. Let's share them together. Tan Jiayi looked at the mountain of snacks on the table and smiled helplessly. Just as I was about to speak, Li Lei chimed in again, Tan Jiayi, I still want to go to your family's internet cafe to play audition. I had so much fun last time. When can you take me again? Tan Jiayi's smile vanished instantly. He stiffened his expression, his face turning stern. Li Lei, you're an elementary school student now. Your studies should come first. You can't spend all day thinking about playing games. Plus, playing too many games is bad for your eyes. If you end up needing glasses, you won't be pretty anymore. Li Lei pouted and muttered, yeah, I know. Why are you just like my teacher and my parents, always saying the same things? She stuck out her tongue at Tan Jiayi, her playful expression making him chuckle. Tan Jiayi was amused by her antics but continued seriously. I'm only saying this for your own good. If you don't study hard, you'll regret it later. Li Lei stuck out her tongue and nodded obediently. Alright, I get it. I'll listen carefully now. With that, she skipped back to her seat, sat up straight, and fixed her eyes on the blackboard, looking every bit the attentive student. Tan Jiayi watched her retreating figure. He shook his head with a smile and began preparing for class. Tencent headquarters. Xianyimin strode in with his design team, heads held high. The confidence and disdain on his face were practically written on his forehead. Mr. Ma! Xianyimin bellowed, his voice echoing through the spacious office. You've come to the right person today. Once our team gets to work, we'll make sure your competitors learn what true professionalism looks like. But first, I need to see what level that so-called rival is actually at. He spoke with a dismissive curl of his lip, his eyes brimming with contempt. How impressive could something designed by an 8-year-old possibly be? Xianyimin raised his voice, as if proclaiming his truth to the entire world. I don't believe he can make any big waves. Even if he really has a master behind him, could they possibly be more impressive than our team, the top designers in Xiagua? Xiaoma stood silently by. Though he still harbored lingering fear toward Tan Jiayi's designs after all, they'd already suffered a setback before. But seeing Xianyimin so adamant, that stubborn competitive spirit flared up again, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He hurriedly shouted to his team, quick! Open the audition game store and show it to Mr. Qian. Soon, the game store's page slowly unfolded on the large screen. At first, Xianyimin stood with his arms crossed, a smirk of contempt on his lips, ready to mock at any moment. But when the page fully loaded, as the diverse, exquisitely designed outfits and props came into view, his smile froze instantly, like a frozen frame. His eyes widened in astonishment. The unique designs and dazzling light effects seemed capable of instantly transforming anyone into the center of attention on any stage. The elegant suits seemed to transport the wearer straight onto the Paris Fashion Week runway. Each piece looked as though it had stepped straight off the cover of a fashion magazine. Even with the added effects of lighting, special effects, and the agile poses of the game-modeled characters, they were even more stunning than the magazine photos. How is this possible? Xianyimin's voice trembled involuntarily, filled with utter shock. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Beads the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, across his cheeks, and down his neck, quickly soaking the collar of his expensive shirt. He regretted the boastful words he had spoken earlier. The design quality of these costumes and props were in no way inferior to theirs. What shocked him even more was that the designs of these costumes and props were brimming with futuristic elements, far surpassing the aesthetic capabilities and standards of this era. Xianyimin, who had been strutting around with such arrogance just moments ago, now seemed drained of all energy. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he stared at Brother Ma like a man possessed, his lips trembling slightly. Mr. Ma! Who on earth designed this? I'd never believed this could be designed by a child. His fingers seemed to move of its own accord, jabbing forcefully at the screen. Mr. Ma, just look at this. Xianyimin's voice grew increasingly emotional, almost breaking into tears. The grasp of fashion here is absolutely precise to the extreme. Every single design rides the crest of the fashion wave, setting the direction for future trends. And this understanding of trends completely shatters conventional thinking, brimming with bold, innovative elements. What's even more astonishing is the masterful integration of complex technologies. They blend together seamlessly. He shook his head in awe as he spoke. Even veterans who've spent decades or their entire lives in this field, exhausting every ounce of their experience and talent, might not achieve such perfection. Mr. Ma, tell me, just how brilliant must the designer be to create something like this? Xiaoma turned to Xianyimin. Mr. Qian, are you absolutely certain you didn't misread it? Xianyimin swallowed hard, then nodded emphatically, his tone unwaveringly certain, even tinged with reverence. Mr. Ma, I've been in this business for years and have seen it all. But seeing these designs today, I'm truly convinced. If this really was designed by a child, then he's a genius that comes along once in a century. No, even once in a century is too conservative. This is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Mr. Ma, we've hit a tough nut this time. Little Ma stood to the side. Listening to Xianyimin's effusive praise, shock surged through him like a tsunami. He had only known that Tan Jiayi possessed exceptional design skills. But he never could have imagined Xianyimin, who always looked down on others and was supremely confident in his own design talent, had actually given such high praise to Tan Jiayi's design. Was the other party really an 8-year-old child? Chapter 83, The Dance Troupe is Born. Upon hearing Xianyimin's words, Little Ma's face darkened so much it could have dripped water. Yet he knew deep down that this was not the time to lose his temper. Gritting his teeth, he forced his anger down and said, Mr. Qian, I didn't invite you here to hear such discouraging words. Money isn't the issue at all. As long as you can produce a better design than that brat, I won't shortchange you on compensation, I'll only add to it. Xianyimin watched Ma's furious expression, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Still, he steeled himself and replied, Mr. Ma, please don't be impatient. I will certainly do my utmost. This design is truly a tough nut to crack, but my team and I won't give up. From that moment on, Xianyimin and his design team threw themselves into their work. The office remained brightly lit. They worked tirelessly, their desks piled high with design drafts and reference materials. Jiali Min's bloodshot eyes fixed on the computer screen displaying Tan Jiayi's costume and prop models as he muttered incessantly. What's missing? How can we surpass this? The team members looked equally exhausted, yet dared not slacken their efforts for a moment. Every time they finished a new draft, they immediately compared it to Tan Jiayi's models. But after each comparison, everyone looked dejected, silently deleting their work and starting over. The level of detail is just incomparable, one designer muttered, rubbing his temples with a weary expression. Yeah, the overall coherence and creativity of his design are just too perfect. We can't catch up, another designer shook his head helplessly. This back and forth went on countless times. Jiali Min and his team finally arrived at Xiaoma's office with heavy hearts. Jiali Min kept his head down, unable to meet Xiami's eyes, his voice low and strained. Mr. Ma, I'm truly sorry. We gave it our all. Tan Jiayi's design is truly flawless from the concept to the details, it's incredibly hard to surpass. At these words, Xiami exploded in rage. He roared, what do you mean flawless? What do you mean hard to surpass? I paid you a fortune to solve problems, not to hear this useless talk. Jiali Min felt bitterly frustrated inside. He looked up at the furious Ma and said helplessly, Mr. Ma, we didn't want it to turn out this way either. But this design is truly exceptional. We're still working on it, please give us a little more time. Yet he continued with the design. Jiali Min looked over the newly submitted drafts, finding none of them satisfactory. Meanwhile, the game development team was working feverishly. After days of relentless effort, the code was finally complete. Without pause, they immediately launched into intense testing. The team leader stood before the computer. Watching line after line of code scroll across the screen, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This time we've learned our lesson, we didn't copy the kid Tan Jiayi's code. We did it all on our own. Look at this, our efficiency has clearly improved. Hearing this, the team members all broke into relieved smiles. Meanwhile, in the office, Brother Ma paced like a caged animal. He couldn't wait any longer. Grabbing the phone, he dialed Jiali Min's number. Jiali Min. How's your design coming along? Game development is almost done with testing, all we need is your design. Xiaoma's voice brimmed with impatience and frustration. Jiali Min sighed helplessly on the other end of the line. He stared at the pile of design drafts on his desk, revised over and over yet still unsatisfactory, feeling utterly frustrated. Mr. Ma, this design is really no easy task. That kid Tan Jiayi's design is too tricky. We've revised it countless times, but none of them are satisfactory. I don't care. Xiaoma roared. Just get me something usable. Stop whining to me. Time waits for no one. If we drag this out any longer, the market will be completely taken over. Jiali Min gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He looked at the revised design draft in his hands. Though still not entirely satisfied, he had no choice but to submit it. Mr. Ma, alright. I'll send you this version immediately. Take a look first. After hanging up, Jiali Min trudged dejectedly to Brother Ma's office with the design draft in hand. Nervously, he handed over the draft and said, Mr. Ma, this is the best version we've revised so far. We've made some adjustments to Tan Jiayi's original design. Please take a look and see if it's usable. Xiaoma snatched the draft and began flipping through it rapidly. As he looked, his expression grew increasingly grim. And this is the best version you've got? Jiali Min kept his head down, unable to speak, inwardly cursing his luck. He knew perfectly well that Brother Ma's anger was entirely justified. But when faced with Tan Jiayi's near-perfect design, his team had truly run out of ideas. Mr. Ma, we've done our best. Jiali Min's voice carried a hint of resignation. Brother Ma glared at Jiali Min, about to unleash another tirade, when he suddenly halted. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Jiali Min's team was already among the best in Xia Nation, finding anyone better was practically impossible. Enough. Brother Ma waved his hand in resignation, his voice thick with disappointment. You may leave now. Jiali Min, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathered the design drafts and left the office in a rush. After Jiali Min departed, Xiaoma slumped into his chair, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had to admit it. A child barely 8 years old had left the nation's most elite design team utterly stumped. What else could it be but genius? This kid is a freaking monster. Brother Ma muttered to himself. No way. I can't just let him slip away. If I could harness his talent, wouldn't I be unstoppable in the gaming industry? At this thought, a flicker of calculation crossed little Ma Ji's eyes. If I could poach Tan Jiayi to our goose factory. Even if the cost is steep, this is a goldmine with limitless potential. Tencent Technical Department. Members of the game development team gathered around the server. Eyes fixed intently on the screens, tension etched in their gazes. Is everyone ready? The team leader shouts, for this project carries immense pressure for them. Ready. At the leader's command, upload. The code and the clothing and prop data designed by Jiali Min's team began streaming rapidly to the server. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the progress bar as it inched forward. After several rounds of intense testing, the previously tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. A technician jumped up excitedly, shouting, "Boss, the game is running smoothly. All functions are working normally, and the graphics are running smoothly." "Really? Fantastic." The team leader pumped his fist in triumph, his face beaming with triumphant joy. "Quick, report to Mr. Ma immediately." Soon, the news reached Ma's office. Brother Ma, who had been frowning over a previous design issue, instantly lit up upon hearing the good news. "Great. Fantastic. Now that's more like it." He paced back and forth in his office, his excitement growing by the second. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and declared loudly, "I'll personally name this game. It's going to be called Dance Troupe." The meaning behind the name was clear. It was meant to go head-to-head with Tan Jiayi's Dance Dance Revolution. Immediately after, Brother Ma dialed the marketing department head's number. "Listen up. In the game store, set all the clothing and item prices for our dance troupe to about 20% off Dance Dance Revolution's prices. We'll use a price war to drag the kid Tan Jiayi down. This time, I will win." Chapter 84, A Storm of Criticism, Tencent Stunned. Xiaoma stood in Tencent's operations center, staring at the back-end data for Joy Dance displayed on the large screen. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously. Staff members beside him held their breath, not daring to breathe. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the entire room. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xiaoma roared through gritted teeth, his voice echoing painfully through the empty room. "I poured so many resources into this, assembled such a top-tier team, how could this be the result?" The head of the marketing department hung his head, speaking timidly. "Mr. Ma, players are saying the gameplay of Joy Dance is too similar to Audition, but the design is nowhere near as good. The costumes and props look like knockoffs too." "Shut up!" Xiaoma snapped, whipping his head around to glare at him. "I spent all this money only to get reviews like this? What the hell have you all been doing?" At that moment, the head of the technical department steeled himself and stepped forward. "Mr. Ma, we've done our absolute best on the technical side, but players just aren't buying it. Right now, every major forum is flooded with negative reviews about our game." He handed over a laptop. Xiaoma snatched the laptop, his expression darkening as he scanned the scathing comments on the screen. A poor imitation? Sensationalism? What do these players know? Furious, he slammed the laptop onto the floor, shattering the screen into pieces. "Mr. Ma, what should we do now?" the marketing department head asked cautiously. "What else can we do? Keep optimizing. Find the root of the problem and redesign it." Xiaoma's face was dark, his eyes blazing with fury. He fixed his gaze on the game development department head and Xianyi's team standing before him. "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Xiaoma slammed his fist on the table. "Why did players completely reject the dance troupe, which consumed so much manpower and resources? Is this the result you've delivered to me?" Xianyi's forehead was beaded with sweat as he stammered out his words. Ma, we really did our best. The team has been working day and night on the design lately, but no matter how we tweak it, the quality still falls short of Audition." The head of game development chimed in, his voice heavy with resignation. "Mr. Ma, I have issues on my end too. We've repeatedly debugged and optimized the game controls, but we still can't achieve the smooth responsiveness of Audition. Player feedback says our game feels choppy and laggy, the experience is terrible." "Oomph. You think saying we tried our best will get you off the hook?" Xiaoma snorted coldly, his eyes burning with anger and disappointment. "Do you understand what this means? It means all the massive resources we poured into this project have gone down the drain. Not only have we failed to reclaim market share, but we've become a laughingstock." Xianyin gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. "Mr. Ma, that kid Tan Jiayi's design is just too insane. We're truly at our wits' end. Even if we had more time, it would be hard to come up with a better design than his." "That's right, Mr. Ma." The head of the development department also wore a pained expression. "We've tried every possible solution, but we just can't fix the lag issue. It feels like we're being completely held back." Xiaoma stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes filled with frustration. In his hand, he clutched the operational report for Dance Troupe, a dismal sight. "What are we going to do?" Xiaoma turned abruptly, slamming the report onto the conference table and bellowing at the assembled team. "You all better come up with a solution." The group exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak first. Then, the marketing manager plucked up his courage and said, "Mr. Ma, the reputation of Music Dance Troupe is too poor right now. Players just aren't buying it. If we keep going like this, I'm afraid." "I know that. Do I need you to tell me?" Xiaoma interrupted impatiently. "Give up? How could I possibly give up? Don't you have any idea how much heart and soul we've poured into this game? But, Mr. Ma, if we don't abandon it and can't find a way to turn a profit, our losses will only keep growing." The CFO whispered cautiously. Xiaoma clenched his teeth, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Oomph. If players won't come to us, I'll make them come." "Marketing team." The head of the promotion team immediately stood up, nervously watching Brother Ma. "Mr. Ma, your orders. Spread the word, anyone who plays Dance Troupe gets cash rewards." Set the amounts high, just get players in first. Xiao Ma waved his hand decisively. The promotion team leader looked troubled. Mr. Ma, this will cost a significant amount of money. And even if we attract players, if the game experience itself is poor, they'll still leave. Do as I say. Stop all this nonsense. Money isn't the issue. Get the player base growing first, then we'll figure out how to optimize the game later. Xiao Ma roared. Yes, Mr. Ma. We'll get on it immediately. The promotion team leader dared not say another word, nodded hastily in agreement, and hurriedly exited the conference room. But after this news spread, online numbers showed no increase whatsoever, remaining tepid at best. Xiao Ma sat in his office, staring at the back-end data for the dance troupe on his computer screen. Beside him stood the anxious-looking head of the promotion team. Why are the numbers still like this? Little Ma gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. His anger flared as he glared at the marketing head, raising his voice. Didn't I tell you to spread the word that players could earn cash by playing the game? Why hasn't the online player count increased at all? The promotion team leader stammered, trembling. Mr. Ma, we followed your instructions to the letter. We promoted it across all channels, but players just aren't buying it. Not buying it? What does that mean? They won't play even with cash rewards? Xiao Ma suddenly stood up, shoving his chair back. He strode over to the manager, his eyes blazing with fury. The manager quickly handed over a tablet, its screen filled with player comments from the forums. Mr. Ma, take a look. These are the players' comments online. Xiao Ma snatched the tablet, skimming through the posts with a face growing increasingly grim. The forum was flooded with similar comments. We play games for fun. Making a pittance like this? Might as well go bricklaying. This game thinks it can lure players with money? They're seriously underestimating us gamers. Seeing these comments, Little Ma fell silent. He never imagined his ultimate move, money power, would actually lose its effect. Chapter 85, Bizarre Move Cutting Its Own Throat? Just as Xiao Ma was agonizing over the failure of the dance troupe, at Jiali Internet Café, Tan Jiayi sat at the front desk, leisurely reviewing the operational data for audition, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Just then, Wang Xiaoya burst in, her face flushed with excitement. Tan Jiayi. Wang Xiaoya exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. I need to tell you something. I have a few classmates who want to learn programming with me. What do you think? Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He jumped up from his chair. Really? That's fantastic. I was just worried you'd be overwhelmed handling it alone. This is perfect. Wang Xiaoya looked at Tan Jiayi expectantly. So, are you willing to let them join? Of course I would. I'd be thrilled. Tan Jiayi answered without hesitation. This is like a dream come true. Oh, and I'll pay them. 1,000 yuan a month, what do you think? Ha? Pay them too? Wang Xiaoya gaped in surprise. Isn't that a bit much? Not at all. Tan Jiayi waved his hand dismissively, his expression magnanimous. Having them come help is a huge favor. And you, as the team leader, will get an extra 500 yuan monthly. Make sure you guide them well. In this era, a 1,500 yuan salary was practically the ceiling in a small place like Jiangcheng. Wow, Tan Jiayi. Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, her face brimming with delight and excitement. Before Tan Jiayi could react, she threw her arms around him, kneading his cheeks repeatedly while chattering away. You're such a sweetheart. I love you to bits. Tan Jiayi's face was practically distorted from all the squeezing. After finally breaking free, he looked at Wang Xiaoya helplessly. All right. Hurry up and bring him over. Aye. Wang Xiaoya gave a playful salute, then dashed out like a whirlwind. Before long, laughter and cheerful chatter echoed from the internet cafe entrance. Wang Xiaoya walked in with two girls, chattering excitedly as she went. This is the place. Tan Jiayi. These are the classmates I told you about. Wang Xiaoya walked up to Tan Jiayi. She pointed to the girl beside her, dressed in white athletic wear with a ponytail. This is Zhou Yun, she's a programming whiz. Zhou Yun smiled shyly, revealing two adorable dimples, and extended her hand to Tan Jiayi. Hi, Tan Jiayi. Nice to meet you. Hope we can get along well. Tan Jiayi quickly shook her hand and smiled back. Nice to meet you. We're colleagues, now let's work hard together. Wang Xiaoya then pointed to another girl dressed in a pink dress and black stockings, looking very mature, and said proudly. This is Zhao Lin, she's super skilled too. Tan Jiayi glanced at them and silently approved. Not only did these two possess outstanding presence, but they also radiated a sharp, resourceful energy, clearly reliable individuals. Alright, I'll take you both on. From now on, we'll work hard together here. Tan Jiayi declared with a smile. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin lit up with joy at first, but then suddenly realized. The boss was actually a child. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness gracious. Wang Xiaoya mentioned the boss was a kid, and I was skeptical, never imagined it was true. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Exactly. To be the boss at such a young age and be so capable, it's unbelievable. Zhao Lin chimed in, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Before Tan Jiayi could respond, Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin immediately surrounded him. Zhou Yun reached out and gently pinched Tan Jiayi's cheek. You're just too adorable. So talented at such a young age. Yeah, you seem like a little adult already. Zhao Lin reached out too, ruffling Tan Jiayi's hair. Taken aback by their sudden actions, Tan Jiayi struggled desperately. Hey, stop it. But his protests were futile, the two girls couldn't stop. Wang Xiaoya watched from the sidelines, not only refusing to help but laughing until she doubled over. Ha, Tan Jiayi, just let them bully you. Tan Jiayi felt like crying. He never imagined that right after hiring 2 employees, he'd be subjected to this kind of treatment. You two, let go of me. I'm the boss. Tan Jiayi shouted helplessly, trying to get them to stop. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin finally reined themselves in a bit, but still couldn't help giggling as they said, alright, we'll stop messing around, boss. With that, they exchanged a knowing smile. Tan Jiayi felt utterly defeated. In the news studio of Jiangcheng Television, anchor Li Ming sat at the desk, eyes fixed intently on his script, his expression serious yet tinged with excitement. Director, are we really going with this story? If it turns out to be false, our station will be in big trouble. Li Ming frowned, asking the director through his headset. Air it. The director's voice came through the headset, brimming with confidence. The information is absolutely reliable. Our source says it came from someone close to Tan Jiayi. This is major news, it's guaranteed to make waves. Got it. Li Ming took a deep breath. He composed himself, then faced the camera with a professional smile. Hello, everyone. Today, we bring you an explosive news story. I'm sure everyone is familiar with child prodigy Tan Jiayi. His game, Audition, has taken the city by storm and is beloved by players. Li Ming spoke at a measured pace, his voice resonating with conviction. Now, according to reliable sources, Tan Jiayi is about to make another major move. Rumor has it he's preparing a massive project that will surpass his previous work. Meanwhile, throughout the streets of Jiangcheng, newsboys waved their papers, shouting out their sales. Extra, extra. Child prodigy Tan Jiayi returns with another blockbuster set to make waves. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks, reaching for their wallets to buy copies. Eager to uncover the details, a group of young people gathered around, reading the paper and discussing excitedly. Wow, Tan Jiayi's about to make a huge splash again. Dance Dance Revolution was already a huge hit, this new project is going to be off the charts, one young man exclaimed. Yeah, I'm so curious what kind of game he'll create this time. I can't wait. Shenzhen, Tencent headquarters. As Shirma walked into the office, his secretary rushed over, handing him a newspaper with a tense expression. Mr. Ma, look, Tan Jiayi has made another move. Ma's expression darkened as he took the paper and scanned its contents. He remained speechless for a long moment. He felt he was starting to lose track of Tan Jiayi. Both Legend and Audition were currently huge hits. Why would Tan Jiayi want to develop a new game? Was he just competing with himself? Chapter 86, how can he have so many ideas? Jiali Internet Café. Soft lighting bathed the 3 figures. Wang Xiaoya stood before the whiteboard, her marker scribbling and drawing across the surface with intense focus. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin sat in their chairs, eyes fixed on the board. Their ears strained to catch every word Wang Xiaoya spoke. Now, let's look at this code. To achieve this functionality, it doesn't actually need to be written so complexly. Wang Xiaoya explained. She circled the key code on the whiteboard, explaining it in detail. See? With just a few simple statements, we can achieve the same result and it'll run faster too. Zhou Yun listened with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape, unable to contain her amazement. Wow, Xiaoya, you're amazing. I never even thought you could write code like this. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yeah, Xiaoya, I always thought I was pretty good at programming, but compared to you, I'm just a novice. Wang Xiaoya smiled, a touch embarrassed, and said. Tan Jiayi taught me all this. He's the real genius. Tan Jiayi? Zhou Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He really taught you all this? Yes. I knew some programming before, but it was all scattered bits and pieces. It wasn't until I started learning from Tan Jiayi that I truly got the hang of it. Wang Xiaoya said, her face glowing with admiration for Tan Jiayi. Zhao Lin was so astonished her mouth hung open. Goodness! I knew Tan Jiayi was talented, but I never imagined he could teach you to be this amazing. He's only 8 years old. How did he manage that? I don't know either. Tan Jiayi is just exceptionally talented. Wang Xiaoya said proudly, his teaching methods are simple yet practical. Learning from him, I've made rapid progress. The two remained lost in awe of Tan Jiayi, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Zhou Yun's face was etched with shock, her voice rising involuntarily. What are 8-year-olds supposed to be doing? At that age, weren't we still clutching dolls and playing house? Zhao Lin shook her head with a wry smile, picking up the thread of the conversation. Exactly. A typical 8-year-old is at most in 2nd grade. But Tan Jiayi? He's already the owner of Jiangcheng's largest chain of internet cafes and has created wildly popular games like Legend and Audition. At this point, she couldn't help but gasp, the gap is just too huge. It feels like we're not even living in the same world as him. Zhou Yun sighed. Even now, I can't believe an 8-year-old could be that talented. Zhao Lin patted Zhou Yun's shoulder reassuringly. Don't get discouraged. We're working under him now. If we learn diligently, we might pick up some valuable skills. That's easier said than done, Zhou Yun muttered. It still feels unbelievable. How did he pull it off? Is there really such a thing as a genius? I say he is a genius. Zhao Lin declared firmly, her eyes sparkling. And not just any genius, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Tan Jiayi had barely left. Zhao Lin sprang up from her seat like a spring had been released, darting over to Wang Xiaoyao's side. Her eyes sparkled as she tugged gently at Wang Xiaoyao's sleeve, her voice hushed with intense curiosity. Xiaoya, you gotta tell me what kind of game is Tan Jiayi making this time? I'm a die-hard fan of Audition. I'm so curious about Tan Jiayi's next move. Wang Xiaoya pushed her glasses up, a sly gleam flashing behind the lenses. She deliberately pursed her lips, the corners lifting into a mysterious smile. Hee, you've come to the right person. But this is a super-duper secret. If it gets out, the consequences. As she spoke, she looked around warily, as if on high alert. Her head swiveled once, making sure no one was eavesdropping. Zhao Lin was driven to distraction by Wang Xiaoya's teasing manner, growing increasingly impatient. Both of them grabbed Wang Xiaoya's arms tightly, shaking her insistently as they pleaded, "Oh, Xiaoya, please don't torture me like this. Tell me already. I swear to heaven I won't breathe a word to anyone. If I do tell, I swear I'll never play Audition again." Only then did Wang Xiaoya nod in satisfaction. Clearing her throat, she deliberately paused to build the suspense to its peak before lowering her voice and speaking slowly, emphasizing each word. Listen up. This time, the boss is planning a massive production that'll shake the entire gaming industry to its core. Really? Zhao Lin's eyes widened, her voice instantly rising several octaves with excitement. She nearly shouted it out loud. Holy cow! Stop teasing us. What kind of game is it? Tell us. Wang Xiaoya leaned in close to Zhao Lin with a mysterious look, their heads nearly touching. Wang Xiaoya whispered, I only know the basics. This game is based on the ancient myths and legends of our Xia kingdom. There are so many sects and classes you can't even count them all, and it's a turn-based MMORPG. Wow! Zhao Lin's eyes lit up instantly, her hands clenching tightly together. Ancient myths as the backdrop, plus tons of sects and classes? The gameplay must be incredibly rich. Just thinking about it gets me so excited. Wang Xiaoya nodded vigorously, her face radiating uncontrollable excitement, her eyes brimming with anticipation. You bet. The boss is absolutely obsessed with this game. He's constantly thinking about it and researching it every single day. He even declared that once this game launches, it'll blow both Legend and Audition right out of the water. What? Surpass Legend and Audition? Zhao Lin was so stunned her jaw nearly hit the floor. Those two games are already wildly popular. How could a new game possibly be even better? I can't even wrap my head around it. It sounds like a fairy tale. I couldn't believe it at first either, but think about all the things Tan Jiayi has pulled off before. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with unwavering determination, radiating complete trust in Tan Jiayi. He's already created miracle after miracle, turning the internet cafe business into a thriving enterprise and developing such wildly popular games. This time, he'll definitely succeed too. He absolutely can do it. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's description, Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin were stunned once more. They couldn't fathom how Tan Jiayi could have so many ideas. An 8-year-old child who could rattle off ancient legends of Xia Kingdom like they were common knowledge? That's terrifying. Chapter 87, Fantasy Westward Journey, released ahead of schedule. School, classroom. Tan Jiayi was completely absorbed, his head on the desk as his pencil scribbled and drew non-stop on his homework notebook. Images from his past life scenes from Fantasy Westward Journey kept flooding his mind. He was meticulously mapping out the game's background and character classes. He was preparing thoroughly for the game's future development. Just then, the classroom door creaked open. Little lowly Lilei bounded in, her cheeks rosy like a ripe apple. Lilei clutched a large, bright red apple tightly in her hand, muttering to herself. This apple was given to me by the queen herself. It looks so delicious. But if I get poisoned after eating it, I wonder if any handsome prince would come to save me? Tan Jiayi heard the sound and instinctively looked up. Seeing Lilei like this, he was instantly filled with confusion. He looked her up and down, inwardly wondering, what's gotten into this little girl? Why is she suddenly cosplaying as Snow White? She's Snow White, but who's the prince? Could it be me? But the age gap between Snow White and the prince was a bit significant. He ignored Lilei, turning a blind eye to the little girl's reproachful gaze. Jiali Internet Café, private booth. Zhou Yun sprang up from her seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She raised both arms high, swinging them with all her might, and shouted at the top of her lungs, Sisters! We're so awesome! We really did it. Her voice cracked from the force of the shout, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Zhao Lin and Wang Xiaoya were startled by Zhou Yun's sudden roar. But they instantly snapped to attention, leaping up from their seats in excitement. Really? That's amazing. Wang Xiaoya's face flushed with excitement as she muttered, "Good heavens, all those sleepless nights of hard work finally paid off." Zhou Yun couldn't contain her excitement and continued shouting. After working day and night, without rest or respite, the game framework for Fantasy Westward Journey is finally complete. With that, she plopped down onto a nearby chair. Though panting from exhaustion, her smile was brighter than ever. Yeah, I feel like I've been working myself to death these past few days. Sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day, my eyes are practically burning out. Zhao Lin rubbed her aching shoulders as she laughed, but looking back now, it was all worth it. Zhou Yun jumped up from her chair again. You guys have no idea how awesome the framework we built is. The sects and classes based on ancient Xia mythology, just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Players will go nuts once they get their hands on this. Once this game launches, it'll absolutely take the whole country by storm. No, it'll take the world by storm. Exactly. But we can't afford to get complacent. Wang Xiaoya pushed her glasses up, regaining some composure as her expression turned serious. The most critical step is still ahead. The final game optimization and testing. This is no joke, these tasks directly determine the game's quality. Only the boss personally overseeing them can ensure the best results. Our skills still fall short compared to the boss. Ha? We still have to wait for the boss? Zhao Lin frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. I can hardly wait. I want to see the finished game right now. See what our hard work has become in the end. Zhou Yun walked over, gave Zhao Lin's shoulder a firm pat, and said confidently, "Don't be so impatient. Don't you trust the boss's abilities? The boss is so talented. With him overseeing it, this game will definitely go from being a hit to becoming a smash hit. We just need to wait patiently. We'll just witness the miracle unfold, that's all." As soon as Tan Jiayi returned to the Internet Café, he headed straight for the game testing booth. His steps were hurried, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Boss, you're finally here." Zhou Yun spotted Tan Jiayi immediately and rushed over excitedly. "Yeah, boss, we couldn't wait to show you the results." Zhao Lin and Wang Xiaoya also gathered around. His face was etched with tension and anticipation. Tan Jiayi skipped pleasantries, sitting directly at the computer and swiftly tapping away at the keyboard as he began testing the game. His gaze was intense, not missing a single detail. As the game's visuals unfolded on the screen, Tan Jiayi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Not bad, Xiaoya." Tan Jiayi turned to look at Wang Xiaoya, his eyes brimming with praise. "You taught them really well. This game perfectly recreates the classic Dream West journey. The attention to detail is spot on." Wang Xiaoya smiled shyly. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, boss. I just applied the methods you taught me, and I never imagined they'd work so well." "That's right, boss." Zhou Yun exclaimed excitedly from the side. "Xiaoya's amazing. She pushed us to work day and night, and she figured out solutions for so many tricky parts. Without Xiaoya, we never could have pulled this off so well." Tan Jiayi nodded with a smile. "You all deserve credit. And your teamwork efficiency was incredible. We finished about a week ahead of schedule." "Really?" Zhou Yun jumped up in excitement. "Does that mean our game can launch ahead of schedule?" "Exactly." A gleam flashed in Tan Jiayi's eyes. "This game is absolutely ready for early release. With its current level of completion, after some final tweaks, it'll absolutely create a storm in the gaming market." "Wow. That's amazing." Zhao Lin squealed excitedly. "I knew we could do it. Once it launches, players will be utterly captivated by our game." "Ha, then we'll just sit back and count our money." Zhou Yun laughed heartily, her face beaming with a sense of accomplishment. Tan Jiayi watched their excitement and couldn't help but smile too. "But don't get complacent, the fine-tuning ahead is crucial. Let's give it one last push and make this game an impeccable smash hit." "Right on." The three responded in unison, their eyes blazing with determination. After uploading the game to the server, Tan Jiayi planned to employ his tried and true strategy. That is, to promote himself through the media and in the process, promote his game. As long as his persona as an 8-year-old prodigy held up, this tactic could be used for years to come. Not only was it effective, but it was also cost-efficient. It was perfect for someone like him just starting out with limited funds. Chapter 88, How Could He Be This Strong? Jiali Internet Café. Reporters from major media outlets in Jiangcheng swarmed Tan Jiayi, cameras raised and microphones in hand, surrounding him completely. Tan Jiayi stood in the center, his small frame held perfectly straight. His face bore the kind of smile confident to the core. As if being surrounded by so many cameras was just another day at the office. "Friends from the media," Tan Jiayi bellowed at the top of his lungs. His voice was clear and resonant, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "I've gathered you all here today to announce some truly monumental news." He paused deliberately, building anticipation. "I, Tan Jiayi, have developed a brand new game called Fantasy Westward Journey." Tan Jiayi declared loudly, his face beaming with pride. The moment the words left his mouth, journalists began whispering among themselves. A buzz of discussion filled the air, surprise written on every face. Tan Jiayi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued emphatically. I can guarantee with my life that the playability and fun factor of Fantasy Westward Journey far surpasses my previous titles, Legend and Audition. What? Better than Legend and Audition? A young reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. He nearly dropped his microphone. Mr. Tan, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Legend of Mir and Audition were games that took the entire country by storm. Can a new game really achieve that? A reporter frowned, his tone dripping with skepticism. Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward in a confident smile, completely unfazed by the skepticism. Of course it's true. Legend of Mir and Audition were indeed successful, but Fantasy Westward Journey is the project I poured my heart and soul into. Set against the backdrop of ancient Chinese mythology, it builds an incredibly vast and richly detailed game world. The number of sects and professions is beyond counting, and the gameplay features are unlike anything you've ever seen, so spectacular it'll blow your minds. The reporters exchanged glances. Though deep down, they still found it hard to believe. But Tan Jiayi's unwavering tone and confident demeanor made them unable to resist. They found themselves filled with curiosity about this new game. Mr. Tan, stop teasing us. Tell us in detail, how exactly do you play this game? An impatient reporter couldn't help but urge him. Tan Jiayi's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. The specifics of gameplay? I can't reveal that just yet. I need to keep some mystery for everyone. When you experience it for yourselves, you'll see if I'm telling the truth. I promise, Fantasy Westward Journey will never disappoint you. It will only bring you surprises beyond your wildest dreams. Tencent headquarters. Xiaoma sat at the head of the conference table. The head of the game promotion department stood beside him, head bowed, reporting in a trembling voice. Mr. Ma, Tan Jiayi has made another move. He's developed a new game called Fantasy Westward Journey. It's been getting massive media exposure lately, and everyone's buzzing about it. As for us, enough. Ma stood up, fuming, fire in his eyes. Tan Jiayi, what exactly is he trying to do? He always beats us to the punch, and his games are so popular. The manager shuddered in fright and quickly explained. Mr. Ma, his promotional approach this time was the same as always, just a media interview. But the results were surprisingly effective. We've spent a fortune on promotions, yet we can't hold a candle to him. It's infuriating. Little Ma paced back and forth, muttering under his breath, he doesn't have to lift a finger, he just effortlessly gets all this attention. We've poured so much money into this, yet the results are minimal. What's with those media outlets? Why are they fixated on him? Mr. Ma, should we ramp up our promotional efforts? Maybe bring in a few more influencers as brand ambassadors, the manager cautiously suggested. Xiaoma shot him a fierce glare. Increase our promotional efforts? Do you think my money grows on trees? We've already sunk so much into this, and it's all gone down the drain. If this keeps up, it'll drag the whole company down. The manager replied anxiously, but Mr. Ma, if Tan Jiayi's new game takes off, it'll definitely hit our market share hard. Xiaoma clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. I refuse to believe Tan Jiayi can keep having it all his way. It's just a new game. We have our own ace up our sleeve. Keep a close eye on his moves and see what makes him so exceptional at Fantasy Westward Journey. We'll counter every move he makes. Xiaoma's face was twisted with rage, his eyes gleaming with malice as he glared at the head of the promotion department, enunciating each word deliberately. Listen carefully. The moment Tan Jiayi's Dream West Journey officially launches, you must notify me immediately. Even if it's the middle of the night, you'd better wake me up. Overwhelmed by Xiaoma's intensity, the manager nodded frantically. Mr. Ma, rest assured, I will comply. The moment there's any movement with Fantasy Westward Journey, I'll report it to you immediately. Xiaoma crossed his arms, muttering under his breath, an 8-year-old brat, does he think he can turn the world upside down? He's already hogged all the limelight. This time, I won't let him get away with it. I'll see if he can pull off another miracle like before. He abruptly halted, a shadow of menace flickering in his eyes. If this game poses any real threat, we'll find a way to crush it. We absolutely cannot let him continue to act so arrogantly. The manager's heart tightened. Daring not to ask further, he could only agree. Yes. You're absolutely right, Mr. Ma. A few days later, the phone in the office of the head of the promotion department suddenly rang. He dashed over, picked up the receiver, and listened. Without pausing to straighten his clothes, he dashed toward Brother Ma's office, bursting through the door without even knocking. Mr. Ma, it's bad. Tan Jiayi's Fantasy Westward Journey has officially launched. The head of the promotion department trembled as he placed the laptop screen directly in front of little Ma. The screen displayed the game's visuals. Mr. Ma, look. The manager's voice trembled as he cautiously watched Ma's expression. Xiaoma frowned, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. At first, he wore a look of disdain. But as the game scene shifted, his expression gradually changed. The breathtaking character designs, dazzling special effects, and the grand narrative backdrop. Xiaoma Jiyi's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. He had always believed himself to be a rare talent. But compared to Tan Jiayi, he fell far short. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. How could Tan Jiayi be this strong? Chapter 89, Fantasy Westward Journey launches, players go wild. On the day Dream West Journey launched. Outside Jiali Internet Café, the night sky hadn't fully faded yet. Stars twinkled in the inky blue expanse. Yet the entrance was already packed with people. An endless line snaked along the street. Bro, judging by your setup, you're here for Fantasy Westward Journey too, right? The player's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded vigorously and exclaimed excitedly. You bet. I'm a die-hard fan of Tan Jiayi. I've mastered both his Legend of Mir and Audition games. The gameplay experience was absolutely incredible. I've been counting down the days for this Dream West journey. No way am I missing it. Me too, another player chimed in excitedly. I heard the game's world is bigger than you could ever imagine, and the gameplay options are mind-boggling. Just the sex alone have several options, each with unique skills and characteristics. Just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be a huge hit. If I don't get in early to try it out, I'll regret it forever. The players chattered on, constantly tiptoeing to peer around, itching to burst into the internet cafe. Just as the two were chatting excitedly. With a clatter, the roll-up door of the internet cafe slowly rose. In an instant, the previously quiet queue erupted into chaos. It's open. Charge! Someone shouted from the crowd. The crowd of gamers instantly grew lively, surging toward the internet cafe. Owner, hurry up and get me a computer. I need to grab an ID. 1 second too late and the good names will be gone. One player waved his ID card frantically, shouting. Hurry up! I've already got it figured out. My ID is gonna blow everyone away. Another player pushed forward while yelling loudly. The internet cafe erupted into chaos as everyone charged toward the computer stations like mad. Within a minute, every single computer in the place was snatched up. As soon as they sat down, they quickly booted up their computers. Eyes glued to screens, fingers furiously pounding keyboards. Time ticked by, second by second. Every player was immersed in the tense atmosphere of snatching up IDs. Finally, the hands of the wall clock pointed to 9 o'clock in the morning. Wow! It's 9! The first server for Fantasy Westward Journey is about to open, one player shouted excitedly. In an instant, the air in the entire internet cafe seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screens, fingers hovering over their mice. All eyes were fixed on the moment the server would go live. Wow, it's finally open. One player jumped straight up from his chair in sheer excitement, as if he'd just won the lottery. Quick, register your ID. I can't wait to dominate the game. The player next to him was equally hyped, his voice cracking with excitement as his eyes widened and his fingers furiously pounded the keyboard. As if he wanted to punch a hole through the keyboard. But while the dream was grand, reality proved harsh. The moment the servers opened, a flood of players poured in, instantly causing the network to lag. The loading bar on the screen crawled like a snail. It wouldn't budge for ages. Why is it so slow? Don't let someone snatch my dream ID, Invincible War God. The player stamped his feet in frustration, refreshing the page over and over while muttering to himself. Hurry up, hurry up. Calm down, calm down. Just wait a little longer. Everyone must be registering at once. The server's probably overloaded. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, after a while, one player suddenly leaped from his seat, clenched his fists, and shouted excitedly. I got it. Xiao Yao Jian Xia. Ah, so cool. This ID is guaranteed to attract tons of girls in the game. His shout instantly drew the attention of all the surrounding players. Those who hadn't secured one looked on with envy, their eyes filled with disappointment. Man, you're so lucky. The name I wanted got snatched. Guess I'll have to come up with another one. What a bummer. Meanwhile, another player struggled with a persistent loading screen due to network issues, unable to complete registration. Frustrated, he slammed his mouse down on the table and sighed impatiently. This crappy internet is driving me crazy. If I can't snag a good ID because of this crappy internet, I'll smash this computer to pieces. Throughout the internet cafe, sighs and shouts mingled together, rising and falling in waves. Some players cursed the network, others shared the IDs they'd snagged, while still others racked their brains for new ones. The place buzzed with activity like a bustling market. Everyone was immersed in the tension and excitement of the Dream West Journey server launch. Watching it all unfold, Tan Jiayi felt a quiet thrill of delight. Thanks to the reputation built earlier with Legend and Audition, promoting the game now was much easier than before. Legend went from 0 to 100,000 players in 1 month. Audition went from 0 to 100,000 in 15 days. Fantasy Westward Journey would surely surpass them both. Players eagerly registered their IDs and clicked to enter the game. The moment the screen lit up, they were left speechless. Holy crap! The graphics are insane. Yeah, the character models are so detailed you can see every single strand of hair. And the color rendering? Absolutely stunning, it rivals the special effects in Hollywood blockbusters. A player beside him excitedly slammed his fist on the table. This game is so much more polished than those shoddy titles on the market, you can tell they put real effort into it. As the game progressed, players discovered the game was packed with elements from Xia Dynasty mythology. Familiar mythical figures began appearing one after another. Wow, there's Sun Wukong. And Chang'e, the moon goddess. What a surprise! Who would have thought we'd see these mythical characters in a game? This is so fascinating. As players explored the game, they were captivated by the detailed yet uncluttered class system. This class system is absolutely brilliant. Each class has unique skills and playstyles, and they all balance each other out, so strategic. The developers are absolute geniuses. How did they come up with such brilliant concepts? Amidst the heated discussion, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Don't you know? The game's creator is Tan Jiayi. That child prodigy who made Legend of Mir and Audition." What? Seriously? The players were once again stunned into silence. The internet cafe fell instantly silent, broken only by the hum of computer fans. They couldn't believe it. A kid who hadn't even finished elementary school wasn't just the owner of Jiangcheng's largest chain of internet cafes, he was also the creator of 3 blockbuster games. This was nothing short of a genius among geniuses. Chapter 90, $1 million daily earnings. Tan Jiayi was stunned. After the launch of Fantasy Westward Journey, Tan Jiayi, as usual, slung his backpack over his shoulder and strolled leisurely toward school. The moment he stepped into the classroom, a sickeningly sweet voice pierced his ears. Tan Jiayi. The voice seemed to have hooks, instantly snagging Tan Jiayi's attention. There was little Lilei, her playful pigtails bouncing as she hopped toward him like a joyful little rabbit. Her cheeks flushed crimson from running, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Her lips curved upward, revealing 2 adorable dimples, as if they held honey. Lilei shot right up to Tan Jiayi, her voice trembling with excitement. Tan Jiayi, those game props you gave me are so pretty and adorable, I absolutely love them. As she spoke, she waved her little hands in the air. One moment she traced long, flowing ribbons, the next, she described how the props glowed. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Really? Tan Jiayi raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly into a faint smile. His heart felt like it was being gently tickled by a tiny brush, leaving him feeling utterly delighted. Of course it is. Lilei nodded vigorously. When I bragged to my classmates, their eyes went wide with envy. They all swarmed around me asking questions non-stop, it was almost maddening. Lilei paused, then leaned in close to Tan Jiayi with a sly look. Covering her mouth with her hand, she lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously. They've all heard you're really amazing. They want to meet you and be your friends. The moment Tan Jiayi heard this, a vivid image instantly filled her mind. A scene of 7 or 8-year-old girls, none older than 10, swarming around him, chattering away. His scalp prickled. Cold sweat instantly broke out. No way. Absolutely not. Tan Jiayi's head shook violently at Lilei's words, as if he'd heard something terrifying. Lilei was taken aback by Tan Jiayi's exaggerated reaction. She tilted her head, her large, watery eyes brimming with confusion, her long lashes fluttering like 2 tiny fans. Why not? They're all really friendly. Everyone admires you so much and wants to hang out with you. Tan Jiayi opened his mouth but could only respond vaguely. Anyway, it's just not possible. Don't ask so many questions. Just leave it alone. Lilei looked at Tan Jiayi, her lips slightly pouted, her cheeks puffed out. Fine. Though still puzzled, she didn't press further. With that, Lilei stuck out her tongue at Tan Jiayi, then turned and skipped away. Her 2 little pigtails bounced cheerfully behind her. Soon, she vanished from sight. Tan Jiayi stood rooted to the spot, letting out a long sigh. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The popularity of Fantasy Westward Journey not only showed no signs of waning but continued to surge upward. Inside a high-end esports club's training room, several professional players sat clustered around computers, intently monitoring game statistics. Holy crap, look at the daily active users for Fantasy Westward Journey, it keeps climbing. It's already far surpassed other games on the market, it's almost catching up to the combined player base of all other games. One player's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at the numbers on the screen and exclaimed. Yeah, it's insane. This game is a total dark horse, charging through and turning the entire gaming market upside down. Another player wearing a headset chimed in, his voice tinged with awe. I'd say this is all thanks to Tan Jiayi's influence. Legend of Mir and Audition were already huge hits, but Dream West Journey is even more incredible. A player in an esports team uniform remarked with emotion. Meanwhile, on gaming forums, netizens were buzzing with excitement. Guys, I just saw some stats, the online numbers for Fantasy Westward Journey are insane. A netizen posted a thread. It instantly drew countless eyes. You bet. I'm starting to wonder if Tan Jiayi has cracked some kind of traffic code. How come every game he makes gets more popular than the last? Someone replied below. You tell me, did Legend of Mir really bring down Legend? Definitely not. Did Dance Dance Revolution really bring down Audition? Not exactly. What really brought them down was their own game, Fantasy Westward Journey. Another netizen quipped in the comments section. Ah, exactly. Fantasy Westward Journey is like a game changer. Couldn't agree more. With one hit game after another, how are other game companies supposed to survive? Back then, the concept of internal competition didn't exist yet. Otherwise, Tan Jiayi would have been labeled the king of involution by netizens. Netizens chimed in with their opinions. The buzz around Fantasy Westward Journey and Tan Jiayi remained relentlessly high. Amidst these waves of discussion, the popularity of Fantasy Westward Journey continued to soar. It unleashed an unprecedented storm within the gaming world. Jiali Internet Café was ablaze with lights, resembling a city that never sleeps. Every computer was occupied by players immersed in the world of Fantasy Westward Journey. The clatter of keyboards was intense, punctuated by waves of excited shouts. Tan Jiayi sat upright at the computer in the Internet Café's office. His eyes fixed on the constantly updating game backend data on the screen. His expression was one of intense focus, and as the data shifted, the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. Just then, the office door creaked open. Tan Jiayi crouched low, tiptoeing inside. His gaze was instantly drawn to the dense grid of numbers on the screen. Curiosity surged instantly. He edged closer behind Tan Jiayi, eyes glued to the screen, unable to resist asking. Jiayi, look at this internet cafe, everyone's playing Fantasy Westward Journey. I can't help but wonder, just how much money does this game make? Tan Jiayi didn't answer right away. Instead, he extended his finger. He tapped the revenue data column on the screen emphatically. Tan Jiayi followed his gaze. At that single glance, his eyes instantly widened, his mouth gaping open. His expression froze in that instant. Pure shock filled his entire face. Daily revenue, over $1 million? Tan Jiayi screamed at the top of his lungs, as if struck by lightning. Jiayi, you. Am I seeing things? Did I misread that? This is an astronomical figure. This was 1,998. $1 million that could buy more than just a building. Yet this was merely the daily revenue from Tan Jiayi's single game? Tan Jiayi couldn't bear to think about it. How wealthy would Tan Jiayi become in the near future? Chapter 91, Tencent, where do we go from here? Tan Jiayi looked at Tan Jiayi with complete seriousness. Dad, you shouldn't ride that old bicycle anymore. It's so tiring. We're not short on money now. I'll buy you a car so you can enjoy life too. What? Buy a car? Tan Jiayi, seated in his chair, thought he'd misheard. Jiayi, you're not joking, are you? Tan Jiayi smiled and nodded. Of course I'm not joking. What's so hard about that? From now on, wherever you want to go, just hop in the car and go. How convenient. Before Tan Jiayi could recover from his shock, Tan Jiayi continued, oh, and Dad, you can stop smoking those Hauntishan cigarettes you love so much. Switch to Huazi instead, I'll make sure you never run out. Huazi? Tan Jiayi couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped up from his chair, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. His mouth stretched wide, almost reaching his ears. Jiayi, this is just too much filial piety. I've truly raised a wonderful son. Tan Jiayi was so moved his eyes began to well up. He grabbed Tan Jiayi and pulled him close, hugging him tightly to his chest. Xincheng, Goose Factory. Little Ma sat like a demon god at the head of the conference table. In recent days, both openly and covertly, the company had already let go of quite a few people, all useless individuals who had crossed Brother Ma and been fired. As for why they were useless, everyone knew the truth yet felt powerless to change it. Now, when they chatted privately, it was like exchanging coded messages. They'd discreetly flash the number 8 with their fingers and whisper, that kid boss, he's up to something big again? Yeah, another new game. Is it going to be a hit? Can you even handle it? No way. Ah, well, you're getting there. Never mind, I'm not actually insulting you. I'm just saying everyone here is useless. We're all facing the future of getting fired. The atmosphere in the company these days was so tense that the executives still at their desks dared not even breathe loudly. They kept their heads bowed, avoiding Brother Ma's gaze. Look at yourselves. This is what we've become. Little Ma suddenly slammed his fist on the table. To snatch market share from that kid Tan Jiayi, we've poured resources into developing both legend and dance troupe. Don't you have any idea how much manpower, resources, and money we poured into them? And what was the result? Players didn't buy it. Those games sank like stones into the sea, didn't even make a ripple. Little Ma grew angrier with every word. The marketing director shuddered under the intensity of his outburst, burying his head even lower. Mr. Ma, Tan Jiayi's games, our knockoffs just can't compete with the originals. Hard to compete? You call that an excuse? Xiao Ma's eyes widened with fury as he roared, you're paid top dollar to spout this nonsense at me? And now? He won't even give us a moment to breathe. The hype for legend and dance troupe hasn't even died down, and he's already launched Fantasy Westward Journey. The moment this game launched, it's been steamrolling the entire gaming industry, it has no rivals. Brother Ma stormed to his feet. The thunderous fury of Brother Ma left everyone staring at each other in shock. No one dared utter a word. Finally, the head of the tech department gathered his courage and whispered, "Mr. Ma, Fantasy Westward Journey is just too unique. And their technology and creativity, we just can't." "Don't tell me that." Ma interrupted impatiently. "Do I look like I'm blind? Can't I see all that?" Now, watching Tan Jiayi rake in the profits, his heart burned like it was on fire. Brother Ma couldn't even bear to think about it. Tan Jiayi, riding the wave of Dream West Journey's explosive popularity, coupled with his formidable operational tactics. How much money must he be raking in? That money should have been his. Little Ma clenched his teeth in fury. "Mr. Ma, what should we do next?" A senior executive, braving the pressure, asked hesitantly. After a moment of deep thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Little Ma's eyes. Clenching his fists, he said coldly, "Monitor every move Dream West Journey makes. Get me every single detail about it. Find its weaknesses." After the pointless meeting concluded, Xiaoma sat alone in his office, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with anxiety. At that moment, only one question swirled relentlessly in his mind: how could he possibly obtain a game that could rival Fantasy Westward Journey? Have the company team develop it? He snorted inwardly. Their past performance had already proven. They simply don't have the capability. Legend and Dance Party are prime examples. They poured massive resources into copying Tan Jiayi's games, only to end up in complete failure. They couldn't even plagiarize the essence. What a bunch of incompetence. If they let Fantasy Westward Journey develop like this, just thinking about it makes Brother Ma wince. That's a huge piece of meat, a steady stream of profit slipping right through his fingers. How could he possibly let that happen? Moreover, a vague sense of foreboding gnawed at his gut. Tan Jiayi was only 8 years old, yet he'd already achieved such astonishing success. Given time, he would undoubtedly become his fiercest rival in the gaming industry. This absolutely cannot happen. Little Ma clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. He couldn't just stand by and watch Tan Jiayi grow stronger, slowly eroding his market share. He had to do something. He had to nip this potential threat in the bud before Tan Jiayi could fully spread his wings. But how exactly? He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. His mind made up, Brother Ma stormed into the office of the head of the game development department, his face dark. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The impact shook the paintings on the wall. Startled by the sudden commotion, the head of the development department. He scrambled to his feet, nervously eyeing Xiao Ma. "Mr. Ma, what brings you here?" Xiao Ma had no time for pleasantries. He cut straight to the point. "Tell me, can you clone a game like Fantasy Westward Journey?" A hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. The head of development turned pale instantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth, hesitated. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and replied, "Mr. Ma, this is truly impossible. The architecture of Fantasy Westward Journey is far too complex. The intricate integration of Xia Dynasty mythology and its groundbreaking gameplay mechanics, we simply can't replicate that. Not to mention the hidden details, some of the intricate designs, we simply can't replicate them. Take Legend and Dance Troupe as examples, we couldn't even scratch the surface. Fantasy Westward Journey will be even harder." Xiao Ma clenched his teeth, silently resolving himself. Chapter 92, worth over $1 billion. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these brief 60-odd days, Fantasy Westward Journey continued to shine with dazzling brilliance. Its explosive popularity showed no signs of slowing. Since its launch, the game's online player count had skyrocketed like an out-of-control rocket. Each morning, the servers of Fantasy Westward Journey were already teeming with players. Players pour in like a tidal wave. Player numbers grow exponentially, seemingly without end. The revenue figures are nothing short of staggering. The numbers on the game's backend climb at a jaw-dropping pace. Each day, the ever-refreshing revenue figures create new miracles. At first, Tan Huigen's hands would tremble with excitement when he saw daily revenue surpassing $1 million. But now, as the days passed, he had grown numb. In his mind, it would be strange if the back-end revenue didn't hit the million yuan mark on any given day. And reality has unfolded exactly as he predicted. The money-making prowess of Fantasy Westward Journey surged relentlessly. Over 2 months, daily revenue climbed steadily. By the final stretch, it erupted like a volcano, smashing through the 3 million mark. 3 million, what an astonishing figure. It was nearly equivalent to the combined annual wages of 500 ordinary workers laboring tirelessly for an entire year. And this represents just 1 day's earnings for Fantasy Westward Journey. It was a bright and sunny day. At the entrance of the residential complex, Tan Huigen emerged from his brand new car, a pack of soft Hua cigarettes tucked between his fingers. His smile stretched almost to his ears. Just then, old Zhang, a neighbor, happened to pass by and caught sight of Tan Huigen's flashy appearance. He paused in surprise. "Hey, Huigen, you've traded in your old bird gun for a cannon." Grandpa Zhang looked astonished, his eyes darting around the gleaming car. Tan Huigen took a drag on his cigarette and said smugly, "Haha, old Zhang, it's nothing special. My daughter Ear has made it big and earned a fortune. She bought this car for me." Grandpa Zhang smacked his lips enviously. Your ear is really something so capable at such a young age. You bet. Tan Jiayi's eyes narrowed into slits, his face beaming with pride. The game ear developed, Fantasy Westward Journey, is incredibly popular now. Countless people play it every day, and money pours into our home like water. Just then, a few more neighbors gathered around. Among them, Brother Zhang beamed as he spoke first. Haugen, your ear has built such a thriving business at such a young age. That kind of talent isn't something just anyone can have. Aunt Lu chimed in, exactly. My son is the same age as Ear, but he just plays video games at home all day. He's nowhere near as accomplished as Ear. Haugen, you must have done something truly virtuous in a past life to deserve such a precious son. Uncle Li, standing nearby, curled his lips in a sour expression, his heart bubbling with envy as he muttered under his breath. Oof. We all raise kids, yet Tan Ear's talent is off the charts. Making money looks like child's play to him. Why is my luck so rotten? I never got a kid who could make money like that. Aunt Wang, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Ah, yes. If my child were half as capable as he, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Tan Haugen basked in the praise, his face breaking into a wide grin, his eyes crinkling into slits. His pride swelled. He tilted his head back, the gold chain around his neck glinting dazzlingly. Then he pulled out a pouch of tobacco from his pocket and began handing out cigarettes to everyone. Here, everyone, have a taste. Tan Haugen bellowed, this tobacco was specially bought for me by Ear. Back in the day, I never even dared dream of smoking such fine stuff. Thanks to Ear, we're living the good life now. Everyone accepted the cigarettes, praising Tan Jiayi's filial devotion. Tan Haugen responded with a smile, secretly relishing the feeling of being envied. Back home, Tan Jiayi sat at his computer, reviewing the earnings report for Fantasy Westward Journey. As soon as Tan Haugen entered the door, he eagerly said, Ear, everyone in the neighborhood was praising you today. They said you're so capable, you've even made your old man look good. Tan Jiayi looked up with a smile. Dad, it's nothing. By the way, I just checked the data. Tan Haugen tore his gaze away from the TV and looked at Tan Jiayi with confusion. Tan Jiayi paused before saying, Dad, because of that game, Fantasy Westward Journey, it's become incredibly popular. Our family's assets have now surpassed the 100 million mark. What? 1. Hearing this, Tan Haugen dropped the cigarette he'd been holding between his fingers onto the floor. He didn't even notice. His expression shifted instantly from puzzlement to utter shock. 100 million. Though Tan Jiayi's past achievements had stunned Tan Haugen countless times before, this astronomical figure delivered a blow too powerful to bear. A buzzing sensation filled his head, leaving it blank. After a long moment, Tan Haugen finally came to his senses, yet he remained rooted to the spot, his stunned expression gradually giving way to a silly grin. 100 million. We've struck it rich. Tan Jiayi thought to himself that he might just be one of the first post-90s generation to strike it rich in Xiaogua. Of course, Tan Jiayi hadn't been idle these past days either. Dad, I have something important to tell you. Hearing his son speak, Tan Haugen immediately sat up straight, stubbed out his cigarette, and asked. What is it? I've scouted out several prime locations and plan to open 10 internet cafes all at once. Tan Haugen's eyes widened in surprise. 10? That's quite an undertaking. Are you sure you can pull it off? Don't worry, Dad. Tan Jiayi patted his chest confidently. Those spots have huge foot traffic in prime locations. Opening internet cafes there will definitely make a killing. I've got it all figured out. Plus, I've already paid the rent, and renovations are about to start. Everything's moving along smoothly. Tan Haugen looked into his son's determined eyes and nodded. All right. If you think it'll work, I'll back you. A moment later, Tan Jiayi leaned in close to Tan Haugen with a mysterious look. Dad, there's something even more important. I plan to use your name to purchase a plot of land for 30 million yuan. What? 30 million yuan for a plot of land? Tan Haugen nearly jumped out of his chair. Ear, such a huge sum, what if it all goes down the drain? Tan Jiayi smiled. Dad, hear me out. Based on my assessment, within 6 months, the area where the plot is located will be designated as a development zone. By then, land prices will skyrocket overnight. Tan Haugen stared in disbelief, half convinced, half skeptical. Are you sure? This isn't a small sum. I'm certain. Tan Jiayi declared with unwavering conviction. Dad, trust me, this is an incredible opportunity. We can't let it slip away. According to his recollection, half a year later, the area where that plot of land was located was designated as a development zone. Land prices instantly skyrocketed several times over, reaching a staggering price of 360 million yuan. In other words, this was a deal that could multiply one's assets several times over in just a few months. Chapter 93, My journey lies among the stars and the vast seas. Even though he was now worth over 100 million, Tan Jiayi still went to school diligently every day. That day, as usual, he shouldered his backpack and prepared to leave. As soon as he reached the doorway, he saw a car parked there, with 2 strangers standing beside it. Tan Jiayi looked puzzled and turned to Tan Haugen, who was following behind him. Dad, what's going on? Tan Jiayi stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke with solemn gravity. You're no ordinary person anymore. Our family fortune is now worth over 100 million. Dad's worried about your safety, so we hired a driver and bodyguards just for you. From now on, they'll take you to and from school. Tan Jiayi's eyes widened instantly. He waved his hands in protest. Dad, I'm just an elementary school kid. This is way too much. I'd rather just take the bus to school. Tan Jiayi frowned, his tone disapproving. That's out of the question. You're so famous now. If anything happened to you, I couldn't bear the responsibility. You absolutely must use this driver and bodyguard. Tan Jiayi tried to protest. But seeing Tan Jiayi's resolute gaze, he knew arguing further was futile. He could only sigh helplessly. You're telling me a kid like me should have a bodyguard following me around? That's just weird. Tan Jiayi patted Tan Jiayi's shoulder. Son, don't be stubborn. This is all for your own good. You'll understand when you're older. Get in the car now. Don't be late for school. Tan Jiayi reluctantly made his way toward the luxury car. Great. Now I can't even try to keep a low profile. Early weekend morning. Tan Jiayi dragged Tan Jiayi out of bed, quickly got them both ready, and they headed out together. Tan Jiayi, bleary-eyed, grumbled, what's the big deal? Can't we even get a good night's sleep on the weekend? Didn't we agree ages ago? We're going to the business registration office to register our tech company. Tan Jiayi pulled Tan Jiayi toward the door. Tan Jiayi finally snapped awake. Father and son headed straight for the industrial and commercial registration office. Inside the office, people bustled about, the clamor never ceasing. Tan Jiayi walked tall and confidently to the service counter, handing over the documents. His face beamed with unrestrained pride as he addressed the staff member. Comrade, please help me register a technology company. The clerk took the documents, a professional smile playing on his lips. He glanced casually at Tan Jiayi standing beside him and quipped, what a well-behaved little one. Accompanying your dad on a weekend to handle such important business, you'll surely make something of yourself when you grow up. Tan Jiayi opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Tan Jiayi beat him to it, scratching his head with a mix of awkwardness and immense pride as he blurted out. To be perfectly honest, the real big boss of this company is actually my precious son. As he spoke, he reached out and gave Tan Jiayi's head a vigorous rub. His hair was left tousled and messy. He's too young to register the company himself, so he used my name. Don't let his age fool you, he's got some serious skills. The staff member's previously careless hand froze instantly, her movements halting abruptly. She snapped her head up, staring at Tan Jiayi as if she'd discovered a new continent, her voice rising 8 octaves without her realizing it. You mean, this kid, he's not that 8-year-old genius who developed Fantasy Westward Journey, the one constantly featured on TV and in newspapers? Her tone brimmed with shock and a hint of disbelief. Her exclamation instantly set the bustling registration office abuzz. People around them, busy with their own transactions, froze in unison and turned their heads toward the commotion. All eyes focused on Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi grinned so widely his eyes narrowed to slits. He nodded vigorously, his voice booming as if he wanted the entire office to hear. That's right, it's him. My son. Tan Jiayi, our family's pride and joy. The staff member froze in place. Several seconds passed before she snapped out of it, her voice breaking with overwhelming emotion. Good heavens. Am I dreaming? Finally meeting you in person. I saw you on TV before, but never imagined I'd get to see you here today. Before she could finish, she went wild, yelling at the top of her lungs to her colleagues nearby. Come quick. Do you know who's standing right here? It's that super genius Tan Jiayi, the developer of Fantasy Westward Journey. The once bustling office area was instantly thrown into chaos by the commotion. Everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes turning toward Tan Jiayi in unison. Several young staff members practically flew over, jogging toward him. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Tan Jiayi, forming a tight circle around him. Wow, it really is you. A female staff member covered her mouth with both hands. Am I dreaming? Her eyes sparkled like stars. So adorable. Quick, give me an autograph. I'll frame it and hang it at home. Can I take a photo with you? Please, please. Another staff member held her phone directly in front of Tan Jiayi, her face full of anticipation. Before Tan Jiayi could even react, these overly enthusiastic staff members had already sprung into action. They swarmed around Tan Jiayi, practically assaulting his cheeks with their hands. Tan Jiayi could only feel the crowd surging around him. A group of enthusiastic staff members surrounded him so tightly he couldn't move an inch. He dodged left and right, utterly helpless. He never imagined that simply coming to register a business would lead to such an over-the-top scene. Just then, a young, sweet-looking staff member pushed her way through the crowd. After struggling to reach Tan Jiayi, she looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of curiosity, and asked, "You're so young, why are you registering a company? This isn't a small matter for many adults." Tan Jiayi blinked and cleared his throat. In that instant, a voice both childishly soft yet brimming with authority cut through the clamor. "My sights are set on the stars and the sea. Only by registering a company can I wield the weapons of the law to protect my rights and ensure my business grows better and faster. The moment these words were spoken, the entire registration office fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. They stared at Tan Jiayi in utter disbelief. These words, coming from an 8-year-old child, were utterly astonishing. Even many adults might not possess such clear thinking and commanding delivery. This is really coming from an 8-year-old child? A staff member stammered, his face etched with shock. That's incredible. Another staff member couldn't help but exclaim, I've lived decades and never seen such awareness. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. A child prodigy. This is definitely a child prodigy. Chapter 94, Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited. With great effort, he pushed his way out of the circle of staff members, whose enthusiasm bordered on madness. Tan Jiayi was panting heavily, completely drained of energy. He slumped into a chair, gasping, I'm exhausted. If I'd known it would be like this, I never would have come. Tan Huigan couldn't help but smile at his son's utterly exhausted state and was about to offer some comfort. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead as if remembering something of utmost importance. Oh no, oh no. We've been so focused on registering the company that we haven't even thought of a name. What are we going to do? Tan Jiayi sat up straight upon hearing this, furrowing his brow in thought. Tan Huigan's eyes lit up with excitement. How about Jiayi? Think about it, this company exists entirely because of you. You made all that money developing games, which is why we have this opportunity now. Calling it Jiayi would be truly fitting. Tan Jiayi waved her hand and said earnestly, Dad, that name won't work. Our family of 3, me, you, and Mom, this company is the fruit of our collective labor. I think we should name it Jiangcheng. Taking one character from each of our names, how meaningful. Tan Huigan froze. He hadn't expected his son to say that. In an instant, a flood of emotions surged through him, touched, relieved, proud, all intertwined. His eyes welled up with tears. You little rascal. Tan Huigan's voice cracked slightly. He reached out and ruffled Tan Jiayi's hair. Not only are you good at making money, but you're also so thoughtful in everything you do. Dad is truly overjoyed. Having a son like you is a blessing for your father. Tan Jiayi smiled, revealing 2 adorable dimples on his cheeks. Dad, don't say that. We're family, of course we'll work together to make this company a success. Call it Jiangcheng. No matter what challenges we face, our family will root ourselves firmly like tree roots and grow steadily. Tan Huigan nodded vigorously, his voice filled with emotion. Yes. Let's name it Jiangcheng. I believe our Jiangcheng technology will surely grow strong and prosperous. After Tan Jiayi explained the meaning behind the company name Jiangcheng. At the business registration office, the room fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Good heavens! Could an 8-year-old really have thought this up? A male staff member stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous, turning to his colleague beside him. When we were 8, we were still playing in the mud. This kid is already thinking about putting family first and registering a company to do big things. Exactly. Tan Huigan must be incredibly fortunate to have such a smart and filial son. Not only can he make money, but he's so devoted to his family. Just then, a portly staff member approached and remarked sourly, look at Tan Jiayi over there, then look at my own kid. He's 8 years old, and he still has to count on his fingers to do basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Compared to Tan Jiayi, it's like night and day. Exactly. Another staff member shook his head helplessly, my kid's the same, all he does is play with toys. He doesn't have Tan Jiayi's drive or brainpower. That Tan Jiayi kid is going to be something special someday. Just look at how much he cares for his family and how he plans ahead, he's bound to achieve great things in the future. Sigh, we can only envy him and hope our own kids turn out well someday. Someone sighed, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Enough with the envy, hurry up and get that company registered. An older staff member said with a smile. Only then did everyone snap back to reality and get busy. Still, their eyes kept drifting toward Tan Jiayi, their gazes filled with wonder and admiration. Comrade, just do as my son says. Tan Huigan pulled Tan Jiayi to the counter, patted his shoulder, and smiled at the staff member. The company name? Let's call it Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited. The staff member nodded quickly, still reeling from the surprise but swiftly returning to work. Understood. But young boss. The staff member glanced at Tan Jiayi and amended with a smile, since you're still a minor, regulations stipulate that only adults can serve as legal representatives for companies. Tan Huigan waved his hand dismissively. I know that. Just put my name down. I'm Tan Huigan. However, Tan Huigan understood that his role as legal representative was merely nominal. The real helmsman would still be Tan Jiayi. Stepping out of the business registration office, Tan Huigan strode toward the gleaming new car, his face beaming with satisfaction as he pressed the key fob to unlock it. Hop in. Tan Huigan said as he opened the driver's door. Today, Dad's gonna show you some serious driving skills. Tan Jiayi slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. The car slowly started moving, heading toward the flagship store of Jiali Internet Café. All the way there, Tan Jiayi hummed a tune, occasionally tapping the steering wheel lightly to the rhythm. His mood couldn't have been better. Soon, they arrived at the Jiali Internet Café flagship store. Tan Jiayi pushed open the door to find the internet cafe bustling as usual. Tan Jiayi spotted Lu Jiali busy at the front desk and hurried over. "Mom!" Tan Jiayi called out, his voice tinged with excitement. Lu Jiali looked up and saw Tan Jiayi. A smile immediately spread across her face. Why are you here? Don't you have school today?" "Mom, it's the weekend," Tan Jiayi said with a smile, then leaned close to Lu Jiali's ear. "Forget about the internet cafe for now. Come home early tonight, I need to discuss something with you. You'll be shocked." Lu Jiali looked at Tan Jiayi's mysterious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She gently tapped Tan Jiayi's forehead and teased, "Oh my little ear, when did you learn to play coy with your mom?" Her eyes crinkled into slits, brimming with affection. "Based on how you've been lately, Mom will support anything you do. Even if you said you wanted to turn the internet cafe into a playground right now, Mom wouldn't hesitate for a second." At that moment, Tan Jiayi strode over, a triumphant smile lighting up his face. He wrapped his arm around Lu Jiali's shoulder and chuckled, "Honey, just relax and wait for tonight. You're in for a real treat. Our precious son is no ordinary child. This time, is about to pull off something huge. And it's guaranteed to make your jaw drop." Lu Jiali's curiosity instantly piqued. Her eyes darted between father and son as she feigned annoyance. "Can't you two stop being so mysterious?" Tan Jiayi replied with deadpan seriousness, "No way. If we spill the beans now, it'll ruin the surprise. Mom, you've got to be patient. You'll see when the time comes." Lu Jiali was both exasperated and amused, gently poking Tan Jiayi's nose again. "You're full of tricks. Fine, I'll wait to hear about it tonight." Chapter 95, Run a Company Like a Proper Company. That evening, at 7 o'clock. Australian lobsters lay majestically on ice trays, golden king crabs glistened beside them, and French steaks sizzled with dripping juices. The rich aroma wafted straight to your nostrils, making anyone who saw it drool. Any one of these delicacies was a delicacy ordinary families wouldn't dare dream of during the new year. Tan Jiayi sat at the dining table, his expression solemn. Clearing his throat, he began, "Dad, Mom, I called you both back today because I have something important to announce. I plan to purchase an entire floor in the finest office building in Jiangcheng to serve as our company's headquarters." Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali were just about to pick up their chopsticks. Their movements froze abruptly at his words. They exchanged an instinctive glance, their astonishment unmistakable. Lately, Tan Jiayi had been raking in huge profits from gaming, and the family's wealth had been snowballing. Lu Jiali never skimped on improving her son's meals, constantly coming up with new ways to cook delicious dishes. Yet now, faced with this table laden with delicacies, their appetites vanished completely. Lu Jiali stared wide-eyed at Tan Jiayi, disbelief etched across her face. What did you say?" "Say that again. Buy an entire floor of an office building? Good heavens, that must be an enormous sum of money." Tan Jiayi also furrowed his brow. He looked at Tan Jiayi with worry, his voice tinged with obvious anxiety. We do have money now, but this isn't how you spend it. This isn't a small sum." As he spoke, Tan Jiayi's voice rose involuntarily. "Do you have any idea how much that would cost? It's an astronomical figure. We can't just throw it away like that. Office space in Jiangcheng's prime location costs around 5,000 yuan per square meter. Even if we estimate just one floor at 3,000 square meters, that's over 15 million yuan. His expression was one of utter shock as he spoke. Lu Jiali's eyes widened as she gasped, 15 million? That was nearly equivalent to the annual wages of 2,500 workers. Tan Jiayi looked at his parents and nodded firmly, his tone steady. "It's certainly no small sum. But think back carefully just a few months ago, how tight our lives were. We couldn't eat or sleep properly over a few tens of thousands of yuan. But now? Thanks to the game Fantasy Westward Journey, the kind of life we never dared dream of is now right before our eyes." Tan Jiayi sighed helplessly. "You're right, But once this money is spent, it's gone forever. We can't just focus on the present, we have to think about the future. What if the company hits a bottleneck and things don't go as smoothly as you imagine? That over 10 million won't be easy to recoup." Lu Jiali listened to Tan Jiayi's words, her heart racing with anxiety. Tan Jiayi watched her parents' worried expressions, a faint smile playing on her lips. She waved her hand dismissively. "What we're building isn't some street stall business, it's a legitimate, full-fledged company. We need to think big and look ahead. Think about it, if we don't even have a respectable office space, people passing by will wonder, a company that can't afford decent premises must be some fly-by-night operation. If word gets out, how can our company compete with other major corporations? And you know what? If we want our company to grow and thrive, we can't just rely on the few of us. We need to recruit more top-notch talent. Why would top-tier tech experts or operations specialists choose to join us? If we can't even provide a decent work environment, they'll walk away the moment they see us, they won't give us a chance." Tan Jiayi stared intently at his parents, trying to make them understand his perspective. Tan Jiayi listened, still harboring some reservations. He scratched his head, his expression torn with conflict, and sighed helplessly. I get what you're saying, but this is 15 million yuan. Before Tan Jiayi could finish his sentence, Tan Jiayi's eyes suddenly lit up as he excitedly interrupted. Mom and Dad, property prices in Jiangcheng seem stable now, but I believe they're bound to skyrocket. And not just a little, they'll skyrocket. Tan Jiayi's face flushed with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. Spending 15 million on this office floor now might seem like a huge sum, but when property prices soar, it'll be worth 10 times that, no, even more. Then, not only will we have a high-end, prestigious office space, but the building itself will become a major asset for us. This isn't spending money, it's making money. Tan Jiayi's eyes widened in disbelief. Tenfold? Don't joke around, could it really appreciate that much? Tan Jiayi pounded her chest in assurance. Dad, have I ever deceived you? I'm absolutely certain about this. The real estate market may seem calm now, but if we position ourselves early, we'll just sit back and watch the value rise. Then we'll not only have office space, but our assets will also appreciate significantly. It's a win-win situation. Lu Jiali watched Tan Jiayi's confident expression, and her worries gradually eased. Have you really thought this through? Tan Jiayi nodded firmly. Mom, I've thought it through. This is a move we absolutely must make. After Tan Jiayi's impassioned speech, Lu Jiali and Tan Jiayi exchanged glances. Though lingering unease remained in their hearts, Tan Jiayi had delivered one miracle after another in recent times. They had long been deeply impressed by their son's capabilities. Lu Jiali clenched her jaw and spoke first. I don't understand the big picture, but I believe in you. Tan Jiayi nodded firmly, slapping his thigh and declaring, all right. Son, since you're so confident, Dad won't argue. For your determination alone, we're in. A radiant smile spread across Tan Jiayi's face, his eyes sparkling with determination. Mom and Dad, with your support, I feel completely at ease. The three gathered around the dining table and began discussing the specifics of purchasing the office building in detail. Next weekend, we'll cash the check at the bank and head straight to buy the office building. Then we'll give it a proper makeover. Let Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited have a grand office space. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali responded in unison. Tan Jiayi sneered inwardly. What's one floor? Sooner or later, an entire building, an entire street, they'll all be mine. Chapter 96, I'll buy the entire floor. Dad! Wake up! It was still pitch dark outside when Tan Jiayi stood outside Tan Jiayi's door, shouting at the top of his lungs. His voice could have lifted the roof off. Today was the day they were going to buy an office building. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Tan Jiayi had been so excited last night that he finally drifted off to sleep only to be jolted awake by Tan Jiayi's sudden shout. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, his hair a messy nest, he muttered, Oh, son, what time is it? Let Dad sleep a little longer. I'm dead tired. No. Absolutely not. Tan Jiayi pushed open the door, grabbed Tan Jiayi's arms tightly, and shook him vigorously. Dad, don't forget we're going to buy an office building today. This is a major event for our family. If we delay, it'll be disastrous. Tan Jiayi, who had been half asleep, jolted upright the moment he heard the words office building, as if struck by lightning. Right. Look at my memory, I almost forgot something this important. Tan Jiayi recalled how, just months ago, 50,000 yuan had seemed like an astronomical sum to him. He'd been so worried about that money he couldn't eat or sleep. But now, he was about to negotiate a deal worth over 10 million. The sheer magnitude of the change felt like a dream. Father and son sprang into action, brushing their teeth and washing their faces with lightning speed. They ate a quick breakfast. Tan Jiayi then pulled Tan Jiayi along as they hurried to the bank. On the way, Tan Jiayi chattered nonstop like a little loudspeaker. One moment he was describing the glass walls they planned to install in the office building, the next he was talking about creating a break area for the employees. Tan Jiayi listened attentively, nodding along with a broad smile on his face. Seeing his son so full of ideas filled him with pride. Finally arriving at the bank, Tan Jiayi felt his palms sweating with nervousness. He walked up to the ATM, entered his PIN. When he saw the balance of 60 or 70 million in the account, his eyes widened even more. How did so much money get here? Tan Jiayi looked at the screen, smiled calmly, and patted Tan Jiayi on the shoulder. Dad, it's all thanks to Fantasy Westward Journey. I told you we can afford an office building. One floor really isn't that expensive for us. Tan Jiayi took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. I never dared dream we'd have this much money in our family. After cashing the check, Tan Jiayi pulled Tan Jiayi straight to Jiangcheng's finest office tower, Triumph International. It was still 1998, and the business climate in China was just beginning to take off. Many multinational corporations were only just entering the Xia market. Triumph International was a landmark building in Jiangcheng, housing mostly those deep-pocketed multinational corporations. Only they could afford the exorbitant rents. Standing at the base of Triumph International, Tan Jiayi looked up at the towering skyscraper, feeling like a tiny ant. The building's glass curtain wall reflected the sunlight, blinding him and making his heart sink. This place looks shockingly expensive. Are we really going to buy here? Spending this much money still makes me feel uneasy. Tan Jiayi's eyes brimmed with confidence. Dad, put your mind at ease. The location here is unbeatable. Surrounded by major corporations, the environment is top-notch. With our company here, we'll be on equal footing with these multinational corporations. With this prime location, our company is bound to make even more money. With that, he clasped Tan Jiayi's hand tightly. They strode purposefully into the office building. Jiangcheng International Sales Office. Several salespeople stood listlessly, exchanging half-hearted small talk. The prices for these properties were shockingly high. Just glancing at the price list would make the average person gasp in disbelief. As a result, very few people came in for inquiries on a regular basis. They could only pass the dull hours with idle chatter. We're already halfway through the month and we haven't closed a single deal. We're way behind on our targets. If this keeps up, we'll miss out on this month's bonus again. What are we going to do? A tall, lanky salesperson frowned, complaining with a pained expression. What can we do? These prices are outrageous. Who can afford them? Looks like we're all going to be out on our ears. Who knows, maybe the boss will just decide to fire us all one of these days. Another salesperson shrugged helplessly. His tone dripped with resignation. Just as they were sighing and lamenting, the sales office door swung open. Tan Jiayi led the way. Tan Jiayi followed behind. Though still feeling a bit nervous, seeing his son's confident demeanor, he couldn't help but straighten his posture. We're here to buy an office building. Tan Jiayi's youthful voice echoed through the sales office, sounding childishly soft. Within a second, the sales office erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. Listen to this kid spouting nonsense. The lanky salesperson doubled over, clutching his stomach with one hand. Tears were practically streaming down his face. Exactly. Does he even know how outrageous the prices are around here? Another salesperson joined in the uproar, doubled over with laughter, muttering, we work our asses off for a year, and our salary wouldn't even cover a single square meter here. Who's this kid? Stop messing around. A slightly older salesperson in a black business suit waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a nuisance. Don't waste our time here. We don't have the patience to play house with you. The other salespeople echoed the sentiment, their eyes brimming with disdain. In their eyes, Tan Jiayi was nothing but a naive child who didn't know his place, and Tan Jiayi beside him didn't look like a business professional either. A child spouting such words was clearly here to cause trouble. Tan Jiayi listened to these remarks, his gaze remaining calm and composed, not even a flicker of irritation crossing his brow. In his eyes, these short-sighted individuals were simply not on his level. He saw no reason to let their words ruffle his feathers. Just then, a faint scent of perfume drifted through the air. A tall, sweet-faced saleswoman approached. Instantly, she captured Tan Jiayi's attention. Tan Jiayi lifted his head. The moment he saw her, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd seen a share of beauties. But this woman's beauty could easily rank in the top 5. Tan Jiayi's gaze fell upon the name tag pinned to her chest. The words Zhu Dan came into view. Zhu Dan crouched down gently, her movements graceful and tender. Meeting Tan Jiayi's gaze at eye level, she wore a sweet smile and spoke softly. Young man, you mentioned wanting to buy an office building earlier, correct? Which one are you thinking of? You can tell your sister about it. Tan Jiayi looked at Zhu Dan and blurted out, I want to buy an entire floor. Chapter 97, Fortune Beyond Measure. Tan Jiayi's remark left the other salespeople stunned for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid. Doesn't his dad ever discipline him? Just letting him spout nonsense like this. The sales staff doubled over with laughter. Pointing at Tan Jiayi with her finger, her eyes brimming with contempt, she added. Exactly. If any foreign clients were here to witness this, they'd think Triumph International is a laughingstock. Hurry up and take your ill-mannered child away. Stop embarrassing us here. In the past, Tan Jiayi would have blushed crimson at such remarks and dragged Tan Jiayi away to avoid the embarrassment. But now, his back was ramrod straight, his heart brimming with disdain. Oomph. You short-sighted fools. You don't know a mountain when you see it. Tan Jiayi grew angrier by the second. He strode purposefully to the table and swiftly reached into his pocket. Clutching the large check tightly, his eyes blazed with fury. Thud. He slammed the check down on the table. This sudden action instantly silenced the salespeople's boisterous laughter. Yet, after just a second, they snapped back to reality, their faces once again plastered with mocking grins. Oh ho, you're getting feisty. This check's fake, right? Pretty convincing though. Yeah, probably just some scribble this little punk made himself. He's got some nerve showing it off. Tan Jiayi trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson. He couldn't hold back any longer. Tan Jiayi bellowed at the top of his lungs, stop all this chatter. If you've got the guts, go verify this check's authenticity. With your attitude, if this check is real, you'll all be kicked out of this sales office. At that moment, Zhu Dan, who had been sitting quietly beside Tan Jiayi, stood up. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she still smiled politely at Tan Huygen, her voice gentle. Sir, please don't get angry. Calm down. I'll go verify it right away. It won't take long. With that, she gave a slight bow and trotted off to verify the check's authenticity. Watching Zhu Dan's retreating figure, the other salespeople burst into laughter again. That silly girl Zhu Dan must have been duped by that father-son pair. Running off to verify the check, she's just plain stupid. That check looks totally sketchy, and she actually fell for it. The echoes of their mocking remarks still lingered in the air. Just then, a series of hurried, uneven footsteps approached from afar. Everyone turned their heads in unison. There was Zhu Dan, practically running into the sales office. Her cheeks flushed crimson from the exertion, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Yet her eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. Following closely behind her was a middle-aged man whose expression mirrored her own agitation. Zhu Dan finally caught her breath and hurriedly pointed to the man beside her, introducing him in gasps. This is our manager, Manager Wang. Manager Wang gave a slight nod. The other salespeople, seeing the manager step forward personally, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. The arrogance and mockery they had directed at Tan Jiayi and his son moments ago vanished instantly from their faces, replaced by uncontrollable panic. The moment Manager Wang arrived, their attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, their faces plastered with smiles. He practically jogged over to Tan Huygen, deftly pulling a cigarette from the pack and offering it with both hands. Sir, we truly apologize. Everything earlier was our fault. We failed to accommodate you properly. Please don't take it to heart. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Then, turning to the stunned employees standing nearby, he bellowed, What are you all standing around for? Can't you see our honored guest is here? Hurry up and pour tea for our honored guest. Move it. Tan Jiayi rose slowly to his feet, waving his hand like a little adult. His tone was steady and composed, unlike that of a child. Manager Wang, I truly came here today with the sincere intention of purchasing office space. I understand. Business is tough for everyone these days. At this point, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He swept a cold glance over the sales staff, mocking them, his eyes brimming with undisguised displeasure. But as you just witnessed, the attitude of your staff is utterly unacceptable. I came here to make a purchase, not to endure such disrespect. The salespeople caught in Tan Jiayi's gaze all lowered their heads, unable to meet his stare. Their faces burned fiercely, as if they'd been slapped hard across the face. Tan Jiayi paused briefly before continuing. Therefore, for this transaction, I will only accept Zhu Dan as my sales consultant. As for the others, based on their behavior just now, I simply cannot trust them. If they're put in charge again, it'll make me feel sick to my stomach. Tan Jiayi's voice wasn't loud, yet every person present heard him loud and clear. The other salespeople felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words. The female salesperson who had been laughing the loudest moments ago instantly lost all trace of her earlier disdain. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. What? He's actually buying an entire floor? That's impossible. Her voice trembled. It's over. This is a 15 million yuan deal. The chubby male salesperson suddenly reached out and smacked his head hard, each blow filled with endless regret. It's all my fault. My big mouth. How could I not have recognized he was a major client? And here we were mocking him. Now we've completely alienated the money god. I regret it so much I could die. The other saleswoman's eyes were red, her voice trembling with tears. Such a huge deal, we could have earned commissions galore, plus all kinds of bonuses and perks. Now it's all gone. She bit her lip hard, tears pooling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. They knew better than anyone else. Given Triumph International's exorbitant prices, if Tan Jiayi and his son had actually purchased an office floor, the transaction would have easily exceeded 15 million. And just from this one deal alone, Zhu Dan could easily pocket around 50,000 yuan in commission. That was no small sum. It equaled an entire year's salary for ordinary people. 50,000 yuan. That's 50,000 yuan. A female salesperson couldn't help but sob softly. I work my ass off every day and only make a few thousand a month. What drove them mad was that this didn't even include the company's extra bonuses or the various perks reserved solely for closing big deals. Watching Zhu Dan walk away, they felt nothing but bitter envy. This single deal alone could have earned them several years' worth of income. Yet they did just let the opportunity slip through their fingers. Chapter 98. You're really only 8? The salespeople stood frozen in place, consumed by regret and self-reproach. Reality was this cruel, the die was cast, and nothing could be undone. At that moment, the manager approached with a broad smile, gesturing respectfully with an enthusiastic tone. Mr. Tan, young Mr. Tan, please come inside. Let's head to the office for a proper chat, no need to stand out here. Tan Jiayi and his son followed the manager into the office. The office was lavishly decorated, jaw-dropping in its opulence. The leather sofa gleamed with a polished sheen, and an exquisite tea set adorned the high-end coffee table. The moment the manager stepped into the office, he seemed like a different person. His enthusiasm was more exaggerated than that of a five-star hotel attendant. He swiftly pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, deftly tearing off two. With a broad smile, he offered one to Tan Jiayi first. "Mr. Tan, would you like a cigarette?" Then, almost instinctively, he reached out to offer one to Tan Jiayi. Only after extending his hand did he realize his mistake. He gave an awkward chuckle and quickly withdrew his hand. Then, like a whirlwind, he dashed toward the coffee table and began brewing tea. The tea leaves were clearly top grade. As soon as the boiling water touched them, the aroma instantly filled the entire office. The manager's smile grew even broader as he kept saying, "It's truly an honor for Triumph International to have both of you here." Tan Jiayi showed no sign of nervousness, plopping down confidently on the sofa. His eyes locked onto the manager as he cut straight to the chase. "Manager Wang, let's be clear about this. I won't beat around the bush. I know full well that Triumph International's properties are among the finest in Jiangcheng." Tan Jiayi paused, his gaze sharpening. "But this time, I'm looking to buy an entire floor. An investment of this magnitude requires careful consideration of every detail. Price is non-negotiable, you must offer concessions." The manager had been basking in the joy of closing a major deal. But upon hearing these words, the smile froze on his face. His heart sank. He inwardly groaned, "What? A price reduction? That's no small amount." He had assumed Tan Jiayi was just some rich kid tagging along with his dad for fun. But he never expected this kid to open his mouth and deliver such sharp, unexpected words. Not at all like a child. The manager felt a surge of curiosity. Forcing a smile, he said, "Mr. Tan, I knew you had a keen eye. You must have noticed there's more to this place than meets the eye. Care to elaborate? I'd love to learn a thing or two." Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a maturity beyond his years. He extended his small hand, counting on his fingers as he began to recount the details with great familiarity. "All right, since you put it that way, Manager Wang. Your Triumph International uses reinforced concrete construction. In terms of building quality, its sturdiness is undoubtedly solid that deserves praise." The manager nodded in agreement, but Tan Jiayi abruptly shifted gears. "However, there are also quite a few issues. Take the offices on both sides of this building, for instance. Due to the angle of sunrise and sunset, the natural lighting is severely compromised. It's manageable during the day, but come evening, the slightest shift in the sun's position plunges the rooms into gloom. Imagine how inconvenient that is for office work. Also, the ceiling height is clearly insufficient. After spending extended periods inside, people feel stifled, which severely impacts work efficiency. Manager Wang, given these issues, it's not unreasonable for me to request a price adjustment, is it?" Tan Jiayi finished speaking, her gaze fixed on the manager. His commanding presence was every bit as formidable as that of seasoned veterans who'd spent years navigating the business world. Tan Jiayi unleashed a barrage of professional concerns. Insufficient natural light, ceiling height flaws, unreasonable common area allocation. Each point hit the nail squarely on the head. The look on the manager's face was priceless. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, filled with utter bewilderment. Inside, he was screaming, "Is this really a kid under 10? What a load of crap. How does he know so much about construction? Those technical terms he's more fluent than I am. Those specialized terms he'd only ever heard from construction experts and seasoned real estate consultants." Tan Jiayi delivered them with effortless ease, like a smooth rhyme, without a single stutter. It was as if this knowledge was innate to him. The manager felt his scalp tingle, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like he'd just washed his face. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he fumbled for tissues in his pocket. After finally pulling out a tissue, he wiped his sweat incessantly, stammering, Mr. Tan, you must tell Uncle the truth. Are you really only 8 years old? Don't be pulling my leg." Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward in a cool, unmatched smirk. He nodded calmly and composedly, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "Absolutely genuine, Manager Wang. My household registration clearly states I'm 8. What's the matter? Do you think my questions are wrong? If you think I'm mistaken, feel free to refute me." This left the manager speechless. His mouth hung open like a fish gasping for air, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. Zhu Dan, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. She was utterly shocked. She never would have imagined that her initial act merely feeling a pang of sympathy when she saw Tan Jiayi and his son being ridiculed by the crowd. A moment of kindness in her heart, a single act of compassion, could actually bring about such life-altering fortune. What truly left her jaw on the floor, however, Tan Jiayi, this kid who looked shorter than his desk, was actually so formidable. He had completely silenced the usually sharp-witted manager. The manager was now in agony, his mind in such turmoil his insides felt like they were knotted. This was a multi-million-dollar deal. If the price negotiations fell through and the sure thing slipped away, he'd regret it so much he'd want to bang his head against the wall. But Tan Jiayi's points were undeniably valid, lowering the price seemed unavoidable. He frantically weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he slapped his thigh. "All right. Mr. Tan, I'm truly impressed. For your expertise in discernment alone, I'll make an exception. 1 floor of office space for 13,500,000. How does that sound? Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up instantly. His heart was bursting with joy, but outwardly he remained calm and composed, maintaining a steady demeanor. Manager Wang, you're truly straightforward. For your sincerity alone, I'll sign this deal. Soon, the contract was signed. Tan Jiayi picked up his pen and signed his name on the contract with a flourish. The glorious beginning of Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited started right here. Chapter 99, Wang Xiaoya, Employee ID 001. After paying the full amount, Tan Jiayi and Tan Huigan, father and son, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over them. Son, we really did it. We actually secured this entire floor of the office building. Tan Huigan laughed heartily. I thought we'd have to grit our teeth and fork over 15 million, but now we've saved 150,000. That extra money could buy us another car. His eyes gleamed with pride as he looked at Tan Jiayi. You're incredible. If it weren't for you, could we have negotiated this price today? You're only 8 years old, how do you know so much? Those technical details were beyond me as an adult, yet you explained them so clearly. Tan Jiayi lifted her little face, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Dad, it's no big deal. What era are we in now? It's the internet age. You can find all kinds of information online. If you look hard enough, you can dig up tons of useful stuff. I looked up a lot of info online to figure out the issues with this office building. That's how I had the confidence to negotiate with the manager. Tan Huigan listened, first slightly startled, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The internet? You mean that stuff on the computers at our local internet cafe? It's actually that powerful? In his mind, the internet was just a tool for young people to play games and chat to pass the time. I always thought those computers were only good for playing Fantasy Westward Journey or watching movies. I never imagined they could be used for this. Tan Jiayi nodded vigorously, looking every bit the little adult with his serious expression. Dad, the internet has so many uses. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You'll see for yourself later. With it, we can find out what sells well in the market, what other companies are doing, and which industries have promising prospects. This information is crucial for our company's future growth. It'll help us avoid so many pitfalls. Tan Huigan nodded thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowed as if weighing something in his mind. After a moment, he clasped Tan Jiayi's hand tightly and said earnestly, Son, you're right. Looks like I really need to dive deep into learning about this internet stuff. You're charging ahead, and your old man can't hold you back. I've got to help you manage this company well together. Tan Jiayi patted his father's shoulder and grinned. Dad, I'm thrilled you feel this way. From now on, we'll learn together, just the two of us. The moment the office space for Triumph International was secured, Tan Jiayi sprang into action like a wound-up clock. Filled with fighting spirit, he threw himself wholeheartedly into the subsequent preparations. With a sweeping gesture, he contacted one of the most reputable renovation companies in Jiangcheng. Before long, the company's foreman arrived. Without a word, Tan Jiayi handed over the meticulously drawn renovation blueprints. The moment the foreman caught sight of the blueprints, his eyes widened in astonishment. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he muttered repeatedly, Holy cow! These blueprints are incredible. The design style is so fresh and unique, it's absolutely brilliant. Who on earth designed this? I've been in this business for years, and I've never seen such stunning blueprints. Tan Jiayi watched the foreman's utterly stunned expression, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. A faint, childlike smile of pride touched his lips. I drew it. What? The foreman was still reeling from the blueprint's impact. Hearing this, he thought he'd misheard. His whole body sprang up like a coiled spring. What did you say? You drew this blueprint? Kid, don't mess with uncle here. How old are you? Could you really draw such an amazing blueprint? Tan Jiayi stood up straight, his expression serious. I'm 8 years old, no kidding. These blueprints are real. I drew them myself. Is there a problem? The renovation team leader looked utterly incredulous, circling Tan Jiayi several times and scrutinizing him from head to toe. 8 years old? Tell me, how could an 8-year-old draw blueprints like this? I've been in this business nearly 20 years. I've seen geniuses, but never one as gifted as you. You're not pulling my leg, are you? But the blueprints were right there in his hands, plain as day. The evidence was undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe. He had finally managed to arrange the renovation details. Tan Jiayi didn't even pause for breath before dialing Wang Xiaoya's number. Sis Xiaoya, come to Jiali Internet Café right away. I need to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoya instinctively assumed it was still related to the game project. She was always decisive and efficient. She quickly called Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun and rushed over to Jiali Internet Café. Wang Xiaoya, Zhao Lin, and Zhou Yun arrived at Jiali Internet Café in a flurry of urgency. The moment they met, before they could even catch their breath, they saw Tan Jiayi standing before them like a little adult. Standing before them with a serious expression. Tan Jiayi's gaze swept over the three of them with unwavering determination. Without any preamble, she declared loudly. Sisters Xiaoya, Jialin, and Zhouyun, I'm telling you I've started a company and I'm ready to make a big splash. I'm serious. We're hiring now. Would you be interested in working for me? Join me in building something big? Wang Xiaoya looked at the 8-year-old boy standing before her, barely reaching her chest, yet speaking with unshakable confidence. She couldn't help but think to herself, is this kid serious? Starting a company and hiring people at 8 years old. That was beyond belief. Her eyes widened in astonishment. But just as she was about to ask, scenes of playing games with Tan Jiayi flashed through her mind like a movie reel. Though Tan Jiayi was young, every time he came up with an idea, it made the game more fun. When faced with tricky technical problems, he always came up with unexpected solutions. At this thought, the astonishment in Wang Xiaoya's heart was instantly replaced by admiration. Her eyes lit up as she pounded her chest emphatically and declared, "All right, ear. I believe in you. Based on what you've already shown in the game, I absolutely believe you can achieve great things. Just tell me what to do. From now on, wherever you point, I'll follow. Even if it's a path through fire and swords, I won't back down." Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up instantly. Fantastic. Xiaoya, you're our company's very first employee. This is truly significant. Your employee ID will be 001. Rest assured, once the company takes off, countless benefits await you. Together, we'll definitely make a fortune. Wang Xiaoya's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. Haha, that's great. I'm looking forward to that day. When it comes, I'll be living the high life right by your side. At that moment, she couldn't have imagined. The promises Tan Jiayi had made would come true one by one in a way that would leave her utterly stunned. Chapter 100 Demolition, Soaring to New Heights. Tan Jiayi sat in his new company's office, staring intently at the blueprint for future development, deep in thought. His small brow was deeply furrowed. Suddenly, Tan Huigan burst into the office like a whirlwind, waving a document in his hand. His face was flushed crimson, and his voice was hoarse with excitement. Son! Something huge has happened. Tan Jiayi was startled by the sudden outburst. He looked up, confusion written across his face. Dad, what's gotten into you? Why all the fuss? Tan Huigan strode over to Tan Jiayi, slammed the document onto the desk, and exclaimed excitedly. Look at this. The Jiangcheng municipal government issued a document designating the eastern part of the city as a development zone. Plus, they're offering tons of preferential policies, 3 years of tax exemption, rent reductions. It's like manna from heaven. Tan Jiayi's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly picked up the document and examined it closely. As he read, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Wow, really? This is fantastic. Tan Huigan paced restlessly beside him, gesturing emphatically with his hands. Companies from all over the world are flocking there like mad right now. Just think about it, our country is rich in resources, has an abundant labor force, and low labor costs. That's incredibly attractive to those companies. Tan Jiayi nodded. With so many companies setting up shop, land prices are bound to rise. Dad, that plot we bought earlier is in the eastern part of the city, right? Tan Huigan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, you bet. I just checked, the plot we bought for 30 million yuan is now being bid up to around 700 million, and the price keeps climbing. Land in the eastern part of the city is practically being fought over like crazy now. It's incredibly hard to find a plot. Tan Huigan looked at his son, his face beaming with pride. Son, you're truly our family's lucky star. If you hadn't insisted on buying that land back then, how could we have stumbled upon such a golden opportunity? That evening, Tan Jiayi pushed open the front door. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were sitting on the living room sofa. Their faces were flushed crimson, their eyes sparkling with excitement bordering on fervor. The moment Tan Huigan caught sight of Tan Jiayi, he sprang up from the sofa like a coiled spring, his feet moving like the wind. In 2 strides, he was at Tan Jiayi's side. His hands gripped Tan Jiayi's shoulders firmly. His posture suggested he feared Tan Jiayi might flee. Son! Tan Huigan bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Do you know? That plot of land we bought keeps going up in value. Tan Jiayi merely offered a faint smile, nodding gently, his tone utterly unruffled. He knew Tan Huigan had just finished discussing it at the company. He'd returned home and shared the news with Lu Jiali, hoping to bring some joy to the family. I know. Tan Huigan's eyes widened as he watched Tan Jiayi's reaction. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard. Just as he was about to get excited, Tan Jiayi's utterly unruffled demeanor left him completely dumbfounded. Tan Huigan stared at Tan Jiayi, his face a mask of disbelief. You knew? And this is your reaction? 700 million. A full 700 million. That's no small sum. How can you be so calm? Lu Jiali hurried over too, looking at Tan Jiayi with confusion. Ear, did you not get it? That plot of land only cost 30 million back then, and now it's worth who knows how many times that. This is huge news. How come you're not excited at all? Tan Jiayi gave a helpless smile and sat down on the sofa. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood these matters all too well. Even before purchasing that plot of land, he had already known. Tan Jiayi scratched his head, a touch of embarrassment on his face, and said to Tan Jiayi, "Son, don't think your old man's nagging. Honestly, when you first said you wanted to buy that land, your mom and I were absolutely terrified." He kept rubbing his hands together as he spoke. "Think about it, we're talking tens of millions. Pouring that much money into something, we were terrified it would go down the drain, leaving us with worthless land. Then all our family's hard work would be gone." Lu Jiali listened quietly beside him, letting out a soft sigh. Her gaze toward Tan Jiayi was filled with deep emotion. "But we also know that every penny in this family was earned through your hard work. Since you're so determined, we can't really say anything. All we can do is pray silently." Tan Jiayi patted Tan Jiayi's shoulder, his face brimming with admiration. "I never would have guessed, son. At such a young age, you have such sharp insight. How long has it even been? If not for you, our family wouldn't have such a huge surprise." The Tan family gathered around the sofa, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarated. On the coffee table, the latest financial report lay quietly, yet the numbers on it kept jolting their nerves. Tan Jiayi's hands trembled slightly as he slowly picked up the report. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the string of numbers on the report, mechanically repeating, this really is our family's finances?" His voice trembled with disbelief. 30 million yuan. It's multiplied over 20 times. In less than a year, we've suddenly become worth hundreds of millions. Tan Jiayi snapped his head up to look at Tan Jiayi, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Son, you made this happen. I never dared imagine our family could be this wealthy." Lu Jiali hurried over as well. The moment her eyes landed on the figures in the report, she instantly covered her mouth. Good heavens! Back then, 50,000 yuan was a fortune to us. We'd have to save for ages to scrape that together. We lived frugally, pinching every penny just to make ends meet. But now... Her voice began to break as tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Jiali gently stroked Tan Jiayi's head, her voice filled with emotion. I truly can't believe how much our family has changed. If it weren't for you, we'd never have this kind of good life." This tremendous change left her momentarily at a loss. Seeing his parents' reactions, Tan Jiayi smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, this is just the beginning. Look, the game we developed keeps bringing in money, almost 7 figures every single day. Sometimes we even hit 8 figures. Tan Jiayi set down the financial statements, wrapped his arms around Tan Jiayi, and exclaimed, "Son, you're incredible. You're our family's money god." The ever-rising balance in their bank account felt like a dream. Chapter 101, What does it mean to be worth $1 billion at 8? The Tan family gathered around, laughter and cheer filling the air. Just then, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang urgently, its sound carrying a sense of impatient urgency. Tan Jiayi rose to answer the door. The moment he opened the door, he was startled by the scene before him. A crowd surged inside, with several people at the front carrying cameras. Their black lenses were pointed straight at him. Behind them, others held microphones aloft, like a barrage of long and short guns. Soon after, several people with notebooks squeezed their way in. The doorway was completely blocked. The lead reporter wore a broad, exaggerated smile that stretched almost to his ears, radiating enthusiasm. "Mr. Tan, hello. Congratulations on this hugely successful investment. It's nothing short of a legend in Jiangcheng. We're from Jiangcheng TV Station. We've come specifically for an exclusive interview with you, so the entire city can share in your good fortune and learn from your path to success." Tan Jiayi hadn't even had time to respond. Another reporter quickly joined in, eyes sparkling. "Mr. Tan, we're from the newspaper. You've truly made waves in Jiangcheng. Every street and alley is buzzing about your massive profits from land investments. We want to do a comprehensive report on you, sharing your success story with everyone." Only then did Tan Jiayi snap out of it. His heart sank, and he silently cursed his luck. He never imagined that just because he made money from this land deal, it would attract people from both the TV station and the newspaper. He instantly became extremely nervous. Beads of sweat as big as beans instantly formed on his forehead, streaming down his cheeks. Tan Jiayi frantically raised his hand, frantically wiping his clothes. But his palms were drenched in sweat. The more he wiped, the wetter they became, impossible to dry. His voice trembled involuntarily as he stammered, This is way too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all." His eyes were filled with helplessness as he looked around, unsure how to handle this unexpected situation. The reporters couldn't care less about Tan Jiayi's embarrassment. They moved with lightning speed. In no time, they had cameras and microphones set up. Before Tan Jiayi could catch his breath, a shiny microphone was thrust right in his face. "Mr. Tan." The reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your recent land investment was nothing short of a stroke of genius. A mere 30 million invested, yielding hundreds of millions in returns, and judging by the trend, even more profits are on the way. Quickly share with our audience what was your thinking back then? And how do you feel now? Tell us all about it." The reporter spoke eagerly, hoping Tan Jiayi would drop some earth-shattering revelation. So the news would go viral. Tan Jiayi flinched at the microphone, his heart pounding with panic. This really isn't because of my own skill. The real hero here is my son, Tan Jiayi. He waved his hands emphatically as he spoke. I'm just a figurehead. He came up with all the ideas. I just ran errands and handled tasks as he instructed. The reporters froze in their tracks upon hearing this. The warm smiles that had lit up their faces moments before froze solid. Instead, shock filled their expressions. What did you say? This was all your son's idea? One reporter raised his voice sharply. Don't joke around. How old is he? What can an 8-year-old possibly accomplish? And make such a huge investment decision? Tan Jiayi didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded firmly, his expression serious. I'm not joking with you. My son really is only 8. But don't underestimate him, he's quite capable. A look of pride spread across Tan Jiayi's face. He made a lot of money developing games before. I was worried it was just a passing hobby, but he actually made something of it. This land purchase was entirely his decision. Tan Jiayi sighed softly before continuing. My heart was pounding inside. Pouring so much money into it, I was afraid it would all go down the drain. How would our family manage afterward? But my son has an eye for things. When he sets his mind on something, he's never wrong. So I gritted my teeth and followed his lead. The reporters gasped in unison, speechless for a long moment. Their minds raced. What kind of extraordinary being was this 8-year-old? Could you tell us why you chose that particular plot of land back then? You see, that eastern part of town was so remote back then, nobody wanted to buy it. Everyone was skeptical, even the government thought that plot would be impossible to sell. Another reporter pressed, eyes brimming with curiosity. Tan Jiayi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, I don't really understand these things. My son said to buy it, so I just went along with it. Who could have imagined that in just a few months, that unwanted plot would skyrocket to around 10 billion yuan? Even the government probably didn't anticipate this surge. It's beyond our wildest dreams. The reporters' eyes sparkled with excitement. They knew this was absolutely breaking news that would shake the entire city. One reporter looked as if struck by lightning, eyes wide and voice suddenly several decibels higher as he shouted, Wait, what did you say? Tan Jiayi is only 8 years old and already sitting on a billion yuan fortune? How is that even possible? As he spoke, he darted his eyes around the room like a wind-up toy, his gaze filled with disbelief, as if searching for evidence to overturn this fact. But the reporters around him were equally stunned. None could offer a denial. Another reporter's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Good heavens! Except for those born with silver spoons in their mouths. In all my years in this business, I've never heard of an 8-year-old with that kind of money. Even the world's richest person today was just an ordinary elementary school kid at Tan Jiayi's age, carrying a backpack to class every day. Exactly. Another reporter nodded vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. The world's richest man didn't make his mark until he was 20, and didn't reach the top spot until he was 40. But Tan Jiayi? At just 8 years old, he's already this incredible. It's nothing short of astonishing. The reporters erupted in excitement, the scene buzzing like a bustling market. Just imagine what Tan Jiayi will become in 10 or 20 years. One reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. At his current growth rate, his net worth will keep soaring by the time he's 10. He might even surpass 10 billion by then. At this rate, becoming Xia Nation's richest man would be a piece of cake for him, maybe even globally. Becoming the world's richest man isn't impossible either. Chapter 102, Our goal is to go global. As soon as the news aired on Jiangcheng TV and in the newspapers, the name Tan Jiayi swept through the city like a whirlwind. Every street and alley buzzed with talk of this 8-year-old prodigy who had amassed immense wealth. At school, classmates treated Tan Jiayi like a superhero. But Tan Jiayi carried on as if nothing had changed. He continued to walk to and from school daily, carrying his small backpack at a leisurely pace. He showed no signs of being swept away by his sudden fame. Little Li Lei, however, was a different story. Every day, she gazed at Tan Jiayi with stars in her eyes. Her gaze was like she'd spotted her absolute favorite superstar idol. During class, she barely looked at the blackboard, constantly stealing glances at Tan Jiayi beside her while muttering to herself. Is this really my plain, ordinary deskmate? How did he suddenly become so dazzling? It feels like he's about to blind me. The moment class ended, Li Lei followed Tan Jiayi like a little shadow. Tan Jiayi, did you eat breakfast today? My mom made the most delicious sandwich, I'll share half with you. Li Lei beamed, her eyes crinkling like 2 crescent moons. She held up a small lunchbox, looking at Tan Jiayi with wide, hopeful eyes. Tan Jiayi looked at Li Lei and smiled helplessly. This little girl was so childish, always thinking about food. No thanks, I already ate, Tan Jiayi politely declined. Li Lei wasn't about to give up so easily. Her eyes twinkled as she came up with a new topic. Yesterday, I watched this super awesome animated movie. The main character is just as amazing as you. Li Lei gestured excitedly with her hands. Tan Jiayi's mouth twitched slightly as she gave a perfunctory reply. Inside, he was thinking, what on earth is this? He had no time to chat about this nonsense. Li Lei, however, remained completely oblivious to Tan Jiayi's disinterest, continuing to talk nonstop about the plot of the animated film. completely immersed in her own world. Tan Jiayi could only listen silently, occasionally nodding. She tried every trick in the book to get close to Tan Jiayi, hoping to catch his attention. But to Tan Jiayi, Li Lei was just too childish. There was simply no way to communicate with her. Suddenly, his phone rang. He snatched up the phone and answered it. Immediately, the voice of the renovation company owner came through. Mr. Tan. We've worked our tails off, pulling all-nighters to finish the renovation of your office building. We're just waiting for you to come inspect it. The results will absolutely blow you away. Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a faint smile. Alright, I got it. If you do a good job this time, there are bigger projects waiting for you in the future. After hanging up, Tan Jiayi immediately dialed the furniture store. Hello? That large order of office supplies I placed earlier, is it ready? You must deliver it to the 17th floor of Triumph International today. His tone was decisive, entirely unlike that of an 8-year-old child. After arranging the furniture, Tan Jiayi contacted a professional deep cleaning service. The 17th floor of Triumph International must be spotless today, not a speck of dust left in any corner. If you don't meet my standards, you won't get a single penny. Once all these arrangements were settled, Tan Jiayi finally dialed Wang Xiaoya's number. The moment she answered, he cut straight to the point. Sister Xiaoya, go to Triumph International, 17th floor, right now. The company will be up and running soon. I have something important to discuss with you. Wang Xiaoya paused on the other end before replying excitedly, got it, Air? I'm heading out now. I won't be late. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoya was bursting with excitement. Wang Xiaoya brought Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun to the 17th floor of Triumph International. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, all three froze, their faces frozen in disbelief. Wang Xiaoya opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long moment. After a while, she stammered out. This entire floor belongs to one company? Her voice rose involuntarily with shock. Her eyes scanned the expansive space. The decor was strikingly modern. Metallic lines paired with soft lighting created a stylish, sophisticated atmosphere. The floor was so polished it reflected like a mirror, the luxurious marble tiles clearly costing a fortune. Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun stood frozen in place. It took them a while to recover. Zhao Lin murmured, this is ridiculous. How much must this have cost? Just as their minds were filled with questions, Tan Jiayi strode out from inside. He reached out, pushed open the heavy glass door, and beckoned to them with a smile. Come on in. The three snapped out of their daze and mechanically stepped into the company. Tan Jiayi watched their astonished expressions, smiled smugly, and announced loudly, this is my company. You're all part of the company's very first team. Wang Xiaoya snapped back to reality, looking around in disbelief. Here, is this really your company? This decor, this office environment, it's way too luxurious. And all these facilities, it's got everything. I feel like I'm dreaming. Zhao Lin nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling with excitement. Yeah, we never imagined it would turn out like this. You're amazing. The internet cafe environment was decent enough. But it just wasn't quite right. During the day when customers were there, it wasn't quiet enough. She had assumed that since Tan Jiayi's company was just starting out, a simpler environment would be fine. But she never imagined. Zhou Yun was so excited she jumped up. Wow, getting to work in such an amazing place from now on is absolutely fantastic. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were still wide with shock as she murmured to herself, even though we're college graduates, which isn't bad, finding a truly good company is just too hard. Those big companies have ridiculously high entry barriers. If even 1 out of 10 companies we interview deigns to consider us, we'd be incredibly lucky. She shook her head slightly, a hint of melancholy on her face. Zhao Lin chimed in, yeah, when we applied for jobs before, we either got rejected or offered pitifully low salaries with crappy work environments. Who would have thought we'd land at such an amazing company today? It feels like a dream. Pinching myself still doesn't make it feel real. As she spoke, she actually pinched her own arm, wincing at the pain. Yet her eyes still sparkled with delight. At that moment, Tan Jiayi stood with her arms crossed, her gaze unwavering. This is just the beginning. Don't think you've achieved anything remarkable just yet. My ambitions extend far beyond this. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming. This is merely the starting point. My goal is to go global and build something big and powerful. Chapter 103, The Challenge from Rainstorm Corporation. On the news broadcast of Jiangcheng Television. The anchor's expression was solemn, his voice passionate. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you a major announcement. The world-renowned gaming company Rainstorm Corporation has officially entered Xia Nation. The scene shifts. James, the head of Torrent Corporation's Xia Nation operations, appears on screen. Tall and imposing, he wore a crisp, tailored suit. Yet his face bore an unsettling air of arrogance. James addresses the camera in broken Xia language, boasting arrogantly. You people in Xia Nation have never played any good games. Your taste in games is utterly terrible. We at Storm Corporation are here to save you, to show you what a truly great game should be. The moment this news aired, the entire Xia gaming community erupted. In a game studio, a young game producer slammed his mouse down on the desk in fury. That foreigner is so arrogant. How dare he talk down to us? Our games are great too. His colleague Xiao Wang, standing nearby, was equally furious. Exactly. We've worked our asses off making games all these years, why should he get to humiliate us like this? Online forums flooded with posts targeting James. James, get out of Xia. Chinese games are no joke, he has no right to criticize. Such headlines were everywhere. Netizens roared in their posts, James went way too far with that comment. Chinese games have made such remarkable progress these years, and he comes along to belittle us? What gives him the nerve? Within minutes, the post garnered thousands of replies, all condemning James. Meanwhile, at Tan Jiayi's company, Wang Xiaoya stomped her feet in fury. James is just bullying us. Tan Jiayi's eyes narrowed coldly. He thinks he can trample us to establish dominance? Not so fast. We'll make him understand that Xiagua Games isn't a force to be trifled with. Baoyu Corporation, Xia Kingdom headquarters. James sat sprawled in his expensive executive chair, a thick cigar dangling from his mouth as he leisurely blew smoke rings. He shot a dismissive glance at his timid assistant standing nearby, his face wearing a look of contempt as he casually ordered. You. Go. Send a letter to every single game company in Xia Nation right now. Make it crystal clear, Storm Corporation is taking over. This place is ours from now on. Tell those small fry to behave themselves and stop jumping around in front of us. Dare to block our path? They'll meet a miserable end. With that, he crushed his cigar forcefully into the ashtray, sending sparks flying. The assistant's face instantly contorted into a fawning smile, his back bending like a shrimp as he bowed and scraped. Boss, you can rest assured. Those small companies are nothing compared to our Rainstorm Corporation. Xiagua doesn't have any game companies worth mentioning. You know exactly what those few we deal with regularly are like. The rest are all rabble, like makeshift stage crews. With that, he turned and scurried to a nearby desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Threatening letters began pouring out like snowflakes. With each completed letter, the smug grin on his lips grew broader. He could already picture the panic and unease on the faces of those game companies when they received the letters. On the weekend, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Tan Jiayi walked into the company with his hands in his pockets, striding in with a light step. He intended to check on the progress of the new company's preparations over the weekend. Just then, the postman's voice came from the entrance. Hello, is this Jargon Network Technology Company, Limited? I have a letter for you. Tan Jiayi stepped forward and accepted the mail. His eyes narrowed sharply when he saw the prominent Baoyu Corporation logo on the envelope. Uncontrollably, scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, the days when Storm Corporation ruled the gaming industry with an iron fist. It was a gaming giant with immense global influence. Countless players went wild for its games. Standing at the company reception desk, Tan Jiayi clutched the letter bearing the Storm Corporation seal, muttering to himself. Rainstorm Corporation? What's this big-name company sending me a letter out of the blue? What's their game? I've never had any dealings with them before. Could it be? His eyes instantly sharpened, vigilance filling his gaze. Could they be planning to stir up trouble in the Xia gaming market? He took a deep breath to steady himself before striding toward his office. Inside, Tan Jiayi sat composedly at his desk. He picked up a letter opener and sliced open the envelope with a clean, decisive motion. He was ready to see what kind of tricks Rainstorm Corporation was playing. The moment he pulled out the letter, his gaze met the words on the page. His previously stern expression instantly ignited with rage. This Rainstorm company has gone too far. What the hell is this? Tan Jiayi slammed his fist on the desk. Even after living another lifetime, Rainstorm company still carried that same arrogant attitude. His eyes seemed to shoot flames as he glared at the lines of arrogantly defiant text on the letter. In his past life, Rainstorm Corporation had dominated the global gaming market with its cutting-edge technology and vast capital, wielding absolute power. In the gaming industry, their word was law. Any small company that dared to defy them would be crushed by every means possible. No one dared to provoke them lightly. This time, it absolutely won't happen. Tan Jiayi gritted his teeth. The rage in his heart felt like it had been doused with a bucket of oil, blazing fiercely and growing ever more intense. I will never again allow them to run rampant on Xia Nation's soil. If they think they can lord it over us, they're dreaming in broad daylight. No way. Just then, he caught sight of the mail carrier about to leave out of the corner of his eye. Tan Jiayi bellowed at the top of his lungs, wait. Caught off guard, the mailman halted abruptly, turning back with a look of utter bewilderment. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Tan Jiayi had no time for explanations. He dashed to the printer in a few strides, his hands flying across the keyboard at lightning speed. Words poured onto the screen in an unstoppable stream. In the blink of an eye, the printed pages came out with a rustling sound. Tan Jiayi acted with lightning speed, snatching the paper and stuffing it into an envelope in a few swift motions. He then rushed back to the mail carrier and thrust the envelope into his hands with force. His tone was firm and unquestioning. Send this reply back to the address it came from. Chapter 104. No one dares to challenge, awkward. Just as Tan Jiayi responded to Rainstorm Company's provocation with his masterful foreign language skills, the entire gaming community erupted in uproar. Rainstorm Company is way out of line. What do they take us for? The owner of a small game company was red-faced with rage, waving the letter in his hands. But we're no match for them. Declaring war on them would be suicide. Employees nearby hung their heads in dejection. One muttered under his breath, "We work so hard making games, only to have them trampled underfoot like this. It's so frustrating." At a slightly larger game company, several executives sat huddled together, their brows furrowed with worry. Rainstorm Corporation has cutting-edge technology, deep pockets, and so many hit games. How can we possibly compete with them? The manager frowned, deeply troubled. Yeah, they're coming at us full force this time, clearly trying to intimidate us. If we act rashly, our company could be finished. Whispers spread throughout the gaming industry. Yet no company dared to step forward. Anyone who provokes Rainstorm Corporation is gambling with their career. We can only swallow our pride and hope they blow over soon. These sentiments echoed throughout the gaming industry. Everyone was cowed by Rainstorm Corporation's reputation and threats, too afraid to stand up to them. Jiangcheng Penguin Corporation. Inside the headquarters building, Little Horse stared intently at the document detailing Rainstorm Corporation's provocation. Listen up, everyone. Little Ma slammed the document hard onto the desk. Rainstorm Corporation is coming at us full force this time. I don't care what they say or do. None of us are to make any rash moves. The executives gathered around the conference table held their breath. Their eyes betrayed tension and unease as they nodded in agreement. Mr. Ma, Rainstorm is acting so brazenly, openly challenging our entire Xia gaming industry. Are we just going to let this slide? If word gets out, it'll damage our company's reputation. Xiao Ma shot him a fierce glare and cut him off. Reputation? Can reputation put food on the table? Do you know what kind of power stands behind Rainstorm? They have top-tier technology, deep pockets, and a portfolio of blockbuster games. If we confront them rashly, it'll be like hitting a stone with an egg. Xiamage grew increasingly agitated, rising to his feet and braced his hands on the table. What's our advantage at Penguin? It's operations, it's traffic. Not competing with them on game development. Picking a fight with them now will only cost us everything we've built up over the years. As one of Xia Nation's largest game companies, Tencent's true strength wasn't game development, it was opportunism. Little Ma was well aware of this fact. So when faced with Rainstorm's provocation, he had absolutely no intention of fighting back. Another portly executive quickly chimed in, Mr. Ma is absolutely right. We can't act impulsively now. This move by Rainstorm is clearly meant to establish dominance. Whoever confronts them will suffer. Xiao Ma sat back in his chair, his gaze sweeping coldly over the room as his tone brooked no argument. Effective immediately, I order all employees to refrain from commenting on this matter. No one is to oppose Rainstorm Corporation in the company's name. Violators will be fired without exception. Is that clear? Understood. The chorus echoed in unison, their voices tinged with resignation. But more than that, there was obedience to Brother Ma's decision. Dismissed. Xiao Ma Go waved his hand and closed his eyes wearily. The executives rose one by one, tiptoeing out of the office, afraid that even one more word might provoke Brother Ma. The office door closed slowly. Brother Ma sat alone, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. There was apprehension toward Rainstorm Corporation, and also contemplation about the direction of his own company's development. Penguin Corporation chose silence. In Penguin Company's break room, several young employees gathered together, their previously relaxed atmosphere shattered by an internal memo. Everyone's expressions darkened. This is so frustrating. A young employee wearing black-rimmed glasses and a plaid shirt slammed his coffee cup down on the table, splashing coffee that stained his hands. He didn't even notice, his face twisted with anger. Baoyu Company is bullying us, and yet General Manager Ma expects us to swallow our anger. Exactly. We're a major player in Xia's gaming industry, yet we're being trampled underfoot without even daring to protest. What kind of nonsense is this? Another employee chimed in, stomping his foot in frustration. Sigh, what can we do? If we disobey Mr. Ma, we'll lose our jobs. I've worked my ass off in this big city for this job. If I lose it, I have no idea where I'd find another position with such good benefits. The guy in black-rimmed glasses gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But swallowing this humiliation? I just can't accept it. I joined Penguin with dreams in my heart. A co-worker patted his shoulder. Bro, I get it. I want to stand up for our country's gaming industry too, but reality's brutal. Just look at this break room. Then think back to those small companies I interviewed with poor conditions, low pay, and endless overtime. If we leave Penguin, our quality of life would plummet. The ponytailed employee nodded in agreement. Yeah, my monthly rent and car loan payments depend on this salary. If I lose my job over a moment of impulse, I'd be eating air next month. Just then, a seasoned employee with a steady demeanor approached. Hearing their conversation, he frowned slightly. Young people, don't be so impulsive. Mr. Ma must have his reasons for doing this. A company this big can't operate on mere whims. The guy in black-rimmed glasses shot him a displeased look. Brother Wang, you've been here for so many years, you're used to stability. But we're different, we're young and don't want to just sit around feeling powerless. Brother Wang, the veteran employee, smiled without anger. When I was young, I was just like you, full of passion. But after years of struggling in the real world, you learn that sometimes compromise is a way to survive. Bao Yu Company's strength is undeniable. Confronting them now really isn't a wise move. The employee snorted. But this is so frustrating. Are we just supposed to keep putting up with this forever? Brother Wang patted his shoulder. First, hone your skills. Once we've built up enough strength, then we can think about these things. For now, just keep your job. The young employees fell silent. Though frustration still simmered within them, they knew Brother Wang had a point. Similar scenes unfolded in the offices of Netone, Xingda, and other game companies. Faced with Bao Yu Company's provocations, the bigwigs swallowed their pride. Instead of challenging them head-on by creating a game to prove their worth, instead, they chose to play the turtle. Chapter 105, Rainstorm Company grows more brazen. 3 days later. Xia Nation Television. The set of a highly rated talk show buzzed with energy, yet an uneasy tension hung in the air. On stage, James, the Xiaguo regional president of Rainstorm Corporation, sat arrogantly in the guest seat with his legs crossed. The host beside him looked awkward but had no choice but to keep the show running. James, speaking in his broken Xiaguo language, laughed loudly and declared, "Your Xiaguo games are absolute garbage. Look at those crude graphics and boring gameplay, they should all be tossed in the trash." The audience erupted in an instant. Someone shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. How dare you disparage our games like that?" But James acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing his tirade. "And you gamers in Xia Nation? You're truly the most pitiful bunch in the world." James's lips curled into a sneer. They play these subpar games without ever knowing what a truly great game should be. But our company, Storm, will soon save you all, bringing your taste up to par with the world's best. Chinese gamers should be thanking me. The moment these words hit the airwaves, they sent shockwaves rippling across the internet. Countless netizens took to major social media platforms to denounce James's arrogance. That foreigner is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is, coming to Xia to act all tough? In a gaming enthusiasts group chat, everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. No way. We can't just let him humiliate us like this. We gotta find a way to hit back. Exactly. I refuse to believe our Xia Nation's games can't compete with theirs. The group members chimed in agreement. So, everyone began compiling a list of Xia's most popular recent games online. They wanted to thoroughly refute James's claims. "This is Tan Jiayi's audition, it's so much fun. The music is energetic, the gameplay is innovative, how is it trash?" A netizen posted a clip of an exciting audition gameplay video with the caption, "And Legend of Mir?" It was all the rage back then, sweeping through every street and alley. Countless people were hooked on it, how could that be trash? Fantasy Westward Journey is amazing too. The storyline and pet system are exceptionally well designed. While netizens fiercely countered James's claims, some meticulous gamers decided to conduct a comprehensive comparison between Xiaguo's popular games and those from Rainstorm Corporation. Soon, a video titled Xia Nation Games vs. Rainstorm Company Games, The Ultimate Showdown, spread rapidly across major platforms. Hello everyone, today we're going to see just how big the gap is between our Xia Kingdom games and those from Rainstorm Company. The video host opened with a serious expression before deftly operating his computer. First, he launched Tan Jiayi's audition. Upbeat music and a vibrant interface appeared, but the blogger quickly switched to a popular music dance game from Rainstorm Company. See how Audition has simpler scenes and relatively limited character animations? Now look at Rainstorm's game. The scene details, lighting effects, and character movements are much smoother and more natural. The gap is obvious. The blogger shook his head helplessly as he spoke. Next, he opened Legend of Mir and showcased its combat scenes. Then he switched to Rainstorm Company's game, a large-scale role-playing game of the same genre. Everyone's familiar with Legend's storyline, but compared to this game from Rainstorm, the depth and complexity of the plot are worlds apart. Their story is tightly woven, full of hidden quests and foreshadowing. Playing it feels like watching a thrilling Hollywood blockbuster. No hype, no bashing, but Legend feels a bit thin by comparison. Finally, the blogger opened Fantasy Westward Journey to compare it with another Rainstorm Company title, a well-crafted turn-based game. Visually, Fantasy Westward Journey's graphics are solid. But Rainstorm's game features more detailed character models, stronger depth in its environments, and more dazzling skill effects. Whether you look at the overall package or break it down by individual elements, the gap is truly not just a little bit. The video's comments section instantly erupted. "Oh man, this comparison really shows how far behind our domestic games are. James may be arrogant, but he's not wrong about this. Compared to theirs, our games really feel like kids playing house. I used to think James was just being arrogant, but now it seems he actually has the credentials to back it up. Looks like China's gaming industry still has a long way to go." Are we just going to admit defeat like this? Someone asked reluctantly. Right now, the gap is undeniable. We can't ignore it. But I believe Xia's gaming industry will definitely thrive. At that moment, a wave of gloom swept through the entire Xia gaming community. People had to admit that in every aspect of game production, Xia Nation games were clearly at a disadvantage compared to those from Rainstorm Corporation. Under the immense shock brought by Heavy Rain's arrogant statements and the stark game comparisons, anger and resentment burned fiercely in the hearts of netizens. Everyone desperately hoped a game company would step forward and show Torrent Company what they were made of. No, we absolutely cannot let this slide. A company must step forward and show that arrogant James that Shagwa games aren't to be trifled with. This post instantly resonated with countless people, and comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Exactly. We can't let them walk all over us like this. If any game company steps up, I'll only play their games from now on. Where are all the big shots in the gaming industry? They're always so flashy, but now they're all silent? Speak up already. So, a massive wave of passionate netizens flooded the forums. They frantically tagged CEOs of game companies and industry heavyweights. At Mr. Ma, Tencent. As the giant of China's gaming industry, are you just going to stand by and watch us get humiliated by Rainstorm? Take action already. At Mr. Ding, your company is a household name in gaming. We're all waiting for you to lead the counterattack. Netizens waited expectantly in front of their phones and computers, eyes glued to screens, hoping to catch a glimpse of those bigwigs' responses. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, what they received instead was an endless silence. What's going on? Have these big shots gone mute? Aren't they usually so talkative? One netizen, furious, lashed out directly on the forum. So disappointing. I thought they'd have some backbone, but turns out they're just a bunch of cowards. Is this the end for our gaming industry? Not even the courage to stand up and fight? Netizens' emotions shifted from initial anticipation to anger, and finally to despair. The entire Xia gaming industry seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Under the overwhelming pressure from Rainstorm Corporation, those once glorious game companies and industry leaders had now chosen silence. They let the netizens' appeals and fury ferment online. Yet there was no response. Chapter 106, someone responded. Was it him? The silence of the industry leaders acted like a fuse, igniting the long-simmering fury of netizens. Across major social media platforms and gaming forums, posts condemning the situation snowed down relentlessly. Each one brimmed with netizens' fury and disappointment. These so-called gaming industry big shots are nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards. They strut around like big shots when milking players dry with all their marketing schemes back home, but the moment Rainstorm Games challenges them, they all clam up. It's utterly disgusting. Netizens roared in anger on the forum. Within minutes, the post garnered thousands of likes and countless comments. Exactly. They only bully their own kind. When faced with real power, they're more docile than kittens. What kind of skill is that? If they'd lived in wartime, they'd have been the first to betray their country. I used to have hopes for them, thinking they'd bring honor to Xia's gaming community. Now it's clear they're just selfish bastards. All they care about is protecting their own interests, completely disregarding how we players feel. On the forum, the hashtag gaming industry leaders' collective silence quickly trended. Its popularity remained sky high. Netizens continuously tagged the CEOs of major game companies and industry leaders under the topic, fiercely voicing their discontent. At game company name, you've always boasted about creating China's top-tier games. Now that Rainstorm Games is riding rushot over us, where's your backbone? Where's your ambition? Stop playing dead, come out and say something. At Mr. Zhang. Your games have made so much money off players, now's the time to give back. Stop hiding like a turtle, step up and take on Rainstorm Company. Yet no matter how furious netizens grew, these gaming industry titans remained utterly silent. They seemed to have collectively vanished, leaving the internet flooded with a deluge of criticism. Looks like these people are truly beyond redemption. No matter how much we rant, it won't make a difference, they couldn't care less about our opinions. Yeah, I've seen through them. They're just a bunch of money-grubbing merchants with no spirit of fighting for Xia's gaming industry. As time went on, people began to feel that at this critical juncture, no game company or industry heavyweight would step forward to challenge the formidable Rainstorm Corporation. After all, it seemed like a thankless task. What the hell is going on here? Is this how our gaming industry in Xiagwei is going to end? Not a single big shot has the guts. You bet. Now I know what it means to drop the ball when it counts. It's utterly disheartening. Just as everyone was losing faith in Xia Nation's gaming industry, suddenly, a piece of news exploded across the internet. Holy crap! Did you hear? Tan Jiayi replied to Rainstorm Company. And that reply is so satisfying. What? Tan Jiayi? The child prodigy who started a company at 8? He actually dared to go head-to-head with Rainstorm? You bet. I just saw his letter, every word cuts like a knife, totally crushing Rainstorm's arrogance. Hurry up and tell us, what exactly did he write? Countless netizens flooded the comments with desperate questions. Soon, Tan Jiayi's response was exposed across major online platforms. James of Rainstorm Corporation, your reckless remarks and blatant disparagement of Xia Nation's games and players are utterly laughable. Do you really think your few games give you the right to strut around in Xia? The potential of Xia's gaming industry is beyond your wildest imagination. Legend of Mirror, Audition, Fantasy Westward Journey. These games are beloved by players. They represent our hard work and creativity. Your so-called advancement is merely temporary. We will catch up and surpass you soon. Stop dreaming about saving Xia's gaming industry. You won't be allowed to run wild on our soil. Netizens saw these posts. Instantly erupted. Wow, this is what a true hero looks like. Tan Jiayi is amazing. I totally underestimated him before. Yeah, finally someone stood up for us. Tan Jiayi, you're the hope of Xia's gaming community. What those big shots dared not do, an 8-year-old child accomplished. The online atmosphere, which had been in a slump, instantly ignited with fervor. One of Xia Nation's most renowned child prodigies, founder of games like Legend, Audition, and Fantasy Westward Journey. With a sharply worded reply, one that cut to the bone, Tan Jiayi delivered a devastating blow to the arrogant Rainstorm Corporation. It's blowing up. Guys, check this out. Tan Jiayi's response to Rainstorm Company has James speechless. A netizen frantically flooded the hotpost section of a gaming forum with screenshots of Tan Jiayi's response. The news spread like wildfire. Within minutes, it captured the attention of countless netizens. Nearly everyone in the gaming community was following this incident. On the very same day, they all saw the contents of the letter through various channels. This letter is so satisfying. One excited netizen copied and pasted a classic line from the reply into the comments section, followed by a string of exclamation marks. An 8-year-old wrote such a sharp letter? Am I seeing this right? This completely shatters my expectations. Tan Jiayi is truly a god. I have to admit it, honestly. Previous rumors about him always felt more like hype than reality, but this time, I think I've witnessed his genuine brilliance. The news spread like wildfire across major social media platforms. Netizens became human megaphones, sharing the news with everyone they knew. Tan Jiayi is so cool. He actually dared to go head-to-head with the world-leading Rainstorm Corporation. Yeah, I played games he developed, never imagined he was this formidable. Hope he can crush Heavy Rain Company and show that arrogant James what China's got. Netizens' enthusiasm was ignited. Everyone pinned their hopes on Tan Jiayi. Countless people left messages online, cheering Tan Jiayi on. Tan Jiayi, you've got to give it your all. Defeat Rainstorm Company decisively, we're all behind you. Show Heavy Rain Games that Chinese games aren't to be messed with. Tan Jiayi, we're counting on you. Make James eat his words. They desperately hoped Tan Jiayi would deal a crushing blow to Rainstorm Corporation. While humiliating James, they also wanted to uphold the pride of Xia Nation's gaming industry. Chapter 107, The Bet Agreement. Shanghai, Rainstorm Corporation's Xia Kingdom headquarters. James leisurely blew smoke rings. Suddenly, his assistant rushed in and handed him a letter. Boss, this is the reply from Tan Jiayi of Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited. James casually took the letter and gave it a cursory glance. But as he read on, his expression darkened instantly. His relaxed expression gave way to anger, and the cigar fell to the floor. That brat. Who does he think he is? James laughed bitterly. I silenced the entire Xia gaming industry, and he has the nerve to talk back to me. With that, he clenched his hands, crumpling the letter into a ball before tearing it viciously into shreds that scattered across the floor. James sprang to his feet. Arrange a press conference now. I'll make sure this arrogant little company owner learns what happens when you cross James. His assistant watched the furious James and inwardly groaned. He knew James' temper all too well. This man held grudges and was ruthlessly vindictive. Rainstorm Corporation's visit to Xia Nation was meant to establish dominance. The bigwigs in the gaming industry dared not speak up, yet here was Tan Jiayi recklessly firing back. Boss, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? After all, it's just a small company. The assistant tried to calm James down. Small company? James' eyes widened as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. He dares to challenge me? I'll make him regret it. Whether he's a big company or a small one, no one gets to act up in front of me. The assistant sighed helplessly. Knowing he couldn't dissuade James, he simply replied, Boss, I'll make the arrangements right away. In his heart, he silently felt sorry for Tan Jiayi. The banquet hall of Shanghai's largest hotel. Journalists from all media outlets had set up their cameras and equipment early, surrounding the venue so tightly that not a single person could slip through. Everyone was waiting for a storm to break. James, president of Rainstorm Corporation's China division, was about to respond to Tan Jiayi's challenge right here. James strode onto the stage in a crisp, tailored suit. His eyes gleamed with arrogance, a cold, dismissive smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Coming to a halt, he addressed the crowd in fluent foreign language. Ladies and gentlemen of the press. Today, I stand here because of an intriguing challenge. I'm delighted to see someone daring to take me on. How utterly fascinating. He spread his arms wide, gesturing dramatically. All these so-called gaming companies from Xia Nation have always cowered before me like mice seeing a cat. But this Tan Jiayi is different. He has the guts to write back to me and go head-to-head with me. James paused deliberately at this point, a sneer spreading across his face. I owe him my thanks, he's given me the chance to show everyone the true power of storm games. Below the stage, journalists began snapping photos frantically, flashes erupting in rapid succession. James scanned the crowd below the stage, his eyes brimming with arrogance. He thinks a letter is enough to challenge us? He's dreaming. Our company, Storm, is the undisputed leader in the global gaming industry. We possess the most cutting-edge technology, the most brilliant game designers, and countless blockbuster titles. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down on the table. The microphone on the table rattled in response. Those who oppose us, those who question us, they will all pay the price. James clenched his fist. I'll make Tan Jiayi make the entire gaming industry of Xia Nation understand that not just anyone can cross Storm Corporation. Stand against us, and you'll find only a dead end. His voice echoed through the banquet hall, as if to drown out every dissenting whisper. The dazzling lights hurt the eyes, while below the stage, journalists from major media outlets packed the area like sardines. James stood tall on the stage, radiating an obnoxious arrogance. Hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes brimming with defiance, he swept the crowd below with a haughty gaze. Oomph. James suddenly snorted coldly, then bellowed at the top of his lungs, since he's got the guts to challenge our Storm Corporation, why not make things even more exciting? He deliberately drew out his words, his eyes glinting with mockery. He reveled in the stunned expressions of the crowd, their mouths agape. Listen up. James leaned into the microphone, his gaze fixed straight ahead, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Over the next 3 months, both sides will develop one game each. Then we'll have a real showdown to see which game reaches more players and generates better revenue. The journalists below instantly erupted into a frenzy. No one had expected James to come here just for a war of words. Instead, the two companies would invest real resources and compete head-to-head. A real-world business showdown? Holy crap, this is insane. Developing a game in 3 months and then competing on revenue? This is no joke. Yeah, this bet is brutal. The consequences of losing would be unimaginable. Flashbulbs from reporters' cameras flashed incessantly, capturing this highly dramatic scene. James seemed pleased with the crowd's reaction. If our company, Rainstorm, loses, no problem. He threw his head back and bellowed, we'll immediately withdraw from the Xia market and never set foot here again. His face radiated confidence. As if what he mentioned was something that could never happen. Then, his tone shifted abruptly. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he glared at the camera and declared, but if Tan Jiayi loses, he will never be allowed to work in the gaming industry again. He stared defiantly into the camera. What do you say, Tan Jiayi? Do you dare accept this challenge? A faint, mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself that fool Tan Jiayi who dared reply would surely be scared out of his wits. According to his research, Tan Jiayi's company had only been formally established a short while ago. The date was fresh. Before that, it had been nothing more than a small workshop, a business that had barely scraped by before finally establishing itself as a company. In his eyes, this was a case of getting a little cocky after achieving a minor success. That's why they'd have the audacity to challenge him. If he dares to agree, I'm ready to sign this agreement anytime. James crossed his arms, tilted his head back, his chin practically pointing to the sky, his face radiating an air of utter arrogance. If he doesn't dare, then he'd better make a public apology. I'll let bygones be bygones and pretend none of this ever happened. Chapter 108, Tan Jiayi's Choice. James's fiercely confrontational press conference instantly sent shockwaves rippling through the entire gaming industry, the news spreading at an astonishing speed. Inside a conference room at a major gaming conglomerate, a group of industry heavyweights sat around a long table. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Upon hearing James propose the wager agreement, one portly boss froze for a moment, then his face lit up with relief as he exhaled deeply. Thank goodness we didn't act impulsively and stick our necks out back then. Otherwise, we'd be the ones James is forcing into this corner now, forced to sign the bet agreement. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Yeah, going up against Rainstorm Corporation would be like hitting a stone with an egg. We can't even begin to compete with the capital and technology backing them. If we'd actually gone head-to-head, we might have lost everything in the blink of an eye. Then we'd be ruined, our reputations destroyed, everything lost. But this Tan Jiayi really is fearless like a newborn calf. I wonder how he plans to counter James's move next. Meanwhile, in the online gaming forums, a thread about Tan Jiayi's bet against Rainstorm Corporation shot to the top of the homepage in no time. Threads piled up relentlessly. Tan Jiayi is such a fool, this is pure reckless bravery. Netizens vented in posts, he went head-to-head with that arrogant James just to prove a point for our Xia Nation's gaming industry. But look at James now, he's getting even more arrogant. And not a single soul in the entire gaming community has stepped up to defend Tan Jiayi. That's just heartbreaking. Exactly. Other netizens chimed in, their voices brimming with anger. The folks in Xia's gaming scene are all spineless. So many people just stood by and watched Tan Jiayi, a kid, take on a giant like Rainstorm Corporation. They don't even band together. What the hell are they afraid of? James's bet is brutal. Develop a game in 3 months while competing against Rainstorm? That's practically impossible. Netizens analyzed rationally, sighing helplessly. Tan Jiayi is in big trouble this time. Those gaming tycoons are all hiding in the shadows, just looking out for themselves. What a disgrace. If Tan Jiayi loses, he won't be able to make games anymore. For us gamers, that would be a huge loss. His games have brought us so much joy. I truly hope it doesn't end this way. At a net cafe frequented by gaming enthusiasts, a group of young people sat together, playing games while discussing the matter. Tan Jiayi is betting against Heavy Rain Studios. He's got 3 months to develop a game. Seriously? That's way too risky. Rainstorm is an industry giant. Tan Jiayi is talented, but the gap is just too huge. A player wearing a gaming-themed t-shirt slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Yeah, those gaming bigwigs are such a letdown. They always drop the ball when it matters most. Tan Jiayi is the only one charging ahead. If he loses, we'll never get to play the games he develops. His companion shook his head helplessly, yet a glimmer of hope still flickered in his eyes. Let's hope Tan Jiayi can pull off a miracle. Otherwise, our Xia Nation's gaming industry will suffer a truly massive embarrassment this time. Meanwhile, employees at various game companies were buzzing with private discussions. Will our company send reinforcements to help Tan Jiayi? Him taking on Rainstorm alone? That's impossible. A young game designer whispered, honestly, with 3 months gone, Heavy Rain must be mobilizing resources too. This has blown up so big, public outrage is boiling. He lowered his voice hesitantly. If the company sends reinforcements, I'd actually like to go. You're crazy. Our boss wouldn't get involved in this mess. Going against Rainstorm? We could lose the whole company. A colleague nearby overheard and quickly tugged at him. Better to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. The entire internet was abuzz with this incident. Everyone was closely watching Tan Jiayi's next move, curious to see how he would break through this seemingly hopeless standoff. At Tan Jiayi's residence, the Tan family's financial situation is now quite prosperous. They had moved out of their old house and into a newly purchased villa. Tan Huigan now drives a car, something he never dared dream of before. Yet now, neither Tan Huigan nor Lu Jiali wore a single trace of a smile. Instead, their faces were etched with worry. Tan Huigan rubbed his hands together incessantly, his eyes filled with anxiety. That child Jiayi, why must he be so impulsive? Our lives have finally started to improve, yet he goes and provokes the Rainstorm Company. Isn't that like throwing himself into the fire? They had recently inquired about it. Rainstorm Corporation was one of the world's most renowned game companies. Its power was truly formidable. Lu Jiali sighed softly, her eyes reddening. Jiayi is only 8 years old, how could he possibly stand a chance against them? What's worse, the other side had no sense of fair play, demanding a bet agreement right off the bat. Tan Huigan gritted his teeth. No, we must back down immediately. Stop confronting them. This bet agreement absolutely cannot be signed. Son, don't be foolish. Baoyu Company isn't someone we can afford to provoke. Apologize to them immediately and settle this matter. If the bet failed, Tan Jiayi would be barred from the gaming industry. The loss would be catastrophic. Tan Huigan's voice cracked with urgency. If you sign this bet agreement and lose, you'll never be able to make games again. He paused, lowered his voice, and sighed. You've got your whole future ahead of you. Don't ruin your prospects over a momentary impulse. Lu Jiali chimed in from the side. Your father is right. Let's not get involved in this mess, okay? Tan Jiayi looked at her parents, their eyes filled with worry. After a moment's thought, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he let out a soft, cold laugh. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Tan Jiayi patted his parents' hands, his tone steady and composed, unlike that of an 8-year-old child. In his previous life, he'd never had any dealings with Rainstorm Corporation and hadn't known the company was so ruthless. But now that the words had been spoken, there was no taking them back. He had no intention of apologizing to Zams either. That left only one option: do it. Chapter 109, James arrives in Jiangcheng. On the expressway from Shanghai to Jiangcheng, a luxury sedan sped along. The interior was lavishly appointed leather seats, high-end audio system, the works. Oomph. Those big companies in Xia country like Tencent and ByteDance, not a single one dares to utter a peep. James sat in the spacious back seat, his face dark and sullen. He glared angrily out the window, muttering to himself under his breath, his eyes filled with contempt. How did such a presumptuous little company dare to pop up? Daring to go against me? James gritted his teeth in fury. His assistant in the front passenger seat cautiously turned his head, offering a forced smile. Boss, perhaps this little company is just a young bull fearless of tigers, unaware of the might of our Storm Corporation. Ignorant? James scoffed as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. They're stupid. The entire gaming industry in Xia Nation knows our reputation. Even the big companies wouldn't dare provoke us, and these fools do. I must make an example of them. Let all of Xia know what happens when you cross Storm Corporation. The assistant hesitated before whispering, "Boss, but this little company is just too weak. I'm afraid making an example of them won't really serve its purpose." "What do you know?" James glared fiercely at his assistant and roared, "No matter how weak they are, if they dare challenge me, they won't be spared. If we can't even handle a small company like this, who will fear Rainstorm Corporation in the future? If word gets out, how can we maintain our standing in the global gaming industry?" The assistant shrank back, too scared to say another word. James leaned back in his chair, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Humph. This little company. I'll make them understand the price of challenging me. I'll make them a cautionary tale for the entire gaming industry in Xia Nation. Let's see who dares cross me after this." Jiangcheng, downtown. A black luxury sedan pulled up slowly. The door opened, and James stepped out with an air of arrogance. He wore sunglasses, an expensive suit, and his hair was meticulously combed. A cigar hung from his mouth. "Humph, is this Jiangcheng in Xia Nation?" James surveyed the slightly outdated buildings and the bustling yet plainly dressed crowd, a mocking sneer curling his lips. "Compared to Shanghai, it's like night and day. And don't even get me started on how it stacks up against our beautiful American cities." "Indeed, boss." His assistant quickly chimed in, "The level of development here is nowhere near ours. It can't hold a candle to our turf." James held his cigar in hand, flicking ash dismissively. "But that's fine. We'll start with that little company daring to challenge me. A crushing victory in a place like this will send a clear message to the entire gaming industry in Xia." The assistant voiced his concern, "Boss, this company may be weak, but isn't all this effort a bit overkill?" "Overkill?" James' eyes narrowed, and he glared at his assistant. "What do you know? This isn't just about dealing with some small company, it's about establishing our dominance. I'll make the entire Xia Nation understand. Dare to provoke Rainstorm Corporation, and even a small company in a backwater like this will meet a grim end." With that, James flung his cigar to the ground, crushed it underfoot, and strode forward. "Poof. That reckless little company? I'll make you all understand the price of provoking James very soon." James's eyes blazed with furious rage. He whipped his head around, glaring at his assistant and bellowing, "Speak up. Where the hell is that reckless little company daring to challenge me? I'll make them understand right now how foolish it was to cross me." The assistant shuddered at James's terrifying demeanor. He quickly lowered his head and began searching through the files. After a long moment, he hesitantly unfolded a map. It took him ages to confirm the location before finally nodding. Yes, it really is this place." The assistant wiped sweat from his forehead and pointed toward Triumph International nearby. "Boss, it's in that building. The name is Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited." James followed the assistant's pointing direction and instantly flashed a look of utter contempt. His shoulders shrugged slightly, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. "That's it?" He snorted disdainfully, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Oomph. Utterly delusional. They think hiding in that dilapidated building will shield them from my retribution? Pure delusion." Clenching his fists, he snarled, "Tell everyone to get ready. Before long, I'll make sure this little company that dared to challenge me vanishes completely from Jiangcheng. Not a trace will remain." James stood before the Triumph International building, gazing at the modest structure. A maniacal grin spread across his face, growing ever more unrestrained. "This tiny company in a rundown building actually dares to challenge me. Once I crush them completely, the entire Xia Kingdom will bow down obediently at the feet of Rainstorm Corporation. Then, our promotion efforts in Xia will skyrocket." The assistant leaned in with a fawning expression, flattering, "Boss, your words are so powerful. That pathetic little company doesn't even know its own weight, yet it dares to go head to head with our Rainstorm Corporation. It's like a birthday boy hanging himself asking for trouble." He glanced at James's expression and raised his voice. "Their so-called courage is as insignificant as ants before our overwhelming strength, utterly insignificant. Only the brainless would commit such foolishness." James snorted with satisfaction, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. He shot his assistant a dismissive glance, waved his hand grandly, and turned toward the gates of Triumph International. His strides were long and deliberate as he muttered under his breath, "Today is the day this company meets its end." His assistant hurried to keep up, panting as he trailed behind, "Sir, rest assured. This time, we'll definitely beat them into submission. After this, no one in the entire Xia gaming industry will ever dare to think of resisting again." James had no patience for his assistant's idle chatter. He quickened his pace, his eyes flashing with savage determination and an eager light. Visions of Jiangcheng Company crumbling under his assault played relentlessly in his mind, employees wailing in despair, company assets auctioned off, the sign smashed to pieces. At that thought, he couldn't help but let out a sinister chuckle. It was as if he were already savoring the taste of victory. Chapter 110, My Opponent is a Child? His assistant led the way ahead, hunched over like a lackey. James followed behind, hands in his pockets, strutting along. All the way, James wore an expression of impatience, muttering complaints now and then. "This damn place. So many floors, and the elevator's so slow. What a waste of my time. Finally, the elevator dinged as it reached the 17th floor. The assistant pointed cautiously at the floor sign, smiling apologetically. Sir, this is a Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited. James stepped out of the elevator and looked up. The entire floor was occupied by Jiangcheng Network's office space. He paused for a moment, then a mocking sneer curled his lips as he declared loudly, "Wow, the entire floor?" James stood in the 17th floor corridor, arms crossed, his smirk growing more pronounced. He turned to his assistant, his gaze brimming with arrogance. Oof. This company might look impressive here, but compared to our Storm Corporation, they're nothing, just a tiny shrimp. The assistant flattered him. You're absolutely right, boss. Our Storm Corporation owns an entire gaming campus headquarters in the States. Take our Shanghai branch, they lease the entire building outright. That kind of grandeur, who could possibly match it? James nodded with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with even greater contempt. Don't they know our standing in the global gaming industry? To dare challenge me is laughable. In the face of absolute power, their little operation. Nothing but a small workshop. James pushed open the door to Jiangcheng Network Technology Company, Limited. Striding inside, he scanned the room and bellowed in a foreign language, "Get your boss out here." Wang Xiaoya frowned, inwardly repulsed by James's rudeness, but she maintained her composure out of courtesy. Leaning out from her workstation, she hesitated before responding in halting foreign language, "Hello? Our boss is at school. He's not here right now. If you're here to see him, you'll just have to wait until he gets back from school." With that, Wang Xiaoya turned away from James without another glance, returning to her own tasks and leaving him standing there. James' eyes widened in disbelief at what he'd just heard. Standing rooted to the spot, James scanned the entire office area. To his astonishment, the vast space contained only 3 female employees busily at work. The scene struck him as utterly absurd. His face instantly twisted into a cold, mocking sneer. Is this it? With just these few people, they dare challenge Rainstorm Corporation? Absolutely ridiculous. He laughed and shook his head, his eyes brimming with contempt. James paced back and forth in his office, glancing at his watch from time to time. Hours passed, his patience wearing thin as anger burned fiercely within him. Where the hell is that kid? Making me wait this long. Just then, the office door swung open. Tan Jiayi, backpack slung over his shoulder, walked in. Wang Xiaoya rushed over as if she'd seen his savior, grabbing Tan Jiayi's arm. "Boss, you're finally back. Some foreigner's been waiting for you here since this afternoon, acting all high and mighty." Tan Jiayi frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes before quickly fading. "Oh, got it." The moment Tan Jiayi stepped through the company door, he saw a foreigner dressed in a suit and tie. He was ranting and raving in a foreign language. This guy must be sent by the Rainstorm Company. After setting down his backpack, Tan Jiayi lightly brushed imaginary dust from his clothes before turning with composure. He strode purposefully toward James, his steady demeanor hardly that of an 8-year-old child. Tan Jiayi stood before James. He didn't flinch, meeting James's gaze directly. Then, in fluent and authentic foreign language, his voice clear and resonant, he declared, "I've seen you causing a scene here for quite some time. The person you're looking for must be me. I'm the owner of this company. Stop causing trouble here. If you have business, get to the point. Stop wasting my time." His words rang out with authority. The tension shifted instantly. James, who had been so aggressive moments ago, now looked like a petty troublemaker who'd come looking for a fight. James' face was twisted with rage, ready to explode again. When he heard Tan Jiayi's sharp, decisive words, he froze in place, utterly stunned. "You, what did you say?" James stammered, his voice thick with disbelief. "You're saying you're the boss? You little punk?" As he spoke, he eyed Tan Jiayi up and down. His eyes flashed with shock, then overflowed with utter contempt. "Ha ha ha. This is easily the funniest joke I've heard all year." James suddenly snapped out of it, erupting into a shrill, piercing laugh. "And I was expecting some big shot, turns out it's a brat who hasn't even hit 10 yet. Do you even know what you're doing? You probably haven't read many books. Do you know who I am? Do you know why I'm here? I'm here to do business. And you? You probably only know a few ways to spend $10. He laughed while pointing his finger at Tan Jiayi. His demeanor was utterly arrogant. Tan Jiayi said nothing. His gaze on James was like watching a clown. A pure clown. James' laughter abruptly stopped. His facial muscles twisted into an expression of fury as he glared viciously at Tan Jiayi and bellowed, "Are you kidding me? A wet behind-the-ears kid like you is the company boss? This is utterly ridiculous." His voice reverberated through the office, making everyone's ears ring. "Do you even know what Rainstorm Corporation represents? We call the shots in the global gaming industry. When we stamp our feet, the entire sector trembles." James roared, pointing at Tan Jiayi. "And you, a kid who hasn't even grown a beard yet, dare to challenge us?" His rage boiling over, he whipped around and bellowed at Wang Xiaoya beside him. "Get the real person in charge of your company out here. Don't try to fool me with this kid." Wang Xiaoya frowned, about to speak, but Tan Jiayi reached out and stopped her. Stepping forward, Tan Jiayi met James's gaze with unwavering resolve and declared loudly, "I am the owner of this company. You needn't look for anyone else. Whatever you have to say, take it up with me." James nearly leapt to his feet in fury at these words. He thrust his finger forward, nearly poking Tan Jiayi in the face, and roared, "You don't push your luck. If you don't bring out the real decision maker today, your company won't have an easy time." Chapter 111, The Bet Agreement, Done. Tan Jiayi looked at James, his overbearing demeanor filling her with utter disgust. She rolled her eyes dramatically. "Enough already. Shouting like this won't help. I'll say this one last time, if you want to talk to the company's head, that's me. This company, Gen Network Technology Company, Limited, was founded by me, Tan Jiayi. I have the final say on every single decision, big or small." He tilted his head back slightly, chin lifted, a playful smirk curling his lips as he deliberately drew out his words. "But let me be clear, if you're thinking of signing a bet agreement, that's going to be a bit tricky. I'm still a minor, you know? Legally speaking, I don't have full civil capacity yet. That agreement would have to be signed by my father, Tan Huygen." James, who had been gesticulating wildly moments ago, froze instantly upon hearing Tan Jiayi's words, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long while. His throat felt constricted, and it took him a long while to stammer out a few words. You little brat. So young, and you actually know the law? And you can speak such fluent foreign languages." He spoke while unconsciously shaking his head. His face was etched with utter disbelief. James recalled Wang Xiaoya's laborious foreign language skills during their earlier exchange. Now, before him stood Tan Jiayi, calm, composed, and speaking with such ease. A chill ran down his spine as he thought to himself, could this kid really have some kind of background? Is he really the head of this company? Could I have misjudged him? For the first time, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Tan Jiayi glanced at James, who was still staring blankly, then turned to Wang Xiaoya and said, "Sis Xiaoya, call my dad and tell him to come to the company immediately. Say it's urgent." Wang Xiaoya nodded quickly, pulled out her phone, and hurried off to make the call. Tan Jiayi then turned her attention back to James, her face wearing a confident smile as she spoke in fluent foreign language. "Let's continue discussing the performance-based agreement. You say we each develop a game within 3 months and compare audience reach and revenue? Sounds good to me. I think it's quite interesting." Speaking like a little adult, he crossed his arms and tilted his head, looking at James. James observed this composed young man before him, listening to his well-articulated words. The last shred of doubt vanished from his mind. He had to admit that Tan Jiayi was the true backbone of this company. After the initial shock, regret washed over him. He cursed himself inwardly for being so impulsive. James cursed inwardly, how could I not have realized he was just a kid? Now look at this bet agreement is nothing but a huge trap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew, his face alternating between pale and flushed. If he won, people would surely say, so what if Rainstorm beat an 8-year-old? What's so impressive about that? What kind of skill is that? This would do nothing to enhance the company's reputation. Instead, people would think they were bullying the underdog. But if they lost? The consequences were unimaginable. If they can lose to an 8-year-old, all those glorious victories Rainstorm Company boasts about must be nothing but hot air. Then the company would become a laughingstock in the global gaming industry. The thought sent a cold sweat beating on James's forehead as he began pacing restlessly. James stood there, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. His mind was filled with curses. Yet right now, in the entire gaming industry of Xia Nation, only Jargon Network dared to accept the challenge. He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and push through. Just then, the door burst open with a bang. Tan Huygen rushed in breathlessly. He glanced at James, whose face was twisted with rage, then looked at his son, who remained calm and composed. Tan Huygen understood the situation. Tan Huygen stepped forward, straightened his back, and met James's gaze without flinching. He declared loudly, I am Tan Huygen, father of Tan Jiayi. Let me make this clear, although my son founded this company, he makes every major and minor decision. He is the one in charge. If you have any business, talk directly to my son. James was already seething with anger because of Tan Jiayi's composure. Now, his forehead veins bulged with fury. His brows knotted tightly, twisted like a pretzel, and the venom flashing in his eyes seemed almost tangible. His mind raced, this kid is stubborn as a mule. He's going to be a real handful. If that's the case, I'll just throw some more fire at them and see how arrogant he can stay. With that thought, James's face instantly contorted into a forced smile, a grimace uglier than a cry. He addressed Tan Jiayi with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hey, little buddy, since we're both so sincere, let's talk about this betting agreement. I think we should rethink those previous terms. What do you say? Tan Jiayi stared at James, his insincere expression stirring a wave of disgust within him. He raised an eyebrow, curled his lips in disdain, and spoke with palpable impatience. Cut the crap. Spit it out straight. Don't beat around the bush. I've got no time for your games. James was momentarily stumped by Tan Jiayi's bluntness, his fake smile nearly slipping. He snorted coldly, his expression instantly turning fierce. Raising his voice, he nearly shouted, "Fine. You're refreshingly blunt. Then I'll be blunt too. If your Gen Network company loses this time, it won't just be you, Tan Jiayi, who suffers. Every single employee here won't be able to set foot in the gaming industry again. So, kid, you got the guts to accept?" With that, he took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Tan Jiayi with a calculating glint. Like a wolf waiting for its prey to take the bait. After James threw down that almost unfair challenge, he watched Tan Jiayi with a smug look. He was waiting to see the boy turn pale with fear and submit meekly. But Tan Jiayi merely gave him a calm glance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a dismissive smile. "That's your offer?" Tan Jiayi snorted derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. "You really underestimate people, don't you? Fine. I accept." He crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. That confident aura made it seem as though the entire world lay within his grasp. James froze, clearly taken aback by Tan Jiayi's abrupt agreement. Doubt crept into his voice. You're sure? Do you understand what this entails? Don't back out after you lose." Tan Jiayi took a step forward, lifting his head to lock eyes with James, his gaze piercing. "My word is my bond." Because he didn't believe he would lose. After years of hard work in the gaming industry, he had every reason to be confident. Chapter 112, this time, let's make something even more awesome. The next day. The skies over Jiangcheng were exceptionally clear. Yet outside Kajia Network's headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, like a storm was brewing. Reporters from all major media outlets in Jiangcheng swarmed the scene. Long lenses and short lenses were all aimed at the company entrance, with flashes going off non-stop. They had all heard the explosive news Tan Jiayi was set to sign a performance-based agreement with James from Rainstorm Company. This is huge news in the gaming world. Amid the crowd, James strode into the company wearing a crisp suit, his hair slicked back with a glossy sheen, a smug, arrogant smirk plastered across his face. As he walked, he flaunted himself to the surrounding reporters. "Today, I'll show everyone what happens when you cross Rainstorm Corporation. Some kid from Xia Nation too young to know better dares to challenge us? Utterly delusional." Tan Jiayi showed no sign of being intimidated by James's arrogance. Seeing James' smug expression, Tan Jiayi snorted in disdain. "Once the agreement is signed, you'll have plenty of time to cry. Don't think your Rainstorm Corporation can keep running rushod forever." Under the gaze of the crowd, a performance-based agreement was placed on the table. James eagerly snatched the pen, scribbled his signature in a flourish, then tossed the pen aside, glaring defiantly at Tan Jiayi. "Kid, let's see how long you can keep talking tough." Tan Jiayi calmly picked up the pen, ready to sign, but Tan Huigan quickly stopped him. Are you sure? Once you sign this, there's no turning back." Tan Jiayi looked up at his father, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Dad, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. I'm certain I'll win." With that, he firmly wrote his name on the agreement. Since Tan Jiayi was underage, Tan Huigan, acting as his legal guardian, also signed the agreement. After signing, Tan Huigan patted Tan Jiayi on the shoulder. "Son, no matter the outcome, I'll always support you." The news spread like wildfire across the entire city. It became the focal point of everyone's discussions. Everyone praised Tan Jiayi's courage. Only 8 years old, yet so bold, daring to take on the Rainstorm Corporation. This child is bound for greatness. Yes, he's fighting for the honor of our Xia Nation's gaming industry. Truly admirable. Facing the relentless pressure from Rainstorm Corporation, Tan Jiayi showed no fear, staking everything for the honor of Xia Nation's gaming industry. This scene was deeply etched into the minds of every citizen of Xia Nation. In stark contrast, established gaming companies like Tencent and NetEase chose silence in the face of Rainstorm's provocation, appearing somewhat irresponsible. Online criticism erupted, with netizens venting. Those big companies bask in glory normally, yet when it matters, they hide like turtles. They're less responsible than an 8-year-old. Exactly. Tan Jiayi is the real hero. Those established companies really need to do some serious soul-searching. After signing the agreement, Tan Jiayi hurried straight toward the company, leaving the school gates far behind. Inside the company, chaos had already erupted. Wang Xiaoya and 2 other female employees paced anxiously in circles. Worry etched itself across their faces. Oh no, oh no. What are we going to do now? Wang Xiaoya, her brow furrowed, paced the office, muttering to herself. That's Rainstorm Corporation. How could we possibly win? Just then, Tan Jiayi pushed open the door. Wang Xiaoya, as if seeing a savior, rushed over and grabbed Tan Jiayi's arm. Boss, you finally made it. This wager agreement, it's terrifying. Can we really pull this off? Tan Jiayi gently patted Wang Xiaoya's hand, flashing a confident smile as he spoke firmly. Why panic? I wouldn't have signed this agreement if I didn't have absolute confidence in winning. There's no need to panic. His voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry a magical quality that instantly calmed the 3 panicked individuals. Really? Boss, how can you be so confident? Wang Xiaoya asked skeptically, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Tan Jiayi walked to his office chair, sat down with a flourish, crossed his legs, and folded his arms across his chest. Of course it's true. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling. Have you forgotten my past achievements? I've come prepared. Wang Xiaoya swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, Boss, have you already decided what kind of game to make? Is that why you're so confident? The other two female employees quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed on Tan Jiayi. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Tan Jiayi nodded emphatically, slamming his hand on the table and declaring loudly, exactly. If that James guy wants to play games, I'll play a big one with him. This time, I won't just win the bet, I'll reclaim the honor of Xia's gaming industry. I'll make the whole world know that Xia's games aren't to be messed with. His powerful voice resonated, making everyone's hearts race. Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun, who had been feeling a bit uneasy, were instantly fired up by Tan Jiayi's words. Zhao Lin's face flushed crimson as she shouted, Boss, you're absolutely right. Let's go all out against them. I've never liked that rainstorm company. This time, we'll show them what we're made of. Zhou Yun nodded vigorously, refusing to be outdone. Boss, wherever you lead, we'll follow. We'll do whatever you say, we won't hold you back. Wang Xiaoya was equally fired up. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed firmly on Tan Jiayi. Boss, we believe in you. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, we'll follow you. Together, we'll make this game happen and make Rainstorm Company lose their shirts. The three stood in a row, their gazes fixed firmly on Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi looked at Wang Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, time is tight. You need to recruit a team of top-tier programmers for me immediately as fast as you can. This game we're building isn't like anything we've done before. Its complexity is several times greater and it demands a massive workforce. This is about the survival of our company and the reputation of the gaming industry in Xia Nation. We absolutely cannot drop the ball. Infected by Tan Jiayi's impassioned fervor, Wang Xiaoya's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Boss, leave this to me. I'll mobilize every connection I have to recruit the most talented programmers in record time and assemble an unbeatable development team. Chapter 113, Recruitment Setback. After settling the company's recruitment matters, Tan Jiayi slipped into the waiting car. The driver respectfully started the engine and sped toward the university. Throughout the journey, Tan Jiayi's thoughts remained immersed in the wager plan with Rainstorm Corporation. Soon, the car came to a smooth stop at the school entrance. Tan Jiayi pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment he stepped onto campus, he keenly sensed the unusual glances from fellow students around him. The once bustling campus path seemed to fall silent the moment he appeared. All eyes turned to him. Their eyes were filled with awe. Wow, that's Tan Jiayi. I heard he dared to take on the world's top game company at just 8 years old. That's incredible. Yeah, my parents probably don't have that kind of guts. He's my absolute idol. Tan Jiayi walked on as if nothing had happened, though he knew exactly what everyone was talking about. Just then, a small figure pushed through the crowd, none other than the little girl Li Lei. Her rosy cheeks lifted as she stared intently at Tan Jiayi, not blinking once. Her eyes were practically dripping with admiration. Jiayi, did you really sign a performance-based agreement with the super-powerful Storm Corporation? Li Lei asked, her face brimming with envy. Her voice was sweet, tinged with disbelief. Tan Jiayi looked at Li Lei's adorable expression and nodded with a smile. Yep, I did. How come? Did you hear about it too? Li Lei nodded vigorously, clasping her hands tightly together, her face glowing with adoration. Jiayi, you're so cool. What little girl doesn't dream of being a princess? She'd always imagined how wonderful it would be to meet a truly amazing prince. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd actually meet one. Jiayi, you're my Prince Charming. At such a young age, you're so determined, so brave, and so capable even adults can't compare to you. Tan Jiayi blushed at Li Lei's praise. Li Lei hopped back to her seat like a cheerful little rabbit. Then, in a flurry of excitement, she turned her little backpack upside down. Before long, all sorts of snacks were dumped onto the desk. The brightly colored wrappers piled up on the desk like a small mountain. Jiayi, come quick. Li Lei excitedly called out to Tan Jiayi while waving energetically at him. Tan Jiayi strolled over slowly, glancing at the snowflake cookies and wafers on the table. He thought to himself, these are the kinds of snacks kids love. I really don't feel like eating any of this right now. But seeing Li Lei's face full of expectation, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Tan Jiayi smiled, his voice tinged with feigned delight. Wow, Li Lei, you brought so many snacks. Li Lei clapped her hands happily. Brother Jiayi, these are all my favorite treats. Help yourself to whatever you like, don't be shy. She pushed the snacks toward Tan Jiayi as she spoke. Tan Jiayi smiled helplessly, reaching for a bag of snowflake cookies. Well then, I won't be polite. Thank you, Li Lei. You're welcome, you're welcome. I'm so happy brother Jiayi likes the snacks I brought. Li Lei's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She stared at Tan Jiayi without blinking, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Jiayi, you look so handsome eating those snow cakes. Li Lei propped her chin in her hands, her face glowing with adoration. Tan Jiayi nearly choked on her words, coughing twice before saying, Lilei, you don't have to exaggerate like that. I'm not exaggerating at all. Jiayi, you're definitely going to win that bet with the Rainstorm Company. Then you'll be a big hero. Lilei exclaimed excitedly, her little face flushed bright red with enthusiasm. Tan Jiayi took a bite of his snow cake, watching Lilei's earnest expression. Thank you for believing in me so much. I'll definitely give it my all. I knew it. Brother Jiayi is the best. When you win, I'll give you an even bigger gift. Lilei declared with unwavering conviction. It was as if Tan Jiayi had already won the bet. The job fair bustled with crowds. Yet the recruitment booth for Jiangcheng Technology remained deserted. Wang Xiaoya and the other two stood by the rented space, their eyes fixed on the crowd. Their eyes scanned the passing crowd, hoping someone would stop to inquire about the job openings. It's been almost a whole day, and not a single person has come. Wang Xiaoya stamped her foot in frustration. The boss entrusted me with such an important task, what if I can't get it done? Her voice carried palpable anxiety. Zhou Yun frowned, looking helpless. Our hiring requirements aren't bad, and the salary is pretty high. Why isn't anyone interested? She spoke while picking up the recruitment poster, studying it over and over, as if trying to pinpoint the problem. Zhao Lin kept waving at passers-by, calling out, come take a look. Our company is hiring programmers, great benefits. But people only glanced briefly before walking away without a second look. Zhao Lin gritted her teeth in frustration. These people. How can they not even give it a second glance? Maybe it's because our company isn't well known enough? When those big firms set up booths here, people practically fight over them. Zhou Yun speculated, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Even if we're not well known, it shouldn't be so bad that no one comes at all. Wang Xiaoya was so flustered she was on the verge of tears. The boss is counting on us to recruit top programmers, create an amazing game, and beat Rainstorm Company. Now we can't even recruit people. How are we supposed to explain this? Just then, a young man strolled over leisurely. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She immediately stepped forward, her face breaking into a broad smile. Hello, we're from Jargon Technology. We're currently recruiting programmers. Would you be interested in learning more? The young man glanced at the recruitment poster and curled his lip. Jargon Network? Who doesn't know about you guys now? You're in a high-stakes bet with Heavy Rain Company. If they lose, everyone's out of a job. Who'd dare come work for them? With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Xiaoya stood frozen in place, her heart sinking at the response. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin gathered around her. Hearing the young man's words, all three fell silent. Their spirits plummeted to rock bottom, mirroring the desolate state of their stall. Zhou Yun fidgeted anxiously, then suddenly brightened. What if we go back to campus and try asking our classmates, she exclaimed. Tan Jiayi is fighting for the honor of our country's gaming industry, going head-to-head with Rainstorm Corporation. Our classmates can't just stand by and do nothing. Wang Xiaoya frowned, her mind racing with anxiety. She bit her lip and asked, but will that even work? But honestly, she couldn't think of any other solution right now. If they didn't fill the positions quickly, if they lost the wager, not only would Tan Jiayi be forced out of the gaming industry forever, but they'd also lose a great job opportunity, wouldn't they? Chapter 114, the reason behind it all is heartbreaking. Wang Xiaoya and the other two rushed into the counselor's office, breathless and flustered. Each of them was panting, their faces still etched with anxiety. Wang Xiaoya spoke first, her voice urgent. Counselor, we need your help immediately. You know Tan Jiayi, right? He signed a performance-based agreement with James from Rainstorm Company. Now our company urgently needs to hire programmers, you have to help us. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin nodded frantically beside her, their eyes brimming with hope. The counselor frowned slightly, gesturing for them to sit down before speaking slowly. I'm aware of the situation. Tan Jiayi is a brave young man. I support his decision to take on a foreign giant for the sake of our nation's gaming industry. Wang Xiaoya's face lit up with delight at the prospect. But you know what the stakes are in this wager, right? They were about to speak, only to be cut off by the counselor's next words. The losing side, every single person involved will be barred from ever working in the gaming industry again. Most of our students aspire to build their careers in this field. The risks of this agreement are simply too great. I cannot allow my students to take such a gamble. Wang Xiaoya stood up anxiously and said, Counselor, Tan Jiayi is truly confident. He's achieved remarkable results before, he'll succeed this time too. Besides, this is a golden opportunity to bring glory to Xia's gaming industry. If we succeed, our school's reputation will soar. That's right, advisor. Our company is offering excellent compensation. Everyone helping out will not only gain valuable experience, but we might even reshape the gaming industry landscape. The counselor shook his head helplessly, his tone earnest. I understand how you feel, but this concerns the students' futures. Think about it, what if they lose their future livelihood because of this? How can I explain this to them? Zhao Lin was so flustered that tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing their distress, the counselor felt a twinge of sympathy. Still, she held firm to her stance. I know you're anxious, but this truly requires careful consideration. Wang Xiaoya and the other two clung to her like drowning people grasping at a last lifeline. She pressed her palms together, bowing repeatedly, her voice trembling with emotion. Counselor, please help us. Please, just give the students a chance to decide for themselves, okay? Zhou Yin chimed in beside her, pleading, yes, counselor. Our students all have a strong sense of justice. Who knows? Maybe everyone would be willing to contribute to the gaming industry of Xiaodhua. Just organize a meeting for us to explain the situation. Even if only one person is willing to come, we still have hope. The counselor was utterly exasperated by the trio's persistence. Seeing their pitiful expressions, she felt deeply conflicted. This left her torn. Please, calm down. Take a moment to cool off. This really isn't something I can decide lightly. The counselor tried to persuade the three. But Wang Xiaoya and the others wouldn't listen, continuing to plead incessantly. After a long standoff, the counselor finally sighed and said helplessly, I really don't know what to do with you guys. I promised to gather all the students for a meeting and let them decide for themselves. But let me be clear, whatever the outcome, don't blame me. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya and the others instantly broke into bright smiles. Thank you, counselor. You're so kind. We knew you'd help us. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin stood nearby, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. The three of them were so happy they started dancing around. College auditorium. Nearly the entire department had gathered here. Many were still whispering among themselves, curious about the purpose of this meeting. Wang Xiaoya stood at the podium in the auditorium, gazing at the densely packed crowd below. She took a deep breath. Her hands gripped the microphone tightly, palms drenched in sweat. Students. Wang Xiaoya's voice echoed through the auditorium via the microphone, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The room fell silent. I've gathered everyone here today to share some extremely important news. As you've likely heard, our nation's gaming industry has recently faced a provocation. James from Rainstorm Corporation has come to our Jiangcheng to suppress our game companies and trample upon the dignity of Xia Nation's gaming industry. Wang Xiaoya grew increasingly passionate as she spoke. But Tan Jiayi, a mere 8-year-old child, has resolutely accepted James's wager for the honor of our Xia Nation. He's going to use his own strength to prove the worth of Xia's gaming industry. Wang Xiaoya clenched her fists, her passion infecting everyone present. A faint stir began to ripple through the audience below the stage. Right now, Tan Jiayi and his company are facing enormous challenges. They must develop a game capable of competing with Rainstorm Corporation within 3 months, a task requiring a vast pool of specialized talent. And we, as game design students, stand at a pivotal moment right now. Wang Xiaoya's eyes burned as she looked at her classmates below the stage. I stand here today, representing Tan Jiayi and our entire company, to ask for your help. Fight for the dignity of Xia Nation's gaming industry. We will show the world that Xia's gaming industry is not to be trifled with. Xia's game developers possess the courage and capability to stand against any formidable opponent. Wang Xiaoya finished her speech and bowed deeply to the audience below. As her words faded, the auditorium fell instantly silent, only the echoes of her voice lingering in the air. She had been filled with anticipation. But as the seconds ticked by, the auditorium remained utterly silent. Not a single person rose to show support. Only countless pairs of eyes, filled with hesitation and conflict, turned to look at her. Wang Xiaoya's expression grew increasingly grim as she gripped the microphone tightly. What? After everything I've said, isn't there a single person willing to stand up? Then, a boy stood up from the crowd. His face flushed with embarrassment, but he steeled himself and said, Please don't be angry. We understand. Tan Jiayi is doing this for the country's sake, but reality is staring us in the face. Baoyu Company promised us an internship opportunity if we don't join Jiazhen Network. And the compensation is incredibly generous. It's an opportunity many people dream of. A girl beside him also stood up. Yeah, and if we don't join, there's even extra subsidies. All things considered, this is way more profitable than joining Jiangcheng. We're just ordinary students. We have to think about our own futures. Tan Jiayi may be brave, but he's still just a kid. No matter how talented he is, how could he possibly compete with Rainstorm? The odds are too slim. Better to admit defeat early. Wang Xiaoya was furious. Chapter 115, Tan Jiayi speaks out, we won't lose. Wang Xiaoya and her two friends were in the auditorium, talking themselves hoarse, having exhausted every possible argument, both reasonable and unreasonable. They were practically ready to kneel and kowtow to their classmates. Yet still, not a single person was willing to step forward. Wang Xiaoya stomped her foot in fury. How can they be so spineless? They've been bought off by those petty favors from Rainstorm Company. Zhou Yun looked utterly helpless as she sighed, Forget it, Sister Xiaoya. If they don't want to, we can't force them. Zhao Lin fumed, Those people have disappointed me so much. Just wait until they hear about our success, then they'll regret it. The three were filled with resentment. Packing up their things, they slunk back to Home Root Company. The moment they stepped into the office, they looked like wilted eggplants deflated. They slumped into their chairs, staring blankly at the ceiling. Their hearts ached unbearably. Finally, it was time to leave work. Tan Jiayi walked into the company as usual, backpack slung over his shoulder, humming a tune. But the moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. There sat Wang Xiaoya and the other two, heads bowed, each looking utterly dejected. Their usual energy had vanished without a trace. Tan Jiayi frowned, quickened his pace, tossed his backpack onto the desk, and asked, "What's gotten into you all? You all look like you've lost your souls." Wang Xiaoya lifted her head to look at Tan Jiayi, opening her mouth but finding no words. Finally, she could only shake her head helplessly. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Tan Jiayi with a heart full of grievance, her voice trembling with tears. "Boss, this recruitment process is just too difficult. We went to the school to ask classmates for help, thinking everyone would lend a hand because you're fighting for the honor of Xia's gaming industry. But who could have imagined?" She paused, her teeth clenched in anger. "Baoyu Company is shameless. They secretly promised our students internships at their company, generous pay, and extra subsidies all in exchange for not joining us. So many students were lured by these temptations and simply refused to come to us." Zhou Yun chimed in from the side, "Yes, boss. As an industry giant, they resorting to such underhanded tactics is absolutely outrageous. What are we supposed to do now?" Zhao Lin added angrily, "Those students even said you're just a kid and have no chance against Rainstorm Corporation. They told us to just admit defeat now." Tan Jiayi listened to their account without a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled calmly and waved his hand lightly. "It's nothing. I anticipated these petty tricks long ago. I know my limits." Wang Xiaoya and the others listened. They all thought Tan Jiayi was putting on a brave face, not wanting to worry anyone. Wang Xiaoya said with concern, "Boss, please don't push yourself. We all know you're hurting inside. This isn't your fault, it's because Rainstorm Company is so underhanded." Zhou Yun quickly chimed in, "That's right, boss. You've already worked so hard and shown such courage. Let's brainstorm other solutions. We'll get through this together." Zhao Lin nodded firmly. "Exactly. We're all here with you." Tan Jiayi felt a warm wave of emotion seeing their concern, yet he remained confident. "I'm not just putting on a brave face. Tomorrow's the weekend. I plan to reach out to the media for an interview." The three women looked at Tan Jiayi with puzzled expressions. Wang Xiaoya couldn't help asking, "Boss, an interview with the media? How does that solve our hiring problem?" Tan Jiayi gave a mysterious smile. "Just wait and see. After this interview, recruiting for our company won't be this difficult anymore." Early the next morning, journalists from major media outlets across Jiangcheng swarmed the entrance of Jiangcheng Network Company. Camera lenses flashed and microphones were thrust densely toward Tan Jiayi. "Young Mr. Tan Jiayi, why did you agree to the performance-based agreement with Baoyu Corporation? They're a global gaming industry giant. This deal carries enormous risk." Tan Jiayi remained calm, meeting the camera's gaze. "Why? Because I am a citizen of Xia Nation. Storm Corporation, relying on its status as an industry giant, came to our nation to flex its muscles and suppress our gaming industry. I refuse to swallow that humiliation. Our Xia Nation's games are absolutely no worse than any other country's." Tan Jiayi's voice rang out crisply, yet with undeniable strength. The surrounding journalists were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected an 8-year-old child to deliver such impassioned words. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. "Well said. What a spirited kid. Indeed. Who would have thought such responsibility at such a young age?" Before the crowd could fully process the moment, Tan Jiayi suddenly reached out, grabbed a microphone, and shouted directly into the camera. "I want to tell everyone, including James from Baoyu Company and all those who doubt us. We will never lose." He gripped the microphone tightly. "You all think I'm just an 8-year-old kid, but let me tell you, my journey has far exceeded your wildest imaginations. I started by opening an internet cafe and worked my way up through sheer determination. And now, I've amassed billions in assets. Rainstorm Corporation? In my eyes, it's nothing special. A mere Rainstorm Corporation can intimidate me, Tan Jiayi." Tan Jiayi's voice dripped with contempt. He paused, then raised his voice, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Now, I extend an invitation to everyone. If you're willing to join Jiangcheng Network now, you'll be one of its founding members. Jiangcheng's future is limitless. As the company grows, everyone will reap tangible benefits. Look at the 3 games I've developed already. Which one isn't a hit right now? These games have been hugely successful in the market and are beloved by players." The surrounding journalists listened with blood boiling, many nodding in agreement. "Tan Jiayi, are you truly confident? This is no easy feat." Tan Jiayi's eyes blazed as he stared straight into the camera, his response unwavering. "Of course I'm confident. I, Tan Jiayi, always deliver on my promises. All I need is a group of like-minded partners to fight alongside me." As he spoke, he began listing points on his fingers. "You think making these games is hard? Wrong. For me, creating another one like this is no trouble at all. I have the skills and the confidence. They think they can suppress us? Not so fast." Tan Jiayi declared with brimming confidence. We absolutely cannot let those American companies monopolize our gaming market. Chapter 116. Finally, someone joins. That evening, throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng, every household's television broadcasted Tan Jiayi's interview footage. His confident, eloquent demeanor was etched into every viewer's memory. In a rented apartment, a young programmer slumped wearily on the sofa, idly flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, Tan Jiayi's figure appeared on the screen. He sat bolt upright, instantly captivated by Tan Jiayi's words. This kid. An 8-year-old kid dares to take on the Rainstorm Corporation in a high-stakes bet. What immense courage and skill that must take. A hint of admiration gradually surfaced in his eyes. Every game he'd developed before had been a smash hit. For an adult to be outdone by a child would be utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, in a university dorm room, several students were gathered around a computer, gaming together. From the TV beside the computer, Tan Jiayi's voice came through. Tan Jiayi? That name sounds familiar. One of the guys paused his gameplay and turned to look at the TV. That's the kid who bet against Rainstorm Corporation. Wow, he's so passionate. Another guy's eyes lit up. He says if you join Jiangcheng Network, you can become a founding member. Plus, he's confident he can create another hit game. What do you guys think? Should we give it a shot? Let's go. We're graduating soon anyway, and haven't found decent jobs yet. Following him might just lead to something big. Inspired by Tan Jiayi's interview, many began to feel tempted. Early the next morning, a long line formed outside the office building housing Jiangcheng Network Company. Among them were recent college graduates and seasoned professionals who had spent years grinding it out in the industry. Resumes in hand, they headed toward Jiangcheng Network Company. Inside Jiangcheng Network Company, what should have been a quiet and leisurely Sunday had become tense due to a recruitment drive. Wang Xiaoya, Zhou Yun, and Zhao Lin sat behind the long interview table, their eyes fixed intently on the company entrance, not daring to breathe a word. Wang Xiaoya rubbed her hands incessantly, her eyes filled with anxiety as she muttered to herself. I wonder if the boss's interview yesterday made any difference. Will anyone actually show up? This recruitment drive is our only hope. Zhou Yun, though equally nervous, forced herself to stay calm and reassured Wang Xiaoya. Sis Xiaoya, don't worry too much. The boss is so impressive, his words must have resonated with many. Plus, our company has real potential. Maybe people will show up any minute. But her eyes betrayed her. She kept glancing toward the door, her own anxiety just as palpable. The three sat in silence. The office was so quiet you could hear the ticking of the wall clock. Just as Wang Xiaoya and the others were consumed by anxiety, nearly on the verge of despair, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder and closer. All three pairs of eyes instantly turned toward the company entrance. A young man's figure appeared at the doorway. Wang Xiaoya felt her heart nearly leap out of her throat. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming in for the interview. She stammered, her eyes darting eagerly toward the resume. When she saw the name of the university listed on the resume, Wang Xiaoya's mouth fell open, her face brimming with astonishment she couldn't hide. Good heavens! Li Kuan, you're actually a top graduate from Jiangcheng University. She practically shouted, her voice brimming with delight. Jiangcheng University is the best university in our city. As she spoke, she scrutinized the resume again and again, as if afraid she might have misread it. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin quickly gathered around. The two crowded around Wang Xiaoya, eyes glued to the resume, equally astonished. Wow, it really is Jiangcheng University. And computer science major? That's amazing. Li Kuan lifted his head slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he addressed Wang Xiaoya. Actually, at first, I really hadn't planned on applying here. You know how it is, Bayou Company has been pulling strings behind the scenes, offering tempting deals to us job seekers. A lot of people got lured away by them. He sighed softly, his tone tinged with resignation. My friends all urged me not to take risks, saying an internship at Rainstorm would guarantee a bright future. Wang Xiaoya's heart instantly sank. She stared intently at Li Kuan, fearing she might hear something terrible. Then, Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, a hint of urgency in her voice, what made you change your mind later? Li Kuan's eyes lit up. Recalling the footage of Tan Jiayi's interview, he paused, took a deep breath, and said, because I saw the interview with Mr. Tan Jiayi. You really should see how he looks on TV and hear what he says. It was so spot on. Li Kuan scratched his head. Even now, thinking back, he could still feel a surge of passion welling up inside him. Tan Jiayi said we must have backbone and fight for our country's honor. At that moment, I thought, an 8-year-old child has this kind of awareness, yet I, a proper college student majoring in game development. How could I be so weak, just seeking immediate comfort and bowing to foreign companies for a little profit? This isn't just about choosing a job. It's about the future of Xia's gaming industry. If we back down now, Xia's gaming industry will forever be suppressed by foreign companies. Our creativity, our talent, all will be buried. I refuse to witness that outcome. Li Kuan's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. It seemed he had made some profound decision. So I've decided to stake my entire career on this. To go all out with boss Tan Jiayi. Just as Li Kuan passionately declared his resolve, the office door creaked open. Tan Jiayi walked in. Li Kuan, rest assured, Tan Jiayi's voice rang out crisply. I absolutely won't let you regret today's decision. He stepped before Li Kuan. He tilted his head back, his gaze fixed firmly on Li Kuan's eyes. Li Kuan lowered his head, looking at the child before him who only reached his waist. Tan Jiayi's youthful face stood in stark contrast to his mature, confident words. This made Li Kuan inwardly doubt, could this mere child really pull it off? Yet strangely, the aura Tan Jiayi exuded when speaking seemed to possess an intangible magic. It made one want to believe him without question. Chapter 117 Confidence. Wang Xiaoya stared intently at Li Kuan's resume and certificates in her hands. She meticulously verified every piece of information. Finally, after reading the last line, she exhaled heavily and gave Tan Jiayi a firm nod. Her eyes brimmed with delight. Boss, he's perfect. His resume is outstanding, top academic achievements, a wealth of relevant certifications. He's exactly the talent we need. Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. He turned to Li Kuan. Li Kuan, a resume alone isn't enough. In our field, real skills speak louder than words. Come on, show me your technical proficiency by performing a practical demonstration on the computer. Without hesitation, Li Kuan strode over to the computer and sat down firmly. He flexed his fingers. Then, his hands began flying across the keyboard. Line after line of code appeared on the screen, appearing in rapid succession, dazzling to the eye. Tan Jiayi crossed his arms, eyes fixed intently on the screen. As Li Kuan's code continued to multiply, Tan Jiayi nodded silently, inwardly impressed. Truly a top student from Jiangcheng University, his coding speed and technique were absolutely first-rate in this era. Most people simply couldn't match him. But Tan Jiayi, after all, was a veteran who had spent years grinding it out in the gaming industry. His eye was exceptionally sharp. He narrowed his eyes slightly, silently comparing in his mind, and soon identified Li Kuan's shortcomings. Compared to himself, he still lacked considerable polish. Still, with this foundation, with proper cultivation, he could certainly become a skilled player in the future. This thought bolstered Tan Jiayi's confidence in the future game development plans. All right. Li Kuan stopped his movements and exhaled deeply. He turned to Tan Jiayi, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Mr. Tan? What do you think? Tan Jiayi stepped forward, casually glancing at the screen before offering a light-hearted critique. Li Kuan, your code has a solid overall framework and clear logic. There are just a few minor areas that could use some optimization. As he spoke, he reached out. Tan Jiayi tapped lightly on several lines of code on the screen. Take this section, the conditional check in this loop could be streamlined further. And here, variable naming should follow more standardized conventions. Not only will this improve code readability, but it'll also significantly boost runtime efficiency. Listening to Tan Jiayi's words, Li Kuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He was a top student at Jiangcheng University, among the best coders on campus. How good could this kid really be? What could he possibly know about advanced technology? He nodded politely on the surface, but inwardly remained unconvinced. He even tilted his head slightly, glancing around. He wondered if there was anyone else around who looked more reliable, someone who could offer him some guidance. Finally, scratching his head skeptically, he relented. All right, Mr. Tan, I'll try it your way. Li Kuan agreed verbally, though he harbored little hope. He reluctantly modified the code according to Tan Jiayi's instructions. After finishing the changes, he clicked the run button, half believing, half doubting. Buzz. The program on the computer screen began to run at breakneck speed. The page, which had previously loaded slowly, now appeared almost instantly. The entire operation proceeded with remarkable fluidity. The occasional minor lag and inexplicable bugs that used to pop up now and then were nowhere to be found this time. Li Kuan stared intently at the screen, where the program ran at lightning speed with flawless fluidity. It seemed like a miracle. His lips trembled slightly as he murmured, How is this possible? I used to think the code I wrote was flawless, that it was completely impenetrable. His voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. But now, with just these few simple adjustments, the results are worlds apart. Yet the one guiding him wasn't some seasoned expert, it was this young boy standing before him. Li Kuan whipped his head around, staring intently at Tan Jiayi. For a moment, his throat felt constricted. He stood frozen, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The office fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of the computer's hard drive. Each passing second seemed to amplify the shock within Li Kuan. Finally, he took a deep breath, his throat moved, and he stammered out, Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this move of yours is absolutely incredible. This skill, I'm thoroughly impressed. I'm completely convinced. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Tan Jiayi was no longer one of initial disdain. Deep admiration. He had been skeptical before. How could an 8-year-old develop so many wildly popular games? And dare to take on industry giants like Rainstorm Corporation single-handedly? Now he understood Tan Jiayi's grasp and insight into code were nothing short of cheating. Tan Jiayi's level was simply beyond his own realm and was like a dimension-lowering attack. And here he'd been, so full of himself. Li Kuan hung his head, his face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. In that instant, he felt utterly confident that Tan Jiayi could take down Rainstorm Corporation and restore Xia Nation's dignity. Li Kuan was utterly stunned, but then a thread of worry crept into his mind. He surreptitiously studied Tan Jiayi, thinking to himself, Boss Tan's skills are nothing short of extraordinary. He'd certainly encountered his share of top-tier talent. Would my meager skills seem utterly insignificant to him? Would he even deem me worthy of his attention? At this thought, Li Kuan's heart instantly sank, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Just as Li Kuan was consumed by unease, Tan Jiayi crossed his arms, his gaze calm as he looked at Li Kuan and said, Li Kuan, here's what I'm offering you. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, plus 1,000th of the company's equity. Consider it. Tan Jiayi's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable certainty. Li Kuan's eyes widened instantly at these words, his worry instantly replaced by astonishment. What? Boss Tan? Li Kuan could scarcely believe his ears, his voice cracking with excitement. Of course it's true. Tan Jiayi nodded slightly, his expression earnest. You have the ability, and I need talent like yours. Let's work together. Mr. Tan, I accept. I absolutely accept. Li Kuan replied without hesitation. I'll work my hardest. Li Kuan trembled with excitement. He knew exactly what this meant. Though Jargon Network faced challenges now, with Tan Jiayi this god-tier talent at the helm. If they could just weather the storm, the future would surely be skyrocketing. And as one of the founding members, the future returns were simply beyond calculation. Chapter 118, Is he really a genius? Li Kuan successfully secured the position. Within days, applicants began flooding in one after another. Wang Xiaoya burst excitedly into Tan Jiayi's office, waving a stack of resumes and exclaiming, Boss, so many more people came to apply. And they're all exceptionally qualified. Many graduated from top universities, and some even have experience at major corporations. Her eyes sparkled, her face radiating uncontrollable joy. Tan Jiayi smiled as he took the resumes, flipping through them quickly and nodding approvingly. Excellent. It seems our Gen network is becoming increasingly attractive. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work, especially yours, Xiaoya. You've been working so hard lately. Zhou Yun followed in, smiling as she added, You're absolutely right. These days, the doorstep is practically worn down from all the applicants coming in. We had over a dozen exceptionally talented candidates today. I've already scheduled their interviews. Amidst the bustling activity, Jiangcheng Network rapidly expanded its operations. Before long, the once spacious office was now packed to the brim. Over 50 employees bustled about, their keyboard clicks and discussions weaving together. A scene of bustling activity. Tan Jiayi stood in the center of the office, watching the bustling scene, and let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. At last, he had a proper team to take on a behemoth like Rainstorm Corporation. Relying solely on him and Wang Xiaoya and a few others would never be enough. Tan Jiayi stood on the makeshift podium, scanning the 50-plus employees below. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched him with eager anticipation. Their eyes held both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Everyone. Tan Jiayi's voice instantly shattered the silence. From this moment on, we are comrades in arms fighting side by side. To win this bet against Rainstorm Corporation, we must act with efficiency. He spoke as he strode down from the podium. In his hand was a meticulously prepared list, based on different job requirements and everyone's individual strengths. I've divided us into front-end, back-end, programming, and design teams. After appointing the team leaders, Tan Jiayi returned to the podium, his expression turning exceptionally serious. We're facing industry giants like Rainstorm Corporation. To defeat them, we must create a groundbreaking product. This game must break conventions and set a new trend in the gaming industry. We have no room for retreat. This isn't just about the company's survival, but the very dignity of our nation's gaming industry. Tan Jiayi's eyes blazed as he swept his gaze across the audience below. Every single one of you standing here today will become a creator of this groundbreaking game. When this game sweeps across the globe like wildfire, your names will be etched into the glorious annals of gaming history, remembered by countless players. This is our opportunity and our mission. His words struck a chord in everyone's heart. Wang Xiaoya stood nearby, equally swept up in the atmosphere, her cheeks flushing slightly. She hurried over to Tan Jiayi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Boss, what kind of game are we actually building to achieve this kind of impact? Colleagues nearby pricked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Tan Jiayi's answer. Tan Jiayi tilted his head back slightly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth turned upward. The game we're creating, he paused deliberately, building suspense, then pronounced each word distinctly, is called World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft? Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened, yet her expression remained puzzled. Boss, what kind of game is this? In Tan Jiayi's previous life, this game was originally developed by Blizzard Entertainment and released several years later. It could be considered one of the most monumental productions in gaming history. But in this era, it belonged to Jiangcheng Network. Tan Jiayi looked around, meeting everyone's curious gazes. He cleared his throat. Now, let me explain the concept behind this game. Tan Jiayi spoke while picking up a marker and sketching rapidly on the whiteboard. The World of Warcraft universe is incredibly vast. Within this world, two major factions exist, the Alliance and the Horde. While they engage in fierce conflict, there are moments when they must join forces to confront shared threats. Tan Jiayi spoke at a rapid pace, yet his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Each word landed like a pebble tossed into a lake, sending ripples of understanding through the audience. Take the Alliance, for instance. It includes races like humans, dwarves, and night elves. Each race possesses distinct appearances, cultures, and histories. As Tan Jiayi explained, he sketched rough depictions of each race on the whiteboard. The Horde, composed of orcs, tauren, trolls, and other races, possesses its own distinct charm. Orcs revere strength and glory, their warriors are fiercely brave. Tauren are kind and resilient, loyal guardians of the land. Trolls wield mysterious voodoo magic. Tan Jiayi's descriptions grew increasingly detailed. The audience listened spellbound, not daring to blink. As for professions, there are warriors, mages, priests who heal allies, as well as rogues, hunters, paladins, and many other roles. Each class has its unique role and skill set. As Tan Jiayi spoke, he highlighted each class's characteristics with differently colored pens. As for the main storyline, players will embark on countless adventures in this world, from ancient wars to the mysterious awakening of the old gods. Tan Jiayi spoke with unstoppable enthusiasm. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was immersed in the world Tan Jiayi was painting. After a long pause, the front-end team leader was the first to break the silence. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Tan, this is truly your creation? Such an expansive worldview, such intricate factions, professions, and racial systems. And this utterly captivating main storyline. Tan Jiayi was only 8 years old. Even adults would struggle to conceive such an expansive framework. Mr. Tan, this is simply unbelievable. It feels like I'm listening to an epic fantasy masterpiece. And you're telling us you plan to turn this into a game? The crowd's eyes brimmed with awe and curiosity toward Tan Jiayi. The more people knew Tan Jiayi, the more they understood his formidable potential, young age, business acumen, programming genius, game design expertise. They all pondered silently. Could Tan Jiayi truly be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Chapter 119, Operation Commence. In the office. Everyone gathered around Tan Jiayi, listening intently as he outlined his vision for the new game. The whispers that had filled the room fell silent. Only Tan Jiayi's voice echoed through the room. A programmer couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Is this really something an 8-year-old could come up with? When I was in school at 8, I was still playing in the mud." He actually managed to come up with such a complex game design. You bet. The nearby graphic designer whispered, "Most 8-year-olds in our country are still struggling to memorize their multiplication tables, but this kid? He's already planning his gaming empire." The marketing guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Remember? He already opened dozens of internet cafes and developed several wildly popular games. That level of ability? I've been working for years and still can't match it. Yeah, but even with his past achievements, this time against Rainstorm Corporation, everyone thought he was bound to lose. Rainstorm Corporation is a global gaming industry giant. Jiangcheng Network is like a mere novice compared to them. Just then, Tan Jiayi grew animated and raised his voice. What we're creating is this World of Warcraft. Not only must we innovate in gameplay, but we must also deliver an unprecedented experience to players through our storyline and world building. His eyes sparkled with determination. That sheer confidence drew everyone present in, almost against their will. Chen, the front-end team leader, took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Tan, your vision is truly breathtaking. But you're only 8 years old. Such a grand worldview and intricate settings, how did you conceive all this?" Tan Jiayi smiled faintly. "Age has never been a reason to hold me back. So what if it's a small company? Since I dared to accept the bet, I have absolute confidence." Hearing this, everyone began to feel uneasy. Everyone knew this bet carried enormous risk. Yet seeing Tan Jiayi's unwavering resolve and hearing his astonishingly brilliant game concept, an idea began to take shape in their minds. The back-end team broke the silence first, speaking up loudly, "Mr. Tan, after hearing you explain it like that, I suddenly feel like we might not lose after all. With your brainpower, you might just create a game that beats Rainstorm Company." "Exactly. I think we've got a shot." I was worried before that following Mr. Tan was a gamble. But after hearing this game concept, I see it as an incredible opportunity. Exactly. Let's give it our all together. We might just create a miracle and make Xia Nation's gaming industry shine brightly on the world stage. Everyone chimed in enthusiastically. The once dull office was instantly filled with passion and fighting spirit. Tan Jiayi looked at the team, now brimming with renewed energy, and nodded with satisfaction. "Great. With your support, I'm even more confident. Let's work together to show Rainstorm Corporation that China's game developers aren't to be messed with. Tan Jiayi drew a bold circle on the whiteboard. Inside it were the 4 bold characters, World of Warcraft. He scanned the room, addressing everyone present. I've made my stance on this game crystal clear. Now, let's get to work immediately. Time is tight. This is the key to winning our bet against Rainstorm Corporation. The front-end team leader immediately stood up. Mr. Tan, just give the order. We in the front-end team guarantee we'll complete the task. Tan Jiayi nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the back-end team. For the back-end, data processing and server stability are absolutely critical. Does everyone have confidence? The back-end team pounded their chests in unison, their voices booming. Rest assured, Mr. Tan. Our team consists of technical backbone members. We won't let you down. Members of the programming team also stood up excitedly. Mr. Tan, we in the programming team can't wait to get started. Leave the system to us. Tan Jiayi smiled and said, all right. Everyone, let's get to work. With that, Tan Jiayi swiftly began assigning tasks. Brotherly, you lead the front-end team to build the game interface framework first. The back-end team will work in parallel to set up the database, ensuring ample room for future data expansion. The programming team should develop the core functional modules based on the gameplay specifications I provided. Everyone responded in unison and sprang into action. Brotherly, busy at his computer, couldn't help but remark to a colleague beside him. Mr. Tan's management style is truly impressive. Clear division of labor. Typeface never experienced this level of efficiency at other companies. His colleague nodded vigorously. Yeah, and his technical approach is really ahead of the curve. A lot of it I've never even heard of. Working under him, you can learn so much. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang was discussing with her team members. Have you noticed? When Boss Tan assigns tasks, he not only considers our professional skills but also our teamwork chemistry. Our communication with the front-end and programming teams has been incredibly smooth. Team members all agreed. Exactly. It feels like we're all longtime partners working together, pushing hard toward a common goal. This feeling is incredible. Tan Jiayi paced back and forth in the office. He paused occasionally to check everyone's progress and offer guidance. Wang Xiaya, Zhou Yun, and Zhao Lin played particularly crucial roles. On one hand, they communicated Tan Jiayi's vision to the new hires. On the other, they guided the newcomers in designing game scenes, writing code, and more. Yun held a stack of design blueprints, distributing them to everyone as she explained. These are the game races and faction settings we're designing. Zhao Lin, seated at a nearby computer, rapidly tapped her fingers on the keyboard, demonstrating some basic code frameworks. From a coding perspective, we need to follow the gameplay and systems outlined by the boss to ensure every feature functions flawlessly. Inspired by the trio's lead, the new hires eagerly rolled up their sleeves, their spirits soaring. Everyone quickly returned to their workstations and plunged into a flurry of activity. Some pored over design blueprints, meticulously planning game scene details, while others' fingers danced across keyboards. Line after line of code appeared rapidly on the screens. The entire company soon got back on track, launching into the development of World of Warcraft. Watching the team hard at work, Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction. Baoyu Corporation was one of the world's top game companies and the best testbed for Jiangcheng Network. Though facing such a formidable opponent right from the start felt somewhat cruel, Tan Jiayi knew that if they could defeat Rainstorm Corporation, they would make a splash in the gaming industry. Chapter 120, Get me some info. Desperately seeking gold tickets. Shanghai, Torrent Corporation headquarters. James sat in his executive chair, a cigar dangling from his lips. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Shanghai's bustling cityscape. His assistant entered cautiously, crouching low, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile, voice barely above a whisper. Mr. James, there's new movement from Jiangcheng Network. James lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze brimming with disdain. He asked casually, oh? What could they possibly be up to? Do they really think they can pull something new out of thin air? The assistant stepped forward respectfully. They appear to be aggressively recruiting talent. Looks like they're preparing to develop a game to counter our bet. James nearly spit out the red wine in his mouth with a pfft, followed by a burst of unrestrained laughter. With them? Ha 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 ha. What kind of storm could an 8-year-old brat possibly stir up? He thinks opening a few crappy internet cafes and tinkering with some obscure little games. That he can go toe-to-toe with our Rainstorm Corporation? Pure fantasy. A fool's dream. James's laughter echoed through the empty office, dripping with scorn. His assistant quickly chimed in with a forced smile. Yes, you're absolutely right. Across the global gaming industry, our Rainstorm Corporation is the undisputed giant. We could stomp our feet and send shockwaves through the entire sector. Jiangcheng Networks? Utterly insignificant. They don't even have the qualifications to serve as stepping stones for us. The arrogance in James's eyes grew even more intense. He slammed his wine glass down on the table with a sharp clang and declared, I've already made it known throughout Jiangcheng. Anyone in this business who dares to be so ungrateful as to join Jiangcheng Networks won't last a day in this industry. I dare them to defy my orders. The assistant nodded frantically. That's a brilliant move. This way, jargon networks won't be able to recruit any decent talent. Without talent, how can they compete with us? This bet is ours to win. However, James noticed the assistant's overly smug grin. He froze abruptly, his brow furrowing slightly. A faint smile still lingered at the corners of James's mouth, but his brow tightened. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of deep thought flashed in his eyes. James abruptly stood up, bracing his hands on the desk as he murmured to himself. Something's off. That brat Tan Jiayi, his previous actions always gave me the creeps. How dare he be so bold as to go against our Rainstorm Corporation? His voice rose involuntarily, tinged with doubt. His assistant, noticing the tension, hurried forward a few steps, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile, his tone obsequious. Mr. James, you've been working yourself to the bone these past few days over company matters. You're overthinking it. That Tan Jiayi is just a kid. What kind of storm could he possibly stir up? James shot his assistant a sharp glare, his eyes brimming with irritation. What do you know? His years of climbing the corporate ladder hadn't been built solely on blind confidence. His instincts had never failed him. That kid is no ordinary kid. The assistant flinched in fright, quickly lowering his head, unable to meet James's gaze. Still, he steeled himself. Our Rainstorm Corporation's R&D team is comprised of the industry's top elites. Pick any one of them at random, and they could crush those from Home Root Network in seconds. How could Tan Jiayi possibly be a match for them? James shook his head slightly, muttering, that may be true, but this uneasy feeling in my gut is growing stronger. An 8-year-old brat? Where'd he get the guts to take us on? This is definitely not as simple as it seems. Suddenly, James fixed his assistant with a dark, intense gaze. You, analyze this thoroughly. What the hell is going on here? Startled by James's glare, the assistant stammered, if there really is some kind of scheme here, in my opinion. This Tan Jiayi might be a sacrificial pawn pushed out by some gaming company in Xia Nation? After all, he was Rainstorm's assistant. He shifted his perspective and reconsidered the situation. But in an instant, he snapped back to clarity and articulated his reasoning logically. Think about it. We hold such formidable sway in Xia's gaming industry. Everyone else stays silent, but he steps forward. Someone's backing him up, feeding him strategies? James slammed his fist on the table. That's exactly what I suspect. Those Xia companies must feel they can't step forward themselves. So they found this kid Tan Jiayi to be their scapegoat. The assistant frowned as he analyzed the situation. If someone really is backing him, they've played their cards incredibly well. If they win, our company, Rainstorm, will have to slink out of the Xia market, completely disgraced. And if we lose? At worst, Tan Jiayi gets kicked out of the gaming industry. They'd suffer no real loss. Damn it! James slammed his fist on the table. How could I have been so careless? He whipped around to face his assistant, who stood frozen in place, trembling. I must have lost my mind. To so easily sign that bet agreement with that kid. I didn't even bother to check if he had some kind of scheme up his sleeve. The assistant kept his head bowed, barely daring to breathe, and whispered, Mr. James, please don't be too angry. There's still time to fix this. James' eyes widened in fury. Too late? The bet agreement is already signed. If those Xia people really did trick me, how could I ever hold my head up in this company? He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. After a long moment, James gradually calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he ordered his assistant, go investigate immediately. Thoroughly investigate Jiangcheng Network, see if any bigwigs in the gaming industry are backing them. And their current operational status. Though the assistant harbored doubts, he dared not show it. He nodded hastily. Mr. James, your concerns are entirely justified. Rest assured, I'll get to the bottom of this. James's brow furrowed like twisted rope as he waved his hand impatiently. Cut the chatter and get moving. If you don't find anything useful, you can kiss your bonus goodbye this month. James snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair and waving his hand dismissively. Signaling for him to get lost. The assistant turned and jogged out of the office, glancing back to make sure James wasn't still fuming before daring to quicken his pace to carry out the task. His mind raced, trying to figure out where to start the investigation. He inwardly groaned, yet dared not slacken his efforts in the slightest. That same afternoon, a luxury sedan slowly pulled out of the headquarters of Rainstorm Corporation, heading toward Jiangcheng. Chapter 121 Overtime. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the assistant's car pulled up beneath Triumph International. The assistant stepped out of the car and looked up at the building. He had barely slept the night before gathering intelligence. But now, the sight before him instantly wiped away all traces of sleepiness. The assistant looked up. The 17th floor, home to Jargon Network, was ablaze with lights. Against the gray dawn sky, it stood out strikingly. It's only 6 in the morning. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at his watch, a vague sense of unease rising within him. Forgetting his fatigue, he hurried into the building. The elevator doors chimed open, and the assistant hurried toward Jiangcheng Networks. Before he even entered, a flurry of rapid keyboard clicks echoed out. Pushing open the door, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. The office was brightly lit, every workstation occupied by someone working diligently. Some were gathered in heated discussions, blueprints and documents scattered everywhere. Everyone seemed like wound-up machines, operating tirelessly. This can't be possible. The assistant muttered under his breath, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He recalled James's suspicions. At this moment, he felt James's worries might not be entirely unfounded. Standing at the doorway, he was momentarily at a loss. The assistant stood at the entrance of Jiangcheng Network Company, watching the bustling crowd inside. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "It's only been a few days. How could they possibly have recruited so many people? There's definitely something fishy going on." The assistant grew increasingly furious. Daring to go against our rainstorm company? They're asking for trouble. Just then, his phone rang. It was James calling. The assistant answered immediately, his voice tinged with anger and urgency. "Mr. James, Jiangcheng Networks is packed with people working like mad. How did they get so many employees in just a few days? There's definitely another game company backing them up." James's voice was low on the other end. "I knew it. This isn't as simple as it seems. Investigate it. Use whatever means necessary. You must find the evidence." The assistant nodded urgently. "Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll dig to the ends of the earth to find that evidence. I'll see who's backing them up." Inside Jiangcheng Network Company, Wang Xiaoya sat at her workstation, utterly drained, like a leaf stripped of all moisture. She stretched her arms wide. Snap, crack, pop, a series of crisp sounds echoed from her spine. But it did little to ease her physical exhaustion. The coffee on her desk had long since lost its warmth. Wang Xiaoya picked it up with a frown and gulped it down in one go. The bitter taste spread across her tongue. She didn't even notice. Staring at the lines of code on the screen that simply wouldn't run, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with helplessness. It's been a whole day and night. Why won't it work? She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration, her once neat ponytail now a messy tangle. Zhou Yun, sitting nearby, noticed Wang Xiaoya's state and leaned over to whisper, "Sis Xiaoya, why don't you take a break? Staring at it isn't helping. Maybe if you relax your mind, the solution will come." Wang Xiaoya glared fiercely at the screen and snapped, "Rest? When would I have time for that? If I can't figure out these few lines of code, the rest of the progress will be delayed. We're in a bet with Rainstorm Company. We don't have much time left. How could I possibly rest?" Zhou Yun sighed helplessly, her own expression darkening. "This code doesn't look complicated. Why won't it run?" Wang Xiaoya bit her lip, her eyes fixed on the screen. "I've tried every solution I can think of, but I still can't find the problem. I refuse to believe we're being stumped by these few lines of code." Wang Xiaoya stared at the screen, her heart racing as she stared at those lines of code that seemed to be deliberately thwarting her. These lines of code were like crucial screws if handled poorly. The entire game's subsequent operation would fall apart. What the hell is wrong with this damn code? Wang Xiaoya slammed her fist on the desk in frustration. Her colleagues nearby were drawn to the sudden commotion, casting concerned glances her way. But they quickly returned to their own tasks. Everyone understood that every second counted now. No one could afford to be delayed. Just then, the company door swung open. Tan Jiayi walked in, backpack slung over his shoulder. Tan Jiayi naturally placed great importance on the bet agreement with Rainstorm Company. So every morning before school, he'd rush to the company to check on progress, and after school, he'd head straight here. "Sister Xiaoya, what's up?" Tan Jiayi walked over to Wang Xiaoya, set down his backpack, and looked up at the screen. Wang Xiaoya sighed with a wry smile and pointed at the screen. "Boss, I've been struggling with these lines of code for ages, but they just won't run. I'm about to lose my mind." Her voice carried a hint of despair. Her eyes were slightly red from prolonged fatigue. Tan Jiayi leaned closer to the screen, squinting slightly as he quickly scanned the contents. "Xiaoya, don't worry. We can fix this, it's simple." Wang Xiaoya stared at him in surprise, half believing, half doubting. "Boss, you can't be joking. I've been stuck on this for ages with no clue. How could it be simple?" Tan Jiayi offered no explanation, simply reaching for the mouse and swiftly getting to work. He muttered to himself as he worked. "Look, Xiaoya, there's a minor issue with the variable settings here. Change this value, then tweak the parameters of this function." Wang Xiaoya stared at Tan Jiayi with a skeptical look, inwardly wondering. "Boss, you make it sound so easy. But desperate times call for desperate measures." She decided to follow Tan Jiayi's instructions and give it a try. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and began following Tan Jiayi's instructions. When the final step was complete, she nervously closed her eyes, too afraid to look at the screen, dreading another failure. "Sis Xiaoya, open your eyes and look," Tan Jiayi urged from the side. Wang Xiaoya gritted her teeth and slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the program on the screen had actually begun running normally. The error messages that had previously driven her to distraction vanished without a trace. Instead, the screen displayed the program running smoothly. It worked. It really worked. Wang Xiaoya screamed with excitement, her voice echoing throughout the entire office. She scooped up Tan Jiayi in her arms, bouncing up and down on the spot while shouting, "Boss, you're my savior. You're amazing." Tan Jiayi was lifted off the ground, yet she had to feign composure. "Whoa, Xiaoya, chill out." Wang Xiaoya paid no heed, continuing to roughhouse with Tan Jiayi in her arms. Chapter 122, Initial Success. "Boss, you're a god. This coding issue is finally resolved. I was nearly driven mad by it." Wang Xiaoya's voice brimmed with the joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. Tan Jiayi squirmed in her arms, grumbling discontentedly, "Sis Xiaoya, put me down. You're shaking me so much I'm getting dizzy." But his protests were completely drowned out by Wang Xiaoya's jubilant shouts. The commotion carried clearly to the ears of the assistant eavesdropping outside the door. The assistant, who had initially approached with a hint of disdain, pressed his ear against the door, hoping to catch any information that might expose Jargon Network's vulnerabilities. This can't be possible. The assistant's eyes widened. An 8-year-old child solving a technical problem? Previously, he had always thought Tan Jiayi was nothing more than a company mascot. But now, it seemed things weren't so simple. If Tan Jiayi really has that kind of ability, then Rainstorm Corporation has really hit a brick wall this time. The assistant grew increasingly anxious. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one had noticed him, then crouched low. He hurried away. Time flew by, and a month passed. "Gah, I feel like I'm practically living at the office." The programmer rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned as he spoke. And it was true. A folding cot sat beside him when exhaustion hit. He'd simply lie down for a quick nap. Wang Xiaoya walked by, patted Xiao Li's shoulder, and encouraged, "Everyone, hang in there a little longer. Our deadline with the Rainstorm Company isn't far off. Every extra effort we put in now means a better chance of winning later." Just then, Zhou Yun hurried over carrying a stack of documents, smiling as she said, "Sure, it's tiring, but the boss's perks are seriously thoughtful. Not only triple pay, but unlimited snacks and drinks. 3 meals a day, plus special deliveries from famous nearby restaurants. I swear I've gained a few pounds." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, with the boss treating us this well, we've got to step up our game," the graphic designer said, stuffing a cookie into her mouth. Just then, Tan Jiayi walked into the office with a small backpack. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Everyone, you're working hard. I'm here to check on our progress." Wang Xiaoya stepped forward. "Boss, everyone's working their tails off. Look, so many people have even moved into the office just to squeeze in extra hours." Tan Jiayi looked at the rows of army cots scattered throughout the office, his heart filled with emotion. After a pause, Tan Jiayi raised his voice again. "Keep pushing through these busy times, but remember to rest when you need to. Don't wear yourselves out. Eat well and drink well, that's how you keep your energy up." The team responded with laughter and agreement. "Guys, the boss is being so generous, we can't let him down. Let's give it our all and make this game the best it can be." His colleagues chimed in from nearby. "You're right. Where else would you find such a great boss? We've got to give it our all for him. We won't let him down." Though exhausted, the entire office buzzed with unusually high morale. Tan Jiayi's generosity made the employees feel they had found a kindred spirit. They worked even harder. Everyone was united by a single goal: to defeat Rainstorm Company with all their might. Amidst this wave of relentless effort, soon, the game's core framework was completed, and the crucial moment for the first test finally arrived. Inside the testing room, everyone gathered around the computer, eyes glued to the screen, holding their breath. Tan Jiayi stood in the center of the crowd, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the tester clicked the launch button, the game's visuals slowly loaded. When the fantastical opening animation appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Wow, the visuals are absolutely stunning." The programmers nodded in unison, their faces beaming with pride. Though it was still only a work in progress, everyone could already envision its limitless potential. Wang Xiaoya excitedly grabbed Tan Jiayi's arm and exclaimed, "Our game is so awesome. Once it launches, it's bound to go viral across the entire internet." Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward. "Of course it will. The game's world building is so grand, and the gameplay is so innovative, players are going to love it." "Exactly. And these character designs so creative." Everyone chimed in, showering the game with praise, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. In that moment, every single one of them believed with unwavering conviction that World of Warcraft, the game they'd poured their hearts and souls into, would unleash a tidal wave of change across the gaming industry. Defeating Stormwind Company was no longer just a distant dream. It had to be said, Tan Jiayi's vision was simply brilliant. Testers performed every conceivable operation within the game, conducting comprehensive inspections. Yet no matter how they tried, they couldn't find a single flaw. The game ran with flawless fluidity. Skill effects were dazzling without lag, and the story quests were utterly captivating. The boss is a genius. If I hadn't worked on this game alongside the boss, I'd never have believed such an incredible masterpiece could be created, someone couldn't help but exclaim. All eyes turned toward Tan Jiayi. The admiration in their eyes burned brighter and brighter. Yeah, and he's only 8 years old. To possess such talent, he's truly a genius among geniuses. I used to doubt the boss, but now I realize how wrong I was. Working with him will surely create more miracles. Programmer Xiaoli approached Tan Jiayi, his face brimming with admiration. Mr. Tan, I'm completely blown away now. Your grasp of the game is beyond my wildest imagination. From now on, wherever you point, I'll follow. Tan Jiayi waved his hand with a smile. Though his face still held traces of youth, his tone was remarkably steady. No need to praise me, this is the result of our entire team's hard work. Now, let's keep pushing forward and polish this game to perfection. The team roared in unison, yes. We're with you, boss. Tan Jiayi was thoroughly satisfied with his team's performance. The core framework of World of Warcraft is now complete. All that remains is the final polish and refinement. His voice resonated like the beat of a war drum, striking a chord in everyone's heart. Wang Xiaoya's face flushed with excitement. She sprang to her feet, waving her arms. Boss, I knew we could do it. Everyone's been working themselves to death lately, but seeing the results now, it's all been worth it. Tan Jiayi smiled and nodded, then continued, based on my estimates, World of Warcraft should be ready for official launch in about a month. The moment his words left his mouth, the conference room erupted in cheers. 1 month. Great. We're finally nearing the end. When the time comes, we'll show Rainstorm Corporation exactly what we're made of. By then, it won't just be about the bet with James. More importantly, this game will take the internet by storm. Chapter 123, Rainstorm Corporation Panics. Shanghai, Torrential Rain Company Headquarters. James sat in his office, his expression grave. He had just received a report from his assistant. Mr. James, I've thoroughly investigated the matter. The assistant watched James's expression, carefully choosing his words. All the employees at Jargon Network were recruited locally in Jiangcheng by Tan Jiayi. There are absolutely no outsiders involved. Moreover, I've been monitoring them for a full month and haven't found a single trace of any connection between Jargon Network and other game companies. James's brow knotted into a tight knot as he gritted his teeth and demanded, then what exactly have they been doing all this time? They wouldn't be developing a game that could threaten us, would they? The assistant swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. James, that's precisely what's most unsettling. For the past month, Jargon Network's employees have been practically possessed, barely leaving the premises, working overtime day and night with the lights blazing. I've heard through the grapevine that the game they're developing this time seems to be quite good. James panicked upon hearing this. How is that possible? How could that be? James's lips trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as memories flooded back. The events of the past month. In his eyes, Jargon Network was nothing more than an insignificant ant. A small company founded by an 8-year-old kid. What kind of storm could it possibly stir up? According to his original plan, Storm Corporation, as a global gaming industry giant, held absolute power in Xia Nation. Dispatching a few developers to create a game, he could effortlessly crush Jargon Network and win this bet. In his eyes, as simple as an adult bullying a child. How could I have been so careless? James was filled with regret, his eyes darting around in panic. Mr. James, what's wrong? The secretary, hearing the commotion, hurried into the office. Seeing James looking so distraught, she couldn't help but startle. A full month. I let them develop unchecked, never taking them seriously. Where was the usual imposing presence he carried? James lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. It's over. This time, it might truly be over. James' voice trembled. Those employees at Jargon Network were all recruited locally in Jiangcheng by Tan Jiayi. They haven't colluded with any other game companies. But they've been working overtime every single day this past month, and word is the game they're developing is quite impressive. The secretary's eyes widened, her face etched with disbelief. That can't be possible. What's the point of talking about this now? James roared. If we lose this bet, our company, Rainstorm, will have to get the hell out of the Xia market. James knew all too well what the Xia market meant for Rainstorm. At present, Xia's economy was booming, and its massive population base held boundless consumer potential. To the global gaming industry, this was the most succulent piece of cake imaginable. Everyone wanted a bite. And Rainstorm Corporation, naturally, was determined to claim its share. How could I have been so foolish? James berated himself internally. Why did I so easily sign that bet agreement with that kid back then, naively thinking I could win effortlessly? Now look at this mess. If we actually lose, we'll lose the entire Xia market. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Mr. James, please don't get too worked up. The secretary mustered her courage and whispered softly. James whipped his head around, glaring at her fiercely. Solutions? What solutions could there possibly be? Do you understand what losing the Xia market means? His voice cracked with emotion. I am the greatest sinner of Storm Corporation. Cold sweat trickled down James's forehead. How could I have been so stupid? James suddenly froze, clutching his head in his hands and letting out a pained roar. I underestimated that Tan Jiayi, I underestimated Jiangcheng, and I underestimated the people of Xia. What was I thinking? The secretary stood beside him, holding her breath. Watching James lose control like this, fear gripped her heart. Mr. James, you. The secretary tried to offer comfort but was cut off. Shut up. James roared, look at our situation now. The bet is in 2 months, but what do we have to compete with? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. We simply don't have time to develop a new game from scratch. If we can't even produce a game to compete with by then, Rainstorm Corporation will become the laughingstock of the entire gaming industry. James slumped back in his chair, his hands hanging limply at his sides. I absolutely cannot lose. I absolutely cannot. James screamed inside his head. Each word seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth. Images of Tan Jiayi kept flashing through his mind. And scene after scene of their interactions played out in his mind. He felt like a complete fool. Whether Tan Jiayi truly possessed the skills or someone else was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The bet agreement was real and binding. If he lost, he would bear an enormous price. A price he couldn't possibly afford. All of this filled him with unbearable rage. That brat Tan Jiayi and his Jargon network, what gives them the right to threaten me, to threaten Rainstorm Corporation? James stopped in his tracks and slammed his fist hard against the wall. His hand throbbed with the impact. But at that moment, this slight pain could not begin to ease the rage burning within him. Suddenly, James seemed to think of something. He whipped around and barked at his assistant standing nearby, his voice nearly a roar. You. Listen to me right now. By any means necessary, use every method available even if it means stealing or robbing. You must get me the game development files that Jargon Network is currently working on. James advanced step by step toward his assistant. If you fail, just wait and see what happens to us. The assistant nearly collapsed from fear at James' words. He understood exactly what James meant, which only made him more frantic and helpless. His face turned deathly pale. His legs trembled as he stammered, Mr. James, this might be rather difficult. Jiangcheng Network must be heavily guarded. James shoved the assistant aside. The assistant staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. I don't care. James roared. I want results. You have 3 days. At all costs, we must obtain the Jiangcheng Network and the data for the game currently under development. Chapter 124 Conspiracy. Upon receiving James's orders, the assistant immediately set to work. His gaze locked onto Manhwa, a programmer at Jiangcheng Network. It's as if the heavens themselves are aiding me. The assistant gloated inwardly. His family is struggling financially. He relies on student loans for tuition and has to work part-time jobs just to cover living expenses. His parents are sick, desperately needing large sums for treatment. A malicious curve formed at the corner of his mouth. With enough money, someone like that won't hesitate to do as told. Manhwa joining Jiangcheng Network was purely a gamble, a bet that Jiangcheng Network would win this high-stakes wager. If they did, he'd have the money to treat his parents. This kind of person was clearly a good choice. The Jiangcheng Grand Hotel was the most luxurious establishment in Jiangcheng. The private room inside was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor, yet Manhwa, seated within, felt none of the pleasure such opulence might bring. Instead, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Manhwa sat stiffly on the plush sofa, his eyes filled with unease as he stared intently at his assistant across from him. His heart pounded like a drum, a single question circling relentlessly in his mind. What exactly does this man want? You called me here. What is it? Manhwa finally gathered his courage, his voice trembling slightly. He had originally received an urgent call about his parents' critical illness, leaving work in a panic. But who could have imagined that the moment he stepped out of the company gate, this stranger would force him into a car without a word and drive him straight to this private room at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. The assistant crossed his legs, leisurely lifting a wine glass from the table and taking a small sip of red wine. That deliberately drawn-out gesture only made Manhwa feel more uneasy. Don't rush. Have a sip of wine first. Relax. The assistant finally spoke, his voice low and tinged with a sense of pressure. Manhwa recoiled as if scalded, shaking his head violently. No. I don't need it. I just want to know why you brought me here. His eyes betrayed his anxiety, his fists clenched tightly. But he dared not make a sudden move. When they entered, he'd seen 6 or 7 men in black suits and sunglasses by the door. They looked like bodyguards or enforcers. All brought here by the man standing before him. Their actions looked like kidnapping. But Manhwa dared not voice this thought aloud. The assistant calmly set down his wine glass, pulled a photograph from his pocket, and slammed it onto the table. In the photo, Manhwa's parents lay in hospital beds, their faces gaunt and exhausted. How did you get this photo? What happened to my parents? Manhwa's eyes reddened as he reached out to grab the photograph. But the assistant was quick as lightning, pressing his hand down firmly on the photo. Want to know about your parents' condition? It's simple. Just do as I say. Money won't be an issue, and your parents' illness can be cured. Manhwa's hand froze mid-air. He froze. The assistant watched Ma Zhuang's bewildered expression, inwardly delighted. Leaning forward slightly with a fake smile, he spoke in a seductive tone, "Ma Zhuang, let's be perfectly clear. I can give you a substantial sum enough to cure your parents' illnesses and ensure your family never wants for anything again." Ma Zhuang snapped his head up, but wariness quickly took hold. He stared intently at the assistant, his voice hoarse. What makes you think you can give me that much money? There's no such thing as a free lunch. What exactly do you want me to do?" The assistant's lips curled upward, revealing a confident smile. He pulled a check from his pocket and waved it in front of Ma Zhuang. The string of zeros on the check made Ma Zhuang's eyes whiten instantly. "All I ask is that you tell me every detail about the game Jiangcheng network is currently developing. This money is yours." The assistant's voice wasn't loud, but it felt like thunderclaps exploding in Ma Zhuang's ears. "What the hell?" Ma Zhuang shot up from his seat. He glared at the assistant, his previously tense face now flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. "What the hell do you take me for?" Ma Zhuang roared. "I may be poor, but I'm poor with dignity." Though Boss Tan was young, he treated him with genuine care. His colleagues were all easy to get along with, and together they worked day and night for the game World of Warcraft. Their hard work, their dedication. Ma Zhuang's voice trembled slightly, his eyes reddening. "I've poured my life into this game. It's our blood, sweat, and tears, our dream. And now you want me to. Do you really think I'd do something like that?" Ma Zhuang abruptly stood up. His fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at his assistant. The assistant was startled by Ma Zhuang's sudden fury, instinctively taking a step back. But quickly, he regained his arrogant demeanor, sneering coldly, "Pride? Can principals put food on the table? Can they cure your parents' illness? Don't be foolish. In this world, money is what truly matters. If you don't agree today, you'll regret it later." A mocking smirk curled the assistant's lips. He slowly pulled a black leather briefcase from behind him and unzipped it deliberately. With a rustle, he dumped bundles of crisp red bills onto the table. The thick stacks of bills instantly piled up into a small mountain. "With this money, your parents' illnesses can be treated immediately. Think about it, your parents worked themselves to the bone for you their entire lives." The assistant idly flicked through the bills with his fingers. "Now they're lying in hospital beds, suffering from illness. And you're shouting about your integrity, your dreams? Don't you feel you're unworthy of being called a son? Or even unworthy of being called human?" The assistant's voice rang in Ma Zhuang's ears, demanding an answer. Ma Zhuang's eyes widened suddenly. His hands clenched and unclenched unconsciously as an intense internal struggle began. His parents' illnesses had always been his deepest pain. To treat their illnesses, he had scrambled everywhere, trying every possible means to raise money, yet it always felt like a drop in the bucket. Now, this large sum of money was right before his eyes. It seemed that if he only reached out, all his problems would be solved. His assistant's words seemed reasonable. But that's not how reason works. "No. I can't." Ma Zhuang's voice grew hoarse as he repeatedly warned himself not to do such a thing. Yet that pile of cash held his gaze captive. This wasn't just a huge sum of money, it was life itself. Seeing this, the assistant felt a surge of secret delight, knowing Ma Zhuang was beginning to waver. A smirk spread across his lips as he pulled out several more thick stacks of bills from the leather bag and slammed them forcefully onto the table. The bills scattered, covering half the tabletop. "This isn't enough? It could buy you a house in Jiangcheng. No more struggling to make ends meet. No more looking up to others." As Ma Zhuang hesitated, the assistant kept flinging more bills onto the table. "Have you considered what kind of car you'd like to buy?" Finally, Ma Zhuang's psychological defenses collapsed. Chapter 125, James's Shock. Under the assistant's near-frenzied financial offensive, Ma Zhuang could no longer hold back. He agreed to the terms proposed by his assistant. He spilled all the World of Warcraft intelligence in one go. The assistant stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly dumbfounded. He stared fixedly at Ma Zhuang, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. You're saying that Tan Jiayi, at only 8 years old, possesses such profound expertise in gaming?" The assistant felt his entire worldview shatter in that instant. The Tan Jiayi described by Ma Zhuang far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Ma Zhuang nodded emphatically. "That's right. Though Mr. Tan is young, his understanding of games and his design philosophy put us professional programmers to shame. Many of his creative ideas and concepts are things we wouldn't even dare to imagine." The assistant felt as if something had lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless for a long moment. His mind was in turmoil. How could that be possible? The assistant muttered to himself, his expression shifting constantly. Having spent years grinding in the gaming industry, he knew how much effort and accumulated experience it took to achieve profound expertise in this field. Yet Tan Jiayi, at just 8 years old, had achieved all of this. It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Without exaggeration, Mr. Tan's expertise in gaming far surpasses that of every single game company in Xia Nation today. Ma Zhuang continued, "In fact, compared to your own Rainstorm Corporation, he's not just on par. He might even surpass us." Cold sweat trickled down the assistant's neck. His legs felt weak, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His mind was reeling from the earth-shattering revelation he'd just received from Manhwa. Thank God Mr. James didn't make another mistake this time, treating Jiangcheng as some insignificant minor player. The assistant screamed inwardly. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed hard, the dry sensation traveling down his throat. It only deepened his sense of dread. He understood the stakes all too well. If James had remained as arrogant and condescending as before, and looked down on Jiangcheng Network with disdain, when the 3-month deadline for the performance-based agreement arrived, Baoyu Corporation would face an unprecedented disaster. The game Jiangcheng Network was developing was nothing short of a bombshell. Once unleashed, Rainstorm Corporation wouldn't just slink out of Xia's market. It would be nailed to the top of the gaming industry's pillar of shame, becoming a global laughingstock among peers. A decade of ridicule wouldn't be an exaggeration. And he would be the first to bear the brunt of this storm. By then, forget about keeping his job, he'd likely be unable to survive in this industry altogether. No, I have to get this news to Mr. James immediately. The assistant forced himself to stay composed, refusing to show excessive panic. He turned to Manhwa, who was still standing there in a daze. The assistant frowned impatiently and waved his hand. All right, you can go now. Don't just stand there. The sharp tone jolted Manhwa awake from his daze. Instinctively clutching the money in his arms, Manhwa glanced hurriedly at the assistant. Then he turned and stumbled out of the private room. The moment Manhwa's figure vanished at the doorway, his assistant eagerly pulled out his phone. His fingers trembled with nervousness, nearly dialing the wrong number several times. Mr. James, I hope you have a way to handle all this. The assistant silently prayed in his heart. Finally, the call connected. He took a deep breath, ready to relay this news that could shift the entire course of the battle. Shanghai, Rainstorm Corporation headquarters. James sat in his executive chair, listening to his assistant's call, and was deeply shocked. Mr. James, it's absolutely true. The game Jiangcheng Network is developing is nothing short of a groundbreaking masterpiece. The assistant's voice was slightly distorted with excitement. It far surpasses the quality of any game currently available in Xia Nation. Even compared to our own Rainstorm Company's previous blockbusters, it holds its own. In fact, it surpasses them. The color drained from James's face. You're telling the truth? He muttered to himself, his voice thick with disbelief. Images of Jiangcheng Network's cramped office and Tan Jiayi's youthful face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A deep sense of defeat welled up within him. Mr. James, I obtained this information from a programmer at Jiangcheng. It's absolutely reliable. The assistant declared emphatically on the other end of the line. James's body trembled slightly. His fingers unconsciously dug into the desk, trying to steady his inner turmoil. If that's the case, beating this game. Even if we pour every last resource and manpower from Torrent Corporation into developing a new game right now, it would still be incredibly difficult to pull off. James' voice trembled with panic. What made James feel even more hopeless was that his company was merely a subsidiary of Heavy Rain. Mobilizing resources from the parent company? That was easier said than done. Layers of approvals, lengthy procedures. By the time all the paperwork was processed, the deadline for the performance-based agreement would have long passed. On the other end of the line, his assistant asked cautiously, a hint of unease in his voice. Mr. James, what should we do now? James took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Stay calm. Absolutely stay calm. After a moment's thought, he said into the phone, listen, you must maintain the connection with Manhwa. Manhwa is absolutely crucial to us. It might prove invaluable in the future. A flash of ruthlessness crossed James's eyes. But, his assistant hesitated, Manhwa, he doesn't seem very cooperative. Find a way. Use whatever means necessary to get him on board. James roared, his voice brimming with fury. At this moment, he cared not for methods or integrity. All he could think about was not losing to Jiangcheng Network like this, not letting Rainstorm Company stumble in the Xia market. If money isn't enough, add more. Threaten or bribe him, you decide. James was in turmoil. Calm down. I must calm down. He took several deep breaths, trying to suppress the unease within. We can't lose. Absolutely cannot lose. James bellowed into the phone receiver, listen up. Secure that Manhwa connection for me. This Manhwa is crucial to us. Who knows? We might be able to pull something off using him in the future. Chapter 126, Rainstorm Corporation copying 2? On the other end of the line, the assistant's voice carried a hint of hesitation. But Manhwa, he seems reluctant to cooperate with us. I've talked to him extensively and offered substantial compensation, but he remains unmoved. The assistant's voice was filled with helplessness. Useless. Can't even handle this. James was furious. Find a way. Use whatever means necessary, threats, bribes, even kidnap him if you have to, but get him here. Make him obey. James' eyes were bloodshot. All notions of business ethics and integrity were cast far from his mind. All he knew was that he couldn't lose to that 8-year-old Tan Jiayi. He couldn't let Rainstorm Corporation crash and burn in the Xia market. James hung up the phone. Rage surged through him, making the veins at his temples throb violently. He sprang to his feet, unable to sit still any longer. He had to see the game his team had developed. He refused to believe that the product created by his team of elites could be inferior to that 8-year-old kid. James' mood had hit rock bottom. With a grim expression, he walked out of his office. As soon as he stepped into the office area, his gaze swept over every employee hard at work. "Everyone stop!" James suddenly bellowed. The entire office fell silent instantly. Everyone was startled by the roar, their movements halting abruptly. No one knew what had happened. James stormed over to a computer, his eyes fixed on the game screen. At a single glance, his face darkened to the color of a burnt pot bottom. "This is what you've come up with?" James roared. "Look at this. It's blurry as if through a fog. Is this what you expect players to see? And the controls? Lagging like hell. Are you trying to make players uninstall it after one play? Huh? Did you even put any effort into this?" His anger escalated as he lost all control, jabbing his finger forcefully at the screen. Then he turned his gaze to the game's story background introduction. After just a quick glance, he couldn't help but sneer. This backstory is elementary school level, utterly unoriginal and boring as hell. Looks like you're not developing a game, but playing house instead. Do you even realize what we're up against? And here you are wasting time creating this garbage. James felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. The games these employees were developing, whether in graphics, controls, playability, or story, were being left in the dust by Jiangcheng Network's games in every single aspect. If they went into the bet with a game like this, they were bound to lose. Now look at the gameplay, just these few simple tasks. Do you realize Jiangcheng Network's games are leagues ahead of ours in every aspect? James roared, veins bulging on his neck. Yours is nothing but a pile of crap. The employees hung their heads, not daring to breathe. "Mr. James, we're trying our best, but the deadline is too tight." One employee mustered the courage to whisper. "Time constraints?" James' eyes widened in fury. Doesn't Jiangcheng Network have time constraints? Better to just forfeit now. An 8-year-old kid did it, and what about you lot? A bunch of adults, paid handsomely by the company, and this is the garbage you produce? James's gaze, initially blazing with fury, now grew hollow. He slumped into a nearby chair, his hands limp on the armrests as he tried to search his mind for examples of successful games, hoping to find inspiration. But every time a glimmer of thought emerged, it was shattered by Jiangcheng Network's near-perfect vision for World of Warcraft. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a shadow flashed across his eyes. Right. Why didn't I think of that? James's lips slowly curled upward, forming a mischievous grin. If I can't create a game that surpasses World of Warcraft, then I'll just steal their ideas. Once this thought took root in his mind, it spread rapidly. Jiangcheng Networks is just a small company. So what if they have good ideas? In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. James's eyes burned with greed and arrogance. I have Storm Corporation's deep pockets, the best tech team, and formidable operational capabilities. Once I get my hands on their ideas, I can turn this game into another smash hit for our company. James practically jogged back to his office. Plopping into his executive chair, he eagerly grabbed the phone and dialed his assistant's number. Finally, the assistant's timid voice came through the line. "Mr. James, what are your instructions?" "Listen." James gritted his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Get as many details as you can about World of Warcraft from Ma Zhuang and fast." But Ma Zhuang isn't very cooperative. He's been. The assistant tried to explain, his voice clearly strained with discomfort. "Cut the crap!" James roared, cutting him off. "I don't want to hear your useless excuses. Don't think I'm joking." The assistant trembled on the other end of the line, quickly replying, "Yes, sir. I'll do my best." "Not try, you must deliver." James roared. "Once you uncover the details, send them immediately via email to the Shanghai headquarters." The assistant was stunned. "Mr. James, this." The words died on his lips. He never imagined that Storm Corporation, always looming high above, dominating the gaming industry, was now resorting to plagiarism. And the target was some obscure little company. How could this be? "We're Storm Corporation," the assistant screamed inwardly. He recalled the company's daily pride and glory. The top-tier technical talent, the robust financial strength, and the unrivaled dominance in the global gaming market. All of this had cemented Heavy Rain as the undisputed industry leader. Yet now, James had issued such an order. To rip off Jiangcheng Network's World of Warcraft? His assistant frowned deeply. Recent investigations into Jiangcheng Network forced him to admit. From its graphics to gameplay design, from its narrative structure to its world building, World of Warcraft was near flawless in every dimension. Given Rainstorm Corporation's current progress in game development capabilities, it was nearly impossible to create a superior product in such a short time frame. It seemed plagiarism was the only viable path. Chapter 127, Something's off about this employee. Sighing, the assistant dialed Ma Zhuang's number and hung up before he could answer. This was their pre-arranged signal. I never would have guessed. I never thought I'd sink so low as to deal with such a small-time player. The assistant muttered to himself as he tossed the phone onto the nearby sofa. His eyes brimmed with contempt, yet he couldn't deny it. Ma Zhuang was now crucial to him. If it weren't for that bastard James giving me a direct order, I wouldn't bother wasting my breath on this cheapskate programmer. This call was the signal he and Ma Zhuang had agreed upon. As long as he waved his phone, Ma Zhuang would find an opportune moment to call back. The assistant acted this way to avoid arousing suspicion among others at Jargon Network. After all, security against leaks was undoubtedly tight throughout the company now. Hope that kid plays along and doesn't pull any stunts. The assistant thought to himself as he stood up, walked over to the nearby liquor cabinet, and pulled out a bottle of expensive red wine. He poured himself a full glass. He waited quietly for Ma Zhuang's response. Jargon Network Company, office area. Ma Zhuang was intensely focused on the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated without warning. That faint vibration felt like a thunderclap. Ma Zhuang's body stiffened abruptly. His fingers froze on the keyboard as his heart began to pound uncontrollably. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he darted a wary glance around the room. Seeing his colleagues all busy at their own tasks, none noticing his unusual state, he exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Yet the tension in his heart remained undiminished. He slowly slipped his hand into his pants pocket, moving with extreme caution, afraid to make the slightest sound. When he pulled out his phone and saw the familiar caller ID, his face instantly drained of color, a chill shooting from his feet straight to his forehead. It's him. Ma Zhuang's lips trembled slightly, his voice thick with fear. His hands began to tremble slightly, beyond his control. Why is he calling at this hour? Images of his interactions with the assistant flashed through Ma Zhuang's mind. The images of stacks of cash and his own wavering resolve under its allure filled him with regret. How could I have been so blinded? But if he refused? What about his parents' illnesses? That money could truly save their lives. Ma Zhuang clutched his phone tightly, his mind torn between conflicting thoughts. How did I end up here? Ma Zhuang kept berating himself inwardly, yet as he stared at the extra digits in his bank account money his assistant had deposited, he knew there was no turning back. If I took someone's money, I have to deliver. Otherwise, my parents' life-saving funds will be gone. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth, his face etched with resignation. He lifted his head, his eyes darting around as he glanced at his busy colleagues. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and stood up. My stomach's a bit upset. I'll be right back. His voice was dry and tinged with unease. Fortunately, his colleagues were too engrossed in their work to pay him much attention. Ma Zhuang tiptoed out of the office area. As he passed the break room, he spotted Wang Xiaoya discussing game details with several colleagues. Her earnest expression made Ma Zhuang pause in his tracks, his sense of guilt deepening. Finally, Ma Zhuang found what he considered a secluded corner. This spot, tucked away at the stairwell's corner. Rarely did anyone come here. Leaning against the wall, he confirmed once more that no one was nearby before slowly pulling out his phone. The moment the call connected, Ma Zhuang's heart clenched violently and his breathing grew rapid. Hello? The assistant's voice on the other end was icy. Ma Zhuang, listen carefully. That intelligence alone isn't enough. You need to get me the source code for World of Warcraft ASAP. And some crucial in-game data, we need it urgently. Ma Zhuang's eyes widened instantly. But? Ma Zhuang's voice brimmed with resistance. The source code and critical data are under strict confidentiality measures. There's no way I can get my hands on them. And if I get caught, I'm finished. The assistant snorted coldly. Finished? Don't forget, if you fail, your parents will be the ones truly finished. His tone dripped with menace. You took my money, so you have to deliver. Telling me now it's impossible is too late. Ma Zhuang's forehead was covered in sweat. The thought of his parents still lying in hospital beds, waiting for this money to save their lives, made his heart ache so much he could barely breathe. I really can't do it. Ma Zhuang's voice trembled with the edge of tears. In his heart, he kept pleading for the assistant to let him off the hook. But he knew it was impossible. Cut the crap, the assistant's voice grew harsher. If you try any tricks, I have ways to make you regret it. You should know that. You have no way out now. I'll try. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Tan Jiayi, backpack slung over his shoulder, arrived at the company after school as usual. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he spotted a figure lurking furtively around the staircase corner. Looking closer, it was Ma Zhuang. What is Ma Zhuang doing here? Tan Jiayi muttered to himself, his eyes fixed intently on Ma Zhuang's every move. Ma Zhuang stood with his back to Tan, glancing warily left and right from time to time, looking as suspicious as could be. A bad feeling welled up inside Tan Jiayi. He clearly remembered that Ma Zhuang's family was extremely poor, with both parents gravely ill and barely scraping by. They couldn't even afford a decent meal most days. There was no way they could afford a rare item like a cell phone. Yet now, Ma Zhuang held a phone in his hand. And judging by his demeanor and movements, clearly something he didn't want anyone to see. This sneaky behavior. Tan Jiayi was startled. He'd seen too many people who'd stop at nothing for profit. Those corporate spies would stop at nothing to steal company secrets. Ma Zhuang's current behavior forced Tan Jiayi to consider this possibility. On the surface, Tan Jiayi feigned nonchalance. He strolled leisurely toward Ma Zhuang. The moment Ma Zhuang saw him, his already tense body stiffened even further. The hand gripping his phone instinctively retreated behind his back. That reaction is way too abnormal. Tan Jiayi snorted coldly to himself, yet his pace didn't falter. When he was just a few steps away from Ma Zhuang, Tan Jiayi deliberately raised his voice to greet him. "Hey, Ma Zhuang, you're here." Ma Zhuang frantically pressed the end call button, forcing a smile onto his face as he stammered, "Mr. Tan." "Mr. Tan, you're off work already?" Tan Jiayi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You seem so flustered. Nothing serious at home, I hope?" "And no. Nothing serious. Just a minor issue with my parents. I'll handle it and head back to the office." Ma Zhuang avoided Tan Jiayi's gaze. He gave Tan Jiayi a hurried nod, then lowered his head and hurried toward the office area. Watching Ma Zhuang's retreating figure, Tan Jiayi murmured to himself. "This employee, something's off about him." Chapter 128 Turn the tables. Ma Zhuang practically jogged back to his office. His heart pounded as if it would burst through his chest, each thought accompanied by a wave of intense dread. His legs felt like jelly. Barely making it to his workstation, he collapsed into his chair, slumped as if his soul had been sucked out. It's over. Why did Boss Tan suddenly show up just now? Did he overhear my conversation with the assistant? If he did, I'm as good as dead. Ma Zhuang's mind raced with frantic thoughts. His hands trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to focus on work. His mind was filled with the image of Tan Jiayi's sudden appearance. Like a startled bird, his eyes darted rapidly across every colleague. Ma Zhuang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. The sweat soaked through his palms, sending a chill through him. I hope Mr. Tan really didn't hear anything. If I can just get through this, once I get the money to cure my parents' illness, I'll never do this kind of thing again. Ma Zhuang silently prayed to himself. He took a deep breath, forcing his trembling hands to steady, then opened his computer, trying to continue working. But his gaze couldn't focus on the screen. His thoughts raced like a wild horse breaking free, impossible to rein in. The assistant's promise echoed relentlessly in his ears. Get me the World of Warcraft code, and I'll give you 500,000 yuan. 50,000. Ma Zhuang repeated the number over and over in his mind. This was 1,998. 50,000 yuan. It was an astronomical sum. 50,000 yuan could not only cure his parents' illnesses, but also buy a spacious house and live a happy life. The temptation was undeniably immense. With this money, Ma Zhuang bit his lip, recalling the cold stares he'd endured while borrowing money to treat his parents' illnesses. A sharp pang of pain shot through his heart. Sitting at his workstation, his mind was a whirlwind of chaos. The assistant's promise of 500,000 yuan dangled before him like a massive temptation. Yet the kindness shown by his colleagues at the company pricked his conscience. Sigh. Everyone has been so kind to me. How could I possibly do such a thing? Ma Zhuang sat alone at his desk. The voices of his colleagues discussing work around him now sounded muffled and indistinct. His gaze was fixed blankly on the computer screen. Unbidden, Wang Xiaoya's warm, radiant smile surfaced in his mind. He remembered one time when Wang Xiaoya, as usual, held a box of exquisite pastries in her hands. She pressed the pastries into his hands. Ma Zhuang, you've lost weight again lately. Eat more, don't overwork yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Her tone was filled with genuine concern. Then there were Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin. Whenever projects got busy, everyone would often forget to eat or sleep. Ma Zhuang especially neglected his meals. But Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin always noticed this. They would bring an extra meal and quietly place it at his workstation. One time, he worked late into the night before noticing the steaming meal, accompanied by a note. Brother Ma, remember to eat, don't starve yourself. Those simple words moved him deeply. But now, these once warm gestures weighed heavily on his heart. How could I betray them? Ma Zhuang tormented himself with self-reproach. They've been so good to me, yet I'm willing to sell everyone out for money. Am I even human? Ma Zhuang's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes gradually reddened. And Tan Jiayi, that 8-year-old boss, filled him with even deeper gratitude. Mr. Tan has been nothing but fair to me, paying higher wages than other companies and understanding my family's situation. Whenever I needed to go home to care for my parents, he never once complained. Ma Zhuang recalled how Tan Jiayi always encouraged him whenever assigning work. Brother Ma Zhuang, I believe in your abilities. I trust you completely with this task. If I really hand over the code. Ma Zhuang clutched his head in anguish. But my parents are still in the hospital, waiting for this money to save their lives. The inner turmoil was pushing him to the brink of collapse. If I don't do this, what will happen to them? 50,000, I just need to get that 50,000. Tan Jiayi walked with a light step. A smile graced his face, pure and harmless. Casually carrying his backpack, he hummed a tune he'd made up on the spot. On the surface, he was just an ordinary 8-year-old boy. His mind was filled only with the ease of after-school hours. Entering the company, Tan Jiayi weaved through his colleagues. His voice was crisp and loud, brimming with the youthful energy unique to his age. Young Mr. Tan, the programmer responded with a smile. They didn't notice anything unusual about Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi chatted warmly with her colleagues, a smile always on her face. After a few words, Tan Jiayi didn't linger. He patted his backpack and said, "Off to the office to do my homework. Keep up the good work, everyone." With that, he dashed off like a whirlwind toward the boss's office. Slam! Tan Jiayi closed the office door. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a stern expression. Manhwa's furtive demeanor, his flustered expression upon seeing him, and that phone which shouldn't have been in his hands. All of this left Tan Jiayi absolutely certain. Manhwa was up to no good. Could he have been bribed? Tan Jiayi narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to assess the current situation. The company was in the critical phase of its high-stakes wager with Rainstorm Corporation. An internal mole emerging at this moment was absolutely no small matter. If Manhwa has truly betrayed the company, he's likely already leaked the game's intelligence. Sitting at his desk, Tan Jiayi's eyes flashed a hint of relief. Thankfully, I was prepared. From the moment he decided to develop World of Warcraft, Tan Jiayi knew this high-stakes wager with Heavy Rain Corporation wouldn't be straightforward. He understood that the business world was like a battlefield, and human nature was even more complex and unpredictable. The company's employees were all newly hired, making it difficult to trust them completely. Therefore, he had embedded traps within many critical pieces of code. The moment anyone attempted to copy these lines, the mechanism would activate, generating a special virus that instantly destroyed all related code. The thieves would end up losing more than they gained. Thinking of Rainstorm Corporation and their underhanded tactics, his anger flared up. Dare to scheme against him? Then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. The thought of Rainstorm Corporation shelling out big bucks for a pile of useless, even harmful code. The smirk on Tan Jiayi's lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Don't you like playing dirty? Then I'll play along with you properly. Chapter 129, Ma Village secured. After making up his mind, Tan Jiayi kept it to himself. Instead, he silently made further adjustments to the code, ensuring it would achieve his objectives. Over the next few days, Tan Jiayi went about his routine as usual, shuttling between the company, school, and home. He was as busy as a bee. The bet agreement with Rainstorm Company, at this point in his mind. It no longer mattered. As long as Rainstorm dared to use the code he had written, he was certain to win this bet. Jargon Network Company. Manhwa was torn between conflicting desires. On one hand, he desperately needed that 500,000 yuan to improve his family's living conditions. On the other hand, he felt deeply guilty toward his colleagues, who treated him like family. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry I haven't been able to give you a better life. But this time, I won't let you down again," Manhwa murmured to himself, his voice trembling with profound sorrow. Thinking of his parents lying in hospital beds, of how they had toiled their entire lives for him only to now suffer from illness and pain. Manhwa's eyes instantly reddened. Tears welled up, threatening to spill over. "To my colleagues at the company, I know this betrays your trust. But I cannot stand by and watch my parents die. I have no other choice." Manhwa's lips trembled slightly as he murmured softly. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the deepest recesses of his heart. Finally, in the clash between familial duty and moral obligation, the last thread holding Manhwa together snapped completely. "Mom and Dad, I can only choose you." Manhwa snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with resolve. It was the desperate gamble of one driven to the edge by agony. In that moment, he seemed to age 10 years, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Having made his decision, Manhwa suppressed his inner torment and sprang into action. With practiced ease, he exploited his position to swiftly access the folder containing World of Warcraft's core code and crucial setting files. Staring at the dense, intricate code on the screen, Manhwa felt a complex mix of emotions. These were the fruits of the entire company's labor. Now, he was about to betray them with his own hands. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tan. I'm sorry, everyone." Manhwa repeated these words over and over in his mind, tears finally spilling from his eyes. With trembling hands, he copied the data onto a floppy disk. The rapidly advancing progress bar felt like an eternity with every passing second. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and soaking his collar. Every slight sound made his heart leap. Faster. Faster. Manhwa frantically urged himself inwardly, his eyes darting around the room. The figures of his colleagues in the office blurred in his vision. His world seemed to shrink to just the computer screen before him and the copying task underway. Just then, Wang Xiaoya walked past Manhwa's workstation, holding a stack of documents. She glanced at Manhwa without thinking and instantly stopped in her tracks. His forehead was covered in sweat and he looked utterly drained. Startled, Wang Xiaoya hurried over. "Manhwa, what's wrong?" You look terrible, are you sick? Should I take you to see a doctor? Hearing Wang Xiaoya's voice, Ma Zhuang's body stiffened abruptly, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He looked up frantically, stammering, I'm fine, Xiaoya. Maybe I just got a little heat stroke. I'll be okay after resting. As he spoke, he frantically wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. Wang Xiaoya frowned, her eyes filled with concern. Heat stroke isn't something to take lightly. Don't push yourself. I think you should go to the hospital and get checked out. Your health is the most important thing. Her words brushed lightly against Ma Zhuang's heart. Yet at this moment, that concern felt like a knife, stabbing straight into the depths of his heart. Ma Zhuang lowered his head, unable to meet Wang Xiaoya's concerned gaze. He felt his face burning. How could I have done such a thing? Everyone treats me like a friend, and Ma Zhuang harshly condemned himself in his heart. Wang Xiaoya's concern acted like a mirror, clearly reflecting his ugliness. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The idea of abandoning this plan spread like wildfire through his mind. No, I can't make any more mistakes. I must confess to Mr. Tan and apologize to everyone. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth. But at that very moment, the cold hospital bed and his parents' voices slammed into his heart. Mom and Dad are still waiting for this money to save their lives. A flicker of despair crossed Ma Zhuang's eyes. Xiaoya, thank you. I'm really fine. Just need to rest a bit. Ma Zhuang lifted his head, his voice dry. He avoided Wang Xiaoya's gaze. Wang Xiaoya's brows furrowed tightly, the worry in her eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Brother Ma, if you're not feeling well, you must see a doctor. Please don't push yourself. Her concerned tone only made Ma Zhuang feel worse. I know, Ma Zhuang forced another smile. Xiaoya, go back to work. Don't worry about me. He tried to convince Wang Xiaoya that he was truly fine. Wang Xiaoya glanced at him a few more times, but could only turn away helplessly and return to her tasks. Watching Wang Xiaoya's retreating figure, Ma Zhuang could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face. He bowed his head, covering his face with his hands. The moment he picked up the floppy disk, Ma Zhuang felt his fingers trembling. He was filled with regret, yet there was no turning back. His parents were like a death sentence, forcing him to steal his heart. Ma Zhuang clenched his teeth so hard he nearly drew blood from his lips. Finally, his trembling hand reached for the phone and dialed his assistant's number. The moment the call connected, Ma Zhuang's heartbeat surged. The assistant's cold, urgent voice came through the line. Got the item? I got it. Ma Zhuang managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. He felt his soul being slowly drained away, leaving only an empty shell behind. Good. A hint of satisfaction tinged the assistant's tone. You're a smart man. I trust your actions went unnoticed? If you left any traces, you know the consequences. I know. Ma Zhuang closed his eyes in anguish, hearing his own voice respond, Don't worry, I've covered my tracks perfectly. Meet me at the usual spot right away. No tricks. Got it. Ma Zhuang hung up and tossed his phone onto the table with a weary thud. He stood up, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Then he carefully placed the floppy disk into his bag and walked step by step toward the door. Chapter 130 James's Fury. In the private room, the assistant waited for Ma Zhuang to arrive. Beside him sat a combination lot briefcase. Inside, stacked high and filled to the brim, lay stacks of cash, still carrying the faint scent of fresh ink. The assistant occasionally ran his fingers lightly over the briefcase, his eyes glinting with greed, a smirk involuntarily curling his lips. This time I'm really raking it in. He thought to himself, once this is done, James will definitely see me in a new light. A promotion and raise? That'll be a piece of cake. Lost in these thoughts, he picked up the coffee in front of him and took a leisurely sip. What thrilled him even more was that James had allocated a full $1 million for this PR budget. He'd been worried it would cost a fortune to get Ma Zhuang to cooperate. But unexpectedly, a mere $500,000 had secured this cash-strapped individual. The remaining $500,000 is all mine. The thought lifted his spirits immensely. The door to the private room creaked open, letting in a rush of cold air. Ma Zhuang wore a hoodie, its brim pulled so low it nearly obscured half his face, revealing only a pair of uneasy eyes. His assistant had been leaning back comfortably on the sofa. The moment he caught sight of Ma Zhuang, he sat up straight. Ma Zhuang kept his head bowed as he walked unsteadily to the table. His hand fumbled inside his bag for a moment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he handed over the floppy disk. His hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. Here, for you, Ma Zhuang murmured faintly. He dared not lift his eyes to meet the assistant's gaze. The assistant eagerly reached out and took the floppy disk. Good. Playing along will serve you well. The assistant snorted coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. Then, he shoved the briefcase beside him forcefully toward Ma Zhuang. The case slammed onto the desk with a loud thud, making Ma Zhuang flinch. The money's all in here. Count it. The assistant stood up, towering over Ma Zhuang. A trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. Ma Zhuang stared at the briefcase before him. His hands slowly reached out. The moment his fingers touched the case, a chill spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body. The assistant clutched the inner pocket containing the floppy disk, as if holding a mountain of gold. He had no intention of lingering. The moment he left, he dashed toward his car. The door slammed shut. He floored the accelerator and sped toward Shanghai. After several hours of driving, the car finally came to a smooth stop in front of the building housing James' company. The assistant took a deep breath and adjusted his attire. Chest puffed out, he strode confidently into the building. The moment he saw James, the assistant beamed, respectfully presenting the floppy disk with both hands. The task you assigned is complete. Here is the core code for World of Warcraft and the essential setting compendium. James took the floppy disk, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes as a rare smile spread across his face. Well done. Your performance this time was absolutely flawless. He patted the assistant on the shoulder as he spoke, leaving the man feeling elated. I knew you could do it. From the very beginning, I had high hopes for you. This mission proves my judgment was spot on. James' voice brimmed with praise. Rest assured, the company won't shortchange you. Next, I'll assign you to a more important position where you can fully utilize your talents. Your future is bright. The assistant listened to James' praise, his eyes welling up with emotion. He nodded eagerly. Thank you, Mr. James. I appreciate your trust. I will not let you down. I'll work even harder from now on to create more value for the company. Baoyu Corporation, Headquarters. James wore a look of satisfaction. He handed the floppy disk he'd received from his assistant to the head of RD. Start developing the game based on the contents of this floppy disk immediately. Move fast. Don't disappoint me. The head of RD was a seasoned technical expert. His name was Steve. Steve inserted the floppy disk into the computer's optical drive. As the drive hummed with the sound of reading, he stared at the screen. Suddenly, the cursor began flashing wildly. Immediately, lines of garbled text began to appear. What is happening? Steve's eyes widened in terror. Those codes, vividly alive, began to violently attack the computer. The once orderly programs were thrown into chaos, files being arbitrarily altered and deleted. The computer emitted a shrill alarm. Steve frantically pounded the keyboard, trying to stop the disaster. But it was all in vain. No! No! Steve's voice was filled with utter collapse. He sprang to his feet, staring at the screen, which kept flickering with an eerie glow. What terrified him even more was the realization that he suddenly realized that the entire computer network of Rainstorm Corporation was connected by a single network cable. This meant the rampaging code would spread through the company network at the speed of light. Like a deadly virus. In an instant, it could paralyze every computer in the entire company. Mr. James. We're in big trouble. Steve shouted hoarsely. He stumbled toward James's office. Along the way, colleagues shot him surprised glances. But he had no time to care. Steve raced forward, but before he even reached James's office, the entire RD department had descended into complete chaos. Cries of shock and curses echoed through the room. Holy crap, this code is completely messed up. The computer's frozen solid, it won't respond. What the hell is going on here? Steve burst into James's office, gasping for breath, his voice tinged with unprecedented terror. Mr. James, it's over, completely over. The code is like a virus, attacking the company's computers like crazy. The entire network is about to crash. James had been sitting leisurely in his office. He held a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. At Steve's words, his smile instantly froze on his face. What did you say? Say that again. James shot to his feet, his eyes locked on Steve with a gaze that seemed to want to devour him alive. He couldn't believe his ears. The winning strategy he'd just secured. How could it have turned into a ticking time bomb set to destroy the company in the blink of an eye? That file you brought over, the code that spilled out of the floppy disk, is now relentlessly attacking our systems. Steve shouted again, his voice hoarse. Every computer in the entire company is affected now. Total paralysis is imminent. Damn it! James roared, utterly enraged. How is this possible? $1,000,000 yuan, and all we got was a virus? Chapter 131, Rainstorm Corporation goes completely mad. James heard Steve's report. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. Quick! Order everyone to shut down their computers immediately. Steve dared not delay for a moment, rushing out to relay James's orders. In an instant, the entire RD department descended into chaos. Employees frantically unplugged computers, the office echoing with shouts and curses. What the hell is going on here? I just finished that design and didn't save it yet. It's over, it's all over this time. Watching his employees panic, James's anger flared up again. It's all that good for nothing, Ma Zhuang's fault. He thought cutting the power would stop the disaster, but when the technicians began the virus removal process, a new nightmare had only just begun. The technical supervisor entered James's office with a grave expression, his voice trembling. Mr. James, this virus, it's too stubborn. We've tried every antivirus program available, but none can completely eradicate it. What? James' eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell have you been doing? Bunch of incompetents. Can't even handle a virus? He slammed his fist on the desk. David hung his head, his forehead beaded with sweat. Mr. James, this virus seems specifically engineered to target our system. It's deeply embedded and possesses powerful self-replication capabilities. The moment the system boots up, it proliferates like wildfire, relentlessly corrupting the original code. James's face turned grim as he stood up, cursing under his breath. This damn virus. Worse still. Further inspection revealed. They discovered that some of the game's original code had also been corrupted beyond recognition. These were the fruits of the company's labor developed at great expense of manpower, resources, and time. Now destroyed in an instant. My game, all that was our heart and soul. James covered his face in anguish. He regretted underestimating Tan Jiayi back then. He regretted resorting to any means necessary to win, which had led to this situation. Mr. James, what should we do now? David asked cautiously. He knew James was teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet he had no choice but to seek guidance. James stood in the center of the chaotic office area. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at the crippled computers, cursing incessantly. Damn Tan Jiayi. You little bastard, how dare you scheme against me? Faced with this scene resembling a disaster zone, even the slowest-witted James. He finally understood. He'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Tan Jiayi. How could I have been so stupid? I actually underestimated this 8-year-old brat. What he thought was a sure bet had turned into a nightmare because of his own greed and underestimation. Only 8 years old. How could he be so ruthless? James simply couldn't accept it. An 8-year-old child possessed such cunning and ruthlessness. The virus-corrupted code, mangled beyond recognition, seemed to mock his stupidity with cold indifference. I've faced every kind of opponent imaginable, and now I've been outmaneuvered by a kid. His eyes burned with resentment, yet he was utterly helpless. Surveying the room, he saw the computers now rendered useless. James felt a wave of despair wash over him. These computers are all ruined. How much would it cost to replace them? And that wasn't all the hard work everyone had put in earlier was now wasted. The thought of all the manpower, resources, and money the company had poured into this project now going down the drain. James felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart. The company simply can't bear this loss. A deathly silence fell over the company. Only 2 months remained before the performance-based agreement took effect. This sent James into a complete panic. What the hell is going on here? James roared in fury as he frantically searched for his phone. Finally, he dialed his assistant's number. The moment the call connected, he bellowed into the receiver. What the hell did you bring back? Huh? Look at the state this company is in now. At that moment, the assistant was deep in a blissful dream. He was blissfully seated in the backseat of a luxury sedan, his mind filled with visions of his imminent rise to power. He thought of James's praise, of the high-paying position he was about to secure, a smug smile spreading across his face. What excited him even more was the 500,000 yuan in public relations fees. It was enough to buy a decent apartment in Shanghai and completely transform his life. Once I buy that place, I'll bring my parents to live with me, let them enjoy their golden years in comfort. The assistant calculated in his mind. A smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone shattered his daydream. Seeing James' name on the caller ID, the assistant answered the call with confidence. He thought, it must be James, calling to give me another promotion. But when James's furious voice came through, the assistant was completely stunned. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. Mr. James, what's wrong? The assistant asked cautiously. His voice brimmed with confusion. What's wrong with me? You have the nerve to ask. The floppy disk you brought back is full of viruses. The entire company's computers are down. Do you have any idea what this means? James's roar reverberated in the assistant's ears, making them hurt. What? This can't be possible. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind went blank as his carefully crafted fantasy shattered in an instant. I clearly got the World of Warcraft code in setting compendium from Manhwa. The assistant stammered out his explanation. His voice trailed off. You still dare to make excuses? The wager agreement is about to take effect. What do we have to compete with Jiangcheng? If the company loses because of your mistake. James' tone grew increasingly fierce. Do you even realize how severe the consequences will be? How could this happen? I clearly had everything arranged. The assistant's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He couldn't believe it. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that what he thought was a flawless plan would now turn into a nightmare. Manhwa, you bastard. How dare you play me? The assistant was furious. This screw-up had put his position in the company on the line. He might even face severe punishment. Meanwhile, Manhwa remained at his workstation, pondering the next steps. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing it was his assistant calling, Manhwa hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Chapter 132. Kill the body, but also the soul. The moment Ma Zhuang spoke. What the hell did you give me? His assistant's voice, furious to the point of near madness, came through. That code was nothing but viruses. They crippled all the company's computers. I can barely save myself now. What the hell were you thinking? The assistant's voice grew increasingly frantic, a tangled web of rage, fear, and despair. Ma Zhuang's mind went blank. He was momentarily speechless. Ma Zhuang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, utterly unsure how to respond. He truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had thought that once he handed over the documents and got the money to treat his parents' illness, everything would be over. But now it seemed. Things were far from as simple as he had imagined. None of this had escaped Tan Jiayi's notice. Tan Jiayi walked toward Ma Zhuang with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed and casual. Yet beneath that seemingly harmless smile lay a piercing sharpness that saw through everything. His gaze locked onto Ma Village, step by step, unhurried and deliberate. Each step felt like a stomp on Ma Zhuang's heart. His colleagues around him remained engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Tan Jiayi walked straight up to Ma Zhuang's workstation, his voice barely above a whisper. Ma Zhuang, come with me to the office. Ma Zhuang, already feeling guilty, and had been pacing restlessly. Hearing Tan Jiayi's words, his heart lurched violently, nearly leaping out of his throat. His eyes darted nervously between the monitor and Tan Jiayi, unable to meet his gaze. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan. Ma Zhuang's voice trembled, betraying his obvious guilt. He tried to force a smile. Ma Zhuang had no choice but to stand up, his steps unsteady as he followed behind Tan Jiayi. His mind raced, wondering if Tan Jiayi had discovered something, yet clinging to a sliver of hope that it was all just his imagination. As soon as they entered the office, Tan Jiayi slammed the door shut. Tan Jiayi walked to his desk, turned, and sat down. His gaze was sharp as he fixed it on Ma Zhuang and pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Ma Zhuang mechanically walked to the chair and slowly sat down. His hands clenched tightly together, head bowed, avoiding Tan Jiayi's gaze. Tan Jiayi leaned back slightly, staring intently at Ma Zhuang for a long moment before speaking slowly. Ma Zhuang, I know everything. Ma Zhuang's body jerked violently. His eyes widened as fear surged to its peak within him. Mr. Tan, he stammered, unable to form coherent words. What you stole was nothing more than a virus. Tan Jiayi's voice wasn't loud, but it boomed in Ma Zhuang's ears. Ma Zhuang was stunned into silence. He hadn't imagined that nothing had escaped Tan Jiayi's notice. In fact, everything had been orchestrated by Tan Jiayi himself. An 8-year-old child. With such profound cunning, even he, an adult, felt put to shame. Ma Zhuang knew he could no longer hide the truth. Resigned to his fate, he gritted his teeth and addressed Tan Jiayi. Mr. Tan, I admit it. I was blinded by greed and betrayed everyone for money. Whatever punishment you deem fit, whether death or torture, I accept it. With that, he bowed his head, awaiting Tan Jiayi's verdict. Tan Jiayi looked at Ma Zhuang. He didn't immediately fly into a rage, but instead furrowed his brow slightly. A flicker of doubt and concern crossed his eyes. Ma Zhuang, I don't believe you'd do something like this without reason. Tell me honestly, have you encountered some kind of difficulty? Ma Zhuang lifted his head to meet Tan Jiayi's gaze, his lips trembling. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud sobs. Mr. Tan, I'm truly at the end of my rope. He choked out the words with great effort. My parents are both seriously ill, lying in the hospital. They need huge amounts of medical expenses every single day. I've borrowed from every possible source, but it's still not enough. The collection calls keep coming one after another. I don't know what to do anymore. By this point, Ma Zhuang's voice had grown hoarse. He wiped the tears from his face with his hand and continued, James's assistant found me. He said if I handed over the company's game data, he'd give me 500,000 yuan. Mr. Tan, do you understand? 500,000 yuan. With that money, my parents' illnesses could be cured, and our family could escape this predicament. I agreed to it. Tan Jiayi listened to Ma Zhuang's tearful confession without responding immediately. After a moment, he waved his hand. Ma Zhuang, you've made a mistake. You think that 500,000 is your lifeline, but you don't realize that if we win the bet with Rainstorm Company, every single person in the company will get far more than that. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang, his head, which had been bowed low, shot up abruptly. Tan Jiayi's eyes held a trace of regret, his tone calm. Now that you've betrayed the company, you won't get a chance to receive it. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhuang felt deeply regretful. He had been too hasty. Tan Jiayi's gaze fixed on Ma Zhuang as he shifted his tone. However, the situation hasn't reached a point of no return yet. Ma Zhuang, I can give you one more chance. It's up to you whether you're willing to seize it. Hearing Tan Jiayi's words, Ma Zhuang, he snapped his head up. Mr. Tan, are you serious? I still have a chance? Tan Jiayi nodded slightly. Yes, I can give you a chance to atone for your mistakes. That was why he hadn't made Ma Zhuang's actions public. After all, Manhwa was a graduate of a prestigious university. With his considerable intelligence, he instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Tan Jiayi's words. This was his only chance to redeem himself.
Mr. Tan.
Manhwa lifted his head, his eyes locked on Tan Jiayi.
I understand your meaning. I truly know I was wrong.
I committed this unforgivable mistake. But rest assured, I will seize this opportunity to atone for my sins.
Manhwa's mind was churning with thoughts.
He thought of how, for that $500,000, he had nearly destroyed the fruits of everyone's labor with his own hands. A sharp pang of pain shot through his heart. Then, recalling Tan Jiayi's forgiveness, he felt utterly ashamed.
Mr. Tan, just tell me what to do.
Whatever you ask of me, I will do without complaint.
I'm at your disposal.
Manhwa straightened his back, his tone filled with sincerity. Standing before the media's cameras and microphones, Manhwa took a deep breath. His eyes held unwavering resolve. He knew that every word he spoke today would send shockwaves through the world. But this was his first step toward redemption. It was also the pivotal moment for Jargon Network to strike back against Rainstorm Corporation.
Chapter 133, Is Rainstorm Corporation really that despicable? Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I stand here today to reveal a truth to you all.
Manhwa's voice trembled slightly as he began his account. I am Manhwa, an employee of Jargon Network. Not long ago, I committed an unforgivable error. I was bribed by James's assistant at Rainstorm Corporation. I attempted to steal the code for World of Warcraft, which the company was developing. The moment these words left his mouth,
the room erupted in an uproar.
Manhwa paused briefly before continuing. It happened during my darkest hour.
My parents were gravely ill and urgently needed substantial medical funds.
I had tried everywhere to raise the money, but to no avail. It was then that James's assistant approached me.
Manhwa clenched his fists.
Faced with such a huge temptation, I lost myself.
I thought it was my only way out. I agreed to his demands.
Manhwa took a deep breath and continued. I copied the company's code as he instructed. But I never imagined that Mr. Tan had already prepared his defenses.
The code contained a virus. Rainstorm Company ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Their computer systems were crippled by the attack. At this point, a flicker of remorse crossed Manhwa's face.
Later, Mr. Tan discovered my betrayal. But instead of immediately bringing me to justice, he gave me a chance to atone for my sins. His forgiveness made me see the light. I couldn't keep making mistakes. Manhwa lifted his head. That's why I stand here today, telling you all the truth, every detail. I must apologize to Mr. Tan and every colleague at Jiangcheng. And I must expose the unfair competitive practices of Rainstorm Company.
Listening to Manhwa's account,
the journalists were stunned.
They never imagined that a world-leading game company, Rainstorm Corporation, would stoop so low.
Not only did they aggressively coerce Tan Jiayi, a mere child, into signing a bet agreement, but what was even more outrageous was that they had actually sent spies to steal the source code from Jargon Company. Such behavior completely shattered everyone's moral compass.
We must expose this to the public.
Jargon Network can't be bullied like this, and Tan Jiayi shouldn't suffer in vain.
Exactly.
We'll make sure everyone sees the ugly face of Rainstorm Corporation.
Give Jargon Network justice. As soon as the interview concluded,
the reporters swiftly returned to their respective posts, beginning to draft news articles and edit interview footage. They raced against the clock,
determined to deliver this shocking news to the public. Soon, the journalists disseminated the interview content across television, online platforms, and newspapers. In no time, the news became a trending topic across the internet. Across major online forums, posts condemning Rainstorm Company appeared in droves. Rainstorm Company is utterly shameless. As an industry giant, they lack even basic business ethics and resort to industrial espionage tactics. What a disgrace to the gaming industry. This is outright bullying. Tan, the founder of Jiangcheng, is only 8 years old. How could they bring themselves to do this? Ha! Is this all Rainstorm Company's got? If you can't handle losing, don't sign a bet agreement.
Signing it and then resorting to such underhanded tactics is truly despicable. Mr. Tan may be young, but he's got backbone and real talent.
Rainstorm just plays dirty.
More radical netizens even shouted across the screen.
Rainstorm Company, stop struggling and just forfeit already. Stop making fools of yourselves. Your actions have disgraced the entire industry. Balyu Company became the target of widespread online condemnation.
They've become the scourge of the streets. Shanghai Stock Exchange, Heavy Rain Company headquarters.
James sat in his office, overwhelmed and flustered.
The virus threat within the company remained unresolved. He also had to devise a plan to salvage the company's reputation and address the performance-based agreement.
Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly rang.
He frowned irritably and picked up the receiver.
Before he could speak,
a torrent of curses erupted from the other end of the line.
James, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea what you've done to Rainstorm Corporation?
James turned ashen at the sound of that voice. This was a call from high-level management at the headquarters in the United States.
And the person on the other end was clearly furious. "Let me explain." James tried to speak up in defense, his voice tinged with panic. But before he could finish, he was cut off ruthlessly. "Explain? What's left to explain? You've completely disgraced Rainstorm Corporation. Global media are reporting that our company engaged in unfair competition. Do you have any idea how much damage this has done to our reputation? This is all thanks to you." The other person's voice grew louder and louder. James had to hold the phone farther away, his face burning hot, as if he'd been publicly slapped several times. I truly didn't expect things to turn out this way." James' voice grew faint. He was filled with regret, yet had no idea how to salvage the situation. "Now is not the time for regrets," the other person roared. "I'm giving you two choices: either come up with a solution quickly, win this bet, and salvage the company's reputation. Or pack your things and get the hell back to the States." With that, the other party slammed the phone down. James was left holding the receiver, his eyes vacant. Veins bulged at James' temples, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at his assistant. "You idiot! Look at the mess you've created. You've wrecked the company, and you're about to wreck me too. Get moving. Come up with a solution, or we'll both be out of a job." The assistant hung his head, muttering "I'm sorry" over and over. But inside, his mind was a complete mess. He had no idea what to do. "Mr. James, I never imagined things would turn out like this. I truly did my best." Even he knew these words were hollow. He racked his brain, desperately searching for a way to salvage the situation. But his mind went blank. Nothing came to him. Nothing? Are you that useless? Taking the company's high salary, yet unable to do anything when it matters most. James's tirade echoed through the office. The assistant felt immense pressure and fear. Time ticked by second. Sweat beaded on the assistant's forehead as he frantically racked his brain. Why had he been so impulsive back then, trusting Manhwa so easily? That was what had led to this predicament. But blaming himself wouldn't solve the problem. Just as the assistant was sinking into despair. Moments later, James stood up, a triumphant smile on his face. "I've got an idea." Chapter 134, The Scapegoat. The assistant was drowning in despair, his mind filled with visions of the world crumbling. Suddenly, James' words "I've got an idea" sounded like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. His eyes instantly lit up with joy and relief. He never imagined that James, who usually only bragged, showed off, and craved attention in front of others, could actually be dependable this time. So quickly, he'd found a solution to this current mess. Unable to contain his excitement, the assistant plucked up his courage and cautiously asked, "What solution did you come up with? Please tell me. I'm dying of anxiety." His voice carried a hint of urgency and boundless anticipation for whatever solution James was about to reveal. James slowly settled back into his chair, picked up a cigar from the table, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a series of smoke rings. His eyes held an expression that was impossible to read. After a long pause, he spoke in measured tones. "To preserve the reputation of Rainstorm Corporation and mitigate the impact of this incident, there is only one solution." At this point, he deliberately paused, his gaze fixed intently on his assistant. As if observing the prey's reaction. The assistant leaned forward, filled with confusion, his eyes fixed on James, waiting eagerly for him to continue. James's lips curved into a sly smile as he coldly declared, "That solution is for you to take full responsibility for everything alone. As long as you admit this was your personal action, taken without the company's knowledge, and that it has nothing to do with the company, then Rainstorm Corporation can be saved." The assistant froze instantly upon hearing this. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by utter terror and disbelief. "Mr. James, what do you mean? How could this be solely my fault? I was following your instructions." The assistant's voice trembled with the edge of tears. He never imagined James would come up with such a solution. Shifting all the blame onto him alone. "Oomph. You still dare to make excuses?" James slammed his fist on the table, leaping to his feet and pointing an accusing finger at the assistant. "If it weren't for your incompetence in trusting that scoundrel Manhwa, would we be in this mess? Now the company faces such a crisis, you must take responsibility." James's eyes burned with ferocity. I. The assistant opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to defend himself. He knew full well James was shifting the blame. Yet he dared not openly defy James's orders. After all, his livelihood was still in James' hands. Refusing would likely ruin his standing within the company and perhaps the entire industry. Yet if he agreed, he'd become the scapegoat. His future would be no better. The assistant found himself in a dilemma. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he dared not let them fall. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at James, his chest heaving violently. He felt he had seriously overestimated James's intelligence. He had vastly underestimated the extent of his shamelessness. "James, you've gone too far." The assistant's voice cracked with fury. "Do you seriously think anyone will believe this was just some little assistant acting on his own? This was clearly your doing. The assistant's fists clenched tightly. James, however, wore a cold expression, his eyes devoid of any remorse. He impatiently cut her off. Cut the nonsense. Things have reached this point, you must fix this for me. James took 2 steps forward as he spoke. He looked down at the assistant from above. The assistant tried to argue further, but James cut him off. James said coldly, you have 2 choices, either resign immediately and take full responsibility for all the charges, and I might consider sparing you. Or I'll call the police right now and have them thoroughly investigate your kickback scheme. That 50,000 yuan in kickbacks is enough to send you to prison for life. James' voice wasn't loud. Yet it felt like a barrage of sharp knives piercing the assistant's heart. At these words, the assistant's face instantly turned as pale as paper. His legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the floor. He knew there was no turning back now. James was determined to make him the scapegoat. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, yet he felt it was all futile. Damn you, James. The assistant gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws. I admit defeat. The assistant was filled with humiliation and resentment, yet he had no choice but to bow to reality. He knew that under James's threats, he had no room to resist. At this moment, he felt utterly foolish. Why had he ever listened to James's words, only to end up in this predicament? In a short span of time, the media world of Xia Nation was in a frenzy. Editors at major newspapers were swamped with work. News directors frantically switched camera feeds, all to rush out a breaking story that would capture everyone's attention. Breaking news! Breaking news! The TV anchor's face was stern, his tone urgent. There's a new development in the much-discussed case of Rainstorm Corporation plagiarizing Jiangcheng Network's creative work. According to a statement from Rainstorm Corporation, this act of plagiarism was solely committed by one of their assistants and bears no connection to the company itself. Simultaneously, major newspapers across the country replaced their front-page headlines with similar content. At Heavy Rain Corporation headquarters, James sat in his luxurious office, watching the news report on TV, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up the phone and called the head of public relations. Good work on the PR front. Keep monitoring the public sentiment. Don't let any negative voices surface again. James' tone was arrogant, as if everything was under his control. Yes, Mr. James. Rest assured, we've got it covered. The PR director responded cautiously on the other end of the line. James stood before the makeshift podium. His expression was one of profound anguish, as if he had suffered the greatest injustice. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke with profound sorrow. Fellow members of the press, I stand here today with a heavy heart. The actions of our company assistant are utterly outrageous and have severely damaged the positive image that Torrent Company has painstakingly built over the years. At Heavy Rain, we have always upheld the principle of fair competition, dedicated to creating the best gaming experience for players worldwide. Yet this assistant, driven by personal gain, committed such despicable acts. I am utterly heartbroken. James's eyes glistened, his voice slightly choked. To the uninformed, he truly seemed deeply wounded. Chapter 135, Netizens' Fury, Utterly Shameless. Reporters began firing questions, filling the room with clamor. Mr. James, how significant do you believe this assistant's actions have been in damaging the reputation of Rainstorm Corporation? A reporter shouted. James frowned deeply and sighed heavily. The damage is nothing short of devastating. The global reputation our company has built over the years nearly collapsed because of him alone. Our stock price has plummeted during this period. Our partners have expressed deep concerns, and the pressure we're under is unimaginable. Another reporter pressed, so how do you plan to restore the company's reputation? A flash of ferocity crossed James's eyes as he gritted his teeth. We won't let him off the hook. Though he's been fired, that's nowhere near enough. We will pursue legal action to ensure he pays the price for his actions. With that, James bowed slightly toward the camera. Then, surrounded by bodyguards, he hurriedly departed. The moment the news broke that Rainstorm Corporation had shifted all blame onto the assistant, it instantly sent shockwaves through the online community. Major online platforms were instantly flooded with related topics. Netizens engaged in heated discussions, each chiming in with their opinions. This is way too obvious. Even a fool can see Rainstorm is sacrificing the assistant to save the company. Exactly. What possible reason could a lowly assistant have to risk his entire career just to help win a bet agreement? It just doesn't add up. Another netizen raised a crucial point, instantly resonating with many more. And think about it, where did he get 1 million yuan to bribe Manhwa? There's definitely something fishy going on behind the scenes. Rainstorm Company is absolutely involved. Netizens' anger grew fiercer by the minute. They all turned their attention to James. A barrage of harsh criticism poured in. James is shameless. He dares to do it but won't own up to it. How can someone like this be a company leader? It's an absolute disgrace. If you can't handle it, just throw in the towel already. Stop making us sick. I used to think Rainstorm Company was pretty solid, but turns out they're just a bunch of thieves and crooks utterly irresponsible. I'll never play their games again. Faced with this overwhelming wave of online backlash, James didn't reflect on his actions. Instead, he chose to fight back. Seated in his luxurious office, he raged like a storm, sweeping documents off his desk onto the floor as he bellowed, "What do these people know? How dare they speak to me like that? Just wait until I deal with them." He immediately contacted Shanghai's top legal team. With a sweeping gesture, he snarled, "Send them one cease and desist letter after another. Tell those loose-lipped fools to shut their mouths. If they keep spouting nonsense, I'll make them regret it." Soon, one after another, the legal letters were dispatched to various platforms and netizens who had made inflammatory remarks. However, this move not only failed to suppress the public outcry. Instead, it only fueled greater outrage among netizens. Who are you trying to intimidate with these cease and desist letters? If you've got the guts, stop doing those shady things. Is bullying ordinary folks all Baoyu companies got? Online criticism grew louder, and the flames of public outrage burned ever brighter. James' actions were like pouring a ladle of oil onto a raging fire. Instead of extinguishing the flames, it only made them burn brighter. As he watched the relentless tide of negative comments surge across the internet, James' face turned ashen with rage. Yet he was powerless to do anything about it. Inside Jiangcheng Network Company, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets. Tan Jiayi hummed a tune as he walked briskly, followed by Tan Huigan pushing a small cart. The cart was piled high with various fruits, drinks, and ice pops. In the sunlight, they glistened with an enticing sheen. The moment Tan Jiayi entered the company, he shone like a bright star, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He stood in the center of the office area, clapped his hands firmly, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the space. "Everyone, stop what you're doing. I brought everyone something special: fruit, drinks, and popsicles. It's scorching out there, so grab something to cool down before we get back to work." The call had an immediate effect. Employees who had been swamped with work dropped their tasks as if responding to a rallying call, streaming toward Tan Jiayi from every corner. Surprised smiles lit up their faces. They eagerly grabbed snacks from the cart while enthusiastically chatting with Tan Jiayi. "Mr. Tan, you finally made it. The latest developments are absolutely wild. Have you heard about the Rainstorm Company? They really made a complete fool of themselves," a young employee said eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Yeah. Mr. Tan, Rainstorm tried to steal our code, but their computers got crippled by a virus. Now they're trying to pin the blame on some assistant." "How shameless," another employee added indignantly. Everyone chimed in, chattering away about the latest news, their words dripping with contempt and mockery toward Rainstorm Company. Tan Jiayi listened quietly, a faint smile spreading across his lips. "Oof. They think they can get away with this so easily? That's way too naive." Tan Jiayi shook his head gently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "We'll proceed step by step, focusing on our own responsibilities. Let them know that playing these petty games is useless." Though Tan Jiayi's voice was still youthful, it carried a profound seriousness and confidence. The aura and presence emanating from this small child. And it electrified every employee present. Because they all knew this young boss of theirs. Tan Jiayi always spoke plainly, never empty words, never making promises he couldn't keep. From his tone, the employees sensed that Tan Jiayi was genuinely determined to defeat Rainstorm Company. And Baoyu's recent actions had made it clear to them. This time the advantage was on their side. "Alright, Boss Tan. Hearing that makes us even more fired up to get to work." "You bet. We'll give it our all and show Rainstorm Company that our Gen network isn't to be messed with." The employees responded in unison, grabbing snacks and returning to their workstations with faces brimming with fighting spirit. Tan Jiayi watched their retreating figures, his heart filled with satisfaction. He had to admit he had overestimated Rainstorm Company. If that was the case, his chances of winning this bet had just gotten a whole lot better. Chapter 136, Tan Jiayi declares, the bet continues. The lively scene in the office gradually faded as employees returned to their desks. Only a bustling work atmosphere remained. The employees, energized by their snacks, were full of drive. At that moment, Wang Xiaoya entered Tan Jiayi's office. She was now the pillar of Jiangcheng Network's programming department, standing out among a group of elite university graduates with her exceptional abilities. She was quietly gaining momentum toward the position of general manager. Tan Jiayi placed great trust in her, confidently entrusting her with numerous company affairs. Wang Xiaoya approached Tan Jiayi's desk, leaning forward slightly with sincerity in her eyes. "Mr. Tan, the uproar over the Rainstorm Company incident has created a favorable public opinion for us. What do you suggest we do next?" Wang Xiaoya understood that while she excelled in programming and technical skills, but when it came to strategic vision, she still had much to learn from Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi looked up at Wang Xiaoya, a smile of appreciation spreading across his face. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling street below. After a moment of deep thought, he said, "Sister Xiaoya, Rainstorm Company is in a complete mess right now. We can't let this opportunity slip away. But we mustn't rush things. We need to proceed steadily and methodically." Tan Jiayi fixed Wang Xiaoya with a piercing gaze and asked earnestly, "Sister Xiaoya, given the current mess at Rainstorm Company, what do you think we should do?"
Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she replied without hesitation, Mr. Tan, in my view, Rainstorm Company is currently overwhelmed by that virus and can barely manage its own affairs. We should seize this chance to force them to concede defeat. This approach carries the least risk. We can steadily win this bet. How perfect. Tan Jiayi listened, then shook his head gently. Sister Xiaoya, that won't do. If we're going to win, we must win decisively, make them concede defeat wholeheartedly. His brow furrowed slightly as his expression turned serious. If we just let Rainstorm admit defeat like this, they'll surely feel they lost because of unforeseen circumstances outside the game. They won't accept it. Wang Xiaoya paused, carefully considering Tan Jiayi's words. She realized he had a point. Before she could speak, Tan Jiayi continued, why don't we seize this moment and continue this wager with grace and dignity? Let our strength speak for itself. Use our product to utterly defeat them. Only then will they abandon any lingering doubts. Tan Jiayi's voice was youthful yet unwaveringly earnest. Wang Xiaoya nodded, her eyes fixed intently on Tan Jiayi. Mr. Tan, you're absolutely right. But I'm not entirely sure where to start specifically. Tan Jiayi turned and walked back to his desk, picking up a pen and tapping it lightly on the paper. First, we must continue refining World of Warcraft to perfection. That's our core competitive edge. As long as the game quality is top-notch, we'll never lack for players. As he spoke, Tan Jiayi wrote the 4 characters optimize the game on the paper. Next, while public interest is high, we need to ramp up our promotional efforts. Secure collaborations with prominent gaming streamers to showcase our game. Leverage their influence to raise awareness of our company, Genet Network, and World of Warcraft. Tan Jiayi wrote down promotion and marketing. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up as everything clicked into place. Mr. Tan, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Tan Jiayi smiled and continued, also, keep a close eye on Rainstorm Corporation's movements. They won't let this go easily. They might even pull some more tricks. We'll prepare in advance and counter their moves as they come. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya felt a surge of admiration welling up inside her. She stood up, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Walking over to Tan Jiayi, she gently nuzzled his cheek and said with a laugh. Mr. Tan, you're amazing. Hearing you put it that way, it all makes sense now. Alright, we'll do it your way. With that, she scampered off, grinning like a child who'd just received a new toy. She set off to implement Tan Jiayi's decision. The announcement from Rainstorm Company attempting to shift blame sent ripples across the internet. Netizens were buzzing with discussions about the incident, and the heat kept rising. Just then, Jiangcheng Network swept in like a whirlwind. Without warning, Tan Jiayi's image dominated screens across major online platforms and television networks. In the footage, Tan Jiayi sat upright at a desk, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit. Though traces of youth lingered on his face, his eyes shone like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating a maturity beyond his years. Hello everyone. I'm Tan Jiayi from Jiangcheng Network. His voice, tinged with youth, emanated from the microphone, yet carried an undeniable gravitas that commanded attention. The recent events have caused quite a stir online, but I don't wish to say much about them. I've always believed that justice resides within every person's heart. As he spoke, he lifted his chin slightly, his clear gaze scanning each camera lens in turn. As if he were looking through the screen to meet the gaze of every single person watching the video. I'm sure everyone's wondering, did Baoyu Company really steal our Gen Network's creative concept? I don't think I need to say much, everyone sees it as clear as day. Tan Jiayi's tone suddenly sharpened as he spoke, his already stern face now taut with intensity. They actually tried to pin the whole thing on an assistant. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Everyone has their own judgment. We all have our own scales to weigh right from wrong. He shook his head slightly as he spoke, his face brimming with disdain. After a brief pause, Tan Jiayi suddenly straightened his back. But here's the thing. If Rainstorm Company feels wronged, thinks they've got something to prove, and refuses to back down, we're not afraid. This bet? We'll keep it going. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, like an eternal flame that could never be extinguished. 3 months, not too long, not too short, will pass quickly. When the time comes, we won't say a word. We'll just bring out our product and let it speak for itself. Let everyone see which company truly has the real strength. Tan Jiayi's voice rang out crisp and clear. Each word detonated like a heavy bomb in the hearts of the audience. The moment this video was released, it instantly sparked a tsunami of heated discussion online. Netizens erupted like a lit powder keg, flooding the comments section with reactions. Wow, Boss Tan is so awesome. That presence, that confidence, I'm a fan. Chapter 137, World of Warcraft Development Success. Tan Jiayi's response. The moment it surfaced online, it instantly unleashed a tidal wave of shock and outrage. Exactly. Rainstorm Company tried to play tricks, but now they've been shut down by Boss Tan. Support Jiangcheng Network. Support Tan Boss. Just wait 3 months to see Rainstorm Company eat their words. In an instant, the entire online world seemed injected with a dose of wild stimulant. It was boiling over. Weibo, forums, major social platforms and video sites were all flooded with Tan Jiayi-related topics without exception.
These topics surged in wave after wave, their heat skyrocketing. And the heat kept climbing, showing no signs of slowing down. Folks, I just saw Tan Jiayi's response and I'm completely blown away. Can you believe it? An 8-year-old kid with such astonishing perspective. I've lived this long and feel ashamed by comparison. At the end of the post, he added 5 or 6 exclamation marks to emphasize his utter astonishment. The post drew countless replies almost immediately. I feel exactly the same way. Most people, faced with a plagiarism scandal like the one involving Rainstorm Company, would have seized the moment while they were reeling to force them to admit defeat and kick them out of the Xia market. It's so straightforward, eliminate a powerful competitor without taking any risks. Only a fool wouldn't do it. But Tan Jiayi refused. He actually chose to keep betting against Rainstorm Corporation, insisting on letting the product speak for itself. What immense vision and confidence that takes. I've finally seen what a true young hero looks like. His comment quickly garnered a flood of likes and supportive replies. However, many netizens also voiced concerns. Let's be real, Rainstorm is the industry leader, globally renowned. They must have some serious trump cards up their sleeves. Tan Jiayi is taking an enormous risk by continuing this bet. Isn't he afraid of being utterly crushed? This comment instantly sparked even more discussion. The comment thread kept growing. I believe Tan Jiayi has his own strategy. Despite his youth, the capabilities and wisdom he's demonstrated throughout far surpass those of his peers. Maybe he already has a solid plan in place, which is why he dares to act this way. Regardless of the outcome, Tan Jiayi's move has seriously won over fans. Now look at that James guy. First he resorted to underhanded tactics to steal code, and now that trouble's hit, he's trying to dump all the blame on his assistant. Compared to Tan Jiayi, it's like night and day. He's in a completely different league. Exactly. James really needs to learn from Tan Jiayi what true vision looks like, what it means to have a broad-minded approach. Netizens chimed in one after another, the discussion heating up. Support for Tan Jiayi surged in wave after wave, unstoppable. This Tan Jiayi is so fascinating. I'll be damned if he can really wipe the floor with Rainstorm Company in 3 months. Support Boss Tan. Regardless of the outcome, just for your vision, I'll be a loyal fan of your Gen network forever. Anyone who dares speak ill of you won't get away with it. Amidst the online buzz at Jiangcheng Network. Sunday morning. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, scattering across every corner of the city. Before the sun had fully risen, Tan Jiayi arrived early at Jiangcheng Network. His steps were hurried all the way there. His mind was completely occupied by the development progress of World of Warcraft. The thought that this game, into which they had poured countless hours of effort, was about to be completed. His heart pounded wildly. He simply couldn't calm down. The moment he stepped through the company entrance, Tan Jiayi didn't even pause to catch his breath before rushing straight toward the office area. Just as Tan Jiayi was fully absorbed in checking the work status, a sudden rush of footsteps like a downpour erupted, instantly shattering the office area's original tranquility. Everyone turned their heads. There was Wang Xiaoya, like a whirlwind, dashing toward Tan Jiayi. Mr. Tan! Mr. Tan! Before she even reached him, Wang Xiaoya was already shouting at the top of her lungs. She shoved open the office door and charged straight to Tan Jiayi's side. Her legs were weak from running so fast, and she could only brace herself by gripping her knees tightly. Wang Xiaoya struggled to steady her ragged breathing. She gasped for air in ragged, heavy breaths. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and for a long moment, she couldn't form a single coherent sentence. Tan Jiayi was startled by Wang Xiaoya's frantic state. He thought something must have happened. But he didn't panic. Tan Jiayi helplessly unscrewed a bottle of water. He handed it to Wang Xiaoya, who was gasping for breath. Sis Xiaoya, what's got you in such a rush? Take a sip of water. The sky won't fall. Don't panic. Tell me what's going on slowly. Wang Xiaoya took the water, gulped down half a mouthful, and choked, coughing. After a long moment, she straightened up, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, Mr. Tan, great news. The development of World of Warcraft is finally complete. All that's left now is the final testing phase. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she spoke. Really? Tan Jiayi's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and delight. Hearing this news, he felt his heartbeat instantly quicken. A surge of excitement coursed through him. That's fantastic. Sister Xiaoya, you're amazing. Tan Jiayi jumped up from his executive chair in sheer excitement. That's right, Mr. Tan. If everything goes smoothly during testing, we'll be ready for online testing in just a few more days. Wang Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. A smug smile spread across Tan Jiayi's face. He thought to himself, this game, destined to take the world by storm, belongs to me, Tan Jiayi, from this moment onward. Lost in thought, he couldn't wait to see the game's progress. Let's go, Sister Xiaoya, we'll go take a look. Tan Jiayi said, striding quickly toward the office area. Wang Xiaoya followed closely behind him, their figures radiating youthful energy and confidence. The entire company seemed infected by their joy. An atmosphere of excitement filled the air. Zhou Yun, Zhao Lin, and others. were watching the screen with rapt attention. Tan Jiayi sat before the computer, calmly manipulating the mouse to enter the game interface. Chapter 138, Boss, is this really ours? Tan Jiayi's eyes were fixed intently on the screen. As World of Warcraft loaded, that familiar scene unfolded before his eyes. Memories of the past instantly engulfed him. Scenes of all-night gaming sessions in internet cafes played like a movie. They played on a loop in his mind. Back then, he sat at a slightly worn internet cafe booth, eyes fixed on the computer screen, completely immersed in the game's constructed world. The surroundings were noisy, some shouted game commands, others slammed tables in frustration over failures. Yet he remained utterly unaffected. He poured his entire being into every quest, every battle. Those moments of fighting side by side with teammates, those surprises discovered in the virtual world, all became indelible imprints in his life. For countless players, this game was an indispensable part of their youth. It accompanied a generation through countless after-school hours and evenings after work. It held their laughter and tears, dreams and passion. This is far more than just a game. It was the very embodiment of their youth. And now, beyond mere nostalgia, Tan Jiayi felt a surge of excitement and ambition. He knew all too well the terrifying money-making potential this game held. In his previous life, Rainstorm Corporation had raked in massive profits thanks to this game. According to incomplete statistics, it brought the company hundreds of billions in revenue. And that was in US dollars. What a staggering figure. It was practically an inexhaustible treasure trove of wealth. Tan Jiayi's heart began to race wildly. He felt his blood boiling. A bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. With this game alone, I can secure a spot on Xia Nation's server rankings. Tan Jiayi stood before his computer, surrounded by dozens of Jiangcheng network employees. At that moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the game interface before them. Suddenly, the warrior character in the game stirred. Gripping his gleaming double-handed sword with both hands, he roared and swung fiercely at the monster. In that instant, many employees present widened their eyes. Their mouths gaped wide, utterly unable to believe what they were seeing. Holy crap! The graphics are unreal. A young programmer couldn't help but exclaim in awe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Look at the monsters, for every single strand is distinct, just like the real thing. Yeah, and the impact feels so real. The art designer beside him chimed in, equally thrilled. Every swing of the sword feels like it's actually cutting into the monster's flesh. It's so immersive. And it's not just that the sound effects are absolutely incredible. The sound of the blade slicing through the air, combined with the monster's agonized screams when hit, it's all perfectly synchronized. Everyone chimed in. Each expressed their inner awe. And when they saw the warrior's fluid, natural movements utterly free of lag, everyone was utterly captivated. That level of fluidity? No game on the market can even compare. The lead programmer shook his head in admiration. Don't forget, this game was conceived and designed entirely by Mr. Tan himself, someone exclaimed, their voice brimming with admiration for Tan Jiayi. That's right, Mr. Tan is only 8 years old. To possess such talent and capability at that age, it's incredible. Working under Mr. Tan, I'm convinced our Gen network will create miracles. Admiration shone in the employees' eyes, reaching its peak for Tan Jiayi. They could already envision it. Jiangcheng Network's future, shining brightly in the gaming world. Wang Xiaoya stood among the crowd, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. She instinctively pushed her glasses up, trying to steady herself. But her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. As Jiangcheng Network's employee number 001, she had witnessed every step of the company's journey. Every game Jiangcheng Network released bore the sweat of her labor. Every line of code, every design element. Her dedication was woven in. Previously, Fantasy Westward Journey achieved massive success upon release, creating a sensation in the gaming market. Wang Xiaoya had believed that to be the pinnacle of gaming. Having participated in creating such a masterpiece was reason enough to be proud. But when World of Warcraft appeared before her eyes, she realized she had underestimated Tan Jiayi's creativity. And she had underestimated the team's potential. Mr. Tan, this is simply breathtaking. Wang Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with awe. Fantasy Westward Journey can't even see World of Warcraft's taillights. Wang Xiaoya exclaimed, practically spilling every ounce of her awe onto the table. Colleagues around her nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Sister Xiaoya hits the nail on the head. If this game launches, it'll definitely set off a massive storm in the gaming world. Mr. Tan, how on earth did you come up with all these brilliant ideas? This game is simply unbeatable. Some couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi's face lit up with a smile. Everyone deserves credit. This is the result of our entire team's hard work. Now, let's give it one last push to complete the final testing phase. We'll present this game to players in its most perfect form. Wang Xiaoya stood there, her eyes fixed intently on the screen, captivated by the breathtakingly beautiful game visuals. Completely immersed in the awe-inspiring spectacle, her mind raced. Yet she still couldn't fathom how such a game nearly flawless in her eyes. Once released to the market, what kind of sensation would it create in the gaming world? The scene. Just imagining it made her blood boil and her heart race. Wang Xiaoya's throat went dry with nervousness. She swallowed nervously, her throat parched, and slowly turned her head to look at Tan Jiayi. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She instinctively pinched her own arm, as if she still doubted whether she was dreaming. Tan Jiayi watched her expression, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. "Boss, I can't believe it." Wang Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly as she gripped Tan Jiayi's hand tightly. Her voice cracked with emotion as she stammered, "Boss, is this really the game we made?" Chapter 139, Rainstorm Company goes completely mad. Shanghai Stock Exchange, headquarters of Heavy Rain Corporation. James paced restlessly in his office, feeling utterly at a loss. This time, his bet with Tan Jiayi had turned into a complete nightmare. Once, he had looked down on Tan Jiayi and that tiny Jargon network company from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Tan Jiayi was nothing more than a wet behind the ears kid. What kind of waves could he possibly make? But reality had slapped him hard across the face. Jiangcheng Network had actually created World of Warcraft, a work that stunned the world. The game's graphics, combat feedback, and sound effects were nothing short of jaw-dropping. It far exceeded even their own expectations at Storm Rain Corporation. What infuriated James even more was that the spy he'd sent to steal the code had been discovered by Tan Jiayi. Not only did this render all previous plans futile, but it also sent Storm Corporation's reputation plummeting to its lowest point. Now, the company's reputation had hit rock bottom. Players' curses, partners' doubts, the pressure surged instantly. Far away in the United States, Storm Corporation's stock price plummeted like a kite whose string had snapped, plunging relentlessly. Internally, the company descended into chaos. Employees were in a state of panic, and work efficiency plummeted. James took a lot of flack during this period. The constant barrage of criticism from senior management never ceased. Some executives even openly stated that if he lost this performance-based agreement, he would be forced to resign in disgrace. James couldn't possibly accept such an outcome. He had fought so hard at Rainstorm Company for all these years. It took immense effort to achieve his current generous compensation and lofty position. How could he possibly give it up so easily? No, he had to do something. So James steeled his resolve, dipped into a large portion of his personal fortune, and used various secret channels to bribe a highly influential executive within the company. He humbled himself before this executive, pleading for assistance. He promised countless benefits. He expected news within the next few days. Suddenly, ring ring. The phone rang out, exploding unexpectedly. In the quiet space, it sounded especially jarring. James's body jerked violently. As if struck by an electric current, he sprang to his feet in an instant, without a moment to think. He instinctively lunged toward the phone. Gripping the receiver, James's expression shifted instantly. The earlier anxiety and irritation vanished instantly, replaced by a thick layer of obsequious smiles. He pressed the receiver tightly to his ear and spoke in a tone of utmost deference, bordering on obsequiousness. "Hello. Good heavens, you finally called. My heart's been in my throat since yesterday, waiting anxiously for your news." A deep voice came through the receiver, piercing the earpiece and sending a shiver down James' spine. He didn't need to guess. This was the very high-ranking official who had accepted his substantial bribes. "James, you actually had the sense to wait for my call? Just look at the mess you've created. Because of your incompetence, Rainstorm Corporation is now in shambles. Stock prices have plummeted, our reputation is in tatters, players are boycotting us, and partners are pulling out left and right." The executive's tone was icy. Every word was like a sharp blade. They pierced James's heart with brutal force. James's body trembled slightly, his hand gripping the phone turning white. He blurted out frantically, I know. It's all my incompetence. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for causing the company such trouble. I truly regret it so much it makes me sick." His voice trembled noticeably, laced with fear. But before James could finish, the senior executive cut him off without mercy. "Now is not the time for you to wallow in self-pity. I don't have time for your nonsense. For the reputation and future of Rainstorm Corporation, we must win this bet with Tan Jiayi. This isn't just any ordinary bet, it's about securing our company's standing in the global gaming industry. If we lose, how will Rainstorm ever hold its ground in this industry again? We absolutely cannot lose. Got it?" The executive's voice grew increasingly stern. Every word carried the weight of an order. James' eyes suddenly lit up. As if spotting a glimmer of hope in the darkness, he nodded frantically while repeating, Yes. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'll spare no effort, go through fire and water, whatever it takes. But..." His tone carried urgency. "What exactly should we do now? Please show me the way forward." A cold snort came from the other end of the line. It was a sound of disdain for James' foolish question. "I've already discussed this with the other executives. We'll pull every string we have to assemble the world's top gaming talent. Whatever the cost, even if we have to sell the farm, we will create a game that surpasses World of Warcraft. The executive's voice was firm and decisive. It carried the resolve of burning one's boats. Even if this game doesn't turn a profit, even if we lose our entire investment, the Rainstorm brand must never fall. This is our bottom line and our only way forward. James felt an overwhelming surge of emotion welling up inside him. He felt as though hope had been reignited within him. Excellent! James exclaimed. Your decision is brilliant. He had braced for the worst, that headquarters would abandon him just as they had discarded his assistant. He would become the scapegoat for a series of events. Of course, given his years of dedicated service to the company, it would only be a nominal scapegoat role. Still, he knew he couldn't possibly remain in his current position afterward. He expected a full-scale dismissal upon returning to the country. For him, it would be utter ruin. Yet now it seemed the company hadn't given up on him. James's voice rose with excitement. With you leading the charge and those top experts on board, we're bound to succeed. I'll start arranging the follow-up work immediately. I promise to dedicate myself fully and cooperate wholeheartedly. His voice brimmed with passion. It was as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Humph, you'd better be on your absolute best behavior. This time, success is the only option, failure is not permitted. If anything else goes wrong, you'd better pack your bags and get out. And I'll make you pay for all those shady deals of yours. The higher-up finished speaking. With a sharp click, the call was ruthlessly terminated. James clutched the disconnected phone, unable to lower it for a long while. He realized that his own recklessness had led to this. Now, the entire Rainstorm Corporation had completely gone mad. Chapter 140, StarCraft, launching ahead of schedule. Shanghai Airport. James stood solemnly in the most prominent spot. In his hand, he clutched a sign bearing the word welcome. Behind him stood all the management personnel of Baoyu Corporation's Shanghai headquarters, arranged in perfect order. Their expressions were equally solemn, their eyes betraying a hint of tension and anticipation. Today was a crucial day for Rainstorm Corporation. The master game developers dispatched from the US headquarters to assist with development. They were about to arrive. This was their last hope to turn the tide. Their last hope to win the wager against Tan Jiayi. Everyone has staked their hopes on these experts. James' usual arrogance and self-importance had vanished without a trace. Now, his heart was filled with nothing but anxiety. He kept repeating to himself, this has to work. We absolutely cannot fail again. If he failed again this time, his standing at Rainstorm Corporation would become precarious. He might even face ruin and disgrace. Finally, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Dozens of Westerners in various attire approached from that direction. Their strides were brisk, their eyes reflecting a professional arrogance. James' eyes lit up. He immediately stepped forward, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile, greeting them warmly. Thank you all for traveling such a long distance. You must be exhausted. Welcome, welcome. The leader, a tall Westerner in a black suit, had piercing eyes. He looked at James, a flash of undisguised contempt crossing his eyes. He silently cursed to himself, if it weren't for this fool, how could the industry giant, Storm Corporation, have ended up in this sorry state? He's good for nothing but causing trouble. He snorted coldly, his mockery cutting deep. James, look at the state you're in now. Truly disappointing. Torrent Corporation wasn't like this before. It's all your fault, you've turned this company into a complete mess. James's face instantly flushed crimson. He gave an awkward smile and said, yes, I haven't done well. I'll still need everyone's help going forward. Let's work together to turn the company around. Though seething inside, he had no choice but to swallow his anger for now. After all, he needed these people to help him weather the storm. The Westerner shot him a dismissive glance, said nothing more, and led his group straight toward the luxury sedan James had prepared in advance. James hurried ahead, carefully opening the doors and respectfully announcing, please board the vehicle, everyone. We're returning to the company. Everything has been arranged. Once everyone was seated, the car slowly pulled away, heading toward the headquarters of Rainstorm Corporation in Shanghai. Baoyu Corporation, Shanghai headquarters. Inside the conference room, all eyes were fixed on John, who stood before the conference table. John cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the assembled employees before he spoke. Everyone, I've called you here today to share with you the game we've come to develop in Xia Nation StarCraft. At the mention of StarCraft, the employees below couldn't help but murmur among themselves. James sat in the corner, his brow furrowed. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. He knew deep down that this entire situation was entirely his doing. Had it not been for those earlier failed decisions, the company wouldn't have been pushed to this point. Releasing this game early, which had originally been planned for launch in 2 years. Originally, according to the company's plan, StarCraft was scheduled to officially hit the market in 2 years. John continued, a hint of resignation in his voice, but as everyone can see, the current situation is what it is. Due to certain individuals' recklessness, coupled with the immense pressure from World of Warcraft, headquarters had no choice but to make this decision. We're bringing this project forward to tackle the immediate, thorny challenges we face. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward James. Glanced in James's direction. James's face instantly flushed crimson. He clenched his teeth tightly, his hands unconsciously balling into fists, his heart filled with regret. If only I had been more cautious back then, the company wouldn't have been plunged into such a crisis. He berated himself relentlessly in his mind. Just then, an employee spoke up. Mr. John, what makes this StarCraft so special? Can it really help us defeat World of Warcraft? John lifted his chin slightly, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. StarCraft is a project our company has meticulously developed over many years. It combines the most advanced game engine with unique gameplay mechanics. Our goal is to create an unprecedented sci-fi strategy game, immersing players in an interstellar universe. As he spoke, he began presenting the concept through slides. He aimed to give everyone a more intuitive sense of the game's appeal. As for whether we can surpass World of Warcraft, I can tell you unequivocally we have absolute confidence. John's voice rose slightly, brimming with fighting spirit. Although launching early will present many challenges, we are Stormpike Corporation, a titan in the gaming industry. As long as we all work together, there's nothing we can't achieve. John stood at the front, passionately explaining StarCraft. As he described it, the Shanghai office staff, who had initially looked on with some skepticism, were gradually replaced by a fervent glow. They leaned forward, eyes fixed on John. They became increasingly engrossed, utterly captivated. Think about it, John continued. In the StarCraft universe, the Terrans, Zerg, Protoss. John spoke as he sketched the emblems of the three races on the whiteboard. Using different colored markers, he outlined their defining traits. The young programmer trembled slightly with excitement in his seat. This concept. I've never been part of such a creative game project before. If we can actually make this game happen, it would absolutely make waves in the gaming world. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. John, how exactly do you achieve tactical balance between these three races during combat? John's lips curved into a slight smile. That's the genius of StarCraft. Sounds incredibly interesting. What about micromanagement? Any special designs there? His mind was already racing with imagination. Those dazzling game visuals and the intricate feel of precise controls. A hint of admiration flashed in John's eyes as he replied, absolutely. In StarCraft, players can precisely control every unit's actions. These micro-control details allow players to fully showcase their gaming skills. They also make every match brimming with unpredictability. As John explained, they had a vague sense that if this game were successfully developed, it would surely rival Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft. Chapter 141. The 3-month deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. Baoyu Corporation, Shanghai headquarters. Lights burned day and night. John worked like an unstoppable machine, leading the team in a total commitment to developing StarCraft. The entire company was enveloped in a frenzied work atmosphere. Every employee was like a wound-up clock, operating non-stop. Wake up, everyone! John bellowed from the center of the office floor. This time, we can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Under his command, the employees worked almost non-stop. To meet the deadline, they even divided everyone into 3 shifts, operating around the clock. The clatter of keyboards echoed throughout the entire office area. James wasn't idle either. He shuttled between the teams, constantly urging everyone on. All the while, he silently prayed for success this time. If this doesn't work, I'm truly finished. Anxiety filled his eyes, and the wrinkles on his forehead grew more pronounced. Baoyu Corporation's reckless actions quickly drew the attention of nearby citizens in Xia Nation. A young office worker passing by the company building. He couldn't help but mutter, what's Rainstorm Corporation up to? Why are they working themselves to the bone? After returning home, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He decided to share his observations online. Hey everyone, I passed by Rainstorm Corp today. Seemed like they're working on some major project. Everyone was pulling all-nighters, lights blazing. This is highly unusual. The post quickly drew attention from netizens. Could it be targeting Jiangcheng Network's World of Warcraft? One netizen commented, Rainstorm Company won't let this slide so easily. Yeah, even though Tan Jiayi caused Rainstorm a lot of trouble before, they're still an industry giant with undeniable clout. Now that they're pushing so hard, can Jiangcheng Network hold out? I think Jiangcheng Network is in trouble. With such massive investment, Rainstorm must have come prepared. Not so fast. Tan Jiayi isn't just anyone. He made World of Warcraft such a hit he might have something else up his sleeve. Another person countered. But even his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Online, discussions about the showdown between Rainstorm Corporation and Jiangcheng Network were heating up. Everyone was watching this war without gunpowder. And so, day after day passed. Baoyu Corporation, Shanghai headquarters. John held a cup of coffee in his hand, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Yet it did little to dispel the weariness etched on his face. He took a deep gulp of coffee. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, making him frown slightly. Yet he seemed to draw strength from it. His eyes instantly brightened. The past 2 months had been a long and arduous battle. They had worked day and night, pouring nearly all their energy into the development of StarCraft. Now, gazing at the game taking shape before him, John felt a mix of emotions. It's finally almost over. John murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with emotion. Reflecting on these days, countless brainstorming sessions, endless code revisions, and meticulous polishing of visuals, every step had been poured with everyone's heart and soul. From a vague concept to this nearly perfect creation, we've truly done it. He silently marveled at the power of teamwork. At the same time, he felt proud of his own decisions. Just then, a programmer rushed over, face aglow with excitement, holding a document. "Mr. John, look at the results of these days of optimization. The game's visual details are more realistic than ever, and the lighting effects are truly top-notch." John took the document, examined it carefully, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Excellent work. This is the standard we expect at Torrent Games." At this point, whether it's the graphics, the storyline, or the gameplay mechanics, everything is already highly polished. As he spoke, he silently assessed every aspect of the game in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. "Indeed, Mr. John. These past 2 months, everyone has been working their asses off, all with the hope of creating a game that surpasses World of Warcraft." The programmer's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Do you think we can win this time?" John patted the programmer on the shoulder and declared firmly, "Of course we can win. We've poured so much effort into this, assembled the world's top talent. This game is our trump card. All that's left is final testing, then we'll launch it and show everyone that Storm Corporation is the undisputed king of the gaming industry." Just then, James approached. A hint of tension crossed his face. "John, are you absolutely sure the game is flawless? This is too crucial for us. What if?" John cut him off, speaking with confidence. "Don't worry, James. I'm completely confident in this game. As long as the testing goes smoothly, we'll deliver a crushing blow to Tan Jiayi and Jiangcheng." John sat at his cluttered desk, surrounded by piles of documents and empty coffee cups. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze weary, the coffee cup in his hand now empty. "This game," John thought to himself. "Compared to World of Warcraft, theirs is an MMO where players can socialize and stay engaged. The revenue streams are endless. But StarCraft is going the single-player route. Profits mainly come from those pitiful game sales." At that thought, he slammed his fist hard on the table. Turning this around against the odds? Easier said than done. John took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "But there's no other choice now. We have to push forward regardless. We must make the game more perfect, more compelling. That's our only sliver of hope." A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. But what about time? There simply wasn't enough. Every second that passed brought him closer to the deadline for his bet with Tan Jiayi. There was barely any time left to refine the game. The pressure was suffocating him. John grabbed his coffee cup and downed the last few sips in one gulp. He sat back down, took a deep breath, and buried his head in his work. He had to create something within this limited time. A miracle capable of rivaling World of Warcraft. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the March deadline agreed upon by James and Tan Jiayi had arrived. Chapter 142. Let the market decide. Journalists from major media outlets across Xiaogua were also hard at work. In the newsroom, editors-in-chief kept urging their reporters, "Quick! Step up coverage of this bet agreement. This is major news, everyone needs to know about it." Consequently, major newspapers and news websites devoted extensive coverage to detailing the entire backstory of this bet. From the plagiarism scandal at Rainstorm Corporation to Tan Jiayi's forceful response and the current preparations of both parties, every detail was laid bare before the public. This bet holds extraordinary significance. If Jiangcheng Network wins, it will be a source of pride for our nation's gaming industry. A seasoned reporter felt his heart race with excitement as he drafted his coverage. Meanwhile, some reporters couldn't sit still. Packing up their equipment, they headed straight for Jiangcheng Network, eager to interview Tan Jiayi and get first-hand information. "If I can get Tan Jiayi's exclusive comments, this story will be a bombshell. Yeah, I'm dying to see just how capable this 8-year-old CEO really is. What gives him the confidence to take on such a formidable opponent as Rainstorm Corporation?" Meanwhile, online, related topics continued to trend upward. Jiangcheng Network absolutely has to win. Rainstorm Corporation is way too arrogant. This time, we'll show them that our Xia Nation isn't to be trifled with. Exactly. Jiangcheng Networks represents the pride of our Xia Nation. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Netizens desperately hoped Jiangcheng Network would defeat Rainstorm Corporation, forcing this arrogant foreign gaming giant to lower its haughty head. Go Jiangcheng Network. Boss Tan, charge. If Jiangcheng Network wins, I'll play every single one of their games. Jiangcheng City Television News Program. Anchor Lin Shan, dressed in a navy blue skirt suit with meticulous makeup, stood before the news desk delivering a highly anticipated report with solemn gravity. Good evening, viewers. Today we bring you a special report. Recently, a fierce high-stakes wager within the gaming industry has drawn widespread attention. The opposing parties are Tan Jiayi of Jargon Network and James of Heavy Rain Corporation. This wager not only determines the fate of both companies but has also ignited a wave of heated online debate. As Lin Shan spoke, the screen swiftly transitioned. Tan Jiayi's petite figure appeared on screen. He stood there in a neat little suit, radiating a maturity beyond his years. Before the camera, a reporter extended a microphone toward Tan Jiayi. His expression was slightly agitated. "Mr. Tan, everyone is very concerned about your bet agreement with James. How do you view this wager? After all, Rainstorm is an industry giant, while your Jiangcheng network is still relatively new. Did you have any reservations whatsoever when you decided to enter this bet?" Tan Jiayi lifted his head slightly, his clear gaze meeting the camera as he stated firmly, "Competition is the very essence of the market. I understand this well. In a fair competitive environment, mutual growth and shared progress are outcomes I wholeheartedly welcome. However, I cannot condone the actions of companies like Heavy Rain, which leverage their dominant position in the industry to ruthlessly undermine competitors by any means necessary." At this point, a flicker of anger crossed Tan Jiayi's eyes. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, "When I witnessed such unfair practices, I knew I couldn't stand idly by. Even if no one else believes in it, even if Jiangcheng is but a tiny ant before Rainstorm Corporation, I still chose to stand up. To use my seemingly meager strength to resist. I believe justice may be delayed, but it will never fail to arrive." Tan Jiayi's voice, though youthful, resonated with conviction. The reporter pressed on, "Now, as the deadline stipulated in the bet agreement draws ever closer, what are your expectations for the upcoming showdown?" Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward into a confident smile. "Now that the agreed-upon time is almost here, I hope James will present their finished game as soon as possible. The market is the ultimate judge. Let the market fairly evaluate Jiangcheng Network's World of Warcraft and Heavy Rain Studios' new game. I believe that works with genuine strength and sincerity will undoubtedly earn the recognition of players." At that moment, in front of the television, netizens watching the news were buzzing with excitement. "Mr. Tan is so awesome. That statement was so powerful." Everyone glued to their TVs, eyes fixed on their phone screens, replaying the clip of Tan Jiayi's interview over and over. The shock within their hearts surged unceasingly. "Guys, I just watched Tan Jiayi's interview. I'm completely blown away. An 8-year-old with such remarkable thinking skills, speaking with such poise and confidence, who would have thought?" This post instantly captured the attention of countless people. Comments poured in like snowflakes. "At first, I thought Tan Jiayi was just a kid tagging along with the adults. Turns out I underestimated him. His understanding of market competition, his critique of Rainstorm Company, and his stance on this bet, it's all so mature. It doesn't sound like the kind of thinking an 8-year-old would have." Netizens passionately commented, "Yeah, Tan Jiayi feels like a little adult. His words got my blood pumping. Rainstorm Company was so arrogant before this time. Tan Jiayi will definitely show them what he's made of." At an internet cafe, a few young people were playing games while discussing Tan Jiayi's interview. One of them said, "Tan Jiayi is so awesome. I thought he'd be too nervous to speak in front of reporters, but he explained everything so clearly. That new guy's brain just works faster than ours." The guy next to him pushed his glasses up. "I think he's definitely special. He was already impressive when he made World of Warcraft, and now he's stunning in interviews too. Jiangcheng Network might just pull off a miracle and beat Rainstorm Company." Everyone was amazed by Tan Jiayi's performance. Those who had harbored doubts about this bet, now, after Tan Jiayi's words, were filled with anticipation for Jiangcheng Network. Everyone was eager to see Tan Jiayi shine in this bet, to thoroughly humiliate Rainstorm Corporation. Still, they were delighted to be on Tan Jiayi's side. It felt like contributing to the nation. Chapter 143. Experience it. As television stations raced against the clock to broadcast the news that the wager was about to be finalized. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Rainstorm Corporation in Shanghai. "We did it! We did it!" A loud shout broke the office's dull atmosphere, followed by thunderous applause. Everyone cheered with excitement. Months of exhaustion and pressure vanished in that instant. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, their masterpiece StarCraft had finally passed testing and was ready for official release. John's face flushed with excitement as he grabbed James's shoulders and exclaimed, "James, our hard work hasn't been in vain. StarCraft can finally meet its players." James couldn't hide his excitement either, but soon his gaze grew deep and contemplative. He began contemplating their next steps. John noticed the change in James and asked curiously, "James, what are you thinking about? Shouldn't we start preparing the promotional campaign for the game's launch now?" "John, the timing of this launch is crucial." James pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "Tan Jiayi's World of Warcraft is also in full swing with preparations, but there's still no confirmed launch date. I think we should seize this window of opportunity and get StarCraft online ASAP. This way, players can get familiar with our game first. By the time Tan Jiayi's game launches, we'll already have seized the initiative." John's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. While everyone's focused on this wager, launching StarCraft now will definitely grab massive player attention. By the time Tan Jiayi reacts, our game will already be deeply ingrained in people's minds. James's lips curved upward in a faint, triumphant smile. Exactly. StarCraft is our secret weapon, it'll give us a sure win in this bet. Yet, beneath the excitement, James still harbored a lingering sense of unease. He knew Tan Jiayi was no ordinary opponent. The strength of World of Warcraft was also not to be underestimated. But now, he had no room for retreat. He had to go all in, pinning all his hopes on StarCraft. No matter what, we must win this battle. Jargon Network Company. Wang Xiaoya hurried in, her heart brimming with the good news she was about to deliver. She couldn't wait to enter Tan Jiayi's office. Tan Jiayi was staring intently at the computer screen, analyzing market data. When he saw Wang Xiaoya enter, he looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Mr. Tan. Wang Xiaoya couldn't contain her excitement. The beta testing for World of Warcraft is completely finished. We can officially launch it now. At the news, Tan Jiayi's previously composed face instantly broke into a delighted smile. Sister Xiaoya, you've truly brought us a huge surprise. He silently calculated in his mind, once this enduringly popular game went live, the profits it would generate would be beyond estimation. At this thought, Tan Jiayi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Sister Xiaoya, we need to act fast. Tan Jiayi quickly regained his composure, returning to his usual decisive and capable self. Contact the tech department immediately and have them rent several high-performance servers. Get the game code uploaded as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoya nodded vigorously. I'll handle it immediately. With that, she turned to leave the office. Just as Wang Xiaoya received the order and was about to handle the launch arrangements for World of Warcraft, suddenly, the office door was pounded urgently. Mr. Tan, it's bad news. An employee burst in breathlessly, his face etched with urgency. Baoyu Company has already launched their game, StarCraft. Tan Jiayi froze upon hearing the news. Rainstorm Company was moving fast, clearly trying to seize the timing advantage. The thought calmed him instantly. He spoke methodically, don't panic. Go buy a copy of their game. We need to study it thoroughly. The employee's face immediately twisted with reluctance as he muttered, Mr. Tan, aren't we just helping Rainstorm Company pad their stats? They plagiarized our work before. I really don't want to give them any money. He felt utterly repelled by the idea, finding the whole situation deeply frustrating. His own company had been bullied by them, and now he was expected to help boost their sales. Tan Jiayi sensed the employee's thoughts and grew serious. I understand your perspective, but this is currently the best way to understand our competitors. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Only by understanding the strengths and weaknesses of their game can we better adjust our strategy for World of Warcraft. Only then can we win this wager. The employees listened to Tan Jiayi's words. Though still somewhat reluctant, they knew Mr. Tan's decision must have its reasons. With no other choice, he could only nod in agreement. Alright, Boss Tan, I'll follow your lead. With that, he turned and left to purchase the game. Before long, the employee rushed back in. Mr. Tan, the game is downloaded. Tan Jiayi immediately walked over to the computer. He was ready to experience StarCraft, the game that Storm Company had pinned its hopes on. In the office, everyone gathered around Tan Jiayi, staring intently at the computer screen. No one could have imagined Tan Jiayi would actually to personally experience Blizzard's newly released StarCraft. Tan Jiayi sat before the computer, his small hands deftly manipulating the mouse and keyboard. He navigated the game interface with ease. Watching Tan Jiayi's skilled maneuvers, the employees couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Mr. Tan's skills are seriously impressive. He seems to play better than I do. Yeah, who'd have thought the boss could play so smoothly at such a young age? In truth, Tan Jiayi was intimately familiar with StarCraft. In his previous life, this game had been one of his favorites. So he still handled it with ease. Every move was precise and meticulous. As the game progressed, Tan Jiayi's expression gradually grew more subdued. He silently assessed the game, the graphics and sound effects were decent, and the gameplay showed some innovation. Mr. Tan, what do you think of this game? Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. The others also turned to him with questioning looks. After experiencing the game, Tan Jiayi shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A game from over a decade ago. It really doesn't hold up. Perhaps it was decent for its time. But compared to some big-budget productions. Chapter 144, Tan Jiayi, holding back? The massive screen displayed StarCraft's breathtaking special effects and intense battle scenes. Left every employee in the conference room with solemn expressions. Rainstorm Company has struck first. After all our preparations, it looks like we're screwed, one employee wailed, his voice breaking. Yeah, their production team is top tier in the industry. How can we possibly compete? Just as everyone was sighing in despair. Mr. Tan. An employee called out timidly, his voice filled with resignation. All eyes instantly turned to Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi's fingers tapped casually on the keyboard, effortlessly opening the game interface. What is Mr. Tan doing?
Playing games when the situation is so urgent, a young employee murmured under his breath, his voice thick with confusion.
Maybe Mr. Tan has some brilliant plan.
Let's just watch for now, an older employee said, though he felt just as uncertain. But he forced himself to stay calm.
The game began. Tan Jiayi's hands moved with fluid precision.
His gaze locked onto the screen, so focused it seemed the entire world had shrunk to just this game.
That play is just too smooth. Absolutely godlike.
I've never seen such incredible skill. StarCraft, released by Rainstorm Corporation, was renowned for its extreme difficulty.
Yet in Tan Jiayi's hands, those complex maneuvers flowed as naturally as breathing.
His forces swept across the stars, effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses.
As the final, deadly assault struck,
the word victory flashed across the screen. Wang Xiaoya bit her lip, opening her mouth several times as if to speak.
Seizing a moment when the crowd quieted down, she took a deep breath. Mr. Tan, what should we do now? Tan Jiayi turned around.
He looked at Wang Xiaoya calmly, raising an eyebrow slightly, signaling her to continue. Wang Xiaoya steadied herself and spoke rapidly. Mr. Tan, I believe our World of Warcraft development is in no way inferior to Rainstorm Company's StarCraft. From its playability to the game scenes, and that ingenious design, not a single aspect falls short of theirs. Her voice grew more passionate. At this critical juncture, we can't afford to wait any longer. We must release World of Warcraft immediately. If we delay any longer and let Blizzard dominate the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Xiaoya paused here, her expression turning grave as her voice dropped.
Mr. Tan, consider the performance-based agreement. If we lose, none of us will ever set foot in the gaming industry again. And it would be a huge embarrassment for our country. We can't let foreigners look down on us. All eyes instantly turned to Tan Jiayi. The atmosphere instantly froze. Tan Jiayi remained composed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand gently, his movements deliberate. As if in an instant, he eased the tension hanging over everyone. Don't worry, Xiaoya.
Tan Jiayi's voice was steady, radiating the confidence of someone in complete control.
Wang Xiaoya paused slightly.
The urgency in her eyes hadn't entirely faded. Biting her lip, she couldn't help but press further.
Mr. Tan, but now, Rainstorm Corporation has struck first. If we delay any longer, will we really have enough time?
Tan Jiayi leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping firmly across the room as he spoke slowly. Let's calm down first. Take a look at this wager agreement.
The agreement doesn't specify when the game must be released.
While Rainstorm's move is a bit underhanded, they haven't technically broken any rules. A murmur of whispered discussion rippled through the conference room. Someone murmured, but the advantage of releasing first is just too huge.
Tan Jiayi seemed to have anticipated this reaction.
His gaze sharpened as he raised his voice. Everyone, don't just fixate on the release date.
What does the bet agreement really measure? It's the game's global performance. What difference does it make if it launches first or later?
Tan Jiayi's words gradually calmed the restless atmosphere in the conference room.
All eyes fixed intently on him,
filled with anticipation and trust. Wang Xiaoya's slightly furrowed brow had relaxed considerably, though a trace of worry lingered in her eyes. She bit her lip and spoke again. That may be true, but StarCraft has just launched. Its hype is about to shake up the entire gaming industry.
Shouldn't we really be moving quickly to seize the market? Tan Jiayi's lips curved upward, revealing a confident smile.
His hands casually tucked into his pockets, he gazed out through the glass, surveying the bustling city below.
Xiaoya, the more critical the moment, the more we must keep our cool.
Tan Jiayi slowly turned around, his voice steady and assured.
Right now, all the attention is on StarCraft.
If we rush in now, we'll just waste our resources. The others listened, nodding in agreement. They began to ponder the deeper meaning behind Tan Jiayi's words.
Perhaps we should lie low for now. Tan Jiayi held up a finger and tapped it in the air.
Baidu Company is now pushing StarCraft to the forefront of attention.
They've captured every player's attention, but that also means they've fully exposed themselves. And us?
Tan Jiayi paused, his tone tinged with dominance. While they're making all the noise, we'll quietly polish World of Warcraft,
perfecting every single detail to the utmost. Tan Jiayi's strategic plan to lie low and strike later.
Most employees' eyes flashed with agreement. But Wang Xiaoya still harbored some doubts. She thought to herself, though President Tan's past achievements were impressive, this situation felt different. Storm Company was advancing with overwhelming force.
Could this patience truly yield the best opportunity?
Yet, seeing Tan Jiayi's unwavering expression and recalling the miracles he had led them to achieve time and again, the words of protest that had formed on her lips, she forced them back down her throat.
She sighed inwardly and forced a faint smile. Mr. Tan, I trust you. We'll proceed as you suggest. In the final stretch,
other employees at the company were either frantically refining the details of World of Warcraft. Others analyzed market trends.
All held unwavering faith in Tan Jiayi's decisions. As days passed, Blizzard's promotional blitz for StarCraft flooded the gaming world. Media reports and player discussions flooded the gaming community. Yet Jiangcheng stood like a silent fortress, offering no response. Amidst the clamor of Rainstorm Corporation, Jiangcheng Network's silence stood out all the more. Chapter 145, James's Triumph. Shanghai, Storm Corporation Headquarters. James was feeling rather smug at that moment. Ha! Look at the explosive popularity of our StarCraft. James laughed heartily. His assistant beside him quickly added, "That's right, President. Since the game launched, gaming enthusiasts worldwide have gone wild. Every major gaming forum is filled with praise." James narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course. Our company's background is legendary, and the reputation we've built over the years is priceless. And StarCraft? Its production is nothing short of perfect. It's no wonder it's a hit. The assistant nodded vigorously, his face plastered with a fawning smile. The CEO is brilliant. This game will absolutely dominate the global gaming market. James waved his hand, his face glowing with even greater satisfaction. Those sales in Xia Nation are admittedly dismal. All thanks to that damn performance-based agreement. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes at this point. But those Xia people are just putting on a tough front for now. He rose to his feet and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling city below with an air of arrogance. Once they tire of their petty little games, they'll come crawling back to the embrace of StarCraft. By then, the entire Xia market will be ours for the taking. James turned, his eyes gleaming with greed. Not only will we slap those Xia companies right in the face, but wads of cash will flow endlessly into our pockets. Just as James was lost in his triumphant fantasies of harvesting the Xia market, his assistant quietly interjected, "President, several Shanghai TV stations and newspapers are scrambling to interview you about StarCraft." James' eyes lit up instantly, and the smirk on his lips grew even more unrestrained. He abruptly stubbed out his cigar in the crystal ashtray, stood up, and smoothed out his bespoke suit. "This is exactly what I expected. Have them ready. I'm heading out for the interview. Let the whole world know the greatness of StarCraft." Interview site. Spotlights focused on James. He sits upright on the sofa, legs crossed, hands casually resting on the armrests. The camera lens is trained on him. The host smiles as he begins his question. "Mr. James, StarCraft caused a global sensation the moment it was released. Could you share with us your experience creating this game?" James immediately straightened his posture. A look of pride spread across his face as he spoke with unwavering confidence. "In all my years in the gaming industry, I've seen countless so-called masterpieces. But StarCraft? That's the absolute greatest masterpiece. From gameplay design to world building, every detail is meticulously crafted. Its replayability is simply beyond imagination. I dare say it's a game everyone in the world deserves to experience." The host nodded slightly before asking, "There have been rumors that Blizzard Entertainment plagiarized Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft. What are your thoughts on that?" James's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. A mocking smile curled his lips. "Put. Plagiarism? That's nothing but a baseless fabrication. It's clearly that Tan Jiayi guy. Knowing he couldn't beat us at Rainstorm, he resorted to these dirty tricks off the field, trying to smear our reputation." He slammed his fist on the armrest of the sofa, raising his voice. "What standing does our Rainstorm Corporation hold in the gaming industry? We have our own R&D team, cutting-edge technology, and original creativity. How could we possibly plagiarize others? This is purely Tan Jiayi's jealousy and incompetence." James leaned forward, his eyes flashing with intensity. "I advise Tan Jiayi to go back and focus on improving his own capabilities instead of engaging in these petty, pointless maneuvers. The success of StarCraft is the best retort to them. And their World of Warcraft? It's nothing but trash compared to ours." With that, he leaned back into the sofa, arms crossed over his chest. His face radiated pure defiance. James's disparagement of Jiangcheng and Tan Jiayi in the interview wasn't over yet. Leaning forward, his eyes brimming with defiance, a smug, cold smile curled his lips. He spoke to the camera, enunciating each word deliberately. "Tan Jiayi, if you truly believe you have the strength and confidence to defeat our Storm Corporation, then stop hiding like a coward. Bring out that so-called World of Warcraft you've developed and release it publicly. Let players worldwide see what you've got." He abruptly stood up, radiating an air of unparalleled arrogance as his voice echoed through the interview studio. "I'll be damned if I don't see what your so-called World of Warcraft is really made of, whether it's as amazing as you blow your own horn. Or is it all just a gilded cage-all show and no substance, not even worth showing?" The journalists present were stunned by James's fiery words. James scanned the room. Seeing everyone listening intently, he grew even more smug and bellowed, "If you, Tan Jiayi, lack the guts or the confidence, then it's simple. Just admit defeat. Just admit it, your Gen network isn't a match for our Rainstorm company. Save us all the time with this futile struggle." As he spoke, he rose to his feet. "Don't think hiding in the shadows and pulling petty tricks will change anything. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are utterly powerless. Our Rainstorm company's StarCraft has already conquered countless players worldwide. If your Gen network knows what's good for you, face reality sooner rather than later." With that, James plopped back down on the sofa. He threw his head back and let out a wild, arrogant laugh. In his eyes, Tan Jiayi lacked the guts to directly respond to his challenge. All he could do was tremble in fear under his arrogant pressure. James's arrogantly extreme words echoed throughout the interview venue. The journalists present felt their blood boil. Several young reporters unconsciously clenched their fists, their eyes filled with indignation. This James is utterly arrogant. To belittle Jargon network like that is simply outrageous. Yet the reporters' anger was soon replaced by a sense of helplessness. So far, Tan Jiayi's side hadn't made a single move. Facing Rainstorm Corporation's relentless pressure and James's relentless provocation, Jiangcheng remained as silent as a lamb, showing no signs of retaliation. This left the reporters feeling uncertain. The editor-in-chief sighed, massaged his temples, and said wearily, "There's nothing else we can do right now. With no response from Tan Jiayi's side, we can't just make things up. Let's publish James's interview first. We'll see how Jiangcheng reacts before deciding what to do next." Chapter 146, The people of Xia Nation are starting to panic. In the blink of an eye, James's interview filled with arrogant provocation swept through Xia's media circles like a raging storm. Major television networks rushed to create special segments, airing James's outrageous remarks on a loop during prime time. On screen, James's haughty demeanor and overbearing tone pierced viewers' eyes over and over. Newspapers showed no mercy, dedicating extensive coverage to dissecting the incident's origins and developments. The bold, black headline on the front page read, "James of Rainstorm Corporation issues provocative challenge, what lies ahead for Jiangcheng Network and Tan Jiayi?" Like a spark, it instantly ignited the public's fury. This foreigner is pushing his luck. Does he really think no one in our country can handle him? We're counting on Tan Jiayi to step in and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Online, netizens' fury erupted. Comment after comment, brimming with indignation, scrolled rapidly. "Mr. Tan, don't hold back any longer. It's time to unleash World of Warcraft and show that James what we're made of. Boycott StarCraft. We won't let that arrogant jerk James get away with this. We must stand with Tan Jiayi to the end." Even celebrities and prominent bloggers joined the chorus. A gaming streamer with millions of followers slammed his desk during a live broadcast, "James is way too cocky. All Xia players, unite and support Jiangcheng. Wait for World of Warcraft to astonish the world." The chat flooded with messages. Every comment condemned James and expressed anticipation for Tan Jiayi. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The deadline stipulated in the performance-based agreement loomed ever closer. Over these past 2 weeks, Rainstorm Corporation operated like a frantically churning money printing machine, never resting for a moment. At the company headquarters, executives gathered daily around a massive electronic screen displaying real-time sales figures for StarCraft across the globe. Each climbing number made their eyes sparkle with excitement. "Look at these numbers. Wow, our StarCraft is just incredible." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed executive crossed his arms, a smug smile on his face. A slightly plump manager chimed in, "Yeah, even though the Xia market barely brings in anything, sales in other countries keep skyrocketing. Millions of US dollars rolling in every single day? It's absolutely exhilarating." James couldn't stop grinning. He slammed his fist on the table and declared, "Those Chinese just talk tough. Before long, they'll be lining up to buy our games. With global sales skyrocketing like this, we've already sealed the deal. We're guaranteed to win this bet." The marketing department at Rainstorm Corporation hasn't slowed down either. Every day, like a flock of excited parrots, they broadcast StarCraft's glorious achievements across major media platforms. Those dazzling sales figures, like their prized capital, constantly assaulting people's eyes. StarCraft dominates worldwide sales, raking in millions daily in US dollars. Blizzard creates another miracle. StarCraft leads the global gaming craze. Such hype flooded the entire gaming industry. Back in Xia Nation, though, the public remained furious over James's arrogant antics. Yet, witnessing Blizzard Entertainment's soaring sales figures, a hint of unease began to stir in their hearts. Rainstorm Corporation's momentum is too overwhelming. How prepared is Tan Jiayi's side? A gamer posted on a forum. Anxiety seeped through every word. Hope Tan makes a move soon. If this keeps up, the bet could be in jeopardy. As Rainstorm Corporation continued flaunting StarCraft's daily sales figures millions of US dollars, the hearts of Xia Nation netizens, who had steadfastly supported Tan Jiayi, began to stir with waves of panic. Across major gaming forums and social platforms, the fiery rhetoric condemning James gradually gave way to worry and doubt. The headline of a viral post pierced every follower's heart like a thorn. Can Tan Jiayi really win this bet? Rainstorm Company's momentum is too overwhelming. It's over. What good is it that we don't buy StarCraft? People in other countries don't care about that. These sales figures are skyrocketing. It's terrifying to watch. Red notification icons flashed incessantly beside his profile picture. Countless netizens, sharing his anxiety, echoed his concerns. Mr. Tan's previous games were impressive. But StarCraft achieving this right after launch? It's only going to get crazier. Even Mr. Tan's previous games didn't have such a crazy launch. His words were filled with resignation. It was as if he could already see the outcome of the bet, a crushing defeat. Rainstorm's backing and marketing are too powerful, they've drawn in players worldwide. What does Tan Jiayi have to compete with them? For a moment, skeptical voices echoed across the internet. Everyone understood that the crux of the bet lay in global gaming performance. They could muster their passion to boycott StarCraft. But they couldn't control the choices of players in other countries. Are we really going to stand by and watch Tan Jiayi lose? No way. I still believe Tan must have a backup plan. Yet this faint voice was soon drowned out by a wave of growing concern. Let's hope Tan Jiayi doesn't let us down. This wager concerns the reputation of our Xia Nation's gaming industry we absolutely cannot lose. On the gaming forum's Hot Topics section, once filled with posts praising Tan Jiayi, now they were shrouded in a gloomy anxiety. Tan Jiayi might really be in for a fall this time. Could he really be leaving the gaming industry? I've always believed in Mr. Tan, but Rainstorm Corporation is ruthless. StarCraft sales keep skyrocketing. What does Tan Jiayi have to compete with them? If he really leaves the gaming industry because he lost the bet, what a huge loss it would be for our country's gaming scene. No, I can't accept Tan Jiayi leaving the gaming industry. He's given us so many amazing games, they're the pride of Xia's gaming industry. Why is this bet so cruel? Is there truly no way out? Remember the awe-inspiring feeling when Tan Jiayi's first game launched? It feels like yesterday. He's so talented he can't just be defeated by Rainstorm Corporation like this. Yeah, he's brought so much glory to Xia Nation's gaming scene. If he quits because of this bet, those foreigners would laugh us to death. Chapter 147, Strike Back. And right then, in the midst of this almost suffocatingly long wait, Jargon Network finally made a move. Tan Jiayi has proactively invited several television stations in Jiangcheng for interviews. This brief statement instantly jolted the panicked netizens out of their stupor. Tan Jiayi is finally making his move. Goodness gracious, I've been waiting so long my hair's turned gray, let me see Tan Jiayi's big move. Comments flooded the screen. Each person seemed to glimpse a ray of light in the darkness, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jiangcheng's TV stations and newspapers were in an uproar. Journalists who'd been waiting endlessly for news instantly sprang into action. Hurry! Pack up the equipment immediately. Tan Jiayi is giving an interview, this is huge news. The TV station's news editor bellowed into the phone at the reporter on the other end. His voice brimmed with impatience. A veteran reporter at the newspaper office was also packing up while buzzing with excitement. Move fast. Whoever snags the best spot first gets the front page headline this time. In an instant, vehicles loaded with media equipment raced toward Jargon Network's headquarters. When the media swarmed the front of Jargon Network's building, the scene was already packed to the brim. Reporters from all outlets jostled fiercely, finally setting up their equipment at Jargon Network's interview site. As their lenses turned in unison toward Tan Jiayi, he appeared calm and composed, as if the external commotion had nothing to do with him. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in measured tones. Thank you all for waiting, Tan Jiayi's voice was steady. The restless scene instantly fell silent. Over the past period, every member of Jiangcheng has been working tirelessly to conduct the final testing and optimization of World of Warcraft. Our sole objective is to deliver to every player an unprecedented, ultimate gaming experience. Tan Jiayi paused briefly. Now, the moment has arrived. His tone carried an unmistakable air of command. Regarding the performance-based agreement with Stormpact, I've always believed that players have keen eyes, they will deliver the fairest judgment. Whether we launch first or later, what ultimately matters is the quality of the game. The journalists in attendance listened intently, many eyes sparkling with excitement. They knew a major announcement was imminent. Jargon Network has decided that World of Warcraft will officially launch tomorrow at 8 a.m. Tan Jiayi's voice boomed like a hammer strike. The moment he finished speaking, the room erupted in a wave of gasps. Reporters could no longer contain their excitement, quickly grabbing their phones. They rushed to publish this earth-shattering news. Breaking news! Tan Jiayi announces World of Warcraft officially launches tomorrow at 8 a.m. Jargon Network strikes back in the betting war. Breaking news spread like wildfire across major media platforms. President Tan is awesome. The day has finally arrived. Charge, World of Warcraft. Be there tomorrow at 8 sharp, don't miss this epic showdown. The next day, early morning. Before dawn, a winding queue had already formed outside the Internet Café. Some in the queue were bundled in thick winter coats. Their eyes gleamed as they excitedly discussed World of Warcraft with those beside them. Bro, you didn't sleep last night, did you? A young man tapped his equally exhausted-looking companion in front of him. You bet. How could I sleep when I knew I'd be among the first to play World of Warcraft today? His friend grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Yeah, we've been waiting for Tan Jiayi's game to give us something to be proud of. Let's really show James what we're made of. The internet cafe was already packed to the rafters. Many had staked out their spots the day before and simply stayed overnight. A young man leaned anxiously against the counter and asked, "Boss, any free seats left? I've been waiting in line for 2 hours." The owner shook his head helplessly. "There's really no room left. Why don't you wait here? Maybe someone will leave soon." The young man in the tracksuit stamped his foot and muttered, "This is crazy. I should have come early to save a seat too." Time ticked by, second by second. Finally, the clock struck 8. World of Warcraft is open. Someone in the crowd shouted. Instantly, the entire internet cafe erupted. Fingers flew across keyboards as players frantically clicked their mice, eager to log into the game. On the computer screens, World of Warcraft's majestic opening animation slowly unfolded, its stirring music beating like war drums in everyone's heart. Holy crap, there are way too many people. The servers are gonna crash. Calm down, calm down. It's just too many people logging in at once. Just wait a bit longer. After enduring a tense wait, the moment players finally stepped into World of Warcraft, they were all left speechless. Holy crap, this is too beautiful. A young player gaped at the computer screen. His hands hovered over the keyboard, forgetting to type. Completely immersed in the breathtaking game visuals before him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled patterns across the landscape. In the distance, majestic mountain ranges stretched endlessly, their snow-capped peaks shimmering with a sacred glow under the sun. Every texture was crystal clear. It was like a real world unfolding before his eyes. This graphics quality, this scenery, I've never seen a game crafted with such dedication. He slowly moved the mouse, scrutinizing every setting on the game interface. The menu layout was clean and intuitive, with every function button within easy reach. Each icon was meticulously designed, seamlessly blending with the game's overall aesthetic. Just look at this interface, you can tell they put in a ton of work. Tan Jiayi has poured his heart and soul into this game. As players followed the game's tutorial and began their journey, they were utterly amazed by Tan Jiayi's endless stream of ingenious ideas, sharing in admiration. This quest storyline is absolutely brilliant. It feels like watching a blockbuster movie. The immersion is incredible. The game's quests were no longer simple monster slaying and leveling up, but featured dramatic, twisting plots where every character seemed to have a soul of their own. As players progressed through the quests, it felt like stepping into a grand, sweeping epic world. Even without that high-stakes wager against Heavy Rain Studios, this game stands as a pinnacle achievement in gaming history. A middle-aged player exclaimed with deep emotion. His words resonated with the surrounding players. Everyone chimed in, lavishing praise upon World of Warcraft. Amidst this chorus of praise, players pulled out their phones and topped up their game accounts without hesitation. Top up. Must top up. Chapter 148, World of Warcraft, off to a flying start. We've got to enjoy this top-tier gaming experience, and we've got to use our strength to help Tan Jiayi win this bet. A passionate young man shouted. Exactly. We can't let that James guy gloat. Let's unite, Xia Nation players. Support Tan Jiayi. The recharge numbers on the screen kept flashing. It was as if everyone had reached an unspoken agreement, hoping to use their own strength. Help Tan Jiayi win this wager. Jargon Network Company. Tan Jiayi, Wang Xiaoya, and other core members sat huddled around the display screen. Their eyes were bloodshot, yet each person's spirit was heightened to the extreme. Check the online numbers. It's skyrocketing, over 1 million users. The technical supervisor beside them couldn't help but shout, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Each surge in the numbers seemed to proclaim the overwhelming appeal of World of Warcraft, sending waves of excitement through everyone present. Wang Xiaoya covered her mouth with both hands, struggling to contain her excitement, yet tears glistened in her eyes. Mr. Tan, we've succeeded. The players are incredibly enthusiastic. Her words brimmed with pride and triumph. All eyes instantly turned to the recharge amount column. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that anticipated figure to appear. When the screen boldly displayed 10 million yuan, the entire room erupted in cheers. Some leapt from their chairs in excitement, waving their arms wildly and embracing their companions tightly. Tears streamed down their faces. Others clapped non-stop until their palms turned crimson. And this is just the first day. This result is absolutely insane. Our World of Warcraft is going to be even more popular from now on. Wang Xiaoya stood nearby, tears welling up in her eyes. She quickly wiped her eyes, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Mr. Tan, it's all thanks to you leading everyone and optimizing the game day and night that we've achieved such results today. At that moment, her heart was filled with admiration for Tan Jiayi. For days on end, everyone had followed Tan Jiayi, working tirelessly around the clock. Now, witnessing this magnificent achievement, all the hardships had transformed into a profound sense of accomplishment. The players' enthusiasm is the greatest recognition we could receive. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and added emphatically. Our World of Warcraft has kicked off with an absolutely incredible start. Wang Xiaoya waved her arms excitedly, her voice brimming with emotion. Her eyes sparkled brightly, radiating pure joy. These first day launch results have completely boosted our morale. Yeah, who could have imagined players would be this enthusiastic? These online numbers and recharge amounts are off the charts. Everyone gathered around Tan Jiayi like stars surrounding the moon, their faces radiating uncontrollable excitement. Wang Xiaoya stood closest to Tan Jiayi, taking several deep breaths to steady her wildly racing heart. Finally regaining her composure, she lifted her head and met Tan Jiayi's gaze with unwavering determination. Mr. Tan, even though we started later than Rainstorm Company, judging by our current momentum, we're not intimidated by them in the slightest. The surrounding employees nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. The full appeal of World of Warcraft has been unleashed. Players are putting their money where their mouth is, showing their support for us. Rainstorm's StarCraft may have had a strong initial surge, but we've got staying power. His steady voice carried unwavering confidence. It was as if he could already see World of Warcraft charging forward triumphantly into the future. Suddenly, someone in the crowd led the chant, "We're going to win! We're going to win!" In an instant, every employee echoed the cry in unison. Cheers and applause intertwined, threatening to shatter the ceiling of the floor. Yet Tan Jiayi seemed detached from it all, his expression oddly calm. His gaze fixed on the massive game promotional poster hanging on the office wall. Amidst the clamor, Tan Jiayi's thoughts drifted back to his past life. The scene of World of Warcraft's explosive popularity played repeatedly in his mind. Game platforms were flooded with guides and story threads about World of Warcraft, as numerous as stars in the sky. Game servers were packed to the brim every single day. Queues of players waiting to enter the game stretched for miles. Now, he looked at the present. Tan Jiayi sighed silently to himself. On launch day, millions were online, with tens of millions in top-ups. To others, these were astonishing achievements. But to him, these numbers were utterly insignificant. Compared to the unprecedented frenzy of his past life, this was but a mere shadow. He furrowed his brow slightly, his mind racing to analyze the reasons behind it. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp a crucial clue. It was 1998, and home computers were far from commonplace. For most people, the only place to access the internet was at an internet cafe. The moment this thought surfaced, Tan Jiayi's thoughts instantly became clear. Internet cafes were few and far between, and many of the machines inside were outdated and worn-out, screens flickering, computers humming loudly. Running even moderately demanding games caused severe lag. Moreover, the service attitude in those internet cafes was nothing to write home about. Staff were indifferent, the environment noisy and dirty. If he were a gamer himself, I'd steer clear of such places. Thinking of this, Tan Jiayi had already come to a realization. Realizing the crucial role hardware upgrades would play in restoring the game's former glory, Tan Jiayi's mind began racing, searching for viable solutions. At this time, when home computers were not yet widespread, internet cafes were the primary venues where players accessed games. However, the outdated hardware and high costs of internet cafes, these two major challenges severely limited the game's reach. Tan Jiayi silently repeated to himself. He understood that only when players could experience games in a smooth, high-quality environment could the game's true appeal be fully unleashed. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Given the current situation, the best solution is to drive down internet cafe prices. The thought struck him like lightning, instantly energizing him. Though this might reduce profits in the short term, he firmly believed it would be worth it. Tan Jiayi closed his eyes, carefully weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He thought of the games and the massive profits they could generate in the future, a figure beyond imagination. Compared to the immense potential of the game, the short-term profit loss from lowering internet cafe prices was a mere drop in the bucket. Chapter 149, Tan Jiayi's astonishing decision. After making up his mind, Tan Jiayi didn't linger. He walked out of Jiangcheng Network, got into his car, and without a moment's hesitation, drove straight home. Tan Jiayi picked up his phone and dialed his father, Tan Huigan, directly. "Dad, you and Mom drop everything and come home immediately. I need to discuss something with you both." Tan Jiayi's tone was calm. On the other end, Tan Huigan was immersed in the excitement of his internet cafe bustling with customers, raking in money by the bucketful. Suddenly receiving this abrupt, serious call from his son made his heart skip a beat. "Jiayi? What's going on?" At the company, Tan Huigan's voice betrayed his anxiety. Lu Jiali, standing nearby, leaned in, her face etched with worry. Their son's business had grown so large that even the slightest disturbance sent shivers down their spines. "Can't talk on the phone. Come back as soon as possible." Tan Jiayi offered no further explanation and hung up immediately. "What's going on? What did Jiayi say?" Lu Jiali asked urgently. "He told us to return immediately. He said it's urgent." Tan Huigan dared not delay. His son's words were now gospel. He hurriedly gave a few instructions to the internet cafe manager, not even bothering to put on his coat properly. Grabbing his car keys, he rushed out. Lu Jiali hurried after him, her heart racing with anxiety. What could it be? World of Warcraft just launched and it's crazy popular. Could it be something went wrong with the bet? Stop guessing. Tan Huigen's heart was pounding too, but he trusted his son's abilities more than anything. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped toward home with urgent haste. The traffic seemed to crawl by in slow motion. Tan Huigen wished his car could sprout wings. A dozen minutes later, the car pulled smoothly to a stop at the villa's entrance. Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali practically jogged inside. In the living room, Tan Jiayi sat quietly at the table, a cup of tea before him. Seeing his son's calm demeanor, Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali exchanged a glance, their tension easing slightly, though a heavy sense of uncertainty still weighed on their hearts. They hurried over and sat down across from Tan Jiayi. Both pairs of eyes fixed intently on their son, their obvious anxiety plain to see. Tan Jiayi glanced up at his parents, who looked weary and slightly out of breath from their journey. He first gestured for them to calm down, then cleared his throat to break the silence. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry." His voice was steady. "Calling you back wasn't about something bad. Quite the opposite, it concerns the future of our Tan family." He paused, observing the slight relaxation in his parents' eyes, though they remained filled with questions. He continued, "First, thank you for your hard work these past few months. Whether it's the game or the operation of Jiangcheng, our family has achieved unprecedented success. The profits we've earned far exceed anything we could have imagined in the past." He didn't specify exact figures. Yet this opening affirmation alone caused Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali's nerves, which had just begun to relax. Once again, they tensed up, gripped by a mixture of pride and anticipation. They knew what their son was about to say next would be the real crux of the matter. Tan Jiayi's gentle voice echoed through the spacious living room, soothing the parents' previously taut nerves. But the words that followed drew their thoughts to a deeper level. "We have indeed made a strong start." Tan Jiayi's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, his gaze deep. The response to World of Warcraft proves its quality. It also demonstrates just how immense the demand is among Xia players for high-quality games. His tone shifted abruptly, growing serious. "But Dad, Mom, we can't just focus on the present. To ensure Jiangcheng networks, to ensure the Tan family stands unshakable and advances even further, a massive obstacle stands before us. It must be overcome." Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali's hearts sank once more as they focused intently on their son. "That obstacle," Tan Jiayi said deliberately, "is the alarmingly low personal computer ownership rate in Xia Nation." He paused, allowing his parents to digest this information. "Think about it. No matter how fun World of Warcraft is, if most people don't even have the equipment to play it, our user growth will quickly hit a ceiling. Even if we develop more exciting games later, we'll be constrained by this fundamental limitation. It's like trying to build a highway without a solid foundation, it won't handle many vehicles." Tan Huigen frowned deeply. As an internet cafe owner, he understood this all too well. Young people streamed into his internet cafe daily. This precisely highlighted how many people either didn't have a computer at home or had machines with insufficient performance. He nodded. "Jiayi's right. This really is a big problem. The fact that internet cafes are doing well just shows how few households actually have computers." Lu Jiali shared his concern. "Yeah, a decent computer costs several thousand yuan. While people have a bit more disposable income now, not everyone is willing to shell out that much money all at once for a big toy. It's incredibly difficult to increase the number of households with computers." Seeing the worry on his parents' faces, Tan Jiayi actually smiled. "Difficult? That's why we need to shift our approach." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sparkling. "Since it's unrealistic to expect every household to afford and want a high-performance computer anytime soon, then we'll cast our net wider. Let those who want to play access it more conveniently and affordably." Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali exchanged puzzled glances. Tan Jiayi revealed the answer: "We'll increase investment and massively expand our chain of internet cafes. Not just more locations, but chain internet cafes with the best environments, the newest hardware, and the most affordable prices. Since individuals can't afford it, we'll provide the best public gaming platform." He looked at his father, a hint of teasing in his voice. "Dad, our family built its foundation on internet cafes. This is about staying true to our roots. Besides," he shrugged half-jokingly, "just in case, and I mean just in case I lose that bet with Baoyu. Worst case, I'll quit game development, come back, and focus on helping you and Mom build the #1 internet cafe chain in the country. Being an internet cafe tycoon isn't so bad either." At this remark, Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. The tense atmosphere instantly lightened. Tan Huigen waved his hand confidently. "What nonsense! My son would never lose. But I support your idea. Running internet cafes is our old trade, we know the ropes." Lu Jiali nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with trust. "Jiayi, whatever you want to do, go for it. The money at home is all yours anyway. Don't feel pressured. While your dad and I can't help much otherwise, supporting you is no problem. How many internet cafes do you want to open?" "We'll open that many." Chapter 150, 1,000 internet cafes within a year? With his parents' unwavering support, the last shred of hesitation in Tan Jiayi's heart vanished completely. Admittedly, every brick and tile of the Tan family's current fortune had been built from the ground up by his own hands. But Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were, after all, the parents who had given him life and raised him the closest people to him in this world. Respecting their opinions and seeking their support was both his filial duty and an emotional necessity. Just as he had anticipated, his parents harbored not a shred of doubt toward him, but instead radiated unconditional trust and pride. This support, untainted by any trace of self-interest, coming from his closest kin, brought him greater peace of mind than any amount of money he could ever earn. With the major decision settled, the tension that had gripped him for days finally eased. He returned to his room and, unusually, fell into a deep sleep before midnight. This sleep was exceptionally peaceful. The next day, at school, Tan Jiayi had now become the undisputed star of the school. Wherever he went, he could feel eyes turning toward him from all directions. There was amazement, curiosity, and even a hint of fervor. The teachers' attitudes had also shifted subtly. Whereas before they might have simply admired his brilliance, now they regarded him with the solemn respect due to a pillar of the nation. Passing by the office, his homeroom teacher who had always looked out for him deliberately called him over. He gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, his expression solemn. "Jiayi, keep up the good work. It's not just our school watching you now, people across the nation are keeping an eye on you. This isn't just about your company's reputation, it's about the prestige of our nation in high-tech and the gaming industry. Don't let those foreigners look down on us." Tan Jiayi nodded earnestly in agreement, though his heart remained unruffled. His deskmate, the petite Lilei, gazed at him with eyes practically dripping with admiration. 8 years old, self-made billionaire. Did she even grasp the weight of those words? Even at 8, she understood. People like Tan Jiayi were as rare as hen's teeth in Jiangcheng in all of Xia Nation. Class time. She secretly tugged at Tan Jiayi's hand and asked if he'd wait for her to grow up and marry her. Tan Jiayi was speechless. He preferred older women, not the lowly cultivation route. The classroom's tranquility didn't last long. The bell had barely rung when several figures hurriedly appeared at the classroom door. The press badges hanging from their chests glinted in the sunlight. They were after Tan Jiayi. The explosive popularity of World of Warcraft and that earth-shattering bet had already made Tan Jiayi's name known throughout the streets and alleys. His status as an 8-year-old billionaire added a bold stroke to this legend. Now, this figure at the center of the storm was sitting in a primary school classroom. This scene alone was newsworthy enough. The school had clearly been notified in advance. Teachers swiftly maintained order and arranged the interview in an adjacent vacant office. Faced with the sudden onslaught of cameras and flashes, Tan Jiayi showed none of the nervousness typical of his peers. He calmly followed his teacher to the office, his face bearing a composure and poise far beyond his years. The journalist's questions mostly revolved around World of Warcraft and his confidence in the bet agreement. Tan Jiayi's responses were flawless, demonstrating sufficient confidence without appearing overly boastful. His seasoned composure left even seasoned journalists, accustomed to high-stakes events, secretly impressed. Finally, one reporter steered the conversation toward the future. "Mr. Tan, Jargon Network has achieved such a spectacular opening success. What are your plans for the future? What's the next step?" This question clearly touched upon deeper strategic considerations. The office fell instantly silent. All cameras and recorders turned toward Tan Jiayi. Anticipating earth-shattering answers from this young man, Tan Jiayi did not respond immediately. He lowered his gaze slightly, as if gathering his thoughts. His fingers tapped the desk lightly twice, almost unconsciously. A few seconds of silence built anticipation to its peak. When he looked up again, his gaze was calm and profound. "To discuss future plans, we must first confront a reality." He spoke slowly, his voice clear and steady, carrying a depth of insight beyond his years. "The success of World of Warcraft proves our content is top-notch. However, for Jargon Network and indeed the entire gaming industry of Xia Nation to truly take flight, we face a massive foundational constraint." He paused, turning to the questioning reporter, and stated deliberately that constraint is the current, alarmingly low personal computer ownership rate in Xia. This figure is nowhere near sufficient to support a truly large, healthy gaming market. His tone was matter of fact, devoid of complaint or exaggeration of hardship, merely stating an objective reality. Yet the weight of this truth sent a chill through the assembled journalists. As media professionals, they naturally understood the state of the nation's economic development. Tan Jiayi continued, a barely perceptible edge cutting through his voice. "At this current stage of development, to significantly increase personal computer penetration in a short timeframe to ensure every household has a computer capable of smoothly running large-scale games, is practically as difficult as climbing to the heavens." The phrase "nearly impossible" rolled off the tongue of an 8-year-old boy with such calmness. Not only did it not sound arrogant, but it conveyed a profound understanding and a sense of helpless reality. The reporters exchanged glances. They realized that the depth of thought in this young boy had long surpassed that of a mere game developer. He stood at a higher level, one of industry, even society. So, having recognized this impossibly difficult predicament, how would he break through it? Everyone's curiosity instantly reached new heights. Sure enough, just as the reporters held their breath, waiting for the next move, Tan Jiayi shifted his tone. Of course. He said with a slight smile, roads are made by walking. Since the direct approach of increasing personal computer ownership isn't feasible in the short term, we can absolutely shift our approach, take a roundabout route to achieve our goals. Indirect approach? A flicker of curiosity crossed the reporter's eyes. Tan Jiayi's voice was clear. Exactly. Since private cars aren't yet widespread enough, we should vigorously develop public transportation. The simplest, most direct approach is to build a large-scale network of high-quality internet cafes, with premium, convenient, and affordable public computers, to compensate for the shortfall in private computer ownership. Open more internet cafes. This solution wasn't exactly earth-shattering after all. The Tan family had built their fortune on internet cafes. Yet coming from Tan Jiayi, coupled with the grand vision he had previously laid out, these 4 simple words seemed to carry extraordinary strategic significance. A reporter immediately seized on the key point and pressed, Mr. Tan, what exactly do you mean by large scale? Tan Jiayi slowly extended one finger. The gesture was small, yet it carried an air of commanding authority. Tan Jiayi looked directly into the camera. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with unwavering conviction, reaching every ear with crystal clarity as if striking directly at the heart of each listener. 1 year. He paused, his fingers still raised, then delivered the figure in a tone bordering on arrogance, a number powerful enough to send shockwaves through the entire industry. Within 1 year, we will establish at least 1,000 internet cafes. Chapter 151, is that step too ambitious? As soon as Tan Jiayi finished speaking, the entire office fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Every single reporter present froze in place. Eyes wide with disbelief, they stared at the astonishing 8-year-old boy before them. Their minds had momentarily frozen. 1,000 internet cafes? What did that even mean? After a few seconds of stunned silence, the media professionals who dealt with numbers daily instinctively began processing the information at lightning speed. They tried to quantify the terrifying implications behind that number. A decent computer these days costs at least 7 or 8,000 yuan, right? A reporter silently calculated. A decent internet cafe needs at least 100 machines to keep things running. 100 machines, that's 7 or 800,000 in hardware costs, just for one shop? 1,000 locations, multiplied by 1,000. As the final figure crystallized in their minds, nearly everyone sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. 800 million. A full 800 million yuan just for purchasing computer hardware. This was 1,998. Not 20 years later, in that era of rampant capital. In 1998, the average monthly wage for urban workers nationwide had only just broken the 500 yuan mark. What does 800 million even mean? It meant setting aside the equivalent of the total annual wages of 1.6 million people. And this was far from the entire sum. The reporters' hearts began racing uncontrollably as more questions surged to mind. And that doesn't even include rent. 1,000 stores, even if they vary in size, would rack up astronomical rental costs. What about utilities? Running 1,000 internet cafes simultaneously, the monthly electricity bills alone would be terrifying. And employee salaries, management costs, renovation expenses, all the licensing fees. If you add up all these miscellaneous expenses, the final total investment required would likely reach an even more suffocating, a terrifying figure he dared not even imagine. Money. Where would Tan Jiayi possibly get that kind of money? Even if World of Warcraft had a blazing hot launch, it would be impossible to accumulate such a massive cash flow in such a short time. Accumulate such a massive cash flow in such a short time? Even if he somehow had that kind of money, or the ability to raise it, could he realistically set up 1,000 internet cafes within a single year? Site selection, renovations, hiring, training, equipment procurement, installation, debugging. This entire series of complex and tedious processes would need to be completed nationwide within a mere 365 days. Across the entire country? What kind of massive management team would that require? What level of execution efficiency? What terrifying resource allocation capabilities? Could the follow-up services keep pace? Can cash flow sustain such rapid expansion? Could overextending too quickly lead to chaotic management and declining service quality? Could it ultimately ruin the hard-earned reputation built through World of Warcraft and existing internet cafes? Countless questions weighed heavily on every reporter's mind. They looked at Tan Jiayi, his face still calm and confident, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, confusion, and even a hint of absurdity. Mr. Tan. A quick-witted reporter immediately interjected, we all acknowledge Jiangcheng Network's strength and the phenomenal success of World of Warcraft. But you are currently locked in a high-stakes bet with Rainstorm Corporation. Logically speaking, shouldn't your top priority right now be to focus all resources and energy on securing victory in this bet? No sooner had the reporter finished than others chimed in agreement. Exactly, Mr. Tan. This wager isn't just about massive funds, it's about the reputation of Jiangcheng Network and the entire gaming industry in Xia Nation. At this critical juncture, you're diverting your attention to such a large-scale, high-investment internet cafe expansion plan. Could this? Another reporter phrased it cautiously, but the implication was clear. Is this putting the cart before the horse? Taking too big a step? The pointed question cut straight to the core risks of the plan and its ill-timed execution. Everyone was eager to see how this young prodigy would respond to this almost hostile questioning. Yet Tan Jiayi's face remained as still as a deep well. He didn't even furrow his brow, as if these risks which others deemed fatal were utterly insignificant in his eyes. His voice rose calmly, carrying clearly throughout the office. I understand your feelings. But there's a saying, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. His gaze swept across the journalists, each wearing a different expression, his eyes holding a wisdom beyond his years and absolute confidence. Laying a solid foundation is essential before building a towering structure. The deployment of the Internet Cafe network isn't just for player convenience, it's for the future of Jiaren network. As for the bet, a meaningful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, victory is certain. This doesn't conflict with my expansion of the Internet Cafe business. His tone was casual yet brimming with confidence. He offered no further explanation of the details, nor did he attempt to persuade anyone with complex business logic. He simply stated with the simplest, most direct attitude, his mind was made up, and he had absolute confidence. As for whether the steps are too bold, Tan Jiayi added finally, his gaze returning to the camera as if declaring to all who followed this matter. Time will prove everything. We need only wait for the final outcome. The interview concluded. But the ripples this conversation set in motion had only just begun. That very evening, clips of Tan Jiayi's interview appeared on the evening news of major television stations across Jiangcheng. The next day, nearly every major newspaper, whether in their technology or business sections, featured the interview with prominent headlines. Particularly the declaration, 1,000 internet cafes in 1 year, was placed in the most prominent position. The news spread rapidly. It sent shockwaves across the entire nation of Xia, sparking widespread debate. For a time, on every street and alley, people everywhere were talking about Tan Jiayi and his bold claim. Countless young people, long plagued by exorbitant computer prices and scarce internet access points, gamers in particular, erupted in excitement. Holy crap! 1,000 locations in a year. Tanzong is awesome. This is great. Playing World of Warcraft will be so much easier now, no more trekking to those overpriced, run-down little internet cafes. Support Tan. Hurry up and open a cyber cafe in our neighborhood. Many citizens who had heard about or personally experienced Jiali Internet Café's premium service and high-spec equipment were filled with anticipation. I've heard Jiali Internet Café has a great environment, new machines, and excellent service. It's way better than those smoky, dingy black market internet cafes out there. Chapter 152, we're going for an 800 million loan. Exactly. If they really open 1,000 locations, it would truly benefit the people. However, many so-called industry insiders and economic experts publicly voiced concerns in the media. They deemed Tan Jiayi's move overly aggressive. Young people are still too impulsive. An 800 million yuan investment, just like that? Did you do market research? What about risk assessment? Amidst the public's heated debate, at the very center of the storm, Tan Jiayi had already quietly stepped back. The day after the interview was published, he took a day off from school. For this celebrity student, now more famous than the principal himself, the teachers naturally had no choice but to grant his request. In the villa's garage, Tan Jiayi personally drove his son, heading toward the headquarters of the largest state-owned bank in Jiangcheng. Tan Jiayi was never a dreamer. In his dictionary, planning equaled action. Since the 1,000 branches in 1 year strategy had been finalized, securing the initial capital became the first tough nut he had to crack. Inside the car, Tan Jiayi's mood was complex. He felt both pride in his son's ambition and a hint of unease about the astronomical investment required. He calculated, Jiayi, that plot of land we bought under my name earlier, I had it appraised, and it's worth at least 800 million now. That's a terrifying increase. What if we sell it? Add that to what the game company has earned lately, and I think it should be enough to open the internet cafe. Tan Jiayi's approach was straightforward and prudent. He wanted to secure the gains using tangible, existing assets to launch a new venture. But upon hearing this, Tan Jiayi merely shook his head slightly. Dad, selling that land now would be a huge loss. Tan Jiayi froze. A loss? It's worth 800 million now, and you call that a loss? Tan Jiayi's mind held its own deep chasms. Etched clearly in his mind was the trajectory of the real estate frenzy that would sweep Jiangcheng and indeed the entire nation of Xia over the next decade. That plot, now worth 800 million, was merely the tip of the iceberg of its future, staggering value. Waiting a few more years to see its value multiply several times over even tenfold was no pipe dream. Dad, this isn't just any piece of land. It's our family's golden goose, capable of laying eggs endlessly. Killing it now just to get the eggs is the most foolish thing we could do. Tan Jiayi's tone remained calm. Tan Jiayi was stunned by his son's analogy. Though he didn't fully grasp the reasoning, he instinctively chose to trust his son. Tan Jiayi continued, "We don't need to sell the land for money. We can use it, along with our other high-quality assets, to negotiate with the bank. What we need to do is borrow a chicken to lay eggs." Tan Huagin nodded, half understanding. Though the phrase "borrow a chicken to lay eggs" sounded novel, he grasped its core meaning. Mortgage loans. Still, using land worth 800 million as collateral, the scale of it made his heart tighten. Soon, the sedan came to a smooth stop in front of the bank's entrance. Tan Huagin adjusted his collar and stepped out first, followed by Tan Jiayi. The bank lobby manager clearly recognized Tan Huagin, the local upstart whose reputation had skyrocketed recently. Or at least recognized the expensive vehicle. He approached with a broad smile, his demeanor exceptionally courteous. "Good day. May I assist you with any business today?" Just as Tan Huagin was about to speak, Tan Jiayi piped up first. Lifting his small face to look up at the bank manager towering over him, he uttered 3 words in a babyish voice, his tone remarkably calm for his age. "Loan." The moment the bank manager heard the word loan, his eyes lit up instantly. The smile on his face grew genuinely warmer. In those days, people's minds hadn't fully opened yet. If they had a little money, they were accustomed to depositing it in the bank, believing that was the only way to feel secure. As for loans? That was debt, a burden, something to avoid if possible. This meant that the bank's loan quotas weighed like a mountain on their shoulders year after year. Failing to meet them was the norm. And now, someone is actually coming to us asking for a loan? This is simply a godsend, like finding a pillow when you're sleepy or a pie falling from the sky. The manager's gaze swiftly swept over Tan Huagin and Tan Jiayi standing behind him. His focus settled on the brand new luxury sedan parked at the entrance. Then he glanced back at Tan Huagin, noticing the faintly visible corner of a Huazi cigarette pack tucked between his fingers. Wow, this is definitely a big client, a major deal. He immediately mustered his utmost enthusiasm, leaning forward slightly as his tone grew increasingly deferential. "So it's a loan request? No problem at all. Mr. Tan, may I ask approximately how much credit you require? We will certainly do our utmost to meet your needs." He calculated silently. Judging by his demeanor, he could be looking to borrow hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. His KPIs were looking up. Just as Tan Huagin was about to speak, Tan Jiayi, who had been standing quietly beside him, suddenly stepped forward. Tilting her little head, she spoke clearly in her soft, childlike voice, "We want to borrow." He stretched out his little hand, struggling to form the character 48. Then he added, 800 million. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. The branch manager's smile froze on his face, his lips even twitching slightly. He stared blankly at the tiny figure before him, who hadn't even reached the counter's height. His mind couldn't process it for a moment. 800 million? What nonsense is this child spouting? An indescribable surge of irritation instantly welled up in the manager's heart. He forced himself to suppress his anger, inwardly grumbling. What kind of brat is this? Utterly clueless. Adults are discussing serious business, and some brat comes barging in to cause trouble? 800 million? Did he even know how much 800 million was? Did he grasp the weight of those 3 words? What was the annual GDP of the entire Jiangcheng city? And this kid just casually throws around 800 million. If it weren't for that expensive car parked outside and Tan Huagin's dignified demeanor, he would have lost his temper right then and there, escorting this disruptive little brat out. The lobby manager took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile. Completely ignoring Tan Jiayi, he turned his gaze to Tan Huagin, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible hint of resignation. "Ahem. Mr. Tan, you see, the child is still young and may not fully understand. How much working capital do you actually need?" He assumed the child must have misheard or just blurted out a random number. Tan Huagin, being straightforward by nature, failed to pick up on the lobby manager's complex, subtle emotional shift. He simply believed his son had already stated their needs clearly, and he was merely confirming them. So, he nodded earnestly, looked at the manager, and spoke decisively in a tone that implied it was only natural. "My son is correct. We want an 8 billion yuan loan." Chapter 153, Not Recognizing a Mountain When You See It. This time, the branch manager was genuinely furious. He felt this father and son were making a mockery of him, treating the bank like a playground. A child might blurt things out without thinking, but you, the father, seriously spouting nonsense with a straight face? 800 million? Do you even know how tall that would stack up? Sell your car, pawn your entire outfit, you wouldn't even scrape together a fraction of that. Bank employees of this era were far removed from the customer is king service mentality of later generations. Deep down, they still carried a bit of that iron rice bowl arrogance. Being toyed with like this, the manager's pride was utterly shattered. His face turned ashen, and he pointed toward the door, his teeth clenched. He shouted angrily at the security guard nearby. "Security! Where's security? Get rid of this father and son who think they can cause trouble here without knowing their place." His voice boomed throughout the entire bank lobby. It drew the attention of several customers conducting business, who turned to look. Two uniformed security guards heard the commotion and immediately rushed over, their eyes fixed on Tan and Tan Jiayi with obvious hostility. Tan was completely dumbfounded. He glanced at the furious manager, then at the intimidating security guards charging toward him, his mind reeling. What was going on? It was just a loan application, why were they being treated like criminals? Sure, the amount was a bit large, but was it really necessary to kick us out like this? We're serious. We genuinely want to borrow 800 million. We have collateral. Just as Tan stood flustered, instinctively wanting to explain but unsure where to begin, Tan Jiayi, who had remained silent, moved. Just as the security guard was about to approach, his small figure darted forward, snatching the thick manila envelope from Tan grasp. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he swung his arm with all his might and hurled the envelope straight at the lobby manager. The motion was swift and decisive. Look at this. The clear, childish voice now carried a cold, piercing intensity. It drowned out the lobby's clamor. The folder slammed onto the counter in front of the manager, and several sheets of paper slid out of the opening. The lobby manager, at the peak of his fury, instinctively reached to sweep the folder aside. But Tan Jiayi's calm, yet intensely oppressive gaze, coupled with his decisive words. In his fury, the bank manager picked up the document folder Tan Jiayi had tossed onto the counter with a mix of contempt and impatience. He casually grabbed the document folder Tan Jiayi had tossed onto the counter. He was determined to see what these presumptuous father and son could possibly produce. Yet, the moment his gaze swept over the first page he pulled from the folder, the anger on his face instantly froze. What met his eyes was none other than a land purchase contract. More crucially, the plot location marked on the contract. The prime development zone in Jiangcheng, the hottest spot right now, where land prices were skyrocketing daily. As a bank employee who dealt with money and assets day in and day out, he instinctively assessed the value of this plot. He didn't even need to scrutinize the area or specific terms. Just this location, at this moment. 800 million? It's likely to be at least that much. His heart skipped a beat, his breathing growing slightly ragged. His fingers trembled slightly as he swiftly flipped through the other contents of the document folder. One after another, property deeds appeared, asset certificates for several thriving internet cafes whose names were already making a name for themselves in Jiangcheng. There were even some. He couldn't fully decipher them, but clearly, they were certificates of equity worth a fortune. All told, the combined value of these assets had long since surpassed the 800 million mark. Cold sweat beaded like broken pearls, instantly seeping from the manager's forehead and temples, trickling down his cheeks. He was in deep trouble. That single thought echoed like a frantic alarm in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something. The Tan family. Jiangcheng, that 8-year-old prodigy who's been hyped to the skies by the media, talked about as if he were some kind of god, isn't his last name Tan? It's over. All over. God of wealth. This is ing, a living god of wealth knocking at our door. And just now, I was so blind I almost kicked the god of wealth out. The thought of his earlier behavior, that arrogant, bossy, screaming at the security guard to take action. He wished he could sink through the floor right then and there. If word got out, forget losing this job, he'd never be able to hold his head up in Jiangcheng's financial circles. Stop. Everyone, stop right now. He nearly shouted, his voice cracking as he frantically waved his arms at the two security guards who were already closing in on Tan, completely disregarding his own dignity. Stop. Don't touch Mr. Tan. At the same time, his body shot out from behind the counter. Without a thought for who he might collide with, he threw himself recklessly between Tan and the security guards. He tried to use his own body to separate the two sides. The security guard leading the charge had a hint of viciousness in his eyes. In his eyes, this father and son were nothing but troublemakers come to disrupt the bank. Since the manager had ordered them out, they deserved a lesson. In one swift stride, he closed the distance to Tan, his large hand darting out like lightning to grab the man's shoulder. He applied full force with this grab, his aim precise. It wasn't just about restraint, he intended to leverage the momentum for a clean, decisive shoulder throw on this seemingly honest middle-aged man. First, he'd make him hit the ground hard, taste a bit of pain, and see if he dared to act up here anymore. Tan had never encountered such a scene. As the massive hand closed in, his entire body froze, his mind going blank. But at that critical moment, a figure burst in with a near-suicidal, resolute stance. It was the very same front desk manager who had been raging moments ago. He threw his own body between the security guard and Tan. His sole thought was to prevent this catastrophe, to stop the security guard from touching Mr. Tan, whom he had just realized was the god of wealth. The security guard's movement was too swift, the force was already unleashed, leaving no time to pull back. His entire focus was on subduing Tan, completely unprepared for his immediate superior to appear so abruptly in this manner. Thus, the massive hand that had been poised to seize Tan shoulder for a shoulder throw slammed squarely into the lobby manager's body instead. The security guard instinctively braced his waist and twisted his body. Thud. A deep, thunderous thud echoed through the space. The immense impact caused him to curl up, letting out a pained grunt. His face instantly turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Clearly, the fall had been brutal. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. Chapter 154, Regret Beyond Redemption. He was slammed to the ground by a solid shoulder throw from his own security guard. The lobby manager felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place, darkness clouding his vision. Yet the searing pain coursing through his body paled in comparison to the terror gripping his heart. He scrambled to his feet, crawling and clambering, completely oblivious to checking his injuries or the stunned stares around him. Only one thought occupied his mind: now it's over. I must make amends. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Mr. Tan. Young Master Tan. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his back bent nearly 90 degrees as he repeated his apologies, his voice trembling. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I've been looking down on you. Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against me. Where was even a shred of his earlier arrogance and fury now? Staring at the documents spilling out of Tan Huagen's briefcase, the priceless land deed, the stacks of property certificates and corporate asset files. He knew better than anyone else. This father and son before him absolutely had the strength and qualifications to borrow 800 million from their bank. 800 million. According to the bank's unwritten internal rules, if he could secure such a large loan, his personal commission would easily exceed 2 million. Over 2 million. That figure struck him like an electric shock. How much did he earn in a month, working his ass off? His salary and bonuses combined? Not even close to 4 figures. 2 million plus? That was an astronomical sum he could only dream of saving up over countless lifetimes if he never ate or drank. All because of his ridiculous arrogance and foolish judgment just now. This staggering fortune was about to slip through his fingers? Worse still, by offending this true god of wealth. Could he even lose his current job? He wanted to slap himself right then and there. Yet, facing the bank manager who had gone from haughty to obsequious, practically groveling at his feet, Tan Jiayi didn't even lift an eyelid. His expression remained serene and detached, his small face devoid of any unnecessary emotion, as if the chaos and dramatic scenes that had just unfolded had nothing to do with him. That composure beyond his years weighed heavily on the manager, leaving him breathless. Tan Jiayi merely gave him a fleeting glance, his voice quiet yet carrying an undeniable weight. Go. Bring out whoever is in charge here. The lobby manager, still reeling from the earlier tumble, scrambled to make the call. Before long, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a figure appeared in the crowd's view. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a crisp dark gray suit with a meticulously knotted tie. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses. The moment he appeared, the entire bank lobby seemed to grow solemn. The lobby manager, who had been panicking moments ago, now clung to the newcomer like a lifeline, yet his fear intensified. He hung his head, barely daring to breathe. The middle-aged man swept a sharp glance over his disheveled subordinate on the floor, then shifted his gaze to the pale-faced security guard beside him. Finally, his gaze settled on Tan Jiayi and Tan Huagen, who stood there looking utterly bewildered. He didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, he strode forward, his expression carrying just the right amount of apology. Hello, I'm Su Yu, the bank's president. He extended his hand first toward Tan Huagen, then turned to Tan Jiayi, maintaining a level posture. The incident earlier was due to my failure to manage the situation properly, causing you both alarm. On behalf of the bank, I offer our most sincere apologies. His voice was gentle yet carried an undeniable air of authority. With just a few simple sentences, he established his identity, took responsibility, and instantly brought the chaotic scene under control. Tan Jiayi did not return the handshake, merely observing him calmly without speaking. Tan Huagen, however, nodded slightly, looking somewhat uneasy. Su Yu withdrew his hand, paying no mind to Tan Jiayi's coolness. Instead, his gaze toward Tan Jiayi held a new depth of meaning and admiration. Evidently, while he was en route, someone had already briefed him at top speed on the sequence of events and the shocking contents of that document envelope. Changing his tone to one of genuine sincerity, he continued, Mr. Tan, I've heard of your grand ambitions. Frankly speaking, what you're undertaking, establishing 1,000 internet cafes and driving the spread of the internet across our nation, is far more than just a business venture. Su Yu's gaze swept across the lobby. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear enough for those nearby who were listening intently to hear every word. This is contributing to the digital infrastructure of our nation, a truly great endeavor that benefits both the country and its people. Moreover, it concerns the image and prestige of our nation in the high-tech arena and in the global competitive landscape. These words ignited not only Tan Huagen's passion. Even some customers nearby who had been observing the scene showed signs of agreement. Su Yu looked at Tan Jiayi. For such a visionary and responsible entrepreneur, and for a project that benefits the nation and its people, our bank should and must offer our full support. Rest assured, Mr. Tan. We will approve this 800 million yuan loan with the utmost speed. And we guarantee you the lowest interest rate available in our industry. Tan Jiayi listened quietly as Su Yu delivered this flawless, grandly conceived speech. A barely perceptible hint of approval finally flickered across his perpetually calm, unruffled face. He gave a slight nod. He thought to himself, finally, someone who gets it. The perspective and vision of someone in the position of bank president. Certainly not comparable to those junior staff members below who only see immediate gains. Suyu's stance was sincere and well considered. Tan Jiayi's tense aura eased slightly. But he hadn't forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. His gaze swept calmly over the lobby manager standing stiffly nearby before turning back to Suyu. President Su, I'm not satisfied with the attitude of that staff member earlier. I do not wish for him to handle any further transactions. A simple statement devoid of accusation or complaint, yet it struck the lobby manager's heart like an invisible sledgehammer. Who was Suyu? His skill in reading people had long reached perfection. He instantly grasped Tan Jiayi's meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded decisively and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Tan. It was my oversight in personnel management. I will immediately assign our most senior and capable account manager to handle all your needs personally, ensuring the most efficient and premium service." These words were not only a promise to Tan Jiayi, but also amounted to a public death sentence for the lobby manager. At the very least, on this deal of astronomical proportions, he was completely out of the picture. Hearing this, the lobby manager, who had just moments ago fantasized about a 2 million yuan commission falling from the sky, felt darkness descend before his eyes. His legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse again. His face flushed crimson, his eyes instantly reddening as he fought back tears. But his expression was 100 times uglier than crying. Regret. Endless regret surged through his very being. Why? Why was he so stupid? 2 million. That was a 2 million yuan commission. Enough to buy several spacious homes in Jiangcheng, enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life, enough to completely transform his fate, an astronomical sum. How much did he earn in a month of hard work? Compared to 2 million, it was nothing but dirt on the ground. Chapter 155, The Loan Arrives. The god of wealth had clearly come knocking at his door, yet not only did he fail to welcome him, and he nearly kicked him right out. Now, this staggering fortune had slipped through his fingers, right before his very eyes. Not even a glimpse. He could almost hear his heart shatter. He regretted it so much he could have turned his guts inside out. He wished he could turn back time to just a few minutes ago, kneel on the ground, and lick this little master's shoes clean. But there were no ifs. All he could do was watch helplessly as Suyu politely escorted Tan Jiayi and Tan Jiayi to the VIP lounge. He watched as the legendary gold medal manager, the one who exclusively served the top-tier clients. He jogged over, his face plastered with the brightest smile imaginable, while he himself stood rooted to the spot, enduring the subtle yet palpable, laced with mockery and pity. Suyu acted decisively, immediately dialing an internal line and giving brief instructions. Before long, the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed, drawing nearer. A striking figure appeared at the VIP lounge entrance. The woman was around 25 or 26, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue business skirt suit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure to perfection. Standing just over 5 feet 7 inches tall, she stood out in the crowd with her slender waist and long legs. Most striking of all was the tailored blazer, seemingly unable to fully contain her astonishing curves, creating an exceptionally eye-catching silhouette. She truly was the center of attention, radiating a bright light all her own. Suyu flashed a professional smile and introduced, "Mr. Tan, this is our bank's top credit manager, Tan Xiaolin. Xiaolin, this is Mr. Tan Jiayi, founder of Jiangcheng, and beside him is his father, Mr. Tan Jiayi." Tan Jiayi lifted his gaze, his eyes lingering briefly on the woman named Tan Xiaolin. He couldn't help but think to himself, her professional skills remain to be seen, but her looks and figure are undoubtedly top tier. Bright eyes, pearly teeth, an air of efficiency tempered with allure. Especially those exaggerated curves, truly a masterpiece of the creator. Tan Xiaolin wore a professional, welcoming smile. When her gaze met Tan Jiayi's, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed across her face, quickly masked by her professional composure. Bending gracefully to meet his gaze, her voice warm and melodious, she said, "Mr. Tan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. You are truly the pride of our nation. To achieve so much at such a young age, you are an extraordinary young genius." The visual impact at such close range, combined with her soft, warm voice. Even Tan Jiayi, whose mind was as sharp as a demon's, found himself momentarily dazed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had seen countless beauties, from innocent campus queens to alluring older women, from top celebrities to aristocratic socialites. But Tan Xiaolin before him, judging purely by the combined score of her looks and figure in his vast memory bank, she could easily rank in the top 3. This woman was a true beauty. After a brief lapse, Tan Jiayi quickly regained his composure, his face still bearing that calm, detached expression. He merely gave a slight nod in response. After brief pleasantries, Tan Xiaolin swiftly shifted into work mode. She pulled out documents and a calculator from her briefcase. She began explaining the procedures for large mortgage loans with clear logic, detailing interest rates and various precautions. Her voice was professional and pleasant, her explanation thorough. Clearly, her business acumen was as outstanding as her appearance. However, her primary audience was actually Tan Jiayi, seated beside her. After all, although Tan Jiayi was the decision-maker and driving force behind all this, Legally, he was still a minor and lacked the authority to independently apply for such a substantial loan. Ultimately, all legal documents required the signature of his father, Tan Jiayi. Finally, she carefully stored away the thick stack of documents Tan Jiayi had brought. Each one represented staggering value. With a professional smile, she addressed Tan Jiayi, "Mr. Tan, we have received all the materials. You may leave now. We'll expedite the review process. If everything goes smoothly, the funds should be available within a few days. I'll notify you immediately upon confirmation." Her efficiency and professionalism greatly reassured Tan Jiayi. Days slipped by unnoticed, and before they knew it, the weekend arrived. Jiangcheng Network Company. Tan Jiayi sat alone in the large executive chair, his fingertips tapping absent-mindedly on the smooth rosewood desk. Sunlight streamed in through the window. But his mind was entirely occupied with that massive loan, which was about to be finalized. In his mind, the grand vision of a nationwide network spanning thousands of internet cafes was already taking shape. All that remained was for the starting horn to sound. He needed this money. He needed it to leverage a much greater future. Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Tan Jiayi's eyes flickered as he reached for the receiver. "Hello? Mr. Tan, this is Tan Xiaolin." A gentle, melodious female voice came through the line, tinged with an almost imperceptible sweetness. The voice alone was enough to send a ripple through one's heart. Tan Jiayi felt a stir in his heart, knowing the real business was about to begin. Sure enough, Tan Xiaolin's next words sounded like music to his ears. "Mr. Tan, good news. The 800 million yuan loan you applied for has been fully approved through our bank's expedited process. The funds were disbursed this very morning. The funds have been transferred to the account designated by your father, Mr. Tan Jiayi." The speed was even faster than anticipated. Tan Jiayi's grip on the receiver tightened slightly as an indescribable sense of control surged through his entire body. Tan Xiaolin's next words were the icing on the cake. Additionally, her voice carried a hint of amusement. "President Su specifically mentioned that considering your current wager with Rainstorm Corporation, this isn't merely a commercial transaction, it's also, to some extent, a matter of national pride. Therefore, our bank has applied special policies for this loan, offering additional preferential reductions on top of the already minimal base rate. I'll fax you the detailed interest rate breakdown shortly." Even the interest rate was discounted. Tan Jiayi's lips finally curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. The bank's overtures and Su Yu's shrewdness were entirely within his expectations, yet they still brought him a sense of satisfaction. 800 million yuan of capital was now flowing into the massive project he was about to launch. "Understood. Thank you." Tan Jiayi's voice remained calm, yet a sharp gleam flashed deep in his eyes. He hung up the phone. He rose slowly, walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows to overlook the bustling city below. All preparations complete. The favorable wind had arrived. Chapter 156: Tan Jiayi's ingenious plan. The funds were secured. Yet, as Tan Jiayi calmed down and began mentally mapping out the specific execution plan, a more severe, more thorny problem. Like ice water. Dousing the faint glimmer of relief that had just begun to rise in his heart. 1 year, 1,000 internet cafes. That number had sounded so bold and spirited when uttered before the reporters. But now, as it transformed into concrete operational targets. 1,000 stores in 365 days. A simple calculation revealed that nearly 3 new internet cafes would need to open their doors to customers every single day. But that's only the most idealized scenario. What about the practical reality? Finding suitable locations that align with the internet cafe's positioning, doesn't that take time? Negotiating with diverse landlords, signing contracts, doesn't that take time? Designing and renovating each location to maintain a unified style, doesn't that take time? Doesn't that take time? Does it take time to recruit qualified store managers and network administrators on a large scale and provide standardized training? Procuring, installing, and debugging tens of thousands of computers, along with matching desks, chairs, and network equipment. Which of these tasks doesn't require time? These preliminary preparations will inevitably consume a significant amount of time. This means it's impossible to maintain a pace of opening 3 stores per day from day one. The initial phase will inevitably focus on preparation. The true peak opening period will be severely compressed into the final few months. Tan Jiayi's mind raced through the calculations. By the end, they might need to open 5, 7, or even 10 internet cafes simultaneously each day just to barely meet the deadline. That 1-year deadline he had personally promised. Even Tan Jiayi, possessing intellect far surpassing ordinary people and the experience of 2 lifetimes. He felt an unprecedented pressure. A family? Even if he enlisted his parents, his trusted confidant Wang Xiaoya, and all the core members, dividing them into 10 or 8 teams working day and night, running themselves ragged, it would still be impossible to complete nationwide coverage within such a short time frame. Accomplish the nationwide deployment. This was fundamentally not a matter of money, but a test of time and the limits of execution. This wasn't about money at all, it was a test of time and the limits of execution. For a fleeting moment, a faint twinge of regret even crossed his mind. Had he gotten carried away by the spotlight and the hype back then? Was the goal of opening 1,000 stores in 1 year set too high? Had he truly bitten off more than he could chew? But the moment that thought surfaced, he crushed it ruthlessly. Back down? What would retreat mean now? It would mean Tan Jiayi, in front of all the people of Xia Nation, had broken his word. The newly established image of Jargon Network, a company that delivers on its promises and possesses formidable strength, would be shattered in an instant. All his previous bold proclamations would become a laughingstock. Not to mention the Rainstorm Corporation across the ocean, and those domestic rivals waiting to see him fail. Competitors waiting to seize on his missteps. They were probably already holding magnifying glasses, waiting for the day he overreached and tripped himself up. No. Absolutely not. Tan Jiayi couldn't afford to lose face. Jargon Network couldn't afford such a blow to its reputation either. The words had already been spoken like water spilled on the floor, there was no taking them back. The Internet Café must open. The goal of opening 1,000 locations must be achieved. Smack! Tan Jiayi suddenly slapped his forehead hard. The movement was abrupt, yet carried an exhilarating sense of sudden clarity. Right. How could he have forgotten the biggest trump card he held in his hand? He lacked manpower to scour the entire country for venues. But he wasn't short on eyes and ears spread across the entire country. A brilliant solution instantly crystallized in his mind. He immediately grabbed the phone on the desk and dialed Wang Xiaoya directly. Xiaoya, come over. I have something important to discuss. Minutes later, Wang Xiaoya pushed open the door. Seeing the unusual gleam in Tan Jiayi's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She knew this young boss must have come up with another astonishing idea. Mr. Tan, you requested me? Tan Jiayi cut straight to the chase. Sister Xiaoya, we've been struggling with a shortage of staff. We couldn't find enough suitable locations quickly to open internet cafes, right? Wang Xiaoya nodded. This was indeed the team's biggest challenge at the moment. A smile curved the corners of Tan Jiayi's mouth. Now, I have a solution. A way to mobilize a people's war. He looked at Wang Xiaoya. Go arrange it immediately on our World of Warcraft official website and the official sites of our other currently operating games. Simultaneously post a prominent, pinned announcement notice. The notice should read, we are soliciting information nationwide from all players regarding suitable locations for establishing internet cafes. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she instantly grasped Tan Jiayi's plan. Tan Jiayi continued, inform all players that if they can provide genuine, viable information about idle or available for lease locations suitable for large or medium-sized internet cafes. For example, the location must be prime, the space sufficiently large, and so on. Once we adopt their suggestion and ultimately sign a contract. He paused, emphasizing his next words. We will offer generous rewards based on the value of the venue information. It could be top-tier rare gear in World of Warcraft, the latest computer model, or even real cash rewards. Have them send detailed venue information and contact details via email or letter to our dedicated email address and mailing address. However, he emphasized, shifting his tone, the announcement must explicitly state that all information provided must be guaranteed to be true and reliable. We will dispatch personnel to conduct on-site verification. If any false information is discovered, not only will there be no reward, but it could even affect the player's game account reputation. This plan was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Leveraging millions of gamers nationwide, it harnesses their initiative to uncover potential resources in their communities. Not only does this significantly solve the challenge of information gathering, saving enormous manpower and time costs, it's also an exceptional marketing initiative and player engagement activity. When Tan Jiayi unveiled his groundbreaking nationwide address-finding initiative and laid it all out on the table, Wang Xiaoya, standing across from him, nearly dropped her jaw. Her mind went blank. Finding venues, wasn't that something you did yourself or through professional agencies? Wasn't it supposed to be the kind of thing you ran yourself ragged over, wearing out your lips in negotiations? It required professional insight, thorough inspections, and repeated negotiations. But Mr. Tan, what was this? Posting an announcement on the official game website, asking gamers from all corners of the country, people you've never even met, to help find $1 million internet cafe location crucial to the company's major strategic plans? And offering gaming gear and cash as rewards? This is sheer fantasy. It's pure fantasy. Chapter 157, 1,000 stores in 1 year. Do players even know what commercial site selection entails? Can we trust the information they provide? What if we end up with a pile of useless junk information? Wouldn't that just waste manpower and resources verifying it all? A barrage of questions raced through her mind. She looked at Tan Jiayi, his face still youthful yet always radiating an air of inscrutability. Her heart brimmed with doubt. Could this method really work? Wasn't it too reckless? Tan Jiayi was exceptionally perceptive. Almost the instant Wang Xiaoya's expression shifted, he saw through every doubt in her mind. He offered no lengthy explanation, merely offering a faint smile. That smile carried a certainty that said, you don't understand, but I do. In a calm tone, he addressed Wang Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya, I know this might sound unusual. He paused. His gaze swept over Wang Xiaoya, whose face screamed unreliable. Tan Jiayi continued, but you only need to remember one thing, just execute. Go ahead with confidence. The results will speak for themselves. Wang Xiaoya listened to his tone, which seemed to exude an air of complete control. Her doubts didn't vanish immediately. To her, this plan still brimmed with too many uncertainties. The risks far outweighed the opportunities. But she recalled everything that had transpired over the past period. From the sudden emergence of internet cafes to the meteoric rise of Jiangcheng Network and then to World of Warcraft. Every decision Tan Jiayi made seemed shocking or even baffling at the time. Yet time and again, the outcomes proved his foresight and correctness. This time, perhaps it would be no exception? Wang Xiaoya worked with remarkable efficiency. In just half a day, a groundbreaking announcement instantly ignited across all major game websites and forums under Jiali Network. Breaking! Jiali Internet Café's launches national expansion plan. Goal: 1,000 locations in 1 year. Player perks. Submit valid venue information to win top-tier gaming gear, the latest Dragon Ascension PCs, and cash prizes. How to participate: submit via email or postal mail. Details at. These few simple lines, with the astonishing speed unique to the internet, instantly ignited the passion of the entire gaming community in Xia Nation. Holy crap! Is this real? Is Jiangcheng going all out? 1,000 locations in 1 year? Mr. Tan is going to shake things up. Jiali Internet Café is going nationwide? Awesome! I've had it with this crappy place. In an instant, major gaming forums, chat rooms, and even some universities were flooded with discussions about this announcement. Its heat instantly overshadowed the latest World of Warcraft dungeon guides and gear drops. Excitement. Indescribable excitement. Remember, this was 1998. Personal computers were still a luxury, and internet access points were extremely limited. For the vast majority of young people, internet cafes were their only option. But what were internet cafes like back then? In many places, they couldn't even be called internet cafes. At best, they were computer rooms. Dimly lit rooms crammed with 3 or 5 outdated computers, slow as snails, paired with creaky, worn-out desks and chairs. The conditions were appalling, yet the prices were often outrageously high. Gamers have long harbored resentment over this, yet they have no choice but to endure it. What choice did they have? Just having a place to get online was a blessing. But the emergence of Jiali Internet Café changed everything. Those who've been there know it offers a completely different experience. Bright, clean surroundings, uniformly high-spec computers, smooth internet speeds, attentive service, and relatively reasonable prices. It's like a breath of fresh air in the internet cafe world. Unfortunately, such internet cafes are too few and far between, limited to Jiangcheng and a handful of other cities. Now, the announcement clearly states, Longting Internet Cafes is expanding nationwide. They plan to open 1,000 locations in just 1 year. What incredibly exciting news! What's even more thrilling is that they themselves have the chance to participate in this plan. By providing venue information, they could obtain coveted gaming gear, computers, and even cash. Guys, our chance to strike it rich is here. That abandoned video arcade next to my apartment complex has plenty of space, I'll go check it out. There's an empty storefront on the back street of our school, it totally fits the requirements. I'll snap some pics and send an email right now. For Mr. Tan. For an internet cafe right in our neighborhood. Let's go. Countless players began scouring every possible corner of their hometowns. This wasn't just for the tempting rewards. It was also to enjoy a high-quality internet experience. As it turned out, Tan Jiayi's seemingly outlandish idea had precisely tapped into the needs of the times and the pain points of gamers. The announcement yielded immediate results. It even exceeded Tan Jiayi's wildest expectations. Overnight, the dedicated email address established for receiving venue information, it was completely submerged. Meanwhile, at the post office, the mail carrier responsible for delivering letters to Jiangcheng Network was complaining bitterly. The daily mail to Jiangcheng Network was no longer a trickle of letters, but rather measured by the sackful. Thick manila envelopes piled up like mountains. They were stuffed with venue information players had gathered through every possible means. Wang Xiaoya and her hastily assembled venue information processing team were completely drowning in a sea of data. Each day, they no longer faced cold computer screens or tedious reports. Instead, they were inundated with passionate letters and emails from players across the nation. Their hands grew numb from opening letters, and their eyes grew blurry from sorting emails. Many players were exceptionally thorough. They not only provided detailed descriptions of the venue's location, size, surrounding environment, and approximate rent. They even attached meticulously taken photos, showcasing the venue from different angles and its internal structure. Some letters radiated an almost desperate plea between the lines, "Choose me," fearing they might be overlooked. In less than 2 weeks, thousands of paper letters alone poured in. Each one represented a potential internet cafe location. And the number of valid emails sitting in the inbox was several times that figure. It reached an astonishing scale. Tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of locations across major and medium-sized cities nationwide, meticulously selected by local gamers, theoretically ideal spots for opening internet cafes. And just like that, they were effortlessly gathered by Jiangcheng. Tan Jiayi stared at the terrifying preliminary statistics before him. He immediately instructed Wang Xiaoya's team. Categorize and archive all information by city to build a database. Prioritize screening locations with complete information, clear photos, and high potential. While directing her team to sort and organize the data, Wang Xiaoya gazed at the mountain of letters and the constantly refreshing email list. A storm of emotions had already begun to rage within her heart. Chapter 158: Boss Qin's Astronomical Fortune. At this moment, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Tan Jiayi was no longer mere admiration, it bordered on worship. It was reverence bordering on prostration. Her previous doubts? His unreliability? All had been swept away by the ironclad reality before her eyes. How much did they spend? Virtually nothing. Merely a few virtual game items and the promise of future, potentially redeemable physical rewards. What did they gain? Tens of thousands of precise, targeted commercial real estate leads. Nationwide coverage. And these were provided by local players who knew the area best. Proactively filtered and curated. Once categorized by city, subsequent on-site inspections will see efficiency skyrocket exponentially. Before, it was like sending someone to run around like a headless chicken. Even after a month of legwork, they might not find a handful of suitable spots in an unfamiliar city. Now, armed with this treasure map provided by local players, a single site scout can cover the potential locations in a major city. Can cover nearly all the potential sites in a key city. Efficiency. This is true efficiency. It's terrifyingly efficient enough to support the grand goal of opening 1,000 stores in a single year. A tremendous thrill surged through Wang Xiaoya's heart. Unable to contain her surging emotions any longer, she gazed at the small figure commanding with such composure, as if everything were under perfect control. She lunged forward. Before Tan Jiayi could even react, Wang Xiaoya pulled him tightly into her arms and planted a solid kiss on his cheek. Boss. Wang Xiaoya's voice trembled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. What on earth is wrong with your brain? It's absolutely brilliant. How did you even come up with this idea? Wang Xiaoya led her team, mobilizing them with astonishing efficiency. Within days, the seemingly chaotic, scattered field data, tens of thousands of entries from all corners of the country, were meticulously organized by city, district, and even street. This formed the initial framework of a massive database covering potential internet cafe locations across major cities nationwide. Gazing at the dense cluster of data points within the database, Tan Jiayi knew the theoretical planning phase was over. The real work, field investigations and implementation, had begun. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately summoned his most trusted core team members. Xiaoya, Zhou Yun, Zhou Lin, Tan Jiayi scanned the capable team members before him. They had all fought alongside him since the beginning, their competence and loyalty beyond question. And Mom, he turned to Lu Jiali beside him, the first field investigation task is yours. He pointed to several key surrounding cities radiating out from Jiangcheng on the map. Each of you will lead a team and depart immediately for these cities. Your mission is to further evaluate the high potential site information we've screened, and make initial contact with the landlords. Wang Xiaoya and the others perked up. The initial success of the nationwide site search had already filled them with confidence in this seemingly crazy plan. Tan Jiayi held up a finger, emphasizing the core requirements of the assessment with concise tone. 3 requirements, memorize them. First, do whatever it takes to meet the property owner who holds the final decision-making authority. We need direct communication to avoid wasting time on bureaucratic red tape. Second, use your own judgment to determine whether the location is truly prime real estate suitable for a high-end internet cafe. Third, and most crucial, price. Research the average market price for comparable locations in the area and use that as your baseline for negotiations. Our principle is clear, the price must be reasonable. We will not accept any inflated quotes. The lower we can negotiate, the better. We won't be taken for a ride. His tone was firm and decisive. Each instruction was clear, precise, and cut straight to the heart of the matter. Wang Xiaoya, Zhou Yun, and Lu Jiali nodded in unison. They knew this mattered to the 1,000-store plan, cost control, and execution quality. There could be no room for carelessness. After assigning their tasks, Tan Jiayi's gaze shifted to his father, who had remained silent but whose eyes were equally sharp. As for you, Dad, Tan Jiayi's lips curved into a meaningful smile, you have an even more important task. Jiangcheng Electronics Mall. Mr. Qin's shop was in a decent location, yet it felt eerily quiet at that moment. He held a purple clay teacup, idly sipping the now lukewarm tea. His gaze kept drifting toward the bustling crowd outside the shop entrance. Sigh, times were tough. Business at the shop could only be described as mediocre. Computers, after all, were still expensive items. The average person's annual salary might barely be enough to buy a mainstream spec machine. Who would just casually replace their computer all the time? How many units can you sell in a month? It all comes down to luck. Mr. Qin deeply misses those glorious days from not too long ago. All of this was thanks to that extraordinary father-son duo, Tan Jiayi and Tan Jiayi. That kid, though young, was as shrewd as an old fox. Every time he came in, he haggled over the price, driving Qin to the point of pain. Yet somehow, every single time, he'd land precisely at Tan's psychological bottom line, leaving him ample profit margin. And that kid's demand was staggering. He'd take dozens, even hundreds of units at a time. During that period, he made a killing. The store's revenue skyrocketed. What a pity. After that big order last time, Tan Jiayi and his son seemed to have vanished, not showing their faces for ages. Mr. Qin was beside himself with anxiety. He'd even considered reaching out himself, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as Mr. Qin was staring longingly at the empty shopfront, two familiar figures appeared at his shop entrance. The teacup in Mr. Qin's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He blinked hard. For a moment, he thought his longing had made him hallucinate. Was he seeing things? Mr. Qin, it's been ages. That voice. No mistake. It was Tan Jiayi. Mr. Qin instantly knew he wasn't dreaming. Oh my. Mr. Tan, young brother Jiayi. A radiant smile spread across Mr. Qin's face as he practically jogged over to greet them. What a rare treat. A rare treat. Please come in. He bustled about, ushering the father and son into the shop, then swiftly rummaged through drawers and cabinets. Please wait a moment, I have some fine tea. He produced his treasured Longjing tea, a premium variety he usually treasured too much to drink. Then, from beneath the counter, he pulled out an unopened pack of hard Zhonghua cigarettes. He respectfully handed it to Tan Jiayi. Mr. Tan, have a smoke. He lavished them with attentive hospitality. Only then did Boss Qin rub his hands together, a broad smile lighting up his face as he sat down across from them. Mr. Tan, young brother Jiayi, what brings you here today? Any good news to share with your old buddy? His mind was already spinning with possibilities. Was this father-son duo planning to open another new internet cafe? Tan Jiayi lifted his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and cut straight to the point. Mr. Qin, we're here to discuss a business deal with you. He paused, then uttered three words, buy computers. Buy computers. Tan Jiayi personally came to discuss buying computers. Could this possibly be a small deal? Mr. Qin's palms began to sweat with excitement. He recalled Tan Jiayi's past large-scale purchases. Each time he made a move, it started at hundreds of units. After such a long absence, his appetite must be even greater now. Suppressing his inner euphoria, he tentatively asked, Brother Jiayi, how many units might you need this time? Tan Jiayi didn't speak, merely extending a single finger slowly. Mr. Qin's heart pounded wildly. He nearly blurted out, 100 units? That number alone was enough to keep him buzzing with excitement for days. Yet Tan Jiayi shook his head gently. He looked at Boss Qin, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No. It's 100,000 units. Mr. Qin felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. A buzzing sound filled his ears. His vision even darkened slightly. 100,000? Had he misheard? Did that kid just say 100,000? Not 100, not 1,000, a full 100,000 computers? He nearly passed out on the spot. Unbelievable wealth. Landing on his own head? Just like that, falling into his lap? Chapter 159, Small Profits, High Volume Still Not Bad. Young Master Do? Mr. Qin blurted out the question reflexively, his voice cracking from sheer shock, even breaking slightly. He prided himself on weathering countless storms during his years in the electronics market, cultivating a composure that remained unshaken even if a mountain collapsed before him. But the figure Tan Jiayi had just named was utterly earth-shattering, beyond all comprehension. This was no ordinary commercial order. It was a figure capable of altering a person's entire destiny. Just as the counter-question left his lips, he lifted his teacup to steady his nerves, but the scalding Longjing tea in his mouth, overwhelmed by the emotional shock, simply wouldn't go down. Put. A mouthful of tea shot out, hitting its mark squarely. Its target? Tan Jiayi, sitting directly across from him. Caught completely off guard, Tan Jiayi was drenched in the sudden tea shower, his face splattered with droplets and tea leaves clinging to his eyebrows. He froze in shock. Mr. Qin froze in shock, then instantly realized his terrible faux pas. Oh my! Mr. Tan! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He jumped up in panic, frantically grabbing a tissue from nearby and trying to wipe Tan Jiayi's face. Tan Jiayi, however, didn't seem to mind. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling it wasn't necessary. He pulled out his own handkerchief and calmly wiped the tea from his face, his expression serene. It seemed as though the figure of 100,000 units and Mr. Qin's loss of composure were nothing out of the ordinary to him. Seeing Tan Jiayi's composed demeanor, then glancing at Tan Jiayi beside him, who remained equally unruffled, Qin's mind was in turmoil. He took several deep breaths, struggling to steady his racing heart. He turned his gaze back to Tan Jiayi, cautiously confirming. Jiayi, young man. You just said 100,000 units? Did I hear that correctly? Tan Jiayi nodded. Mr. Qin, you heard correctly. We do indeed need to procure 100,000 computers. He elaborated briefly. Our Gen Network affiliated internet cafes plan to establish around 1,000 locations within a year, centered in Jiangcheng and expanding to several key surrounding cities. Based on a standard configuration of 100 computers per location. 100,000 units is a conservative estimate. 1,000 internet cafes. 100,000 computers. These two figures combined landed like a heavy blow right in the heart of Boss Qin. He had previously seen Tan Jiayi's bold declaration of opening 1,000 stores in a year in the newspaper. At the time, he thought, this guy might be blowing his own horn a bit too much. But now it seemed, he was dead serious. And the first step? Plunging straight into this terrifying computer procurement order. Mr. Qin's mind began racing. This time, it wasn't shock, he was utterly ignited by the immense, unimaginable profit potential. 100,000 computers. Even if he sold them at the bare minimum profit of 200 yuan per unit. That would still amount to 10 million, tens of millions. 20 million. A full 20 million yuan in pure profit. Mr. Qin felt his breath nearly stop. 20 million. In an era where the average monthly wage was only 500 yuan, this was an astronomical sum, enough to catapult him to the top and achieve financial freedom overnight. And what's more, placing a single order for a staggering 100,000 units meant upstream manufacturers and distributors would surely offer massive internal discounts. His actual profit would far exceed 20 million. He, Qin, had toiled away in the electronics market for so many years, dreaming of striking it rich. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that today, in this tiny shop, an 8-year-old child casually handed him the opportunity to become a millionaire. From now on, when Qin walked out into the world, he would be a big shot worth tens of millions. A wave of overwhelming happiness washed over Mr. Qin, nearly knocking him off his feet. Sparkles danced before his eyes. In a daze, his thoughts drifted back to several months earlier. He remembered it clearly. Back then, Tan Jiayi was still a little kid barely reaching his knees. Timidly trailing behind Tan Huigan. With a voice still thick with baby talk, he'd asked to buy 5 computers. Even then, he had thought the boy was precocious. But who could have imagined that within mere months, this little tyke would transform into a figure capable of effortlessly stirring up the entire business world of Jiangcheng? The Tan Jiayi of that time was simply incomparable to the composed teenager of today, who casually tossed out orders for 100,000 units with a smile. The stark contrast. It instantly elevated Boss Qin's awe and respect for the youth before him to its peak. He snapped back to reality, realizing he couldn't just stand there grinning like an idiot. Such a monumental deal, such a distinguished guest, the highest level of hospitality was imperative. Hey! Mr. Qin bellowed outside the shop, his voice cracking with excitement. Hurry up! Go to the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Reserve the most expensive banquet table. Tell them it's from Qin here, hosting the most important VIP. He felt this was the only way to convey even a fraction of his overwhelming excitement. Only then would it be worthy of this deal, one that could change his fate. But no sooner had he finished shouting. Before the waiter could react, Tan Jiayi gently waved her hand. Mr. Qin, there's no need to trouble yourself. Tan Jiayi's tone was calm, as if the impending millions in profit were insignificant in his eyes. Dinner isn't necessary. We're pressed for time. His tone shifted as his gaze fixed on Mr. Qin's face, tinged with the shrewdness unique to businessmen. We're old acquaintances. Let's be straightforward. If you could just offer us a better price, that would mean more than anything else. Hearing this, Mr. Qin's heart swelled with delight. Look at that. Look at his mindset. Not after empty praise, just after real value. Doing business with such straightforward people is a pleasure. Besides, what's a little profit margin? Compared to that 20 million, it's a drop in the bucket. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Boss Qin patted his chest and agreed wholeheartedly. Young brother Jiayi, rest assured. Given our friendship and your volume, I'll give you the absolute best price. Just tell me what specs you want and what price you're looking at. Tan Jiayi didn't mince words, promptly listing a set of specifications currently the mainstream performance configuration on the market, offering exceptional value for money. Mr. Qin knew this setup inside out. The cost fluctuated between 6,800 and 6,900 yuan, while the market retail price generally started at 7,500 yuan and above. Then Tan Jiayi gave his price. 7,050 yuan. He looked at Mr. Qin, his tone calm and unruffled. For 1 unit. Whoosh! Mr. Qin's legs, which had been trembling with wild excitement, they went limp, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He plopped right back onto the sofa. Chapter 160. This kid is too cunning, desperately seeking gold tickets. 7,050? He quickly calculated the cost price of this configuration in his head. Even if he pulled every string to get the absolute lowest wholesale price, it would still be close to 7,000. Selling it for 7,050. One computer he'd worked his fingers to the bone, running around like crazy, shouldering huge financial risks. The final profit, only $50? 50 yuan? He didn't know. He truly didn't know. How did this 8-year-old boy calculate so precisely a price that barely covered his costs, leaving him with a measly $50 profit? This kid is a freaking prodigy? Mr. Qin felt his heart bleeding. The anticipated massive profit of 20 million had instantly shrunk to 5 million. 5 million was still an astronomical sum. But the psychological blow was simply too devastating. He opened his mouth, about to instinctively haggle again even if it meant squeezing out an extra 10 or 20 bucks per unit. But unexpectedly, Tan Jiayi didn't give him a chance to speak. The young man had already risen from the sofa, his gaze calm as he looked at Zhang, his tone carrying an air of command. With a volume of 100,000 units, thin margins but high volume is still favorable. He paused, then turned as if to leave, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette and an unfinished sentence. If Mr. Qin isn't willing. Tan Jiayi's words, if Mr. Qin isn't willing, landed like the finishing stroke of a painting, carrying just the right amount of pressure. In an instant, it crushed the last shred of bargaining resolve in Mr. Qin's heart. Unwilling? What a joke! Was he, Mr. Qin, some kind of fool? This juicy piece of meat, even if not as plump as imagined, was still meat. And the kind that could stuff you silly. What's more, his mind raced. He instantly realized this deal offered far more than just monetary gain. 100,000 computers. What does that even mean? It was enough to put him directly in contact with the headquarters of major computer brands. With this earth-shattering order, securing the regional distribution rights for several major brands across the entire Jiangnan region was practically a done deal. Once he became the master distributor, what would that signify? This means that from now on, in Jiangcheng and throughout the entire Jiangnan region, every computer retailer will have to dance to Qin's tune. He would control the channels, dictate the prices, and become the true powerhouse in this industry. By then, his status would be incomparable to that of a small shop owner like he was now. He would be a true industry titan. His word would be law. At this realization, the frustration Qin had felt over shrinking profits vanished instantly, replaced instead by a more far-reaching, more grandiose excitement. So what if he made a little less? Compared to future industry standing, it's nothing. Small profits, large volume, little by little, it adds up. This was the essential mindset of a successful businessman, and it was also the motto that Boss Qin always kept on his lips. Besides, even if he only made $50 per unit, with 100,000 units sold, that's a solid 5 million in pure profit. 5 million. What does that mean in this era? It was enough to buy an entire row of shops in the most bustling district of Jiangcheng. It was perfect timing. He'd long been dissatisfied with his current storefront, too cramped, too poorly laid out, and had been eyeing a larger, more impressive space, but had been held back by insufficient funds. Now, Mr. Qin couldn't help but start daydreaming. He'd own a row of prime commercial properties, bright and spacious, exuding unparalleled grandeur. Every competitor trying to make a living in the electronics market would have to come to him respectfully for supplies, breathing down his neck. That life? It would be absolutely perfect. Just as Qin was lost in these boundless visions of the future, a silly grin spreading across his face. Tan Jiayi's voice suddenly cut through his reverie, snapping him back to reality. Mr. Qin, Tan Jiayi looked at him, wearing an innocent smile. You do offer free delivery here, right? Whether intentional or not. When Tan Jiayi uttered those 4 words, free delivery, he slowed his pace slightly, enunciating each syllable with particular clarity. Mr. Qin was so overjoyed he was dizzy with excitement. How could he notice such a minor detail? He waved his hand generously, agreeing without a second thought. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Free delivery. Absolutely free. Rest assured, Brother Jiayi. Just give me the address, and no matter how much cargo it is, I'll personally see it delivered. Tan Jiayi nodded in satisfaction. Tan Jiayi, standing nearby, promptly pulled out a pre-prepared check from his briefcase, along with a thick purchase contract. Mr. Qin took the check, glancing only at the leading 3 in the dizzying string of zeros that followed. 300 million yuan advance payment. His heart began to race again. He picked up the contract, skimmed through it, and after confirming the quantities and unit prices were correct, he picked up a pen and, with a flourish, signed his name in the Party B section. He pressed his crimson fingerprint firmly onto the document. The deal was sealed. The Tan family father and son didn't linger. They tucked away the contract and rose to take their leave. Mr. Qin escorted them all the way to the shop entrance, his face plastered with obsequious flattery. Only when the luxury sedan vanished around the corner, only then did the smile slowly fade from his face, replaced by a sense of relief and an almost unbelievable ecstasy. Clutching the weighty contract and the check, he felt his life had changed completely. Yet, just as he turned to head back inside and digest the sudden windfall, a question he had long ignored suddenly exploded in his mind like a bolt from the blue. Wait. Tan Jiayi just said his internet cafes would spread throughout the Jiangcheng area, covering several cities? Free delivery to those cities? 100,000 computers. In batches. Delivered to over 1,000 different locations. And many of them outside the city? This shipping cost must be astronomical. What kind of massive fleet would that require? How much manpower and resources would that consume?
Mr. Qin's smile instantly froze, cold sweat breaking out again. He suddenly recalled Tan Jiayi's deliberately emphasized phrase, free delivery. And that seemingly casual, yet precisely calculated quote of 7,050. He'd fallen for it. He'd fallen for it, damn it. That kid. He'd calculated the shipping costs into the deal all along. A significant chunk of that shaved-off profit was probably earmarked to cover this hole. Watching the Tan family walk away, Boss Qin's expression grew complex. It finally dissolved into a helpless, yet somewhat reverent, bitter smile and a sigh. That kid, he's too sharp. Chapter 161, Full Steam Ahead. The deal for 100,000 computers, the tough nut to crack, had just been sealed. Before Tan Jiayi could catch his breath, fresh good news arrived, delivered directly to his desk. Wang Xiaoya, Lu Jiali, and others led the first field investigation team. Their operations in several key surrounding cities. It was going so smoothly it was almost unbelievable, truly like a knife through butter. All of this was thanks to Tan Jiayi's seemingly outlandish yet remarkably precise nationwide address-seeking strategy. He instructed Wang Xiaoya and her team to avoid aimless wandering before departure. Instead, they prioritized investigating locations most frequently recommended by players. This simple prioritization held the wisdom of big data. The logic was straightforward. Where would people most want a high-end internet cafe to open? Right in their neighborhood. Naturally, it's those areas with the highest demand for internet access but the poorest existing conditions. And these areas are often concentrated around schools and bustling commercial streets. These are precisely prime locations for internet cafes. Gamers in these areas have long been fed up with the rundown, overpriced, and poorly maintained little black rooms nearby. Naturally, they're eager to recommend the locations they deem most suitable and in most urgent need of improvement. Locations repeatedly mentioned and ranked among the top recommendations. Almost without exception, these were prime locations with massive foot traffic and limitless potential. Thus, Wang Xiaoya and her team's scouting became exceptionally efficient. Armed with precise maps crowdsourced from countless players, they followed the trail like hounds, heading straight for their targets. With minimal effort, they weeded out obviously unreliable leads and effortlessly identified dozens of prime locations perfectly suited for internet cafes. They photographed and documented each potential location, meticulously recording key details like the surrounding environment, traffic conditions, and estimated foot traffic. They promptly sent illustrated reports via email. Tan Jiayi, stationed in Jiangcheng, received these reports complete with photos and text in real time. Tan Jiayi, stationed at headquarters, received a steady stream of information from various cities. His review speed was astonishingly fast. He quickly compared and evaluated each location against the local rental market data he had already gathered through various channels. Once a venue meets all requirements, and the potential landlord's initial quote fell within a reasonable range, he would make the decision almost the instant he saw the email. This one, take it. That one, negotiate the price down by 5%. If they won't budge, move on to the backup. This location is prime. Authorize the deposit transfer immediately. Sign the lease agreement at the earliest opportunity. Secure this venue without fail. Instructions were swiftly relayed via phone and online channels, with funds promptly secured. The entire process was highly efficient, launching a swift charge toward the goal of opening 1,000 stores in a single year. Efficiency. This is the astonishing efficiency under the Tan Jiayi system. Bolstered by the nationwide targeting strategy and complemented by the core team's efficient execution. And Tan Jiayi's decisive and precise decision-making. The expansion plan for internet cafes accelerated like pressing fast forward. In less than half a month. A goal that would take many chain brands months, even a year, to achieve was effortlessly surpassed. Over 30 prime internet cafe locations with tremendous potential were secured. Black and white lease agreements were neatly filed away. And this is just the beginning. Tan Jiayi, stationed at the Jiangcheng headquarters, remotely directed teams like Wang Xiaoya who were crisscrossing various cities via phone and internet. Once the contracts are signed, immediately contact the most reputable local renovation companies. Tan Jiayi's instructions were concise and clear. Our headquarters will provide the design blueprints. There's only one requirement: complete the renovations as quickly as possible while ensuring quality. Shave off a single day if you can. Time was money, especially in this race against his own bold promises. Meanwhile, he didn't halt the inspection team's progress. Based on the steady stream of player recommendations pouring in, he swiftly identified a new batch of high-potential targets, mapped out the optimal routes, and dispatched Wang Xiaoya and others to rush non-stop to the next city. The numbers in the bank account flowed out like water. Venue rentals, renovation deposits, design fees, every expense was substantial.
For any ordinary person, witnessing such massive outflows of funds would likely cause sleepless nights filled with heartache. Yet Tan Jiayi remained unusually calm. One could even say he was delighted. A faint smile always lingered at the corners of his mouth. Leaning back in his spacious executive chair, his gaze drifted toward the bustling cityscape outside the window. A surge of indescribable pride and accomplishment welled up within him. Reborn into this life, it felt like yesterday. He remembered clearly how, just months ago, he was that young man who had carefully walked into the electronics mall with 50,000 yuan he'd scraped together from every possible source, purchasing his first 5 computers. Back then, he possessed almost nothing except the memories in his mind that were ahead of their time. Starting from scratch, it was just like this. And now? In just a few short months, he had transformed from an obscure elementary school student into a nationally celebrated entrepreneurial star, the media's darling, hailed as a prodigy. More importantly, he was no longer just talking the talk. The business empire he built with his own hands was expanding at a visible pace. Before long, he would become the actual controller of a nationwide empire of internet cafes, boasting thousands of chain locations. He could even envision the future scene. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, across the vast expanse of Xia Nation, from bustling coastal cities to remote inland towns, countless young people, no matter where they were, strangers to one another, all gathered at the same moment in bright, well-lit internet cafes equipped with cutting-edge machines. Logging into the same game account, they would fight side by side in the same virtual world, or simply revel in the convenience of high-speed internet. That nationwide, ubiquitous spectacle. Time slipped by, and 2 months passed unnoticed. Jiangcheng, though located in the south, also welcomed a damp and cold winter. The cold wind whipped up fine rain, shrouding this rapidly developing city in a hazy mist. Tan Jiayi was wrapped in a bozzating down jacket, quite popular at the time, with the zipper pulled all the way up, burying his chin inside. His fair, delicate face flushed slightly from the biting cold as he walked steadily into the classroom. Almost the moment he stepped inside, a pair of sparkling eyes locked onto him. His deskmate, Li Lei, had been sitting upright at her seat. Upon seeing Tan Jiayi enter, her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Chapter 162, 2 months, 100 internet cafes opened. Like a little squirrel presenting a treasure, Li Lei swiftly pulled a small bag of exquisitely packaged imported snacks from her bulging desk. She pushed it toward Tan Jiayi as if presenting a precious gift. In her heart, Tan Jiayi was nothing short of a god descended from heaven. Compared to the boys in their class who still played marbles, chased each other around during breaks, and even occasionally had runny noses, Tan Jiayi was a being from another dimension entirely. Smart, talented, and incredibly handsome, he was simply perfect. Tan Jiayi had long grown accustomed to this. He calmly slipped off his down jacket, revealing a well-fitted wool sweater underneath. He casually picked up a chocolate cookie that looked tasty and popped it into his mouth. Li Lei propped her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at Tan Jiayi's profile, feeling she could never get enough of the sight. She hesitated for a moment before finally gathering her courage. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Jiayi." Tan Jiayi turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and gestured for her to continue. Li Lei's large eyes fluttered with curiosity. "When you grow up, what kind of girl will you like?" Tan Jiayi paused mid-chew. He seemed genuinely thoughtful, pondering the question for a moment. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, one that seemed utterly out of place for his age, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. But he quickly regained his composure. Then, in an utterly matter-of-fact tone, he clearly uttered 7 words. Elegant, intellectual, and big waves. The air seemed to freeze for half a second. Li Lei? The year's end was approaching. The air was already thick with the restless energy of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Inside Jiangcheng, however, the bustle was even more intense. Wang Xiaoya and her pioneering team have been working non-stop for the past 2 months. Their footprints have covered every key town around Jiangcheng. The results have been remarkable. Suitable locations have been secured in large numbers, and most renovation projects are nearing completion. In fact, the number of brand new internet cafes meeting opening standards has already reached around 100. Hardware is in place, renovations are complete, and internet connectivity is smooth, ready to welcome customers at any moment. Yet they all waited quietly, awaiting a unified command. Behind this lies Tan Jiayi's even bolder, some might say reckless decision. A simultaneous opening of all 100 locations. Not opening them one by one in scattered fashion, but before the new year. All 100 stores would be launched into the market at once. This was an unprecedented feat in Xia Nation at the time. The concept of chain internet cafes was just emerging. Owning 7 or 8 branches was already considered industry-leading and a symbol of strength. But Tan Jiayi? His first move? 100 stores. And all opening on the same day. When this news spread through television and newspapers, reaching every street and alley, the entire populace of Xia Nation, especially the younger generation, was utterly electrified. Awe and shock gave way to an uncontrollable sense of anticipation. 100 locations opening at once? What sheer audacity! What a display of power! They couldn't wait to witness this moment destined to be etched into Xia's commercial history. Finally, the date arrived, February 1st, 1999. The Lunar New Year was just 1 week away. This day had long been chosen by Tan Jiayi as an auspicious date. In several cities surrounding Jiangcheng, the atmosphere was as festive as if the new year had arrived early. Countless young faces, brimming with excitement and a pilgrim-like fervor, gathered early outside the newly decorated shops bearing the Jiali Internet Café sign, eagerly awaiting the moment. They discussed and speculated among themselves about the configuration inside. At 8:18 a.m., a moment imbued with auspicious meaning. Across different cities, exactly 100 Jiali Internet Cafés. As if receiving the same silent command, their actions were perfectly synchronized. The tightly sealed roller shutters were abruptly pulled open with a loud clatter, revealing the brand new, bright, and high-tech interior. Simultaneously, pre-prepared firecrackers ignited in unison. Crackling explosions echoed in rapid succession, piercing the sky with deafening roars, proclaiming the dawn of a new era for Jiali Internet Café. Countless local media reporters, armed with cameras and lenses, had already secured prime vantage points. Lenses faithfully captured this awe-inspiring moment. The shutter clicks echoed incessantly. They knew they were witnessing an unprecedented business miracle. The grand opening of 100 stores simultaneously was like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that swiftly spread across the nation. Within mere hours, primetime evening news broadcasts and front-page headlines across newspapers were dominated by a single name and story. Genius teen Tan Jiayi strikes again. 100 Jiali Internet Cafés open simultaneously. Business miracle. Jiangcheng invests nearly 100 million to build China's largest internet cafe chain. A timely blessing. Jiali Internet Cafés ease online access shortages across multiple regions, earning public praise. Overnight, Tan Jiayi, Jiali Internet Cafés, and the simultaneous opening of 100 locations became the hottest keywords. Countless citizens glued themselves to their televisions or pored over newspapers. They were profoundly shaken by this impactful news. The name Tan Jiayi, the prodigy, had already become widely known over the past few months. But this time, what he accomplished, its sheer scale and astonishing audacity, once again shattered the limits of what people thought he was capable of. Opening 100 internet cafes at once. What does this signify? The media swiftly zeroed in on the key point: investment. Just the initial investment in these 100 stores' hardware, renovations, rent, and other expenses totaled a staggering figure approaching 100 million yuan. In an era when having 10,000 yuan was still something to be proud of. An 8-year-old boy could mobilize such massive capital for such a large-scale business venture. It was nothing short of a myth. More importantly, this wasn't merely a grand commercial gamble. For ordinary people who had long endured difficult, expensive, and poor internet access, especially for the youth, the emergence of Jiali Internet Café holds extraordinary significance. In the news footage, reporters randomly interviewed the young people who were the first to flood into the newly opened internet café. Their faces radiated uncontrollable excitement and satisfaction. This is awesome. This environment, these machines, this is what an internet café should be. Before, if I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I either had to travel far or put up with lag. Now I have such a great place right at my doorstep. Thank you, Mr. Tan. Thank you, Jiangcheng. This is truly a godsend for us. These simple words echoed the sentiments of countless others. Jiali Internet Café isn't just a place to go online. It has significantly alleviated the growing demand for internet access among urban residents, especially in second and third tier cities. Chapter 163, World of Warcraft: A Goldmine. Meanwhile, at Tan Jiayi's home, the atmosphere was equally intense, even bordering on feverish. Tan Huagin and Lu Jiali sat side by side at the top of the line Jiali computer, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Displayed on the screen was the newly launched Unified Management System backend for all 100 newly opened Jiali Internet Cafés. In the most prominent position of the backend, the figure representing today's total recharge amount. It was skyrocketing at a heart-pounding speed. It was like riding a rocket. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. The numbers flashed at a dizzying frequency. Almost every few seconds, it would surge upward in a huge leap. It's going up again. It's going up again. Old Tan, look. Lu Jiali excitedly grabbed her husband's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Tan Huagin stared intently, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down with a mix of tension and excitement. He never imagined the internet cafe business could become this wildly popular. This phenomenon stemmed from a convergence of multiple factors. First, the stellar reputation Jiali Internet Café had built in Jiangcheng and other areas had long spread through word of mouth among gamers, radiating out to surrounding cities. Everyone knew this was a conscientious internet cafe with a great environment, top-notch machines, and excellent service. Second, Jiangcheng network itself, especially the massive success of World of Warcraft, had already imbued the brand with an aura of prestige. The name Tan Jiayi is like a golden signboard. It represents quality and strength. Add to that the timing around the Lunar New Year. Students are on break, factories are shutting down, and young people have plenty of free time. The pent-up demand for internet access and gaming erupted all at once. All these factors converged. The opening of Jiali Internet Café ignited like dry kindling meeting a raging fire, instantly igniting the spending enthusiasm of all the young people. They not only flooded the internet cafe to experience it, but also immediately and without hesitation chose to top up their accounts. They signed up for membership cards to enjoy more favorable prices and priority treatment. As time ticked by, the numbers on the screen continued their relentless climb upward. As night fell and the opening day's clamor gradually subsided, that final, frozen number left Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali utterly stunned. 1,123,000. On the very first day of operation, the total recharge amount for these 100 new internet cafes had already surpassed the 10 million mark. 10 million. What did this signify? It means that nearly 100 million yuan in upfront investment costs. In just one day, they recouped over 1/10 of it. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali exchanged glances, seeing unbridled elation in each other's eyes. They were practically beaming from ear to ear, their wrinkles spreading into bright smiles. They never could have imagined their son's seemingly risky, even reckless plan to open 100 stores simultaneously would yield such immediate, earth-shattering results. At this rate, why worry about losses? It wouldn't be long, perhaps just a few months, or even weeks. They could recoup their entire investment and start raking in profits. This money-making speed was faster than a printing press. At this moment, they harbored not a shred of doubt about their son's abilities. Only overwhelming pride remained. The atmosphere in the study reached its peak as the numbers kept jumping. Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali both wore excited flushes on their faces, their eyes shining with astonishing brilliance. They looked 10 years younger. They stared at the figure that finally settled at over 10 million. Overwhelmed with emotion, they slapped each other's arms in celebration. Just then, the study door opened quietly. Tan Jiayi's small figure entered. Seeing his parents nearly dancing with joy, he raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "Dad, Mom, what's got you so excited?" Lu Jiali's smile blossomed like fireworks upon seeing her son. She grabbed Tan Jiayi's arm, her voice rising 8 octaves with excitement. "Son! Look! Our 100 internet cafes opened today. Just one day. Over 10 million in recharges. 10 million! She felt this was nothing short of a miracle in business history. Another glorious milestone for the Tan family. She couldn't wait to share this immense joy with her son. Yet, when faced with his mother a piece of news that would send any normal person into ecstatic frenzy, Tan Jiayi merely responded with a flat "oh," his lips curling in an almost imperceptible sneer. His expression seemed to say, "Is that all?" He walked over to the computer and casually opened another back-end management interface. It belonged to World of Warcraft. Tan Jiayi leaned in curiously, wanting to see what his son was looking at. One glance was all it took, his entire body froze in place. The screen displayed recharge data, but the numbers? He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking perhaps the strain of recent days had blurred his vision. No mistake. Clear as day. 52 million. Not 5,200,000, a full 52 million. That number seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly sucking the air out of the study and draining the ecstatic joy that had just been radiating from both husband and wife. The 10 million they'd just been so excited about, the internet cafe credit balance, paled instantly in the face of this even more terrifying, colossal sum. It seemed so pale and powerless, even insignificant. They recalled the relentless grind of the past few months. They had run themselves ragged searching for locations, worn out their voices haggling with construction crews, and exhausted themselves recruiting and training staff. To ensure the smooth opening of 100 stores simultaneously, they had barely slept a single peaceful night. All that toil and sacrifice had yielded a first-day revenue of 10 million. This should have been a glorious achievement worthy of pride, even worthy of being recorded in the annals of Tan family's development. But now, the outcome? These hundreds of brick-and-mortar stores, built with the entire family's blood, sweat, and tears. The money they worked so hard to earn all day long couldn't even match the daily change from a virtual game world. The mere tip of the iceberg from a single day's natural cash flow? This stark, almost absurd contrast shattered Tan Jiayi and Lu Jiali's hearts. It shattered the immense sense of accomplishment they had just built up. Tan Jiayi felt his throat constrict, dry and aching as if something had lodged there. Staring at the cold yet searing numbers on the screen, his mind went blank for a moment. His existing business understanding, in this moment, was subjected to an unprecedented, violent shock. His lips trembled a few times before the exclamation, like a dreamlike murmur, struggling to escape his throat. This is what it truly means to rake in a fortune overnight. Chapter 164, Rainstorm Company is in complete panic. While the Tan family marveled at the explosive success of World of Warcraft, Shanghai, Rainstorm Corporation headquarters, James's face was dark and stormy. His usually commanding, confident blue eyes now burned with uncontrollable fury. An expensive custom cigar was crushed between his fingers until it lost its shape. Useless. All of you are useless. His low roar echoed through the spacious office, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable ferocity. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why? He slammed his fist down hard on the expensive mahogany desk. A dull, thunderous crash reverberated. Spread across the desk lay the latest Xia market report and several photos, gathered from various sources, depicting scenes inside internet cafes. Every single piece of data in that report gnawed at his nerves. The photos felt like silent mockery. They tore his proud business strategy to shreds. He simply couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't accept it. That damn World of Warcraft. That game cobbled together by some wet behind-the-ears kid from Xia Nation. Swept through every internet cafe in Xia. According to intelligence fed back through their planted informants and cooperative channels. The situation is absolutely dire. In cities big and small across Xia Nation, nearly every internet cafe. At least 7 or 8 out of every 10 computers were running that damn game. StarCraft? StarCraft, the game they had promoted with all their might and pinned their hopes on. It had been pushed into a corner where no one paid it any attention. Admittedly, they had mobilized the powerful global channels and influence of Storm Corporation to implement comprehensive media suppression and channel blockades for World of Warcraft in markets outside Xia Nation. This had resulted in rather dismal international sales and visibility for the game. But that was nowhere near enough. What truly filled him with rage and horror was the revenue comparison in the report. Relying solely on Xia, this enormous, almost absurdly vast market. That damn World of Warcraft's revenue potential was already holding its own against StarCraft, which had received massive investments in marketing and promotional resources. Worse still, in certain metrics, it was showing signs of overtaking it. This was an utter disgrace. James felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a chill running up his spine. He knew exactly what this meant. Currently, relying solely on the domestic market of Xia Nation, the opponent already possessed such terrifying money-making capabilities. Once that cunning youngster found a breakthrough, allowing World of Warcraft to tear open a crack in the international market and gain a foothold. What would await James? What would await Rainstorm Corporation? It would be an irreversible, catastrophic defeat. A complete and utter failure. A total defeat in the bet agreement. The greatest, most shameful stain on his career. The shadow of failure weighed heavily on James's heart. He could almost envision what awaited him once news of the failed bet reached the US headquarters. The board's fury, colleagues' scorn, the media's relentless criticism. And the career he had painstakingly built over years would likely come to a shameful end. The mere thought of these dreadful consequences. James felt his breathing grow labored and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I'm completely out of it. Just then. Ring ring. The internal line phone on the desk suddenly rang out. James flinched. Staring at the phone flashing red lights, a flicker of dread appeared in his eyes. He knew exactly what a call from this number meant at this hour. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves, and pressed the answer button. Almost the instant the receiver touched his ear, a furious roar, thick with a heavy accent, crashed across the vast ocean and slammed into his eardrums. James! You idiot! What the hell are you doing? Look at the mess you've created. The familiar tirade pierced James's heart without mercy. Lately, as World of Warcraft's popularity in Xia Nation continued to soar, these transoceanic tirades had become a daily occurrence. And each time, they grew more intense, more vile than the last. He could vividly picture the usually aloof board member on the other end of the line, now spitting venom with a face twisted in rage. James gripped the receiver tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could only endure it meekly. He dared not utter a single word of defense. The senior executive at Rainstorm Corporation on the other end seemed to tire of yelling, taking a few heavy breaths. Then, in a voice cold enough to freeze the blood, delivered the final, devastating blow that would send James plummeting into the depths of despair. James, let me give you the latest update. According to the data we just compiled. The voice paused, as if deliberately emphasizing the despair. As of yesterday, the global sales of that damn World of Warcraft has officially surpassed StarCraft. Surpassed. Despite being firmly suppressed in the international market, solely through the terrifying explosive power of the Xia market alone, World of Warcraft's total revenue had achieved this seemingly impossible reversal. James felt his heart nearly stop beating. The voice on the other end of the line continued, like a final judgment. James, I don't care what methods you use. At any cost. You must turn this situation around immediately. If you can't come up with an effective countermeasure, it's only a matter of time before we get completely left behind. And you know what the consequences will be. The phone was slammed down. The busy tone echoed in James's ears like a death knell. He set the receiver down in a daze, his body slumping limply into the oversized executive chair. His eyes were vacant, his face ashen. We've been overtaken. If he didn't find a solution quickly, he'd be left behind for good. The consequences. One by one, cold words swirled madly in his mind. They devoured his last shred of hope and optimism. What sent a chill down James' spine even more than the sales gap was the chasm in their profit models. StarCraft was a one-time purchase. Once players purchased the base game, subsequent profit growth became extremely limited. Its revenue relied on constant player acquisition and expansion pack sales. But what about that damn World of Warcraft? James was almost certain it couldn't possibly be just about selling copies. Pay-per-play? Monthly subscriptions? Or perhaps even more covert, persistent monetization methods. This model meant a steady stream of cash flow, long-term, stable, high returns driven by player retention. Its inherent ability to generate revenue from the ground up completely outclassed StarCraft. This was a far more lethal problem. Especially in the Xia market. James wasn't a fool. He understands perfectly well that Xia Nation is currently experiencing an unprecedented period of economic ascent. This is a colossal market of over 1 billion people, whose purchasing power is awakening at an astonishing pace. The potential here is simply limitless. What would losing such a market mean for Rainstorm Corporation? It would be far more than just missing out on a little profit. It meant losing the future. In the global gaming market's competitive landscape, it would be left far behind by rivals. It means extinguishing one of Rainstorm Corporation's future growth engines. Such a loss is absolutely unbearable for Rainstorm Corporation. It is a devastating blow capable of shaking the very foundations of the company. Chapter 165, Discounts? The more you discount, the faster you die. That reprimanding call from headquarters shattered the last shred of hope lingering in James's heart. His mood plummeted instantly, sinking into a chilling abyss. The crushing sense of defeat nearly suffocated him. He recalled how, just months ago when that bet agreement was signed, he had been so full of vigor and self-satisfaction. In his eyes, that kid from Xia Nation named Tan Jiayi was nothing more than a lucky, slightly clever child. Crush him? That would be as easy as squashing an ant, wouldn't it? The overwhelming strength and resources of Rainstorm Corporation were more than enough to crush any challenger into dust. Yet reality had delivered a slap so resounding it bordered on humiliation. He even resorted to underhanded tactics, tearing down all pretense of civility, rushing the release of StarCraft ahead of schedule at any cost, all to seize that fleeting, seemingly insignificant advantage. To gain that sliver of seemingly insignificant time advantage. He believed that with Blizzard's golden reputation and his preemptive positioning, he could strangle that fledgling rival in its cradle. But what was the result? That kid, that youth he once regarded as insignificant, actually withstood all the pressure. With the groundbreaking World of Warcraft, he had overtaken him, achieving this incredible reversal and surpassing him. The thought alone made James' cheeks burn with stinging pain. He clenched his jaw, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His gaze swept over the digital calendar on the corner of the desk. The bright red numbers on it were as glaring as a death sentence. The final deadline for the bet agreement was now just 1 month away. Time was running out. He had no way out. He couldn't bear the consequences of failure, and neither could Rainstorm Corporation. He had to do something. He had to come up with a solution. At any cost, he had to boost StarCraft's sales as much as possible in this final month. Even if it's just to salvage a shred of dignity, even if it's just to make the final numbers look less humiliating. Time was running out, and the pressure was crushing. James's mind raced, frantically searching for any possible means to reverse the downward trend. Conventional marketing strategies? Increasing ad spending? Hosting offline events? Against World of Warcraft's terrifying dominance, these would likely be mere drops in the bucket, yielding minimal results. He needed a powerful remedy. A drastic measure that would deliver immediate results and forcefully stimulate sales. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons repeatedly, or rather, driven to desperation, a thought, tinged with humiliation and reluctance, surfaced in his mind. Price cuts. Discount sales for StarCraft. This was an option he had never considered before, one he had even dismissed with contempt. Baodu Productions had always been renowned for its high quality and premium pricing. In his view, discount promotions were detrimental to the brand's image. But now, he couldn't care less about that. Pride? Image? Faced with the possibility of a crushing defeat and the end of his career, none of that mattered anymore. The original retail price of StarCraft in Xia Nation was 128 yuan. For ordinary workers earning an average monthly wage of only around 500 yuan at the time, this price equaled over a week's hard-earned income. It was undoubtedly a significant expense. A resolute glint flashed in James's eyes. He made a decision that would send shockwaves through the entire market. James picked up the internal phone and issued his command. Notify all channels immediately. Starting tomorrow, the price of StarCraft in the Xia Kingdom region will be slashed in half. Half price. 64 yuan. This order not only caused an uproar within Rainstorm Corporation, but the moment the news broke, it ignited the entire player community across Xia Nation. What the hell? Every player who heard the news reacted with utter disbelief. StarCraft? That game from Rainstorm Corporation, hailed as a masterpiece, priced so high? How long has it even been since release? Barely half a year at most, right? And now, it's already going on sale? And it's starting with a straight 50% off? Half price? This is unheard of. Unseen before. When did Blizzard become so down to earth? Has the sun risen in the west? Countless players who had been hesitating over the price and holding back their money were instantly stunned by this unexpected surprise. $64 still not exactly cheap. But compared to the original 128, the appeal is worlds apart. Jargon Network Company. Tan Jiayi had just returned from school, still carrying a hint of studentish charm. But the moment he stepped into this domain, his business empire and aura of uncharacteristic composedness for his age quietly emanated from him. He had barely sat down at his private desk. Before he could take a sip of water, the internal phone on his desk rang urgently. It was Wang Xiaoya. Mr. Tan. The moment the call connected, Wang Xiaoya's slightly anxious voice came through, tinged with disbelief. We just got confirmation the folks at Heavy Rain, they've gone completely off the rails. Tan Jiayi raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. StarCraft. Their game that's directly competing with ours just announced a 50% discount. The price has been slashed in half. From 128 to 64. She paused, her tone thick with obvious concern. Mr. Tan, this price drop is too steep. It's bound to hit our sales hard. Should we consider some countermeasures? On the other end of the line, Tan Jiayi listened without showing any of the gravity or surprise Wang Xiaoya had anticipated. Instead, a cold, mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. A cold chuckle escaped him. James, this is it. Cornered like a rat, he's completely lost his mind. Countermeasures? Is a response even necessary? Tan Jiayi leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop absent-mindedly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, all converging on the same conclusion. This is digging their own grave. He couldn't be bothered to analyze the potential short-term sales boost this price cut might bring. Because in his view, James's move was utterly foolish, like drinking poison to quench thirst. Cutting prices at this moment? And slashing them in half? Such suicidal discounts? Has James considered how the players who shelled out real money, a full 128 yuan to support StarCraft's launch over the past few months? What would they think now? Do they feel like fools who got fleeced? Do they feel that their trust and support for the Storm brand has been repaid with a stab in the back? The anger and disappointment of these most loyal, most valuable core users will become a deep, irreparable wound on the Storm brand's reputation. And what about those potential players who were still hesitating, saving up to buy StarCraft? Seeing this so-called masterpiece, barely released, already slashed to half price. What will they think? Does this mean the game simply isn't selling? Does it mean Blizzard itself has lost confidence in the product? When Blizzard releases new games in the future, will they still rush to buy them at full price? Or will they choose to wait, biding their time for that backstab discount that could arrive at any moment? Tan Jiayi could almost foresee the catastrophic chain reaction that James' seemingly aggressive price-cutting strategy would trigger. Would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Mr. Tan? On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoya, having waited a long time without instructions, couldn't help but ask again, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Tan Jiayi snapped back to reality, his voice calm yet unwaveringly decisive as he spoke into the receiver. Xiaoya, we don't need to do anything. What? Wang Xiaoya thought she had misheard. We take no action? Just let them slash prices and steal the market? Tan Jiayi chuckled softly. That laugh carried contempt for the competition and absolute confidence in his grasp of the situation. No need. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying a penetrating force that cut to the core. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He paused, then concluded in a tone bordering on a verdict. The more he fights back, the faster he'll meet his end. Chapter 166, Sudden Shift in the Situation. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoya's hand tightened slightly around the receiver. Her mind went blank. What had Tan just said? Take no action whatsoever? Let StarCraft dump its games at slashed prices? And he said, the deeper the discount, the faster it dies? This completely overturned her basic understanding of business. In her view, price cuts and promotions selling at low margins but high volume, wasn't this the most common and effective way to capture market share? If something is cheaper, more people will buy it, and sales will naturally increase, right? How could it become a path to self-destruction when Mr. Tan put it? She almost instinctively wanted to argue back, to try persuading him again, to remind the boss of the potential short-term impact and the risks at the final moment of the performance-based agreement. But, Mr. Tan. She had barely begun. Xiaoya. Tan Jiayi's calm voice cut her off before she could finish. You know what our primary task is right now. Wang Xiaoya froze. Tan Jiayi's voice continued, clear and resolute. Within 1 year, complete the nationwide rollout of 1,000 internet cafes. This objective is our absolute top priority at this stage. The faster we achieve it, the more solid our future foundation will be, and the more pronounced our competitive edge will become. This is our true moat. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of warning. As for those petty maneuvers from the Rainstorm side, they're merely the last desperate gasps of a dying force. They're not worth distracting us. Stay focused on our own rhythm. Laying this vast net of internet cafes is more important than anything else. Listening to Tan Jiayi's analysis so calm and far-reaching beyond his years, Wang Xiaoya swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Tan Jiayi, though only an 8-year-old child, possessed strategic foresight, an acute grasp of the market, and profound insight into human nature. Had long since surpassed those of the so-called adults. Countless past successes had laid the strongest foundation, supporting her. Even with lingering doubts, she ultimately chose to trust him unconditionally. Perhaps she had truly only seen the immediate, petty gains before her, while Tan Jiayi was already playing a much larger game. I understand, Mr. Tan. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, suppressing her doubts completely. Her tone regained its sharp efficiency. I will dedicate all my energy to the expansion of the internet cafes. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoya didn't dwell on the StarCraft price cut controversy. Instead, she immediately turned around and threw herself back into her work. As it turned out, experience truly is invaluable, or rather, the devil is in the details. Tan Jiayi's seemingly unconventional judgment proved to be a precise prophecy, swiftly validated in the days that followed. After the initial small surge of purchases triggered by Rainstorm Company's StarCraft half-price promotion, it soon unleashed a completely different, even more intense wave of negative backlash among the player community. Just as Tan Jiayi had predicted, the core players who had shelled out 128 yuan in cold, hard cash to support StarCraft during its initial release were absolutely furious. Across major gaming forums and even newly emerging personal websites, instantly flooded with furious condemnation of Blizzard's backstabbing move. I just bought the disc 2 months ago. Paid 128 yuan. Now it's 64 yuan? Blizzard, you think I'm a monkey? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Anyone who buys a Blizzard launch title from now on is a dog. How is this any different from outright robbery? And here I was bragging about how Rainstorm was the industry's conscience. Put. They'd sell their souls to win a bet. I'm turning from fan to hater. From now on, I'll only consider buying Rainstorm games if they're 10% off. Hell, I'd think twice even if they gave them away for free. Angry posts sprouted like mushrooms after rain, filled with fiery language and boiling resentment. These once loyal players now became the most vocal and powerful critics denouncing Rainstorm. Their fury proved highly contagious, swiftly spreading to a broader player base. Even some players who hadn't purchased StarCraft immediately but had been following its development now voiced their discontent. Thank goodness I didn't buy it. If I'd known Blizzard was like this, I'd never have supported them at full price. What an eye-opener. A world-class company acting this shady? Take a lesson from Blizzard. World of Warcraft's pricing has been rock solid since launch. Prepaid cards are clearly priced, no hidden fees. That's true business integrity. Exactly. Look at Mr. Tan. Young as he is, he knows how to run a business. A company as big as Rainstorm lacks even this basic grace. Shameful. The tide of public opinion turned against them at a speed James never anticipated. What was intended as a sales-boosting price cut backfired spectacularly, thrusting Rainstorm onto the dock of unethical practices, player betrayal, and lack of vision. The online backlash was only the beginning. Soon, the players' fury spilled over from the virtual world into reality. Some particularly passionate players even organized spontaneously, marching straight to Rainstorm's headquarters in Shanghai. Banners unfurled, slogans chanted, they demanded Rainstorm Company account for its actions and refund the price difference. Rainstorm is unscrupulous. Give us back our hard-earned money. Deceiving consumers. Rainstorm has no shame. A large crowd quickly gathered outside the headquarters, drawing media attention and onlookers, causing chaos at the scene. This left Heavy Rain in a state of utter disarray. Faced with the surging offline protests and the potential for further escalating negative public opinion, Halon's PR department was overwhelmed. To quickly quell the situation and prevent further escalation, after urgent deliberation, they reluctantly chose a solution that seemed to address the immediate crisis but would inevitably lead to long-term consequences, promising to reimburse the price difference to the protesting players, as long as they could provide valid proof of purchase showing they bought StarCraft at full price before the discount. They could register on site for a subsequent refund of the 64 yuan price difference. The PR team believed that spending a little money would settle the matter. By appeasing these most vocal players, they believed the incident could be contained. However, they severely underestimated the power of the player community and the speed of information dissemination. This was yet another blunder. And a doubly foolish one at that. You're compensating troublemakers? Does that imply those who didn't protest deserve to be ripped off? Isn't this just a veiled encouragement for everyone to cause trouble? The news spread like wildfire among the player community. Heard the news? Go protest at the Rainstorm headquarters and get your money back. Chapter 167, a new strategic layout. Seriously? How much? 64. That's the price difference. My buddy just got his refund. Holy crap. That's too good to be true. Why do they get refunds for protesting while we get nothing for playing by the rules? Exactly. That's unfair. I'm going to demand an explanation too. Let's go. Let's go together. We can't let Rainstorm bully us like this. And so, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. What began as a small offline protest by a few radical players quickly escalated into a massive, nationwide movement demanding price refunds. More and more players who bought at full price, hearing the news, started thinking, why not make a fuss, and why should they get the discount? They began using every channel available. Calling, emailing. Some even stormed into Storm Company's offices nationwide, demanding price adjustments. Rainstorm's customer service lines were overwhelmed, their inboxes flooded, and queues of people demanding refunds began forming outside their offices nationwide. The entire situation spiraled completely out of control. James was dumbfounded. He was genuinely, utterly dumbfounded. His mind went blank, buzzing with the latest data and market feedback his assistant had just reported. The price cut, that desperate, last-ditch strategy he'd pinned all his hopes on. Not only did it fail to turn the tide as anticipated, driving explosive sales growth. Instead, because of that damn price-matching fiasco and the rapid deterioration of word of mouth, return requests piled up like mountains, and potential buyers held onto their cash, waiting to see what would happen. The entire StarCraft sales curve, after experiencing a momentary, insignificant spike, had actually begun to show an even uglier, accelerating downward trend. How could this happen? His brilliant idea, the last gamble of his career, not only failed to work but pushed him into an even deeper abyss? The fire he had lit with his own hands not only failed to consume his rivals but instead burned him to a crisp, turning his own plan into a self-immolation. A cold chill crept up his spine, instantly spreading to every limb and bone. He jerked his wrist upward, staring at the date displayed on his expensive watch. The deadline for the wager was now less than a month away. 1 month. And now, not only had StarCraft's sales failed to catch up to World of Warcraft, but because of his own stroke of genius, the gap had widened even further. It could even be described as a complete collapse. The outcome. After that month, the outcome of the performance-based agreement. Wasn't it a guaranteed loss? A complete and utter defeat, leaving nothing but the shirt on his back? Winter break had arrived, and studies were temporarily on hold. For ordinary students, this meant relaxation and fun, but for Tan Jiayi, it nearly shifted the main battlefield. From the school classroom, he shifted to the heart of his business empire. The office of Jiangcheng Network Company. Tan Jiayi leaned back comfortably in his executive chair. Outside the window, the damp cold unique to Jiangcheng's winter prevailed, while inside, warmth filled the air. On the desk before him lay a freshly printed copy of the World of Warcraft operational data report from the previous day. His gaze swept over the numbers that would make any gaming company CEO ecstatic. New user count, peak concurrent users, and the most dazzling figure of all, revenue from in-game purchases. Yet his expression remained utterly calm, as if he were reading the most ordinary weather forecast. All of this had been entirely within his expectations. James's misstep a self-destructive blunder. StarCraft's drastic price slash, like removing the fuel from beneath the pot, not only failed to reverse the decline but accelerated the exodus of its player base. A significant portion of them, disillusioned with the storm and yearning for a new world. Without hesitation, they threw themselves into the embrace of World of Warcraft. The result? World of Warcraft's already soaring sales and online numbers were propelled to new heights once again. The steeply rising curve on the data report stands as the most compelling proof. As one declined and the other rose, the scales of victory had long since tipped decisively. Tan Jiayi picked up the hot tea from the table and took a gentle sip. Jiangcheng Network's victory in this high-stakes wager was no longer a matter of hope, but a foregone conclusion, a natural outcome. What remained was merely a formality waiting for the final deadline to arrive. Tan Jiayi's thoughts, however, had already soared toward a much more distant future. He was not the type to rest on his laurels. The office was quiet, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the smooth rosewood desk. A rhythmic tapping sound. This faint sound accompanied the rapid churn of his thoughts. The success of World of Warcraft proved his foresight and demonstrated the immense potential for high-quality games in the Xia market. But how could this potential be maximized? How could this wave of enthusiasm be transformed into a more enduring and substantial source of profit? Relying solely on the game's inherent appeal was insufficient. A more powerful engine was needed to draw in more potential users, transforming them from bystanders into participants, from casual players into core fans. How could this be achieved? Tan Jiayi's eyes narrowed slightly. Memories from his past life, complex and intricate, flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Advertising? Marketing? These were conventional methods, effective, but not disruptive enough. Suddenly, a vague yet intensely familiar scene. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced his thoughts. A packed stadium, dazzling lights, and a massive screen displaying intense gaming battles, with a crowd below cheering wildly. On stage, under the spotlight, professional players were worshipped like celebrities. WCG. The global phenomenon that had ignited worldwide fervor in his past life, the World Cyber Games. Tan Jiayi's fingers, tapping on the tabletop, froze abruptly. This is it. A flash of insight instantly illuminated his mind, dispelling all the fog. He could almost hear his own heart racing. Competition. Rivalry. Elevating gaming from mere entertainment into a spectator sport worthy of admiration and fanaticism. By hosting high-profile tournaments with substantial prize pools, attracting elite players, creating star athletes, and igniting audience passion. This would drive growth in the game's user base and amplify its brand influence. This was the ultimate weapon to propel the gaming industry to new heights. He instantly realized this wasn't merely about prolonging World of Warcraft's lifespan or boosting profits. This was a brand new, colossal opportunity with limitless potential. A colossal domain capable of spawning a trillion-dollar industrial chain. Esports. Tan Jiayi's eyes blazed like two torches, bright and intense. His thoughts had instantly leaped from the bet agreement before him to a grander, more thrilling realm. Esports. Those four words seemed to possess a magical power, igniting a storm within his mind. He recalled those games that would later ignite a frenzy across China and the entire world. Crossfire, Dungeon Fighter. Why did these games become wildly popular and endure for so long? Beyond the game's inherent appeal, a crucial driving force was the mature, well-developed, and highly captivating tournament system. WCG, LPL, KPL. Each resounding name represented a visual feast, a carnival for fans. Tan Jiayi instantly grasped the core logic behind it all. Mature esports tournaments, through high-level, high-intensity competition, the emergence of star players, and the cultivation of fan culture. They effortlessly break through existing player demographics, drawing in masses of casual observers, people who previously showed little interest in these games, to join the fray. This isn't merely about boosting user retention, it's exponentially expanding the fundamental base of the audience. With relatively modest event investments, it leverages immeasurable user growth and brand value enhancement. This is nothing short of the internet eras. The most classic example of a high-return leverage model with minimal investment. Chapter 168, Crossfire. His thoughts drifted further, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space to glimpse years ahead. When computers became more widespread, when smartphones began to emerge, and when network bandwidth was no longer a bottleneck. That would be the moment to seize the opportunity and enter the game streaming business. Sign star players, build a streaming platform, discover grassroots streamers. That would be another vast, ultra-lucrative blue ocean. 100-fold return on investment. A surefire win. At this thought, Tan Jiayi felt his blood begin to boil. An overwhelming surge of excitement swept through his entire body. In his past life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary bystander. He had watched these massive opportunities rise one after another, witnessed countless people soar to success and fame because of them. Yet he could only sigh in frustration, powerless to participate. But this time around, armed with foresight, standing at the crest of the era, he now possessed ample capital and resources. This time, he would never let it slip through his fingers again. This era of esports, which he himself had pioneered. He would grasp it firmly, keeping it firmly in his own hands. Tan Jiayi wasted no time, grabbing the phone on the desk. He dialed Wang Xiaoya directly, who was currently out of town overseeing the renovation progress of an internet cafe. Sister Xiaoya, Tan Jiayi's voice was calm yet carried an unquestionable weight. Drop everything you're doing and return to the Jiangcheng headquarters immediately. I need to discuss something with you in person. On the other end, Wang Xiaoya didn't hesitate for even a moment, not even asking what the matter was. She was long accustomed to Tan Jiayi's directives, executing them unconditionally. She responded crisply, "Understood, Mr. Tan. I'll arrange the handover immediately and return at top speed." Hanging up, she swiftly handed over her internet cafe duties to her deputy. Then, without a moment's delay, she rushed to catch the fastest available transportation back to Jiangcheng. In her mind, when Mr. Tan personally named her and used such weighty words, this was undoubtedly a matter of utmost urgency. When Wang Xiaoya pushed open the door to the president's office, her clothes dusty from the journey but her eyes still sharp and alert, Tan Jiayi was sitting leisurely on the sofa. A familiar, knowing smile played on his face as he waited for her. "Mr. Tan," Wang Xiaoya gasped for breath as she hurried forward. "Why the urgent recall? Has something major happened?" The internet cafe. Tan Jiayi waved his hand, motioning for her to calm down and take a sip of water first. He pointed to the warm water already prepared on the table. Once her breathing steadied, Tan Jiayi finally spoke, his voice slow and measured, yet carrying a spark that seemed to ignite the stars. "It's not bad news. I've come up with a brilliant idea." He looked at Wang Xiaoya, enunciating each word deliberately. "We're going to develop a new game." "A new game?" Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly. Exhaustion vanished, replaced by intense excitement. She knew exactly what Tan Jiayi meant by a brilliant idea. The success of World of Warcraft was still fresh in everyone's minds. A new game concept personally hailed as brilliant by Mr. Tan was bound to be another market-shattering blockbuster. It might even surpass World of Warcraft. Inside the office, Wang Xiaoya sat upright, her posture straight. She was ready to receive an idea brilliant enough to revolutionize the industry once more. Tan Jiayi wasted no time in teasing and began slowly describing his new concept. "The core of this game is first-person shooter combat. Players are divided into two factions, one side plays as counter-terrorists, the other as terrorists. The objectives are clear, either eliminate all enemies or complete specific missions, such as planting or defusing bombs. As Tan Jiayi described it, the picture grew clearer. Yet the spark of excitement on Wang Xiaoya's face gradually dimmed. It was as if she'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, then to an undeniable disappointment. This is just the online version of Counter-Strike, right? That game called CS 1.5. She knew it all too well. Back when she worked at Jiali Internet Café, she'd see a bunch of teenage boys practically every day yelling and screaming while playing it on the LAN. The graphics weren't anything special, just lots of gunfire and killing. And the biggest limitation was you could only play online with a few people in the same internet cafe. That's it? This is the brilliant idea Mr. Tan was talking about? What was the point of developing this? Jiangcheng Network already held a trump card like World of Warcraft, plus several other games with solid money-making potential. Who would bother with this outdated, self-indulgent? An outdated shooter game? Wang Xiaoya was utterly baffled. She even wondered if Tan was being a bit overconfident this time. Facing Wang Xiaoya's confusion, Tan Jiayi remained as steady as a rock. He had anticipated this reaction from Wang Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, Tan Jiayi's voice was steady, carrying a hint of enlightenment. You only see its present, but you haven't seen its future. What's the core appeal of competitive games like this? It's the clash between players. The more players, the more dynamic the gameplay. That's what makes it truly engaging, right? Wang Xiaoya nodded instinctively. It was undeniably true. Then consider this, Tan Jiayi coaxed gently. What if we break through the limitations of a local area network? What if we moved it to the boundless expanse of the internet? His voice suddenly rose several notches, carrying an indescribable sense of persuasion. Imagine thousands, even millions of players across the country anytime, anywhere matching up against opponents or teaming up with friends to clash on the same virtual battlefield. What kind of scene would that create? How wildly popular would it become? Tan Jiayi's tone carried an almost fanatical certainty. Maybe one day, hundreds of millions will log into our games simultaneously. It's absolutely not impossible. Wang Xiaoya was stunned by the grand vision Tan Jiayi painted. Moving LAN games onto the internet. This seemingly simple modification held possibilities so vast they made her heart race. Tan Jiayi watched her thoughtful expression, a mysterious curve lifting the corner of his mouth. And that's not all. Developing this game is just the first step. I have further plans. Wang Xiaoya fell completely silent. She couldn't deny it. The scene Tan Jiayi painted, one that broke geographical barriers and enabled nationwide online competition, was incredibly enticing. Though she couldn't fully grasp what hundreds of millions online simultaneously truly meant. But based on her past experience, this 9-year-old boy had never once been wrong. Each of his seemingly wild decisions ultimately proved to be absolutely correct. Since the boss had already mapped out the plan and even had backup strategies, what else could she possibly question? Just do it. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, casting aside all lingering doubts. Understood. I'll start organizing the team and preparing for the project right away. She paused briefly before asking, by the way, have you decided on a name for this new game yet? Hearing this question, a rare flicker of complex emotion flickered in Tan Jiayi's eyes. It held traces of nostalgia and reflection, as if he were gazing through the present moment into another world, one filled with the collective youthful memories of countless people. He uttered 4 words softly, each carrying a weight all its own. Let's call it Crossfire. Chapter 169. Storm Corporation prepares for peace talks. Inside the RD department of Jiangcheng Network, Tan Jiayi stood behind his computer, his gaze fixed intently on the code displayed on the screen. He tapped precisely on a specific area of the screen. Here, directly apply the CS architecture foundation for collision logic, optimize the interface, and simplify calculations. His voice was soft yet commanding, reaching Wang Xiaoya's ears with clarity. Seated before her own computer, Wang Xiaoya's expression was focused. At his words, her fingers danced across the keys, the rhythmic clatter of her typing growing intense. In just a few short months, she was no longer the green-eyed college student with only a superficial grasp of concepts. Now, her operations flowed like water, and the efficiency with which she executed modifications radiated a sharp professionalism. Watching Wang Xiaoya grasp his meaning almost instantly and swiftly translate his ideas into actual code, Tan Jiayi's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. This rate of progress had indeed met expectations. He thought to himself. Building from scratch might be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but standing on the shoulders of giants to make explosive modifications naturally yielded incomparable efficiency. And Wang Xiaoya was undoubtedly the key figure to flawlessly execute this radical overhaul strategy. Xiaoya, well done. Tan Jiayi spoke calmly, his tone carrying unmasked praise. Your approach to calling and optimizing the engine modules was clear-headed, and the execution went smoothly. This unexpected praise instantly struck Wang Xiaoya. She abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned around with delight. Her eyes crinkled into 2 crescent moons, her face radiating pure happiness. Oh my, boss. Wang Xiaoya's voice was filled with excitement as she waved her hands eagerly, her tone sincere. It's not that I did well, it's all thanks to your brilliant guidance, boss. If you hadn't broken down every step and taught me, how could I have thought of all this? I owe everything to you, boss, you're the one who trained me to this level. Her words brimmed with near worshipful admiration for Tan Jiayi. To her, Tan Jiayi was nothing short of a god who could turn stone into gold. And she herself had been fortunate enough to receive divine favor, to have the opportunity to participate in this miracle-making process. Tan Jiayi listened to Wang Xiaoya's heartfelt gratitude and silently nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaoya's greatest strength was her clear-headedness. She knew her place and understood gratitude. He had seen too many so-called golden children, relying on the prestige of their elite universities, looking down on everyone else as mere mortals beneath them. Such individuals might possess talent, but their arrogance made them difficult to manage. They could turn into ungrateful ingrates at any moment, even biting the hand that fed them. In contrast, Wang Xiaoya's down-to-earth, hard-working nature and her ability to repay kindness were truly rare and valuable. She was reliable to work with and deserved more opportunities. Tan Jiayi's gaze lingered on Wang Xiaoya for a few extra seconds of consideration, his eyes revealing a level of discernment beyond his years. Perhaps it was time to grant her greater responsibilities and entrust her with a more significant role. As Tan Jiayi's thoughts swirled, Wang Xiaoya noticed her boss's earnest gaze fixed upon her. Traced by Tan Jiayi's deep gaze, she felt both the thrill of recognition and a tinge of nervousness. Perhaps the earlier praise had made her emotions run a little wild. A wave of warmth washed over her, prompting a slightly impulsive gesture. With a bright smile, Wang Xiaoya suddenly leaned forward and pulled Tan Jiayi into her warm embrace. Then, with her cheek, she gently nuzzled Tan Jiayi's still chubby little face, kissing and caressing it. Boss, you're just amazing. The sudden soft touch caused Tan Jiayi's brain to freeze for a split second. His body stiffened slightly as he felt the sensation on his cheek and inhaled Wang Xiaoya's faint, sweet fragrance. His expression remained unchanged, but deep inside, a thought flashed through his mind. His competence and loyalty meet the standards, but his temperament still seems to lack a bit of steadiness. Promotion isn't urgent. Better to observe her for a while longer. Cut 2. The sky over Shanghai was overcast. In the courtyard of Rainstorm Corporation's headquarters, several expensive black sedans pulled up in front of the office building. The doors opened, and a Westerner in a well-tailored suit stepped out. This was Owen, the executive in charge of East Asia for Rainstorm Entertainment. A powerful figure within the group, renowned for his iron fist and efficiency. James had botched the Xia Market, a Portuguese company he thought would be a piece of cake. Instead, he stepped on a landmine, not only suffering heavy losses but also causing Storm's stock price to plummet. The fury of the executives back at headquarters was palpable, and Owen's arrival was the embodiment of that rage. After stepping out of the car, Owen didn't pause. His movements were resolute, carrying an air of grim determination as he strode directly toward James's office. Employees along the way scattered out of his way, not daring to breathe a word. Bang! James's office door was violently pushed open. James, who had been working inside, jolted upright. He looked up to meet Irving's dark, brooding face. Before James could speak, Irving cut him off. Useless. Idiot. James, you're a complete and utter fool. Irving pointed his finger right at James' nose, unleashing a torrent of abuse without mercy. His words came in rapid succession, spittle flying onto James' deathly pale face. Look at the mess you've made. A burgeoning niche market, an obscure little company you got utterly crushed. And then you go and pull this idiotic, self-destructive price-cutting stunt. Do you have any idea how much damage this has done to the Rainstorm brand? You've nearly embarrassed the headquarters to death. Owen's voice echoed through the spacious office. James kept his head bowed, barely daring to breathe, his body trembling slightly. He knew any defense would be futile now, only inviting more furious wrath. After a while, Owen seemed to tire of ranting, his chest heaving up and down. Only then did James sense the oppressive pressure begin to ease slightly. He cautiously raised his head, his voice trembling imperceptibly as he gathered his courage to ask. Mr. Owen, you came to China this time for? Owen snorted coldly, the gloom on his face unchanged. His icy eyes remained fixed on James, as if appraising a piece of trash. He slowly uttered 2 words, his voice heavy. Peace talks. James paled instantly, unable to believe his ears. He had truly hit a brick wall. Watching James's worthless expression, Owen's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Useless. Chapter 170, The Generous Boss Tan. Thanks to Wang Xiaoya's rapidly improving technical skills and the fact that Crossfire was essentially a heavily modified upgrade of the mature CS framework, development progressed at an astonishing pace. Within just a few days, the core framework of the entire game was already largely in place. Wang Xiaoya stared at the familiar interface layout and basic gameplay on the screen. While numerous network-oriented elements had been added in the details, the overall feel remained fundamentally unchanged from the CS she'd grown accustomed to in internet cafes. Could this really work? Doubts gnawed at her. CS was a classic, but times had changed. Could such a game, now transformed into a massive online title, truly attract a massive player base and surpass the glory of World of Warcraft? She had serious doubts. In her view, how much appeal could an online version of CS possibly have? Could it even turn a profit? Yet, when her gaze fell upon Tan Jiayi, who sat beside her with an air of calm composure, all her doubts were involuntarily pushed aside. Tan Jiayi's face showed not a trace of worry. His eyes radiated a confidence that seemed to see through everything. His unruffled demeanor made Wang Xiaoya swallow the doubts that had risen to her lips. If the boss is this certain, he must have his reasons. All I need to do is execute. Sister Xiaoya, the basic framework is almost done. Tan Jiayi's voice interrupted Wang Xiaoya's thoughts. Next, there are several modules that are of utmost importance. Wang Xiaoya snapped back to focus, instantly serious. Tan Jiayi tapped several areas on the screen with his finger. First, the player interaction system, especially the chat function. It must be convenient, fast, and feature-rich, enabling seamless communication within the game and even fostering social circles. Second, the teams system. Foster a sense of team belonging and establish a team honor system, encouraging members to band together and fight for collective glory. Third, and the absolute core, the matchmaking system. It must be intelligent and efficient, offering enjoyment for newcomers while providing challenges for skilled players. It must ensure players are quickly matched with opponents of comparable skill, maximizing the gaming experience. Tan Jiayi spoke deliberately, careful not to omit any details for Wang Xiaoya. Refine and perfect these three systems. If we nail these points, crossfire. He paused, a confident curve forming at the corner of his mouth. We'll absolutely rake in the profits, it's practically guaranteed to be a hit. With her boss's clear directive, Wang Xiaoya wasted no time, throwing herself wholeheartedly into developing and optimizing these three core modules. Within days, she had completed the chat system, the team system, and the core intelligent matchmaking mechanism, conducting preliminary internal testing. Tan Jiayi didn't delegate the task. He sat down at the computer himself, his fingers flying over the keyboard and mouse as he conducted supplementary tests on each functional module. He simulated different player behaviors, experimenting with various interactions, focusing on verifying the efficiency and fairness of the matchmaking algorithm. After a thorough run-through, a satisfied look appeared in Tan Jiayi's eyes. Not bad, really not bad. Not only had Wang Xiaoya fully grasped his vision, but her attention to detail in many aspects had even surpassed his expectations, thoughtfully prioritizing the user experience in numerous ways. The experience is smooth, the logic is clear, and the core functions are stable and reliable. Tan Jiayi never hesitated to reward those who had earned his trust. He made the decision on the spot, skipping any small talk, and immediately sent Wang Xiaoya a red envelope. Soon after, Wang Xiaoya's phone buzzed with a bank notification. She tapped it in confusion, her eyes widening instantly. Her account balance had suddenly increased by 10,000 yuan. Watching Wang Xiaoya's expression of astonished delight, almost disbelief, Tan Jiayi felt no ripple of emotion. Today's Jiangcheng, fueled by the staggering revenue-generating power of World of Warcraft, was a far cry from its former self. Its market valuation was astonishing, making it a veritable powerhouse of wealth. To the average person, 10,000 yuan might seem like a substantial sum. But to Tan Jiayi, it was mere pocket change, not even worth mentioning. His sights were no longer confined to the Xia market. He intended to plant Jiangcheng Network's flag across the entire globe. To achieve such grand ambitions, he must cultivate an absolutely loyal, highly capable core team around him. Wang Xiaoya possessed not only refined technical skills but, more importantly, unwavering loyalty and a heart full of gratitude. Though occasionally impulsive and brash, she was undoubtedly a core talent worthy of focused cultivation. Ensuring such employees receive tangible benefits and enjoy a life of prosperity far exceeding their peers. This isn't just about valuing talent, it's a silent warning to all employees. Look, as long as you're loyal and capable, the boss will never shortchange you. This, too, was his method of managing subordinates. Wang Xiaoya stared at the string of zeros on her phone text, feeling her heart skip a beat as her breathing quickened. 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, for an ordinary salaried worker, that was practically 2 years' worth of wages. And now, Tan Jiayi, her little boss, had casually transferred it to her as a bonus? Yes, she knew World of Warcraft was incredibly popular, and the company's bank account must be overflowing with astronomical sums. Jiangcheng wasn't short on cash, she knew that better than anyone. But that's company money. It's the boss's money. Wang Xiaoya, at the end of the day, was just a salaried worker. What right did she have to receive such a huge sum all at once? Her hands trembled slightly as she looked at Tan Jiayi with profound respect. Seeing her like this, Tan Jiayi merely smiled calmly. Sister Xiaoya, you deserve this. I've witnessed every effort you've made as the company grew to where it is today. He paused, his gaze lingering on Wang Xiaoya. This is recognition for your work over the past period. As long as you keep working diligently with me and creating value for the company, red envelopes like this will only increase, not decrease. More, in the future? Wang Xiaoya murmured these words, feeling an immense wave of happiness wash over her. Not only had the boss acknowledged her past efforts, but he'd also given her a promise filled with hope for the future. Wang Xiaoya felt her eyelids twitch. Then, she suddenly stepped forward, stretched out her arms again, and hugged Tan Jiayi tightly. This time, her embrace was even tighter. She lowered her head and planted another flurry of kisses on that still youthful face. "Boss! You're amazing! Absolutely amazing!" Her voice trembled with emotion, yet it was brimming with excitement. "Working for a boss like you, it's pure bliss." Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Tan Jiayi felt a bit helpless, but this time, he didn't push her away. He knew this red envelope was money well spent. Chapter 171, Owen, here to visit. The office still held a hint of lingering intimacy. Just then. Knock knock knock. A crisp, slightly abrupt knock echoed through the room, shattering the office's atmosphere. Wang Xiaoya snapped back to reality, instinctively raising her hand to smooth down the slightly disheveled strands of hair at her temple. The flush of excitement had completely faded from her face, replaced by a trace of awkwardness from the disrupted moment. She took a deep breath, quickly composed her expression to appear as professional as possible, then hurried to open the door. The door swung open. Two figures stood outside, instantly freezing Wang Xiaoya in place. Leading the way was a tall Western man dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, exuding an aura that made him seem unapproachable. Behind him followed a burly man from Xia, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, carrying a briefcase. This pairing didn't look like they were here to discuss a business deal. Before Wang Xiaoya could speak, the bespectacled man from Xia Nation bowed slightly and introduced himself. "Hello, is this Jiangcheng Network?" Seeing Wang Xiaoya nod, he continued. "We're from Shanghai Rainstorm Corporation. This is our East Asia Regional Executive, Mr. Owen." He then introduced himself. "I'm Mr. Owen's accompanying interpreter." His gaze swept past Wang Xiaoya, as if searching for something, before he added. "We're here to meet with your company's representative, Mr. Tan Jiayi." Rainstorm Corporation? East Asia Executive? Looking for Tan Jiayi? These keywords exploded in Wang Xiaoya's mind, her astonishment deepening. She instinctively glanced back at the figure seated in the executive chair, young yet commanding. Trouble seemed to have come knocking. After all, Jiangcheng Network and Rainstorm Corporation were now openly competing rivals. Especially in the battle between World of Warcraft and StarCraft, it was a fight to the death. Once the bet agreement's deadline arrived, one side would inevitably pay a heavy price, perhaps even suffer a crushing defeat. At this critical juncture, someone from Rainstorm Corporation, some executive from East Asia, no less, came knocking on their door, seeking out their 9-year-old boss? What was their game? Pressure tactics? Or a peace offering? Despite her mounting suspicions, Wang Xiaoya maintained her professional composure, stepping aside to clear the doorway. "Please come in." She briefly described the external reception area. Almost simultaneously, Tan Jiayi emerged from the inner office. His demeanor was composed, outwardly showing no sign of disturbance. His gaze swept calmly over the others, finally settling on Owen, the imposing Westerner. When Owen saw Tan Jiayi in person, surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a more complex mix of emotions. He likely found it difficult to reconcile the boy before him still bearing traces of youth with the formidable opponent who had shaken up the entire Xia gaming market and even caused headaches for the Rainstorm headquarters. He rattled off a string of words in fluent English, speaking rapidly with his usual business-like tone. The interpreter standing before him promptly prepared to relay Owen's words to Tan Jiayi. "This is Mr. Owen. He says he wishes to have a frank and open discussion with you, Mr. Tan, regarding the current situation." But before the interpreter could finish, Tan Jiayi casually waved his hand, cutting him off. "Not necessary." Tan Jiayi met Owen's slightly intimidating gaze with calm eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a composure that seemed out of place for his age. He addressed him directly in fluent, familiar English. "I understand what you're saying. Get to the point. What do you want with me?" At these words, not only did the interpreter freeze, but even Owen, who had maintained his haughty posture, flashed an unmistakable look of astonishment in his eyes. The astonishment on Owen's face lasted less than a second before being replaced by a burning sensation. This kid is no ordinary child. A warning bell rang loudly in his mind. A child of 8 or 9 not only single-handedly created a market-shaking hit game but also mastered a foreign language with such fluency his abilities far surpassed any previous assessments. It seems James that fool falling into his hands was no accident. This negotiation demanded utmost vigilance. Any further underestimation was unthinkable. Owen swiftly adjusted his mindset. The contempt that had lingered moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by the solemn gravity of truly facing a formidable opponent. Tan Jiayi paid no heed to Owen's inner turmoil, merely uttering a calm please as he gestured for them to proceed to the adjacent conference room. Wang Xiaoya, catching his meaning, placed 2 steaming cups of tea before Owen and his interpreter before they even sat down. She then exited the conference room and gently closed the door behind her. She had almost blind faith in Tan Jiayi. In her eyes, though her boss was young, she deeply trusted his ability to orchestrate matters from behind the scenes. Moreover, her presence might disrupt the boss's rhythm due to nervousness or lack of tact, potentially hindering rather than helping. Inside the conference room, both parties took their seats facing each other. Owen adjusted his suit collar. He decided against beating around the bush and cut straight to the point. Looking at Tan Jiayi. Mr. Tan, I believe we both understand the current market situation. I've come today in good faith, hoping to discuss with you whether there might be potential for cooperation between our companies moving forward. Cooperation? Tan Jiayi narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Owen. Collaboration? He repeated the phrase softly, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. Mr. Owen, are you joking? His voice was low. Don't forget, our company is currently bound by a performance-based agreement. When the deadline hits, it's either you or me. Under these circumstances, you want to talk about cooperation? With all due respect. Tan Jiayi leaned forward slightly, radiating an intense sense of pressure. There's nothing left to discuss between us. Tan Jiayi's words struck a nerve with Owen. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up within him. This young upstart who doesn't know his place. Owen's expression darkened instantly, his gaze hardening. What was his status? Executive of Heavy Rain Entertainment's East Asia division. Rainstorm Corporation was a colossus in the gaming industry, a rulemaker and trendsetter. In any corner of the globe, the moment he revealed his credentials, wouldn't every industry peer and partner bow with utmost respect, greeting him with smiles? Flattery was the treatment he was accustomed to. He had condescended to come to Jiangcheng Network, even proactively proposing a partnership. In his eyes, this was already an immense favor. Chapter 172, Has Storm Corporation backed down? Yet here stood this greenhorn from Xia Nation, a kid barely out of diapers, daring to speak to him in a tone bordering on insult? Daring to reject him so bluntly, rejecting the olive branch extended by Rainstorm Corporation? This was nothing short of contempt towards him personally, and indeed towards the entire Storm Corporation. Owen felt his face burning, not from embarrassment, but from the fury of being defied by someone he considered beneath him. He was accustomed to controlling everything, accustomed to crushing opponents with sheer force. When had he ever endured such indignity? This kid really doesn't know when to stop. He drew a deep breath, his rage churning in his chest. He, Owen, represented Storm Corporation, a titan of the gaming industry revered worldwide. Countless companies begged for a chance to partner with Storm, while countless others fawned over him, desperate for a collaboration opportunity. Yet now, in this backward Xia market, he was being defied by a wet behind-the-ears brat? If word got out, where would his dignity lie? Where would Torrent's prestige stand? Yet his rage subsided, forcibly suppressed by reason. He couldn't afford to lose his temper. This seemingly harmless child before him was a true prodigy. The world of Warcraft he had painstakingly built had pushed Blizzard's flagship StarCraft to the brink of collapse. The entire East Asia region's performance had become a complete mess, even alarming the headquarters top brass. More importantly, his mission this time was a disaster: to negotiate, to cut losses, to salvage the situation. Not to further escalate the conflict and push things to a point of no return. With this thought, Owen forced a smile onto his face, though it looked somewhat insincere. He adjusted his posture and attempted to smooth things over. Mr. Tan, you can't put it that way. He strained to make his voice sound constructive. The bet agreement is one thing, but we're both professionals in the gaming industry. We'll cross paths again, and the road ahead is long, isn't it? He looked at Tan Jiayi, his eyes flashing with shrewdness as he began to lay out the bait. Rainstorm has cultivated the global market for years. We possess a worldwide network of client resources and a vast array of top-tier partners. These channels and connections are invaluable assets for any game company aiming to go global. Owen leaned forward slightly. These are things you, or rather, Jiangcheng Network, will inevitably need in the future. If you demonstrate sufficient sincerity, I can make the decision on behalf of Rainstorm and share these valuable resources with you in the future. This will be a tremendous force in opening up the international market for you. He believed this was an offer no ambitious entrepreneur could refuse. As Tan Jiayi listened to Owen's grand promises, his clear, piercing eyes showed no hint of interest, only a fleeting, cold smile. Oof. The contemptuous sound was jarring. Mr. Owen, do you truly believe I'm a child who would be swayed by such empty promises? Tan Jiayi leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. I don't believe in such windfall opportunities, especially when they come from the mouth of Rainstorm Corporation, a company known for its vindictiveness. I believe it even less. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze fixed squarely on Owen. Cut to the chase. What do you want? What price must I pay? Lay your cards on the table. Even a seasoned business veteran like Owen couldn't hide a flicker of embarrassment at having his intentions so bluntly exposed by a child. This kid was a real shrewd operator. Slippery as an eel. He cursed under his breath, realizing further pretense was pointless. He took a deep breath, forcing down his irritation. His face shifted back to an expression of openness and honesty, though it looked stiff no matter how you looked at it. All right, Mr. Tan, you're straightforward. I won't beat around the bush either. Owen leaned forward slightly, attempting to intimidate his opponent with sheer presence. What happened earlier was the personal act of that fool James. He misjudged the situation and adopted a fool's strategy, creating unnecessary trouble and losses for both sides. He shifted gears, presenting his true conditions. Within Rainstorm Corporation, there is already significant dissatisfaction with James. We can handle it. James will bear full responsibility for his mistakes, resign, and completely withdraw from the Xia market. Owen fixed his gaze on Tan Jiayi's eyes, speaking deliberately. In exchange, that unpleasant bet agreement between us is provisionally nullified, wiped clean. He paused deliberately. As compensation, Rainstorm pledges to provide maximum assistance and resource support for Zagenet's future development, particularly in its international expansion efforts. He spread his hands wide, adding what he considered a compelling condition. From this day forward, we are no longer rivals, but partners united in sincere cooperation. Joining forces to cultivate a more prosperous market, isn't that the best outcome for both of us? Owen's words slowly dispersed throughout the conference room. Yet across the table, Tan Jiayi felt a silent wave of emotion surge within him. Just as expected. Tan Jiayi's surface remained calm and still, but his mind raced, instantly dissecting the true meaning behind Owen's words. James taking the fall, sharing resources, win-win cooperation. Ultimately, it was all about not wanting to give up the huge piece of the pie that Xia Nation represented. The explosive success of World of Warcraft had completely disrupted their plans in Xia, robbing them of this market with limitless potential. James's failure was merely superficial. What truly unsettled them was the terrifying potential and market dominance Jiangcheng Network had already demonstrated. The so-called citation appeal was merely sacrificing the pawn to save the king, a face-saving maneuver. The so-called resource subsidies were nothing more than pie in the sky, attempting to trade future vagaries for tangible benefits. Abolishing that mutually disadvantageous bet agreement would strip Zubeiyu of its right to continue operating in the Xia market. A confident smile curved the corners of Tan Jiayi's mouth. Baoyu Corporation, once an unrivaled gaming giant, now faced this 9-year-old kid. Back down. This realization instantly coursed through his entire being, bringing an indescribable thrill of total control. Once upon a time, Storm had been an entity he had to look up to. Now, this colossus was forced to bow its proud head, attempting to bargain for a sliver of hope in a manner bordering on surrender. This feeling was more exhilarating than any amount of money could ever be. Chapter 173, Firm Rejection. Owen's sincerity only deepened the cold sneer on Tan Jiayi's face. Void the bet agreement? Win-win cooperation? He shook his head lightly, his jet-black eyes fixed on Owen with a look bordering on mockery. Mr. Owen, have you got something wrong? Tan Jiayi, may be young, but I know how to spell the words honor commitments. His voice was quiet but unwavering. The original bet agreement was signed in black and white, crystal clear. If the deadline passes and your company wins, I will withdraw from the gaming market without hesitation. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing like a torch, striking straight at Owen's core. But until the final outcome is revealed, no compromise of any kind, no so-called cooperation, is possible. I only want that result. These words landed like a punch to Owen's face. The terms he considered exceptionally generous were now being dismissed so casually, even with a hint of contempt, by this 9-year-old child. In an instant, uncontrollable rage surged to the top of Owen's head. This brat, completely unyielding. He's got no sense of gratitude. He forced himself to stay seated, his face turning ashen. The terms he'd offered, sacrificing James, pledging resource sharing, had practically trampled Baoyu's dignity into the ground just to secure this negotiation opportunity. And now, the other party had rejected it without a second thought? Owen's gaze turned suddenly menacing, his tone laced with unmasked threat. Mr. Tan, it seems you're still too young. You don't understand the cruelty of this world. He snorted coldly, his voice dripping with condescending arrogance. Don't think that just because you've stirred up a ripple in Xia's little pond, you can really turn the world upside down. Let me tell you this, outside of Xia, your home route network is nothing. You can't even begin to imagine the resources and influence Rainstorm Corporation commands globally. Owen's voice rose slightly, thick with intimidation. We possess the most cutting-edge technology, the most extensive channels, and the most powerful partners. And the capital power to crush any uncooperative opponent. He fixed his gaze on Tan Jiayi, searching that youthful face for a flicker of fear. Let me make this crystal clear, without Rainstorm's approval, your game won't even leave China's borders. Your so-called internationalization is nothing but a pipe dream. Now, I'm giving you one final chance. Owen's tone was almost patronizing. Choose to cooperate with Baoyu, bow your head, and acknowledge our position. Together, we can share this enormous global pie. Otherwise. He didn't finish, but the threat in his eyes spoke volumes. Tan Jiayi's expression remained unchanged, dismissing the other's words as trivial nonsense. He didn't even adjust his posture, remaining slumped back in his chair with a hint of languid ease. Only the trace of cold mockery in his eyes grew more pronounced. Mr. Owen. Tan Jiayi's voice was calm, betraying no emotional fluctuation. Threats are useless. The truth remains the truth. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping past Owen toward the doorway. His voice was soft, yet carried clearly. Sister Xiaoya. Almost the instant the words fell, the conference room door swung open once more. Wang Xiaoya appeared in the doorway, her face adorned with a professional smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Tan Jiayi rose to his feet, smoothing out non-existent creases in his suit with deliberate composure. "Show them out." Owen couldn't believe he was being shown the door almost shoot out by a 9-year-old child. Owen's face instantly flushed crimson. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles turning slightly white from the force. His eyes locked onto Tan Jiayi's face, which remained unnaturally calm. He wanted to roar, to teach this reckless brat a harsh lesson. But in the end, he held back. Doing so would serve no purpose whatsoever, only making himself look even more pathetic. He rose abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Without a word, he turned and stormed out of the conference room, his anger palpable. Even their interpreter nearly couldn't keep up with his stride. Scene change. Jiangcheng, the presidential suite of the city's most luxurious 5-star hotel. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling city nightscape. Owen stood motionless by the window, phone in hand, delivering his report in fluent English. "Yes, sir. The negotiations failed." His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of defeat. "That Tan Jiayi, he's completely unyielding, resistant to both persuasion and pressure. He rejected all our proposals and insisted on enforcing the performance-based agreement." A few seconds of silence followed on the other end, clearly expressing deep disappointment with Owen's outcome. Owen's expression darkened further, but he pressed on firmly. "Sir, the situation is more complicated than we anticipated. This Tan Jiayi is no ordinary man. I believe further entanglement serves little purpose. It is time to activate Plan B." Silence fell again on the other end. After a moment, the dissatisfied voice returned, still tinged with displeasure, but ultimately making a decision. "Very well, Owen. We'll proceed as you suggest. Remember, this is the final opportunity. I don't want to hear any more bad news." "Understood, sir." Owen hung up the phone, a grim smile spreading across his face. The negotiations had failed. Well then, it was time to resort to tougher measures. After seeing off the two representatives from Rainstorm Corporation, Wang Xiaoya hurried back to Tan Jiayi's side, her face still tinged with lingering tension. "Boss, why did those people from Rainstorm just leave?" She couldn't help asking, her mind racing through possibilities, yet sensing something was amiss. Tan Jiayi casually picked up a crossfire planning document from the desk and began flipping through it. He remarked casually. "Nothing major. Bao Yu wants to discuss something. They say they can fire James, nullify the previous performance-based agreement, and are willing to continue supporting our development." As Wang Xiaoya listened, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth gaping open so wide it could almost fit an egg. "WH? What? Bao Yu Company actually came begging for peace? And they're willing to sacrifice the once arrogant James as a scapegoat? And nullify that performance-based agreement that clearly disadvantaged our company? And actively offering resource support? This is like manna from heaven, no, a mountain of gold and silver." Wang Xiaoya felt her brain was about to short-circuit, struggling to process this overwhelmingly shocking information. But what truly stunned her came next. Tan Jiayi continued in that same calm, unruffled tone. "The terms sounded quite favorable, but I turned them down." "Rejected." Wang Xiaoya gasped sharply, her entire body stiffening in place. The look in her eyes as she stared at Tan Jiayi could no longer be described as mere surprise. Bao Yu Corporation. That was an olive branch extended by the mighty Rainstorm Corporation, complete with such generous terms. And the boss had just casually turned it down? At that moment, Tan Jiayi's image transcended mere competency, embodied divine authority, absolute confidence, and unshakable dominance. To drive industry giants to actively seek reconciliation, and then, without a second thought, what kind of otherworldly being is this little boss of ours? Following such a boss, what great achievement could possibly be beyond reach? What torrential rain? What industry powerhouse? Before the boss, they seemed utterly insignificant. In that instant, Wang Xiaoya felt a flood of light wash over her. Her future, the future of Jiangcheng, both filled her with boundless confidence and fiery anticipation. Chapter 174, Developing Another New Game? After seeing off the arrogant Owen, Tan Jiayi's focus immediately returned to the nearly completed crossfire. Without further ado, he sat back down at the main development test machine, his gaze sharpening with focus. Next came the final and most critical phase, comprehensive testing. He personally controlled the game character, swiftly moving, firing, and switching weapons across several core maps. From the basic feel of movement and jumping, to the recoil feedback of firearms, all the way to the newly added chat system, team interface, and the core matchmaking mechanism, he experienced and stress-tested every single one. The visuals ran smoothly on the screen, with all commands responding instantly, virtually no visible lag or stutter. While testing, Tan Jiayi scrutinized the code logic and resource allocation. He had to admit that Wang Xiaoya had become an exceptionally skilled programmer. He silently nodded in approval. The entire project featured consistent coding style, clear structure, and well-documented comments. The algorithms in critical modules were concise and practical, devoid of unnecessary frills. This made the entire game run remarkably smooth and fluid. Of course, perfection doesn't exist. Tan Jiayi still identified a few minor details that could be optimized, along with several potential logical flaws that might cause issues under extreme conditions. Without hesitation, his fingers flew across the keyboard, making a few targeted modifications. These changes were minor, yet they elevated the game's stability and user experience to a new level. With everything done, Tan Jiayi let out a satisfied sigh. He stood up and looked at Wang Xiaoya, who had been holding her breath waiting for the results, a hint of approval in his smile. Sis Xiaoya, we're good. Final version, upload to the server and get ready for launch. Almost simultaneously with Tan Jiayi's launch command, Jiangcheng Network's official website dropped a bombshell announcement. Official announcement. Jiangcheng Network presents. The groundbreaking FPS online game Crossfire is coming soon. A bold banner announcement, accompanied by several game concept art pieces, instantly dominated the homepage. Thanks to the success of phenomenon-level games like World of Warcraft, Jiangcheng Network had amassed a massive base of loyal fans. Their official website attracted countless players daily, becoming a key barometer within the gaming community. Countless players habitually visited the site daily, hoping for new surprises. And this time, the surprise was real. The moment the announcement dropped, it sent shockwaves through the gaming community. Holy crap! Jiangcheng Network is releasing a new game? An FPS? Crossfire? That name's kinda interesting. An online FPS? Like CS, where you shoot each other? An online version? Jiangcheng's products are always top-notch. If Warcraft was that awesome, this FPS can't be half bad. The discussion heated up rapidly. The reason was simple: for countless gamers, FPS games held special significance. For many of them, their first encounter with computer games happened in smoke-filled internet cafes where keyboards clattered incessantly. On those tiny CRT monitors, they experienced the purest thrill CS had to offer. A or B? Rush B or slow push? A flashbang, a gunshot that was youth. Though times have changed, and we now have top-tier titles like World of Warcraft with more dazzling graphics, grander worlds, and richer gameplay. Yet those simple times spent battling alongside brothers in LAN matches, competing fiercely, and cheering wildly over a perfect headshot or bomb defusal remain an indelible memory in their hearts. Now, Jiangcheng Network, the very studio that created the World of Warcraft phenomenon, is launching a web-based FPS? How could this not set the hearts of those old boys racing? Countless players began spreading the news, causing the official website's traffic to skyrocket instantly and even causing brief server lag. Discussions about Crossfire swiftly swept through the entire gaming community of Xia Nation. An online version of Counter-Strike? Am I seeing this right? Finally. We can finally go toe-to-toe with brothers across the nation online. Those all-night CS marathons at the internet cafes? They're back. The passion that burned within countless CS players was instantly reignited. Now, Jiangcheng Network, the company that created the World of Warcraft phenomenon, was personally stepping in to develop an FPS online game. Doesn't this mean they can relive their dreams, even fight side by side with brothers from all corners of the country in a much broader online world? The official website's comments section was instantly flooded with messages as players urgently demanded, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Important things deserve repeating 3 times. Give me beta access. I'll be your guinea pig. I'm itching to get started, just waiting for the servers to open so I can dive right in. Trust Jiangcheng's quality. This is bound to be another masterpiece." The player community buzzed with anticipation, reaching unprecedented levels of excitement. Expectations were sky high. They wanted to play this game right now. Yet for other game companies in Xia Nation, this fervent anticipation felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over their heads. Their hearts instantly sank. For over half a year, these competitors had lived in the shadow of Tan Jiayi and Jiangcheng Network. No matter how much capital they poured in, how many talents they recruited, or how ingeniously they crafted their products, they proved utterly powerless against Jiangcheng Network's blockbuster hits. Market share was being violently squeezed, users were being snatched away in droves, and they could only struggle to survive in the cracks. They had clung to a sliver of hope. Wasn't Jiangcheng Network locked in a fierce battle with the international giant, Rainstorm Corporation? With a bet agreement signed between them, surely Rainstorm would be pouring all its energy into that fight. This could be their rare chance to catch their breath or even overtake them on a curve. But reality delivered a resounding slap in the face. Who could have imagined? Who the hell could have imagined? That demonic Tan Jiayi, at the very moment of life or death confrontation with Rainstorm, still had the energy to casually unleash yet another brand new game? And one targeting the FPS genre with its massive user base? How could they possibly compete? A profound sense of helplessness settled over the hearts of these game company CEOs and executives. They felt they were losing sight of Tan Jiayi's back. Sighs of despair echoed throughout the other game companies. Oh dear, what are we to do? With such a huge pie in Xiagua, we can't even get a single bite. If this keeps up, the company won't last much longer. Chapter 175, Tan Jiayi has his talent run dry? Amidst the eager anticipation of countless players, Jargon Network's official website finally updated with the long-awaited answer. Crossfire will officially launch its open beta this Saturday. The news instantly ignited the passion of all players. Saturday. That's the day after tomorrow. It's coming. It's finally coming. I've already taken the day off all-nighter on Saturday. Guys, see you at the Internet Café. Online and across player communities, excitement was palpable. Countless people were gearing up, adjusting their schedules, and even reserving seats at internet cafes in advance, all to be among the first to experience this FPS online game personally crafted by the gaming legend Tan Jiayi. Saturday, early morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten, a hint of chill still lingering in the air. Yet outside internet cafes across Jiangcheng and major cities nationwide, crowds had already gathered, buzzing with excitement. With the weekend off, students and office workers alike had one goal: to be the first to rush into the internet cafes and log into Crossfire. Queues stretched from the entrance into spectacularly long lines, seemingly endless. People chattered excitedly, discussing their anticipation for the game, their faces radiating impatience. "Hey, boss. What time do you open? Hurry up and open. I can't wait. I've been waiting here since last night." Finally, as the clock struck 8 in the morning or even earlier, some internet cafes slowly opened their doors amid the eager shouts of players. "It's open! It's open!" The crowd erupted instantly. Players who had been bursting with anticipation rushed inside. They rushed straight to their favorite seats like they owned the place, afraid to waste a single second. They sat down, powered up their computers, and before the desktop icons had even finished loading, their mice were already eagerly clicking on the pre-downloaded icon bearing the flame logo. Crossfire. Countless computer screens simultaneously lit up with the game's login interface. A carnival for FPS players had begun. Almost simultaneously, the atmosphere was equally tense at the headquarters of several of Xia Nation's largest gaming companies. In brightly lit offices, several top executives who usually commanded from afar now sat personally at their computers or gathered behind key technical staff, launching the Crossfire client the moment it became available. They entered the game with a watchful eye. However, as the login screen unfolded and they maneuvered their characters into familiar maps, firing a few rounds with a rhythmic ta-ta-ta, testing jumps and throws, the heavy tension in the conference room began to quietly dissipate. In its place came disbelief, which quickly turned into undisguised snickering. "Is that it? I thought it would be some earth-shattering innovation, but after all that, it's just an online version of CS? The graphics, meh. They even feel a bit rough. The gameplay hasn't changed much either, same old, same old." The tense expressions on the faces of several executives and technical leads gradually relaxed. At Tencent HQ in Shenzhen, the man hailed as Little Ma sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. He personally controlled the character, circling the transport ship map several times, firing a few shots, and experiencing the basic combat flow. After a few minutes, he slowly removed his headset and leaned back in his large executive chair. Then, he exhaled a long breath. As the undisputed leader of Xia's gaming industry, the pressure he and his vast penguin empire had endured over the past 6 months was unprecedented. The demonic talent known as Tan Jiayi had burst onto the scene, shaking up the entire market. The terrifying money-making power of World of Warcraft had directly undermined the very foundation of Tencent's gaming business. Internal reports revealed that Tencent's gaming profits had plummeted by nearly 60% due to Jargon Network's sudden rise. 60%! That's a staggering amount of hard cash. Xiaoma was so heartbroken that he privately joked yet half seriously to executives that if this continued, he'd soon have to take the bus to work. And now, seeing this highly anticipated Crossfire game that could potentially reshape the future market landscape turn out to be nothing more than a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat retro online version of Counter-Strike. Brother Ma couldn't help but wonder, has Tan Jiayi run out of ideas? Or was the success of World of Warcraft just a fleeting stroke of luck? Thank goodness, thank goodness. Xiaomao's heart raced with elation, though his face remained composed. After all, Tan Jiayi is just an 8-year-old child. No matter how gifted or prodigiously talented he might be, there would inevitably come a day when inspiration dried up and his creative well ran dry. And that day, he had finally waited for it. As long as this brat couldn't produce another masterpiece that drove all players wild like before, the ultimate authority over Xia Nation's gaming market would return to him to Tencent's hands. The lost profits, the lost market share, there was a chance to reclaim it all, bit by bit. Xia Guofu could even feel his nerves, strained from excessive anxiety, finally relaxing. Meanwhile, at the pig farm headquarters in Hangzhou, the man known as Boss Ding, along with several of his top game producers, were gathered around a computer, their brows furrowed as they watched the gameplay of Crossfire. They personally played several rounds themselves. Initial tension gradually gave way to confusion. This is Jiangcheng Network's new release? How is it different from CS? Just a new skin? The gun handling feels okay, but the graphics are way too retro, right? I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is Tan Jiayi doing? Mr. Ding's furrowed brow didn't relax, it only deepened. What was Tan Jiayi thinking? Had he gone mad for money? Thinking he could just slap a half-assed mod on some ancient CS and keep milking players for cash? Does he think gamers are idiots, or that his name alone gives him free rein to do whatever he wants?
Similar scenes were playing out inside several other larger game companies across Xia Nation.
After getting their first hands-on with Crossfire, the competitors who had been suffocating under Jiali Network's dominance all wore identical expressions, first tension, then bewilderment, and finally varying degrees of derision and confusion.
In their eyes, Tan Jiayi's strategy was a series of missteps.
Bringing a visually outdated, gameplay-stale CS clone to the fray? How was that any different from shooting themselves in the foot? Perhaps the boy who once created miracles had truly lost his touch? But regardless, this outcome was precisely what they'd hoped to see.
Chapter 176, ultimately, you can't escape the It's So Good law.
The internet cafe was filled with smoke, the constant clatter of keyboards and mice echoing throughout.
Yet when countless players finally entered the world of Crossfire, seeing the familiar map layouts and hearing the classic echoes of gunfire, the excited expressions on many faces froze for a moment, turning into the same bewilderment as Little Ma and Boss Ding.
This interface, these maps, they're practically identical to CS? I thought it was a brand new game, but turns out it's just a remastered HD version? Jiangcheng Network kinda slacked off this time, huh? Seriously? That's it? My expectations were a bit high. Disappointment quickly spread through the public chat channels and every corner of the internet cafes. After all, the grandeur and polish of World of Warcraft had raised players' expectations for Jiangcheng Network to unprecedented heights. This seemingly unremarkable Crossfire before them seemed somewhat unworthy of their expectations. But when they finally gripped their mice, controlling their characters into the first intense battle, rat-a-tat-tat, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out. Bullets strike their targets with precision, recoil controlled within an exceptionally comfortable range. Mastering recoil control comes easily with a little practice. Boom! A precise sniper shot hit the distant enemy.
That instant hit feedback isn't just a kill notification popping up on screen, it's a solid, satisfying impact. The muzzle flashes when firing, the bullet trajectories, the sparks and debris splattering off walls upon impact. While these effects aren't flashy, they're perfectly executed, greatly enhancing the thrill of shooting.
Holy! This gun feels way more stable than CS, right? Yeah. Much easier to control.
This recoil feedback is insane.
Way more satisfying than CS.
After just one match or even a few minutes of firefights, the lingering disappointment among players vanished without a trace.
They instantly understood.
This was no simple remake. Tan Jiayi, or rather Jiangcheng Network, preserved the classic core gameplay of CS while completely overhauling the most impactful aspects of the experience, the foundational shooting feel, weapon parameters, bullet feedback, and hit effects. This optimization didn't chase after flashy visuals, it went straight to the heart of the matter, elevating the fundamental thrill of shooting in FPS games to an entirely new level.
So that's it. No wonder it feels different. It's the details. All the details. This gun feels amazing to shoot.
Looks like Jiangcheng actually put in the effort. This isn't some half-assed job. Players' previous doubts vanished, replaced by genuine excitement. They felt their trip to the internet cafe was worth it. This game deserved their continued investment of time.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
This AK's recoil control is rock solid. The M4's handling feels amazing, way smoother than CS.
The internet cafe echoed with waves of praise. Even many veteran CS players found themselves thinking, if I ever want to revisit CS nostalgia, I won't have to endure that outdated feel anymore.
Just play Crossfire instead, it's the perfect upgrade.
They thought that was all Crossfire had to offer, an online version of CS with excellent controls and solid optimization.
But when some players, while navigating familiar interfaces or during match breaks, accidentally clicked that inconspicuous button labeled shop tucked away in the corner of the main screen,
the world instantly changed. Whoosh!
A brand new interface popped up, instantly filling the entire screen with an array of dazzling items. Golden Desert Eagles, camouflage-painted M4A1S, exaggerated Barrett sniper rifles, and even futuristic weapons they'd never seen before. Beyond firearms, there were character outfits, helmets, body armor, grenade skins, all in countless styles. The sheer variety of items was dizzying. What made their hearts skip a beat was the price tag beneath each item. Some displayed a gold coin icon followed by a string of numbers, game currency earned through completing matches or achieving milestones. Others displayed a more direct, glaring top-up icon, or were simply listed in points or similar currency. Anyone could tell these required real money to purchase.
Holy crap! This game has an in-game store? So many guns? And skins? That gold AK is so cool.
But it costs a ton of in-game currency.
Wait. This camo M4, you have to pay to buy it? Players finally realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. This Crossfire isn't just some simple CS clone. It featured a complete weapon and equipment system, and what's more, it introduced a paid purchase model. After a moment of stunned silence, the eyes of many FPS enthusiasts lit up instantly.
Gazing at the high-performance, visually stunning gear in the store, a fierce desire to possess it surged within them. Better weapons meant stronger firepower, while cooler skins signified a more unique status symbol.
Almost instinctively, many players immediately closed the shop interface, their gaze returning to the matchmaking button with unwavering determination. Grind. I gotta grind for in-game currency fast.
I'm getting that silver serpent M401. That black edge AK-47 looks so badass.
Grind. I have to grind it out. Pandora's box was now wide open. Nice. A site cleared. Hold the B site. They might be switching to B.
Amidst the intense gunfire, alongside the rapid footsteps and gunshots, the chat box in the bottom left corner of the screen began filling with messages from teammates.
At first, many players didn't pay much attention to this feature. After all, in FPS games, all attention is focused on the crosshairs and enemies who has time to type.
But soon, they discovered the system's true value.
Someone in the middle lane. Watch out. Nice. Got the sniper across the way. Hold the line, guys. I'm flanking around the back.
Simple text messages delivered crucial tactical info at critical moments, filling the gap left by relying solely on shouting. What struck them as even more novel, even unbelievable, was that they could not only communicate with teammates but also view the global chat, interacting with strangers from all corners of the world.
Ha, that wall-penetrating headshot just now feels good, huh? From the enemy. Just got lucky. Next round, I'll show you what I'm made of. Teammates retort.
Your team's got some sharp shooters.
Where you at? Shanghai. What about you guys?
This feature opened up a whole new world for players.
Previous FPS games were either pure single-player or LAN battles.
To chat with players on the other end of the network, you either had to yell or use external software like QQ or ICQ.
A game like Crossfire, with its built-in, convenient chat system enabling real-time interaction with players nationwide? That was an absolute first. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged in internet cafes.
Countless players frantically controlled movement and weapon switching with their left hands on the WASD keys, while their right hands gripped the mouse for precise aiming and firing. Simultaneously, they found time to type enter, tactical commands, or engage in idle chatter with newly met online friends in the chat box. The atmosphere in the entire internet cafe shifted from the previous pure tension to a vibrant social buzz.
Ha, that guy on the other side is hilarious. Hey, this teammate's got great coordination, wanna at each other? One more round. If I lose, I'll treat you to late-night snacks.
Players reveled in the thrill of gunfights while savoring the joys of online socializing, completely immersed in this virtual battlefield and social circle.
Time slipped away unnoticed in this atmosphere. Hey, buddy, time's up. Want to renew?
Only when the familiar voice of the internet cafe manager rang out did many players snap back to reality, instinctively glancing at the time in the bottom right corner of their screens.
Holy crap! It's this late already? How come it feels like we just started playing? Extend! We gotta extend. 2 more hours. This kind of Crossfire experience made many initially disappointed players shout from the bottom of their hearts. So addictive. Chapter 177, Crossfire goes viral?
In the days following Crossfire's launch, players' enthusiasm not only persisted but surged beyond the initial thrill and so good reaction.
They began spontaneously, almost fanatically, recommending the game to friends, classmates, and co-workers. Dude, come play Crossfire. The controls are insane.
Ditch that crappy single-player game, come to CF, I'll show you how it's done.
This game is awesome.
Not only is the gunplay satisfying, but you can chat with girls from all over the country while you play. In no time, Crossfire became the hottest phrase among gamers. What players raved about through word of mouth wasn't just the finely tuned shooting mechanics, but an unprecedented, revolutionary gaming experience.
It's completely different, a veteran CS player excitedly posted on a forum.
Back in CS, you just shotguns in isolation, winning or losing was just about you or your small circle. But in CF, you can instantly match with teammates from all over the country, chat tactics in real time, and even trash talk the enemy team.
It's an amazing feeling. Exactly.
You can even form squads, compete in tournaments with your brothers, and fight for your team's honor.
This is true online competition.
This model, breaking geographical barriers to enable massive online interaction and team-based competition, completely transformed how players perceive traditional FPS games. The novel experience of finding people to play, chat, and battle with anytime, anywhere had countless players hooked. This wave of enthusiastic word of mouth naturally piqued the curiosity of many other players who had previously been on the fence or weren't particularly into FPS games.
It's just a shooting game, right? Is it really as amazing as they say? All day long they're shouting CF, CF, what's so fun about it? Can you chat? Can you team up? How is that any different from arranging matches in a QQ group? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, batch after batch of players who weren't core FPS users downloaded the client and entered the world of Crossfire. And when they truly immersed themselves experiencing their first match, coordinating seamlessly with strangers for the first time, outwitting opponents in global chat for the first time, receiving friend requests from unknown players for the first time, they suddenly realized. Turns out, FPS games could be played like this. It wasn't just about shooting, it was a whole new way to connect online. Holy crap! This game is addictive. This is seriously awesome. Enough talk, net cafe owner. Refill my credit. The player base for Crossfire began exploding. Just as players were grinding away to earn in-game currency for powerful weapons, another game-changing feature, Tan Jiayi, had planted surfaced. Beyond its realistic gun handling and battlefield atmosphere, the Crossfire store featured several unique options, not weapons, but characters. And they were stunningly detailed female characters. Fox Hunter, Spirit Fox, Night Rose. These alluring names, paired with the game's exquisite 3D models, instantly captured the attention of countless male players. Holy crap! There are female characters in this game? These models are absolutely top tier. This Spirit Fox is gorgeous. Love it! What caught the attention of some more observant players was that these female characters seemed to have slightly more petite builds compared to their male counterparts. What did this imply? In the midst of intense gunfire, wouldn't a smaller target area mean higher survival rates and more agile dodging? The thought instantly crossed many players' minds. Beauty is justice. And it even brings combat advantages? Who could resist? Yet, as their mouse hovers over the purchase button, they discover these coveted female characters invariably come with glaring in-game currency or top-up icons. Want them? Pay up. A chorus of groans erupted throughout the internet cafe. Damn! You have to pay for them. So expensive. That could buy me several big meals. Should we buy them? We could use these pretty girls to shoot enemies. I heard female characters are harder to hit, wonder if that's true. A fierce internal battle raged within countless players. On one side, their empty wallets. On the other, the allure of visually appealing characters and stat boosts. In the end, desire overpowered reason. Damn it! I'm buying it. Just treat it like buying a skin. Go for it. For the Fox Hunter. Screw it. I'll scrimp and save this month. Some players gritted their teeth, clicked the recharge button, and entered their payment details. Players controlled their female characters as they appeared in the game. Even though their aim was still terrible, their mood inexplicably lifted. At least it's easy on the eyes. And so, one by one, seemingly insignificant amounts, tens, hundreds, flowed steadily through payment channels into Tan Jiayi's bank account. Half a month later. Jiangcheng, Tencent headquarters, top floor office. Xiaoma sat in his oversized executive chair, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing a freshly delivered internal report. The numbers in the report delivered a harsh slap to his face. Crossfire, this game he and the entire industry elite had dismissed as a CS skin swap, a work of a writer past his prime. In just half a month, it had not only recouped all development and marketing costs but had already entered profitability. Profit. In just half a month. What sent chills down his spine even more was that Crossfire's daily active player count wasn't plummeting as expected, it was surging at an utterly terrifying rate. Online, discussions about Crossfire flooded major gaming forums, bulletin boards, and even mainstream portals. Terms like CF, transport ship, headshot, camouflage M4, and Fox Spirit had become the hottest internet buzzwords of the moment. Xiaoma felt his temples throbbing violently. He had believed Tan Jiayi was finally about to stumble. That boy, elevated to godlike status, would finally pay the price for his youth and arrogance. The failure of Crossfire would mark the beginning of Tencent's return to market dominance. But what was the reality? Reality was that Crossfire hadn't failed at all, it had exploded into an insane level of popularity. It was inexplicably popular. So wildly popular that even he, a veteran of the industry for years, couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why? Leaning back in his chair, Xiaoma's eyes were filled with deep confusion. He couldn't wrap his head around it. That Tan Jiayi, that 8-year-old kid, why did he seem to possess the magic to turn stones into gold? Why could he casually tweak an outdated CS and reignite the market, drawing countless players like moths to a flame, willing to shell out money? It defied logic. It was unscientific. How many resources had Tencent poured in? How many top talents? How much market research? And what was the result? All that effort looked utterly feeble in front of that kid. Chapter 178, The Gaming World Stunned. Xiao Ma's face darkened. He slammed his hand on the intercom button, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Notify all executives at VP level and above. Be in the conference room for a meeting in 5 minutes. Everyone must be present. The assistant could practically feel the boss's boiling rage through the phone line. He responded with a series of yes, sir, and sprang into action immediately. 5 minutes later, in the spacious conference room of the Goose Factory, over a dozen executives, usually brimming with confidence and commanding their respective divisions, sat stiffly, not daring to breathe. They all sensed the low pressure emanating from the head of the table. Xiaoma sat in the main seat, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person present. Who can tell me? He suddenly spoke, his voice quiet yet carrying a fierce intensity. Why? Why the hell did that Tan Jiayi, some 8-year-old brat, manage to blow up like this with just some crappy CS mod? He slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous thud, sending a jolt through everyone present. Crossfire recouped costs and turned a profit in half a month. Daily active users are still skyrocketing. Who can explain to me what the hell is going on? How many resources did our company pour into this? How many elite talents did we nurture? Why couldn't we think of this? Why are we being humiliated by a kid?
Xiaoma's voice was sharp and furious, each word seeming to be ground out between clenched teeth.
The conference room fell deathly silent. The executives sat frozen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. What could they say? They couldn't figure it out either. Who could have predicted that a seemingly outdated single-player FPS framework, merely enhanced with seemingly simple modules like online interaction, social chat, and team systems, would trigger such an astonishing chemical reaction and explode across the entire market? It felt like a resounding slap in the face to these so-called industry elites. Gazing at the silent crowd below, the rage in Xiaoma's eyes intensified.
But he knew that losing his temper now wouldn't solve anything.
He took a deep breath, forced down his churning emotions, and issued the order. I don't care how you do it. Now. Immediately. Pull every resource you have and make us a similar game.
His gaze swept across the room, cold and unyielding.
Follow the same approach as Crossfire. Whether it's imitation or adaptation, I don't care. Just get me a viable product as soon as possible. Got it? Hangzhou, Pig Farm Headquarters.
Ding Lei sat in his office, staring at the freshly printed market analysis report, feeling waves of irritation wash over him.
Jargon Network again. Tan Jiayi again.
Due to the rapid rise of that upstart and its string of blockbuster hits, his once proud pig farm game business hadn't released a decent title in ages.
The company's overall revenue curve kept declining. How much effort had he poured into it? How many resources? And what was the result? That Tan Jiayi guy seemed to treat his bet with Baoyu as nothing more than a joke. He casually hacked together some outdated CS clone and it actually became so popular? So profitable?
Ding Lei rubbed his temples hard, feeling his entire worldview was about to be overturned.
What the hell was wrong with this gaming market? Was it really going to be dominated by the Tans?
He felt a profound sense of helplessness.
Jiangcheng Jargon Network. Wang Xiaoya was utterly dumbfounded.
Staring at the soaring concurrent user count on the backend and the preliminary recharge revenue figures from finance, she cradled her face, feeling as if she were dreaming.
This, she murmured, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Had they accomplished something earth-shattering? No. Wasn't it just the boss pulling out the CS source code, directing her through a series of optimizations and modifications? Adding the network module, chat system, team system, and that in-game store and paid characters that even she thought were a bit of a cash grab? Essentially, wasn't this still the same familiar CS framework? How the hell did it blow up like this? Have the players lost their minds? Or is the boss really some kind of deity descended from heaven, wielding the magic to turn stones into gold?
Wang Xiaoya felt her brain was about to explode. She had written the code herself and knew the game inside out. Yet this game, which she saw as having limited changes, achieved such mind-boggling success.
This massive discrepancy left her utterly baffled by the logic behind it. Was making games really this simple? Or was it only the boss who could see through the secrets behind it?
She stared blankly at the constantly fluctuating numbers on the screen, plunged into deep confusion. She couldn't make sense of it, even beginning to doubt whether her understanding of the gaming industry was fundamentally flawed. She replayed the scene over and over in her mind when her boss, Tan Jiayi, had first proposed the Crossfire project. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened sharply, her breathing quickening.
That's it. That's how it is. She finally understood. The key wasn't whether the game's core framework was CS, it was the value-added modifications the boss had made to that framework. It was Tan Jiayi's imagination, his terrifying foresight that transcended this era, even anticipating the needs of future players. He didn't just optimize the shooting mechanics, more importantly, he completely overturned the traditional single-player or LAN mindset of FPS games. He seamlessly integrated social features, progression systems, competitive play, and even a touch of vanity into the experience. Shooting became more than just shooting, it transformed into a new online entertainment experience where players nationwide could interact, team up, chat, compete, and express their individuality. This is the true reason Crossfire exploded in popularity. It elevated not just gameplay, but player retention and engagement. Realizing this, Wang Xiaoya felt a chill run straight up her spine from her tailbone to the top of her head. Her gaze toward Tan Jiayi's office was instantly filled with admiration. What does it mean to turn something ordinary into something extraordinary? This was it. A living, breathing example right before her eyes. A game mode that many considered outdated and exhausted of potential, yet through Tan Jiayi's seemingly youthful yet future-piercing touch, it was subtly tweaked and reimagined. It unleashed terrifying energy, sweeping the market once more to become a phenomenal hit. What on earth was going on inside the mind of this 9-year-old child? Why? Why does he consistently pinpoint players' pain points with such precision, conjuring up brilliant ideas that others wouldn't dare imagine, yet they always succeed? Wang Xiaoya felt her understanding of her boss being redefined once again. With a boss like this, why worry about the future? No. All she needed to do was close her eyes and follow his lead. Chapter 179, Rainstorm Corporation's Dirty Tricks. Everyone underestimated Crossfire. Or rather, everyone underestimated Tan Jiayi. After the game launched, its explosive popularity completely surpassed everyone's expectations, including some employees within Jiangcheng itself. It skipped the so-called slow ramp-up phase, instead showing explosive growth almost overnight. Registered users rapidly surpassed 1 million, then 5 million, and soon broke through the 10 million mark, continuing to grow at an astonishing rate. Even more jaw-dropping was the concurrent player count, which at its peak consistently exceeded 1 million. 1 million players online simultaneously. For a newly launched online game, it was simply unbelievable. Amidst this nationwide frenzy, Tan Jiayi refused to rest on his laurels. He keenly recognized the players' soaring enthusiasm and promptly planned and launched a series of online events. Weekend Carnival Night. Exclusive weapon skins given away for logging in. Team Rally Call. Complete missions to win rare female character trial cards. Headshot Challenge. Accumulate kills to redeem a permanent golden gun. These events were straightforward yet offered generous rewards. In no time, countless players went all out grinding for those limited edition gear, flashy characters, and rare items symbolizing honor. The entire Crossfire universe was propelled to the pinnacle of an era-defining peak. No one could have imagined. Truly, no one could have imagined that an FPS game essentially old wine in a new bottle could ignite such a phenomenon-level craze. In internet cafes across the country, the Crossfire login screen dominated nearly every monitor. Online forums were flooded with posts about optimal PC builds for gunplay, map strategies, team recruitment, and even show-off threads flaunting skins and characters. Of course, compared to the peak of Tan Jiayi's memory when Tencent operated the game touted as the 300 million mouse shooter dream, the current million concurrent users still fell far short. After all, in this era, home computers remained a luxury for most ordinary families in Xia Nation. Owning a personal computer capable of smoothly running online games was a privilege reserved for the few. Most players could only indulge in a few rounds during their limited free time, often resorting to less than reputable internet cafes. It was precisely this frustration of wanting to play but not being able to do so whenever they wished that further fueled players' craving for Crossfire. Consequently, the comment sections of Jiangcheng Network's official website and game forums began filling with increasingly similar pleas. Mr. Tan, hurry up and open a Jiangcheng Internet Café. We don't even have a decent one around here. We demand Jiangcheng Internet Cafés come to our small county town. I need to play CF. Every time I go to a net cafe, I have to wait in line, and the machines lag like crazy. Please, Jiangcheng Daddy, come save us. Countless players rallied together, urging Tan Jiayi to accelerate the Jiangcheng Internet Café project. They yearned to enjoy smooth, comfortable gaming right at their doorstep, to dive into that adrenaline-pumping gunfight world anytime, anywhere. The explosive popularity of Crossfire unexpectedly fueled demand for Jiangcheng Internet Cafés. Scene change. Shanghai, Baoyu Corporation China headquarters. In the spacious office, the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. James and Owen sat across from each other, separated by a massive mahogany desk strewn with scattered documents. At this moment, both men wore grim expressions. Silence. Dead silence. The silence was shattered by the latest sales report. The numbers on it cut ruthlessly into their nerves. Intelligence painstakingly gathered through various channels at great expense revealed. Jiangcheng Network's World of Warcraft had achieved a staggering cumulative sales figure in the domestic Xia market, approximately 700 million Xia currency. 700 million. In an era where average monthly wages barely reached a few dozen yuan, this was an astronomical figure, a terrifying achievement that would make any international union sit up and take notice. In stark contrast stood their flagship title, StarCraft, the game they had pinned their hopes on and poured resources into. Its worldwide sales total barely scraped together a paltry 30 million national currency. A crushing defeat. A complete and utter defeat. James' face was as pale as paper, his eyes vacant. Owen's face turned ashen, his hand clenched into a fist on the table, veins bulging on his knuckles. As the firefighter dispatched by headquarters to clean up the mess and turn the tide, not only had he failed to extinguish the blaze, but he had stood by wide-eyed as the flames spread beyond control. This outcome was equally humiliating for him. He couldn't even imagine the fury he would face back at headquarters. A deathly silence hung in the office. Given the enormous disparity in exchange rates, converting $30 million into Xia currency still paled in comparison to the staggering 70 million a world apart, a crushing defeat that left them utterly crushed. The cold, hard numbers delivered the final verdict without mercy. Rainstorm Corporation had lost. Defeated utterly, without a shred of doubt. Time ticked away relentlessly. Less than a week remained until the deadline for the high-stakes wager that would determine both parties' fates. James and Owen could both hear their own heartbeats pounding. 700 million Xia currency versus 30 million pretty country currency. This gap was beyond what any conventional business strategy could bridge. The thought of defeat gnawed at their nerves like maggots in bone. If they did nothing, what awaited them was not merely personal failure, but the devastating cost of Rainstorm Corporation losing the entire Xia market. Xia. This vast market of billions, its economy soaring at an astonishing pace. Losing this territory would be an absolutely unbearable strategic loss for Storm Corporation, a company aiming for global dominance. The fury from headquarters would be enough to reduce them all to ashes. They couldn't lose. Absolutely couldn't lose. No matter what underhanded means they had to employ, they would win. Owen's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. The deep-seated resentment in his blue eyes finally crystallized into a cold, resolute glint. He knew the commercial battle against Jiangcheng was utterly lost. To salvage the situation or even disrupt it would take time. That meant resorting to any means necessary. He clenched his jaw hard, teeth grinding with a sharp click. Slowly rising from his chair, he walked to the window and gazed out at the Shanghai cityscape below. After a moment of silence, he turned back, his gaze icy as he fixed it on James, whose face had drained of color. At this point, there's no other choice. Owen's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a ruthless determination born of desperation. Execute. Plan B. Chapter 180, the outcome revealed. Desperately seeking gold tickets. Time slipped away quietly amid the eager anticipation of countless people. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Finally, the day arrived, the day the outcome of the wager that had rocked the entire gaming industry in Xia Nation and even drawn international attention would be revealed. That day, the entire internet erupted. The four major gaming forums, Baidu Tieba, and even mainstream news sites and social platforms reached a fever pitch of discussion. Countless eyes were fixed on the outcome of this showdown of the century. It's here. It's finally here. We've waited for this day. Will old Ginger from Rainstorm reign supreme, or will Jiangcheng crown a new king? I'm rooting for Jiangcheng Network. Tanshan is awesome. Hard to say Baoyu is an international powerhouse with deep roots. They might have something up their sleeve. Hurry up and announce the results. I can't wait. The entire internet buzzed with speculation. Which side would emerge victorious in this breathtaking showdown? Will it be the globally renowned veteran gaming company Rainstorm or the rising dark horse Jiangcheng Network steered by a 9-year-old prodigy who keeps defying expectations? The suspense is about to be revealed. According to the agreement signed by both parties, today, both companies must submit their complete financial statements and detailed income and expenditure records since the bet agreement took effect to the public and designated third-party institutions as the final evidence to determine the winner. To ensure fairness and impartiality, an authoritative professional accounting firm rigorously audits and verifies the data submitted by both parties. What excites and captivates countless citizens even more is this: in the spirit of transparency, several of Xiaogua's largest television networks will broadcast the entire proceedings live, based on the final results. This was no longer merely a commercial wager between companies, but a public trial that captured the attention of countless players and the entire industry. Countless people sat glued to their TVs or refreshed web pages, holding their breath as they waited for the final moment. Scene change. Jiangcheng Television Station, Studio 1. Spotlights focused on the hosts at center stage. Tan Jiayi and Owen, representing the two sides in this century-defining wager, were seated at the guest table. Tan Jiayi maintained his usual calm and composed demeanor. His small frame seemed slightly out of place in the oversized armchair, and the childlike innocence on his face stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around him. Owen, seated opposite him, was in a completely different state. He struggled to maintain a veneer of composure, even wearing a perfunctory smile, but deep within his piercing blue eyes, fixed intently on Tan Jiayi, raged an uncontrollable fury. Looking at Tan Jiayi's harmless little face, Owen felt a surge of rage rise to his head. This kid. This seemingly innocent child had single-handedly driven the mighty Rainstorm Corporation to the edge of a cliff, forcing them to activate their costly, even somewhat disreputable, backup plan. How many resources, how many connections, how much risk had Storm poured into executing this plan? The mastermind behind it all? This despicable child standing before him. Owen's hand rested on his knee, unconsciously clenching into a tight fist. But it didn't matter anymore. After today, everything would be settled. Regardless of the process, the outcome is what truly matters. As long as he wins this gamble and secures the Xia market, any cost would be worth it. And that little brat before him, who made his teeth grind with rage, would be permanently barred from the gaming industry according to the agreement. This thought slightly soothed the raging fury churning within Owen's heart. His gaze toward Tan Jiayi even held a trace of barely perceptible pity. Kid, enjoy your final moments. Soon, you'll plummet from the clouds and shatter into pieces. The thought brought Owen an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, all the lights focused on the notaries from the third-party organization. Whether it was the live audience, the media, or viewers watching on television or online live streams, everyone held their breath in an instant. The notaries, dressed in suits, were bent over meticulously verifying financial statements and income expense details. These were the crucial pieces of evidence submitted by Jiangcheng Network and Rainstorm Company. They murmured among themselves, their expressions solemn and focused. Time ticked by, second by second. Finally, after a tense round of hushed discussions and repeated verifications, the members of the review committee seemed to have reached their final conclusion. They simultaneously looked up and exchanged glances. Finally, the most senior notary, a man with graying hair, announced the results. Clearing his throat, he picked up the microphone inside. The entire broadcast hall fell instantly silent. At home, countless viewers clenched their fists, palms sweaty, hearts pounding in their throats, awaiting the final verdict. The notary's steady, resonant voice carried through the microphone, filling every corner of the studio and broadcasting through airwaves and the internet into millions of homes. Based on the valid financial documentation submitted by both parties, following our professional and rigorous review and verification. He paused, seemingly to heighten the suspense, his gaze sweeping over Tan Jiayi and Owen seated below. The final verified sales figure for Jargon Network's game World of Warcraft under this agreement is. Everyone held their breath. 750 million xia currency. Whoosh. Though many had anticipated it, the official announcement of this staggering figure still elicited a wave of gasps that filled the room. This was nothing short of a miracle in Xia Nation's gaming history. Instantly, countless eyes turned to the small figure seated calmly on the sofa. However, the auctioneer pressed on without pause. Baoyu Corporation's game StarCraft has achieved a final confirmed sales figure within this agreement of. A faint smile touched Owen's lips. 120 million US dollars. What? The room erupted in uproar. This figure far exceeded all prior speculation and hints. How did Storm achieve this? The auctioneer ignored the commotion and continued in his emotionless tone, delivering the final verdict. Converted at the official exchange rate stipulated in the agreement, 120 million US dollars equates to 840 million xia currency. He looked up, his gaze sweeping the room with authority, and abruptly announced the final outcome. The final outcome of this bet is. Rainstorm Corporation wins. With that, the impartial arbitrator collected the results without expression and prepared to return to his seat. Owen smiled indifferently at the outcome. Regardless of the process, Jiangcheng had still lost. Chapter 181, Rainstorm wins? What? Rainstorm, victory? The moment the official's crisp declaration echoed, the entire nation erupted, whether glued to TV screens or watching live streams in a collective, stunned roar of disbelief. Did they screw up? How could Heavy Rain have won? 750 million versus 840 million? Where did this StarCraft data come from? Fake. Absolutely fake. Countless viewers, especially those who had witnessed the explosive popularity of World of Warcraft and Crossfire, were utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears or that the world had gone mad. Just how popular was World of Warcraft? The occupancy rates at internet cafes said it all. How popular were Jiangcheng Network's games? Crossfire's online numbers were ironclad proof. But StarCraft? Aside from a brief splash at launch, hasn't it been consistently crushed by World of Warcraft ever since? It even resorted to discount promotions. How could such a move possibly sell 100 million US dollars worth? Is this data even real? From which parallel universe was it sourced? This is nothing short of an unbelievable comeback. No, it's a result conjured out of thin air. After the initial shock wore off, an even more chilling realization set in. According to the bet agreement, the losing party's leader must permanently exit the gaming industry. Didn't this mean Tan Jiayi, the prodigy who'd created countless miracles and brought them endless joy, would never be able to develop games again? No. Tan God is gone. This isn't fair. There must be some trickery involved. At the thought of this dreadful outcome, countless Xia Nation viewers felt their hearts clench, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. A rising star, a peerless genius destined to illuminate the entire future of Xia's gaming industry, forced to abandon the career he loved most and excelled at, all because of a suspicious wager? Would they ever again get to play groundbreaking games like World of Warcraft or Crossfire? Was Xia Nation's gaming industry, which had finally glimpsed a ray of hope, about to be extinguished like this? Countless people sighed in regret, unable to accept this injustice. The internet erupted in an instant with cries of despair. Countless posts erupted, their titles a chaotic mix of exclamation points and question marks. This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. I refuse to believe it. How could World of Warcraft lose to the nearly defunct StarCraft? Rainstorm Games can't handle losing, so they resort to dirty tricks? Disgusting. It's over, it's over. Tan God can't play games anymore. My youth is over. Those netizens who had placed unwavering faith in Tan Jiayi, eagerly anticipating his miracle, felt their hearts sink. They couldn't accept this outcome, nor the harsh reality that might follow. Inside the broadcast hall, Owen wore a victorious smile. Rising to his feet, he smoothed his impeccable suit and extended his hand with impeccable grace toward Tan Jiayi, who remained seated. Mr. Tan, his voice carried through the microphone across the entire venue, tinged with a barely perceptible arrogance. You are a truly admirable opponent. Your talent is astonishing. I salute you. He paused, his smile deepening. However, I regret to say that in the end, we were the ones who prevailed. These words were a blatant provocation. Yet, to Owen's surprise, Tan Jiayi's face didn't flush with anger at these almost insulting words. He smiled instead. It was a calm smile, even tinged with a hint of amusement. Ignoring Owen's outstretched hand, he lifted his gaze toward the notary officers who had packed their documents and were preparing to leave. Hold on. His voice was soft, yet it echoed throughout the room. The notaries halted in their tracks, turning to regard the 9-year-old boy with confusion. Tan Jiayi's gaze swept calmly over Owen before he stated with unwavering certainty, "I do not accept this outcome. There must be something fishy going on here." The words sent shockwaves through the room once more. The smile froze on Owen's face, followed by a derisive snort, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. Trickery? Mr. Tan, are you questioning the integrity of the institution? He adopted a self-righteous expression. As a global top-tier gaming company, isn't it perfectly normal for our StarCraft to sell like hotcakes worldwide and generate foreign exchange? Or do you believe only your games deserve to profit? His tone turned icy, carrying an oppressive air of superiority. Let me give you some advice, Mr. Tan. A loss is a loss. As a man, you should honor the spirit of the contract, accept defeat gracefully. Tan Jiayi stared at him expressionless, finding it laughable. Of course I honor the spirit of the contract, but only when it's fair and just. Owen regarded Tan Jiayi with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a child throwing a tantrum, his voice icy. Mr. Tan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. With such professionals here, with these two eyes watching, what gives you the right to claim foul play? Tan Jiayi ignored Owen's sarcasm entirely. His gaze fixed firmly on the notaries, their faces flushed with embarrassment, as he repeated, I demand a re-examination of all original data, especially the sales details submitted by Rainstorm Company. The lead notary exchanged a helpless glance with Owen, whose face had turned ashen, then looked back at the boy whose eyes held a stubborn intensity that was almost frightening. He sighed. Young man, we've conducted an extremely rigorous audit. All procedures followed regulations, and the data sources underwent preliminary verification. It truly. I insist on a re-verification. Tan Jiayi cut him off. The notary officers looked grim. With the national broadcast cameras rolling, they couldn't outright refuse. Finally, the chief notary nodded reluctantly. All right, since you insist, we'll go over the critical data again. They reopened the sealed electronic documents and paper reports, and the screens once again displayed dense arrays of data. The notary officers operated the systems while meticulously verifying each step, striving to demonstrate that their work contained no oversights. Tan Jiayi no longer sat in the guest area. He walked directly beside the notary, his eyes wide as he scanned line by line, digit by digit, searching this sea of data for any possible trace of evidence. His mind raced. Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. According to the crystal-clear memories in his mind, StarCraft was indeed a classic game, but its commercial peak had never reached the heights claimed here. Especially in this era, at this exact moment in time, global sales reaching $100 million? Utterly preposterous. This figure was several times more exaggerated than the data he recalled from years later. Something was definitely wrong here. They must have tampered with the figures. Chapter 182, Clues Emerge. Dense rows of data flashed relentlessly across Tan Jiayi's unusually bright eyes. His gaze was fixed, his body almost motionless, every ounce of his focus immersed in deciphering these cold, hard numbers. He wasn't merely looking, he was memorizing, calculating. Every critical sales figure, every shift at each time point, was forcibly crammed into his brain for mental arithmetic and comparison. The surrounding clamor, Owen's mocking gaze, everything seemed to fade into the distance. In his world, only these numbers which might conceal the truth remained. As time passed, the verification process drew closer to its conclusion. Suddenly, Tan Jiayi's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. His pupils contracted sharply. He had uncovered an extremely bizarre phenomenon. According to the reports, the sales growth curve for Rainstorm Company's StarCraft remained unusually flat, even sluggish throughout most of the performance agreement period. This perfectly matched market expectations for a popular game where pirated copies far outnumbered legitimate ones. He roughly tallied the total sales only about $20 million. $20 million. This figure finally matched his understanding of what StarCraft's market performance should have been at this point. So the question arises. How did the final result of $120 million come about? Could it be? Tan Jiayi's lips curled into a cold smile. Could it be that in the final month, StarCraft suddenly received divine intervention and sold hundreds of millions of US dollars? The thought barely formed before he instantly dismissed it. That was pure fantasy. Absolutely impossible. Why? Because it was 1998. An era with extremely weak copyright awareness. Especially in the Xia Kingdom and developing markets, for a wildly popular single-player game like StarCraft, the number of pirates playing it was 10 times, or even several times, the number of players who bought the legitimate version. The overwhelming flood of pirated copies severely squeezed the survival space for legitimate software. This is a crucial reason why, in that era, single-player game sales could never reach the astronomical figures seen in later generations. Given this market environment, how could StarCraft possibly achieve a staggering $100 million in global sales within just 1 month? This completely defied basic market logic in the prevailing era. Something was definitely wrong here. And it was a huge problem. Watching Tan Jiayi become completely immersed in the data world, his eyes even flickering with a certain light, Owen, standing beside him, felt the slight smugness that had just risen in his heart instantly replaced by an inexplicable panic. Had the kid really uncovered something? Impossible. Those flawlessly fabricated figures couldn't be traced instantly even by the most sophisticated accounting systems. How could a 9-year-old possibly? Despite this constant reassurance, a bead of cold sweat still formed uncontrollably on Owen's temple. He sensed that Tan Jiayi's calm, focused expression was slowly piercing through to the deepest secrets of his soul. No! He couldn't let him look any further. He had to interrupt him. Owen took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. He plastered on that same insincere smile, took half a step forward, and spoke in a solemn tone. Mr. Tan, I know this outcome may be difficult for you to accept. His voice deliberately rose in pitch, attempting to create the feeling of an elder offering guidance to a junior. But numbers don't lie. We both agreed to the rules and engaged the most authoritative institution to act as notary. He spread his hands magnanimously. That's business. You win some, you lose some. If today had been our loss, I'd accept it gracefully, withdraw from the Xia market without a fuss, and certainly wouldn't be, well, dragging this out. His words carried the weight of moral coercion, attempting to pressure the Tan family into abandoning their verification efforts by invoking grace and contractual integrity. The facts are right before us, Mr. Tan, Owen interjected, trying to pull Tan Jiayi's attention away from the data. No matter how unwilling you are to admit it, no matter how hard you search for so-called shady dealings, it's futile. Accept reality. Be a man of your word. Yet, despite Owen's mix of firmness and persuasion, Tan Jiayi only slowly lifted his head. His jet-black eyes flicked a cold glance at Owen. In that gaze, there was no anger, no frustration, only an icy coldness that seemed to see through everything. Then Tan Jiayi lowered his head once more, his gaze refocusing on the dense rows of data, as if Owen's words had merely been a passing breeze brushing past his ear. His indifference sent a chill down Owen's spine more profoundly than any fiery rebuttal could have. Row after row, column after column, the cold data washed over Tan Jiayi's vision. His mind raced, locking onto every critical data point, cross-referencing and simulating scenarios. Owen's nervous interference only reinforced his conviction something was definitely fishy here. Finally, just as the data stream was about to scroll to the bottom when the final sales statistics section concluded, Tan Jiayi's eyes suddenly froze. His pupils contracted sharply. Found it! The data showed in the final 7 days before the performance-based agreement, StarCraft sales had skyrocketed like a rocket launch. Sales for that single week alone reached nearly $100 million. $100 million! In a single week. And for most of the time before that, its cumulative sales hadn't even reached 20 million. This was utterly preposterous. A cold smile curled at the corner of Tan Jiayi's mouth. If there's no foul play here, I, Tan Jiayi, will eat this report right now. He instantly concluded this was absolutely not normal market sales behavior. Value Company had undoubtedly employed abnormal, even illegal methods to artificially and frantically inflate its final sales figures. The goal? To win the accounting gamble. At this realization, Tan Jiayi snapped his head up. His clear eyes pierced straight through to Owen, whose face had already turned slightly pale. Mr. Owen, Tan Jiayi's voice was not loud, yet it carried a stirring force that echoed through the silent broadcast hall. I'd like you to explain. His finger pointed precisely at the abnormal peak data area on the screen from the previous week. Why has your company's StarCraft, over the course of several months, remained merely lukewarm, even downright lackluster? He paused, his gaze sharpening as his tone took on a subtly veiled accusation. Yet miraculously, in the final week of the performance-based agreement, nearly $100 million in orders poured in? Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental, too unbelievable? Chapter 183, Joy Turns to Sorrow. Tan Jiayi's expression made Owen's eyelid twitch uncomfortably, but it was quickly masked by a layer of almost shameless composure. He shrugged nonchalantly, spread his hands wide, and wore an expression that said, I'm just as surprised as you are. How should I know? His tone carried a hint of feigned surprise. Perhaps global players have finally discovered the true brilliance of StarCraft? Maybe word of mouth has snowballed into a final buying frenzy? He shifted gears, a hint of pride creeping in. Besides, Mr. Tan, you might not fully grasp the global reach of Blizzard Entertainment. We have an unmatched network of partners spanning the globe. Perhaps our channel partners saw StarCraft's long-term potential and chose to bulk purchase and stockpile at this moment to support us. When others are willing to open their wallets, it's not exactly my place to refuse, is it? This explanation was pure sophistry, casually dismissing the obviously implausible data as mere market dynamics and channel strength. After speaking, Owen didn't even bother to glance at Tan Jiayi. Turning to the notaries, he impatiently urged. Right then, notaries. Since the data is accurate, I see no point in wasting everyone's time. Let's get on with announcing the results. The lead notary furrowed his brow. He wasn't stupid, he too had noticed the peculiarity of the final week's data. But Owen's explanation, though far-fetched, played squarely within the gray areas of the rules. He paused thoughtfully, then turned to Tan Jiayi with a hint of resignation in his voice, his tone tinged with apology yet bound by the rules. Mr. Tan, while Mr. Owen's reasoning is somewhat unconventional, it does hold a certain logic from a business perspective. He chose his words carefully. Strong channel distribution capabilities are indeed a reflection of a company's strength. In this case, Rainstorm Company's last-minute surge in global sales through its channel network may have been achieved through somewhat questionable means. However, the arbitrator shifted his tone to a stern one. We've meticulously reviewed the terms of the agreed-upon performance-based compensation agreement between both parties. There are no explicit restrictions prohibiting the use of channels for large-scale distribution to count toward transactions. Therefore, while the outcome is surprising, these figures are valid under the rules. He took a deep breath and ultimately upheld the original outcome, his voice heavy as he reaffirmed. Therefore, we rule that Rainstorm Company wins this performance-based agreement. Upon hearing the notary's final confirmation, Owen's face trembled slightly with intense excitement. He could barely contain his eagerness as he turned toward Tan Jiayi, delivering the victor's final blow with a voice dripping with feigned magnanimity and unmasked triumph. Exactly. Mr. Tan, the notary is absolutely right. Channel capabilities are part of one's strength, after all. He spread his hands wide, beaming with a smile that stretched almost to his ears. If your Gen network had global channels like ours at Rainstorm, you could certainly use them too. Our Rainstorm company has always operated with integrity. We'd never resort to underhanded tricks. These words were like pouring salt on Tan Jiayi's wounds. This time, however, the previously calm, even slightly mocking teenager underwent a complete shift in aura upon hearing the final verdict. He slowly lowered his head. Those eyes, always brimming with confidence, now lost their usual sparkle, growing dull and lifeless, radiating a profound sense of desolation. He sat there in silence, starkly out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. Seeing Tan Jiayi in such a disoriented state, Owen felt like his insides were about to explode. Ha! Finally, he got to see this kid eat humble pie. His heart surged with wild joy, and he nearly burst out laughing. This time, to produce that flawless sales report, Rainstorm Corporation had paid a tremendous price. But, seeing this demonic genius, the very one who had once driven them to exhaustion and sleepless nights, now utterly defeated before their eyes, Owen felt it was all worth it. No matter the cost, as long as he could push this formidable opponent into the abyss, eradicate him from the gaming world once and for all, and ensure he could never cause trouble again, every single bit of it was worth it. Owen stood tall, feeling more triumphant than ever before. A smile spread across his lips, growing wider and wider, and he couldn't help but feel like humming a tune. The atmosphere at the venue seemed to settle as the outcome was finalized. The host prepared to deliver closing remarks, and the notary officials were ready to formally depart. But then, Tan Jiayi, who had been staring down at the floor with a dejected expression, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, suddenly flashed with a cunning gleam. That defeated look vanished instantly, replaced by a confidence that commanded everything. Fixing his gaze on the excited Owen, he asked in fluent English. Mr. Owen, achieving such impressive sales figures in the final week must have come at a tremendous cost, wouldn't you agree? The question came too suddenly. And it was delivered directly in English. Owen, still riding high on the euphoria of victory and the satisfaction of Tan Jiayi's defeat, heard the question as a casual, almost grudging probe from the loser. Almost instinctively, he rode the momentum and answered with equal pride, also in English. Absolutely. You wouldn't believe it, but to boost that final 100 million in sales, we spent a whopping $30 million. But we won in the end. Every penny was worth it. The words had barely left his mouth. Owen's smile froze instantly. He suddenly realized what he had just said. Didn't that ing amount to directly admitting the sales figures were artificially manipulated, bought with money? A bone-chilling coldness shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Owen's face drained of color in an instant. He trembled, desperate to retract his words, to explain, to swallow that sentence whole. But it was too late. Everyone present, the host, cameraman, notary public, on-site journalists, and even countless English-speaking viewers watching on TV and online livestreams had clearly heard his triumphant, self-incriminating slip. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Owen. Their eyes were filled with shock and blatant mockery. Owen felt his cheeks burning hot, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into right then and there. He had just admitted to cheating on live national television. Was it too late to take those words back? Chapter 184, The Bet, 1. Ha! Owen's triumphant, off-the-cuff confession sent ripples of commotion through the entire studio. The notaries, who had just moments ago maintained a professional yet resigned demeanor, now stared in unison with eyes wide open. Their expressions transformed from previous composure into utter shock. What the hell? Spending $30 million to fabricate 100 million in sales. Wasn't this like walking straight into a trap? Admitting to data fabrication right in front of the entire nation's audience. The male notary's mustache trembled with fury. He couldn't believe his ears. Owen was utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of blankness, regret flooded his mind. Why had his mouth run so fast? He realized he'd fallen into a trap set by that seemingly harmless 9-year-old brat. Damn it! Damn it! His mind raged. How could he have let his guard down? How had he fallen for that kid's seemingly innocent question? This child wasn't human at all. He was a devil, infinitely more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. He had cleverly exploited the momentary lapse in his guard after victory to dig a deadly trap for him. No! That's not it! Owen's face drained of color as he frantically waved his arms, trying to explain, his voice distorted by sheer panic. What I meant was, it's channel promotion. Yes. It's standard channel promotion and marketing activity to expand our influence. That's why we invested such a large sum. He rambled incoherently, trying to justify the 30 million expenditure as compliant marketing costs. Yet every word now sounded feeble and desperate, like trying to cover up a crime. Would the notaries believe him? Would the audience in the room believe him? Would the hundreds of millions watching on television believe him? But the notaries paid him no mind. Earlier, there might have been a loophole to exploit, but now, the relevant party had personally admitted to using massive funds to fabricate sales figures. The nature of the act had completely changed. This was blatant fraud. It trampled on the rules. It mocked everyone. The notaries didn't even need to deliberate further. They merely exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve in the other's eyes. The lead notary picked up the microphone again. This time, his voice was no longer steady. It carried the anger of someone betrayed. Mr. Owen, representative of Rainstorm Corporation, has personally admitted that his company invested substantial funds in irregular operations to meet sales targets, severely undermining the principles of fair competition and contractual integrity. His gaze pierced like lightning, sweeping over Owen's ashen face as he declared the final verdict with unwavering conviction. We rule that Rainstorm Corporation employed dishonorable deceptive tactics to gain an unfair data advantage in this agreement. The outcome is invalid. This performance-based agreement. Jiangcheng wins. Owen felt darkness engulf his vision. His legs grew leaden, unable to support his towering frame any longer. He instantly collapsed, his entire being drained of strength as if his backbone had been ripped out, crashing heavily back onto the sofa chair to his right. The color drained from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. He looked hollow, drained of all strength. It was over. Everything was over. He could already see his own end. If James's series of missteps had merely planted seeds of vulnerability in Rainstorm Corporation's strategy within Xia Nation, then his own boastful slip of the tongue had single-handedly and irrevocably pushed this business empire into an abyss. He hadn't merely lost a gamble, he had gambled away Rainstorm Corporation's entire future in Xia Nation. It was now 1998. Fools could see that Xia Nation, this Eastern dragon, was awakening, harboring terrifying market potential and development opportunities. This was a strategic stronghold no ambitious multinational corporation could afford to abandon. Yet Owen had personally buried all of Storm Corporation's prospects here. Who could bear the responsibility for abandoning such a rapidly expanding market? How would headquarters deal with him? Owen closed his eyes in despair. He knew his career at Rainstorm Corporation was utterly finished. There was no room for maneuver. He would be made the ultimate scapegoat, nailed to the pillar of shame, and mercilessly humiliated. And having lost the Storm brand a golden name, he now carried a record of failure that could only be described as catastrophic. From now on, it would be nearly impossible to find another job in this industry with such high status and generous compensation. His future was dark. Before the television screens and in the livestream chat rooms, countless viewers erupted in frenzied screams and deafening cheers. The pent-up frustration in their hearts was released in that moment, transforming into the purest ecstasy. We won! We won! Tan God is amazing! Well done! I knew it! I knew Tanshin couldn't lose! Ha! Seeing those guys from Heavy Rain get humiliated is so satisfying. Thunderous applause erupted, cheers nearly shaking the roof off. Tan Jiayi, a mere 9-year-old boy, had performed so brilliantly these past few days that he had brought immense pride and astonishment to all Xia Nation players. Looking back over the past few months, the mighty Rainstorm Corporation had crushed them under its weight, silencing the entire Xia gaming community and even causing them to retreat at one point. It was this child who stood up to them in a manner bordering on the unbelievable. Not only did he refuse to be intimidated, but he proved his mettle with one phenomenal game after another. More crucially, in the final showdown, faced with his opponent's underhanded tactics, he refused to lose heart or give up. Instead, with his extraordinary abilities, he seized the opponent's weakness, orchestrating a stunning comeback that utterly defeated the once invincible Rainstorm Corporation. This was not merely a victory in a business gamble, it restored the entire Xia gaming industry's honor. It proved to the world that Xia Nation could create top-tier games, and that Xia Nation's gaming geniuses were not to be underestimated. Countless players, especially the die-hard fans who had witnessed the entire ordeal, were moved to tears. Gazing at the small figure on the TV screen, still calm and composed, their hearts brimmed with boundless admiration. They secretly resolved that from now on, no matter what games Tan Jiayi created or what products Gung Network launched, they would stand firmly behind them. From now on, only let players play games. Tan God's creations are guaranteed masterpieces. Anyone who dares oppose Tanshin is opposing all of us players. In that moment, Tan Jiayi not only won the wager but captured the hearts of hundreds of millions of players across Xia Nation. He became the undisputed hero in the eyes of countless people. In that moment, they saw a beacon of light in Tan Jiayi, the future of Xia Nation's gaming industry. Chapter 185, Verbal Assault. Owen had no recollection of how he left the television station. After the final result was announced, his mind went blank, as if his very soul had been torn from him. He was led away in a daze from the stage that had stripped him of his dignity and shattered his future. Through his dazed vision, the last image he saw was a 9-year-old Eastern boy, the very culprit who had utterly defeated him, being escorted away from the station by a crowd of excited Xia nationals, surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. That dazzling spectacle stood in stark, ironic contrast to his own current state of utter ruin. Meanwhile, online, the torrent of criticism against Rainstorm Corporation showed no sign of abating. If anything, it was intensifying. Every gaming forum, news comments section, and social media platform was flooded with condemnation of Rainstorm Corporation. Rainstorm doesn't deserve to be called a leading company in the gaming industry. Facing a 9-year-old child, they resorted to such underhanded tricks they've completely lost all dignity. Willing to lose their dignity just to win? Either way, it's utterly shameful. Torrent Company is trash. I used to think their games were decent, but now it's clear their character is utterly rotten. Outrageous. Using such despicable tactics and expecting to fool everyone? Do they think we're all idiots? Thank goodness Tan Jiayi was smart and quick-witted. He exposed their dirty tricks right away. Otherwise, those foreigners would have gotten away with it. Exactly. If we let a company that stops at nothing win, what will become of Xia Nation's gaming market? Will we players ever have it good again? Won't they just keep milking us like cash cows? Countless netizens were seething with indignation, their spittle nearly flooding the entire internet. Baiyu Corporation, once revered by countless gamers as a beacon of the industry, saw its image utterly shattered in that moment, reduced to a clown branded with shame and condemned by all. Scene change. Jiangcheng, outside the headquarters of Jiali Network Company. In stark contrast to the despair at Rainstorm, this place was packed shoulder to shoulder, completely surrounded. Many passionate Jiangcheng citizens had gathered spontaneously, encircling the entire company building tightly, their faces beaming with pride. All along, they had been holding their breath for Jiali Networks. After all, this was the international conglomerate Rainstorm Corporation. Winning seemed impossible. Now, the results were in. Tan Jiayi had won in a near miraculous fashion, turning the tide at the last moment, exposing the opponent's conspiracy, and securing the ultimate victory. This outcome ignited the passion of all who had been watching. They cheered not only because Jiali Network had secured the right to continue developing games, but also because they could look forward to playing more amazing games created by Tan Jiayi in the future. More importantly, Tan Jiayi's victory has restored immense prestige to the entire Xia gaming industry. Before the eyes of the world, he delivered a resounding slap to the foreign companies who would look down upon Xia's gaming industry. Tan Jiayi! Tan Jiayi! Tan Jiayi! The crowd erupted in frenzied shouts, once again chanting the name of the young miracle maker, expressing their reverence in the most direct and passionate way. Some, overcome with emotion, even volunteered themselves. They pushed to the front of the crowd, waving their arms and shouting toward the gates of Jiangcheng. Mr. Tan! Take me on. I can code. Is Jiangcheng hiring? I'll do anything. I don't need a salary. Just working under you, Mr. Tan, is the greatest honor. Listening to the synchronized shouts outside his window, Tan Jiayi stood by the office window, a faint smile involuntarily curving his lips. No matter how tortuous the journey, no matter how underhanded the opponents, no matter what this breathtaking high-stakes gamble, he had ultimately won. He had won the market and, more importantly, the hearts of the people. The sweetness of victory flowed through him, yet his mature, beyond his years mindset quickly restored his composure. He knew that while the current fervor and adulation were exhilarating, what mattered most was seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, Jiali Network's reputation was at its zenith, while Rainstorm Corporation lay severely crippled. The landscape of China's gaming market was beginning to take shape. This was the golden moment to strike while the iron was hot. Recruit talent, expand the team, and comprehensively enhance the company's overall strength. Only with a stronger talent pool and R&D capabilities could they better seize future opportunities and meet increasingly fierce challenges. A sharp gleam flashed in Tan Jiayi's eyes at this thought. He turned, picked up the internal phone, and summoned Wang Xiaoya directly. Sister Xiaoya, Tan Jiayi said as Wang Xiaoya entered, her face flushed with excitement from the triumph outside. You saw the situation outside. He gestured toward the lobby. Go arrange for HR to set up a temporary recruitment station downstairs. Among those genuine, self-recommended individuals, there are clearly capable and passionate talents. Recruit the outstanding ones, bring them all on board. He paused, a confident curve lifting the corners of his mouth. After all, we've just acquired an entire floor of office space. There are still plenty of vacant offices down there perfect for filling with new talent. Upon hearing Tan Jiayi's expansion order, Wang Xiaoya, already buzzing with excitement, felt her blood practically boil. The boss was gearing up for a major push. She took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart, then nodded firmly with unwavering resolve. Yes, boss. I'll get right on it. With that, she turned and strode away, her footsteps carrying a sense of purpose, brimming with drive. Shanghai, Xia District Headquarters of Rainstorm Corporation. Owen dragged his heavy feet back to the office like a zombie. Everyone he passed either kept their heads down or stole complex glances at him before quickly averting their eyes. No one dared to greet him. The office door closed silently behind him, and the entire scene felt suffocating. He didn't even have the strength to reach his desk. Instead, he slumped against the wall by the door, his body slowly sliding down until he collapsed onto the cold floor. His face was as grim as could be. He had lost. He had lost in the most unimaginable way to a 9-year-old brat. He had lost the agreement. What awaited him and Rainstorm Corporation would be an unimaginable predicament. Losing the Xia market would be a bolt from the blue for Rainstorm Corporation, which was expanding globally and viewed Asia as its growth engine. He could already foresee the fury from headquarters. At this thought, Owen closed his eyes in agony, clutching his disheveled hair tightly. Chapter 186, Rainstorm Corporation suffers devastating losses. Just as Owen was wallowing in self-loathing, the office door slid open silently. James appeared in the doorway, his face also showing signs of exhaustion, yet his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He looked at Owen, slumped on the floor like a beaten dog, his face twisted in mockery. Well, if it isn't our esteemed East Asia executive, Mr. Owen? James strolled in slowly, arms crossed, looking down on Owen with a sarcastic tone. What's the matter? The great hero returns triumphant, yet instead of basking in everyone's cheers, you're sitting on the floor? James had never forgotten the humiliation of being berated like a dog when Owen had parachuted into Xia Nation earlier. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly in front of Owen. After all, rank has its privileges. But now, things were different. That fool Irving had broadcast his own downfall live nationwide, single-handedly burying Rainstorm's future in Xia. Having caused such a colossal disaster, he would undoubtedly be ruthlessly fired by the company, perhaps never to recover. Why worry about someone doomed to ruin? Now it was his turn to pay the piper. Hearing James's shrill mockery, Irving, already resigned to his fate, jerked his head up, panic flaring in his eyes. James, you piece of trash. Owen struggled to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at James's face as he roared. You have the nerve to stand here and mock me? He retorted, his voice hoarse with emotion. If it weren't for the stupid mistakes you made at the beginning, if it weren't for your incompetence being played like a fool by a 9-year-old and botching everything up, how could things have escalated to this point? Would I have needed to resort to those methods? You're the real culprit, you utter moron. James, instantly struck at his weak spot, snapped back. Bull. It was your own stupidity that fell into that little brat's trap. You let it slip in front of everyone. You personally pushed the company into the abyss. Me? Stupid? If you hadn't dumped the blame on me first, would I have been that dumb? And you still have the nerve to argue? The two men had completely lost their composure, snarling like mad dogs as they bellowed at each other across the office, venting every ounce of resentment onto the other. Days later, at the headquarters of Rainstorm Entertainment in M Country. Inside the luxurious conference room. Seated around the long conference table were the top decision-makers of Rainstorm Entertainment, individuals who normally commanded billions in revenue and wielded immense influence across global markets. Yet now, every face was grim, eyes filled with worry. Scattered across the table were detailed reports on the collapse of the Xia market, alongside the latest global sentiment and stock market updates. That damned counterparty agreement forced their mighty Rainstorm Corporation to completely withdraw from the Xia market. Withdraw from a massive market of billions of people experiencing rapid economic growth. The losses were staggering. So devastating that even a behemoth like Storm Corporation felt the sharp sting of pain, a wound that could be described as crippling. It meant a massive gap in their global strategic layout for decades to come. What made it even more infuriating was that the cheating scandal exposed in the bet agreement had shattered Storm Corporation's carefully cultivated image of player-first values and ethical game design overnight. Player communities and media outlets worldwide were lambasting them, mocking their foolishness and misconduct. A chain reaction followed. The company's stock price plummeted for consecutive days. More critically, numerous distributors, platforms, and even content partners terminated their collaborations with Heavy Rain, citing the need to protect their own reputations. This was truly adding insult to injury, leaving them utterly overwhelmed. But what could they do now? The bet agreement was in black and white. They couldn't just renege like scoundrels. That would only send Rainstorm plummeting to rock bottom, never to recover. The conference room fell deathly silent, filled only with the heavy breathing of those present. The elderly man seated in the CEO's chair remained silent, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. After a long moment of contemplation, he erupted in fury, leaping to his feet and slamming his massive hand down on the table with a thunderous crash. Useless! A bunch of useless fools! He roared, his gaze sweeping across the room like icy blades. You've made a complete mess of things, bringing utter disgrace upon Rainstorm. After a brief pause, he issued a series of orders in a voice boiling with fury. First, get rid of that fool James and that even bigger fool, that self-important smartass Owen. Fire them both immediately. Never hire them again. Get them out of here. Second. His voice grew even colder and more vicious. That damn Jiangcheng network and Tan Jiayi, they won't hide forever in Xia. They'll have to step outside Xia's borders eventually. Keep a close eye on them. Use every resource at our disposal: media, channels, capital, even unconventional means. Block them with everything we've got. Make their international market presence impossible. Let them know the consequences of crossing Rainstorm. Third. His tone softened slightly. Reactivate crisis PR immediately. Employ every necessary method and means, at any cost, to repair relationships with major partners. Do everything possible to minimize losses from this incident. Listening to the CEO's torrent of furious orders, the senior executives in the conference room all shook their heads helplessly, though none dared show it outwardly. Indeed, firing a scapegoat, retaliating against rivals, and mending relationships, these solutions sounded like the only viable options available now. But was it really that simple? The damage to commercial credibility wasn't something that could be easily repaired. The scandal of Rainstorm's cheating had already spread worldwide. Once the trust of players and partners was lost, rebuilding it would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. The loss of the Xia market, meanwhile, was an immense wound that would never truly heal. Watching helplessly as Jiangcheng Network gobbled up that lucrative market share, how could suppressing Jiangcheng's international expansion possibly compensate for decades of strategic losses? It was utterly futile. Everyone pondered solutions, yet all felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, a relatively young bald man sitting in the corner flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes and tentatively proposed a bold plan. Mr. CEO, regarding the Xia market, might we consider a different approach? All eyes instantly turned to him. The executive swallowed hard and continued. The agreement stipulates that Rainstorm must withdraw from the Xia market. But what if we later re-enter using our partner's name, or simply register a new affiliated company overseas? We could bring our game back under a new guise. He raised his voice, attempting to persuade the others. Truthfully, if our game is truly exceptional and of uncompromising quality, Xia's players will ultimately embrace it. They can't forever avoid playing great games. If we can get the product in just under a different name, we might just break through again. This proposal instantly sparked murmurs throughout the conference room. The CEO, seated at the head of the table, suddenly shifted his grim expression. Exactly. The agreement restrictions target the main entity, Baoyu, but they could pull a fast one. Though this approach carries its own risks and lacks legitimacy, it's far better than abandoning the Xia market entirely. Perhaps. The president spoke slowly, his voice still low, yet tinged with renewed hope. Given the current situation, this truly is the best course of action. Chapter 187, Conspiracy. Xinjiang, Goose Factory Headquarters. In the spacious, well-lit president's office, Brother Ma stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the view outside. Yet the expression on his face was unusually complex, a mix of joy and worry. The joy stemmed from Tan Jiayi, that boy who was only 9 years old back then, actually winning. In a manner bordering on the unbelievable, he had driven the gaming industry's behemoth Torrent Corporation out of the Xia market. This was undoubtedly tremendous news for Xia's entire domestic gaming industry. Xiaomagu understood better than anyone the sheer power and dominance of Rainstorm Corporation. Once such a formidable force gained a foothold in Xia's market, leveraging their advanced capital, cutting-edge technology, and global operational expertise, local game companies, including the game he took pride in, would likely find no real space to survive. They might end up as mere appendages to the conglomerate or be eliminated altogether. It was Tan Jiayi who, single-handedly, withstood this most ferocious onslaught. He shielded Xia's gaming community from the storm, clearing away the most terrifying external threat. From this perspective, Xiaomage should even be grateful to him. Yet, after the joy came worry. Chasing away wolves at the front door only to invite tigers through the back. The overseas wolf, Heavy Rain, had been driven away, but the tiger at the doorstep Jiangcheng Network had grown stronger and more terrifying. Tan Jiayi's ability to forcefully expel Rainstorm from Xia Nation itself proved his strength likely not far behind Rainstorm at its peak. In certain aspects, such as understanding and control of the local market, he might even surpass them. Moreover, Tan Jiayi, who had defeated the international conglomerate Rainstorm Corporation, would undoubtedly achieve unprecedented prestige domestically. He is no longer merely a successful game developer, he is now regarded as a national hero by countless players and even by official authorities. With such an aura surrounding Jiangcheng Network, what terrifying level of appeal and user loyalty will it command? Xiaomage felt a wave of headache wash over him. Previously, Jiangcheng Network had already dealt a significant blow to Tencent, causing its user base to shrink dramatically. Now, facing a Tan Jiayi who was even more powerful, more renowned, and bathed in glory. How could he possibly compete with Tan Jiayi? The road ahead seemed to grow even more arduous and unpredictable. Xiaomage stood motionless by the window for a long while, his gaze shifting restlessly. Finally, he seemed to make up his mind. After a moment's thought, he slowly pulled out his phone, scrolled to a familiar number, and dialed. The phone rang a few times before being answered. "Hello, Mr. Ma." What a surprise. On the other end came the voice of the pig farm's boss, known as Brother Ding, though it carried an unmistakable hint of bitterness. Little Ding seemed to have already guessed the purpose of Brother Ma's call. Before the other could speak, he gave a wry smile and said directly, "What's up, Mr. Ma? Calling me to band together for warmth?" His tone was desolate. "Let's be honest, we both know the situation now. Forget you alone, even if we joined forces, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against that Tan Jiayi." Hearing Brother Ding's near surrender, Brother Ma's face didn't show retreat. Instead, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "What do we do?" Brother Ma's voice suddenly rose, filled with resolve. "Are we just going to stand by and watch his Gen network corner the market, letting him gobble up the entire pie? What's left for us then? Are we supposed to starve?" Every word Brother Ma spoke hit the nail on the head. Indeed, the principle of mutual dependence was not lost on him. If the goose factory fell, the pig farm would likely be next. Silence hung on the line for a moment as Brother Ding weighed the pros and cons. His voice grew solemn. "So, Mr. Ma, what's your plan?" Hearing the softening in Brother Ding's tone, Brother Ma's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with calculating light. "It's simple." His voice dropped a notch, tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. "Neither of us stands a chance against him alone. Then how about we take him on together?" On the other end of the line, Brother Ding fell silent for a moment. But he had to admit, Brother Ma's words cut deep and they made perfect sense. Ever since the demonic talent Tan Jiayi burst onto the scene, life at Pig Farm had been nothing but hell. Previously, they could barely scrape by on a few older games. But with Jiangcheng Network's aggressive rise, especially the sweeping dominance of two phenomenon-level products, World of Warcraft and Crossfire, the Pig Farm's contribution to the gaming market had been repeatedly eroded and squeezed. If this continued, forget about eating meat, he might not even get a sip of soup. Sooner or later, that little brat would completely crush him, snatching away every last user. God only knew how that 9-year-old's brain worked. It was inhuman. Not only did he churn out one brilliant idea after another, but each one hit players' sweet spots with pinpoint accuracy, turning every concept into a smash hit. How could anyone compete with that? If they didn't unite and find a way to stop the Tan family from expanding like this, the vast gaming industry of Xia Nation might truly become a place where old-school companies like theirs had no foothold left. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. At this thought, Brother Xiao Ding's gaze hardened. They couldn't just sit back and wait for disaster. "Mr. Ma, I agree," Brother Ding declared in a solemn voice. "Going it alone is a dead end. Joining forces might just give us a glimmer of hope." After a moment's thought, he immediately proposed a more concrete plan. "Let's split up. You contact a few, I'll contact a few. We need to bring in the other major players in the gaming industry who still have some clout. There's strength in numbers. We must meet urgently to strategize how to rein in that Tan Jiayi. We can't let him continue expanding with such impunity." A secret alliance targeting Jiangcheng Network, initiated by domestic gaming factions within Xia Nation, was quietly taking shape at the far end of the telephone lines. Meanwhile, in a makeshift interview booth at Jiangcheng TV Station, Tan Jiayi, surrounded by a sea of camera flashes, remained oblivious. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy orchestrated by domestic gaming companies was quietly unfolding, targeting him. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Certain things are etched into the soul. As a reborn being, he was inherently destined to see higher and farther than the masters of this era. Vision and perspective were no longer confined to a single dimension. They stood little chance against ideas that transcended their era. Chapter 188, Rising Renown. Whether it was Brother Ma, Brother Ding, or even the once dominant Rainstorm Corporation, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Tan Jiayi's taillights in this regard. Their so-called business tactics, in his eyes, were like children playing house, naive and laughable. Moreover, the scale and grandeur of this interview far surpassed anything before. Not only were all of Jiangcheng's local media present, but elite teams from top-tier authoritative outlets in the provincial capital and even distant Beijing had traveled great distances to attend. Cameras focused on the youth sitting on the sofa, his frame still showing traces of youth. Questions poured out relentlessly, surrounding Tan Jiayi as reporters sought to extract more details about the bet, the future plans for Jiangcheng Network, and even the intricacies of his personal growth journey. Faced with this barrage of questions, Tan Jiayi remained as steady as a rock. His baby-faced features bore a perfectly measured smile. He displayed astonishing intelligence and emotional maturity beyond his years, responding fluently with clear logic and flawless answers. He satisfied the reporter's curiosity while skillfully sidestepping any potential pitfalls, never revealing any core business secrets. His composure and maturity, so incongruous with his age, left every seasoned reporter present secretly startled, marveling once more at this extraordinary youth. As Tan Jiayi departed under staff escort after the interview concluded, the journalists in the room suddenly snapped out of their daze. They exchanged glances, seeing profound astonishment in each other's eyes. Had they truly just interviewed a 9-year-old child? That composure beyond his years, that flawless logical reasoning, that unflappable ability to handle tricky questions, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, this was the young titan who had gone head-to-head with and ultimately defeated the industry leader, Rainstorm Corporation. The journalists marveled inwardly. Though young in years, this level of capability and presence likely surpassed that of many seasoned young professionals who had spent years grinding it out in the business world. After a moment of astonishment, professional instincts kicked in. The reporters, energized as if injected with adrenaline, swiftly organized their interview notes and drafted their articles. Soon, the exclusive interview with Tan Jiayi flooded television screens, newspaper front pages, and every corner of the internet. Photos, articles, and video clips were played repeatedly. More and more netizens began to passionately discuss Tan Jiayi. If the Tan Jiayi of the past was merely a household name and astonishing entrepreneurial prodigy, a symbol of child genius known for his string of hit games and entrepreneurial ventures. Now, after surviving a heart-stopping, ultimately triumphant century-defining high-stakes gamble, his image in the public eye had quietly undergone a profound transformation. He is no longer a minor celebrity. He is a hero, a young hero who stepped forward when Xia Nation's gaming industry faced foreign invasion and crisis, ultimately securing victory. He has become a symbol of pride and hope in the hearts of countless citizens. Today, he is the national hero whom all Xia citizens genuinely adore, support, and take immense pride in. Recall when Storm Corporation stormed into Xia's market with overwhelming force. Every major local game company fell silent, none daring to challenge its might, none daring to fight back. Was it fear? Was it lack of strength? Perhaps both. Just as the entire industry seemed poised to tremble in fear before this foreign threat, Tan Jiayi emerged. This 9-year-old boy stepped forward with unwavering resolve. He did not retreat, did not flinch, single-handedly raising the banner of defiance. Not only did he withstand the pressure, but he achieved an astonishing business miracle and ultimately turned the tables, defeating the once invincible Rainstorm Corporation completely and decisively. He forced this international corporation out of Xia's market, restoring the tarnished pride of Xia's entire gaming industry. Such a heroic act of single-handedly turning the tide and rescuing the master. If that isn't heroism, what is it? Thus, Tan Jiayi's image underwent a complete transformation in the public's eyes. His reputation grew exponentially with each passing day. When people spoke of him, their tone no longer expressed amazement at his genius or luck, but rather heartfelt reverence and admiration. More and more people developed an almost idol-like reverence for this 9-year-old boy. This wave of enthusiasm even spread beyond gaming circles. Many who had no interest in gaming forums, some even those who had never set foot in an internet cafe, were drawn in by admiration for this young hero and joined the crowd. Some managed to get their hands on accounts to experience the online game he had personally created. And the reaction was often, "Holy crap! World of Warcraft is way too fun. Crossfire's gunplay is seriously satisfying. Enough said, it's seriously addictive." Tan Jiayi, armed with sheer skill and magnetic charisma, was spreading his influence across every corner of Xia Nation at an alarming speed. The victory in the bet agreement was undoubtedly excellent news for Tan Jiayi. It signified a commercial triumph, meaning they had successfully blocked the arrogant Rainstorm Corporation from entering the country. This undoubtedly bought precious breathing room for the fledgling domestic gaming industry, averting its premature crushing by international giants. Simultaneously, it solidified Jiangcheng Network's dominance in the domestic market, guaranteeing substantial profits for the foreseeable future. With their strongest competitor out of the picture, the road ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. But before the euphoria of victory had fully subsided, Wang Xiaoya excitedly brought him another thrilling piece of news. The seemingly impossible goal he had set, establishing 1,000 Jiangcheng Internet Cafés nationwide within a year. Now, less than 3 months after the initiative launched, the number of Jiangcheng Internet Cafés successfully opened and operational nationwide had already surpassed 200. On average, nearly 2 to 3 new stores opened every single day. Across all of China, and indeed the entire world, such a chain expansion was likely unparalleled. Even when foreign brands entered the Chinese market years ago, their expansion pace was nowhere near this terrifying. Even more astonishing is that despite achieving this terrifying expansion rate, Tan Jiayi's actual investment in manpower and resources has been far less than conventional models. This news undoubtedly added icing on the cake, lifting Tan Jiayi's spirits even higher. The rapid expansion of the Internet Cafe channel not only brings steady revenue but also serves as a crucial step toward promoting his own games and building a closed-loop ecosystem. Such astonishing expansion speed did not come out of thin air. Chapter 189, Results. All this was owed to Tan Jiayi's earlier whimsical yet remarkably precise stroke of genius, mobilizing the vast player base to utilize their idle resources for setting up internet cafes. Through this asset-light, high-efficiency franchise model, Jiangcheng drastically reduced upfront costs and time investment in site selection, leasing, and renovations, elevating expansion to a remarkable level. The people's power proved boundless, especially when profit was involved. Tan Jiayi quickly calculated in his mind. 200 internet cafes, each averaging 100 computers, that meant organizing 200,000 computer terminals. 20,000 computers in this era, that was already a substantial offline channel network. Of course, compared to Xia Nation's massive population base of over 1 billion, this was a drop in the bucket, clearly insufficient to meet the needs of all players. But we must take things one bite at a time, one step at a time, right? Rome wasn't built in a day.
Tan Jiayi was already quite satisfied that, starting from scratch within the short 3-month deadline, they had achieved this much. This proved that the strategy he had devised was entirely feasible and highly efficient. Based on current progress, barring any major unforeseen events such as sudden policy shifts or excessive commercial interference. His ambitious goal of establishing 1,000 internet cafes within a year, once dismissed by countless skeptics as a pipe dream, would not only be achieved but could potentially be surpassed ahead of schedule. At this thought, a confident smile once again curved the corners of Tan Jiayi's mouth. Distribution channels reign supreme. When these 1,000 internet cafes are even more spread across the entire nation, what kind of formidable force would that represent? Whether promoting new games or building the future esports ecosystem, they would hold unparalleled advantages. Scene change. Jiangcheng, inside the electronics mall. Mr. Qin stood at his shop entrance, watching several young employees deftly load computer components onto a truck. An unmistakable joy lit up his face. Not long ago, he was overwhelmed by suppliers demanding payment. The check Tan Jiayi had given him was like timely rain. Not only did it instantly resolve his urgent financial crisis, allowing him to easily pay off all his suppliers, but it also left a substantial surplus in his account, a hefty profit. With money in hand, he felt secure. Seizing the opportunity while property prices in Jiangcheng were still relatively low, Boss Qin demonstrated keen insight by selecting a larger new storefront in a prime downtown location. He promptly paid the down payment. After a flurry of renovations, the new store now gleamed with freshness. Today was the auspicious day to move in and open for business. It all felt surreal to him. Just a few months ago, he was merely an ordinary small business owner in this vast electronics mall, tending to his modest computer shop and hustling daily for the profit from a few machines. But after boarding the big ship that was Tan Jiayi and becoming the primary computer supplier for Jiali Internet Café, his life trajectory had undergone a complete transformation. Now, the name Mr. Qin was known throughout the entire computer industry in Jiangcheng. He had become the undisputed leader of the industry, achieving astonishing monthly shipment volumes and now even owning his own brand new, expansive storefront in an unparalleled location. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. Xin Lao took a deep breath, gazing at the empty old shop, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Xinjiang, in front of the headquarters building of the Goose Factory. Several black luxury sedans, clearly costing a pretty penny, pulled smoothly into the exclusive parking lot. Xiao Magu, who had been waiting there, approached with a warm smile. Nearly all middle-level and above management from Goose Factory stood solemnly in formation, signaling the utmost importance of the occasion. The doors opened one by one, and several distinguished middle-aged men stepped out of the cars. Some wore leather shoes, others casual attire, yet each carried the confidence and presence of long-time leaders. Brother Ma immediately approached with a broad smile, extending both hands to shake each of them in turn while offering polite and warm words of welcome. Mr. Ding, welcome. Welcome. Mr. Wang, it's been ages. Chairman Li, thank you for your long journey. No wonder each of these men was a heavyweight in Xia Nation's gaming industry, capable of shaking the ground with a single stomp. Equivalent to Pig Farm's Little Ding and other big shots from top-tier game companies, they could match Little Ma in experience and strength, even surpassing him in certain areas. Though Little Ma had begun to make a name for himself, he was still far from commanding half the internet empire he would later build. Naturally, he had to lower his stance and greet these peers with utmost courtesy, extending respect and sincerity to welcome the distinguished guests. Today, these industry rivals who might normally be locked in silent competition had gathered at Tencent's headquarters, united by a common adversary. After exchanging pleasantries and knowing glances, the industry leaders followed Manhwa through Tencent's modern office complex, heading straight for the conference room. Seated around the massive oval conference table were Brother Ding from Pig Farm and several other influential figures in Xia Nation's gaming industry. As the host and initiator of this meeting, Brother Ma broke the silence. His voice was deep, tinged with a palpable gravity. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all understand why I've gathered you here today. His gaze swept across every face in the room. Jiangcheng Network won the bet and drove heavy rain out of Xia Nation. Now, they are riding high, at the peak of their power. He paused, his tone growing more serious. Let me be frank, none of us here could stand alone against Tan Jiayi. If we continue fighting separately, he will pick us off one by one until we lose the market entirely. For us, there is only one path: unity. Xiaoma raised his voice, his expression resolute. Complex expressions washed over the faces of the assembled tycoons as an indescribable sense of absurdity surged within them. Who were they? They were the titans of Xia's business world, each having fought their way to the top over years of struggle, each ruling their own gaming empire. They stood at the pinnacle of their industry. Yet now, these very men were being asked to sit together and unite against a mere 8-year-old brat, no, a 9-year-old kid. The very notion was nothing short of a colossal joke. Chapter 190, Alliance. Yet despite the absurdity gnawing at their insides, they knew all too well that Little Ma was describing a brutal reality. That Tan Jiayi was terrifying.
His meteoric rise, his market acumen, and his relentless stream of smash hit games had completely overturned their understanding of business competition. Even the mighty Rainstorm Corporation had been crushed under his feet, retreating from the Xia market in utter disarray. In terms of overall strength, these individuals collectively were likely no match for Rainstorm. Going it alone, they stood no chance against that demonic rival. Reality was brutal. While face mattered, survival and profit mattered more. After a brief silence and exchange of glances, these industry leaders finally nodded sullenly in agreement. Mr. Ma is right. It's time to unite. We can't let that kid run rampant any longer. Count me in. We must reclaim what's rightfully ours. An alliance for revenge, aimed at crushing the emerging union and preserving the old order, was formally established. With the decision to unite made, the urgent task now was to elect a leader to coordinate their actions. After some simple nominations and discussions, leveraging Tencent's relatively stronger overall capabilities, Little Ma ultimately became the leader. His role as leader wasn't one of absolute authority, but rather that of a coordinator and strategist. Their shared objective wasn't to immediately defeat Jiangcheng Network, they knew that was unrealistic. But under the immense pressure Tan Jiayi had brought, their first priority was ensuring their own survival. Only by staying alive could they hope to turn the tables. Upon assuming the role of alliance leader, Jiayi wasted no time, immediately presenting his pre-prepared plan to the group. Everyone, Brother Ma's gaze sharpened. Given the current landscape, we can no longer fight separately as before. Our resources are scattered. We must pool our elite forces, whether in R&D, operations, or marketing resources, to form a united front capable of confronting the dominant Jiangcheng network. His tone turned more solemn as he continued, furthermore, this confrontation must not be overt, at least for now. He elaborated, consider this, Tan Jiayi has just won the bet agreement, driving away the storm. This is precisely his moment to shine, basking in glory and the adoration of the masses. If we step forward now to openly oppose him, we risk setting ourselves on fire. People will point fingers at our backs, accusing us of internal strife and suppressing a national hero. Little Ma stroked his chin, a fleeting, imperceptible sharpness flashing in his eyes. Of course, I've got thick skin, I'm not afraid of people talking behind my back. I've been criticized plenty over the years and I'm used to it. But if it sparks player resistance and undermines our united self-preservation efforts, that would be a huge problem not worth the cost. After pondering, the leaders all agreed Little Ma had a point. Confronting Tan Jiayi head-on now was indeed unwise, it could easily leave them caught between a rock and a hard place. Stealthy growth and underhanded sabotage might be the smarter strategy. One by one, they nodded in agreement. Jiayi watched them, a long-dormant hope rising within him. His individual strength was insignificant, but with the combined might of nearly every company in the gaming industry, he believed their odds of defeating Jiangcheng had significantly improved. While Jiayi and his allies racked their brains over how to band together and covertly counter Jiangcheng Network. At the eye of the storm, Tan Jiayi remained neither complacent nor complacent in the face of his current victory. He understood better than anyone that in this relentless current, progress was the only way forward. Especially in the ever-changing internet and gaming industries, today's glory could vanish tomorrow if one didn't keep striving. The celebration and joy of victory were fleeting. He would soon redirect his energy toward longer-term strategic planning. At this point, he once again reminded Wang Xiaoya to expedite the rollout of Jiangcheng Internet Cafés. This was a crucial piece of his future strategic blueprint, one he must firmly control. On another front, he began seriously contemplating what new game Gen network should develop next to solidify its advantage and maintain its leading position in an increasingly competitive market. Now, fresh off winning the bet agreement and riding the peak of his reputation, public anticipation and attention were at their highest, the perfect moment to launch a new game. He had to seize this wave of momentum. Sitting alone in the executive chair, his fingers tapped the desk absent-mindedly as he plunged into deep contemplation. Should he continue deepening his current focus or expand into new game genres? Where would the next wave of opportunity lie? Just then, the office door burst open. Wang Xiaoya rushed in, her face etched with a level of tension and urgency Tan Jiayi had never seen before. Boss. Trouble. Something's happened. Tan Jiayi could tell she was genuinely nervous this time, her breathing even slightly labored. For Wang Xiaoya, who'd weathered countless storms, to lose her composure like this meant the situation was serious. Before Tan Jiayi could ask, Wang Xiaoya had already hurried to the desk, slamming the newspaper down with a thud. Her trembling finger pointed to the front page headline. Tan Jiayi picked up the paper and scanned the spot Wang Xiaoya indicated. Beneath the bold headline, a photograph dominated most of the page. Xiao Magu and Xiao Dinggu, along with several other prominent figures from Xiaogua's gaming industry frequently featured in the finance section, were smiling and shaking hands. The background appeared to be a conference room at the headquarters of the Goose Factory. The photo radiated an unusual sense of harmony and unity. Wang Xiaoya anxiously explained from the side, "Boss, I just saw the news. Brother Ma and Brother Ding have joined forces and officially announced it." As she spoke, she hurriedly turned on the office TV and switched to the channel broadcasting the new news. Sure enough, on the TV screen, Brother Ma, dressed in a sharp suit, was eloquently addressing the media interviewers with a look of profound conviction on his face. He addressed the camera with righteous conviction. Following the Rainstorm Company incident, both myself and our company have deeply recognized the shortcomings in our own operations, as well as the collective weakness of our entire gaming industry when facing international unions. His tone was sincere, his gaze earnest. We can no longer fight isolated battles scattered like loose sand. To prevent situations like the Rainstorm incident from recurring and to better safeguard the healthy development of our domestic gaming industry, I have decided to unite with sister companies like Pig Farm, Xingda, and Nine City to establish an industry development alliance. Chapter 191, New Challenges. Shama stood before the camera, attempting to continue brainwashing the masses, showing no intention of pausing. Our goal is to integrate resources, leverage complementary strengths, and advance together better equipped to counter potential encroachment from foreign gaming companies and provide Xia Nation players with more and better domestic games. His speech was delivered with lofty rhetoric and righteous indignation, as if this alliance were solely for the industry's future in defense against external threats not targeting any individual. Watching Brother Ma's solemn, righteous demeanor on TV, Wang Xiaoya seethed with fury, her face flushed crimson with anger. How could she not see through it? All this talk about industry development and resisting external encroachment? It was clearly aimed at her company, Gen Network, and their boss. If they truly wanted to fight against Rainstorm Company, why didn't they unite before the bet agreement began? Why did they all hide like turtles when Rainstorm stormed in aggressively, not daring to utter a single defiant word before fleeing? Now that their boss had single-handedly driven away Rainstorm, and the threat of losing the bet agreement was lifted, they suddenly thought of uniting against an external enemy? Who are they trying to fool? This is clearly because they see Jiangcheng dominating the market, blocking their profit streams, so they're banding together to suppress it. These old foxes, their calculations are sharp, yet they cloak it in such lofty rhetoric. Utterly shameless. Tan Jiayi, of course, saw right through Brother Ma's words. Staring at the sanctimonious figure on the TV screen, a cold curve lifted at the corner of his mouth, followed by a dismissive snort. He casually grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and banished Brother Ma's face of patriotic concern from his sight. The clamor of the news faded, and quiet settled back into the office. Tan Jiayi leaned back in his chair, his expression serene, betraying not a single ripple of emotion. He knew he was facing a challenge that might prove even more complex and treacherous. The fierce tiger of the downpour had barely departed when this pack of local jackals eagerly bared their fangs. But so what? He would meet force with force and counter water with earth. He possessed absolute confidence in defeating these wolves, who were all bark and no bite. Seeing Tan Jiayi abruptly shut off the TV, seemingly unconcerned by this bombshell news, Wang Xiaoya was taken aback, even growing slightly anxious. Boss, she stepped forward. Did you see that? Brother Ma and his crew are clearly targeting our Gen Network. That jointly countering external threats is just an excuse. They're terrified of our rapid growth and want to team up to suppress us. Fearing Tan Jiayi's youth might blind him to these old foxes' sinister motives, she urgently explained the true purpose behind this alliance. But when Tan Jiayi turned his head, not only was there no trace of anger, but he wore an unusually carefree smile, one that even held a hint of amusement. Seeing that smile, Wang Xiaoya instantly sobered up. Yes, she had spoken out of turn. With the boss's demonically sharp intellect and emotional intelligence, how could he possibly fail to see through this? Her own schemes were nothing but amateurish tricks in front of him. He had likely already seen through the true intentions of Little Ma and the others. But even if he understood, she still had to play along. Well, boss, she couldn't help but urge him. We need to figure out a solution quickly. They've joined forces this time, their momentum is huge, and they're bound to make a big move. Tan Jiayi didn't respond immediately. He lightly hopped down from his office chair, his small figure walking to the giant floor-to-ceiling window and turning his back to Wang Xiaoya. Moments later, he slowly turned around, his face still bearing that same calm and composed expression. His tone was relaxed as he told Wang Xiaoya, "Don't be nervous. If they want to fight, let them come." This utterly confident demeanor, facing scheming with unflappable composure, mesmerized Wang Xiaoya. Tan Jiayi radiated a unique charisma befitting someone in a position of power, commanding the entire scene. Yet Wang Xiaoya never imagined this captivating feeling would emanate from a mere 9-year-old child. Wang Xiaoya felt dazed, as if the figure before her wasn't a child at all, but a world-weary, commanding strategist who had conquered kingdoms. Moments later, Wang Xiaoya snapped out of her daze. She looked at this diminutive figure before her, this young boss who insisted on pointing at the world with such authority. She felt both amused and exasperated. The slight tension she'd felt due to the rivals' alliance dissipated in the face of his confidence. A fond smile touched her lips as she walked over to Tan Jiayi. Then, she made a move that left everyone speechless. She bent down, wrapped her arms around Tan Jiayi's small frame, and pulled him close. With the other hand, she playfully yet affectionately ruffled his thick, jet-black hair. All right, I get it. My little boss is the best. Wang Xiaoya said with a smile, using a tone meant to soothe the child. What's with acting all grown up and mature when you're just a kid? If the sky falls, we adults will hold it up. Tan Jiayi was instantly speechless. What was this, being hugged like a rag doll and having his head rubbed by a subordinate, one of his most trusted core members? That girl Wang Xiaoya was perfect in every way. Her dedication to work was unquestionable, her abilities were top-notch, and her loyalty was unwavering. Except, her only flaw was that she always seemed to lack just a tiny bit of reverence for her boss. Whenever she gets excited or happy, she has to hug, cling to, and rub her boss's head. What kind of employee randomly pats their boss on the head? You'd never believe it if someone told you. Tan Jiayi silently rolled his eyes internally, maintaining outward calm. But he was genuinely exasperated. This employee was far too bold. Tan Jiayi pushed away the hand still fumbling on his head, his smiling face suddenly hardening with an age-inappropriate sternness. Alright, cut it out. He took a half step back, creating some distance, and began giving Wang Xiaoya instructions. You don't need to worry about external matters. Your primary task now is to accelerate the expansion of the internet cafes faster than the current pace. He walked behind his desk, picked up a progress report on the internet cafe expansion, and his gaze grew even more intense. Jiangcheng Internet Cafes are our foundation. There can be absolutely no mistakes. He looked up at Wang Xiaoya, painting a vision with a voice that carried immense weight. Just imagine once we have 1,000 internet cafes under our control, spread across the entire country. What does that mean? Even if each store only contributes a few thousand yuan in daily revenue, our total daily income could easily reach millions. This kind of sustained growth is no less valuable than slaving away to create a hit game. Therefore, Tan Jiayi emphasized, we must firmly control the internet cafe channel. Keep a close eye on this matter and accelerate progress. As for Xioma and his crew, Tan Jiayi's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. The rest, he added, I'll handle myself. Chapter 192, Let Them Come. Wang Xiaoya observed Tan Jiayi's composed demeanor, as if everything was under his control, and nodded. She knew Tan Jiayi's stubborn, never-back-down nature was ingrained in his bones. The stronger the opponents, the more united their suppression, the more it would ignite his fighting spirit. And indeed, Tan Jiayi's plans and judgments had never faltered. He always spotted opportunities others missed, making the most precise decisions. Since Tan Jiayi had instructed her to focus on the internet cafe, she would do just that. Completing the task the boss had assigned her was the best support she could offer him. Wang Xiaoya said no more, gave a brief nod, and turned to leave the office. After Wang Xiaoya left, Tan Jiayi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a disdainful sneer curled his lips. Little Ma? Little Ding? Teaming up? If you want to test my mettle, Tan Jiayi, then test it. Let's see who ends up crying and begging for mercy in the end. In the blink of an eye, the carefree winter break ended, and it was time to return to school. For most children, this signaled the end of fun and the start of academic pressure. But for Tan Jiayi, it seemed no different. He was already a veteran in the second semester of second grade at Jiangcheng Experimental Primary School. Although the expansion of the Jiangcheng Internet Café had made him a fortune overnight, with gaming revenues reaching astronomical figures transforming him into a billionaire overnight, Tan Jiayi never once considered dropping out to enjoy life. For him, the daily routine of attending school on time, listening to teachers impart knowledge he already understood inside out, had become a unique way to relax his mind. On the first day of school, early in the morning, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled smoothly to a stop beneath Tan Jiayi's apartment building. Tan Jiayi, dressed in tasteful casual attire, opened the door and drove his son Tan Jiayi to school. Now, as the nominal chairman of Jiangcheng Network and the de facto head of the vast internet cafe empire, Tan Jiayi had become a prominent tycoon. Upgrading to a luxury car was both a status symbol and a necessity for his daily business engagements. As this magnificent Mercedes slowly pulled up to the entrance of Jiangcheng Experimental Elementary School, it instantly drew the attention and curious glances of countless parents and students. After all, this was 1999. In an era when even a Santana was considered a decent car, a gleaming Mercedes-Benz S-Class bearing the three-pointed star emblem was a rare treasure among rarities, a symbol of wealth and status. In an instant, gasps of awe, murmurs of envy, and the curious stares of children all converged on this luxury vehicle and Tan Jiayi stepping out of it. The moment they recognized Tan Jiayi's familiar face, the curious and envious stares at the school gate instantly turned to warmth. Tan Jiayi. Good morning. Xiaoyi. School's back in session. Mr. Tan, how was your holiday? Whether it was classmates, passing teachers, or even the principal who had rushed over upon hearing the news, everyone greeted him with beaming smiles and incredibly warm tones. No wonder he was simply too famous. Especially after that nationwide sensation of a bet, Tan Jiayi was practically a godlike figure in his hometown of Jiangcheng, the ultimate embodiment of the other people's child all parents raved about. Though Tan Jiayi felt slightly exasperated by this excessive attention inwardly, outwardly he showed none of the airs of a big boss or superstar. He remained the polite, sensible, well-behaved student he always was. He responded to everyone with warm nods. Hello, uncles and aunts, hello, teachers, hello, principal. As a result, the walk from the school gate to the classroom, a journey that should have taken no more than 5 minutes, was dragged out by all the warm greetings and small talk, taking a full half hour to complete. Once inside the familiar classroom, before Tan Jiayi could even sit down, Li Lei with her adorable twin ponytails darted over to him. Her big eyes sparkled as she chattered away excitedly. Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi. Li Lei whispered excitedly. That Crossfire game you developed is so much fun. My dad took me to the internet cafe to play it. It's even better than Audition. The bang 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 is super thrilling. The little girl's face glowed with intense focus. I'm totally your biggest fan now. You're so amazing. As she spoke, she puffed out her little chest with conviction and announced a major decision in a serious tone. When I grow up, I'm going to be your girlfriend. Tan Jiayi instinctively glanced at the little girl standing before him, not even as tall as himself, her face radiating innocent charm, and was instantly speechless. He silently rolled his eyes. What does this kid know about girlfriends? Besides, he preferred older women. This little girl who hadn't even fully developed held zero appeal for him. Scene change. Tencent headquarters, executive conference room. After intense debate and deliberation, Little Horse and several other gaming industry heavyweights had, in essence, tentatively finalized their primary strategy for jointly countering Jiangcheng Network. Their plan was simple and direct: pool all the alliance members' best resources, top-tier R&D teams, core technological expertise, massive user data, and robust financial backing to create a new game that could truly take on Jiangcheng Network's World of Warcraft and that damn Crossfire head-on. By flooding the market with sufficient product volume, they could wrest back a sliver of survival space from Tan Jiayi's near monopoly. For Xiao Ding and the other leaders, this was practically their only option now. They all pledged to commit their company's most valuable resources, whether talent or technology, entirely to this joint project. They must win this decisive battle. Otherwise, their fate would be to be utterly crushed and eliminated by that 9-year-old prodigy. Xiaoma scanned the room, seeing the same resolve in everyone's eyes as his own. His heart swelled with joy. This time, we're pooling the entire gaming industry's resources. I refuse to believe Jiangcheng can keep acting so arrogant. Other industry leaders echoed his words, and applause filled the conference room without pause. This applause wasn't just for Little Horse, it was also their own rallying cry. Facing Jiangcheng Network, a force capable of toppling Rainstorm Corporation, they all understood this would be a tough battle. Only by summoning their utmost resolve could they emerge victorious. A cohesion born of survival crisis quietly took root among these former rivals. They would resolve internal conflicts, consolidate their strengths, and prepare to launch their first tentative counterattack against that towering colossus on the rise. Chapter 193, The Comeback. The alliance led by Little Horse swiftly sprang into action. A team of elite personnel, seasoned art designers, veteran game planners, and other specialized professionals swiftly converged on Shenzhen. Many among them abandoned their current projects within hours of receiving the call, packed their belongings, and set off on their journey. While the talent pool was being assembled, Brother Ma had already swiftly purchased a standalone office building near Tencent's headquarters. The building was swiftly cleared and renovated to accommodate high-intensity R&D work. All hardware equipment and network lines were configured in record time, transforming it into their base for countering Jiangcheng. With the team assembled, members were ushered directly into the heavily guarded building before they could even experience the city's bustle. There was no grand welcome ceremony, no unnecessary pleasantries. A silent sense of urgency hung in the air. The office building was lit up almost 24 hours a day. Meanwhile, Xiaoma and several other leaders met almost daily. Whether in Tencent's conference rooms or this newly acquired office building, they gathered to strategize how this hastily assembled coalition could forge a sharp enough blade to pierce Jiangcheng Network's impenetrable defenses. In the conference room, ideas were proposed and then rejected. Some proposed replicating the success formula of World of Warcraft, others suggested developing more casual social games, while still others argued for deepening their existing strengths. The discussions lasted a full 7 days. Finally, at the 7th day's meeting, after another intense round of debate, Xiamage surveyed the room and made the final decision. Everyone, his voice was steady and commanding. I believe we cannot run away from this. The more we avoid it, the more passive we become. What is Jiangcheng Network's strongest asset? It's Crossfire. So we will create an FPS game that surpasses Crossfire in every aspect: quality, gameplay, and experience. His words instantly quieted the conference room. Xiao Ding and others from the pig farm division furrowed their brows. The FPS genre was Tan Jiayi's domain, Jiangcheng Network's most core and profitable project. Choosing to go head-to-head here was tantamount to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, extremely risky. Xiaoma stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the burgeoning tech park. I know it's difficult and the risks are high, but only by doing this can we make a bold statement and truly shake Jiangcheng's foundations. I've even decided on the game's name it will be called. He turned, his gaze sweeping over each person. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, someone murmured. Yes, counterattack. Little Horse emphasized. It means fighting against the odds. Facing Tan Jiayi and Jiangcheng Networks now, isn't that fighting against the odds? We must summon the courage to burn our boats and fight a hard-fought battle to turn the tide against the odds. These words ignited a fiery resolve within the industry leaders gathered there. They were all kings in their respective fields. When had they ever been pushed to such a corner? The other gaming tycoons exchanged glances. Though doubts lingered, even a sense of recklessness under Little Ma's forceful leadership, they seemed to have no better choice. Moreover, the scene of an underdog comeback that Little Ma painted truly made their long-dormant hearts beat faster once more. Finally, Brother Ding beat the gong and drum. Alright, it's settled, we'll call it Counter-Strike. Our pig farm will provide the best engine technology and ARC resources to support it. The others quickly voiced their approval, endorsing the proposal. With the framework set and direction clear, the Counter-Strike project launched immediately. The newly acquired office building in Shenzhen quickly became the city's brightest nighttime landmark. Day or night, its lights never dimmed. The glow from computer screens illuminated faces focused yet tinged with worry. Every line of code written propelled them toward a single goal, surpassing Crossfire. Xiao Ding and several other key figures practically made this place their second home. During the day, they took turns inspecting each workstation. At night, they usually gathered in the conference room to review the day's progress, meticulously refining the prototype demo. This feedback could be optimized. We need more impact, Brother Ma pointed at the screen. Adjust the style to emphasize a more rugged, tech-driven aesthetic. We need higher visual distinction. Brother Ding offered feedback on the concept art. Not a single flaw, not the slightest detail that might impact player experience, escaped their scrutiny. Once an issue was identified, immediate rectification was demanded, no exceptions. Enormous pressure weighed on the entire team, yet they were all driven by a fierce determination not merely to complete the task, but to prove themselves. They vowed to create a truly flawless FPS masterpiece that would crush the competition. Scene change. Jiangcheng, Tan Jiayi's residence. The lingering glow of sunset filtered through the window, casting a warm light on one corner of the desk. Tan Jiayi sat upright at the desk, pencil in hand, writing something. Leaning closer, one could see it was second-grade math homework: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and shape recognition. To him, it was as simple as breathing. In fact, ever since his fame skyrocketed, especially after the bet agreement, school teachers had repeatedly looked at him with newfound respect. Considering his busy schedule, they had even privately suggested that it would be perfectly understandable if he skipped basic tasks like homework. Yet Tan Jiayi insisted on completing it daily. He didn't see it as a burden. He wrote with meticulous care, his handwriting neat and orderly, his expression focused. Outside the window, night fell silently. Inside, only the soft scratching of pencil on paper accompanied his steady breathing, creating an exceptionally tranquil scene. As the pencil tip traced the final number on the workbook, Tan Jiayi suddenly stopped. He set down his pencil, leaned back slightly against the chair, and let out a soft sigh that seemed incongruous with his youthful appearance. His gaze grew distant, as if the homework before him were a window into a distant future or a reflection on past regrets. Ah! Another faint sigh escaped him. Rebirth was a colossal stroke of luck, but this timing seemed a bit too early. Late 1998, early 1999. It was indeed an era brimming with opportunity, an era where his foresight allowed him to rapidly accumulate capital. And he had indeed succeeded. The scale of Jiangcheng today and the ever-growing numbers in his bank account were proof of that. To ordinary people, this was already a monumental success that had changed his destiny. But was it truly enough? A wry smile touched Tan Jiayi's lips. Compared to the truly sweeping, world-encompassing internet wave he remembered from a decade later, this achievement was barely a ripple. That was the true era of fierce competition and sweeping change, a golden age where capital could flourish. He still had so many visionary business models and money-making opportunities left unrealized, like the live-stream shopping model that would drive countless people wild and create sales miracles. Or the immense monetization potential of short video platforms. Or the entirely new ecosystem that emerged after the widespread adoption of mobile payments. Yet today, these ideas remain utterly unattainable. Broadband was not yet widespread, smartphones were still a distant dream, and most internet users remained stuck in the early stages of dial-up access, browsing news, and chatting on QQ. To put those truly world-changing ideas into practice, it seems we can only wait. Wait for network infrastructure to mature, wait for smartphones to become commonplace, wait for user habits to form. Wait at least a decade. 10 years? For someone with memories of the future, this span of time felt agonizing. He could only watch the wave of wealth break just beyond his reach, blocked by an invisible barrier, and sigh. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. Must he truly wait patiently as time inched forward? Tan Jiayi's brow furrowed deeply as he sank into a moment of inner turmoil. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. No! He couldn't wait. He wouldn't wait. He wasn't drifting like a floating weed, he was a reborn soul who had returned with a vision of the future. Opportunity. He murmured to himself, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Opportunities are never simply handed to you. He clenched his teeth fiercely, making a resolute decision. A look of determination, utterly incongruous with his youthful face, flashed across his features. If the timing isn't ripe yet, then I'll create it myself. Wait? No. What he would do was accelerate the progress of this era, pulling that golden age from his memories forward into his own time. Chapter 194, If the time isn't right, create it. With this realization, the confusion and helplessness in his heart vanished instantly. A radiant smile blossomed on Tan Jiayi's face. That's more like it. He thought to himself, this was the attitude a reborn soul should have, carving paths through mountains, building bridges over rivers. Waiting had never been his style. In his previous life, he had been mediocre and unremarkable. Now, in this life, with such immense advantages at his disposal, if he still hesitated and waited passively for history to unfold, wouldn't that be a waste of this heaven-sent opportunity? Yet he knew full well that attempting to accelerate the entire course of the internet era single-handedly would inevitably lead to failure. But so what? If nothing was difficult, what would be challenging? Without hardship, even if one succeeded in the end, how could there be any sense of accomplishment? He had long since moved beyond worrying about survival and primitive accumulation. Across the nation, the rapidly expanding Jiangcheng Internet Cafés functioned like money printing machines, generating vast fortunes for him day after day. This income alone freed him from a life of crushing burdens, even allowing him to retire early, a dream many could only envy. But that wasn't what he wanted. He had been granted a second chance at life, returning with the memories of an era. He would not live for money, much less for comfort. He intended to leave an indelible mark on this era as Tan Jiayi, to make this world different because of his arrival. And esports, naturally, held a crucial place among his countless meticulously planned blueprints. It wasn't merely a profitable business, it was a force capable of influencing an entire generation, even forging a new cultural movement. His task now was to ignite this potential ahead of schedule. The blueprint for esports unfolded vividly in his mind, but his focus quickly shifted back to a more fundamental, foundational issue. Yes, esports must be pursued with great fanfare. Before that, however, there was a major obstacle that had to be tackled first: hardware. The spread of computers had already been addressed through his aggressively expanding Internet Café initiative and collaborations with figures like Boss Gene. But now, an even more critical issue demanded attention. In the future world, the terminal more crucial than computers would be the intelligent, powerful mobile phone. He understood future human behavior all too well. Many could go without ever touching a computer, but they absolutely couldn't be without their phones for even a moment. Scrolling through short videos, watching live streams, placing online orders, mobile payments, online gaming, social interactions. It could be said that smartphones had become embedded in every facet of daily life. And now, Tan Jiayi looked around. In this year of 1999, forget about smartphones, even compact pagers were still rare for ordinary people. Those things were big and heavy, capable of little beyond making calls. Even the most basic text messaging function hadn't become widespread yet. Not to mention the exorbitant cost of the devices and call charges far beyond the reach of ordinary working-class families. It was purely a status symbol. Such hardware limitations severely constrained his vision for more ambitious, transformative business models. Without smart terminals and affordable mobile networks as the foundation, live stream shopping, mobile payments, and the mobile gaming empire were all just pipe dreams. No, Tan Jiayi's gaze sharpened once more. Since hardware was the bottleneck, the critical factor determining the future blueprint, he would first concentrate his forces to overcome this hurdle. He made his decision: while driving software and content development, he must fight on two fronts simultaneously, first breaking through at the hardware level to open up new possibilities. Yes, start with hardware. Once we possess sufficiently advanced, affordable mobile terminals capable of supporting future applications, and then cultivate a massive user base through premium content and services like mobile gaming and social networking. Once a massive user base is cultivated, the demand for faster, cheaper mobile networks will inevitably surge. At that point, the high and mighty carriers would inevitably lower prices, increase speeds, and improve service quality to meet market demands. Otherwise, they would be abandoned by users and potentially new competitors. This was his open strategy, creating demand to force subsidy reform. Having pieced together this entire chain of logic, Tan Jiayi felt an unstoppable surge of energy coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless strength. The future no longer appeared as a hazy blur, but as a path though strewn with thorns that was crystal clear. He even felt a sense of urgency, eager to throw himself into a grand undertaking that would transform the era. Yet after the excitement subsided, a practical problem loomed before him. He was undeniably wealthy now. Jiayi's profitability was astonishing, with internet cafe revenues doubling and remaining stable. Both its fixed assets and readily deployable capital were beyond the reach of most people. But making a phone, especially one that could transcend eras and define the future, this money alone would likely fall short. This was no simple task like developing a game or opening dozens of internet cafes. The mobile phone industry, especially the R&D of core technologies, the construction of cutting-edge production lines, the management of complex supply chains, and the nationwide or even global marketing and sales channels, was a money-guzzling monster at every stage. It requires not only capital but also immense resource integration capabilities and technological accumulation. Given its current scale, undertaking such a project alone carries too high a risk and immense pressure, potentially even dragging down the entire Jiangcheng network. He needs powerful partners to share the risks, pool resources, and jointly advance this ambitious goal. So, who should he partner with? Several names flashed through his mind. Xiao Ma Ge? Tan Jiayi almost immediately crossed that option off. What a joke! That guy is currently teaming up with a bunch of big shots, sharpening his knives to fight him to the death in the gaming arena. How could he possibly turn around and partner with him on a phone? It would be a miracle if he didn't stab him in the back. Other gaming industry heavyweights? They seemed equally unsuitable. Their core strengths and resources lay in internet and gaming hardware manufacturing was an entirely different ballgame, one where they might have the will but lack the means. What he needed were partners with genuine strength, foresight, and no direct conflicts of interest. Thoughts raced through his mind as one potential name after another flashed by and was discarded. Suddenly, a slightly blurred figure yet one radiating a unique aura gradually materialized in his mind's eye. Was it him? Tan Jiayi's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps this man would be the most suitable candidate before him. Chapter 195, Tan Jiayi's New Ambition. It was a weekend morning, bathed in perfect sunlight. For most students, this was a rare chance to relax, but Tan Jiayi was different. "Dad, let's go explore the capital city," he said calmly, approaching Tan Huagin, who was reading the newspaper. Tan Huagin set down the paper, paused for a moment, then nodded immediately. "All right. When shall we go?" He didn't ask why, nor did he inquire about their purpose. Ever since Jiangcheng Network skyrocketed to success and his son demonstrated extraordinary business acumen, Tan Huagin had adopted a principle: whatever his son said, he would follow. He knew full well that his own limited perspective paled in comparison to his son's strategic vision. Given his own limited education, he was better off serving as a driver and logistical support than risking being a hindrance. "Right now," Tan Jiayi replied succinctly. "All right, I'll get the car ready." Tan Huagin rose and went to fetch the keys. Jackson's black Mercedes-Benz S-Class swiftly exited Jiangcheng, heading north toward the capital of China. Tan Huagin drove with focused attention, occasionally glancing at his son in the rearview mirror. Tan Jiayi hadn't fallen asleep. Instead, he spread out the latest national map, tracing its contours with his spatial finger as if studying some crucial strategic deployment. As night deepened, traffic on the highway grew sparse. Tan Huagin drove for over 10 consecutive hours, fueled by energy drinks and sheer willpower. By the early hours of the next morning, he finally entered the densely populated outskirts of the capital city. The first light of dawn filled the city with vitality. "Dad, follow the map to this place." Tan Jia picked up the map and handed Tan Huagin a sheet marked with an address. Tan Huagin took the map, glanced at the name, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Yet he asked no questions, silently following the navigation and his son's directions as they navigated the complex streets of the capital. Finally, the Mercedes came to a smooth stop in front of a substantial-looking office building. Above the entrance hung several striking characters. Inshan Software Company. Scene change. At the entrance of Inshan Software Company, despite it being the weekend, a figure appeared punctually, striding steadily toward the door. This man was Lei Jun. For him, coming to the company on weekends was an unshakable habit. 3 years had flown by since he joined the company. He had personally transformed a shaky, near-bankrupt small workshop into a benchmark in China's software industry, step by step. A graduate of a prestigious university, possessing exceptional technical skills and sharp business acumen, this young man had effortlessly risen to a high position. From any perspective, Lei Jun was a complete success story, an object of admiration for countless peers. Yet, standing at the pinnacle of his career, he occasionally felt an inexplicable emptiness in the quiet of the night. Beyond the predictable path of success, life seemed to lack something more thrilling, more fulfilling. But what exactly that was, he couldn't quite put his finger on. Just as he gathered his thoughts to swipe his card through the gate, a clear, childish voice rang out beside him without warning. "Hello there, Lei Bus." Lei Jun's footsteps halted noticeably, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Rebus?" He instinctively furrowed his brow. Of course he knew the guy across the ocean who was revolutionizing personal computing. His name was Jobs. But what the hell was this Lei Bus? Some kind of prank? He shook his head, assuming it was some employee's child nearby, and didn't pay much attention. He lifted his foot, ready to continue inside. But just then, a figure darted swiftly in front of him, arms outstretched, blocking his path. Lei Jun looked down to see a boy of about 8 or 9 tilting his head back, staring intently at him. The child was barely waist-high to him. Now Lei Jun was genuinely surprised. He studied this unexpected visitor. Though puzzled, his good manners kept him composed. He crouched down, adjusting his gaze to meet the child's eye level, and asked gently, "Little one, what brings you here? And who is this Lei Bus you mentioned?" A sly smile, uncharacteristic for his age, flashed across the child's face. This child was none other than Tan Jiayi, who had traveled a great distance to be here. Seeing Lei Jun's genuinely puzzled expression, Tan Jiayi inwardly cursed his luck, though his face remained impassive. He'd almost forgotten it was only 1999. Lei Jun, the man whose nickname Lei Bus would echo through history with a touch of playful mockery, hadn't even been born yet. His momentary lapse had accidentally spoiled a future meme. No wonder he didn't get it. Tan Jiayi found it amusing and quickly composed himself. He dropped the playful expression, straightened his posture, and looked Lei Jun squarely in the eye as he declared, Mr. Lei, hello. My name is Tan Jiayi, from Jargon Network. Tan Jiayi? Jargon Network?
The combination of these words left Lei Jun frozen in place. His pupils contracted slightly, and the gentle smile on his face vanished.
Jargon Network? Tan Jiayi, the 9-year-old prodigy who single-handedly defeated the International Gaming Guild Storm Corporation, sending shockwaves across the nation? It suddenly dawned on Lei Jun.
The recent flood of reports in newspapers and on TV about that astonishingly talented youth, it was this child standing before him, barely reaching his waist.
In an instant, the look in Lei Jun's eyes toward Tan Jiayi changed completely. His earlier curiosity was swiftly replaced by solemnity and genuine respect. This was no ordinary child.
Anyone capable of manipulating Storm Corporation at will, even at the tender age of 9, was far from ordinary.
So it's you, Mr. Tan. I've long admired your reputation.
Lei Jun stood up straight, his tone growing much more solemn.
I was unaware of your visit, Mr. Tan. My apologies.
He no longer crouched but gestured invitingly. This isn't the place for conversation, Mr. Tan.
Please follow me upstairs. Tan Jiayi nodded, showing no sign of nervousness. Taking small steps, he followed Lei Jun into the Inshan software building.
The journey passed in silence, yet Lei Jun's thoughts churned.
He had never imagined that this weekend morning would bring such an extraordinary visitor.
Tan Jiayi, Jargon Network. These names combined signified massive text traffic, staggering wealth, and unpredictable variables.
What could he possibly want to discuss?
After ushering Tan Jiayi into his spacious, well-lit office, Mr. Lei Jun poured him a glass of water and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Mr. Tan, Lei Jun got straight to the point, looking at Tan Jiayi.
You mentioned earlier that you came to discuss a partnership. Could you elaborate on the specifics? Chapter 196. Hello, Lei Bus.
Lei Jun's office was spacious and tidy, radiating the modern aesthetic characteristic of tech companies. Facing this big shot, Tan Jiayi showed no signs of nervousness. He picked up his water cup, took a small sip, set it down, and met Lei Jun's gaze directly.
His voice remained calm as he spoke. Mr. Lei, I'm testing a phone. The phone? This answer caught Lei Jun completely off guard.
He had considered numerous possibilities: game channel partnerships, bulk software promotions, even potential investment in their rival network, but never imagined a venture as distant from their current operations as the mobile phone industry. He paused to gather his thoughts before responding. Mr. Tan, I won't deny that the mobile phone industry is indeed a lucrative market right now. His tone carried the characteristic caution of a business professional.
However, this meat is tough to chew. The mobile phone industry has extremely high technical barriers.
Core technologies and key components are in the hands of foreign manufacturers like Motorola, Nokia, and Ericsson.
Domestically, forget about independent R&D. It's hard enough to find decent contract manufacturing partners. The mobile phones we see today are almost entirely imported.
Lei Jun stopped short, but his meaning was clear. This field was too treacherous to venture into lightly. Especially for a company focused on software and internet content, crossing over to build hardware. A phone with such high-tech specifications was practically a pipe dream.
Yet Tan Jiayi merely shook his head slightly upon hearing this.
Mr. Lei, the mobile phone I'm referring to isn't the clunky, heavy brick-like device that only makes calls. His voice was quiet but carried clearly to Lei Jun's ears. What I'm building is a phone several times better than theirs. He paused, watching the growing confusion in Lei Jun's eyes, and continued his description.
It doesn't just make calls and send texts.
You can play games developed by our company anytime, anywhere. Games even more fun than Crossfire.
It can take photos, record videos, and even. Tan Jiayi deliberately paused, raising his voice.
It lets people thousands of miles apart connect through video calls.
It can also. Tan Jiayi didn't continue, but these few descriptions alone had already astonished Lei Jun. Play large-scale games? Make video calls? All on a single phone?
This sounded like something straight out of science fiction. Lei Jun instinctively furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt whether this 9-year-old was merely daydreaming or repeating some unrealistic futuristic fantasy. To Lei Jun, still immersed in 1999 technology, this was gibberish. Though Tan Jiayi's fantastical tale challenged Lei Jun's existing understanding, his years of business acumen and sharp intuition sounded an alarm deep within him. His gut told him that the 9-year-old before him held no trace of frivolity or fantasy in his eyes, only a steadfast certainty, a clear foresight into the future.
His words might not be entirely without merit. If such a phone could truly be made, what a wonderful world it would create.
This wouldn't merely be a communication device, it would be an entirely new platform, a mobile entertainment hub, a window connecting the world. Its commercial value would be revolutionary, powerful enough to reshape the entire industry landscape.
Lei Jun's heartbeat quickened involuntarily.
Suppressing his astonishment, he fixed his gaze on Tan Jiayi.
Mr. Tan, the future you describe is indeed compelling. However, we must return to reality.
The technological support required for the features you mentioned, like playing large-scale games on a phone or conducting video calls, far exceeds our current capabilities.
How do we address the most critical technical challenges?
We lack chips, we lack an operating system, and we can't even produce a high-resolution, small-sized screen. This was the fundamental obstacle.
Without breakthroughs in foundational technology, all these visions were mere castles in the air. Facing Lei Jun's skepticism, Tan Jiayi remained composed. I know a little about the technical issues. You know a little? Lei Jun nearly choked on that understated response. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with a little understanding. It required breakthroughs across multiple cutting-edge fields like semiconductors, communications, and software engineering. Tan Jiayi seemed to read Lei Jun's thoughts, offering a faint smile before continuing. Of course, my limited knowledge alone isn't enough. We need to assemble the most elite R&D team and invest massive funds into technological breakthroughs and patent acquisitions. However, as things stand, two major practical challenges lie before us. He held up two fingers. First, money, Tan Jiayi stated frankly. Developing a phone like this requires massive upfront investment. Without tens or even hundreds of billions in funding, it would be extremely difficult to truly launch and achieve results. The cash I can currently mobilize is around 1 billion. Although Jiangcheng Network and the internet cafes have healthy balances, most of the funds are needed to maintain existing operations, expand current businesses, and compete for potential markets. It's impossible to divert all of it. 10 billion yuan. The sheer magnitude of that figure coming from a 9-year-old was staggering enough. But Lei Jun was more concerned that, for that grand vision, this substantial sum was still insufficient. Second, Tan Jiayi extended a second finger, his expression unwavering. I'm still in second grade. I can't completely neglect my studies, Tan Jiayi continued. Moreover, the company's daily operations also demand my attention. I can't dedicate myself entirely to this project like you can. Therefore, I need someone who understands technology, possesses management skills, and can commit sufficient resources and effort to advance this endeavor together. After speaking, Tan Jiayi's gaze fell once more upon Lei Jun, the implication in his eyes unmistakable. Not enough money, not enough time. This issue directly revealed the purpose of his visit to Lei Jun. He needed Lei Jun's resources, capabilities, and the established platform of Yinshan Software, a company already possessing significant scale and industry influence. Lei Jun sank into deep contemplation. Leaving Yinshan Software to pursue broader horizons, this thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time. Yinshan was the place where he had poured his entire heart and soul. It was here that he proved his abilities and achieved tremendous success and wealth. Yet deep down, he remained someone who craved creation and surpassing others. Yinshan was undoubtedly solid, yet it lacked the kind of possibility that made his blood boil. The chance to dare to change the world. As for the money, Lei Jun silently calculated. The shares he had accumulated at Yinshan over the years, combined with his personal investments and savings, had indeed grown to a substantial sum. He was worth billions, enough to back a high-stakes gamble. Chapter 197, I'm making a phone. Lei Jun's heart began to race uncontrollably. He could almost envision the market frenzy that would erupt when such a groundbreaking product hit the market. Money aside, at his level, mere monetary figures were no longer the sole pursuit. The sheer sense of accomplishment, crafting a new era and transforming the lifestyles of hundreds of millions, was enough to drive an ambitious man mad. This, perhaps, was what he had been searching for all along, the thing that could fill the void within his heart. He looked up, his eyes burning as he fixed his gaze on Tan Jiayi, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Mr. Tan, the future you describe is incredibly compelling, but the risks are equally immense. I want to know, how much control do you have over this? This was the crucial question. Anyone could paint a rosy picture, but the likelihood of its realization was what determined whether it was worth investing in. Tan Jiayi met Lei Jun's gaze without flinching, her small face unflinching. He seemed to ponder seriously, then held up 5 fingers. 50%. He didn't say 100%, nor did he say 80% or 90%. This figure sounded low, perhaps even modest. But he wasn't deceiving Lei Jun. In his era, smartphones had become ubiquitous, technology had matured beyond measure, and even elderly couples dancing in public squares could swipe through videos, make video calls, and play card games on their phones everywhere. But in that era, countless companies and engineers had spent decades iterating and accumulating technology to finally break through those once impregnable barriers. But now it was 1999. Everything had to start from scratch or even from below zero. Baseband chips, processors, operating systems, display technology, battery technology, each represented a colossal chasm looming before him. Even with his knowledge of the future and a clear direction, forcing these innovations into this era prematurely was fraught with countless variables. A 50% success rate was already his most realistic assessment. Hearing that figure, Lei Jun's brow furrowed once more. A 50% chance meant half the probability of failure. This was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Yet, as he gazed into Tan Jiayi's clear, confident eyes and sensed the uncommonly mature composure and foresight radiating from this child, he recalled the breathtaking blueprint from moments before. He clenched his jaw and balled his fists tightly. 50%. He murmured, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Enough. For that dream that could change the world, a 50% success rate was worth staking everything on. Sunlight bathed his body as Tan Jiayi strode confidently out of Yinshan Software's gates. The preliminary agreement with Lei Jun was like placing a crucial piece on the chessboard, filling him with greater confidence in his future plans. He walked to the roadside and stopped beside a black Mercedes. Through the window, he saw Tan Huigan leaning his head against the glass, mouth slightly open, fast asleep. After driving non-stop for over a dozen hours, he truly deserved a rest. Tan Jiayi reached out a small hand and tapped lightly on the windowpane. Tan Huigan opened his eyes groggily, rubbing them as he gazed blankly at his son standing outside the window. Ha? Xiaoyi? Out already? Tan Jiayi opened the door, slid into the passenger seat, and fastened his seatbelt. Yep, business is done. Dad, let's head home. Home? Tan Huigan snapped, fully awake, starting the car. He flicked on the turn signal while asking in puzzlement. Finished? We drove all this way just to spend a few minutes inside the building? Though he didn't ask for details, he could sense from the basic round-trip time and the scale of the matter that this efficiency was a bit too high. Tan Jiayi watched the road ahead grow clearer as he replied flatly, "We came to discuss a business deal with someone." "It's already settled." "Already settled?" Tan Huigan's hand on the steering wheel paused briefly before breaking into a grin and nodding. "Alright, no need to pry further." His son had a knack for it. No matter how big the task, he always made it look effortless. Tan Huigan said no more, only pressing the accelerator more steadily. An indescribable sense of pride welled up within him. The journey back to Jiangcheng no longer felt monotonous. Scene change. Outside the gates of Yinshan Software Company. A few days later, Lei Jun slowly walked out of Yinshan Software's entrance, holding a medium-sized cardboard box in his hands. The sunlight was a bit harsh, and he instinctively squinted. Inside the box were some of his personal belongings from these years: a few books, a commemorative cup, and some loose documents. Not much, but it represented everything he had at this company. He paused, glancing back at the familiar four characters Yinshan Software. His mind flashed back to the scene just days ago when the company's founder, his former boss, had pleaded with him to stay. The words had been earnest, even tinged with a hint of desperation. Yet in the end, he had handed in his resignation, his stance unwavering. Lei Jun shook his head, a complex, bitter smile curling his lips. He must truly be mad. To abandon the position of general manager at a top-tier domestic software company, to turn away astronomical annual dividends and salary, and instead resign to pour everything into chasing a seemingly impossible dream with a 9-year-old child. If word of this got out, the entire industry would likely label him a fool, a madman, either intoxicated by victory or duped by a child. Yet that bitter smile quickly faded, replaced by one bordering on carefree abandon. So be it, money comes and goes. Gone? With his skills and wits, he could always earn it back. Lei Jun, when had he ever lacked the courage or means to make money? What truly solidified his resolve was the future Tan Jiayi had painted: a new era he would pioneer with his own hands. The immense allure of overturning the existing order and the unprecedented challenge it presented held greater significance than clinging to a business like Silver Mountain. He didn't look back. Clutching the knife and cardboard box, he strode purposefully toward the car parked by the roadside. Sunlight fell upon his back, casting a long shadow that revealed not a trace of regret. Standing beside his BMW, the late autumn breeze of the capital carried a slight chill, ruffling the hem of Lei Jun's suit jacket. Lei Jun took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the bustling traffic before him. He knew Tan Jiayi's words were no idle childish talk. His intuition, honed through years navigating the business world, sensed a faint possibility, a chance to shatter conventions and make history. Working with that youngster might just pierce the heavens and forge a miraculous breakthrough. Once the thought took root, it refused to fade. In the face of the allure of miracles, so-called madness seemed trivial. Chapter 198, I might be crazy. At this thought, a defiant curve lifted the corners of Lei Jun's mouth. He casually pulled open the car door and tossed the cardboard box laden with memories into the trunk without a second thought. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a trace of lingering attachment. With a slam of the trunk lid, he turned his gaze from the past toward the future. He pulled out his phone and dialed Tan Jiayi's number. Tan Jiayi, Lei Jun's voice was calm and steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "It's me, Lei Jun. I've settled matters at Yinshan. My resignation paperwork is complete. I'm available to start on new projects immediately." On the other end, Tan Jiayi's voice came through the receiver, the background buzzing with noise and the faint sound of a teacher lecturing. His tone remained unruffled, even carrying a hint of matter-of-factness. "Mr. Lei, your efficiency is truly remarkable." Tan Jiayi showed not a hint of surprise at Lei Jun's resolve to sever ties with the past and charge toward the future. In his view, it would have been strange if this future industry disruptor, Lei Bus, lacked such boldness. This was one reason he had chosen Lei Jun, decisive and willing to take risks. However, Tan Jiayi shifted gears, his voice tinged with resignation. "I'm in class right now and the teacher is keeping a close eye on us. Let's postpone this. We can discuss the specific launch projects in detail after I get out of school." After hanging up, Lei Jun stood beside his car, watching the phone screen dim, a helpless expression on his face. Clutching the phone beside his car, he stood there momentarily lost in thought. He, Lei Jun, had just severed Yinshan Software's promising future with his own hands. Clutching 40 billion yuan, enough to make countless people envious, he was poised to unleash a storm that would shake the entire industry. And his chosen partner? A second-grade elementary student who still had to attend classes on time and feared being called on by the teacher? The thought swirled in his mind, bringing an utterly absurd sensation. Lei Jun could almost picture the uproar this would cause if word reached the elite circles of the capital. His peers, those who called each other brothers in public while secretly competing behind the scenes, would likely turn Lei Jun's choice of a young partner to develop a phone into the year's biggest laughingstock. They'd mock it privately countless times, laughing until their jaws ached. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his temples, a bitter smile curling his lips. Perhaps this time, he had truly gone too far, completely lost his mind. But so what? Crazy? In this era, if you don't go mad, you won't survive. Playing it safe only meant trailing behind others in the dust. That kid Tan Jiayi, though absurdly young, possessed an extraordinary grasp of the future far beyond the ordinary. Rather than obsessing over worldly opinions and pointless worries, he'd prove everything through action. Ha! Lei Jun chuckled softly, shaking his head to banish those distracting thoughts. He wasn't one to waver. Once he'd made his choice, there was only one path forward. He deftly pulled open the door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. With a deep rumble, the car pulled away from the company entrance and headed toward home. Lei Jun had already made up his mind. Some things couldn't be sorted out over the phone, they had to be settled face to face. He needed to see for himself just how many more tricks the boy who had created the miracle of the downpour had up his sleeve. He needed to quickly assemble his team and turn the compact, convenient mobile phone from concept into reality. The plan was set, rest and recharge tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, head straight to Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Shenzhen Special Economic Zone, inside the headquarters building of the Goose Factory. Success! Success! An uncontrollable wave of cheers erupted throughout the core office area of Tencent. Countless pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at the massive central screen, faces radiating unmistakable excitement. On the screen, intense gunfights played out with seamless fluidity. Explosive lighting effects, intricate character animations, and complex map structures all showcased an exceptionally high level of polish. This was their new flagship title, crafted with every ounce of their dedication. Counter-Strike. From its inception, this game carried extraordinary significance. It wasn't the work of Tencent alone, but a convergence of the backbone of China's gaming industry. Aside from Jargon Network, which had emerged from nowhere to shake up the entire landscape, nearly every major game company had contributed elite talent and core technologies to this project. It could be said that behind Crossfire stands the collective might of half the gaming industry in Xia Nation. Their objective is singular: to defeat Crossfire and reclaim the market it has seized. At this moment, in the observation room, several industry titans whose mere footsteps could send shockwaves through the sector stood side by side behind the one-way glass. At the forefront stood Brother Ma, flanked by the equally ambitious Brother Ding. Other executives from various game companies stood in tense anticipation, their eyes fixed intently on every detail displayed on the screen. The cheers gradually died down, and the office area returned to its tense bustle as final testing and optimization continued. But the minds of these industry leaders drifted far beyond. Brother Ma pushed his glasses up. He remained silent, yet he could distinctly sense the calculating stares around him. Brother Ding crossed his arms, his brow slightly furrowed, as if comparing something. They were weighing, evaluating. This game, Counter-Strike, representing the pinnacle of the industry and the collective effort of so many elites, what were its chances against Crossfire, the deified, near monopoly of the FPS online gaming market, once it hit the market? Could it dethrone the kid Tan Jiayi? This question hung heavy in the air. Little Ma gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, his gaze fixed intently on the intense firefight unfolding on the screen. To his eyes, Crossfire's graphics and lighting effects were indeed a cut above the already dominant Crossfire. This wasn't just a matter of technical prowess, it was a massive investment of resources. To create this highly anticipated counterattack, he spared no expense. But that alone wasn't enough. While technical prowess might attract hardcore gamers, surpassing Crossfire's massive user base required even more explosive content. A confident curve lifted at the corner of Xiao Ma's mouth. He might not be the most tech-savvy person, but when it came to marketing, he possessed absolute confidence. He believed that across the entire Xia Nation's internet industry, no one could outmaneuver him in marketing save perhaps Tan Jiayi, who had risen from nothing and repeatedly created miracles. We've secured endorsements from several of the hottest female celebrities right now. Xiao Mao's steady voice carried an air of commanding authority. And it's not just endorsements. Chapter 199, Counter-Strike, complete. Xiao Ma revealed his true trump card. Our tech team has overcome major hurdles, perfectly replicating these celebrities' faces and physiques within the game. What's more, we've created several unique, rare, and highly distinctive in-game characters. At this revelation, Xiao Ding and the other gaming company representatives beside him instantly lit up with excitement. Whoa, that's impressive, Ma, someone couldn't help but whisper in admiration. This idea is absolutely genius. They all understood just how fervent today's idol culture was. Embedding popular idols directly into the game, allowing fans to control their idols and fight alongside them in a virtual world. This kind of allure was practically irresistible to those massive fan bases. This isn't just simple game promotion, it's directly harvesting top-tier traffic. I can say with certainty, Xiaomao declared with unwavering conviction. With proper promotion, this alone could draw millions of fans into Crossfire. They might initially come for their idols, but if they stick around, they become our most loyal user base. Xiao Ding and the others were utterly convinced, bowing in admiration at Xiaomao's ingenious vision. Any lingering doubts about challenging Crossfire vanished instantly. With graphics like this, combined with marketing savvy, Crossfire wouldn't just hold its own, Reverse War could even overtake it, completely reshaping the FPS online gaming landscape. Alright. Let's do it. Brother Ding declared decisively. We're all in. Brother Ma nodded in satisfaction, then issued orders with decisive authority. Tech Department, final sprint. Conduct the most rigorous stress testing and optimization to ensure a flawless launch. Act immediately and roll out full-scale pre-launch promotions. His gaze swept across the team, finally settling on the game footage displayed on the screen. Our tagline will be this. Counter-Strike, the most combat-realistic shooter game. An aura of unwavering determination radiated from him, infecting every person in the room. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in sunny California. Outside the headquarters of Torrent Corporation in the United States, Owen and James, once powerful and ambitious executives within the company, now stood outside the corporate gates, each clutching a cardboard box emblazoned with the company logo. Like two wet dogs kicked out of the house, they stood outside the company gates, their faces ashen. The cold automatic glass doors slid shut silently, completely sealing them out. Inside, the bustling office area continued its work, while the two men stood awkwardly at the entrance. They had been fired. There was no room for negotiation, no graceful exit, they were simply kicked out. And the root cause of all this was Tan Jiayi. If not for Tan Jiayi, neither of them would have ended up in this predicament. Neither spoke, merely standing there as California's sunlight washed over them, yet they felt not a shred of warmth. Their silent gaze met, and in each other's bloodshot eyes, they saw the same emotion and intense, searing resentment at being knocked down and shattered to pieces by some unknown kid. They were pillars of the global gaming industry's elite pyramid. How could they have failed like this? How could they have failed to a Xiao Nation kid who hadn't even grown a full beard yet? This humiliation was unbearable. Finally, Owen broke the suffocating silence. His fist clenched tightly at his side, nails digging into his palm. His voice was low and hoarse, dripping with hatred. James. James looked up, his eyes equally ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Owen's gaze shot past James, fixing itself on that Eastern nation. His words came out one by one, each one dripping with viciousness. To Xia. Find that Tan Jiayi. Everything we lost, our standing, our honor, everything must be repaid by him with interest, doubled and returned. The seeds of vengeance took root and sprouted within both their hearts at that very moment. The shrill school bell shattered the campus's tranquility, sending countless students rushing toward the gates. Tan Jiayi, carrying a backpack disproportionately large for his small frame, blended into the noisy crowd. Yet his steps lacked the lightness of the other children. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered something. Lei Jun's side was already taken care of. The future Lei bus truly had guts. He acted immediately and had already withdrawn from Yinshan. This step was secure. But this was only the first step. The real battle lay ahead: mobile phone development. From chip selection and hardware architecture design to operating system customization and supply chain integration, every stage demanded immense resources and top-tier talent to bring to fruition. Only by truly bringing this epoch-making smartphone to fruition could the subsequent visions: a mobile gaming platform, a mobile live streaming empire, and a mobile shopping ecosystem gain a genuine vehicle capable of disrupting the entire internet landscape. Each link in this chain was fraught with peril, demanding flawless execution at every turn. As Tan Jiayi was still deep in thought, a loud, slightly hoarse voice rang out beside him. Tan Jiayi. Tan Jiayi instinctively halted his steps, though he wasn't particularly surprised. Ever since the explosive success of Home Root Network and Crossfire, he had become a minor celebrity in Jiangcheng. Being recognized and called out after school wasn't new to him. But this voice, why did it sound so familiar? And it wasn't the voice of a classmate or teacher, but that of a mature man, even carrying a hint of calm composure. He looked up in confusion, following the direction of the voice. Not far away, by the roadside, stood a man with an upright posture. Dressed in a sleek, high-quality casual outfit, he exuded confidence and nonchalance. At that moment, the man was watching him, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. If it wasn't Lei Jun, then who else could it be? Tan Jiayi's pupils contracted slightly. Hadn't he just told him over the phone that he was in the capital? How long had it been? And now he'd suddenly appeared at the entrance of a primary school in Jiangcheng? The big shot's efficiency was indeed lightning fast, astonishingly swift. Seeing Lei Jun's face with that signature smile, Tan Jiayi was utterly stunned. This guy's drive was downright terrifying. With such efficiency and determination, no wonder he'd become a force to be reckoned with in the future. He strode over at a leisurely pace, his expression unreadable. Mr. Lei, what brings you here? No pleasantries, no small talk, straight to the point. That was Tan Jiayi's style, and it was a communication method Lei Jun was gradually growing accustomed to. Lei Jun's smile broadened, tinged with the appreciation of kindred spirits. Of course I have business. Otherwise, why would I drive over 1,000 kilometers from the capital just to see you after school? He tapped the car door beside him. Hop in. We need to find a place to properly discuss our next steps. Chapter 200, The Tech Patriarch Desperately Seeking Gold Tickets. Tan Jiayi nodded in understanding.
But instead of getting in immediately, he held out his small hand. Lend me your mobile phone. Lei Jun paused slightly, but still pulled the brick-like Motorola mobile phone from his pocket and handed it over.
Tan Jiayi took it, dialed a number, and the call connected instantly.
Hey, Dad, Tan Jiayi said in a casual tone.
I've got something to discuss with a friend. I won't be home for dinner tonight. Don't wait up for me.
On the other end, Tan Huygen's voice sounded without suspicion or worry, simply replying.
Alright, got it. Stay safe.
After hanging up, Tan Jiayi returned the mobile phone to Lei Jun. The entire exchange flowed smoothly, as if he were merely making an announcement, not seeking permission.
Watching from the side, Lei Jun couldn't help but marvel once more.
The level of trust between this father and son was simply off the charts. Tan Xinhuijian had complete and utter peace of mind regarding his prodigy son.
Alright, let's go. Tan Jiayi led the way toward the passenger door. Lei Jun chuckled softly, slid back into the driver's seat, and started the car. They didn't head to a hotel or any coffee shop. Lei Jun seemed unfamiliar with Jiangcheng too.
He drove around, making several turns, before finally stopping at a small park nearby that looked relatively quiet.
It was a late autumn afternoon, the sunlight perfect.
The park was nearly empty, mostly occupied by elderly people taking leisurely strolls. After getting out, they found a relatively clean bench and sat down.
A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a few yellowed leaves and a moment of tranquility.
Neither spoke immediately about the matter at hand. They simply sat side by side, gazing at the small artificial lake within the park, watching the sparkling water surface and the occasional waterbird gliding by. A business titan and a youth whose intellect far surpassed his years sat there quietly together. After a moment of stillness, Lei Jun shifted his gaze from the lake to Tan Jiayi beside him, his eyes brimming with anticipation.
Alright, Tan Jiayi, tell me. What exactly is this phone you mentioned that could change everything?
To simply describe those technological concepts, hardware architectures, and software ecosystems that transcended this era would likely be dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. He couldn't just come clean and say he'd returned with decades of future memories. That would be utterly preposterous. He quickly organized his thoughts, sidestepping the origin of the smartphone concept and instead describing its potential. Mr. Lei, today's mobile phones are, at best, just portable telephones.
Their functionality is far too limited. Tan Jiayi's voice was soft but exceptionally clear.
But in my view, the potential of mobile phones extends far beyond this. They shouldn't merely be communication tools, they should be true palm-sized smart terminals, pocket-sized super information processing centers.
A handheld smart terminal? A super information processing center?
Lei Jun chewed on these unfamiliar terms, raising his eyebrows slightly.
Exactly.
Tan Jiayi nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with conviction. Imagine, Lei, if a phone had powerful enough capabilities, paired with a high-definition color touchscreen and convenient network connectivity, it could function as a mini-computer, even surpassing the role of a traditional PC.
He continued his description. With such a phone, people could access the internet anytime, anywhere. Shopping wouldn't require going to a mall or sitting in front of a computer. Payments could be completed with a simple tap. Gaming wouldn't require bulky machines. A dazzling virtual world could unfold right in the palm of your hand. Watching movies, listening to music, video chatting, all activities currently requiring fixed devices in specific locations could be handled by a single phone in the future. This phone would become everyone's gateway to the digital world, encompassing the entirety of life. Lei Jun listened quietly, feeling as if something heavy pressed against his chest, suddenly overcome with panic. The scenario Tan described was remarkably advanced, even tinged with a touch of science fiction. What this child was proposing would completely replace existing concepts of communication and the internet. A fairy tale?
To others, perhaps it was. Yet, as Lei Jun gazed into Tan Jiayi's clear, unwavering eyes, and recalled his own resolute departure from Yinshan, along with the journey of overcoming skepticism and creating miracles, a switch inside him clicked. If everything Tan Jiayi envisioned became reality, it would form a business empire of unimaginable scale. Its value would crush all existing internet unions, and Lei Jun, as one of its pioneers and helmsmen, could scarcely fathom it. Lei Jun's heart began to race uncontrollably, blood surging through his veins like a torrent, bringing waves of burning excitement. He could already envision himself in the near future, holding an epoch-making smartphone in his hand, standing atop the crest of the technological wave, basking in the adoration of the masses. The next godfather of Xia's tech industry. Who else could possibly claim this position? A fierce ambition and yearning filled Lei Jun's chest. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Tan Jiayi had completely changed.
It was no longer the gaze reserved for a promising young talent, but that reserved for a true equal, a partner with whom he could co-create history and ascend to the pinnacle together. Seeing the flames nearly igniting in Lei Jun's eyes, Tan Jiayi knew this future titan had been fully ignited. Without reservation, he poured out the future applications of mobile phones, now commonplace knowledge, from his mind, piece by piece. Mr. Lei, let's start with the most fundamental: communication. Tan Jiayi pointed his finger. Making calls and sending text messages are just the beginning. Imagine if a phone could send text, images, voice messages, and even conduct real-time video calls anytime, anywhere, just like QQ on a computer? That would completely transform how people socialize. Long-distance couples could share their hearts remotely, and migrant workers could see their parents' smiling faces back home anytime. The value of such emotional connections is immeasurable. Lei Jun's eyes narrowed, his breathing slightly quickening. He instantly grasped one crucial element: emotional connection. This was exponentially more compelling than simple calling features. Next is information access. Tan Jiayi extended a second finger. The internet today still relies mainly on computers, but what if phones could smoothly browse web pages, allowing people to read news, look up information, check the weather, and search maps anytime, anywhere? How incredibly convenient! People's efficiency in accessing information would skyrocket. A scholar need not leave his door to know the affairs of the world would no longer be a mere figure of speech, it would become everyone's daily reality. And entertainment. Tan Jiayi's voice began to carry a hint of excitement. Game arcades and internet cafes are booming because people crave entertainment. What if phones could run visually stunning, feature-rich games? From simple brain teasers to massive multiplayer online battles, all at your fingertips. Plus, watching movies, binge-watching shows, listening to music anytime, anywhere. Phones would become the ultimate portable entertainment hub, dominating users' free time. Lei Jun leaned forward involuntarily, gesturing for Tan Jiayi to continue. Taking it further, consider lifestyle services, ordering meals, hailing rides, buying movie tickets, booking hotels, purchasing train or plane tickets, even making payments directly from your phone. Imagine leaving home without a wallet, your phone handling everything. This will be a payment revolution, completely disrupting existing business models. Lei Jun could scarcely believe his ears. He could almost foresee it: whoever controlled the gateway to mobile payments would hold the key to the future of commerce. Finally, and most crucially, Tan Jiayi's voice deepened, becoming rich with allure. Chapter 201, Friends Across Generations. It's about the platform and ecosystem. Our phones must become like computer operating systems, open interfaces that allow thousands of developers to create countless applications: social media, games, tools, shopping, finance. Infinite functions and uses we can't even imagine now will emerge on this platform. It's like an app store with limitless possibilities. Whatever users need, they'll find it. That's what a true smartphone should be. After speaking, Tan Jiayi took a slight breath, her small face flushed with excitement. Lei Jun listened spellbound. Every point Tan Jia made deeply captivated him. The future Tan Jia described left even Lei Jun, a veteran of the tech industry for years, utterly stunned. A storm of emotions surged within him, refusing to subside for a long time. From childhood, the word genius had followed Lei Jun everywhere. In his teens, he effortlessly gained admission to Huaqing University, China's top institution. Within 2 years, he had mastered a curriculum designed for 4 years. Before graduation, he had already earned tens of millions through self-developed software and projects. After graduation, he parachuted into the nearly bankrupt Inshan Group, turned the company around, and single-handedly transformed a mess into one of the leading enterprises in China's software industry. Such an impressive resume would be enough to make anyone proud. But now, Lei Jun stared at the boy before him, his face serene, recounting what seemed like an ordinary little story. Contrasting this with his own so-called glorious past, Lei Jun finally understood what it meant to be overshadowed, to realize that the lesser sorcerer pales beside the greater. How old was Tan Jiayi? 8 years old. A mere second grader had single-handedly disrupted the entire gaming industry and amassed 10 billion huaxia currency. That earning potential was nothing short of monstrous. Yet what truly astonished Lei Jun, even sending a chill down his spine, was not the staggering wealth itself, but Tan Jiayi's insight into the future trajectory of technological development. That vision transcending his era, that profound understanding of user needs and business models, it simply wasn't something a child should possess. It even surpassed his own grasp, despite being an adult who'd spent countless years grinding at the industry's forefront. In that moment, Lei Jun felt not a shred of doubt, only an indescribable sense of relief. He was profoundly grateful he had seized this opportunity, profoundly grateful he hadn't let comfortable living and past achievements cloud his judgment. Compared to the era this youth was about to pioneer, what did Inshan's modest accomplishments amount to? As Lei Jun's heart surged with emotion, Tan Jiayi presented another earth-shattering idea. Mr. Lei, there's one thing you must remember. Tan Jiayi's expression turned utterly serious, devoid of any trace of jest. In the near future, mobile phones will gradually replace television's position, supplant computers as the primary work and information gateway, and become the most crucial, highest frequency used smart terminal in people's lives. Whoever seizes this domain first will define the standards of this era, grasp the pulse of technology for the next decade, 2 decades, or even longer, gaining unparalleled leadership and standing invincible. Lei Jun nodded emphatically. The future Tan Jiayi described unfolded before his eyes, each detail challenging his established beliefs. From childhood onward, he had grown accustomed to being surrounded by people older and more experienced than himself. He cherished engaging with those profoundly wise, seasoned elders. Their insights and shared experiences were invaluable. He had always believed wisdom grew in direct proportion to age. But today, after meeting Tan Jiayi, that belief was utterly shattered. This 8-year-old boy seemed to harbor the mind of an adult within him. His insights and grasp of trends were unmatched. Forget his peers. Even Lei Jun, who prided himself on knowing countless business elites and tech gurus, felt he was left in the dust by this kid when it came to foresight. This feeling was absurd, yet thrillingly electrifying. He once again felt fortunate for his decision to leave Yinshan. Staying there, clinging to that small achievement, would be utterly insignificant compared to the impending mobile internet era this youngster was about to lead. Scene change. Southern China, Shenzhen City, Baoan International Airport. Amidst the roar of massive engines, the Boeing passenger jet from across the ocean touched down smoothly on the runway. Moments later, 2 sullen-faced white men emerged side by side from the terminal, none other than Owen and James, the very men who had been kicked out of Rainstorm Corporation. Each dragged a suitcase, their expensive suits looking rumpled from the arduous journey. They exuded the aura of defeated men, their eyes burning with resentment, causing passers-by to instinctively give them a wide berth. Their gaze swept over this land, both familiar and foreign. Familiar, because they had once arrived here as victors; foreign, because now they returned as defeated men seeking revenge. Tan Jiayi. It was all because of that damned kid from Xia Nation that their long-held positions of power at Rainstorm Corporation slipped away. They'd lost their enviable peak in status, along with every shred of dignity and respect within Silicon Valley's elite circles. The taste of falling from the clouds into the mud drove them mad. After being fired, they were like stray dogs, homeless and lost. But then, news from Xiagua reignited the fire in their hearts. Domestic game companies in Xiagua, spearheaded by Tencent, had united. Their target? The very culprit who had ruined their reputations, Tan Jiayi and his Jargon network. A godsend. Owen and James exchanged glances, seeing unmasked ecstasy and savagery in each other's eyes. It was a gift from God. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately spent their last savings and booked the earliest flight to Shenzhen. They were back, fueled by rage toward Tan Jiayi, armed with years of experience and connections cultivated at Rainstorm Corporation. They intended to use this joint operation by Xiagua Gaming to deliver a devastating blow. They would personally tear Tan Jiayi down from his pedestal, making him taste the bitter reality of losing everything and suffering utter disgrace. No, that wouldn't be enough. They would make him pay an even more painful price. Spotting the gate in the distance, Owen and James exchanged a glance before dragging their luggage toward the exit. This time, they would show Tan Jiayi what it meant to be the industry leader. James, don't screw this up. This is our last chance, Owen said in a commanding tone. James glanced at him, saying nothing, only a trace of scorn playing at the corners of his mouth. Who knows who made a foolish bet at the conference, only to end up in this predicament now. Chapter 202, this time, we're way ahead. Unnoticed, the park's sky faded from light to dark. Streetlights flickered on one by one, stretching the benches' silhouettes across the ground. A cool evening breeze swept away the day's heat. Lei Jun remained immersed in the future of mobile internet Tan Jiayi had painted. Countless business models and technological pathways raced through his mind, his blood boiling with excitement. This conversation felt like a mind-blowing revelation to him, an overwhelming flood of information with a powerful impact. Just then, Tan Jiayi stretched as if concluding a phase report, then sprang nimbly from the bench and brushed his trousers. Mr. Lei, it's getting dark. I need to eat. His tone was calm. Ha? Oh, right. Lei Jun snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing how late it had gotten. He looked at the elementary school student before him, backpack slung over his shoulder, heading home for dinner. Then he thought back to his own earlier demeanor, eager to bare his soul, desperate to grab the boy and register a company right then and there. An involuntary flush of embarrassment spread across his face. The idea of sitting on a park bench with an 8-year-old discussing grand plans to change the world until nightfall, if he told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe him. Though slightly embarrassed, Lei Jun felt an even stronger sense of lingering regret. Just as Lei Jun pondered how to broach the subject of scheduling a more detailed discussion, Tan Jiayi tilted his little face up and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "How about it, Mr. Lei? Would you like to come back with me for a bite? My dad's cooking isn't half bad. After dinner, we could continue discussing the specifics like company registration and team building." The invitation was unexpectedly direct. Lei Jun paused, taken aback. Accepting an invitation to dine at the home of a newly acquainted elementary school student was something he would never have considered in the past. But then he thought it would save him the trouble of finding another place to eat, and it would also give him a deeper look into this kid's family environment. Perhaps he could discover more reasons why this child was so extraordinary. Most crucially, he couldn't let that thrilling train of thought and discussion stall. Sure, Lei Jun replied without hesitation, his carefree smile instantly shifting his mindset. I'll be in your way then. When collaborating with a prodigy of extraordinary talent, conventional wisdom simply didn't apply. Sometimes, straightforwardness was the best approach for dealing with this kid. Scene change. The Tan residence. Night had deepened. Warm light bathed the living room, neither extravagant nor overly ornate, but immaculately tidy. Busy sounds drifted from the kitchen as fragrant home-cooked dishes were carefully placed on the steaming table. Tan Huigan sat at the head of the table. His ashtray was already piled high with cigarette butts. He lit another, took a deep drag, and furrowed his brow into a tight knot. Though his son sounded relaxed on the phone, the fact that he hadn't returned so late made Tan's heart race uncontrollably. That kid, now that he's famous, what if? He dared not think further. Beside him, Lu Jiali was even more restless, constantly scolding her husband. This is all your fault. You believed him when he said he'd be back late? Didn't even ask who he was with? What time is it now? If anything happens to Jiayi, I'll never forgive you. Her voice trembled with tears, her eyes reddening. Just as the tense atmosphere seemed to solidify. Click. The door lock clicked softly as the door swung open. Tan Jiayi walked in calmly, backpack slung over his shoulder. Lei Jun followed closely behind him. Jiayi. Lu Jiali rushed forward in a single stride, pulling her son close and scanning him from head to toe. Only after confirming he was unharmed did her heart settle somewhat. Where did you run off to? You scared the life out of me. And this? Her gaze shifted to Lei Jun standing behind Tan Jiayi. Tan Huigan abruptly stood up, stubbed out his cigarette, and fixed his piercing gaze on his son and this stranger. Tan Jiayi lifted his small face, his tone as natural as if introducing an ordinary friend. Dad, Mom, this is Mr. Lei Jun, my future business partner. Business partner? Lu Jiali froze. Lei Jun? Tan Huigan's entire body trembled, his eyes instantly widening to their fullest. Ever since his son's rise to success, Tan Huigan had been frantically catching up on financial news and tech updates, terrified of falling behind. How could he not have heard of Lei Jun? His son, Tan Jiayi, a mere 9-year-old elementary school student, had become partners with a titan of this caliber. A surge of blood rushed to Tan Huigan's head, leaving him utterly stunned. The look in his eyes as he gazed at his son was filled with near fanatical pride. His son truly was a dragon prince descended from heaven. Yet at this moment, Lei Jun, this so-called tycoon, appeared unusually humble. He smiled and nodded at Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali without a trace of elitism. Hello. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope you won't mind. Jiayi is an exceptionally rare genius. His ideas are so innovative, even I, who've been in this industry for years, have never encountered anything like them. It's truly an honor to collaborate with him. Coming from Lei Jun, these words carried immense weight. Tan Huigan listened with his heart bursting with joy, his posture straightening noticeably. Though Lu Jiali didn't fully grasp the implications, Lei Jun's demeanor and eloquence made it clear he was no ordinary figure. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew warm and lively. The housekeeper promptly invited everyone to take their seats for dinner. Light conversation and laughter filled the dining table. After some time, Tan Jiayi invited Lei Jun to the study to discuss business. The study was bathed in soft light. Lei Jun's mind remained unsettled. The ease at the dinner table had been merely a facade. He was still processing those revolutionary ideas. He looked at the young face behind the counter and asked impatiently. Jiayi, what exactly should we do next? What's the first step? Tan Jiayi pulled a blank sheet from a stack of blueprints, picked up a pen, and moved with a practiced ease that belied his age. Step 1, register a brand new company. It will operate independently, dedicated solely to the research, development, production, and sales of mobile phones. Lei Jun nodded. That made sense. Tan Jiayi tapped the paper with his pen tip. The company name is easy. The key is the brand. We're creating products directly for hundreds of millions of consumers. A brand hinges on a concept with real substance. How about rice? Rice? Lei Jun repeated, raising his eyebrows slightly. The name was too ordinary, too down-to-earth, lacking any sense of technology. Yet somehow, coming from Tan Jiayi's lips, it carried a peculiar magic, simple and unadorned, yet pulsing with vibrant energy. Yes, rice. Tan Jiayi nodded firmly, a glint flashing in his eyes that only he understood. Simple. Easy to remember. We're building the people's phone. This name feels approachable. Lei Jun pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the essence. He trusted Tan Jiayi's choice. Alright, let's call it Demi. With the name settled, the next step was defining its soul. Tan Jiayi set down his pen and pondered. Mr. Lei, think about these past years, from computer core technologies to software, and now to mobile phones. Foreign brands and technologies have always been far ahead. Our nation's technology has been perpetually playing catch up. This frustration has been building for far too long. Lei Jun deeply understood. This was one source of his inner frustration. No matter how well Inshan performed, they remained constrained by others in core technologies. Tan Jiayi's voice suddenly soared. That's why our Demi phone's brand slogan doesn't need any frills. We'll use the most direct, most powerful phrase. He paused, then turned his gaze to Lei Jun and declared loudly. This time, we'll be the ones leading by a mile. Chapter 203, Investment, Factory Construction. Hearing Tan Jiayi's rallying cry, Lei Jun felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his temples, his blood boiling throughout his body. This time, it's our turn to lead by a mile. As a native-born citizen of Xia Nation, who didn't yearn to see their country's technology truly stand at the pinnacle of the world, leading the trend? For so many years, watching foreign brands and technologies dominate the domestic market had left a deep-seated sense of frustration and resentment ingrained in his very bones. And now, an opportunity lay right before him. After the initial excitement, years of business experience quickly brought Lei Jun back to his senses. Ideals were beautiful, but reality was harsh. He took a deep breath, his gaze toward Tan Jiayi turning serious once more. Jiayi, your vision and your slogan have truly fired me up. But his tone turned solemn. We must face reality. Creating the kind of smartphone you envision is no simple feat. He began listing the challenges they would face. First, location. We need a place with convenient transportation, supportive policies, and the ability to attract talent to establish our headquarters and R&D center. Second, manufacturing facilities. Smartphone production lines demand the highest standards. Massive investments are required to build certified clean rooms and precision assembly lines. Then, most crucially, talent. Overcoming countless technical hurdles from scratch demands time, vast capital, and above all, ironclad execution. Lei Jun's words carried weight with every syllable, clearly outlining the thorns along this path. He hoped Tan Jiayi would understand that this was no grand endeavor to be achieved by merely shouting slogans. Yet, to Lei Jun's surprise, Tan Jiayi showed no trace of concern. In fact, ha 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 ha. A crisp, resounding laugh erupted unexpectedly from Tan Jiayi's mouth, echoing through the quiet study. He doubled over, his small shoulders heaving with laughter. Lei Jun was utterly dumbfounded, his face a blank canvas of confusion and bewilderment. What the hell is this kid laughing at? Tan Jiayi finally stifled his laughter, though his small face still held traces of suppressed amusement. The concerns you've raised, Mr. Lei, are indeed valid issues, he drawled, but... He paused dramatically. They're not insurmountable. He pointed his little finger toward the direction of his feet. The company location? Let's set it up in Jiangcheng. I've got to go to school, right? And my home is here too, it's convenient. Lei Jun's brows furrowed at the suggestion. This was no trivial matter. Jiangcheng, he asked in a deep voice. Jiayi, this might not be the best choice. Manufacturing smartphones, a high-tech industry, demands exceptional environmental conditions. Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen are far superior options. Their policies are more open, their markets more developed, and they offer greater access to talent. While land costs are high and expenses are significant, these locations provide vital connections and spare us unnecessary complications. He looked at Tan Jiayi earnestly. I understand your studies are important, and your original company is here. Transferring would be inconvenient. But for the long-term development of Dami, we must choose the most fertile ground. As Lei Jun weighed the pros and cons, his mind racing, Tan Jiayi's voice reappeared, tinged with a hint of teasing. Don't worry about the land, Mr. Lei. Lei Jun froze. What do you mean? Tan Jiayi spread his small hands, his expression calm and unruffled, yet he uttered words that nearly made Lei Jun jump out of his chair. I have it. You have land? Lei Jun's voice cracked slightly. In a place like Jiangcheng, suitable land for building large R&D centers and factories was scarce. This kid. Tan Jiayi nodded. I made some money running a chain of internet cafes earlier. I picked up a few plots of land along the way. One of them is just right, great location, decent size, not too far from downtown, and the transportation is okay. Lei Jun. His worldview was being repeatedly shattered. He just happened to have a few plots of land? Ignoring Lei Jun's stunned silence, Tan Jiayi continued, as for preferential policies, I built some reputation in Jiangcheng. When we go to the city to discuss our project plan, I'm confident we'll secure favorable terms. It shouldn't be a problem. Lei Jun opened his mouth, only to find himself utterly speechless. Indeed, with Tan Jiayi's current standing, the Jiangcheng municipal government would likely be eager to have him establish his new project locally. Securing favorable policies was practically a done deal. So, Tan Jiayi held up his fingers, listing them one by one. The location is set, the land is secured, and the policies can be negotiated. What remains now is what you said is the most critical issue: talent. He conceded, Jiangcheng truly can't compete with first-tier cities in this regard. That's the biggest constraint. Just as Lei Jun was about to say, see, that's the real core challenge, Tan Jiayi shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of boldness. But you know what? That problem is easy to solve. We'll solve it with money. Tan Jiayi waved his small hand with the authority of one commanding the world. We'll offer salaries that are a notch or even 2 notches higher than those big companies in Beijing and Shanghai. We'll provide the best benefits and perks. I don't believe that with such generous rewards, we won't attract top talent. If we're willing to pay, we can even find a way to poach the big names from Silicon Valley. Lei Jun was utterly dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at this diminutive figure gesturing grandly before him, his mind consumed by a single thought: was this kid just painting a pie in the sky? Or had he genuinely figured out the startup capital, core resources, and even the solution to the biggest challenge, and in such a blunt, straightforward manner? Throw money at it. Poach talent with salaries far exceeding market rates. In that moment, Lei Jun truly realized that Tan Jiayi possessed not only vision that transcended his era, but also the terrifying financial resources to back it up. Alright. Lei Jun's previous worries and concerns vanished instantly. It's settled. We'll build it in Jiangcheng. Offer the highest compensation and assemble the strongest team. This decision, in this moment, felt so self-evident, yet carried the resolve of burning one's boats. He stood up and walked to Tan Jiayi. Despite their significant height difference, Lei Jun remained unwavering. Jiayi, from now on, focus on your studies. Keep refining those forward-thinking ideas of yours. Everything else, building the factory, registering the company, recruiting the team, liaising with the government, all the practical execution? Leave it to me. I'll handle everything at top speed, build the stage for you, and give you the space to shine. Lei Jun's eyes blazed with determination. Tan Jiayi harbored no doubts about Lei Jun's capabilities or his promise. He nodded calmly, a smile spreading across his face, one only he understood. In his previous life, Lei Jun had built the rice phone empire from scratch without any external advantages, forging a path through adversity to achieve greatness. This time around, with the addition of this prophet providing technological directions that transcended the era, solving China's core resource challenges, and crafting that earth-shattering brand slogan. It was like giving wings to a tiger. Tan Jiayi could almost foresee that Demi Mobile's rise would be even more rapid and unstoppable than in his previous life. Chapter 204, Surrender. Xinjiang, Goose Factory Headquarters. Seated behind his expansive desk, Brother Ma squinted slightly as he reviewed the latest test data report for Crossfire. His fingertips tapped the desk absent-mindedly as he contemplated how to crush Tan Jiayi and his Crossfire back into oblivion. Just then, the internal phone rang. Mr. Ma, 2 foreign visitors claiming to be Owen and James wish to see you. Owen? James? Ma's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly. Let them in. Moments later, the office door opened as Owen and James stepped inside. The instant he truly saw them, even Brother Ma, who had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, couldn't hide the astonishment flashing in his eyes, tinged with a hint of mockery. Brother Ma recalled how, not long ago, Owen and James had been brimming with confidence. As the full representatives of Rainstorm Corporation and Xia Nation, they had issued a near-insulting challenge to the entire Xia gaming industry, vowing to teach the locals how to make games. At the time, constrained by Heavy Rain's technological prowess, major domestic game companies including his own Tencent had chosen to endure in silence, none daring to confront them head-on. Who could have predicted that a dark horse would emerge? Tan Jiayi had thoroughly humiliated the once arrogant Rainstorm Corporation, leaving them utterly disgraced. And now, Little Ma's gaze swept imperceptibly over Owen and James. These two now resembled roosters stripped of their fighting spirit, every trace of their former arrogance gone. Their demeanor clearly revealed the aftermath of that crushing defeat, brutally discarded by Rainstorm after being ruthlessly kicked aside, reduced to mere pawns. Truly, the world is unpredictable. After a moment of surprise and amusement, Little Ma tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze shifting back and forth between Owen and James as he assessed their remaining value. Undeniably, these were seasoned veterans who had been immersed in the gaming industry for years. Coming from Storm Corporation, their professional competence was beyond question. Whether in game design, production workflow management, or overseas market operations, they possessed extensive experience. More importantly, the connections and resources they'd cultivated at Rainstorm over the years, especially their influence within the Western gaming industry, represented intangible wealth. Though they were now cast-offs, discarded by Rainstorm, that didn't mean they were worthless. Precisely because they're down and out now is when they become ripe for recruitment. Extending an olive branch at the moment they desperately need a platform to prove themselves or even crave revenge could be a masterstroke. This could be an unparalleled opportunity to recruit top international talent. If executed properly, it could provide unprecedented assistance for Tencent's future comprehensive strategic layout and its current battle against Crossfire. With this realization, Xiaoma had already made up his mind. The playful expression faded from his face, replaced by a perfectly measured look that carried a hint of sympathy and admiration. Nodding slightly, his voice was calm yet authoritative. Your talents in the gaming industry have long been noted. The decision by Storm Company is indeed regrettable. He shifted his tone. Since they wish to join Tencent, I personally welcome them. A flash of wild excitement flickered in Owen and James' eyes, nearly overwhelming them. But Ma Huadeng promptly added, his tone still calm yet drawing clear boundaries. However, Tencent has its own rules and procedures. Having traveled such a distance, you'll need time to adapt to the domestic market and our company's specific operations. Here's the plan. We'll first assign you to a project team to familiarize yourselves with the environment and understand our operational model. Specific roles and responsibilities will be discussed in detail once you've gained sufficient familiarity. These words saved face by accepting their offer while avoiding immediate responsibility, preserving sufficient observation time and control. Recruitment must proceed step by step. Brother Ma deeply understood the art of talent management. These two elites could be sharp blades if wielded well, but if mishandled, they might turn against him. Scene change. Deep City, Imperial Hotel's luxury private room. The crystal chandelier was exquisitely crafted, and the valuable rosewood round table was laden with exquisite Xia Kingdom cuisine. Yet Owen and James, seated at the table, paid little attention to the feast. Neither was surprised that Little Horse had accepted them. "He knows a good thing when he sees it," James remarked, setting down his chopsticks and dabbing his mouth with a napkin. "The resources we control, our connections in the gaming industry, and our own capabilities. Even without heavy rain, were not easily overlooked." Owen nodded in agreement. He lifted his wine glass, the crimson liquid swaying gently within, reflecting the hatred in his eyes. "Little Ma needs us. He wants to take on Tan Jiayi, and his own people aren't enough." They understood clearly that Little Ma's acceptance of them stemmed not from goodwill, but purely from self-interest. And this suited them perfectly. What they needed now was a platform that could get them close to Tan Jiayi and provided sufficient resources. The Goose Factory was undoubtedly the best option available. "That old fox wants us to familiarize ourselves with the situation first, isn't that just testing and observing?" James sneered coldly. "He wants to gauge our worth, whether we're worth his investment. Then let him see." A flash of ferocity flickered in Owen's eyes. "We need to show him our real skills ASAP and make him understand we're not here to coast by." With that, the two clinked their glasses, producing a crisp, clear sound. "It's simple," Owen lowered his voice. "Step 1, integrate. Start with their prized project, Counter-Strike. Use our experience to pinpoint its flaws, propose optimizations, and help them refine the game." James agreed. "Exactly. First, we boost their combat effectiveness to earn their trust. Once we've established a foothold, uncovered Tencent's true capabilities, and gained enough leverage." His voice grew colder. "When the time comes, we'll pool all our strength to find Tan Jiayi's fatal weakness and deliver the heaviest, most decisive blow. We'll make him understand the consequences of crossing us." Owen listened and let out a cold laugh. This time, they wouldn't be careless again, giving Tan Jiayi any opening. "Tan Jiayi is finished this time. I'll see how long he can keep up his arrogance." With that, Owen downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp, his eyes blazing with overwhelming fury. Within the private room, bathed in opulent lighting, two disillusioned Western elites burned with a fierce fire of vengeance in their eyes. They would use the Eastern platform to teach this young Eastern upstart a lesson, the one who would strip them of their dignity. Chapter 205, Burning the Boats. At the conference table, the titans of Xia's gaming industry convened once more. All eyes were fixed on Brother Ma, seated at the head of the table, awaiting his next directive. Xiaobo wore his signature gentle smile, yet his eyes concealed endless calculation. Clearing his throat softly to signal silence, he spoke in a steady tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've gathered you here today not only to update you on the latest progress of Counter-Strike, but also to introduce our new partner." He gestured beside him. The conference room door swung open. Owen and James entered, escorted by a partner. The moment the room recognized who had entered, the previously calm meeting space erupted in chaos. "Whoa, it's them? Owen and James from Rainstorm Corporation? Am I seeing this right? What are they doing here? What does this mean, Mr. Ma?" Whispers buzzed through the room. Shock, confusion, and even undisguised hostility were written across the faces of the industry leaders. No one could forget that just recently, James had represented Storm Corporation, challenging their entire gaming industry in Xia with an air of superiority. After the murmurs subsided, Ma raised his hand to signal silence, his smile unchanged. "Gentlemen, I know what you're thinking." His gaze swept across the room. "Let's set past grievances aside for now. In business, there are no permanent enemies or permanent friends, only permanent interests." He paused. "Who is our target now? Tan Jiayi and his Jargon network. They have threatened the very existence of every single one of us here." And Mr. Owen and Mr. James, Brother Ma turned to the two white men, who looked slightly awkward yet were forcing themselves to remain composed. "They share a blood feud with Tan Jiayi. Their dismissal from Rainstorm was entirely his doing. Why can't the enemy of our enemy be our friend? Why can't we unite against a common foe?" Xiamage countered, his voice quiet yet resonating clearly in every ear. "Moreover, their expertise in the gaming field, I believe everyone here is well aware, is absolutely top tier. Their experience and resources will be immensely beneficial for our upcoming battles." His words plunged the assembled leaders into silence. Little Ma's words might have been blunt, but the logic was sound. The business world was this ruthless, nothing was off limits for collaboration when profit was at stake. Their common enemy was Tan Jiayi, that was undeniable. And they all acknowledged Owen and James's capabilities. "But Mr. Ma makes a valid point," one of the leaders broke the silence, though his tone carried clear reservations. "Still, trust those you employ, and don't employ those you doubt. We must first gauge their worth. Can they truly be of assistance?" This resonated immediately with the others. They could accept collaborating with their former oppressors, but only after they proved their worth. Brother Ma seemed to have anticipated this issue. He smiled and nodded, turning his gaze toward Owen and James with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. I understand your concerns. Our game, Counter-Strike, is already in its final optimization phase. But we're pursuing perfection, utter dominance. He shifted his focus, directly addressing Owen and James. Then I invite Mr. Owen and Mr. James to offer your professional insights on Counter-Strike. Identify areas for improvement and suggest ways to make it even more lethal. This will also allow everyone to gauge your capabilities. This was both a gracious exit and a ruthless on-the-spot assessment. All eyes instantly locked onto Owen and James, brimming with anticipation. Owen and James understood perfectly well, this was both Little Horse's pledge of loyalty to them and the ultimate test from all the gaming heavyweights present. If they couldn't deliver the real deal, no matter how sweet Little Ma's words had sounded earlier, they wouldn't gain any genuine respect or influence within this alliance. At best, they'd be nothing more than advisors in name only. Exchanging a knowing glance, they silently understood each other. Guided by staff, they sat down at the high-spec computers already prepared for them. On the screens, the futuristic, steely login interface of Counter-Strike was already open. Without further ado, they immersed themselves completely, fingers flying across the keyboards. The conference room echoed with intense gunfire and explosions. The bigwigs held their breath, eyes glued to the screens, observing the former Storm Elite's maneuvers and reactions. Time ticked by. James and Owen took turns experiencing several core gameplay modes and major maps of Counter-Strike. Their expressions alternated between intense concentration and quiet focus. Finally, after about half an hour, both players stopped playing almost simultaneously. James removed his headset, rubbed his wrists, and wore the characteristic serious expression of a professional. Irving stood up, pacing back and forth in front of the screen as if organizing his thoughts. The conference room fell silent as all eyes focused on them. James opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the room. His tone was steady and confident. First, we must acknowledge that Counter-Strike has solid foundational quality. The visuals are exquisite, and tremendous effort was invested in the gun model construction. This opening remark, praising before delivering a critique, eased the tension slightly among the senior developers present who had worked on Counter-Strike. But James shifted his tone abruptly, his voice turning stern. However, if the goal is to completely crush the legendary Crossfire, what we have here is nowhere near enough. His gaze fixed squarely on Xiaomongu as he bluntly stated, my current impression of Counter-Strike is that it's essentially a high-definition, power-enhanced version of Crossfire. In terms of core gameplay and experience, it lacks the disruptive innovation needed to make players defect. The room instantly grew tense again as the executives furrowed their brows, clearly stung by the criticism. Owen seized the moment, his voice booming, we believe there are at least two key areas for breakthrough. He held up one finger. First, combat impact. The core thrill of a shooter lies in the fight. Crossfire's sound effects, recoil feedback, and hit effects still have room for improvement. We need to elevate the sensation of punches landing and bullets whizzing through the air to a whole new level. Then, extending his second finger with a shrewd gleam in his eyes, he zeroed in on the core of the business model. Second, and more crucially, expand and refine game modes, deeply integrating them with monetization points. Today's FPS games place far too much emphasis on primary weapons. Owen's voice carried a hint of criticism. Secondary weapons like pistols and knives, along with melee weapons, are often just supporting roles. Player intent is crucial. My suggestion is to develop dedicated pistol combat modes and knife fighting modes. Significantly enhance the shooting mechanics and competitive depth of these modes, making secondary and melee weapons stand-alone core gameplay experiences. Only then will players truly value them and willingly shell out real money for a high-performance, flashy premium pistol skin or dagger. The industry heavyweights present? Every last one of them was sharp as a tack. They instantly grasped the ruthless commercial logic behind Owen's words. Enhance impact feedback, elevate gameplay experience, and retain hardcore players. Refine game modes, elevate the status of secondary and melee weapons, and create a massive new revenue stream. This wasn't merely a suggestion for game content improvements, it was like installing one or even several powerful engines into Crossfire's capabilities. The conference room fell deathly silent. The executives' gazes toward Owen and James shifted completely from skepticism to utter astonishment. This guy really had some tricks up his sleeve, ones that could directly bring in real money. As Little Ma listened to Owen's proposal, his eyes lit up instantly. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? He had always believed that in FPS games, aside from primary weapons, items like pistols and knives served more as supplementary tools or last resort options in extreme situations. Players naturally had little incentive to pay for them. Like side dishes in a feast, nice to have, but no one would pay extra just for them. But if you took these side dishes and made them the main course? Pistol-only mode. Melee-only mode. This doesn't just expand gameplay, it creates two entirely new, massive money pits with huge potential. Just imagine, when players are utterly dominated in knife mode by a razor-sharp, visually stunning legendary dagger, their urge to top up and purchase it will be no less than buying a top-tier gear set. This idea is brilliant. Xiaoma's gaze toward Owen and James held no reservation. It brimmed with the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent. These two truly could bring in the big bucks. Great. This idea is fantastic. Little Horse slammed his fist down, his face beaming with excitement. Let's do it exactly as you suggested. He made an immediate decision, issuing the highest level directive to the tech team beside him: organize personnel immediately. Develop pistol and knife combat modes overnight based on Mr. Owen's concept. Adjust the parameters, optimize the maps, and ensure the aiming precision and competitive nature of these two modes are elevated. This is a top priority directive. All resources are to be allocated first. A few days later, propelled by massive resources and formidable execution, all modifications for Crossfire were miraculously completed ahead of schedule, entering the final pre-launch integration and stress testing phase. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. All the bigwigs involved in the anti-Tan Jiayi alliance gathered once more. Xiaoma stood before a massive screen displaying Counter-Strike's final promotional visuals, a blood-soaked, pay-to-win spectacle. His fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes blazing with an unyielding determination. Gritting his teeth, his voice low and powerful, he declared, "Everyone! Counter-Strike is ready! This time, we hold nothing back. One decisive victory will crush Crossfire and Tan Jiayi beneath our feet." His gaze swept over every person present, resolute. "We've gathered here the cream of Xia's gaming industry, the top talent, the most advanced technology. This time, we'll spare no expense. We'll pour money into it until we make Counter-Strike a smash hit, until Tan Jiayi has no chance to fight back." With a sharp wave of his hand, he issued a promotional directive that sent shockwaves across the entire internet, a move that bordered on madness. Notify the marketing department. Immediately issue a network-wide announcement. For the first month after launch, players who reach designated levels and complete specified tasks in Counter-Strike will receive Penguin coins. How much? No upper limit. Make it clear to everyone, 10 cents Penguin coins are real money. They can be spent like cash across all 10-cent platforms. This wasn't just a simple game promotion. It was a declaration of war on the entire market, a declaration of war on Tan Jiayi. All in. Chapter 206, Tan Jiayi's Countermeasure. 10 cents announcement left many players speechless. Holy crap, they're actually giving away money for playing games? Seriously? Giving away Penguin coins? What can you even do with those? Buy QQ show items? Top up membership? Has Tencent lost its mind? How much money are they burning? Unlimited rewards for the first month? They're going all out. In an instant, the entire gaming community in Xia Nation erupted. Across major gaming forums, Tieba communities, and QQ groups, news of Crossfire giving away Penguin coins spread like wildfire, with discussion heat hitting off the charts levels. This was unheard of. They'd been gaming for years, always spending money on games. When had they ever heard of a game company giving money to players? And not just any money, but Penguin coins usable within Tencent's ecosystem. Such a massive incentive naturally sparked massive skepticism. This has to be a scam, right? No such thing as a free lunch. It's definitely a scam. There'll be all sorts of issues later, and you won't get much currency at all. When did Tencent get so generous? There must be a catch. Just waiting to be proven wrong. I don't believe in free lunches. Online skepticism surged, nearly drowning Tencent's official announcement. After all, free lunches sound too unreal. But Little Horse had anticipated this. He was practically welcoming it. Doubt is exactly what he wanted, using skepticism to generate buzz. This was precisely the kind of nationwide attention he craved. In an instant, a massive army of paid commenters, under Xiaoma's unified command, launched an overwhelming wave of educational posts. Guys, it's legit. My buddy works inside Tencent. This info's rock solid. Stop being sour, man. This is a joint initiative by Tencent, China Southern Power Grid, Xingda, and several other big players. These big shots aren't short on cash. Penguin coins are cash. Q coins, memberships rounded up, it's basically free. Check the official rules. If you don't believe me, they're literally giving it away for playing games. Go for it. It's a chance to cash, and why not play? Paid commenters worked around the clock across platforms, flooding feeds, controlling discussions, and steering public opinion. They quoted classics, though many were fabricated, and shared personal experiences, though many were staged, using every trick to convince all players this is a genuine giveaway. It's the bigwigs' grand gesture to fight monopolies and reward players. Genuine goods, no tricks. The propaganda tug-of-war orchestrated by Tencent raged on for a full week. Almost every day, massive waves of players flooded in to discuss it. The voices of skepticism never ceased, but the clarifying voices grew louder and more pervasive. The entire internet was thrown into an uproar. The name Counter-Strike and its outrageous slogan of "play to get paid" had been deeply etched into the minds of every netizen. Jiangcheng, headquarters of Jiali Network. The clamor outside the window, the online storm, naturally reached Tan Jiayi's ears. Seated in his office, he watched the discussions about reverse war giving away Penguin coins on his computer screen, a cold smile curling his lips. Ha! He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Brother Ma, it seems this time you've truly been pushed to the brink. Resorting to such desperate measures like drinking poison to quench thirst, inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while losing 800 of your own showed just how much pressure Crossfire was putting on them, far beyond his expectations. Moreover, the game Crossfire had appeared years earlier than in his previous life. It seemed his very existence had triggered a butterfly effect. But, so what if it appeared early? So what if they threw money at promotion? Did they really think this could shake Crossfire's foundations? Did they really think Tan Jiayi didn't have tricks up his sleeve? How naive. If Tan Jiayi could create one miracle, he could create another. Little Ma thought he could crush him with money? Then he'll show Little Ma what a true dimensional strike looks like. But the employees at Jiangcheng couldn't find anyone like Tan Jiayi. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Tencent's overwhelming advertising blitz is like a mountain crushing down on them, a company still in its infancy with shallow roots. This is Tencent we're talking about. They've formed an alliance with nearly half of China's gaming industry. When they crush you with money, you might not even get a chance to fight back. Wang Xiaoya sat before her computer, her slender fingers gliding over the mouse, her gaze unfocused. Following Tan Jiayi's instructions, she was using drawing software to meticulously construct, well, a model that looked incredibly bizarre. This model was entirely blood red, its shell uneven and covered in menacing barbs and armor. Huge claw-like forelimbs were raised high, while its tail curled. The overall appearance resembled a mutated, boiled lobster magnified countless times, or perhaps some crustacean monster from the abyss. In short, it was utterly devoid of any cool or stylish qualities. In fact, it was downright ugly, bizarre, and downright unsettling to look at. Wang Xiaoya frowned, her mind filled with confusion. She was well aware of the massive stir Tencent had stirred up. Their aggressive spending spree, precise and ruthless, had struck directly at the Achilles heel of Jigen Network, money. Competing in a spending war with an alliance of Tencent's scale was like pitting an egg against a stone. While Jiangcheng Network had made a fortune from Crossfire, compared to the combined financial might of the entire Tencent alliance, it was a mere drop in the bucket. She could sense the unease within the company. Employees were murmuring privately, fearing Tencent's relentless, cost-no-object assault would crush them completely. Yet at this critical juncture, their young, almost demonically gifted boss, Tan Jiayi, not only failed to propose a counter-spending spree but instead had her tinkering with this bizarre lobster model. What could this thing possibly achieve? A new monster in the mall game? But this design was downright off-putting. Had the young boss been so intimidated by Tencent's momentum that he'd resorted to desperate measures? Wang Xiaoya felt uneasy. She had always trusted Tan Jiayi's abilities, even harboring a touch of admiration. But this time, facing Tencent's overwhelming pressure, she couldn't fathom how an ugly model could possibly turn the tide. Could this truly become their weapon of counterattack? Seeing Wang Xiaoya's worried expression, Tan Jiayi couldn't help but chuckle. He walked over to her side, his small hand lightly tapping her computer screen, landing precisely on that ugly red lobster model. Sis Xiaoya, still fretting over Tencent's petty tricks? Tan Jiayi's voice carried a confidence beyond his years. Wang Xiaoya looked up at her young boss's youthful yet perpetually assured face and sighed wryly. Boss, this isn't a petty move. They're openly trying to crush us with money. How can we compete? Are we supposed to burn through cash too? Burning cash? Tan Jiayi scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. That's the most primitive, least sophisticated approach. He pointed again at the monstrous model on the screen, his tone suddenly becoming mysterious and powerful. Who said we have to compete with them by burning money? They have money, but we have this. Wang Xiaoya grew even more puzzled. This monstrosity? Boss, what exactly is this thing? Tan Jiayi's lips curled into a smile chilling enough to make any opponent tremble. He slowly uttered a few words. This is our weapon of retaliation, the core character in Crossfire's upcoming new game mode. And this new mode, I call it Biohazard Mode. Biohazard Mode? Wang Xiaoya repeated. Exactly. Tan Jiayi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Imagine this, in a closed map, some players will randomly transform into bioghosts. He pointed at the giant red lobster. Bioghosts have no ranged weapons. They're fast, have high health, and can only attack up close. The remaining human players must unite, using their firearms to fend off these bioghosts' frenzied attacks and fight for survival. The most crucial part is... Tan Jiayi paused. Once a player is attacked at close range by a bio-zombie, it's not just a scratch. They'll be instantly infected, turning into a new bio-zombie and joining the hunt for humans. Wang Xiaoya sucked in a sharp breath, instantly grasping the terrifying thrill of this gameplay. It was like a viral outbreak. The human ranks would dwindle while the bio-hunters multiplied. The sheer terror of fighting for survival amidst despair, watching allies turn into enemies one by one, just imagining it sent chills down your spine. This was nothing like any existing FPS game. It was a completely new competitive experience, fusing survival horror elements. So Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction, watching Wang Xiaoya's expression shift from shock to delight, suddenly clear and understanding. Sis Xiaoya, do you still think we need to compete with Tencent over who has more money? Don't worry, Tan Jiayi patted Wang Xiaoya's shoulder, his tone brimming with confidence. Just do what I said and perfect this crayfish model. Trust me, on the rest it'll be a surefire hit. Wang Xiaoya looked at the young boss before her, who always seemed to have an ace up his sleeve, and all her worries vanished. Biohazard mode. This is going to be a smash hit. It's bound to create another miracle. Chapter 207, Little Brother Ma got ripped off? Amidst the eager anticipation of countless players, a highly anticipated game Counter-Strike finally sounded its whistle and officially launched. The moment the servers opened, hundreds of players who had been waiting for hours flooded in. They had only one goal: scavenge for freebies, claim penguin coins, and snag gear for free. But just as the servers opened and players were excitedly claiming rewards in the newbie village, a bombshell announcement instantly sent shockwaves through the entire player base. Crossfire, of all games, had also rolled out a major update on the exact same day. Without overwhelming hype or flashy giveaways, Jiangcheng Network simply posted a brief announcement on their official website and in-game. Crossfire's new Biohazard update is officially live, introducing an all-new Biohazard mode. On the very same day. This wasn't coincidence, it was a blatant provocation, a direct challenge. Everyone watching this titanic clash instantly understood Jiangcheng Network, or rather, the prodigy Tan Jiayi at just 9 years old, was going head-to-head with Little Ma and his Avengers, no holds barred. Online, the tide is shifting once more. Holy crap! Jiangcheng Network is going all out. Same-day updates? That kid Tan Jiayi's got some serious guts. Biohazard mode? Sounds kinda interesting, but can it really compete with the allure of those shiny penguin coins? I think Tan Jiayi's gotten too cocky this time. Thinking a new mode can compete with Tencent's money-throwing tactics? How naive. Exactly. Who'd play some crappy new mode when you can just get paid to play games? For a moment, the pessimistic voices about Jiangcheng Network were overwhelming. After all, in the eyes of fans, the lure of money was something no flashy game mode could ever match. And reality seemed to validate this view. Over at Crossfire, it was pure pandemonium, drums blaring, firecrackers popping. Thanks to the insane cash giveaway hype from the pre-launch phase, countless players flooded in with the mindset of why not play and cash in first. Upon entering the game, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that Little Ma had truly gone all out this time. The newbie gift pack directly grants a set of decent premium gear, letting you kick off with a bang. Even more outrageous, they actually give out penguin coins. Sure, there are some restrictions, but it's a real, tangible perk. Holy crap! They're really giving it away. Played for half an hour and got 5 penguin coins. Feeling great. This gear is way cooler than CF's ultimate gun. Guys, let's go. We'd be crazy not to take advantage of this. Fueled by the thrill of real rewards, players' enthusiasm ignited instantly. The servers for Crossfire were overwhelmed by the flood of users the moment they launched, with constant pop-ups warning of server timeouts and capacity limits. In the back-end monitoring room, Tencent's tech staff were swamped, sweating buckets. Xiaoma urgently ordered several high-spec servers to be diverted from other projects to support Crossfire. Even so, it barely alleviated the congestion. Crossfire's concurrent online numbers continued to skyrocket, with all metrics showing explosive growth. Watching the astonishing numbers climb relentlessly, Manhwa face broke into a victorious smile. This money was well spent. As long as they could steal users away from Crossfire and knock Tan Jiayi to the ground, what did this investment matter? Outside the Crossfire servers, crowds of players stared helplessly at the single message displayed on the server screen, their passion ignited by money now with nowhere to vent. Can't get in. What the hell is going on? Tencent's servers are garbage. Forget it, forget it. I'll come back later to cash in on the freebies. Let's check out the neighbor's place first. The event site was packed with Counter-Strike players who couldn't get in, filled with people who figured they might as well kill time. Somehow, they ended up checking out the newly updated Crossfire today. After all, they had to wait in line anyway. Let's see what this Biohazard mode is all about. Let me see, could it be any more generous than giving away free money? They casually entered the game and selected the ominously named Biohazard mode. Then, holy! When the first player, after the countdown ended, realized in horror they de-transformed into a blood-red, claw-wielding crayfish, and the screen flashed a mission prompt to infect all humans. When the first unfortunate human player was snatched by a ghost in a narrow passageway, the screen turned red, the perspective shifted, and they too became the monster hunting down their former comrades. A blank, chaotic mix of terror, tension, and even sick excitement instantly gripped the hearts of every player who entered this mode. This is insane. Cramped maps, limited ammo, and ever-increasing hordes of elusive bioghosts. You never know what lurks around the next corner, nor can you trust the teammates fighting beside you. They might turn into enemies capable of tearing you apart in the next second. Hold positions, block choke points, focus fire, sacrifice teammates. Human players pulled out all the stops, clutching at any sliver of hope in their despair. Meanwhile, the bio-zombies exploit their speed, climbing abilities, and sheer numbers to relentlessly assault humanity's fragile defenses, reveling in the thrill of the chase and infection. The entire gameplay experience boils down to 2 words: pure adrenaline. That instant rush, the thrill of frantic struggle on the brink of despair, the suspense of what might happen in the next unpredictable second, it drives every player wild. Holy crap, this mode is insane. That scared the crap out of me. I almost got infected just now. Being a ghost is so satisfying. Chasing humans is pure joy. Way better than standing around collecting cash in Crossfire. Almost instantly, discussions about Crossfire's biohazard mode on gaming forums and communities began to outpace the hype around Crossfire, Reverse War's money-making mechanics both in volume and intensity. Highly recommend CF's new biohazard mode, insanely thrilling. Forget queuing for Crossfire, Zombie War, come play CF and fight zombies. This is real gunplay. I declare biohazard mode the best game mode I've played this year, no contest. Mom asked why I'm playing on my knees because the biohazard zombies are terrifying. Word of mouth began to spread like wildfire. And so, a bizarre phenomenon emerged. Many players painstakingly queue up in Crossfire, only to idly AFK or play a few rounds just to hit the 2-hour mark. After happily collecting their 20 penguin coin welfare, they promptly logged off. Then, they immediately clicked on the Crossfire icon, diving headfirst into the intense, addictive zombie shooting action. They killed with abandon, completely losing track of time. Scene change. Shenzhen, Tencent headquarters. Xiao Ma, a cup of steaming coffee in hand, wore a satisfied smile as he reviewed the backend data for Crossfire. Peak concurrent users hit a new high, new user numbers exploded. Everything was within his projections, even exceeding expectations. However, when he glanced at the average online duration column, the smile slowly froze on his face. 118 minutes. 121 minutes. 119 minutes. Players' online durations were all precisely hovering around 2 hours. And that was precisely the time limit he had set for claiming the day's maximum reward, 20 penguin coins. This ing. Little Ma's hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly as an indescribable mix of frustration and anger welled up inside him. He slammed the data report onto the desk with such force that coffee splashed everywhere. So all his scheming, all the money he'd poured into planning this cash giveaway extravaganza, was treated by those players like clocking in for work they just collected their pay and bailed? He'd worked his ass off to set up the stage and put on the show, only to got ing freeloaded? Chapter 208, refusing to believe it. Just as Brother Ma was glaring at the blindingly low 2-hour average online duration data, nearly having a heart attack from rage, the office doors began flinging open one after another. Brother Ding, the CEO of Xingda, and several other gaming industry heavyweights involved in the Counter-Strike project all entered with grim expressions and hurried steps. Clearly, they too had seen the aggregated back-end data report. Ma! Brother Ding spoke first, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. What's going on here? Why are player online durations all stuck around 2 hours? Yes, Mr. Ma. These numbers are bizarre, another big shot chimed in, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. I just reviewed the player behavior analysis. Many log in only to idle or play a few AI matches. Once the time hits, they claim their penguin coins and log out. They're not actually playing the game seriously. We're being fleeced. These players are treating us like cash cows, someone shouted in frustration. The office erupted in an instant. The big shots were all talking at once, their faces etched with shock, anger, and the panic of being played for fools. These shrewd operators quickly grasped the implications. Players weren't drawn by Crossfire's gameplay at all, they were purely chasing the free penguin coins. Once they'd claimed their rewards, they'd likely abandon the game for others like that damn Crossfire. Mr. Ma, this can't go on. The big shot slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling. Today's peak concurrent users hit over 10 million. What does that mean? If each player claims 20 penguin coins daily, that's 200 million coins, 200 million virtual currency units. Penguin coins may be virtual currency, but they can be spent for real money in Tencent's QQ Show Mall, Member Center, and potentially future platforms. We're essentially donating 200 million in potential revenue every single day. Who can withstand this? Another lamented. At this burn rate, forget crushing Tan Jiayi will be draining our own coffers dry. Even if our families pool resources, we can't sustain this money-burning strategy. Panic spread like wildfire. The bigwigs were genuinely terrified. This wasn't business competition anymore, it was throwing money into a bottomless pit. Should we halt this campaign? Someone tentatively suggested. At least lower the budget? Or just cancel it altogether? Xiao Ma Gu, who had remained silent, suddenly snapped his head up. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious. He slammed his fist down on the table with a thunderous crash, cutting off the suggestions. No! Absolutely not! His voice cracked with fury. After all we've done mobilizing the entire alliance's strength, pouring in massive resources, are we just going to throw in the towel like this? He glared at the leaders around him, their faces twisted with disgust, his teeth clenched as he spat. I refuse to believe this. With all our elites and all the money we've poured in, we can't even beat some crappy model Tan Jiayi through together? Players freeloading? Grabbing free stuff? Fine. Let them grab. Madness flashed in Shirma's eyes. As long as they're still willing to log in for 2 hours a day to punch in and collect their wages in our game, Counter-Strike, then we still have a chance. Pass down my orders. He swung his arm forcefully, his voice sharp and decisive, carrying the desperation of a last stand. Game events? Keep them going, even ramp them up. Tell everyone, as long as players log into Crossfire, even if they just leave it idling, this little Ma here will keep giving. I refuse to believe we can't crush him with money. At this moment, little Ma unleashed the ruthless, unyielding gambler buried deep within his soul. He chose the simplest, most brutal approach to clash head-on with Tan Jiayi. Either Crossfire would reign supreme and Tan Jiayi would be crushed, or else Tencent and the entire league would be dragged into an abyss, doomed together. There was no turning back. Scene change. Jiangcheng Network office. In stark contrast to the gloom and fear at Tencent, the atmosphere at Jiangcheng, after initial tension, gradually gave way to wild elation. Wang Xiaoya sat at the computer next to Tan Jiayi, her eyes wide as saucers, staring intently at the constantly updating back-end data for Crossfire on the screen. Her mouth hung slightly open, her delicate face etched with an expression that defied all logic. Online users, active users, retention rate. All indicators were soaring, and at an explosive rate. Amidst Crossfire, Rebellion's relentless cash giveaway campaign, Wang Xiaoya and her colleagues had braced themselves for today's Crossfire online metrics to plummet, perhaps even halve. After all, who could resist the lure of free money? But what was happening with these numbers? Not only had they not dropped, they had nearly doubled compared to usual. Moreover, the influx of new users continued to surge, triggering multiple server overload alerts in the backend. This defied logic and common sense. Wang Xiaoya rubbed her eyes, doubting her own vision. She even pinched her own wrist lightly. The sharp pain confirmed it was all real. Watching Wang Xiaoya's ghost-stricken expression, Tan Jiayi remained unusually calm, even sporting a faint, knowing smile that suggested everything was under control. He picked up the Coke on the table, took a leisurely sip, then spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached Wang Xiaoya clearly, revealing the logic behind this phenomenon. Sis Xiaoya, surprised? Wang Xiaoya nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at grain. Boss. What the hell is going on here? Logically, with Tencent throwing so much money around, our players should have been completely poached. How come instead? Tan Jiayi smiled. The logic is simple. He pointed his little finger at the data curve on the screen. Think about it, how many players were drawn in today by Tencent's cash giveaway events? Millions? Maybe even tens of millions? Among them, how many were potential users who'd never played an FPS before, or who'd only heard of Crossfire but never actually played it? Wang Xiaoya nodded thoughtfully. They rushed over to Crossfire to claim their free coins, only to find the servers overloaded. Or after collecting the coins, they found AFK farming boring. That's when they heard about the new mode in Crossfire next door and got curious. Figured they might as well give it a shot. Tan Jiayi's tone was relaxed, and then? Once they started playing, they got hooked by the unprecedented thrill and novelty of the biohazard mode. Compared to the fleeting satisfaction of freeloading penguin coins, this kind of fun that comes from the game itself has much stronger stickiness. So, Tan Jiayi spread his small hands wide. Not only did we not lose many core players, but we ended up getting a huge influx of new users that Tencent spent a fortune to attract. In a way, he paused, then concluded with a hint of dark humor. We owe our record-breaking success this time entirely to Brother Ma and his generous money-throwing antics. Chapter 209, Burning Money Can't Last Forever. Wang Xiaoya. She stared at her young boss in utter disbelief, feeling her worldview shattered once again. Is this even possible? Exploiting the rival's cash giveaway campaign to divert traffic to their own platform, this move was utterly mind-blowing. Her boss was truly a demon, utterly beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Little Ma probably never dreamed that his carefully planned fatal blow would end up being a godsend for his rival. The slap in the face was so loud it echoed. Wang Xiaoya reflected on the entire process. At Tencent, Manhwa personally spearheaded the effort, rallying nearly every domestic game company and investing unimaginable resources to develop Crossfire, a game with stunning visuals and a robust system. Then, leveraging Tencent's formidable marketing power, they launched an all-out promotional blitz, even enlisting top celebrities as endorsers. Finally, they unleashed the ultimate, high-cost, and downright insane weapon, throwing money around to lure players with real cash. This full-scale offensive was so overwhelming and earth-shattering that any other competitor would have been crushed to dust, leaving not a single crumb behind. But what was the result? Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Tencent's own boss, Tan Jiayi, simply introduced a new gameplay mode called Biohazard Mode with understated ease. No astronomical or de-investment, no blanket advertising campaign, and certainly not a single penny spent on cash giveaways. Through a simple mode update alone, it effortlessly dismantled all the meticulously planned, costly strategies proposed by Little Horse. Not only did it counter them, but it even turned the tables, leveraging the competition's aggressive spending spree to drive traffic to its own game, propelling Crossfire's online player count to new heights. What kind of god-tier move was this? Wang Xiaoya felt an indescribable surge of excitement and admiration welling up inside her. Working under a boss like this was the luckiest thing that could happen to anyone. No need to exhaust your brain, no need to charge into battle, just methodically execute his orders, then watch him toy with an unbeatable opponent in ways beyond comprehension. This feeling was damn comfortable, damn reassuring. Meanwhile, Xinjiang, Goose Factory headquarters. The ashtray in Xiao Ma's office had been replaced countless times. The oppressive atmosphere made every employee who came in to report tremble with fear, walking on eggshells. His money-throwing antics continued, gritting his teeth all the while. Day after day passed, and before he knew it, 10 days had gone by. The financial statistics stabbed him in the heart. Just 10 days. Just 10 days. To maintain the online player count for Counter-Strike and fulfill the promise of rewarding players with penguin coins, the company had already dispersed 20 billion penguin coins. Converted to Xia currency, that's a solid 2 billion. 20 billion. This was 1998, an era when the average worker's monthly wage barely reached 500 yuan. What does 20 billion in cash even mean? Enough to buy up most of Shenzhen's land, enough to instantly relocate any company. Yet now, this colossal sum that would make any tycoon wince is being burned like water gushing away. What stung Little Ma the most was that despite this painful sacrifice, the actual user retention and monetization conversion for Counter-Strike remained negligible. Players still flocked to Crossfire with unabated enthusiasm, cashing in their penguin coins at the last minute before strutting off to dive headfirst into Crossfire's biohazard mode. Brother Ma felt like he was going mad. He placed his biggest bet, only to sink into a bottomless quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. That Tan Jiayi, the damn kid, how the hell did he pull it off? Tick, tick. The clock on the wall ticked so slowly, each movement of the hands seeming to pound on the nerves of everyone in the room. Inside the conference room, Brother Ding and several other industry heavyweights who had responded to Brother Ma's call to jointly invest in developing Counter-Strike looked increasingly grim, their eyes filled with anxiety. Below them, a screen displayed a side-by-side comparison of recent user data for Crossfire and Counter-Strike. These stark figures ruthlessly exposed the brutal reality. While Crossfire's peak concurrent users remained at a relatively high level, the average online duration per user was pitifully short, and the paid conversion rate was shockingly low. The behavior of the vast majority of players was strikingly consistent: log in, idle, farm penguin coins at checkpoints, log out. Meanwhile, Crossfire's metrics were skyrocketing: online duration, user retention, willingness to pay, every core metric showed explosive growth. This stark contrast felt like a public execution. This can't go on, a fiery executive slammed his fist on the table, spittle flying. What the hell is Ma doing? You don't burn money like this. 10 days, 2 billion yuan just to prop up the player count? Exactly, another big shot finally snapped, his voice thick with resentment. We invested heavily in Counter-Strike from the start because we believed in its potential and trusted Ma's judgment. We poured resources into development and marketing, and what do we get? We built the stage, and that Tan Jiayi just performed on it. We hosted the party, and all the guests ended up dining at his place. Xiao Ding frowned deeply. Though not as agitated as the others, his eyes burned with discontent. The crux is this money-burning model can't continue. We're running a business, not a charity, and certainly not sewing wedding dresses for our competitors. Exactly. We need to talk to General Manager Ma. This money can't keep burning like this. The penguin coin giveaway must stop immediately. The bigwigs were boiling with rage, 10 days of pent-up frustration finally erupting. They swiftly reached a consensus: they had to confront Little Ma immediately and put an end to his reckless behavior. Moments later, this group of heavyweights representing half the gaming industry of Xia Nation stormed into Ma's office with overwhelming force. Xiao Ma was staring blankly at his computer screen. Hearing the commotion, he looked up to see the surging crowd. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. Everyone. Mr. Ma. Before he could finish, one of the bigwigs cut him off bluntly, his tone unyielding. We're here today to ask you, how long do you plan to keep burning through this money? That's right, Mr. Ma, another chimed in, equally blunt. We partnered with you because we believed in Counter-Strike. To crush Tan Jiayi. To make money. Not so you could take our cash and fatten up our competitors. Look at what it's become now, Brother Ding said in a low voice, his tone laced with disappointment. Crossfire is barely hanging on, kept alive only by our constant cash injections. Meanwhile, Crossfire, thanks to our traffic diversion, is exploding in popularity. Players log on just to claim their penguin coins in Crossfire, then head straight to Crossfire's biohazard mode. Every single penguin coin we spend is indirectly generating profits for Tan Jiayi. We've become the laughingstock of the entire industry. Chapter 210, Tan Jiayi's new move. The pent-up fury nearly erupting from the executives in the conference room left Xiao Ma feeling an indescribable wave of frustration welling up inside him, choking him to the point of breathlessness. Every word spoken by the executives stabbed painfully at his core. He knew all too well how dire the situation was. Stop the cash giveaway. He couldn't bear to. Once halted, the false prosperity fueled by these perks would collapse instantly. Crossfire's online numbers would likely plummet like a cliff, turning the 20 billion he'd already burned into a complete joke. Where would he, Little Ma, and Tencent's reputation stand? How could they ever hold their ground in the industry again? But if he didn't stop, the real money flowing out like water every day was making his heart bleed. Worse still, internal instability was brewing. Not only were external partners questioning this suicidal strategy, but even within Tencent, the criticism was growing louder. If this continued, forget crushing Tan Jiayi, he himself might be swallowed by this bottomless pit first. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Those 4 words had never been so deeply etched into Xiamid's mind. He felt like a gambler blinded by loss, knowing full well the cliff ahead yet unable to pull back because he'd invested too much. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. He took a deep breath, forcing down his frustration and anger, and said wearily to the others, "I understand how you all feel. This is indeed a serious problem." He waved his hand. "Please give me some time to think this through carefully. We will find a solution. Everyone, please return to your posts. I'll consider this and give you all a proper explanation." Though dissatisfied, the bigwigs knew pushing too hard might backfire. Exchanging glances, they finally left their faces dark and sullen. In the now empty office, Xiama sat slumped in his executive chair, gazing out at Shenzhen's bustling nightscape. His eyes were filled with confusion. Was Tan Jiayi truly that invincible? Cut 2. Jiangcheng, Jargon Network Headquarters. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm light on Tan Jiayi's slightly youthful face. He had just returned from school, his backpack carelessly tossed onto the sofa. Now, sitting alone in the office, his brow slightly furrowed, his fingers tapping the desk absent-mindedly as he sank into deep thought. Crossfire, with its groundbreaking gameplay and precise market investment, coupled with the stroke of genius that was the biohazard mode, had completely ignited the market. Crossfire was no longer merely a successful game, it had become a true phenomenon. Its massive user base and profound influence had left an indelible mark on China's online gaming landscape. Xiama's Counter-Strike Siege campaign, though launched with great fanfare, had already shown signs of decline under the biohazard mode's counterattack. It was no longer a threat to be taken seriously. At least in the short term, their dominance in the FPS online gaming sector remained as solid as a rock. So, a flicker of light passed through Tan Jiayi's eyes. The time had come. The success of Crossfire was merely the first cornerstone of his vast commercial empire. Now that this foundation was sufficiently solid, he could free his hands to launch the plans that had been swirling in his imagination for so long. Among them, the highest priority was the project he had long been obsessed with, one he was certain would bring immense commercial value and social impact. Esports. He would transform Crossfire into a true competitive sport with a standardized tournament system, star players, massive prize pools, and the ability to captivate the attention of hundreds of millions of viewers. The very thought sent Tan Jiayi's blood racing through his veins. The golden age of esports would be ushered in by his own hands. Tan Jiayi's fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, piecing together and refining the fragmented memories of esports he carried in his mind. According to his later recollections, in the momentous year 2000, South Korea would pioneer a global tournament called the WCG World Cyber Games. With the advantage of timing and home field advantage, South Korean players would dominate multiple early WCG events, sweeping championships and cementing their nation's status as an early powerhouse in esports. Ha! Tan Jiayi's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. In this world, with Tan Jiayi present, such scenarios where others seize the initiative and monopolize the top spot would never happen again. WCG? World Cyber Games? What he intended to create was a premier global event, one that belonged to Xia, dominated by his homeland's internet infrastructure, and whose influence would span the entire world. He would firmly grasp the hosting rights, rule-making authority, and even the selection of competition titles within his own hands. Only then could he legitimately elevate Crossfire to the stage of world-class esports, and ensure that any future competitive games he personally created would become globally sought-after tournament titles. Only then could Xia Nation seize control of esports discourse from the very beginning. At this thought, Tan Jiayi felt a surge of ambition welling up within him. Once the path forward was clear, the remaining tasks became straightforward and simple. How to rapidly ignite players' passion for esports. There was only one answer: motivation through reward. Where there's a will, there's a way. Offer sufficiently high, jaw-dropping prize pools, and you needn't worry about attracting top-tier players or lacking player attention. Just imagine, in an era when monthly salaries were typically only a few dozen yuan, a single tournament offering total prize money in the tens of thousands or even millions would create a sensation powerful enough to drive countless talented players wild. Of course, Rome wasn't built in a day. Given Jiangcheng Network's current scale and influence, attempting to launch a global, Olympics-level tournament right off the bat would be a step too far, one that could easily backfire. But, starting domestically, launching a nationwide professional league for Crossfire. This is entirely feasible. Leveraging Jiangcheng Network's existing platforms and resources, we can establish a tournament system, formulate competition rules, and conduct nationwide open qualifiers to determine the top teams. Then, partner with major media outlets, traditional newspapers, TV stations, and emerging portals to provide comprehensive coverage, including live online streaming. Let tens of thousands of Crossfire players across the country witness the pinnacle showdowns between elite masters firsthand, showing them that gaming can reach such transcendent heights. Let them know that playing games competitively can make you a star in the spotlight and win life-changing prize money. Once the domestic tournament fever ignites completely, becoming a social phenomenon, then building on that foundation to expand the tournament model across Asia will be the next logical step. Global expansion will then be just a matter of time. With his plan set, Tan Jiayi sprang into action. He deftly booted up his computer, logged into Jiangcheng Network's back-end management system, and immediately zeroed in on the figures representing the company's inventory. After this period of growth, especially the explosive surge following the launch of the biochemical mode, Jiangcheng Network's liquid assets had reached a staggering figure of approximately 300 million yuan. Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction at the figure. 300 million yuan in this era, it was more than enough to fund a large-scale, top-tier esports tournament capable of driving nationwide engagement. The seed capital was more than sufficient. The era of esports was about to dawn, and he would personally raise the curtain. The first stop? This vast land of China. Chapter 211, Rice Company, established. Meanwhile, while Tan Jiayi sketched the grand blueprint for his esports club in his mind, his partner Lei Jun, whose drive was off the charts, had already put the plan into action. After strategizing with Tan Jiayi on that park bench, Lei Jun wasted no time. The very next day, he returned to the capital, swiftly wrapped up all personal affairs, and then relocated his entire family. Yes, that decisive. He took his family and moved from the bustling capital straight to Jiangcheng. Lei Jun's decisive, all-or-nothing approach and efficiency left Tan Jiayi, responsible for reception and arrangements, secretly stunned. These past few days, Tan Jiayi spent his days playing the model student at school, then immersed himself in planning the details of the esports tournament after class, almost completely setting aside company matters. But Lei Jun hadn't wasted a single moment. With the full support of Tan Jiayi, the local powerhouse, Lei Jun began preparations for the new company. The first and most fundamental step, registering the company, was completed, and they obtained the business license. The company name, Dami Technology, was casually suggested by Tan Jiayi, the youngster. Yet, the more Lei Jun pondered it, the more flavorful it seemed. Regarding funding, Lei Jun didn't hesitate. He directly allocated 1 billion yuan from the 4 billion yuan he had obtained by selling his shares in Inshan as the initial registration and startup capital for Dami Technology. Tan Jiayi contributed his land parcel as equity. After brief negotiations, they agreed on a 50-50 ownership split. Since Tan Jiayi was still a primary school student and legally unable to directly hold company shares, his father, Tan Jiayi, would temporarily hold the 50% stake on his behalf. Over the next few days, with Tan Jiayi's assistance, Lei Jun navigated Jiangcheng's various government departments, completing the tedious registration procedures. Throughout this process, Lei Jun truly witnessed the terrifying influence the Tan family, or rather, Tan Jiayi, now wielded in Jiangcheng. At nearly every service counter, simply mentioning Tan Jiayi's name or referring to Jiangcheng Network or Tan Jiayi transformed what could have been queues, demanding documentation, or even potential harassment into remarkably smooth transactions. The staff members regarded Tan Jiayi with an unmistakable look of profound respect, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "You're Mr. Tan, the boss. Long admired, long admired. Oh, Mr. Tan, you're here. Such a small matter, you really shouldn't have come all this way. Mr. Tan of Jiangcheng Network, father of that little money god. Please come in, please come in." The process was smooth sailing, with no obstacles in sight. What Lei Jun might have taken a week or even longer to handle was formally finalized and completed within just 3 days. The business license bearing the Dami Technology name was obtained with remarkable ease. With the license secured, the company was officially established. Lei Jun knew the next steps were 2 equally important and urgent tasks. First, factory construction. He must accelerate the utilization of the land, building modern facilities and R&D centers that meet the highest standards for smartphone research, development, and production. Second, and more crucially, the more challenging task, recruiting talent. And not just any talent, we needed to attract the world's top-tier professionals who fully understood Rice Technology's vision and were far ahead of the curve. Hardware architects, chip design experts, network kernel engineers, RF engineers, supply chain management masters. Most of these core talents who could truly define the next generation of smartphones were concentrated in Silicon Valley, Europe, and Japan. Luring these individuals to Jiangcheng, an obscure little place, presents immense challenges. He entrusted this relatively straightforward task entirely to Tan Jiayi, who possessed extensive connections in Jiangcheng and strong execution capabilities. As for himself, the day after obtaining the business license, he packed his bags, armed with an exciting recruitment plan, and set off alone on a headhunting journey to Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and even across the ocean. He scoured the globe for the brightest minds, offering them the utmost sincerity and the most generous compensation to bring them one by one under the banner of Dami. The battle for talent would prove more brutal than any commercial competition. But Lei Jun was brimming with confidence, for he held the most powerful weapon of this era in his hands: Tan Jiayi's precise prophecies about the future and an abundance of capital so vast it bordered on the outrageous. Scene change. Jiangcheng Network headquarters, press conference venue. Flashbulbs crackled incessantly. Tan Jiayi, a legendary 9-year-old prodigy known throughout Xia's internet industry, now stood before Joseph Media's array of cameras and microphones. Reporters from Jiangcheng, the provincial capital, and even the nation's capital packed the press conference hall to capacity, each face brimming with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what surprises this young financial prodigy who had just emerged victorious in a direct showdown with Tencent would unleash next. Tan Jiayi cleared his throat. Facing the countless eyes below the stage, his face showed no sign of nervousness, instead radiating a commanding presence far beyond his years. His voice carried clearly through the microphone to every corner of the room. "Thank you all for joining us today, media friends," he began, cutting straight to the point. "We've gathered you here today to announce something. Jiangcheng is about to host a nationwide, vacuum-sealed crossfire esports tournament." An esports tournament? The moment those words were spoken, the room erupted in a buzz of excitement. Reporters whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with astonishment. Esports? What does that mean? Is it just a video game tournament? Nationwide? That's a pretty big undertaking, isn't it? Jiangcheng Network just finished a deal with Tencent and now they're making another big move? Tan Jiayi raised his hand to signal for quiet, then continued in a voice that was soft yet resonant. "I know the term esports might still be unfamiliar to many, but in my view, video games have evolved beyond mere entertainment. They now demand exceptional skill, seamless teamwork, formidable mental fortitude, and relentless daily training. While China has a massive player base, they're primarily confined to their local cities and internet cafes, lacking unified platforms for communication and competition." Tan Jiayi's gaze swept across the entire venue, radiating a confidence that seemed to see through everything. Talent exists among the people, but they lack opportunities to showcase themselves, no stage to prove their worth. Therefore, Tan Jiayi's voice rose sharply, filled with resolve. Jiangcheng Network has decided to invest heavily in creating a fair, impartial, and transparent national competitive platform. We will bring all the top crossfire players from every city to Jiangcheng. Before a massive audience, they will compete for the championship trophy representing the highest honor and life-changing prize money. The words "huge prize money" instantly ignited the venue. Reporters' pens scribbled furiously, and camera flashes erupted in a denser barrage. Yet Tan Jiayi's next announcement left the host utterly speechless, his heart pounding violently. Standing tall, he declared, "This is only the beginning. My goal is to transform esports from a trivial pastime into a legitimate competitive sport, one with standardized rules, professional athletes, commercial value, and societal recognition, just like basketball or soccer. In the future, I want to see esports athletes representing our nation stand atop the world's highest podium, raising our flag and playing our national anthem just like at the Olympics." Boom! The journalists were left speechless, their minds going blank. Making gaming into an Olympic-level competitive sport? This idea was nothing short of earth-shattering, unheard of, a wildly ambitious vision beyond anyone's imagination. But upon reflection, Tan Jiayi's words weren't entirely without merit. Today's gamers truly lacked a platform for interaction, and top-tier players genuinely needed a stage. If it could truly be standardized and professionalized. The reporters looked up at the young man on stage, speaking with such eloquence and ambition blazing in his eyes, and were deeply shaken. They sensed vaguely that what they were witnessing today might be more than just an ordinary press conference. This might be the dawn of an entirely new era. Chapter 212, Little Brother Ma Back Down. Tan Jiayi's remarks ignited the hearts of everyone in Xia Nation. 9-year-old prodigy Tan Jiayi makes bold claim, turn gaming into an Olympic sport. Jiangcheng Network invests massive funds to launch National Crossfire Esports League. The esports era arrives? Tan Jiayi seeks to redefine sports. The next day, Tan Jiayi dominated front-page headlines and evening news broadcasts nationwide. The announcement sent shockwaves across the country. Countless Xia citizens reacted with utter shock upon seeing the headlines. Did I read that right? That little boss of Jiangcheng is only 9 years old? Turning gaming into a sports competition? Has this kid lost his mind chasing money? Kids these days are something else, their ideas are way ahead of their time. I just don't get it. But it sounds kind of cool, a national tournament for the best players? That's pretty exciting. While ordinary folks were stunned and baffled, the gaming community was like dry kindling thrown onto a raging fire instantly boiling over. Holy crap, a national championship? Seriously? How much is the prize money? If it's really tens or even hundreds of thousands, I'm quitting my job right now to practice shooting. Awesome. Finally a chance to see how the nation's top pros play crossfire. Yeah, there's so much online bragging these days. It's hard to tell if those pro videos are legit. An official tournament would prove their real skills. Support Tanzone. This is what we players really need, a stage to show what we can do. Esports, just the name sounds exciting. We're getting into sports now. Though skepticism and mockery lingered, with some dismissing Tan Jiayi's vision as a pipe dream or mere grandstanding. But undeniably, keywords like esports, national championship, and huge prize pools gave countless players a platform to fulfill their longing for recognition. They all wanted to know, on that virtual battlefield, who would truly reign supreme. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng Network's Tan Jiayi's office. After announcing the news, Tan Jiayi began strategizing about game selection. Now that the initial momentum had been established, the next step was concrete execution. Seated before his computer, his fingers danced across the keyboard as he began mapping out the unprecedented details of the national esports tournament. First was selecting the competition events. On this point, Tan Jiayi must and could only center on games he developed himself. He wasn't pouring money into organizing this tournament just to build a platform for other game companies that would make him a sucker. By organizing the tournament, he aimed to further cement his game's dominance in the market and deeply root players within the Jargon network ecosystem. So, which games were suitable for competition? Tan Jiayi pondered. Currently, HomeGen Network had launched its two most popular games. Crossfire, undoubtedly the top priority. As the hottest FPS online game, its competitive nature and spectator appeal are undeniable. It must be the core event of this tournament with the largest prize pool. Audition, while this music dance game has relatively weaker competitive elements, its massive player base, especially among female players, makes it a crucial supplementary event. It attracts diverse player participation and attention, expanding the tournament's influence. The lineup still feels a bit thin. 2. Tan Jiayi stroked his chin, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. He might seize this opportunity to introduce several more competitive-oriented games. For instance, real-time strategy RTS or multiplayer online battle arena MOBA games. These had been absolute mainstream esports titles in his previous life, boasting massive player bases and immense competitive depth. If he could develop these genres ahead of schedule, it would not only enrich Jiangcheng Network's product lineup but also give him more exciting and appealing competitive titles from the very start. A faint smile touched Tan Jiayi's lips at this thought. Having settled on the preliminary competition direction, Tan Jiayi turned his attention to another core issue: prize money. This was the most direct and effective means of attracting players and top talent. Setting prize money was an art in itself. Set too low, and in an era where millionaires are commonplace, it might attract some participants, but it would never achieve the nationwide sensation he desired, the kind that drives everyone wild. It wouldn't fulfill the principle that where there's a will, there's a way. Yet setting it too high was also problematic. Although he currently held 300 million in liquid assets, a substantial sum, both his upcoming mobile project and potential new game development required massive capital injections. Funds must be spent strategically, not squandered in pursuit of fleeting hype. Tan Jiayi's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as his mind raced, weighing the optimal balance. Moments later, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his decision crystallized. He picked up a pen and swiftly scribbled a line of numbers on a sheet of paper. Crossfire National Championship. Champion, 500,000 Xia Nation coins. Runner-up, 300,000 Xia Nation currency. Third place, 100,000 Xia Nation coins. National Dance Revolution Championship. Champion, 500,000 Xia Nation coins. Runner-up, 300,000 Xia Nation coins. Third place, 100,000 Xia Nation coins. If additional events are added later, prize standards will follow this format. 50,000. The champion gets 50,000. In 1998, when the average monthly wage was only 500 yuan, 500,000 Xia currency was an astronomical sum for ordinary people, a figure almost impossible to attain in a lifetime. It could buy a decent courtyard house in the capital. It could completely transform the fate of an ordinary family. This figure was both staggering enough to ignite the passion of players nationwide, yet remained within his current capacity to manage without causing irreparable damage. Perfect. Tan Jiayi nodded with satisfaction. He summoned Wang Xiaoya and handed her the paper detailing the prize. Sister Xiaoya, get this news out there. Contact our media partners and have them promote it heavily. Tell them this is a fund from our company, Gen Network, for all players who love Dream Game. If you have the skills, the next millionaire champion could be you. Yes, boss. Wang Xiaoya stared at the staggering figure on the paper, her heart pounding wildly. Her boss's generosity was breathtaking. She immediately turned to carry out the order, fully convinced that every decision her boss made held profound significance. It was foreseeable that once this news broke, the entire gaming industry of Xia Nation would erupt in frenzy. Scene change. Xinjiang, Tencent headquarters, Manhwa Teng's office. Smoke swirled thickly, the air thick and stifling. Xiameng's eyes were bloodshot, his jawline marked by dark stubble, his entire demeanor worn and haggard. Before him, the computer screen still displayed the dismal back-end data for Counter-Strike. A full month had passed since Crossfire's launch. For Little Horse, every single day of that month had been pure agony. To sustain the Play Games, Earn Penguin Coins campaign, to prevent Crossfire's online numbers from collapsing entirely, and for the sake of his damn pride, Tencent had already doled out nearly 5 billion Penguin Coins. 50 billion, that was 50 billion Xia currency converted into real gold and silver. This sum is enough to cripple Tencent, enough to severely damage any publicly traded company. What did it buy? Crossfire's monthly revenue barely breaks 100 million. This sum doesn't even cover the terrifying promotional costs, let alone recoup the initial joint development investment, much less turn a profit. This was nothing short of a complete and utter failure. What drained him even more was that the bigwigs who had initially sworn to fight the Tan family together were now calling him almost daily or storming into his office to complain, pressure him, and demand he stop throwing money around. Fissures were spreading throughout the alliance. He knew this couldn't go on. If the cash burn continued, forget defeating Tan Jiayi. He and Tencent themselves would likely be dragged down first. After much deliberation and weighing the pros and cons, finally, Manhwa slumped back in his chair. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He made an excruciating yet unavoidable decision. In a hoarse, sorrowful voice, he addressed his inner circle. Notify the team to suspend the Penguin Coin giveaway for Crossfire. Chapter 213. How could his mind work so well? When Home Root Network officially announced the basic rules for the National Esports Tournament of Crossfire audition through major media outlets, especially the jaw-dropping $1 million prize pool. Champion, 500,000 Xia Nation coins. This figure instantly set Xia Nation ablaze. Holy, holy, holy. Did I see that right? 500,000? The champion gets 500,000? My day, 500,000. How many years would I have to work without eating or drinking to earn that? Has Tan Jiayi lost his mind? How can he afford to throw money around like this? Who cares if he's crazy? I'm going all in. Starting today, the Internet Café is my new home. Guys, wake up. Stop sleeping. Get up and practice your moves. 500,000 is calling our names. 500,000 in audition too? Awesome. I'm gonna be the king of kings. 500,000 Xia currency could completely propel them to the pinnacle of life. The immense temptation ignited a blazing fire in the eyes of those who had previously viewed gaming merely as a pastime. Those who considered themselves gifted and skilled were itching to get started, trembling with excitement. The chance to change their fate was right before their eyes. In an instant, internet cafes across the nation became the hottest training grounds. Internet cafes were packed to the rafters due to the explosive popularity of Crossfire and Audition. In the smoke-filled internet cafe, the clatter of keyboards, the rapid clicks of mice, and the excited shrieks of players echoed in waves. Everywhere, young people were buried in intense practice, honing their aim, mastering movement, and perfecting their positioning. Their eyes were focused, their expressions solemn. Headshot. Pre-aim. Charge B, no retreat. Yes. 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 Internet cafe seats were hotter than Spring Festival train tickets. Long before dawn, queues snake around the shop entrance. Sleepy-eyed yet fervent, these gamers carry snacks and instant noodles, all to snag a precious terminal and squeeze in extra hours of practice. All-nighters have become routine. Many young people even live and eat at the internet cafes, treating them as training grounds for achieving their dreams. Internet cafe owners must be laughing all the way to the bank. Watching the daily packed occupancy rates and the never-ending stream of customers lining up at the cash register to top up their accounts, they counted money until their fingers ached. Even some small, poorly located, outdated computer rooms with dismal business miraculously experienced a second spring thanks to this sudden esports craze. As long as they had internet access and could play Crossfire and Audition, countless players would flood in. As the originator and biggest beneficiary of this craze, Tan Jiayi's Jiangcheng chain of internet cafes became wildly popular beyond description. Boasting superior environments, professional-grade equipment, and the prestigious Jiangcheng network brand, these became the ultimate destination for every esports streamer. The queues at membership counters rivaled those at banks. Amplified by this esports frenzy, the internet cafe's revenue skyrocketed once more. The sheer speed of this growth left even Wang Xiaoya, the chief financial officer, trembling with awe. Tan Jiayi had merely announced a tournament plan and prize pool before the event even commenced, yet he had already stirred up the entire market once more, channeling a torrent of wealth directly into his own coffers. His money-making prowess was nothing short of godlike. Scene change. Xinjiang, Tencent headquarters, Manhwa's office. A massive LCD screen broadcasted the press conference announcing Root Network's National Esports Tournament. On screen, the 9-year-old Tan Jiayi stood under the spotlight, speaking eloquently with radiant confidence. Little Horse watched expressionless, his hand holding the cup trembling slightly. When a reporter asked about the prize money and the jarring subtitles champion, 500,000 Xia Nation currency appeared at the bottom of the screen. Smack! Little Ma couldn't control himself again, raising his hand abruptly and slamming it hard against his forehead. The force sent a buzzing sensation through his head. But the physical pain paled in comparison to the crushing helplessness he felt inside. Lost. Lost again. He, Little Horse, had been a force in the business world for years, always boasting of his flawless strategies and superior intelligence. Yet why did he always end up like a fool, led by the nose by a 9-year-old brat? Always a step behind, even outmaneuvered by the other side. Just think of the painful price he'd paid to promote Counter-Strike. Billions of penguin coins equivalent to billions of RMB had been burned right before his eyes. And what was the result? Counter-Strike remained lukewarm, its user numbers barely hanging on. The moment the money stopped flowing, it immediately reverted to its original state. Now look at Tan Jiayi. He spent next to nothing, a few million in prizes, a drop in the bucket compared to Ma Yan's billions, yet he successfully ignited the passion of tens of millions of players across Xia Nation. They were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, burning the midnight oil in internet cafes, frantically practicing the game he developed, and pouring in a steady stream of real cash. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Brother Ma closed his eyes in agony, leaning back in his chair as his mind raced, trying to pinpoint where he'd gone wrong. Gradually, a crucial question surfaced in his mind. Tan Jiayi and Xiao Ma Ge had adopted two entirely different strategies when it came to stimulating player engagement. He, Xiao Ma Ge, had adopted a universal system. He spent a fortune trying to distribute benefits fairly to every player participating in Counter-Strike. Anyone who invested a little time could receive tangible rewards, 20 penguin coins. This approach felt like what? It felt like paying players a salary, making them feel like they were working a job. But Tan Jiayi? He employs a jackpot system. He sets up a small number of prizes, but each is large enough to change someone's life. He doesn't offer a guaranteed payout. Instead, he gives everyone a chance to bet small and win big to get rich overnight. What does this resemble? It's essentially selling lottery tickets. From a human nature perspective, what do people crave more? Toiling for meager wages or fantasizing about achieving financial freedom through a single stroke of luck? The answer is obvious. So even if the odds of winning that $500,000 jackpot were minuscule, the gambler's mentality that "what if I'm the chosen one" was enough to drive countless people into a frenzy. Realizing this, Xiao Ma felt a chill rise from the depths of his soul. His defeat was no injustice. In his understanding of human nature, in his grasp of player psychology, he tried to lure players with rational, evenly distributed rewards, while Tan Jiayi drove them with the emotional allure of getting rich quick. The difference was stark. Little Ma shook his head helplessly, letting out a long, bitter sigh. What the hell is wrong with this kid's brain?